To prove that with money, one can truly do whatever they want. The rich second-generation school bully directly had his thugs beat me up. The homeroom teacher even had me expelled from school on the grounds of malicious troublemaking. Even the adopted daughter taken in by his parents before their death. And also for money, I was sold off. Just when I thought there was no hope for revenge in this lifetime, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Stepped on and killed a mutated fledgling bird. Gained 10 points of slaughter value. I suddenly jolted awake. Could this be my golden finger? Then a panel appeared before my eyes, displaying name, Chen Feng, realm, none, vitality 18, killing points 10. Hope ignited within me once again. Allocate the kill points to the vitality stat. A surge of warmth flowed through the body. Looking at the panel again, the chi and blood value had changed to 28. My eyes grew moist as I silently thought to myself, everyone is waiting. Today's grudge will be repaid 100-fold. I took a deep breath, inserted the key into the lock. The next moment, his expression changed abruptly. The key wouldn't open the door. Suddenly, a voice appeared. What are you doing? I turned my head. I saw a girl with willow leaf eyebrows, a petite face, and around 20 years old walking over. She took out a key and easily opened the door. A bad premonition welled up inside me. The whole person became irritable. The woman turned her head to glance at me and said, I bought this house a few days ago from a girl named Shenyao. Hearing this, I felt as if struck by lightning. A few days ago, Shenyao had asked for my ID card. It's for selling the house. At this moment, the phone rang. The other end of the phone delivered a mocking voice. Chen Feng, you should be home by now, right? Shenyao has sold your house. You're now a homeless stray dog. I forgot to tell you, Shenyao can sell the house. I actually helped a lot. You hate me so much, yet I still help you like this. Shouldn't you thank me properly? I suppressed the anger inside me. The hand gripping the phone turned pale from excessive force. The person on the other end of the phone continued. Do you know why your dear sister didn't testify for you? I gave her 10,000 yuan. TSK, seeing you in this state. I'm really so happy. Chen Feng, don't say I, Zhou Liang, don't care about our classmate friendship. Come over and be my sidekick. I'll pay you 3,000 a month. Your life force value isn't even 20. Finding a job with a 3,000 monthly salary isn't easy. Zhou Liang, just you wait. I hung up the phone. The hand had become sticky from anger. A fingernail accidentally dug into the flesh. Just about to leave, I caught sight of a graceful figure. Seeing the person approaching, my former gentleness had long since vanished, leaving only endless indifference. I know you hate me, but I have my reasons too. Hearing this, I laughed out loud. Looking at this so-called elder sister, asked, what is your difficulty? Shenyao said with a sob in her voice. There are still 3 months left until the martial arts examination. But recently, my chi and blood have been growing exceptionally slowly. There's no hope of breaking through 180 at all. I need blood-boosting pills. That kind of pill costs 100,000 yuan each. Selling the house was the only option. Looking at Shenyao's tear-streaked face, I felt nothing but disgust. Retorted, before my parents died, we each saved 500,000. I gave you that 500,000 a long time ago. I've already given you all the money I earned from working. You're saying it's not enough now? Not enough at all. After the martial examination, getting into a good school requires even more money. Zhou Liang said he could help me sell the house. I only agreed because of that. Before Chen Yao could finish speaking, I interrupted her. So, you sold me out for just $10,000? Watching me being wronged and fired. Aren't you the least bit heartbroken? Upon hearing this, Chen Yao became visibly agitated. I was thinking your blood and energy weren't recovering. It's better to drop out of school and go work to earn money. Besides, you only suffered some physical pain and were wronged once. You can earn 10,000 yuan. This is way more than what you'd earn from working hard outside. I also found you a job. Working for Zhou Liang. It took me a lot of effort to finally negotiate with him successfully. Don't let my good intentions go to waste. 4,000 yuan a month. It's more than enough to cover my living expenses during college. I walked up to Chen Yao and said coldly, I really feel it's not worth it for my parents. I feel that all my efforts for you over the years have been worthless. If I could do it all over again, I truly wish that someone as heartless as you would die in the mouth of a demon beast. Chen Feng, I am your older sister, how dare you curse me? You don't even have a high school diploma. No one wants you even for a $2,000 job. I was being kind and helpful to you, and this is how you treat me. Chen Yao spoke, noticing my indifferent gaze. Her voice gradually weakened, and her eyes began to dart away. Finally, she took a deep breath. He took 2,000 yuan out of his bag and handed it to me. Take this money first to rent a place to stay. Call me when you've thought it through. After saying that, she turned and left. I looked at the 2,000 yuan in my hand and sneered. Chen Yao, remember this. Today's grudge, I will make you repay it 1,000, 10,000 times over. This scene was seen clearly by Baiyu upstairs. Then, I arrived in front of a stall selling poultry. Asked the boss. "Boss, are you hiring here?" The boss looked me up and down. Finally, he took 200 yuan out of the drawer, handing it to me. "Take this money for emergencies. This is not the place for you." I took the money without saying much. He picked up an apron nearby and tied it on. Skillfully grabbing a chicken, he slit its throat to drain the blood. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind again. "Killed 1 chicken, obtained 1 kill point." The bald boss saw this scene. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. But it didn't stop me. Until the sun sets in the west. I took off the blood-stained apron. Looking at the panel before my eyes. Displayed above, name, Shinfeng, age 18, vitality 28, kill points 120. I immediately allocated all the kill points to my vitality stat. A surge of warmth instantly flowed through my body. The muscles throughout my body gradually became more defined, smooth, and full of strength. I silently recited in my heart, "Xinyao, Zhouliang. Just you wait. I will definitely make you pay the price." Afterward, I rented a single room near the vegetable market. After a night's rest, the next day, before the break of dawn, I arrived at Uncle Zhao's poultry stall ready to slaughter the chicken. Uncle Zhao looked at me with some surprise. "How come you're here so early, kid?" "Can't sleep at home, came over early to get some work done." While I was speaking, I picked up the apron and put it on, starting the day's chicken slaughtering work. By noon, I had already killed 200 chickens. Suddenly, a violent crashing sound came from all around. Someone yelled, "Run quickly! Something has mutated." I looked up and saw a mutated lobster over 2 meters tall was seen rampaging around. Its 2 large pincers. It could almost crush everything in front of it to pieces. Uncle Zhao turned pale with fright at the sight. Clearly recalling bad memories, previously, the chickens he sold had also mutated once. Now there's still a hideous scar on his back. Uncle Zhao grabbed me and shouted, "Xiaofeng, run!" But when he turned his head, only to find that I had already vanished without a trace. At this moment, I have allocated all killing points to strength. My realm has finally broken through to the first level of martial artist. I shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. In an instant, he rushed up to the mutated lobster. With a leap, he jumped to over 2 meters in height. The chicken slaughtering knife in hand was swung directly at the lobster. There was only a crisp clang sound. The lobster's shell is incredibly hard. Not harmed at all. But the tremendous impact still made it writhe in pain. I thought to myself, this is bad, and quickly twisted my body. Dodged the 2 large claws swung by the lobster. Then, riding on the momentum, a slide tackle slipped beneath the lobster's body. The butcher knife in hand plunged fiercely into the mutated lobster's abdomen. Directly disembowel it. Afterwards, I quickly slid out from under the mutant lobster's body. There was a sudden loud bang. The mutated lobster heavily collapsed onto the ground. Blood flowed all over the floor. At this moment, the mechanical voice in his mind sounded again. Killed the mutated lobster, gained 50 kill points. Seeing the mutated lobster completely motionless, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, the strength of a first-level martial artist is still too weak. I just used all my strength. Only barely managed to break through its defenses. And the previously chaotic and noisy market. At this moment, it had completely turned into silence. The crowd at the market stared at Sumo in disbelief. Someone began clapping first. Well said. True heroes emerge from the young. Zhao Yong hurried over, still visibly shaken. More than anything, he was astonished. He never imagined the boy he'd casually helped was actually a martial artist. Sumo, are you hurt? Uncle Zhao, I'm fine. This is the blood of a mutated lobster. It just broke your chicken knife. Don't worry, I'm a knife seller. I'll give him 10 new ones. Young man, thank you. If not for you, I'd be dead. The seafood vendor was still trembling, his body shaking uncontrollably. Sumo shook his head. It's what I should do. Any martial artist who saw this wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Well said, young man. To be a martial artist at such a young age, you're bound to be extraordinary someday. And Zhao Yong actually knows this young man? At that moment, Zhao Yong stood tall, his chest puffed out with pride. Quick, quick! Evacuate the crowd. 3 figures sprinted from the distance at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the scene, their pupils dilated as they stared at Sumo, his face covered in blood. Who did this? Everyone pointed at Sumo. This young hero did it. Lu Shuatian stared at Sumo in disbelief. He had assumed Sumo was merely an injured bystander, but it turned out he was the one who had slain the mutated lobster. At only 17 or 18 years old, to single-handedly take down a mutant lobster, his future is limitless. Thank you, young man. My name is Lu Shuatian. Hello, I'm Sumo. Thanks for stepping in, young man. You saved lives. It was the least I could do. Sumo wasn't without his own gains. The killing points were the biggest reward. Manager Lu, you can't let young Su lose out here. Thank goodness he's been helping me slaughter chickens these past couple days, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Shuatian instantly understood upon hearing Zhao Yong's words. Of course. After Lu Shuetian spoke, a man emerged from behind him, producing a stack of cash. Here's 50,000 yuan as a reward for helping us resolve this issue. Additionally, these mutant lobsters can fetch a hefty price. We're interested in purchasing them and can offer 50,000. Would Brother Su be willing? Brother Lu, you decide. Sumo's use of Brother Lu instantly warmed their relationship considerably. No safety incidents occurred, they gained a mutant lobster and made connections with a young man with boundless potential. For Lu Shuetian, it was a huge win. For Sumo, slaying the mutant lobster earned him 50 kill points and 12,000 yuan, a huge win. The additional 20,000 yuan was given by the seafood stall owner, who insisted Sumo take it despite his refusal. Today, I'm treating. We're going to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Brother Sumo, you must grace us with your presence. Sumo didn't refuse. He could tell Lu Shuetian was no ordinary safety supervisor, his own abilities were considerable. Befriending someone like this could only be beneficial. At that moment, a man standing behind Lu Shuetian gave him a thoughtful look. Aren't you a senior at Shigao High? And you have an older sister named Suyao? Sumo turned to face him. You know me? Even Lu Shuetian's eyes betrayed surprise. Chapter 4, Verification Successful, Reward, 100,000. Shameless Suyao. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Zhang Dahai, you're being all mysterious. Spill it, how do you know Brother Sumo? Zhang Dahai took a deep breath. There was this girl named Su Yao who came to our security office to register a house sale. That girl seemed quiet and reserved, with remarkable talent. I remember it clearly. When he introduced himself as Sumo just now, it all clicked. After Zhang Dahai finished speaking, everyone noticed Sumo remained quiet and unassuming. Brother Sumo, if you'd be so kind as to share what troubles you're facing. Brother Lu, you're too kind. It's just a minor issue I can handle myself. Sumo knew that relying on others was no substitute for self-reliance. Asking for help so soon after meeting someone would only invite contempt. Lu Shuetian didn't press further. After the meal, Lu Shuetian went to settle the bill. Sumo caught a glimpse of the total, 250,000 yuan. That was the price of this meal. He recalled his previous odd jobs, where he earned a mere 15 yuan per hour. He'd worked himself to the bone, scrambling for every opportunity, even lowering his rates just to get hired. As the saying goes, if you don't shoulder the burden, how can others enjoy peace of mind? Now Sumo found himself increasingly agreeing with that saying. After parting ways with them, Sumo returned to his rented room. His card now showed an extra 120,000 yuan. Previously, working over 10 hours a day barely earned him 150 yuan. Now he'd earn 12,000 in a single day. Next step, get certified at the Martial Artists Guild and obtain a martial artist's badge before venturing out to hunt demon beasts. He needed to buy a weapon for self-defense and some martial arts techniques. With these two items in hand, he could have dispatched that mutant lobster in a single strike today. Previously, unable to increase his vitality points, he had exhausted every method to enhance his combat skills. Little did he expect it would prove so beneficial. Staring at the interface, Sumo fell deep in thought. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, Martial Artist, First Tier. Vitality, 348-1000. Kill points, 50. Breaking through to Martial Artist Tier 2 requires 1000 vitality points, still a long way off. The hardest part is getting started. Once he breaks through to Warrior, earning kill points will be much easier. Sumo lay on his bed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Life was starting to look up. With his strength now at Warrior Tier and some money in his pocket. Since his parents passed away, this was the most peaceful night of sleep Sumo had experienced. Today, Sumo didn't go to slaughter chickens. Before Sumo could even speak, Zhao Yon had already said, a martial artist slaughtering chickens? That's a waste of talent. Now, Sumo stood before a magnificent building. How many times had he fantasized about coming here to verify his status and obtain the martial artist badge? He never imagined it would happen so soon. Upon entering, astonishment flashed in Sumo's eyes. For there stood a familiar figure, especially those unmistakable large eyes. Sister Baiyu. Sumo called out. When Baiyu saw him, surprise also flashed in her eyes. Sumo, what brings you here? To verify something. A flicker of surprise crossed Baiyu's eyes upon hearing this. She had since gathered some information and had come to understand Sumo. Follow me. They approached a machine, and Sumo stepped onto it. Soon, the machine beeped, displaying 398. Baiyu covered her mouth, her eyes widening. Brother Su, you're actually a martial artist? Sumo calmly stepped down from the machine. I barely made it as a martial artist. Are you kidding me? Becoming a martial artist at your age? That's a rare bird in any city. Looks like sister's in for a lucky day witnessing the birth of a young martial artist. Sister Bai, you flatter me. This is nothing special. Brother Su, wait a moment. I'll go get you a badge. Baiyu turned and left. Sumo had barely waited a moment. A pair of thunderous eyes suddenly forced their way into his vision. This is a martial artist badge. It can store money and also serve as your ID. Martial artist certification successful. Here's your reward, 100,000 yuan. Suemo took the warrior badge. It felt cold to the touch, but his heart warmed. Sister Bai, I'd like to buy a weapon. Any recommendations? Baiyu's eyes flashed with surprise at Sumo's request. Brother Su, are you planning to leave the city? Suemo merely nodded, saying nothing more. Follow me. They entered another room where shelves displayed an array of weapons, each clearly labeled with its price. Suemo scanned the selection. Even the cheapest alloy weapon cost over 100,000. Those forged from mystical iron easily cost several million, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. In that moment, Suemo felt like a complete broke-ass again. This alloy blade is considered the highest quality. This alloy sword is slightly inferior, but not by much. It's up to you whether you choose the knife or the sword. Baiyu picked up two weapons and handed them to Suemo. Suemo weighed them in his hands. The alloy knife cost 20,000 yuan more than the alloy sword. I'll take this alloy knife. He glanced at the badge and card Suemo handed over. Baiyu turned away. Sis is in a good mood today, I'll give you a 30% discount. Don't tell anyone when you leave, okay? Moments later, Suemo received a notification. Her account balance had decreased by 110,000 yuan, leaving only 10,000 yuan remaining. Another 2,000 off. Sis Baiyu is truly generous, just like a certain part of her. Since you've chosen the blade, you should also buy a sword technique manual to complement it. Wait here for a moment. Baiyu turned toward another room, then emerged holding a martial arts manual, which she handed to Suemo. Without waiting for Sumo's consent, she deducted 100,000 from his martial artist badge. Wave layering blade technique, yellow grade inferior, 100,000 credits. Is there anything else you need, Brother Su? Suemo shook his head. With no bullets left, he was powerless to do anything. Well then, good luck, little brother. Suemo nodded, thanked Baiyu, and left the martial artist guild. Moments later, Baiyu's phone rang. Baiyu, what the hell are you doing? Selling the wave layering blade technique for 100 grand? Did a donkey kick you in the head? Baiyu had already held the phone at arm's length. Only after the furious voice faded did she bring it back to her ear. I found a promising prospect. Ha, what promising talent could Z City possibly have? You're just pulling my leg. 18 years old, with a chi blood value nearing 400. The mocking voice on the other end paused. Really? Old man, do you think I'd lie to you? You've deceived me plenty of times, but I'll believe you this once. Baiyu hung up the phone, standing upstairs as she watched Sumo's retreating figure. As soon as Suemo was gone, two figures approached from the distance. Su Yao, your chi and blood levels have both surpassed 170. That's incredible. Top universities are lining up to recruit you. Su Yao didn't listen closely to Wu Qiu's words. Moments ago, she thought she'd glimpsed a familiar figure. How could he be here? Impossible, this place wasn't accessible to him. She must be imagining things. When Su Yao entered and saw Baiyu, surprise flashed in her eyes. Miss Bai, I didn't know you worked here? Miss Su, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy something? I'd like to buy a few blood-enhancing pills. 10,000 per pill. How many would you like? 5. 50,000. Su Yao handed over the 50,000 without batting an eye, then turned to leave with the blood-boosting pills. Miss Su Yao, are you sure you don't regret this? Su Yao turned to look at Baiyu, her eyes flickering with momentary confusion before she realized it must be about her selling the house. No regrets. Besides, this was left to me by my parents. Using it now to strengthen my abilities is well worth the price. Chapter 5, A chance encounter at the mall. Even a dog deserves to wag its tail. After Su Yao left, Baiyu pulled out a phone. There's an issue with the property transfer process. Ask the management office to look into it for me. After hanging up, a cold smile played at the corners of Baiyu's lips. Meanwhile, Suemo, who had just left, arrived at a shopping mall. He needed to buy a few pieces of clothing. With over 10,000 yuan remaining in his pocket, he had more than enough. While Suemo was shopping, two figures entered from outside. Yao Yao, come quick. These clothes are so pretty. Wu Qiu pointed at several garments. Su Yao glanced over. They were indeed lovely. Yao Yao, this one would look absolutely perfect on you. Seeing the white dress, Su Yao felt her heart flutter. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, ready to give a pitch. No need for a pitch. When I shop, I only consider whether I like it or not. After Su Yao emerged from the fitting room, both the sales assistant and Wu Qiu's eyes lit up. How much? Before the salesperson could speak, Su Yao asked. Miss, this dress is one of our flagship items. It's non-discounted 88,000 yuan. Charge it. Su Yao said as she pulled out her card. The salesperson suppressed her excitement. Today she'd truly landed a big customer. The two had just stepped out of the store. Wu Qiu's disdainful voice rang in Su Yao's ear. Ugh, what bad luck. Of all people, I had to run into him. Su Yao glanced over and saw Suemo approaching them, carrying several shopping bags. In just 2 days apart, Su Yao noticed a significant change in Suemo. His face had grown even more stern, especially his eyes, which held no warmth whatsoever. Moreover, a sharp, piercing aura now emanated from him. As Suemo passed by Su Yao, his gaze remained utterly unruffled. It was as if Su Yao were a complete stranger. What a lack of manners, not even a greeting when she sees her sister. A bastard born without a father to raise you. Wu Qiu watched Suemo pass by them and sneered. Suemo turned and fixed Wu Qiu with a stare. Startled by the murderous intent in Sumo's gaze, Wu Qiu remembered his vitality points hadn't even reached 20. Summoning his courage, he retorted. What? Got a problem with that? Did I say something wrong? Smack. A bright red handprint appeared on Wu Qiu's fair cheek. Dare to speak disrespectfully again, and don't blame me for doing something no one wants to see. Wu Qiu covered her face, disbelief flashing across her features. How dare this good-for-nothing hit her? How dare he? Su Yao pulled Wu Qiu behind her. Suemo, what are you doing? How dare you hit her? Apologize. The next moment, Su Yao's body trembled as her gaze locked with Sumo's. Their gazes locked and a chill ran up Su Yao's spine, sending shivers down her back. She took a deep breath. Suemo, I order you to apologize. Su Yao stood before Suemo, her voice filled with anger. Smack! What met Su Yao was a sharp slap. Su Yao fell to the ground, clutching her face, her eyes equally filled with disbelief. You dare hit me? Heh, after being raised for over a decade, it's about time you started wagging your tail. The mocking words stabbed like a sharp blade into Su Yao's heart. Her fists clenched tightly, her gaze hardening into cold steel. Heh, who knows if your parents adopted Yao Yao with ulterior motives? Maybe they just saw her exceptional talent and kidnapped her. Suemo stepped forward, causing Wu Qiu to instinctively retreat a pace and hastily cover her face with her hands. Seeing the customer being bullied, the sales assistant felt a surge of anger. Judging by Sumo's attire, he didn't look like someone with money. Stop it. How dare you hit my customer? Believe me, I'll have you thrown out. The salesperson helped Su Yao to her feet and exchanged polite pleasantries. What a despicable person. There are still people like you in this world? The salesperson's voice was deliberately loud, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Before long, a crowd of onlookers gathered in the mall. Look at your shabby appearance. You could work your whole life and still couldn't afford a single item of clothing here. Some onlookers pointed and whispered about Suemo. Get this person out of here immediately, he's ruining the mood. He reeks of poverty. Where did this peasant crawl out from? Suemo narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flashing in them. His clothes were neat and spotless. At least he wasn't as filthy inside as these people. I may be penniless, but my heart is pure. Unlike some here, whose hypocrisy knows no bounds, slinging baseless accusations without a second thought. Ha! You dare talk back? A dark soul like yours doesn't deserve to live. Now get out of here and die. Exactly. Get out. Get out of this mall. This isn't a place for someone like you. The sales clerk watched the scene unfold, a sly gleam flashing in her eyes. Oomph, a mere brat. Today I'll show you what I'm capable of. A figure approached from afar, belly protruding like a pregnant woman. Upon recognizing Wu Qiu and Su Yao, their eyes lit up. Ahem, what's going on here? Manager, it's this troublemaker. He assaulted our mall's customers. Manager, get him out of here immediately. He just insulted us too. I've spent over $1 million here at your store. If you don't give me a satisfactory response, I won't be shopping here anymore. I've spent hundreds of thousands here too. If this isn't handled properly, I won't be shopping here anymore either. The manager felt immense pressure upon hearing this. How dare you cause trouble on my turf? You've got some nerve. Kneel and apologize to these two young ladies and the other customers. Sumo's cold gaze fixed on the manager. The manager stiffened under Sumo's gaze, sensing a chill that felt like death itself. As security personnel approached, the manager summoned his courage. Apologize, or I'll make sure you leave here today in a body bag. As the crowd around them grew larger, the manager stiffened his neck, putting on a righteous facade. The manager is quite right. Let him leave this place in a body bag. Young people need to learn their lesson to understand they can't afford to cross just anyone. This lady is absolutely right. Not just anyone can be offended by someone like him. The manager glanced at the security personnel standing beside him. Kneel and apologize now, and we'll let this slide. Otherwise, we'll sue you for assaulting a customer and using abusive language and you'll rot in jail. Suemo heard this and sneered. Human nature, indeed. Su Yao remained silent, covering her face with a look of utter distress. What happened? The crowd gathering behind them asked. Did you see those two pretty girls? Yeah. This young man hit them one slap each, really loud. You could hear it from far away. That intense? What an example for us all. It was that thrilling. I heard the commotion from afar and came over. Never thought such lovely girls could bring themselves to do that. Suemo ignored the stares around him, his gaze fixed on Su Yao. Su Yao looked utterly wronged, evoking pity. This only made the onlookers hate Suemo even more. The sales clerk, relishing the spectacle, chimed in. Everyone, please judge for yourselves. This lovely young lady spent around 200,000 yuan in our store, only to encounter this troublemaker right outside. Without a word, he attacked her, knocking our customer to the ground. If I hadn't stepped in, he would have kept attacking. Look at his clothes, he's clearly penniless, just another typical case of resentment toward the wealthy. Seeing these two young ladies had money, he bullied them, relying on his size and strength. At that moment, a voice came from afar. That gentleman just bought clothes from our shop, 1,000 yuan total, and he haggled over the price. Who knew he was like this? Who knows if that money's clean? Here's your money back, give me my clothes. Chapter 6, Public Outrage. A pair of shameless scoundrels playing the victim. The man tossed the money at Sumo's feet, snatched the clothes back, and flung them straight into the trash bin. I don't want these clothes anymore. That man touched them. I find them disgusting, and I'm afraid they'll dirty someone else. Suemo didn't bother picking up the money. She glanced at the shop owner before shifting her gaze away. That was her excuse, spending 200,000 on clothes while claiming it was for cultivation. How laughable, how ironic. At that moment, Su Yao's eyes flickered. No, she had to seize the initiative. With so many people watching, she couldn't let Suemo say anything else. Su Yao stepped forward, picked up the money, and stood before Suemo. Apologize to them. Don't make a big deal out of this, it won't do you any good. Who would have thought someone could actually smile when they're this furious? Suemo stared at Su Yao. You're bullying such a kind-hearted girl. Look at his attitude, does that look like he's sorry? Miss, don't bother trying to reason with him. Just let him rot in prison. Exactly. Someone like him will only be a menace to society if he gets out. Better off dead inside. Wuqiu snapped out of her daze, watching everyone condemn Suemo with righteous indignation. She gathered her courage and stepped forward. Let me introduce him to you all. His name is Suemo, recently expelled from Z9 City's top 10 high school. A good-for-nothing who can't even break 20 in evil chi blood value, and he deliberately provoked trouble. The person who had just criticized Suemo suddenly looked enlightened. So they knew each other. More importantly, he was a loser. This time, the crowd held nothing back in their verbal attacks. Can't even break through 20 chi blood points? What a worthless piece of trash. How dare you still call yourself alive? Truly a despicable commoner, so arrogant with a chi and blood level below 20. What would become of him if he ever became a martial artist? Wuqiu's spirits soared as he shouted loudly. Her name is Su Yao, the sister of the person before us. Her chi and blood value has already surpassed 170. She's a renowned prodigy at the top 10 high school. He used to bully others at school, deliberately provoking people, all because he relied on his genius sister. The manager was startled to hear about the 170 vitality that was genius-level talent, guaranteed admission to elite academies. Su Yao's chest lifted slightly with pride. Even those around them flashed envy at the mention of 170 vitality points. Possessing such high vitality at this age meant boundless potential for the future. What no one expected was that the two were siblings. You're probably wondering why the sister thrives while the brother struggles. Su Yao was adopted by his parents before they passed away. They left all their money and property to Su Yao, so he resents her. Think about it, even his own parents didn't want to leave their inheritance to their biological son. Hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted once more. Rejected even by his own parents, expelled from school. Such a person truly is a cancer. Keeping him around is nothing but a menace. Many were already resolved not to let the manager forgive him, determined to see him rot in prison for the rest of his life. Just 2 days ago, Su Yao even gave him 2,000 yuan to take care of himself. She even humbled herself to find him a job paying 4,000 a month, but he refused to work. He's able-bodied yet loafs around, insisting Su Yao support him. At this remark, everyone's eyes turned red with anger. He's a beast. If he were my son, I'd wring his neck. Damn it, what a bastard. Who would have thought such people still exist today? That manager, we won't accept his apology. Let him rot in prison. People like him bring no benefit to society. Exactly. Scum like that doesn't deserve to live. Before Suemo could speak, Su Yao stepped forward. It's not like that. He didn't hit me on purpose. He must have his reasons. I know he resents me for selling our parents' house, but if I hadn't, he would have sold it himself. Please, everyone, spare him. He's my parents' only son. Don't send him to prison. I beg you. Su Yao wept bitterly, her tears mingling with flowers, repeatedly bowing to those around her. Brother, apologize quickly. Everyone will forgive you. At that moment, Suemo studied Su Yao intently. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. He had already seen through Su Yao's ingratitude, but he hadn't expected her to be such a hypocrite. Her ability to force someone into a role against their will earned Sumo's admiration. Now Suemo was convinced that if she were to act, she could absolutely win Best Actress. As for the public's verbal attacks, Suemo felt not a ripple of emotion. His heart had turned to ice the moment he was wrongfully dismissed. This petty slander meant nothing to him now. At that moment, Suyao turned away, head bowed, her back to Suemo. Young lady, you're far too kind-hearted. If you ask me, you should just let him fend for himself. You can help him for a moment, but you can't help him forever. Quite right. If his adoptive parents wouldn't leave him their inheritance, they knew this son was no good. If he were my son, I'd donate the inheritance rather than leave it to him. Hearing these words, Suyao's face twisted with anxiety. It's not like that. It's not like that. He wasn't always this way. After my parents passed away, maybe because I was busy with my studies, I didn't take good care of him. Seeing Suyao, the others felt even more sympathy. Young lady, wake up. You know gratitude, but he's a bloodsucker, a parasite. You're a genius, don't let a piece of trash hold you back. Trust me, your parents wouldn't want to see you like this. Yes, study hard, get into a top university, achieve success, and serve your country. Your parents would be proud. Several older women stepped forward, taking Suyao's hands and wiping away her tears as they comforted her. Get lost. You're a parasite. Just go. Don't let us see you again. Exactly. Get out of here. Don't let us see you again. Suemo didn't grow angry, he laughed instead, clapping his hands. The crowd's fury only intensified. How can someone be so shameless and still laugh? You're nothing but a beast, a villain. The surrounding shouts of anger were unceasing. Yet among the crowd, a few level-headed voices emerged. Strange. If she were truly that kind-hearted, would she spend over 200,000 on clothes? The remark instantly silenced the crowd. Suyao and Wu Qiu both glanced at the speaker. The crowd realized it too. Indeed, spending over 200,000 on clothes was utterly unreasonable. Suyao's mind raced. She pursed her lips, remaining silent. Ah, she's buying them for someone else. Otherwise, why would anyone offer a worthless person a job paying 4,000 a month for no reason? That money is what she needs to buy the blood-enhancing pills. He hit Yao Yao because she spent over 200,000 in one go. Wu Qiu gazed at Suyao with regret, his expression filled with frustration at her lack of resolve. Hearing this, everyone grew even angrier. I'm truly amazed. Girl, you're so naive. Why bother with a jerk like that? Let him fend for himself. He'll soon learn how hard it is to survive in this world. Why are you helping such an ungrateful, heartless bastard? Suyao breathed a sigh of relief, surprised that Wu Qiu had come up with an excuse for her. It's infuriating. You help him like this, and he still resents you. I just can't stand it anymore. Where's the manager? Report this to security immediately. This time, we'll make sure he rots in jail. Young lady, you're far too kind-hearted. Today, we'll take matters into our own hands for you. We'll rid you of this dead weight once and for all. Suemo watched Wu Qiu and Suyao. Today has truly opened my eyes. Since you all think I deserve to die, I'll prove it, I truly do deserve to die. Chapter 7, Reviewing Surveillance Footage, Young Director Takes Action, Punishment Arrives. Upon hearing this, several people shielded Suyao and Wu Qiu behind them. Security. Restrain him. The manager spoke up at this moment. He too wanted to curry favor with Suyao. Hold on. Suemo took a step back, narrowing his eyes. There are security cameras here. Why don't we review the footage to see exactly what happened? The moment Suemo spoke, Suyao and Wu Qiu felt a sudden sense of urgency wash over them, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. They had forgotten about the cameras. They couldn't view the footage. Both women's faces gradually drained of color. What's the matter? Afraid? There are cameras everywhere here, and since it just happened, it should be easy to find, right? Seeing Sumo's fearless demeanor, the person who had intervened earlier also felt a sense of foreboding. Conversely, noticing Wu Qiu and Suyao's evasive gazes, some of them had already caught on. We don't need the surveillance to know who you are. Besides, this young lady has a vital energy rating of 170. She's destined to become a major figure in the North District. How dare you, with a rating not even reaching 20, slander her? The man who had accused Suemo earlier instantly understood upon hearing 170 vitality and future leader. No mistake, this girl was a prodigy. Why should they consider the opinion of a worthless nobody? Surprise flickered in Suyao and Wu Qiu's eyes. Was this the advantage of being a genius? It seemed the label genius could truly make people speak against their conscience. Suemo clapped her hands in mockery. Impressive, very impressive. I think we should review the surveillance footage. At that moment, a figure approached from outside. Dressed in formal attire, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His eyes held a gentle yet distant coldness. The manager's knees buckled upon seeing this man, nearly collapsing to his knees. How did he come here? Greetings, young director. Shu Yi shot the manager a glance. Cold sweat poured down the manager's face as he felt as though he'd been plunged into an ice cellar, his complexion turning deathly pale. Guards! Secure the entrance. Do not let a single soul leave. Security personnel quickly retreated to the entrance, preventing anyone else from leaving. Many people outside witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with astonishment. Soon, someone carried out a laptop. Young director, it's ready. Sumo turned to look at the large screen in the mall, which was playing the very scene that had just unfolded. The footage cut back to the moment before the three individuals met. Sumo had entered first, finding a clothing store. Su Yao and Wu Qiu arrived about 10 minutes later. This scene alone caused many faces to change. It didn't seem like Sumo was here to cause trouble for these two girls. The footage continued. Inside the shop, Su Yao and Wu Qiu gazed at a beautiful garment, their eyes sparkling. Yao Yao, this dress would look perfect on you. Su Yao's words followed immediately. I only buy things based on whether I like them or not. Upon hearing the price tag of 88,000 yuan, she swiped her card without hesitation, leaving many onlookers speechless. Her brother spends 1,000 on clothes, while her sister spends 88,000 without batting an eye, and it's money meant for buying a house. She then picked out two more pieces, bringing the total for the three outfits to nearly 240,000 yuan. Su Yao tried on each piece, and they all fit perfectly. The people who had been shielding Su Yao and Wu Qiu behind them gradually dispersed. Both turned pale, their earlier aggrieved expressions replaced by sheer terror. They then shot venomous glances at the young chairman. It was all his fault. Then the three of them met. Wu Qiu was the first to speak, cursing his bad luck for encountering Sumo. Sumo passed by them without so much as a glance. Immediately after, Wu Qiu's curse echoed, Sumo has no manners. He was born with a father but raised without one. As this scene played out, Wu Qiu's face drained of color in an instant. Many eyes fixed on her, their gazes filled with anger. She clutched Su Yao tightly, reminding herself she was doing this for her sake. The footage continued. It showed Sumo striking Wu Qiu. Then Su Yao spoke up. How dare you hit her, she demanded, ordering Sumo to apologize. The onlookers bowed their heads. In their hearts, they kept silently cursing Su Yao and Wu Qiu. Given Su Yao's status as a prodigy, they felt it wasn't such a big deal. Those are your adoptive parents. When others insulted them, you actually made your brother apologize. Would her adoptive parents really leave their inheritance to someone like this? Su Yao's face was equally pale, her body swaying as if about to collapse. Lifting her head, her eyes brimming with tears, she gazed at Sumo pitifully. In the past, whenever she looked like this, Sumo would always comfort her. This time, however, Sumo's gaze was cold and sharp, like an abyss ready to swallow and devour. What followed was the scene that had just unfolded. The mall fell deathly silent. Shuyi stepped before Sumo. Please forgive the trouble we've caused you, Mr. Su. The manager, seeing the young director apologize, turned pale. He knew the young chairman, a genius who had already gained admission to a prestigious university. The shop owner who had earlier scorned Sumo's money as dirty was equally ashen-faced. The sales clerk was so terrified she nearly collapsed to the floor. Thank you. Sumo looked at Chuyi. Had Chuyi not appeared, he would have resolved this in his own way. I should be thanking you, Mr. Su, for showing mercy. Otherwise, this mall might have had to shut down for rectification. Sumo narrowed his eyes, saying nothing more. He could sense that this man was also a formidable martial artist. Hearing Chuya's words, Su Yao and Wu Qiu were stunned. It couldn't be possible. Why would the mall shut down for rectification because of him? What had changed about him? He'd only been dismissed a few days ago. Why was even the mall's young director treating Sumo with such deference? Observers watching Chuya's demeanor also shifted expressions. Could Sumo be a prodigy too? Yes, those two women were nothing but deceitful liars, their mouths full of lies. The mall manager cautiously approached Sumo. Mr. Su, I was deceived and made a mistake. Please forgive me. Sumo didn't even glance at him. Cold sweat beaded on the manager's forehead. Finally, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Sumo showed no sign of emotion. Shuyi stepped forward. Your store is banned from all TNI malls. You will also bear the losses incurred. This sales assistant is fired. You will personally cover the losses caused by your inappropriate remarks. The sales assistant collapsed to her knees with a thud, her pupils dilating as endless regret flooded her mind. The thought of paying compensation jolted her awake. Selling her entire family wouldn't cover it. Crawling before Sumo, she slapped herself across the face. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I was possessed by a demon. Please forgive me. Please plead with the young chairman. I can't afford this. Chuyi sighed, observing Sumo's unflinching expression. Regardless of the circumstances, you're dismissed. The losses incurred will be tallied and charged to you. The manager's face drained of color as he crawled before the young director, meeting his icy stare. He turned and crawled back to Sumo, banging his head on the floor with a thudding sound. Those who slandered Mr. Su earlier will receive legal notices. You'll be waiting for them back at the office. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted. By the time they wanted to apologize, Sumo had already turned and left the mall, his figure straight and tall, leaving only a long, elongated silhouette behind. Chapter 8, The mob assaults Su Yao Wuqiu, a third-tier martial artist, earns $500,000 a day. Shu Yi hurried after him. As for the aftermath, it wasn't for him, the young director, to handle. After the young director departed, many eyes fixed on Wu Qiu and Su Yao. Those two scammers, they exploited our sympathy. Sales assistants and managers watched the departing young director and Su Mo, sitting on the floor as their gazes gradually lost focus. The cacophony of angry shouts snapped them back to reality. It's them! The sales staff, especially, went into a frenzy at the thought of having to cover the losses. They lunged at Su Yao and Wu Qiu, clawing wildly at their faces. The security guards stationed at the entrance witnessed this scene and collectively turned their backs, staring outwards. The technician monitoring the feed shut off the camera feed and turned to leave. Thud, thud, thud. Wails, angry curses, and shouts of rage echoed through the mall. The farce only ended when security personnel escorted them all away. Su Yao possessed formidable vitality, yet her lack of combat experience left her face scratched and bruised. Wu Qiu fared worse, his face bearing a row of bloody tooth marks. After resolving the mall incident, Su Mo resolved to become stronger. A plan was already brewing in his mind. Make them all pay a heavy price. But to command others' respect, one must possess sufficient strength. He turned and headed toward the city gates. More slaughter points could be gained from the demon beasts. Shu Yi watched Su Mo head out of the city before halting his own steps. A panel appeared before Su Mo's eyes. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, first tier. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade, low tier 0-1000 proficiency, none 0-100. Vitality, 398-1000. Kill points, 0. Su Mo's eyes lit up. So the rank and proficiency of martial arts could also be enhanced with slaying points. His excitement grew by the moment. The city gate guard's eyes narrowed upon seeing Su Mo's martial artist badge. Such a young martial artist. What was he doing at Su Mo's age? That woman was stunningly beautiful, her legs were so fair, her hips so curvaceous. After exiting the city, Su Mo took a deep breath. A faint mist obscured the view ahead. Since the revival of spiritual energy, humanity had declined severely, and gradually, powerful individuals began to emerge. 9 major districts were established, each containing hundreds of cities labeled from A to Z. For instance, Su Mo's location was Z9, the 9th city in the Z series coding. Each city possessed coordinates, a precaution against the unpredictable emergence of powerful demonic beasts. Yet the revival of spiritual energy remains unpredictable. Thus, people dream of becoming martial artists. The more powerful the martial artist, the greater the respect and privileges they command. Su Mo headed in another direction. Without funds to purchase a detection radar or maps, he couldn't venture too far, lest he become lost. Of course, outside the city walls, the greatest dangers were demon beasts and equally so, other people. A 10,000-foot abyss has a bottom, but human hearts are unfathomable. Su Mo hadn't gone far when he spotted a swarm of mutated red fire ants. Each was as large as a human head, their bodies glowing with fiery intensity. Su Mo drew his alloy dagger and charged at the red fire ants. The ants' crimson eyes shifted upon seeing him. Several ants charged toward him. His combat skills, honed when his vitality was low, now came to the fore. His body leapt forward, the dagger shifting direction relentlessly. Slash, stab, flick, the red fire ant's legs were severed, leaving it sprawled motionless on the ground. One slash burst its guts. Slayed 1 mutant red fire ant, earned 15 slay points. Slayed 1 mutated red fire ant, gained 15 slay points. Slayed 1 mutant red fire ant, gained 15 kill points. Su Mo moved like a relentless killing machine, showing no signs of fatigue. As the sun shifted westward, Su Mo plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. A thick, pungent stench of blood clung to his body, and his white alloy dagger was now stained crimson. Su Mo scooped out the red fire ant's eyes, placed them in a bag, and turned to run toward the city. His body was already showing signs of slight exhaustion. Earlier, he had sensed the ground trembling. Having slain too many mutated red fire ants, the queen was about to emerge. Once he strengthened his abilities further, he would reunite them all. After running for 2 hours, Su Mo caught a faint glimpse of the city in the distance. He finally slowed his pace and examined the system interface. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, first tier. Martial skill, wave layering blade technique yellow grade, low tier 0-1000 proficiency, 0-100. Vitality, 398-1000. Kill points, 4500. His current limit is to slay 300 red fire ants. Su Mo first replenished his health points to full. A warm current surged through his body, making him feel his vitality and spirit grow stronger while his perception of the surroundings became increasingly sharp. He then began channeling energy into the wave layering blade technique. Su Mo took a deep breath. Had there been no one around earlier, he would have added the killing points immediately. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, third tier. Martial skill, wave layering blade technique yellow grade, low quality 0-1000 proficiency, mastery 1500-5000. Vitality, 3000-5000. Kill points, 398. Suemo stared at the interface, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Today marked the 4th day since his expulsion. From a worthless with less than 20 HP, he had transformed into a 3rd-tier martial artist. Suemo carried a bag in his hand, filled with the eyes of red fire ants. These could fetch a hefty sum. As the crimson sun sank below the horizon, Suemo entered the city. The gate guards sensed Suemo's aura and their expressions shifted. Such intense killing intent. To them, Suemo now seemed to have transformed into a blade, his aura flowing like water, unceasing and relentless. Back already? Suemo nodded and gave the guard a cheerful nod. These were men who carried heavy burdens. Guarding the city meant setting life and death aside. Especially when demon beasts stormed the walls, the guards were the first to charge into battle. They were also the most likely to fall. Suemo held the deepest respect for these men. Upon arriving at the martial artists guild, a pair of large thunderbolts swayed before his eyes. I could sense that aura of killing intent from afar. Turns out it was you, Brother Su. Suemo flashed a smile at Baiyu. Sister Baiyu, do you take demon beast materials? Of course. Suemo pulled out a pouch filled with pairs of bright red eyes, resembling crimson crystals. Red fire ant eyes, precious stuff. Most are 1st tier, 1st stage, should fetch a good price. After counting them, Baiyu pulled out a calculator. Total is 49,000. I'll round it up 50,000. Sumo's eyes flickered at the figure. 120,000 a day had seemed more than enough before, but now, with his growing strength, he could earn 500,000 daily. How about it, Sister Baiyu? Round it up to 1,000,000? You little rascal, always trying to take advantage of your sister. Baiyu transferred the funds into Sumo's martial artist badge, then shifted her gaze. Want to buy a spatial storage artifact? Can't afford it. Suemo was tempted, but those things were far too expensive. What he needed most right now was a radar and a map. Baiyu didn't press further, instead turning to retrieve a box. Radar. Detects demon beast levels within 10 meters. Can't detect anything above level 2. This is the map of the southern gate of Z9. It covers a 100-mile radius with all locations marked. The markings aren't perfectly accurate, but they're close enough. Monsters move around, no one can predict their exact locations. Suemo watched Baiyu's actions with a look of surprise. Looks like Sister Bai had this all planned out. She's really eager to get her hands on my money. You bet. Little brother's so easy to fool. Suemo felt a pair of strong arms clamp around his own, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson, as if on fire. Chapter 9, The Class Explodes. Suemo is actually a martial artist, Suyao's thoughts. Baiyu watched Sumo's reaction, covering her mouth as she burst into laughter. Ha ha. Who knew little brother could blush? I wonder if he'll throw up after blushing. After speaking, Baiyu lowered her head and stared intently at Suemo. TSK, this is something else, truly something else. Suemo took a deep breath. Since Baiyu was being so provocative, he couldn't be blamed for what followed. His eyes were fixed on a certain spot on Baiyu. Baiyu flushed crimson, muttering under her breath, "You little pervert," before swiping Sumo's money. Staring at the balance in his badge, Suemo let out a long sigh. Back in the day, I worked my ass off to earn 500,000 a day. Only to be swindled out of every last cent by some lightning-fast girl in 3 seconds flat. Come on, follow me home. Suemo stiffened at the words, his guard instantly up. You're not planning anything shady, are you? Suemo shielded herself with both hands. You're right. I do have ulterior motives. I want to devour you whole. Baiyu finished speaking and licked her lips. The banter ceased, and in the end, Suemo followed Baiyu home. Meanwhile, Wu Qiu and Su Yao, who had been released, kept their heads down. They trailed behind their homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, heads bowed, saying nothing. Wang Yang's expression was cold and stern. The martial arts exam is just over 2 months away, and you commit such a mistake? How will others perceive us if this gets out? This time, I'll let it slide. But if it happens again, you'll be stuck inside. Su Yao and Wu Qiu nodded. Go back to evening study. Upon reaching the school gate, Wang Yang turned and walked away. The two of them returned to their classroom, looking utterly dejected. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes in the classroom turned to them. Their hair was disheveled, their faces scratched, and their clothes showed signs of being torn. To an outsider, they might have looked like beggars. The two kept their heads bowed, saying nothing. At that moment, Suya's mind was filled with those cold, merciless eyes. Even now, the memory sent a chill down her spine. And that young director at the mall seemed to know Suemo. Could it be that her adoptive parents had a background she knew nothing about? Breaking news. Just then, a figure burst in from outside, phone in hand, panic etched across their face. Feng Ben, you didn't bring toilet paper again. Damn it, can we not bring that up? Check out the video I just posted in the group chat. Feng Ben looked frantic and hadn't noticed it was already in the group chat. Everyone pulled out their phones and opened the video. They saw a live figure. He leapt into the air, slashing his blade down onto the mutated lobster. Sparks flew everywhere. The strike missed its mark, but the figure used the momentum to slide beneath the mutant lobster, slicing open its abdomen in one fluid motion. So smooth, not a single unnecessary move. Sliding out from beneath the lobster, his body stained crimson with blood. He held a chicken knife with a chipped edge. Blood dripped from the blade's tip. As the figure came into clear view, the expressions of those present shifted, their pupils constricting. Deep breaths. Dizziness was normal. The noisy classroom fell instantly silent as students stared fixedly at the figure on the screen. That crimson figure burst into their field of vision, standing there like a blade. Even through the screen, the murderous aura was palpable. Suyao stared at the screen, her body trembling, teeth chattering, fear surging within her. Suemo was like a god of death, and she was the mutated lobster. Especially those eyes, devoid of any warmth. Those eyes had once been gentle, sunny, brimming with hope for life. When had they changed? It seemed to have changed the moment she was expelled. She became unrecognizable, a stranger. Even when she wore a smile, her eyes held a coldness that pushed people away. That's Suemo? No way. Isn't he the good-for-nothing who couldn't even reach blood chi level 20? Does he look like a useless in the video? Mutated beasts are usually at level 1. Which means Suemo is a martial artist. Exactly. Only a martial artist could take down a mutated lobster. Across the entire Z-shaped city, with hundreds of high schools, no student has broken through to martial artist recently. Those who had previously slandered Suemo trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Their eyes instinctively turned to Zhou Liang, who was staring intently at the screen. Right, Zhou Liang. They'd all been following his lead before. Zhou Liang, what should we do? Now that Suemo has become a martial artist, will he come after us? Will he hold a grudge over how we framed him? Will he come back to kill us? If only I hadn't framed him. Thud. Crack. Zhou Liang suddenly stood up and slammed his phone onto the floor. Shattered pieces scattered everywhere. His rage was palpable. Shut the up, all of you. There's no turning back now. The moment Zhou Liang spoke, the room fell silent. Those who had chosen to remain silent now felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't taken Zhou Liang's money to frame Suemo. Still, some eyes lingered on Su Yao. If they hadn't testified for Suemo, it was because they feared Zhou Liang. As Sumo's sister, Su Yao hadn't come forward to testify either, and they still couldn't make sense of it. Su Yao sat in her seat, her eyes gradually losing focus. She had consumed numerous blood-boosting pills just to raise her vital energy to 107. She had been quite pleased, but now she learned that her useless younger brother was actually a martial artist. No wonder that young director treated him so poorly in the mall. It all made sense now. It must have been the adoptive parents who left Suemo some treasure. Otherwise, how could that good-for-nothing become a martial artist? It had to be. Well, you two really do have ulterior motives. How selfish. How could you keep something like this from me? See? I'm just an outsider. No wonder Suemo was so generous with the money. Could it be that my adoptive parents said I deserved a share of the opportunity, but Suemo didn't want to give it to me? That's why he gave me money to lull me into complacency. Right, that must be it. That must be it. And to think, Suemo, you once promised to treat me well. Yet you secretly kept the opportunity treasure for yourself. I truly misjudged you. How could I have ever considered you my little brother? And I even gave you 2,000 yuan to rent a place. This is how you repay me? Find Suemo and get that opportunity back. He owes me. By then, I'll be able to rapidly break through to martial artist rank, becoming the heaven-sent prodigy everyone envies. Su Yao's eyes lit up, her heart burning with fervor, her expression bordering on madness. Zhou Liang noticed the surrounding silence and his gaze flickered. Suemo, you really are a persistent ghost. Since that's the case, I'll send you straight to the underworld to spare us the trouble. Back in the office, Wang Yang stared at the video in the group chat, his eyes growing vacant as his focus gradually faded. Suemo was actually a martial artist, an 18-year-old martial artist. If only I hadn't expelled him. Wang Yang's regret deepened. Who's this? Looks kinda familiar. Wang Yang quickly shut off his phone. Xian Ming was a big mouth. If he found out it was Suemo, the principal would have his head on a platter by the next day. A student made video to motivate everyone during the martial arts exam. Xian Ming gave Wang Yang a thumbs up. Who knew Director Wang had this up his sleeve? Respect. Truly a homeroom teacher dedicated to the students' well-being. Wang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief as long as Xian Ming hadn't seen clearly. No, this video couldn't be leaked. Wang Yang hurried toward the classroom. Chapter 10, if you break through to the Meridian Opening Realm, I'll recommend you as an examiner. Wang Yang surveyed the quiet classroom, knowing everyone was aware of Sumo's breakthrough to warrior. Class, please keep this incident confidential. If the school finds out, I'll be expelled, and you'll face punishment too. In severe cases, your martial arts exam eligibility could be revoked. At these words, the students' faces paled, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. These students were still relatively innocent and easier to manage. Feng Ben, Zhou Liang, you two step outside. The three of them stepped into the hallway. Feng Ben, where did you get this video? I saw it on a small website. Feng Ben even let them take a look. Several likes had already appeared below it, clearly indicating the video hadn't been widely circulated yet. After Zhou Liang saw the website, he pulled out his phone. Hey, uncle, are you asleep? No. A weary voice answered on the other end. I have a website name here. Get someone to block this site, especially one video inside, make sure it gets taken down. Did you get into trouble again? If this can't be resolved, it might cause trouble. I'll have to go to Grandpa. Got it. Give me 3 minutes. 3 people stood in the hallway, staring at the website. 2 minutes later, the website was gone. The 3 exchanged glances and breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Feng Ben also withdrew the video from the class group chat. He trusted those people wouldn't speak up voluntarily. Let Suemo fade away quietly from now on. Zhou Liang looked up at Wang Yang and Feng Ben. If this leaks out, Teacher Wang, your career is on the line, and we'll be in deep trouble too. Then it's up to you, Zhou Liang. If you need anything, just let me know. First, we need to fabricate some non-existent evidence to cover up the loopholes in Sumo's expulsion. The previous charge didn't hold up to scrutiny. Now we need to come up with something more ruthless. Ideally, the school administration will acknowledge we did the right thing once they learn of it. I'll arrange for someone to push that narrative. Let Suemo perish under the collective condemnation of public opinion. Execute both plans simultaneously. I'll oversee the first one. Even if it succeeds, the second must still proceed. Should anyone investigate later, we'll hold the upper hand. Wang Yang pondered for a moment, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. I heard about something earlier. As Wang Yang spoke, Zhou Liang and Feng Ben both widened their eyes in surprise. I'll have someone look into it. If it's true, I'll let you know. Wang Yang nodded. For the sake of his future, this was the only course of action. From now on, none of us should focus on anyone in particular. We must prevent any unexpected leaks, especially you, Feng Ben. If you ruin things, you know what I'm capable of. Feng Ben hurriedly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I won't cause any problems this time. After further discussion among the three, the plan was finalized. At that moment, Suemo was having dinner with Bai Yu. Suemo noticed Bai Yu occasionally staring at him. Sis Bai Yu, staring at me like that makes me think you're interested in me. Bai Yu sensed a certain aura emanating from Suemo. A relentless, wave-like momentum. Have you mastered the wave-layered blade? Bai Yu stared at Suemo, her curiosity evident. I've mastered it. Clatter. Chopsticks fell onto the table and rolled to the side. Bai Yu stared blankly at Suemo. To reach mastery in a single day, what kind of talent was this? This time, she had truly struck gold. Bai Yu took a deep breath. Do you want to join the North Yard? Sumo's expression shifted upon hearing this. Was Bai Yu really this bold? What are the requirements? I'm just asking if you want to go. Suemo nodded. Who wouldn't want to attend the North Campus? Demons invaded, spiritual energy revived, dividing the land into 9 distinct zones. To cross zones, one must traverse the territories inhabited by demonic beasts. The North Campus housed numerous universities, but only one supreme institution, the North Campus itself. Every student dreamed of gaining admission. I still have one spot available. I can recommend you for it. Suemo knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. What are your conditions? The condition is free. Bai Yu stared calmly at Suemo, speaking earnestly. Suemo returned Bai Yu's gaze with equal composure. If you can reach the pulse-opening realm within 2 months, I might even recommend you as an examiner. Suemo was startled. Bai Yu's influence was immense beyond his grasp. Thank you. Suemo offered no polite refusals. The pulse-opening realm, huh? 2 months was absolutely doable. After martial artist, the next realm was pulse-opening realm, requiring a cultivation technique to open the 8 extraordinary meridians. All right. Upon hearing Sumo's agreement, Bai Yu narrowed her eyes. If Suemo truly reached the pulse-opening realm in just over 2 months, the implications would be entirely different. Let's eat. We'll have to wait a while longer until you've strengthened your abilities a bit more. Suemo nodded. After finishing his meal, Suemo departed from Bai Yu's residence. He arrived at the Security Management Registration Office. Upon seeing Suemo approach, Zhou Dahai and Li Wuyo immediately stood up. Brother Suemo, what brings you here? Naturally, it's about the house. Zhou Dahai nodded. After Lu Shuetian learned about Sumo's situation, he had instructed them to prepare the necessary documents. The registration at the Security Management Office was also handled by an acquaintance. The person handling the application has since been dismissed. We still need the home buyer's cooperation. Zhou Dahai stated. Suemo nodded. During dinner, he had mentioned this matter to Bai Yu. Bai Yu said she had already made a note of it. The buyer is Bai Yu. She's registered, but there's an issue with the property paperwork. Zhou Dahai nodded after finding it. We'll notify Su Yao tomorrow. Rest assured, we'll make sure you're satisfied, brother. Jo Dahai looked at Sumo, his eyes softening with kindness. After handling the matter, Sumo's figure vanished into the darkness. By dawn the next day, Sumo had already left the city. The guards watched him depart with admiration in their eyes, such dedication at his age. Sumo returned to the location of the mutated red fire ants. As he had previously stated, he intended to wipe out the entire colony. Sensing Sumo's presence, the red fire ants surged forth from beneath the earth. Wave after wave, they lunged at Sumo, biting viciously. Several ants, each about a meter in size, were entirely crimson, with faint flames flickering across their bodies. Sumo drew his blade. He unleashed the wave blade technique, unleashing wave after wave of pale blade energy that flowed like water. The arriving red fire ants grew even more frenzied. With each strike, the notification chime rang out. Slayed mutant red fire ant earned 15 kill points. Slayed mutant red fire ant earned 15 kill points. Sumo felt this was the most melodious waltz. Chapter 11, 6th tier martial artist, accidental success. Sumo continuously unleashed his wave-stacking blade technique, transforming into a blade itself as he darted in and out among the red fire ants 7 times. Even half of the fire ants engulfed in flames fell to Sumo's slaughter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Sumo halted his advance, the distant red fire ants fixed their gaze on him, their bodies retreating steadily. The swarm couldn't harm Sumo, yet their comrades kept falling. This gradually filled them with dread. Their forms retreated steadily. Feeling the movement beneath his feet, Sumo stomped down. Using the recoil force, his body soared into the air like a nimble monkey, leaping forward. The spot where Sumo had stood moments before was now charred black. Sumo felt a lingering sense of dread. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp. He needed to buy a book on likeness skills. The ground churned violently as a fiery red ant emerged, its entire body engulfed in flames. Its massive form measured nearly 3 meters across. Sumo's eyes lit up. His lightness skill was now his. Killing this red fire ant would surely fetch a hefty price. The radar watch on his arm displayed the red fire ant's strength, level 1, tier 6. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, tier 3. Martial skill, wave stacking blade technique yellow grade, low quality 0-1000 proficiency, mastery 1500-5000. Health points, 3000-5000. Kill points, 36,398. Sumo directly allocated the killing points to his vitality. Adding 2,000 points to reach the 4th tier, then another 5,000 to reach the 5th tier, and finally another 20,000 to reach the 6th tier. Beneath his clothes, Sumo's skin resembled a boiled prawn. An invisible wave of energy surged from around Sumo. The grass beneath his feet bent under the force. Glancing at his remaining killing points, he allocated 3,500 to the wave layering blade technique. Its proficiency instantly reached perfection. Sumo then upgraded the wave layering blades tier, transforming it from low-grade yellow to mid-grade yellow. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, 6th tier martial artist. Martial skill, wave layering blade technique yellow grade, mid-tier 1000 30,000 proficiency, minor mastery 5,000 50,000. Vitality, 30,000 100,000. Kill points, 4898. Sumo glanced at the interface. His cultivation had advanced to martial artist, 6th tier. He believed it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the meridian opening realm. At that point, he would need to purchase a cultivation technique to open the 8 extraordinary meridians. The wave-cutting blade had already reached yellow-grade mid-tier and attained minor mastery. The red fire ant queen stared at Sumo. In the blink of an eye, the carbon-based lifeform it could have crushed with ease had become more terrifying than itself. Its crimson eyes focused intensely as flames erupted around its body. It transformed into 3 fiery orbs and launched an attack towards Sumo. Come on then. Sumo had been eager to test his own strength. The wave blade moved as if he'd practiced it countless times. A single swing unleashed a meter-wide shockwave that rippled endlessly. The 3 fireballs were instantly extinguished. A trench about 30 centimeters wide was plowed into the ground. The mutated red fire ant queen let out a shrill scream as the blade's energy sliced her clean in 2. Defeated red fire ant queen. Earned 6,000 kill points. The remaining red fire ants attempted to flee. But in Sumo's eyes, they were nothing but points for his killing streak and his cultivation technique, his lightness skill. Damn it, all of it. Slayed 1 red fire ant. Gained 15 slay points. Slay 10 red fire ants, earning 150 kill points. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sumo stared at the blade in his hand. With a sharp snap, the alloy blade snapped clean in 2. Sumo sighed. After upgrading the wave folding blade, the alloy blade could no longer withstand the strain. Looks like I'll have to shell out more cash for weapons. Cultivation really does depend on money. Sumo used the broken blade to gouge out all the red fire ants' eyes, gathering them together. 2 large bags were filled to the brim. As for the queen red fire ant's eyes, he set them aside separately. It had only been half a day, and nightfall hadn't yet arrived. Suemo desperately wanted to buy a spatial ring or spatial pouch. Then he wouldn't have to go through all this hassle. He could slaughter freely, earning kill points to boost his strength. Currently, advancing his strength or mastering martial arts techniques required vast amounts of kill points. Rustle, rustle. The sound of leaves shattering echoed, and Sumo's expression tightened. Since you're here, come out. Several figures emerged from the woods, eyes fixed greedily on the cloth sack in Sumo's hands. They had noticed this fellow earlier, but what surprised them even more was that Suemo was soloing the red fire ants. Wealth was a powerful lure. What else did they risk their lives hunting beasts for every day? Suemo set down the cloth bag, fixing his gaze on the three figures before him. These were the same three who had been watching him from the shadows last time. Hand over the goods, and we'll let you go. Suemo stamped his foot, launching himself like a cannonball toward the trio. You've got some nerve. The leader drew a broad machete, leaping upward like a mountain crashing down. The blade whistled through the air. Sumo's body abruptly halted as the man's blade struck the ground. Suemo lunged forward, driving his foot into the blade's back. Closing his fist, he struck the man squarely in the chest. The broadsword flew from his grasp as he stumbled backward. Suemo seized the broadsword. Cascading waves. The blade's energy transformed into waves, relentless and unending, one wave following another. The two men had just arrived when their steps halted abruptly. They ducked their heads in unison. Ghoul, ghoul, ghoul. Two heads rolled to the ground. Killed two third-tier martial artists, earning 4,000 kill points. The one who had attacked earlier halted, plopping down onto the ground. His face was deathly pale, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. One punch, just one punch, had left him gravely wounded. Impossible. Why was he so powerful? He was also a 6th-tier martial artist, yet he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Suemo. Suemo walked up to him, blade in hand, and severed his head. Killed one 6th-tier martial artist. Earned 6,000 slaying points. Rying, rying. A shrill ringtone sounded as Suemo retrieved the man's phone. The city couldn't be far away, there was still signal here. Suemo glanced at the name displayed and let a playful smile curve his lips. Zhou Liang. It had been ages since he'd heard his voice. Suemo pressed the answer button. Blood Tiger, I have a job for you. Kill someone named Suemo by any means necessary. I'll send you the photo shortly. Suemo said nothing and hung up. Who would have thought it would be such a coincidence? Using Blood Tiger's fingers to unlock the passcode, Suemo held the tiger's head aloft, snapped a photo, and sent it to Zhou Liang. Sent. Phone off. Smashed. He hoisted the cloth sack and headed toward the city center. Zhou Liang saw Blood Tiger hang up on him but dared not get angry. He was the Grandmaster's right-hand man. A photo arrived moments later. Zhou Liang hurriedly opened it only to drop his phone instantly, the screen shattering into a web of cracks. The blood-soaked head, eyes wide and staring, appeared even more grotesque and terrifying. Zhou Liang took several deep breaths, realizing his hands were trembling. He was afraid. He couldn't pinpoint the source of his dread, but a vague, lingering fear enveloped him. He picked up the phone, found the spot where the screen was still legible, located his grandfather's number, and dialed it urgently. Grandpa, it's bad. Blood Tiger is dead. What? A startled, aged voice came from the other end. Did you get involved with someone again? I called him to handle some business, but before he could do anything, I received a photo. Zhou Liang hung up and sent the photo to his grandfather from a spot where he could see clearly. Suemo hadn't entered the city yet when his phone rang. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and hung up immediately, blocking the number. Suyao, oh Suyao, your money is almost gone. What will you use to pay this time? Probably only that thing. Chapter 12, you're going to restock? Hand over that opportunity. Suemo entered the city. The guards stared at him, their expressions filled with astonishment. You're going to restock, aren't you? Yesterday you carried 1 bag, today you carry 2. Tomorrow you'll be carrying 3, right? Nodding to the guards, Suemo headed toward the martial artists guild. Bayu had just seen off a customer when she sensed a palpable aura of malevolence from afar. As she stood up, she saw Suemo walk in carrying 2 large bags. So you went to restock. Suemo set down the cloth bags and caught his breath. Quick, tally up the cost. This young master is going on a shopping spree today. Seeing the excitement in Sumo's eyes, Bayu wasted no time. He knew Suemo needed money. Opening the cloth bag, he noticed a wrapped item on top. When Bayu unwrapped it, surprise flashed across his face. A red fire ant queen. Suemo nodded. You didn't raid a red fire ant nest, did you? That's right, I did. Bayu set down the items and pulled Suemo onto the instrument. 6th tier martial artist. Seeing the strength displayed on the machine, Bayu was stunned. 6th tier martial artist? You must have been holding back during your last assessment. Can't I get a little luck? Suemo retorted. Besides, 6th tier martial artist is nothing special in front of you, right? What's so surprising about that? Bayu moved closer to Suemo, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. Suemo couldn't tear his eyes away. I think I should lie down. You should tie up your hair. Baiyu flushed at the suggestion and punched Sumo. You really are a freak, kid. Baiyu didn't press further and began calculating Sumo's earnings. Calculated. 1,354,800 yuan. Since we're all friends, I'll round it up and give you 5,000. Sumo's eyes widened at the offer. Is that how you round things up? Baiyu stowed the items into her storage ring and looked at Sumo. What does my little brother want to buy? Likeness skills, weapons, and spatial storage items. Sumo had already made up his mind. Wait here. Baiyu turned and entered a room. Moments later, he emerged holding a manual on movement techniques. From another room, he retrieved a long sword. Finally, from yet another room, he retrieved a ring. Treading snow yellow grade low tier. The black blade is forged from century-old black iron sufficient for your current needs. A spatial ring with 2 cubic units of storage. Total, 1,500,000. Sumo grabbed his hair. Damn it, still not enough. He knew it would be expensive, but he hadn't expected the gap to be this huge. Consider the extra 150,000 alone from me. Remember to pay me back, little brother. You're broke again. If you want your sister to tie up her hair, this measly amount won't cut it. Sumo slipped on the ring, dripped a drop of blood into it, and stowed the long blade away. A smile spread across his face. He'd finally achieved another goal. 2 cubic meters, that was enough for now. Once he made big money, he'd upgrade to a larger one. He also needed to save for a house he couldn't keep living in a rental forever. Watching Baiyu's playful expression, Sumo decided to give her a little shock. Who didn't want to show off in front of a beauty? Panel activated. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, 6th tier martial artist. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade, mid-tier 1,000 30,000 proficiency, minor mastery 5,000 50,000. Treading snow yellow grade, low quality 0 10,000 proficiency, 0 1,000. Health points, 30,000 100,000. Kill points, 45,000. Sumo noticed that treading snow suddenly required 10,000 slaying points to upgrade its grade. After adding them, it became a medium grade item. Low grade minor proficiency requires 1,000 kill points, while medium grade now demands 10,000. Killing points really aren't much use. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, 6th tier martial artist. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade mid-tier 1,000 30,000 proficiency, minor mastery 5,000 50,000. Treading snow yellow grade, mid-tier 10,000 50,000 proficiency, minor mastery 10,000 50,000. HP, 30,000 100,000. Kill points, 25,000. Baiyu watched Sumo flip through treading snow without interrupting. A minute later, Sumo closed the book. Well, isn't the cultivation technique your sister recommended quite good? Sumo's figure shifted, her movements growing increasingly ethereal and agile. Baiyu's pupils dilated in shock. Mastering it in just 1 minute? That's quite challenging indeed. Sumo, well versed in the art of showing off, turned and left the martial artist's guild, leaving Baiyu alone, consumed by self-doubt. Finally, he pulled out a phone. Old man, have you ever seen anyone master the snow step in just 1 minute? Baiyu, are you still half asleep or did you drink counterfeit liquor? 1 minute snow treading? I'll eat my hat if. Wait, did you actually see it? Baiyu took a deep breath. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. He really did master it in a minute, reached a minor level of proficiency. You're not talking about that guy with 400 chi blood, are you? A robust voice boomed from the phone. He's already at the 6th level of martial cultivation. Thud. The sound of a chair tipping over came through the phone. Are you serious? Would I lie to you? Keep an eye on him. Don't let anyone else snatch him away. Which school is he from? He got expelled. Baiyu said flatly. Expelled? What kind of Thai school is that? No way. Are they out of their minds? This won't do. I'll have to go there myself. Old man, I'll make him an offer. If he breaks through to the pulse opening realm before the martial arts exam, I'll let him be an examiner. Alright. You've got the right approach. Don't let him get pushed around. Tell me what happened. Baiyu recounted the events in detail. The man across from him pondered deeply. He's clever. He's already making moves to reclaim what's his. I want to take him on as my final disciple. Baiyu's eyes widened in shock. Old man, are you serious? If word of this got out, it wouldn't just shake the North District, it would send shockwaves through all 9 districts. Yes, I am. I hadn't planned to take on any more disciples, but letting such a genius slip through my fingers? I'd wake up in the middle of the night cursing myself for being an idiot. Beast creatures are breeding too fast, and their power is growing rapidly. Humans are still squabbling amongst themselves, and many geniuses are being ambushed. Facing such a prodigy, I couldn't let this opportunity pass. After leaving the guild, Sumo spotted someone halfway along his route. This guy must be a dog, finding him like this. Hey, wait up, little brother. I need to talk to you. Su Yao's eyes lit up upon seeing Sumo and hurried forward. You never treated me like this before. Why have you changed? We used to be the closest people, but now we're like strangers. Sumo stared at Su Yao's crown, glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, and felt an urge to rip it open just to see if was inside. Killing within the city walls was off limits. That was the red line. Su Yao hadn't broken through to become a martial artist yet, and she couldn't leave the city. What a pain. He wanted to dig a hole outside the city and bury her there. Su Yao saw the murderous intent brewing in Sumo's eyes. Her steps faltered, and the words she'd been about to say died in her throat. Sumo, I truly treat you like my own brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you 2,000 yuan to rent a place. You know the martial arts exam is coming up. My progress has slowed lately. Could you give me the things mom and dad left behind? If I can just break through to warrior rank, I'll make a name for myself at the martial arts exam. Then I'll buy you a big house. Anything you want, I'll get it for you. Chapter 13, Shameless Su Yao, I'll frame you too. Su Yao gets reported. Sumo knew Su Yao was shameless, but he hadn't expected her to be this naive. Given their current relationship, why wouldn't she let him use those things? You're A, aren't you? Su Yao, we're enemies now. Every single penny you took from my family, I want back. Facing Sumo's icy glare, Su Yao's heart trembled. Murderous intent, such overwhelming murderous intent. That murderous aura enveloped her like the very air itself, suffocating her. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and splattering onto the floor. Sumo's eyes held utter contempt. Get out. I can't guarantee I won't hit you the next second. Su Yao took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with resolve. Sumo, I'm your sister. Is this how you treat me? How can you be so selfish? When you were broke, I gave you 2,000 yuan. Isn't that being kind enough? I see it now. You never treated me like family, just an adopted child. Mom and dad knew I had talent and left opportunities for me. You didn't want to give them to me, so you blinded me with money instead. Then you secretly took the opportunities they left behind, which is how you broke through to become a martial artist. And I actually thought you genuinely cared about me. Smack. Sumo slapped Su Yao across the face. A vivid red handprint appeared. Sumo lowered his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent, sending a chill down Su Yao's spine. You dare mention my parents? The saying a bowl of rice creates gratitude, a bushel of rice breeds resentment is an insult when applied to you. If we weren't in the city, I'd chop your head off and shove it into a dung pit right now. Su Yao, cherish your life. Su Yao watched Sumo walk away, clutching her face as she collapsed onto the ground. Snapping out of her daze, she scrambled to chase after him. Give me the opportunity my parents left behind. Give it to me. If you don't, I'll die. Then you'll bear the shame too. I don't believe you won't care. Upon hearing this, Sumo turned around and grabbed Su Yao. Plop. In the pond, Su Yao began struggling, her face contorted with panic. Help! Someone jumped in the river. Quick, someone come. Sumo's voice carried far, and soon the cry echoed out. As people approached the pond, their expressions changed. They couldn't swim, and the pond was far from shallow. Anxious concern flashed in Sumo's eyes as well. Go find some rope. Sumo plunged in, but as he neared Su Yao, his body began sinking rapidly. What are you doing? Sumo shouted, his voice filled with panic and dread. Beneath the water, Sumo dragged Su Yao downward, though from below, it appeared as though Su Yao was forcing him down. Su Yao's eyes widened with panic as she began to swim frantically. Grab the rope. Sumo clutched the rope with one hand while holding onto Su Yao. But Sumo's body kept sinking intermittently. Damn it, who the hell is that woman? Another person approached, plunging into the water with a splash. They swiftly reached the two and slapped Su Yao across the face. Su Yao's face twisted in disbelief. Couldn't you see Sumo did this on purpose? Once they reached shore, Sumo sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was deathly pale, and his expression still held a hint of panic. The onlookers turned their gaze to Su Yao. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman, that's you. Truly a heart of scorpion and viper. Smack. Unable to stand by, someone stepped forward and slapped Su Yao across the face. Covering her stinging cheek, Su Yao was utterly bewildered. Didn't you see? He threw me in. He tried to drown me just now. Bull. You can swim, don't think I can't tell. This guy here can't swim. He saved you, and you turn around and accuse him? Are you even human? Looking at you, you're a student too. Which school? We'll tell your school how they're raising their students. It really was him. He's my younger brother. We're family. The crowd turned to look at Sumo. She was adopted from outside the city by my parents before they passed away. But I've long since cut ties with her. She secretly sold our parents' house and spent every last penny they saved for us. When she came begging for money and I refused, she threatened to jump into the river, trying to make me bear the blame. Sumo lowered his head, his voice growing colder. You're a beast, despicable and shameless, ungrateful to the core. Someone like you has no right to call anyone family. It's not like that. It's not like that. Suyao tried to defend herself, but Suemo staggered to his feet, picked up the coat lying on the ground, and pulled out 2,000 yuan from inside. This is all the money I have left. I have nothing more. Suemo left, leaving a wet patch on the floor behind him. I think I've seen that young man before. He used to wash dishes in my kitchen. Now that you mention it, I remember. He hauled cement for me late at night once, saying he had a genius sister he needed to earn money for. His transformation into a martial artist had sharpened Sumo's features, making him unrecognizable at first glance. Now they finally recalled who he was. Just as we suspected, an ungrateful wretch. She's at the top 10 high school. Let's report her. Someone like that becoming a martial artist, her motives can't be pure. Right, let's call 10 high. Hearing these words, Suyao's face twisted with anxiety. It's not like that. It really isn't. He's lying. He's lying. Suyao blurted out, her face streaked with tears. But at that moment, the others felt not a shred of sympathy. How despicable. The nature of the act was too vile at such an age, his heart was already so twisted. Some even packaged the video they just recorded and sent it to Shigao High. Within moments, Shigao High's phones were flooded with calls. The principal had just returned to his office when a frantic figure rushed in. Principal, our school has been reported. Even the safety management office called to demand answers. Fang Jiangyu had just sat down when he abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Nothing major had happened recently. Principal, take a look. Everyone at Genius High remembered the top 10 students, so Suyao and the others were naturally familiar. Upon seeing the video footage, the principal's expression changed. Ring ring. The phone on the desk rang. Fang Jiangyu's face darkened. What you fear most always comes true? Hello. Old phone, we're old acquaintances. Let's cut to the chase, someone called me about this. Fang Jiangyu's expression shifted. It's my fault for not supervising properly. You can spare me the formalities. She's a student at our school. There must be some misunderstanding here. I'll look into it. That's good. But there's one more thing, congratulations. Fang Jiangyu felt puzzled upon hearing this. Nothing particularly celebratory had happened recently. A martial artist has emerged at your school. Fang Jiangyu's body, which had just settled into his seat, sprang back up. Brother Lu, old man Lu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Do you really think I'd lie to you? Tell me, who is it? You'll have to find out for yourself. I can't tell you who it is. Lu Shuetian from the security management office hung up the phone, a resigned smile playing on his lips. Old Fang, as fellow alumni, this is all I can do to help you. Chapter 14, helping slay a level 2 demon beast made a killing. Principal Fang Jiangyu of the 10 high schools hung up the phone and fell deep in thought. Summon Su Yao. Find out exactly what happened. Additionally, initiate a new round of blood essence testing for all students. His assistant nodded and set off to make arrangements. Fang Jiangyu sat down, sipped his tea, and suppressed his inner excitement. If a martial artist emerged from their school, they could potentially enter the northern campus. Then their 10th high would become truly renowned. Having students admitted to the north campus would be the best recruitment brochure imaginable. The principal had even begun envisioning next year's student enrollment reaching capacity. His access to resources would grow, his reputation would soar, and his position would rise higher and higher. A grin spread across his face, growing wider and wider, like a hippopotamus's. Compared to a martial artist, Su Yao's situation seemed trivial. After parting ways with Su Yao, Sumo's lips curved upward. Who wouldn't use that tactic? Suemo didn't leave. Instead, he turned and headed toward the security management office. Lu Shuetian was just about to head out when he bumped into Suemo. Hey, Suemo, you're here. Brother Lu, it's been a while. Come on in. What can I do for you, Suemo? The property matter, I've already had them prepare the documents. It'll leave her speechless. How do I remove someone from my household registration? Lu Shuetian showed no surprise or shock upon hearing this. He'd anticipated it all along. Once the property matter is settled, you can do it because you're the head of the household. The property deed is in your name, not hers. The person who helped her before has already been fired. Additionally, she must compensate the person who purchased the property for their losses. Thanks, Brother Lu. Suemo chatted with Lu Shuetian for a while longer. Just then, a frantic ringtone sounded. Brother Lu, it's bad news, another mutated beast has appeared. Brother Lu, shall we go check it out together? All right. Considering Suemo was also a martial artist, Lu Shuetian didn't refuse. Driving to the lakeside, they found fishing gear nearby and a pungent, blood-soaked stench. Several severed limbs floated on the lake, staining the water crimson and sending a chill down one's spine. Bathed in the setting sun's glow, the scene grew even more eerie, sinister, and terrifying. Lu Dahai and Li Wuyo, weapons in hand, darted like swift swallows to evade the attacks of the monstrous creature on the water. The mutated water serpent's eyes glowed crimson as it spewed streams of water from its mouth. The lake's surface was its domain. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo, both 9th-rank martial artists, found themselves struggling to cope. This was a level 2 mutated beast, equivalent to a human at the pulse-opening realm. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shuetian leapt into the air. A long blade materialized from his storage ring. With a single strike, a 2-meter crescent blade of energy sliced through the lake's surface, slashing toward the mutated serpent. Sensing danger, the water serpent's crimson eyes blazed brighter. It unleashed 2 water jets, forcing Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai out of the battlefield. With a flick of its tail, a wave surged forth, blocking the blade's energy before it could strike. His first strike failing, Lu Shuetian unleashed a flurry of attacks, slashing out multiple blade energies in the blink of an eye. The lake's surface and depths became crystal clear, revealing the mutated water serpent's full form. It measured over 10 meters in total length. Most of its body remained hidden beneath the lake's surface. Lu Shuetian was clever, using the blade energy to cleave the lake's surface also to prevent any surprises lurking below. I'll hold it off. You guys find a way to strike its vital spot. Move fast, don't let it escape. Power surged through Lu Shuetian's meridians, and a white glow appeared on the blade in his hand. Slicing wind blade. Lu Shuetian roared, channeling his momentum into the blade. With a single swing, a 3-meter wide white blade of light sliced toward the mutated serpent. The mutated serpent's eyes darted, its tongue flickered, and it hissed menacingly. A whirlpool formed on the lake's surface, and soon a water prison emerged, encasing the mutated water snake within. Watch out, retreat quickly. Suemo on the shore shouted urgently. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo twisted their bodies and retreated hastily. Splash, crack, crack. 2-meter wide craters appeared where they had been standing moments before. Had that attack struck them, they would have been crippled if not killed. This mutated water snake actually had brains. Be careful. It's a level 2 demon beast with considerable intelligence. Don't let your guard down. Lu Shuetian walked on water, his body approaching like a monkey as he leaped through the air. His long blade plunged downward, aiming straight for the mutated water snake's head. The mutated water snake lowered its body and swiftly submerged beneath the water's surface. Lu Shuetian halted his descent. A white glow appeared beneath his feet as he walked on water, rapidly retreating. A massive shadow chased Lu Shuetian's figure across the lake's surface. Suemo noticed Lu Shuetian remained utterly composed, showing no emotional fluctuation from start to finish. After retreating 10 meters, Lu Shuetian seized an opening and swung his blade. Splash! The lake's surface quickly turned crimson. Thud! A massive wave of blood surged upward, its gaping maw opening wide, ready to swallow Lu Shuetian whole. Lu Shuetian swung his blade repeatedly, striking the water serpent's head. Using the recoil to propel himself backward, he dodged the mutated water snake's maw. He unleashed a dozen white slashes of blade energy. The mutated water snake's ferocity had been fully unleashed. Sumo's eyes flickered. Lu Shuetian had deliberately provoked the mutated water snake's ferocity. This would cause the snake to lose its senses, driven solely by the urge to kill him. As the blade energy neared the mutant water snake, it suddenly merged and overlapped. Now's your chance. Strike! Lu Shuetian shouted. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo stomped their feet on the ground, creating 2 craters. Like cannonballs, they spiraled forward. Thud, thud. Both blades plunged into the mutated water snake. The mutated water snake's head had been sliced clean off, yet it wasn't dead. Feeling the agony coursing through its body, the blood-red glint in its eyes rapidly faded. Lu Shuetian thought, oh no, this snake is going to escape. Zhang Dahai's expression darkened. He had aimed precisely for its vital spot, yet at the critical moment, the mutated water snake twisted away. Wave overlap. Sword chi erupted, coalescing into wave-like layers that stacked upon each other, ultimately forming 20 overlapping waves. As they reached the mutated water snake, the blade energies collided. Splash! The blade energy pierced through the water snake's body. Suemo activated treading snow, diving straight beneath the water's surface. The black blade in his hand plunged directly into its vital point. The light vanished from the mutated water snake's eyes. Its massive body collapsed, sending a huge splash across the water's surface. Suemo withdrew swiftly, leaping from the water like a carp. Defeated a level 2, tier 3 demon beast. Earned 50,000 slaying points. A faint smile touched Sumo's lips upon hearing the notification. He had successfully snatched an easy kill. Moreover, observing Lu Shuetian's battle earlier had further refined his wave-stacking blade technique, advancing it from minor mastery to intermediate mastery. This trip had yielded substantial rewards. Lu Shuetian pulled out the mutated serpent, extracted its gallbladder, then split open its skull to retrieve a demon crystal no larger than a pinky fingernail. Lu Shuetian's eyes lit up. He then skillfully peeled off the mutated snakeskin, leaving only bare flesh. After finishing, he turned to stare at Suemo, surprise flickering in his eyes. Even Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo stared at Suemo with peculiar expressions. Chapter 15, Baiyu Comes Calling, Calculating Suyao. Brother Suemo, tell us the truth, what level have you reached? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. 6th tier martial artist. But I'll break through to 7th tier in a few days. Whoa. Three sharp gasps echoed as they stared at Sumo as if he were some kind of monster. A freak, truly a freak. How old are you, and you're already at the 6th level of martial arts? At your age, just breaking through to warrior is already a rare feat. The three men stared at Sumo with growing intensity. What's with those looks? Lu Shuetian produced the snake awl and demon crystal. These are for you after all, you killed it. The snake skin isn't yours, though. I'll have a few sets of protective armor forged later and give you one when they're ready. Sumo picked up the demon crystal. This one is enough for me. I don't need the gallbladder. Don't even think about it. If it weren't for the three of you crippling him, I couldn't have done it alone. Lu Shuetian stowed the items away. Between men, there was no need for such politeness. Sumo knew full well that if he asked for the snake gallbladder, Lu Shuetian would never agree. Let's go. We'll have snake meat tonight. I'll cook it myself so you can taste your big brother's skills. Sumo was willing to befriend them, and they were even more eager to befriend Sumo. Such were the perks of power. The four of them sat in the car, gazing at the city under the night sky. This city may seem prosperous, but danger lurks everywhere. Still, it's relatively safe compared to the outskirts. Lu Dahai remarked, gazing at the rows of neon lights outside. Bro, want me to hook you up with a school? With your skills, they'd treat you like gold. Thanks, brother Lu, but I've already made arrangements elsewhere. Seeing that Sumo didn't seem to be faking it, Lu Shuetian stopped recommending him. Brother Lu, we definitely don't need to worry about brother Su. He'll absolutely get into the North Campus. True. But with Sumo expelled, passing the North Campus entrance exam will be tough. The biggest hurdle is his lack of student status. I have connections. All three eyes snapped toward Sumo. They were talking about the North Campus, and he claimed to have connections. Wasn't that an indirect confirmation he'd get in? I knew you'd soar to the top, little brother. Lu Shuetian and the others were genuinely happy for Sumo. When they arrived at the security management office, it must be said that Lu Shuetian's skills were truly impressive. None of the four had touched alcohol. Danger could strike at any moment, and they couldn't afford to be impaired. After the meal, Lu Shuetian saw Sumo out. Brother Sumo's matter must be handled properly. Tomorrow when you go to the school, make it a big show. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo nodded. I thought he'd ask us about Zhou Liang. Lu Dahai remarked with a sigh. He's smart. He's confident he can handle these matters himself and doesn't want to trouble us. But Zhou Liang's background is a bit complicated. Even that old man's confidant is terrifying. Lu Shuetian flashed a smile. Blood Tiger is dead. Hearing this, shock flashed in both men's eyes. Blood Tiger is dead? Brother Lu, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Zhang Dahai knew full well how formidable Blood Tiger was. He's truly dead. I don't know how he died, but he's definitely dead. That old man from the Zhou family isn't furious? Li Woyo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. That old bastard asked me to help investigate. Who has the time for that? We don't even know who the killer is, just a photo of Blood Tiger's severed head. We shouldn't concern ourselves. Handling Brother Sumo's affairs is far more beneficial than dealing with that old man. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo nodded in agreement. On this point, they were convinced. After Sumo left, he headed back to his rented room. Standing at the door was none other than Bai Yu. TSK. Brother Sumo, the Red Fire Ant Killer, a 6th-tier martial artist, and you live in this rundown rental? And you want me to tie up my hair for you? Brother, you've got some work to do. Sumo hadn't expected to be teased by this woman again, completely out of the blue. My place might be shabby, but my body's in top shape. If you tie up your hair, sister, I wonder who'll be begging for mercy first. Bai Yu shot back with a sharp retort. Come with me. In the dead of night, you want me to follow you? You're not planning something shady, are you? Yes, I have ulterior motives. First, I'll make you lean on the wall to walk, then I'll make you weigh 3 pounds. The two sat in the car, no longer joking. Bai Yu drove, and Sumo didn't ask questions, until they reached that familiar home. Sometimes it's strange like that. Even though they didn't team-meet often, they became very close friends. You can stay here from now on. You're moving back anyway. But you can't touch my room. Sumo froze. You want to live with me? A man and a woman living together? That didn't seem quite right. Sumo feared he was sleepwalking. Have you eaten yet? Bai Yu shook her head. She'd come straight from work to find Sumo, only to discover he'd returned so late. Growl. Bai Yu flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'll cook you some noodles. No thanks. It's all chives too pungent. Sis Bai, what are you thinking about? Noodles. Oh, sorry, my mind wandered. An extra egg and a sausage, that's not too much, is it? Sumo turned and headed toward the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding a bowl of noodles, 2 eggs, and a sausage. Eat up. Bai Yu took a deep breath, inhaling the faint aroma, and began eating with her chopsticks. It's a shame you don't open a restaurant with skills like yours. Sumo remained silent. After his parents passed away, he took on the responsibility of cooking, while Suyao focused solely on cultivation. Suyao came to buy more blood-boosting pills today. I reckon her chi and blood have surpassed 190. Blood-boosting pills won't do her much good now. She's just wasting money. She's almost out of money. You can make your move now. You say she has no money. What if she sold her martial artist medal? Baiyu's expression froze. A martial artist's medal was different from a badge. Medals were awarded by the Martial Artists Guild after earning merit, and they were state-recognized. If she trafficked that item and got caught, it wouldn't be a minor issue. You mean she'd sell that thing on the black market? Suemo nodded. I can arrange for someone to keep an eye on things for you. I need to break through to the pulse opening realm. You really have a way to make me an examiner for the Northern Academy? Absolutely. And there's a huge surprise waiting for you then. Suemo nodded, looking at Baiyu earnestly. Sister Baiyu, thank you. Whatever you need, just ask. I'll go through fire and water for you. Suemo declared solemnly. He never imagined that Baiyu, whom he'd only just met, would be such a tremendous help to him. Then make me some noodles next time, add 2 extra eggs and a sausage. I'm still hungry. Suemo looked stunned, then carried his bowl into the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with another bowl. Sisyu, how much can we sell this demon crystal for? Baiyu stared at the demon crystal Suemo had produced, a flicker of shock appearing in her eyes. Don't tell me you went hunting these things this afternoon? I hunted it with others. Since the demon crystal was given to Suemo, it meant he'd contributed significantly, and those people wanted to curry favor with him. Combined with Sumo's earlier inquiry about whether he could truly become an examiner, Baiyu's pupils widened. No one would dare snatch someone right from under her nose, would they? What audacity! This man has signed his own death warrant. Chapter 16, Don't you feel heavy? Leaving the city again. Baiyu placed those heavy objects on the table, leaving Suemo speechless. He blurted out instinctively. Sis Bai, aren't you worried about sinking? Baiyu nodded. They are quite heavy indeed. Would you like to help your sister hold them? Can I? Thud. Baiyu punched Suemo on the head. Like hell you can, you little pervert. Did someone try to recruit you? Baiyu asked cautiously, testing the waters. Nope. This was handled together with Lu Shuetian from the Safety Management Office. Upon hearing this, Baiyu patted her chest. Suemo casually shifted her gaze. Didn't this little vixen realize how dangerous her actions were? Baiyu dragged herself up with both hands, then let go, causing the table to thud heavily as it collided. The entire table shook. I've been meaning to get rid of this thing for ages. It's way too big. I don't think it's necessary. It's fine as it is. Hearing Sumo's words, Baiyu covered her mouth and giggled. Come, let me explain the function of demon crystals. They aren't exclusively produced by second-tier demon beasts. Even first-tier beasts can produce them. These crystals contain a frenzied power that can't be absorbed. They're only used for enchanting weapons. But the odds of it happening are incredibly low. Usually, only beasts with special bloodlines produce demon crystals. Suemo nodded. This one was produced by a second-tier demon beast. It's worth around 2 million credits, but it's useless to you. Baiyu finished speaking and transferred 2 million to Suemo. Sumo's mood lifted considerably as he looked at the 2 million. After Baiyu finished eating and Suemo tidied up, he headed straight for the bathroom. Upon emerging, he saw Baiyu lounging in pajamas on the sofa, watching TV. That TV was really big and bright. From the screen came those cringeworthy, toe-curling lines. Woman, do you realize you're playing with fire? Suemo hadn't expected Baiyu to enjoy this kind of storyline. You're done washing up. Suemo nodded. Baiyu turned and walked away. Suemo watched Baiyu's retreating figure. Sis Baiyu, have you heard about a common knowledge thing? What is it? Baiyu stared at Suemo with a hint of confusion. It's dangerous for a woman to bathe alone. The bathroom gets too hot, oxygen levels drop too low, and you can easily pass out. It's best to have a man nearby to keep you company and help scrub the grime off. Baiyu shot Suemo a disdainful look. I've also heard that men should be careful when sleeping, because women tend to sleepwalk and might wander around with scissors. Suemo felt a chill crawl up his pants. When Baiyu emerged, she found Suemo had already returned to the room he'd previously occupied. Soon, a small whirlwind appeared within the room. Baiyu's expression changed. Could that kid have broken through to the 7th level of martial arts? Inside the room, Suemo felt a warm current coursing through his body, lifting his spirits. The sensation at the 7th level was entirely different from the 6th. His entire body's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Recalling the 2nd level mutated serpent, Suemo realized it was only by gathering all his strength that he had pierced its scales. Suemo now grew increasingly eager to break through to the pulse-opening realm. A panel floated before Suemo. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, 7th tier. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Art Yellow Grade, Mid-Tier 1000 30,000 Proficiency, Intermediate Mastery 5000 50,000 Snow Treading Yellow Grade, Mid-Tier 10,000 50,000 Proficiency, Minor Mastery 10,000 50,000. Health Points, 105,000 200,000. Kill Points, 0. Still need more kill points. We'll head out of town again tomorrow. Now that I have a storage ring and a weapon, plus my strength has reached the 7th level of martial arts, my chances of surviving in the wild have greatly increased. The next morning, Baiyu woke to find breakfast already prepared on the table. Suemo had vanished without a trace. Scrambled eggs, sausages. Baiyu's eyes flickered. Did that brat have a particular fondness for these two things? At that moment, Suemo had already reached the city gates. The guards watched him, their expressions shifting. The kid was off to restock again. Suemo pulled out a map marked with different colors. White areas meant little danger, green signaled increased risk, and yellow warned of imminent peril. As for the red zones? Venturing there now would be no different than delivering rations to the enemy. This time, Suemo set his sights on a zone between white and green. With his snow-treading ability, Sumo's speed increased significantly. Upon reaching the marked location, Sumo's expression turned serious. Woof woof. Suemo took a deep breath. This time, his target was the iron-backed demon wolf. A pack of demon wolves surrounded Suemo, their crimson eyes eerily visible through the mist. The wolves' backs emitted a dark, metallic sheen, like black iron. Perched high above the pack stood a lone wolf, its face scarred by a vicious wound, a single eye glaring. Its jaws were gaping, a tooth missing from its snarl. The hair on its neck stood on end like steel needles. Suemo recognized this as the Wolf King, a level 7 beast. With a thunderous roar from the Wolf King, the pack charged towards Suemo. Suemo swung his black iron blade, cleaving several demon wolves clean in two. Killed one iron-backed demon wolf. Gained 20 slaying points. Killed one iron-backed demon wolf, gained 13 kill points. The familiar voice rang out, heightening Sumo's excitement. Sword chi surged like waves, crashing in relentless succession. The demon wolves were cut down before they could even reach Suemo. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Sumo's chest heaved rapidly. The remaining demon wolves locked eyes with Suemo, crouching low, tucking their heads, and retreating steadily. Suemo stood atop the demon wolves' corpses, the ground now completely covered by their bodies. The stench of blood was overwhelming, sharp and pungent. Suemo knew he had to act fast. The overwhelming stench of blood might attract even more powerful demon beasts. Suemo moved through the snow, his figure flickering and elusive. The Wolf King roared, its massive form leaping forward as its claws swept out a trail of black mist. Suemo swung his wave-layering blade, shattering the black mist. The blade's energy struck the Wolf King's back. Snap! The spine shattered cleanly. Suemo froze in shock. You call yourself an iron-backed demon wolf? You couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. Even in its dying moments, the Wolf King's eyes held confusion. His iron-hard back had been severed by a single strike from the small human before him. Killed level 1, stage 7 demon wolf. Earned 15,000 slay points. Suemo wasted no time, slicing off the entire wolf's back and even wrenching out its teeth. Each demon wolf was stripped bare, resembling a shedding bullfrog. Suemo suddenly realized this was demon beast meat restaurants might want it. But his storage space was full, so he had to abandon the idea. Sigh, another missed opportunity to make money. After cleaning up the battlefield, Suemo hurriedly departed. Soon after, he felt the ground tremble as distant trees toppled one after another. A terrifying aura began to manifest. Suemo dared not linger. This green zone held significant danger for Suemo as well. That massive creature earlier must have been a third-tier demon beast, equivalent to a human at the Divine Poor Realm. Across the entire northern region's hundreds of cities, a third-tier Divine Orifice Realm cultivator could easily become the city lord of a third-tier city. Suemo shifted his position. As his strength grew, so did his need for more slaughter points. Even after killing hundreds of demon wolves earlier, he hadn't gained many points. Outside the rented room where Suemo had previously stayed in the city, several figures appeared. You understood everything I said earlier, right? Chapter 17, Tier 2 Demon Beast, a huge windfall. Still out hunting monsters, Suemo remained unaware his home had been raided. Slayed one red fire ant, gained 15 kill points. Slayed one centipede, gained 30 slay points. Along the way, Suemo slaughtered every demon beast he encountered. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Roar! A sudden roar echoed through the air, causing Sumo's eyes to narrow sharply. What a powerful fluctuation. This wasn't the kind of commotion a level 2 demon beast could produce. It seemed to be a mutated tiger. As the roar echoed, numerous beasts nearby dropped to the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Suemo transformed into Lao Lu, relentlessly reaping these demon beasts. Slayed one Sanyue rat, gained 35 slay points. Sumo's eyes lit up upon hearing this crescent moon rats fetched a high price. He swiftly moved to clear all the Sanyue rats in the vicinity. Slayed 30 Sanyue rats, gained 450 slay points. Boom! Boom! Trees in the distant forest kept collapsing as the mist dispersed, causing Sumo's pupils to shift. Deep within, two massive black shadows were intertwined. Even from a great distance, an overwhelming aura radiated from them. Roar! A agonized roar echoed continuously. Then a massive wave of flame erupted, crashing into the ground. A scorched expanse stretched dozens of meters in every direction. Sumo dared not advance further, remaining perched atop a large tree. Hundreds of vines surged toward Sumo in a dense swarm. Sumo shifted his stance, evading the assault. A human face appeared on the tree trunk, its emerald green eyes fixed intently on Sumo. Several skeletal remains hung from the vines. A level 1, stage 8 mutant tree. Sumo dared not be careless after all, it was one tier above him. He swung his long blade, and vines closed in on him from all directions. From a distance, the entire area resembled a spider web. Green ripples pulsed across the surface. Sumo hacked at the vines near him, green liquid staining his black blade. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Green smoke billowed from the black blade. Sumo's brows furrowed. This mutated tree was actually poisonous. He must deal with this tree swiftly. He must also guard against its toxins. Outside the city, injury was the most troublesome thing. Just as Sumo moved to act, the tree vanished, blending into the surrounding foliage. Sighing, Sumo activated the radar on his watch. He swung his blade at a nearby tree. Damn it, you're dodging again. As the blade's energy approached, the tree emitted a vibrant emerald glow. Sumo focused his essence, spirit, and energy. Wave. This strike held nothing back, the most powerful blow Sumo had ever unleashed since beginning his cultivation. Where the blade's energy passed, it carved a half-meter-wide trench into the ground. The green blow shattered under Sumo's strike. A flash of Tao energy severed the mutated tree cleanly in two. Killed one mutated giant tree. Gained 20,000 slaying points. Sumo's chest heaved rapidly. This time, he had pushed the wave-layering blade to its absolute limit, unleashing 20 layers of unbroken blade waves in a single strike. Approaching the tree, Sumo spotted a green orb. A demon crystal? This wave was a huge win. Sumo stowed it in his storage ring, then darted through the dense forest like a nimble monkey. Shortly after approaching, he noticed a dazzling white tiger, its body measuring 20 meters in size. Engaged in battle with it was a mutated vulture, nearly matching the white tiger in size. Half of the vulture's wing had already been torn off by the white tiger's jaws. A massive wound gouged through the white tiger's back, piercing from its spine to its belly. Human bones and the skeletal remains of various beasts littered the ground around the two powerful creatures. It seemed someone had tried to loot the spoils and been killed. The mutated white tiger and vulture stood facing each other, their blood-red eyes locked in a fierce stare. Finally, the mutated vulture took a step back. The mutated white tiger let out a low growl. The character For King on its forehead glowed even brighter. The mutant vulture retreated several more steps before turning and vanishing. The mutant white tiger roared once more before collapsing with a thud. The wound that had pierced it earlier continued to gape open, blood flowing freely. Sumo dared not approach. This was a level 2 demon beast, equivalent to the pulse-opening realm. The radar could no longer detect the white tiger's strength. Sumo hid motionless behind a large tree. As a hunter, he possessed patience. Rustle, rustle. Several dark figures emerged from the distance, gazing at the mutated tiger lying on the ground with eyes filled with greed. He can't move anymore. Let's team up and finish him off. Sumo hid behind the tree, cursing this bunch of bastards under his breath. The mutated tiger that had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up, and even the vulture that had been injured earlier ran back. Two massive figures charged at the approaching attackers. Sumo watched the scene unfold, horror flashing in his eyes. These demon beasts possessed such formidable intelligence. They had actually set a trap. They had spotted the people hiding in the dense forest long ago. No! Impossible! Why would these two bastards team up? Retreat! We're no match for both of them. The white tiger let out a roar, unleashing an invisible shockwave. Sumo clutched his ears as a deafening roar echoed in his head, leaving him dizzy and weak. The vulture spread its remaining wing, its feathers like steel blades, shooting toward the emerging figures. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of meter-wide craters erupted from the ground, gushing blood. What a devastating combo! The tiger's roar was like a mental assault, and the vulture followed up immediately. The tiger and vulture approached the craters, lowering their heads to devour the corpses. Sumo hid behind a large tree, not daring to breathe a single breath. Thank goodness he hadn't rushed out. Damn it, old six, truly old six. Today made Sumo realize these demon beasts couldn't be treated like animals. Their intelligence was no weaker than humans, they just couldn't speak. Just as Sumo was silently celebrating his luck, a sudden sensation washed over him as if the abyss itself was staring right at him. His heartbeat accelerated relentlessly, threatening to leap from his chest at any moment. He looked up to see a mountain 100 meters tall rising up. The tree Suemo had hidden behind moments ago now stood beside this colossal figure. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed on the vulture and the mutated tiger. Though clearly not directed at him, Suemo felt a palpable aura of death. As Suemo froze in shock, the 100-meter-tall ape uprooted the tree he was clinging to and hurled it toward the mutated tiger and vulture. Suemo clung to the tree trunk, frozen in place, utterly paralyzed. The mutated white tiger and vulture scrambled backward, desperate to flee. The tree trunk closed in. The vulture's feathers shot out, snapping the tree in two. Suemo stepped through the snow, his body leaping forward. The three massive figures didn't even spare a glance for this insignificant ant. Suemo ran to a distance, his heart still pounding. He had barely sat down. Suemo was startled as the vulture was hurled directly by the 100-meter giant ape into the very spot where he had been hiding. The remaining wing was torn off cleanly. Its head drooped limply, its gaze gradually clouding over. Suemo thrust his knife directly into the vulture's skull. Splatter. Blood flowed out. Slayed a level 2, tier 6 demon beast. Earned 120,000 slay points. Suemo suppressed the excitement surging within him. 12,000 slaughter points. How many level 1 demon beasts would he need to hunt? Roar. Boom. The rock where he was hiding exploded. A white tiger descended from the sky, smashing the rocks apart and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Suemo delivered the final blow with his black blade. Slaying a level 2, tier 6 demon beast, earned 120,000 slaying points. Chapter 18, Narrow Escape and Rich Reward. After finishing, Suemo darted into the dense forest, picking up a few vulture feathers along the way. The giant ape pounded its chest, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward. Hundreds of meters around it turned to ruins. Suemo was knocked back by the shockwave. With a thud, his body flew forward. Put. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Suemo dared not linger, pushing his snow-treading technique to its absolute limit. Only one thought raced through Sumo's mind: run. Run far away. Otherwise, it's death. The 100-meter giant ape did not pursue Suemo. He reached the mutated tiger and vulture, grabbed them, and stuffed them into his mouth. One bite, and it burst open. Blood seeped from the giant ape's mouth as it wore a satisfied expression. It pounded its chest with both hands, then turned and departed, gradually vanishing into the dense forest. Half an hour later, Suemo hid behind a large tree, his face pale. Staring at the massive crater in the ground, he swallowed hard. When would he ever become that powerful? The thought of his system filled him with resolve he would achieve it soon enough. He gathered every feather from the ground, over 100 in total, stuffing them tightly into his ring. Suemo pulled out his map, glanced at it, and headed toward the city. Today's haul was substantial, but he had also been injured, his first wound sustained in the wild. He was grateful he'd purchased that evasion technique earlier, otherwise, he would have died for sure. The shockwave unleashed by the giant ape barely grazed him as it faded, yet it still left him wounded. Had he been closer, Suemo dared not imagine the outcome. He would likely have been reduced to mincemeat. Due to his injuries, Suemo proceeded with extreme caution on his return journey. Even when encountering level 1 demon beasts, he refrained from engaging, choosing instead to evade them. His depleted energy simply couldn't sustain combat. Only upon seeing the familiar city gates did Suemo breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Suemo at that moment, the guards were also eagerly awaiting his return. Why hadn't that young man who went to restock returned? Spotting Suemo with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the guard stepped forward to support him. You're injured? Don't ask. I nearly didn't make it back. Sit down and rest. The guard poured Suemo a cup of tea, eyeing him curiously. Noticing the storage ring on Sumo's finger, he finally realized it must be stuffed to the brim. After resting briefly and calming his energy, Suemo thanked the guard and stood to leave. Suemo left behind 10 vulture feathers. The guard stared at the vulture feathers in his hand, surprise in his eyes. That kid's something else, feathers from a level 2 demon beast. The guard murmured to himself, tucking the feathers away. He was willing to befriend someone like Suemo. Ring ring, ring ring. The phone rang, and Suemo answered. Little Su, you should come back and take a look. Suemo hung up and rushed to his rental apartment. He hadn't officially vacated yet, planning to do so in the next couple of days. By the time he arrived, everything inside the room had been destroyed. There were even knife marks on the walls. The landlady looked at Suemo. Xiao Su, did you offend someone? Maybe. But since they're after me anyway, I'm moving out. Here's 2,000 yuan, auntie. It should cover replacing the things in the apartment. Don't be so polite. These things aren't worth much. My old man is a carpenter, he can just make you a new set. Take it, auntie. I earn money more easily. In the end, the landlady only accepted 1,000 yuan, and Suemo no longer refused. Suemo left the rental to find Baiyu. Baiyu recognized the knock at the door as Sumo's return. Opening the door, a pungent, blood-like odor hit her. Sumo's face was deathly pale, and his body swayed slightly. Startled, Baiyu hurriedly helped Suemo inside. Only then did she notice blood still seeping from Sumo's back. Quick, take off your clothes. That's not a good idea. Sumo refused. What's the situation now? Listen to me. Raise your arm. Stripped bare from the waist up, Bayu flushed. This guy has an amazing physique. But upon seeing the patches of bruising and the blood seeping from his back, Bayu's surprise vanished. She grabbed the medical kit and began treating him. Finally, she took out a pill and held it to Sumo's lips. Here, open your mouth. Ah. Sumo caught the scent and saw the jade green pill hovering near his lips. This time, Sumo didn't refuse. His body surged with energy once more. As the pill slid down, the bruises faded significantly, and even the bleeding areas slowly began to scab over. The churning sensation within him subsided, replaced by a wave of coolness that even restored his mental clarity. After cleaning Sumo's back, Bayu didn't ask any further questions. Have you eaten? Sumo shook his head. By the time Bayu returned from the kitchen, Sumo had already fallen asleep on the sofa. After setting down the bowl, she turned back to her room, fetched a set of bedding, and covered Sumo with it. This little brat never lets me rest easy. Bayu's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Bayu's eyes flickered with a strange look. TSK, I thought you were dead, didn't even get a call. Sis, I came across a genius kid named Sumo. I spotted him while guarding the city gate. You're so picky, never satisfied with other geniuses. Trust your big bro this time, you'll definitely approve. A cheerful voice came through the phone. Bayu's eyes held a strange look. You say you met a genius named Sumo? Yep. Is he injured? Yes. Is she wearing a black jacket on top and black high-waisted pants on the bottom? Yep, sis, you're amazing. No. Something's off. How did you know? You guess. Guess if I'll guess? Guess if I guess? You didn't already push him down, did you? A surprised voice came from across the room. He really is down, passed out cold. Sis, you're a beast. Where are you? Give me your location right now. Like I need your help. Just mind your own gate. Bayu hung up the phone, shaking her head at the thought of that unreliable big brother. At the city gate guard post, Baishio stared at the disconnected call, pacing restlessly in the room. Seriously, is she out of her mind? Seeing her little husband out there hunting demons and she's not worried? Brother-in-law, you're working so hard. When you get married, I'll give you a huge red envelope. Finally, Baishio dialed a number. Investigate someone for me. Name, Sumo, age, 17 or 18. I've sent you a photo. Got it. Moments later, Baishio's phone rang. Baishio, did a donkey kick you in the head or did you drink? You sent me a backview, how the hell am I supposed to investigate that? This is the guy my sister has her eye on. The angry voice on the other end cut him off. Don't worry. Even if you just send me a piece of clothing, I'll get to the bottom of it. As soon as Baishio hung up, he saw Bayu's call and quickly answered. Don't get involved in anything. And that group of friends of yours, he has his own path to walk. Baishio felt a tightening in his chest at the sternness in his sister's tone. The old man wants to take him as his final disciple. With a clatter, Baishio's phone fell to the floor, his face contorting in shock. He scrambled to pick it up and dialed a number. Bro, don't investigate. I wasn't investigating anything. An unusually calm voice came through the phone. Didn't you promise to investigate even a single piece of clothing? Like your sister would ever go for someone ordinary? That I'm not investigating. With your brain, you deserve to be stuck guarding the gate. Chapter 19, raking in over 6 million a day, spending like crazy. Baishio stared at the phone. The clown was actually me? My sister called me dumb, was she right? It wasn't until the next day that Sumo slowly woke up. After getting out of bed, she felt no pain in her body. She got up and checked the mirror. The bruises had vanished, leaving only a faint bloodstain where the scab had been on her back. What kind of elixir was that, possessing such powerful healing effects? Looks like I'll need to carry medicine with me when I'm out and about. She looked at the food on the table, 2 fried eggs and a sausage. Sumo was speechless. The charred, blackened mess looked oddly unsettling. He turned toward the kitchen, boiled himself a bowl of clear soup noodles, and after finishing, felt a warm, comforting sensation in his stomach. Only then did Sumo glance at the interface. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, 7th tier. Martial skill, wave layering blade technique yellow grade, mid-tier 1000 30,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 5000 50,000. Treading snow yellow grade, mid-tier 10,000 50,000 proficiency, minor mastery 10,000 50,000. Health points, 105,000 200,000. Slaughter points, 275,000. Consuming 95,000 slaughter points, his cultivation realm broke through once more, advancing to the 8th tier of martial artist. The remaining 180,000 slaughter points were insufficient to break through to the 9th level of martial artist. This crisis made Sumo realize the importance of treading snow. He channeled 40,000 slaughter points into mastering treading snow, elevating it from minor achievement to moderate achievement. Adding another 50,000 points brought it to great achievement. Sumo's mind raced as he swiftly extended both hands, finally halting them against the wall. The speed was astonishing, more than double his previous pace. With only 90,000 killing points remaining, Sumo sighed. Taking such great risks and relying on luck to obtain 27,000 killing points had now exhausted them. Glancing at the wave stacking blade technique, Sumo chose to upgrade its level, spending 29,000 points to elevate it to high-grade yellow rank. Each time a martial skill tier was upgraded, its proficiency reset, an unavoidable consequence, as leveling up equated to mastering an entirely new technique. Adding another 45,000 points, the yellow-grade high-quality wave stacking blade reached the minor achievement tier. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, 8th tier martial artist. Martial skill, wave stacking blade art, yellow grade high quality, 30,000 100,000 proficiency, minor achievement 50,000 100,000. Treading snow, yellow grade, medium quality, 10,000 50,000 proficiency, mastery 50,000 100,000. HP 200,000 500,000. Slaughter points 16,000. To break through the 9th level of martial artist requires 300,000 killing points, with the pulse opening realm still ahead. As for living outside the city walls, Sumo wouldn't dare. Even the city gates might be overrun by demon beasts at night. With his current strength, venturing out would be like walking into a trap. After packing his belongings, Sumo headed to the Martial Artist Guild. His storage ring was stuffed to the brim, and converting it to cash would allow him to purchase many items, like a new storage ring, for instance. 2 cubic meters of space was simply too small for Sumo. Upon arriving at the Martial Artists Guild, Bayu was dozing off behind the counter. Her eyes lit up at Sumo's approach, and she immediately pulled out a calculator. Hurry up, I can't wait. Sumo pulled out the items, over 100 vulture feathers. Bayu examined them. Nice stuff from a level 2, tier 6 demon beast. 113 feathers. 30,000 each. 339,000. Sumo then produced the wolf pelt. First tier, not particularly valuable. 460 pieces, 5,000 each. 2,300,000. Finally, Sumo produced the green demon crystal. It's actually born from a plant mutation. This is a good thing, but it's only level 1. 1,200,000. This can be used to refine pills, so it's worth more. Other level 1 crystals would only fetch 1,120 plus 230 plus 339, that's 6,890,000 total. Add the 2 million I gave you earlier, and you now have 8,800,000. Congratulations! You're finally loaded. Time to upgrade that storage ring, huh? Sumo was speechless, staring at Bayu's excited expression. She was gloating over his misfortune. This is a 10 cubic meter storage ring. 5 million. Want it? Sumo couldn't help but gasp at the price. This was practically robbery. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and buy it. How much can I get for my 2 cubic meter one? Sumo slipped off the storage ring. 200,000. Sumo's face darkened. Damn it, they cost an arm and a leg to buy, but selling them was a steal. Plus, we need special methods to remove the markings. Labor costs are high. I'm not selling them. At least the 2 cubic meters could be used for storage. After the 5 million was transferred, Sumo watched the remaining 3 million plus dwindle, his heart bleeding. This money was hard earned, and it just wasn't worth the hassle. Does the radar need replacing? Bayu pulled out another radar unit, one that looked even more sophisticated. It's a steal, just 2 million credits. It can detect movement within 50 meters, even spotting demon beasts at the pulse connecting realm. Sumo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and bought it. The old radar could only fetch 100,000 yuan now and was useless, so Sumo had no choice but to sell it. Do you have any of those pills? The kind you gave me before. You can't afford it. Bayu propped her cheek with one hand while tracing circles on the counter with the other. How much? First grade pills, 5 million each. Second grade pills, 10 million. Damn it, how is this any different from robbery? Why are the blood boosting pills so cheap? Because only that pill can be machine refined. The others can't. Chi and blood, martial artist, unblocking meridians, divine orifices, transcending the mundane, these are the early stages. Transcending the mundane means shedding earthly constraints to become a spirit body better suited for cultivation. To awaken attributes, one must also awaken both fire and wood attributes to refine pills. That's also why the pills are so expensive. Sumo sighed helplessly. A broke guy has no say. Seeing Sumo's dejected expression, Bayu covered her mouth and giggled. This computer is huge. So little brother, you still need to work harder. You won't have enough money to make me tie my hair up. Sumo was speechless. He hadn't expected Bayu to use a casual joke to tease him. While Sumo and Bayu were bantering, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo from high school number 10 had already arrived. Principal Fang Zhengyu was waiting at the entrance. He didn't need to come, but he mainly wanted to find out who had broken through to become a martial artist. The school's blood chi detection hadn't picked it up either. Please come inside, both of you. No need. Once we handle this matter, we still have patrols to attend to. Which class is Su Yao in? The principal's heart skipped a beat. Could it be related to the drowning incident earlier? The drowning incident earlier, it was. It's not that incident. The principal's expression changed upon hearing this, and he led the two to Class 9 of Senior 3, where Su Yao was located. Chapter 20, Triple Compensation 15 million. The students of Class 9 watched as Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai appeared outside, their expressions shifting. They recognized these two men well. Whenever these two troublemakers showed up, nothing good ever followed. Zhou Liang's expression darkened. Could it be that his actions had been exposed? Suemo had become a martial artist, an 18-year-old martial artist. That carried too much weight. The entire classroom fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some worried classmates had already broken out in a fine sheen of sweat on their foreheads. They all shared the same suspicion. This was about Suemo. But Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo walked straight up to Su Yao. After school today, report to the security office. The procedure you used to steal Sumo's ID card and household register, then privately sell the house, was improper. The classmates looked utterly bewildered. They knew nothing of this matter. Zhou Liang's expression shifted. After all, he was the one who had arranged for someone to handle the paperwork. The incident had already passed. Why was it being brought up today, and why with such fanfare? The buyer reported issues with the property. Our investigation revealed the house belongs to Suemo, who is still alive and never attended the transaction. This violates regulations. I assume you know who the buyer is? We're under pressure too. Please cooperate. Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai finished speaking and walked away without looking back. The expressions of the classmates shifted. Those who hadn't spoken up for Suemo earlier now looked at Su Yao with contempt in their eyes. They knew Sumo had been working part-time jobs after school and during holidays. Now he'd even sold the house left by his parents and done it secretly. Fong Zhengyu's face darkened. If this incident escalated, combined with the earlier drowning incident, it would completely ruin the reputation of the 10th high school. Come with me. Fong Zhengyu snorted coldly. Su Yao trailed behind, the stares from her classmates piercing her heart like sharp knives. Suemo, you're so cruel. This is how you treat me? And I even gave you 2,000 yuan to rent a place. You've become a martial artist, yet you're still so petty and nitpicky. How can you be so small-minded? Fong Zhengyu returned to the office, and Su Yao stood silently beside him. Fong Zhengyu held a document in his hand. Su Yao's vital energy reading showed 190. With 2 months left until the martial arts exam, she might reach 200 and become a martial artist. Another file belonged to Suemo, whose vitality was 18. She had already been expelled. The two were siblings. Why? Su Yao knew she couldn't reveal her brother's breakthrough. I wanted to break through to warrior before the exam. After my brother was expelled, he squandered everything recklessly. I had no choice but to do this. And I'm confident I'll break through to the warrior realm before the martial arts exam. Yesterday, my chi blood value already surpassed 193. Fong Zhengyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If he truly broke through to warrior, everything Su Yao had done would pale in comparison. After the martial arts exam, if he got accepted into a prestigious academy, all the gossip would vanish on its own. That was the advantage of being a prodigy. You're confident? I'm confident. I sold the house and didn't waste a penny. I used it all to buy things that boost my strength. I don't have much cash left now. If I have to compensate for the house, I might have to drop out and work to pay off the debt. You may go now. After Su Yao left, the principal summoned Wang Yang. Teacher Wang, as homeroom teacher for Class 9, what about that student Suemo? Wang Yang's heart tightened, and anger flashed across his face. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Principal, Sumo's vitality points have been stuck at 18. He seems diligent enough, but after one incident, I realized you can't judge a book by its cover. As Wang Yang embellished his account, Fong Zhengyu slammed his hand down on the desk. Good riddance. Well done, Teacher Wang. If that had come to light, it would have been a real headache. And thank you, Zhou Liang. You truly are another ace up Class 9 sleeve. You may leave now. I'll handle this matter. No need for further questions. Wang Yang exited the principal's office and exhaled deeply only after closing the door. Unnoticed, his back had become drenched in sweat. At that moment, Zhou Liang stood in the hallway, clearly waiting for Wang Yang. Have you arranged that other matter? Wang Yang still felt uneasy. Don't worry. Everything's ready, just waiting for the right moment. But that kid's vanished into thin air. My people haven't found a trace of him. What about your end? My end is almost ready too. We can move when the time comes. When Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo returned, they saw Suemo already seated in Lu Shuetian's office. They approached and greeted Suemo. Brother Suemo, this protective suit is yours. Suemo watched as Lu Shuetian pulled the protective suit from his spatial ring. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, cool to the touch, and possessed remarkable resilience. Suemo knew Lu Shuetian must have put in considerable effort. Thanks, Brother Lu. No need for formalities. This is for both of you. Both men stared at the protective suits, their hearts racing. This was a life-saving measure. They might just save their lives in a critical moment. Ring ring, ring ring. Lu Shuatian's phone rang just as Suemo and the others were about to leave. Brother Suemo, we're all family here. You should listen too. After Lu Shuatian answered the call, Suemo and the other two sat down. Hey, old Fong, what's up? Actually, there is something. You know about the house, right? At the mention of property, everyone perked up. I know. The process wasn't legal, so I had someone look into her. Old Lu, is the buyer someone important? Right. He's from the Martial Artists Guild. She said there's something wrong with the property. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Martial Artists Guild members weren't people to mess with lightly. How much compensation is needed? It also involves another person, Suemo. The mere mention of Sumo's name made Fong Zhengyu seethe. That scumbag isn't worth mentioning. I think Su Yao did nothing wrong. Even that time she fell into the water, it was definitely Suemo framing her. You can't judge a book by its cover. Suemo listened quietly, saying nothing. Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai held their breath, not daring to breathe. Why do you say that? Let's not dwell on the scandal. Just name your price for compensation. The house sold for 5 million. Triple compensation 15 million. Could you help me contact the buyer? I'll give her the money, and this matter will be settled. No, you've got it wrong. This is compensation for the buyer, and it also involves Sumo's situation. And the buyer must return the property to Suemo. That doesn't make sense. After I pay the compensation, the property effectively belongs to me. I can just return it to Suemo. Why would I need to buy it again? They're the Martial Artists Guild. Handling this wastes their time. How much money can that place make in an hour? Then you contact them for me. Sure. Chapter 21, Su Yao confronts him. Do you know how much embarrassment you've caused me? After hanging up, Lu Shuatian noticed Suemo showed no sign of anger. Brother Suemo, should I find out who framed you? No need. Zhou Liang's hand is in this too. The forces behind him are no small matter. The things that infuriate students most are always the same few. Even a fool could figure that out. I'd like to ask Brother Lu for a favor. Let's leave it at that for now, and then. Lu Shuatian's eyes widened as he stared at Suemo like he was a monster. Brother Su, you truly are extraordinary. Your preparations are unmatched. Oh, and I have a videotape here, the people you filmed at the rental house. A wave of gratitude washed over Sumo's eyes. Thanks. Don't be so formal. This is an investment, you're a promising prospect. Suemo nodded. Some things were better kept in mind, not spoken aloud. When do you plan to officially break ties with them? The martial arts exam is still 2 months away. I'll give them a grand gift then. Zhou Liang's backers are a bit tricky to handle individually. Better to take them all down at once. Well, if my principal is going to such lengths to help Su Yao, it seems my dear sister might break through to warrior before the martial arts exam. I'll make sure she understands that even if she breaks through to warrior, she won't be able to fly away. Here are some items I acquired outside the city. Brother Lu, you three can use them to forge weapons. Suemo pulled out several vulture feathers. The ones he hadn't sold last time were meant for Lu Shuatian and the other two. Relationships need nurturing too. Before the three could refuse, Suemo had already walked out. Brother Lu, that Fong Zhengyu is your classmate, right? Zhang Dahai asked. He is a classmate, no doubt. But making decisions without investigating anything, it seems that position has made him think no one dares deceive him. Truthfully, if we hadn't seen Brother Suemo in action, we'd think he was a good-for-nothing who couldn't break past the 20 blood energy barrier. We wouldn't have helped him like this either. People flock to where there's profit, and they scatter when it's gone. In this world, might makes right. They don't care about Brother Suemo precisely because he's a useless waste. Not long after Suemo left, he received a text message. Want to come over? The principal of Shigao High is here. I won't be going. Within the martial arts guild, Su Yao glanced at the text message in her hand before looking up at Fong Zhengyu. Principal Fong truly is a good principal, stepping in to resolve difficulties for his students. Miss Bai, you flatter me. When students make mistakes, it's only natural for me to step in. Then congratulations to Principal Fong on gaining a martial arts prodigy. A smile spread across Fong Zhengyu's face upon hearing this. Miss Bai, name your terms. 20 million. Then I'll return the house to that Suemo fellow. The principal nodded, produced the martial artist's badge, and upon seeing the 2 million missing, showed no sign of disturbance. For the powerful, earning money was easy. Still, 20 million was no small sum for the headmaster. Take your time. Watching Fong Zhengyu depart, Bai Yu glanced at the additional 20 million in her account, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her lips. Hello, Security Management Office? Return the property to Suemo. After hanging up, she dialed another number. Hey, little brother. The compensation payment has arrived, 20 million. The house is yours again. You wouldn't kick me out, would you? I can't let you eat and stay for free, can I? Shouldn't you pay some price? How about I cook for you? No thanks. I'd rather live a couple more years. After hanging up, Suemo had just returned when his expression darkened. Damn it, he really is a persistent ghost. This time, Suyao stood a meter away from Suemo. Why did you do this? Suyao's expression turned cold. Suemo had no desire to speak with her now. Wasting breath on her was less worthwhile than hunting a demon beast outside the city. I'm asking you. Answer me. Why did you do this? Do you have any idea how much embarrassment you've caused me in class? How will my classmates see me now? How will the principal see me? How could you be so selfish? When you threw me into the water, I didn't even hold it against you. I sold the house to strengthen our position and give us a better life. Didn't I give you 2,000 yuan? How can you be so heartless? No matter what, I'm still your sister. Suyao, do you really think I could kill you right now? What if I kidnapped you, dragged you outside the city, and killed you? Would anyone find out? Seeing Sumo's cold, steely gaze, Suyao instinctively took a few steps back. You. Suemo, just you wait. After Suyao left, her expression turned tense. She had originally planned to squeeze some money out of Suemo. Now that Suemo had completely severed ties with her, she could no longer get money from him. She had promised the principal that she could become a martial artist. Once she became a martial artist, she'd have a chance to enter the North Campus. Then she would be the prodigy everyone admired. After selling the house, she began spending money recklessly. With millions suddenly appearing in her account, she initially told herself it was for enhancing her strength. Every day, the dormitory buzzed with discussions about how much this or that outfit cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Sometimes she even resented why her adoptive parents had to die so young. If she could just hunt a few beasts outside the city, she'd be just like those people in the dorm. Later, she grew to resent Suemo as a useless waste. Every time someone mentioned Suemo, anger flared within her. How could such a useless person exist and be her own brother? When he took odd jobs outside, earning a mere few dozen or 100 yuan after a day's hard labor. When he gave her money, she looked down on it, yet she had little of her own. The 500,000 Suemo had transferred to her earlier had long been squandered. Now that he'd become a martial artist and could earn money, he'd turned his back on her. Suemo, just you wait. I'll make you regret this. I'll have you kneeling before me, begging for my forgiveness. A vicious glint flashed across Suyao's small face. She envisioned herself entering the North Yard as a martial artist, becoming the center of attention, surrounded by wealthy, powerful, and well-connected young nobles vying for her favor. Taking a deep breath, she snapped out of her reverie and pulled a medal from her pocket. This was something her parents had obtained before their deaths. Now that she was penniless, it was time for this item to reveal its immense value. She knew the risks of selling it were immense. Once she became a martial artist and entered the North Yard, someone would naturally handle it for her. Especially after the headmaster arranged her room, she understood her worth. She would make it count. Zhou Liang, do you know anyone in the black market? I do. But if you want me to introduce you, you have to agree to one condition. It's for your own good. What is it? Upon hearing Zhou Liang's condition, Suyao's eyes lit up with eagerness and excitement. Fine, I'll agree to your condition. A brother who shows no respect for his sister, what good is he anyway? I'll give you a phone number. After hanging up, Suyao saw the number Zhou Liang had sent. Suemo, you wait. Your doom is coming soon. Chapter 22, Suyao's fatal mistake, Assassin's Nest Raid, summoning the demon beast. After Suemo intimidated Suyao into leaving, his phone rang. Brother Suemo, we've tracked Suyao heading to the black market. Then I'll leave it to Brother Lu. It'd be best if you could record their conversation and capture it on video. I've already dispatched men to handle it. After hanging up, Suemo took a deep breath. Suyao, you truly are heartless and ungrateful. But this was exactly what Suemo had expected. This was Suyao's style. Clueless, self-righteous, a white lotus. Suemo glanced at the time. It was only noon. He could still make a trip outside the city. Breaking through to the Meridian opening realm required massive amounts of killing points, and he'd also need to purchase cultivation techniques. Enhancing martial arts techniques also demanded vast amounts of slaughter points. Baiyu had given him an opportunity, and he was determined to seize it. The North Yard was a gathering place for geniuses. A new challenge awaited him there. Suemo slipped the protective suit underneath his clothes. Though the fabric felt icy cold to the touch, wearing it gave him a warm sensation. It didn't hinder his physical agility. After preparing, Suemo stepped outside. Upon reaching the city gate, Baishou's eyes lit up at the sight of Suemo. This time, he stepped forward to greet him. Brother Suemo, heading out of town again? Suemo nodded. Got nothing better to do, so I'm heading out to earn some cash. Baishou was speechless. Others leaving the city gates never looked so carefree. Every one of them wore a solemn expression. But recalling Sumo's business-like demeanor, he shrugged it off. Baishou glanced sideways, his eyes catching several figures. He noticed Sumo's relaxed expression and couldn't help but glance over. Clearly, he'd spotted them long ago. After stepping out, Sumo moved like a streak of snow, leaving trails of afterimages behind as his body vanished dozens of meters away. The 5 men behind him flashed their martial artist badges, only to find Sumo vanished without a trace by the time they exited the city gates. Damn it, that kid's fast as hell. Find him. He can't have gone far. We must complete the task the young master assigned us. Yes, sir. All 5 immediately gave chase in the direction Sumo had fled. Killed 1 thunder shadow leopard. Gained 40 slaying points. Killed 1 bamboo stick insect, gained 15 kill points. Killed 1 fire cloud python, gained 60 kill points. Killed 10 fire cloud pythons, gained 600 kill points. After locating a nest of mutated pythons, Sumo slaughtered them all. His figure shifted as he ventured deeper into the territory. The white zone yielded too few kill points for Sumo. He needed vast quantities of kill points, forcing him to venture deeper into danger. Besides, with his protective suit, his chances of escaping danger were greater. Taishua had leveled up too, even her sword techniques had improved. If he didn't take risks now, what the hell was the point? As for those who had targeted him, they were likely arranged by Zhou Liang. 1 9th rank martial artist and 4 7th rank martial artists. If he killed them all, Zhou Liang would probably feel the sting. Sumo, an 8th tier martial artist, was confident he could eliminate them. But even the dead can serve a purpose. Beasts could be lured out of their lairs with stratagems. Why couldn't Sumo do the same? That's why Sumo deliberately left traces along the way to lure them into following. He pulled out the map to confirm their approximate location. They had now reached the light green zone marked on the chart. Beep 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 beep. At that moment, the radar sounded an alert. Multiple pulse meridian realm beasts were approaching nearby. Sumo's eyes lit up. Those pursuing Sumo saw him stop and their eyes lit up. They hadn't expected this little brat to run so fast. As they closed in on Sumo, he turned his head and flashed them a toothy grin. A chill rose from behind him. Sumo swung his blade, unleashing a relentless wave of attacks. But it wasn't aimed at them, it was for the pulse-opening realm demon beasts. Roar! Roar! The ground rolled as a stone python burrowed out from beneath, leaving the surrounding area utterly devastated for dozens of meters. The stone serpent, stretching dozens of meters, appeared as if massive boulders had been pieced together. Its eyes gleamed like blood-red moons. Sumo stepped through the snow, his figure already fleeing over 100 meters away. Bad news. Retreat! Blood Leopard's face paled upon seeing the stone serpent, terror flashing in his eyes. Brother, look behind us. Turning his head, he nearly lost his soul in fright. A dense swarm of mutated poisonous bees. Though they were only level 1 demon beasts, thousands of them together obscured the sky. Several of the venomous wasps had tails glowing crimson, as if stained with blood. Brother, we've been tricked. That brat did this on purpose. Damn it! The young master said that guy was only a first-tier martial artist. Who knew he was so cunning? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The poisonous bee's black eyes flickered, fixed intently on the 5 men. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed as the 5 stood with their backs turned. The poisonous bees had split into 5 clusters, each fixated on one of them. Even a few thousand venomous bees would be enough to overwhelm them. A single sting could be deadly. And to make matters worse, the stone python was lurking nearby, watching them intently. Brother, will we make it back alive? Will I ever get to see Xiaochui again? Shut up. Unite and take down Poison Peak first. We need to fight our way out to have any chance of escaping. The poison bee leader flapped its wings, descending from the sky to sweep toward the 5. The 5 immediately countered. Sumo hid in the distance, concealing his presence. Should I buy a cultivation technique that can mask my aura? The thought flashed through Sumo's mind. I wonder if such a manual even exists. Such a technique was certainly uncommon, but outside the city, it would undoubtedly be a life-saving skill. Sumo had made up his mind once he returned, he would buy one. Buy, you should have connections. Ah! Big brother, save me! 2 of them had been stung by the poison peak leader and were swelling rapidly. Their bodies went limp and they plopped down onto the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Thud, thud, thud. A blade aura erupted, and the heads of those 2 warriors rolled down with a gurgling sound. Killed 2 7th rank warriors, gained 44,000 kill points. Killed 60 poisonous bees, gained 1,200 kill points. Come out if you've got the guts. What kind of hero hides behind others? Blood Leopard watched his 2 brothers meet their bitter end, a murderous intent enveloping him. The long blade in his hand glowed crimson. With a single swing, the poison bee leader emitted a peculiar vibration. The swarm coalesced, their stingers blazing with black light. The crimson and black glows collided, vanishing into nothingness. Sumo's eyes flickered. Why wasn't that stone python moving? It seemed to be wary of those poisonous bees. Sumo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The wave-layered blade swung out, unleashing 50 layers of continuous blade waves that slashed relentlessly at the stone python. Thud, thud, thud. The blade's energy struck the stone python, causing a layer of gray light to appear on its surface. It suffered not a single scratch. However, the stone python's ferocity was now fully aroused. It coiled toward the three figures. The leader of the poisonous bees observed this, a gleam flashing in its black eyes. The entire swarm of poisonous bees coalesced around it, halting the stone python's massive form. Suemo noticed this scene, his gaze flickering. The poisonous bees must possess some special means to kill the stone python. As a good person, Suemo decided to lend them a hand. Chapter 23, Slaying a Tier 2 Demon Beast, Zhou Liang trembles. The stone python dared not move, and the poisonous bees once again fixed their attention on the three people. Blood Leopard's face turned deathly pale. They say no one fears death, but when truly confronted with it, everyone trembles. This time, the swarm of poisonous bees swept through in a relentless wave. Shermang retreated step by step, his massive body shifting with a thunderous rumble. Three figures lay on the ground, their bodies swollen and blackened. A blade aura appeared from afar, carving a trench about a meter wide into the earth. The three blood leopards strained their heads to turn, their eyes narrowed to slits as they caught sight of a flash of white blade energy. Three distinct pops echoed as blood spilled onto the ground. Slayed 1 9th rank martial artist, earning 26,000 kill points. Slayed 2 7th rank martial artists, gained 26,000 kill points. The poisonous bee's wings flapped, launching an attack toward Sumo's position. It was this old sixth who had just struck down his kin. Suemo moved through the snow, leaving only streaks of afterimages as his overlapping waves blade slashed relentlessly. The blade's energy surged like waves, one crest following another. Thud, thud. The sound of falling bodies echoed continuously. Slayed 50 poison bees, earned 1,000 slay points. Slayed 30 poison bees, earned 600 slay points. After delivering a strike, Suemo drifted away into the distance. The poisonous bees, with their wings, moved swiftly. Especially the ones following the leader, their wings flapped faster and faster. They were about to catch up to Suemo. Sumo's body abruptly halted, stomping violently on the ground. Propelled by the force, his body soared high into the air. Wave overlap. A 3-meter-wide blade of energy sliced through the air from his hand. Every venomous bee that had been closing in along the path was cleaved clean in two. Suemo shifted his stance, redirecting his momentum toward the stone python. Slaughtered 160 poisonous bees, earned 4,000 kill points. Sumo's eyes grew increasingly bright. Indeed, choosing to master the snow-treading technique had been his greatest gain. Otherwise, facing this swarm of poisonous bees would have truly been a major headache. Suemo had already assessed the stone python, massive in size and formidable in strength, yet clumsy in movement. Though clearly a level 2 demon beast, the stone python kept retreating after spotting Suemo. Behind it swarmed a dense cloud of over 1,000 venomous bees. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Suemo, as if pleading, "Don't come any closer." Seeing Suemo ignore it and charge straight toward it. With a flick of its tail, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Suemo leapt upward, riding the momentum. He moved swiftly along the stone python's body. The venomous bee leader halted its advance. Then the rhythm of its wings began to change. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of poisonous bees raised their stingers. Thud, 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 thud. Venomous stingers shot from their bodies, hurtling fiercely toward Suemo. Suemo leapt backward, swinging his blade in a counterattack. A 3-meter-wide blade aura did not strike the poison needles. Instead, it struck the poisonous bees firing the needles. Slaughtered 300 poisonous bees, gained 6,000 slaughter points. A smirk spread across Sumo's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. At that moment, Sumo's footsteps faltered, his speed slowing. Turning back, he saw the stone python radiating a gray glow, its body growing heavy. Suemo landed at a distance and took a deep breath. He really couldn't afford to be careless. The poisonous needles struck the stone python's body, clinking and clanking as sparks flew. The stone python's body twisted as it swept out at the poisonous bees in the sky. In a single strike, hundreds of poisonous bees were caught unawares and crushed to pieces. The stench of blood filled the battlefield. The swarm was split apart by the stone python's strike, leaving a gaping void in its midst. The leader's black eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. The swarm regrouped once more, descending like a dark cloud from the heavens to assault the stone python. Watching this from afar, Suemo swallowed hard. The gray glow on the stone python grew increasingly dense. As the swarm of poisonous bees approached, its form visibly paused. The stone python swept its body, while the swarm of poisonous bees relentlessly fired their venomous stingers. Suemo knew this was his chance. He raised the black blade in his hand. He channeled his essence, energy, and spirit. Wave. Layers of blade energy stacked upon each other, coalescing into 70 layers. With a single swing, the black blade trembled violently, tiny cracks already appearing on its surface. The stone python and the swarm of poisonous bees never imagined Suemo could unleash such terrifying power. The poisonous bees sought to embed their venomous stingers into the stone python's body. The stone python desperately fended off the venomous stingers. The sudden intervention of this third force sent both sides into panic. After the strike, Sumo's chest heaved. Half of the stone python's body was severed cleanly in two. The leader of the poisonous bees was also split in two, once again dividing the swarm behind them. The blade's energy sliced through the swarm, leaving a trench over 10 meters long in the ground. Sumo witnessed the power of the wave-layering blade technique once more. Slowly approaching the stone python, its closed eyes suddenly snapped open. It reared its gaping maw, poised to swallow Sumo whole. Sumo was ready. Gripping the severed half-body, every muscle in his frame bulged. Snap! The stone python's jaws clamped down on the severed half-body. It finally fell to the ground, never to stir again. Slayed level 2 demon beast stone python. Earned 60,000 slay points. Slayed poisonous bee leader, gained 30,000 slay points. Slaughtered the poisonous bee swarm, earning 36,000 slaying points. Seeing the remaining hundreds of poisonous bees attempting to flee, Sumo stepped through the snow, his blade rising and falling. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of poisonous bees were slain. Slaughtered 420 poisonous bees, earning 9,000 kill points. Fearing a repeat of the previous incident, Sumo collected the venomous stingers. His earlier effortless defeat of the stone python had been possible precisely because that area had been weakened by repeated attacks from the venomous stingers. Perhaps this explained why the stone python feared the poisonous bees. Though lacking second-tier venom, sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Upon examining the stone python's corpse, Sumo pried open its skull. Unfortunately, no demon crystal lay within. Not even among the poisonous bees. The stone python's body itself was the finest material, though much of it had been damaged by the poisonous bees. After gathering the remaining pieces, Sumo stared at the slain corpse. Approaching the blood leopard, he retrieved its phone. Opening it, he saw the chat logs and photos sent by Zhou Liang. Sumo carefully reviewed everything, then packaged the items and sent them to Lu Shuetian. He snapped a photo and sent it to Zhou Liang before smashing the phone to pieces. To Sumo's surprise, however, the blood leopard wore a ring on his finger. He'd been so focused on killing him that he hadn't noticed it before. Killing and arson, golden belt. After gathering his things, Sumo departed the location. Zhou Liang, who was in class, nearly vomited upon seeing the phone picture. 3 bodies, severed cleanly in half, still oozing blood. Their faces were twisted in grotesque, terrifying swells, their entire bodies already turning black. Suppressing his inner terror, Zhou Liang dialed the number. No answer. He then sent the photos to his grandfather. No message came back. A bad feeling settled in Zhou Liang's heart. They had gone after Sumo. Now they were dead. But what about Sumo? Was he okay? They must have encountered the poisonous bee swarm. Zhou Liang swallowed hard as he read his grandfather's message. The waist-level fracture was clearly the result of a deliberate blade cut. Stay low for a while. I'll look into it. Zhou Liang replied with a single okay. The words on the blackboard now blurred before his eyes, morphing into the blood-stained tiger and leopard, their final, savage expressions before death. Finally, they morphed into Sumo's face, raising a knife to strike him. Ah! The piercing scream nearly scared the souls out of his classmates. Even the teacher stared at Zhou Liang in astonishment. Zhou Liang, are you all right? Teacher, I'm fine. I just had a moment of insight and got a little too excited. The teacher nodded and didn't press further. No, Sumo must die. Glancing at his card balance, he resolved to hire someone to eliminate Sumo. Chapter 24, 9th rank martial artist targeted by the python. Lu Shuetian from security management stared at the images and message screenshots sent to him, his pupils constricting. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo leaned in. Upon seeing the contents, their expressions changed as well. They knew Blood Leopard, a 9th rank martial artist. Who do you think sent this? Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai shook their heads. They genuinely had no idea. I suspect it was sent by Brother Sumo. Record it separately. This will serve as evidence for capturing Zhou Liang later. The two hadn't fully processed Lu Shuetian's statement yet. Brother Lu, you're saying this was Brother Sumo's doing? Brother Sumo is only at the 6th level of martial arts. Even if he breaks through to the 7th level, the Blood Leopard is at the 9th level. Even if I stepped in to take him down, I'd get injured. Have you ever seen an 18-year-old at the 7th tier? Lu Shuetian's counter-question left them speechless. And you know what? They hadn't, at least not in their North District. They had seen an 18-year-old martial artist before, and it seemed to be Sumo. Make a separate record of this. And what about that task Brother Sumo assigned us? Rest assured, Brother Lu. I'm personally overseeing this matter. There won't be any mishaps. I'm already gathering evidence. When they frame Brother Sumo, that's when we'll strike. Lu Shuetian nodded. These two were his trusted confidants, cultivated over time, and he had complete faith in their abilities. Brother Sumo could easily investigate this himself. He asked for our help precisely because he trusts us. We absolutely must not jeopardize Brother Sumo's case. Both men nodded solemnly. After leaving the Martial Artists Guild, Bayu gazed outside with worry in her eyes. That brat still hadn't returned, and she couldn't get through to him on the phone. Her worries deepened after her brother mentioned someone was hunting Sumo down. Little did Suemo know that a certain Thunder Girl was constantly worrying about him. This time in the green zone, Suemo had set his sights on a swarm of mutated beetles, thousands of them. Lone beasts held little appeal for Suemo, they simply weren't powerful enough. Suemo's body shifted, charging toward the mutated beetles. As Suemo attacked, the beetles charged at him, relying on their hard exoskeletons. Suemo unleashed his wave-stacking blade technique repeatedly, pushing his snow-treading skill to its absolute limit. Instead of reaching Suemo, the beetles collided with each other. Seizing the opening, Suemo struck swiftly. Sword chi slashed relentlessly, slaying 300 mutated beetles, earning 1,000 kill points. Slayed 400 mutated beetles, earning 1,200 kill points. Slayed 200 mutated beetles, earned 600 kill points. Slayed 1 mutated beetle, earned 13,000 kill points. Suemo pulled the sharp spikes from the beetles' heads and turned to leave. Suemo was now moving from one location to another after each kill. Not long after he departed, he halted abruptly, his expression grave as he stared intently into the distance. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the mist, their form indistinct. Suemo stood rooted to the spot, feeling his heartbeat thudding in his chest. Eyes as large as millstones, blood-red, fixed their gaze upon Suemo. Suemo retreated, remaining constantly on guard. When that shadowy figure finally materialized, Suemo nearly lost his soul in fright. The trail finally revealed itself. Without a word, Suemo turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished without a trace. Terror colored Suemo's expression. He recalled a question Baiyu had posed to him earlier. Only demon beasts with special bloodlines could produce demon crystals. This mutated serpent, no, it couldn't be called a serpent, it was more like a boa constrictor. Suemo also sensed a familiar aura, it was the same as the mutated water snake he and Lu Shuetian had slain. The two demon beasts shared a similar aura. Suemo pushed his snow-treading technique to its absolute limit. Soon, the ground rumbled violently. Numerous demon beasts emerged, fleeing into the distance. Faced with the dense swarm of beasts, Sumo's mind was consumed by one thought: escape. Spotting a demon beast trampled underfoot, he didn't forget to draw his poison darts and fire them. Slayed 1 mutant bear, earning 6,000 slay points. Slayed 1 mutated tiger, gained 10,000 kill points. Suemo glanced back and nearly had his soul ripped from his body. 100-meter-long colossal figure swept through the landscape, leaving a trail of cracked earth and shattered trees in its wake. Every obstacle along its path was crushed beneath its massive frame. Whoosh! A chill ran down Sumo's spine as he turned to see hundreds of water arrows hurtling toward him. Suemo urgently allocated points to upgrade treading snow's grade, spending 40,000 to reach high yellow grade. He immediately added 50,000 points to proficiency, reaching minor mastery, then another 100,000 to achieve intermediate mastery. His speed doubled, nearly overwhelming his control. After stabilizing his body, he sensed the power within him rapidly draining. As an 8th-tier martial artist, sustaining the full power of the high-grade yellow tier treading snow for long was pushing his limits. The gorilla. Yes, the gorilla. Suemo suddenly remembered that gorilla. He pulled out the map for a glance before continuing his run toward the distance. Passing by trampled demon beasts, Suemo didn't forget to deliver the finishing blow. But he couldn't loot the materials, this was money, millions upon millions. The python's speed grew faster and faster. Slaughtered 20 demon beasts, obtained 350,000 slaying points. When Suemo caught sight of that pair of crimson eyes in the distance, he actually felt a sense of familiarity. But the next moment, something utterly astonishing happened. The 100-meter giant ape spotted the python and turned tail, vanishing in an instant. Damn it, what a useless piece of junk. Crack! A frigid aura swept through the surroundings. The water arrows spat by the python froze solid, coating everything they touched in ice. Suemo shivered, flicking poison darts relentlessly from his hand. Alright, not even the ice layer could be broken. Transcendence. This python is at the Transcendence realm. Suemo hurriedly added 30,000 points. His cultivation leaped from the 8th to the 9th tier of the martial artist realm. Sumo's speed surged once more, and his weary body began to recover. But after running for a while longer, Suemo noticed the python's body had stopped. A bad feeling washed over Suemo. Damn it, we can't be running into the red zone, can we? The surrounding demon beasts lay on the ground, completely unconscious. Since the python dared not advance, Suemo struck first. He cut open their flesh and blood. The red zone? He had to take a gamble. Hunted 60 demon beasts, obtained 280,000 slaying points. Suemo gathered some materials and even unearthed a demon crystal. This brought him a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, Suemo felt darkness descend. A pair of wings had obscured the sky. The python's gaze also fixed on the figure in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, Suemo quietly slipped away. The colossal divine eagle in the sky did not fix its gaze on Suemo. Instead, its eyes darted back and forth, constantly shifting as it watched the python. Changing direction, Suemo sprinted toward the city gates. Soon, a chill swept through the air. Explosions echoed from the distant battle, sounding like cannon fire. After 4 hours of relentless running, Suemo finally caught sight of the city walls. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Baishio approached, sizing Suemo up. You look pretty beat today. What, got targeted by a transcendent beast? Suemo shot him a withering look. This guy was definitely a jinx. You're not serious, are you? Baishio pressed. After resting for a moment, Suemo stood up, dusted himself off, and left. Baishio had shattered him to pieces. Not long after Suemo entered the city, a massive dark shadow appeared outside. Baishio narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly. A powerful aura surged from his body. The dark figure vanished into the mist. No wonder the kid didn't want to talk to me. Poor thing. To be targeted by the python, did he actually kill someone's child? Chapter 25, earn 37.65 million a day to purchase the heart method. On his way back, Suemo still felt his legs trembling, his heart pounding with lingering fear. Thankfully that mutated eagle had dragged the python away, otherwise he never would have made it back. Suemo pulled out his phone, glanced at the incoming call, and dialed another number. Brother Suemo, what's up? You three, don't leave the city. That mutated serpent we killed earlier, its father is still alive. He shed his skin and become a python. Lu Shuetian's shocked voice came through the phone. You're okay, right? Look at my big mouth, you're still calling me, so you must be fine. I've already made a separate backup of that file. My contact in the black market just brought me news Zhou Liang went there today. Got it. Thanks, brother Lu. After hanging up, Suemo headed toward the martial artists guild. Whoa, who's this gorgeous lady? You're practically turning into a stone waiting for your husband. Suemo plopped down in front of Baiyu. I thought you'd died out there. Suemo shook his head, not mentioning the dangers he'd faced outside. Come see how much these are worth. Suemo dumped all the materials out at once, filling the hall with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Baiyu's eyes lit up as she grabbed her calculator and began crunching numbers. Half an hour later, Baiyu looked at the number on the screen. Not bad, 37.65 million. Suemo took a deep breath upon hearing the figure, his eyes equally filled with excitement. Oh, right, I have a few rings here. Suemo pulled out several rings. Baiyu's pupils rippled upon seeing it, but she made no inquiry. I won't give you an estimate just yet. There might be other items inside. Once we open it using special methods, I'll assess the value including everything inside. Then thank you, Sister Baiyu. No, I should be thanking you. Since meeting you, my sales have skyrocketed. Suemo shook his head without responding. Baiyu's clientele certainly wouldn't miss him. Sis Baiyu, do you have any good cultivation manuals to recommend? Or techniques for concealing one's aura? Hearing this, Baiyu's pupils dilated. You haven't reached the pulse opening realm, have you? Suemo shook his head. It wouldn't happen that quickly. I'm just taking advantage of having the funds to prepare ahead of time. I can't give you an answer today. Cultivation manuals are crucial, I'll look into it thoroughly for you. The same goes for techniques to conceal your aura. That you've thought of these things shows your experience is growing richer. Seeing this makes me feel deeply gratified, sister. Seeing you still appear so substantial makes me very happy too. Baiyu glanced at Suemo before transferring the money to his martial artist badge. Here's an address. Baiyu produced an address and handed it to Suemo. Suemo glanced at it, committed it to memory, then turned and left. Sis, come back early today. I'll cook you something. You better mean cook and not down there. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, Baiyu's anxious heart finally relaxed. As long as that kid is safe. Ring ring, ring ring. Seeing the call from her unreliable brother, Baiyu instinctively reached to hang up, but ultimately answered. Sis, your little darling's been targeted by a python. Did he tell you? Baiyu's heart tightened. Are you sure it's a python? Ever since I started guarding the gate, my eyesight's gotten sharper. You think I'd mistake it? Got it. Baiyu hung up the phone. She'd have to deal with that brat later. Pythons held grudges, this kid couldn't be allowed to wander off again. Or perhaps she should eliminate that python? Baiyu's eyes flickered. In the end, she shook her head. Since Suemo hadn't spoken up, he probably wanted to handle it himself. Hey, old man. Baiyu, how's my unmarried final disciple doing? He's alive and well, but today he wants to purchase heart techniques and methods for concealing his aura. Oh? Has he already broken through to the pulse opening realm? Not yet, but I reckon it won't be long. His cultivation speed defies conventional understanding. A man who can cultivate to the snow-treading realm in a single second, how could he be simple? I'll visit tomorrow. Bring him to meet me, but don't reveal my identity. Baiyu was stunned upon hearing this. Alright, but you'd better ask him for more money. Otherwise, he'll get suspicious. He's got nearly 40 million on him now. I'm taking on a disciple, not demanding payment. Old man, you weren't like this before. After hanging up, Baiyu took a deep breath and hurried to prepare. He hadn't expected the old man would actually come. At that moment, Suemo returned home. After washing up, he looked at the panel before him. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, 9th tier. Martial skills, wave layering blade art yellow grade, high quality 30,000 proficiency, minor mastery 100,000,030,000 snow treading yellow grade, high quality 10,000 50,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 200,000,050,000. Vitality, 500,000 1,000,000. Slaughter points, 530,000. His killing points were just enough to break through to the meridian opening realm. He still needed to wait for his cultivation technique. The more powerful the technique, the wider his meridians would expand, and the stronger his abilities would become. If the Heart Sutra isn't powerful enough, he can focus on enhancing it first. With 2 months remaining, breaking through to the meridian opening realm is absolutely achievable. Sumo examined the protective suit he wore. Could the python have located him precisely because of this garment? He could test it later. After making his decision, Sumo began preparing dinner. Before long, Baiyu returned. She sniffed the air. Smells delicious. Since you're back, hurry up and wash your hands to eat. After they sat down, Baiyu looked at Sumo. Tomorrow, come with me to meet someone. Their cultivation method is rather unique. Be prepared for a major outlay. Thank you, Sister Baiyu. Sumo knew Baiyu must have gone to great lengths. That's all you're going to do, just say thank you? What can I do? As your little brother, I might not give you my money, but I'll definitely lend you my strength. Do you need it? Pfft, you never say anything serious. Who needs your strength? After bantering for a while, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. Sumo collapsed onto his bed and was fast asleep in no time. Baiyu couldn't sleep. She sensed several figures outside. Interesting. Inside the room, Sumo opened his eyes and quietly climbed out the window. He sent a message to Lu Shuetian. Faced with such a gift of an opportunity, Lu Shuetian was naturally thrilled. Sumo shifted direction, slipping silently into the shadows. You're here to kill Sumo too. The words sent shockwaves through the three, their souls nearly flying out of their bodies. Who's there? Show yourself. The leader whispered the question. I'm here to kill Sumo too. Hearing this, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. Since we're fellow travelers, brothers, why not step out and meet me? You are not yet worthy to see me. The three felt the oppressive aura and tensed. You go ahead. I'll cover your retreat. Gritting their teeth, the three pried open the door. Once inside, turn left. It's the innermost room. Chapter 26, Gathering Evidence, Intimidating Zhou Liang. The three nodded and headed straight for the innermost room on the left upon entering. Spotting a crack in the door, they relaxed slightly. In the faint moonlight, they could make out a figure lying on the bed. It had to be Sumo. The three entered, drew their daggers, and stabbed toward the bed. All three struck simultaneously. Big brother, something's wrong. Click. The door swung open. Lu Shuetian, Li Wuyo, and Zhang Dahai stared at them with grinning eyes. The moment the three saw Lu Shuetian, it felt like the sky had fallen. A figure approached from outside. Not bad. You're quite obedient. Sumo teased. It was you. It was you just now. The man cried out in shock upon seeing Sumo emerge. You bastard, you've got some nerve. Lu Shuetian clearly recognized this man and spoke with a sinister tone. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Someone paid us 1,000,000 yuan to do this. I owed some loan sharks a few days ago and had no choice. Look, I didn't hurt him. Let's just forget about this whole thing. Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai stepped forward and landed a few punches on the three men, leaving them with three fresh, fiery pairs of black eyes. After apprehending the trio, Lu Shuetian led them away, vanishing into the night. Sumo turned and returned to his room. Lu Shuetian hadn't gone far before he turned back, knocking the three unconscious and binding them. The three men got out of the car and sprinted toward Sumo's location. They thought they could play games of fainting and distracting others, but they didn't realize the tables were turned. But the moment they entered, the three froze in shock. The room was brightly lit. Sumo stood trembling beside it, not daring to breathe a word. A beautiful woman held a wooden stick, while a man with a knocked-out tooth lay on the floor. You dare sneak into my room? Who gave you the nerve? Thud. Thud. Both legs were shattered instantly. Sumo turned to look at the three figures, who had turned their backs. Damn it, if I can't take them on, I can at least get out of the way. The three hid outside, smoking a cigarette. Only after the commotion inside ceased did they venture back in. Pitiful. Not even human anymore. Baiyu had already entered the room. Sumo crouched beside the body. Who sent you? The man turned his head away, refusing to utter a word. TSK. It's just Zhou Liang, isn't it? I know. The assassin still didn't move. Do you know who she is? Someone from the Martial Artists Guild. The assassin's mouth opened, blood trickling out. He turned his head to look at Lu Shuetian. Lu Shuetian didn't recognize him, but clearly, he recognized Lu Shuetian. She really is from the martial artists guild, and her background isn't simple. TSK TSK TSK. Imagine if she posted your photo. If you were alone, it'd be one thing, death at worst. But if you have family, TSK TSK TSK. If you have children, you'd likely be barred from martial certification. You'd become a rat lurking in the shadows, unfit even for academy enrollment. Abandoned by all, reviled by the masses. Don't doubt it. For a young woman to become head of a city's martial artists guild, the power behind her is unimaginable. Do you think? I'll tell you. Before Suemo could finish, the man cut in. It was Zhou Liang. He offered me 10 million to kill a young man. I've got the video and audio recordings right here. Surprise flashed in Sumo's eyes. Aren't people in your line of work supposed to be the most trustworthy? You actually left evidence behind? I'm different from others. Sometimes after we hitmen take care of things for our clients, they find someone else to kill us. So we had to learn to protect ourselves. Suemo was speechless. Seeing the USB drive the man produced, he grabbed a computer and opened it, only to see that face he despised. After backing up the contents, Suemo handed the USB drive to Lu Shuatian. Don't worry, brother. After the man was taken away, Baiyu emerged from the room and sat down in front of Suemo. Little brother, your sister's been startled. Would you like to sleep with me tonight? Suemo was speechless. Sis Bai, I've noticed you seem rather excited. Could it be that your innocence is just an act? Suemo now seriously doubted that Baiyu was genuinely innocent. Earlier, when she struck that assassin, the look of excitement on her face didn't seem fake. Baiyu lowered her head. I was just threatened, and now my brother is accusing me like this. I'm so hurt. Yes, that's at a bit more intensity. Baiyu threw a punch at Suemo. Suemo crashed to the floor with a thud. Baiyu was startled she hadn't even used much force. Suemo, are you okay? Sumo's face grew paler by the second. White Moon was so worried she was about to cry. Finally, she twisted hard on Sumo's thigh. Ah! Suemo clutched his leg, grimacing in pain. Ha! Stop pretending. I knew this trick before you were even born. Watching Baiyu's retreating figure, Suemo shook her head and returned to her room. This time, she could finally sleep soundly. He pulled a phone from the drawer, unlocked it, and sent the video he'd just captured to someone, Zhou Liang, of course. Zhou Liang, staying in the apartment, heard his phone ring and sat up abruptly. The video showed Zhou Liang himself saying he would kill Suemo. A chill ran down Zhou Liang's spine. Who are you? The esteemed young master of the Zhou family actually hiring assassins? TSK TSK TSK. And that Suemo fellow seems to be a martial artist too. If word gets out. Zhou Liang stared at the threatening words, his heart pounding with fear. This wasn't the hitman he'd hired. Who could it be? Could it be the same person who killed Blood Leopard and Blood Tiger? Zhou Liang suppressed the ominous foreboding in his heart. What are your terms? Let me think about it. Suemo shut off the phone, pulled out the unregistered SIM card, and crushed the device itself. Suemo slept soundly. Zhou Liang stayed awake all night, staring blankly at his phone screen. The sent message turned into a red exclamation mark. A chill crept up his spine. His limbs felt numb with cold. If grandfather discovered this, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one in the Zhou family dared defy grandfather's orders. He had been so careful. How could they still record evidence of him hiring an assassin? That hitman had worked with Zhou Liang several times before, and nothing had ever gone wrong. That was precisely why he dared to show his face. Damn it! Zhou Liang slammed his phone onto the floor, shattering it. Since Suemo had been expelled, he had already destroyed 3 phones. Suemo, why? Why? Why won't you just die? Zhou Liang's low growl echoed through the room like a beast's roar. Suppressing his rage, his mind gradually cleared. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since this person possessed such formidable abilities and knew him personally, could he pay a price to have Suemo eliminated? This man's extreme caution fit the profile of someone who licked blood off the blade. Zhou Liang's eyes lit up. He found himself anticipating this person's contact. Chapter 27, Recognizing a Master, Breaking Through the Meridians. The next day, Suemo was still fast asleep. A figure stood by the bed, staring at the bulging mass beneath the covers. Put. Who was he trying to scare? Baiyu grabbed a lock of hair and stuffed it into Sumo's ear. Stop messing around. The next moment, Suemo felt something heavy and incredibly soft in his grasp. Suemo instinctively pinched it, jolting awake. Wait, you. Sister, you, let me explain. Ah. After Baiyu emerged from Sumo's room, she clapped her hands. Suemo had a black eye, and his arm bore a bright red handprint. After washing up and eating breakfast, Suemo followed Baiyu to the martial artists guild. Wait here for a moment. Seeing the sealed room, Suemo stood outside. Shortly after, Baiyu emerged. Come in with me. Upon entering, Suemo glanced at the executive chair positioned inside. With its back facing him, only one leg was visible. She held a stack of documents in her hand, deep in thought. Bai stood beside him, silent. This was the first time Suemo had ever seen Bai so quiet. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive and he lost track of time. The executive chair swiveled around. Only then did Suemo clearly see the man's face. He appeared to be approaching 70, with snow-white hair and scars on his face that gave him a somewhat fierce appearance. Particularly when he twisted a smile across his face, it resembled that of a beast, sending a chill down one's spine. His gaze remained calmly fixed on Suemo. In his hand was a file Sumo's own. As their gazes locked, a palpable tension filled the room, settling heavily upon Suemo. Suemo saw Bai's lips move. Use all your strength to hold on. Bai wouldn't harm him. Suemo had never heard of a test being required when purchasing a cultivation technique. As the pressure bearing down on him intensified, the old man's gaze gradually softened into one of satisfaction. By now, Sumo's back was drenched in sweat, his body swaying slightly. Seeing Suemo still holding on, the old man's smile widened. This couldn't be someone who had transcended the mundane, it had to be a powerhouse beyond transcendence. Who exactly was this old man? Sumo's mind raced with speculation. As time passed, Bai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Suemo, his eyes equally filled with astonishment. This guy had managed to endure for so long, and the old man's aura kept intensifying. The aura now radiating from him surpassed even the 5th level of the pulse-opening realm. Sumo's trembling grew more pronounced, beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Soon, a small puddle formed beneath his feet. The old man gradually reeled back his aura. Sumo's vital energy slowly coalesced. He felt the old man's oppressive aura had thoroughly tempered his physical form. Once Suemo steadied himself, he bowed deeply. Thank you. The old man's gaze held undisguised admiration. Very good. Without my guidance, you've already discovered this on your own. You'll surely keep this in mind going forward. Bai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, knowing Suemo had passed the elder's test. I have several manuals here. You may take a look. The old man placed 3 manuals on the table, gesturing for Suemo to come closer. Suemo approached and saw the titles, the Ancient Will Sutra, the Carefree Sutra, and the Shaping Tao Sutra. Faced with the 3 manuals, Suemo hesitated. Trust your first instinct. Follow your consciousness. Suemo closed his eyes and took a deep breath before finally picking up the Shaping Tao Sutra. Seeing Suemo choose this particular text, Bai's pupils flicked slightly, her mouth opening in surprise. The old man's eyes also betrayed surprise. Are you certain of your choice? Suemo nodded. I'll take this one. The old man nodded, then finally produced a volume of the Hidden Concealment Technique, a high-grade Xian-level manual. Is this the cultivation technique you want? Suemo looked at the high-grade Xian-level manual and shook his head. He couldn't afford it. Xian-level manuals easily cost hundreds of millions. Take it. I have one condition. What is it? Become my disciple. Suemo's eyes flickered. He didn't know the old man's identity or background, but someone who could casually produce a Xian-grade item was clearly no ordinary figure. Recalling Bai's earlier mention of arranging for him to become a Northern Court examiner and introducing someone, this must be that person. Thus, the old man was undoubtedly affiliated with the North Academy. Though his exact position remained unknown, he clearly held significant influence. Especially after the elder had just used pressure to help temper his physique, making him realize that excessive power enhancement wasn't as beneficial as he'd imagined. Having such a mentor guide his cultivation path would spare him many detours. After coming to this realization, Suemo bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. The old man burst into laughter. I imagine you've already guessed my identity. I come from the North Yard, and Xiaoyu's promise to you can certainly be fulfilled. Once you arrive at the North Yard, we shall meet again. As a token of our first meeting, I offer you this gift. This is a storage ring with 100-meter capacity. This is a high-grade Xian-grade weapon forged from mystical iron, more than enough for your needs. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, the old man turned and walked away, hands behind his back, vanishing from the room. Suemo was filled with confusion. Don't ask. I won't say anything. All I can tell you is you've hit the jackpot. This is a sealed room. Take a look at the cultivation technique in your hand first. Bai departed. After flipping through the Shu Dao Ju once, Sumo's eyes flickered. Only then did he grasp how incredibly difficult this cultivation technique would be to master. Upon reaching the Transcendence realm, one could awaken attributes. This text allowed for the forging of one's own unique attributes. Moreover, once activated, the technique would continuously purify the physical body. The drawback was that the slightest misstep could cause one's body to explode and perish. After Bai departed, he entered another room. Master, did you foresee he would choose that particular cultivation technique? The old man shook his head. What if he fails to cultivate it? Master snowwalking in a second. If someone with that kind of aptitude can't master the Shaping Tao technique, then no one can. Let him handle matters here. It will temper his resolve. Master, I understand. The old man flickered and vanished. Bai's eyes gleamed with envy. Suemo stared at the system interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, martial artist, 9th tier. Heart Sutra, Shaping Dao Formula 0-10,000. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade high quality 30,000 1000000 proficiency, minor mastery 1000003000000. Treading snow yellow grade high quality 10,000 50,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 200,000 500,000 concealment art mystic grade high quality 0-1000. 000 proficiency 0-100,000. Health points 500,000 1,000,000. Slaughter points 530,000. Suemo first infused the Shaping Dao technique with 10,000 killing points, advancing it to the first tier. Simultaneously, he gained deeper insights into meridian cultivation. However, the Shaping Dao technique did not display its cultivation technique level, which was rather peculiar. Next, he could choose to break through to the meridian opening realm. Chapter 28, Locate the metal, secure the evidence. Suemo took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. The pulse opening realm awaited him. As the 500,000 slaughter points vanished, Suemo felt the Shaping Dao technique continuously circulating, while his physical strength rapidly surged. One of the 8 extraordinary meridians opened, and a powerful aura began to radiate from Sumo's body. A violent wind swirled through the entire room. When Suemo opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his gaze. He had now broken through to the pulse-opening realm. Just over half a month ago, he was a worthless whose vital energy couldn't break 20. Everyone mocked him, and even when taking odd jobs, he had to accept lower pay than others, otherwise, no one would hire him. Now, just half a month later, he stood at the pulse-opening realm, a man capable of earning tens of millions in a single day. After composing himself, Suemo looked at the interface floating before his eyes. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, pulse-opening stage, level 1. Heart technique, Shaping Dao art, level 1 10,000 1,000,000. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade high quality 30,000 1000000 proficiency, minor mastery 100,000 300,000 snow treading yellow grade high quality 10,000 50,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 200,000 500,000 concealment art mystic grade high quality 0-1,000,000 proficiency 0-100,000. Health points 1,000,000 3,000,000. Slaughter points 20,000. To break through to the second level of meridian opening, 2,000,000 slaughter points were required. Suemo inwardly gasped. Especially since advancing the Shaping Dao technique to the second tier also demanded 1,000,000 slaughter points, intensifying the pressure he felt. These kill points were utterly useless. He wondered if that giant python out in the wilderness had left yet. His master had given him a black iron blade and 100 cubic meters of space, more than enough for his needs. If he had to buy these things with money, who knew how much it would cost? But many cultivation techniques simply couldn't be bought with money. Even the one master gave him was a rubbing. After flipping through it once, Suemo destroyed the book, along with all other martial arts manuals. Upon seeing Suemo emerge, Baiyu stepped forward to greet him. She noticed his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. This kid was bound to captivate countless women in the future. He's got decent looks and incredible talent. TSK finally decided to come out. I thought you'd died in there. Hearing Baiyu's teasing, Suemo sighed. With a beauty like Sister Baiyu still out there, how could I possibly die? Pfft, you cheeky little rascal, your mouth's getting sharper by the day. Isn't that what I learned from Sister Baiyu? Where are you going? Seeing Suemo about to leave, Baiyu hurriedly asked. Handling some business. Baiyu didn't press further. Instead, she pulled out a phone. Old man, he might have succeeded in his cultivation. What did you say? A surprised voice came from the phone. I feel like he's already succeeded. We can't be certain yet, and I haven't asked him. If he's mastered it this quickly, old man, I've hit the jackpot. After leaving, Suemo headed to the address Baiyu had given him. Staring at the location, Suemo narrowed his eyes. Hey, handsome, wanna try a set? Only 300. Handsome, 250. I won't charge you, I'll even give you 200. No sooner had Suemo stood there than 3 people swarmed around him, pitching their services. Ignoring them, Suemo turned and walked away. The next moment, Suemo found himself cornered in an alley. Hey kid, you've been staring at that spot for ages. Who sent you? Spill it. Hurry up and talk, or else I'll. Sir, boss, father, ancestor. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Please let me go. I've got a 100-year-old wife at home and a 70-year-old daughter. If I don't make it back, my wife will be lying on the Kong. Suemo stared at them with a strange look on his face. Who lives at this address? The man who had been weeping moments ago shifted his expression upon seeing the address. Hey, big brother, isn't this where you live? A man behind him opened his swollen eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, if you don't speak up, no one will think you're mute. Oh, so this is where you live. Suemo casually pried off a brick, revealing a cruel smile. No, big brother. Whatever you need done, I'll take care of it. Sumo's phone displayed a photo. It was Su Yao. Then he flipped to an image of a medal. Recognize it? Big brother, what are you talking about? What is this thing? Thud. A sharp crack echoed as blood trickled down from the top of his head. Brother, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'm sorry, I know. I did introduce a client to this young lady. These people might seem spineless, but they're full of tricks. Sumo knew that too. Who did you introduce? We can't say. Sumo took a deep breath. Hey, Brother Lu, you want the deal or not? Brother Sumo, you're not pulling my leg, are you? This is a real deal? 3 guys tried to rob me, but I took them down. After Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai arrived, they spotted Sumo and exchanged greetings. 3 guys? You're something else. Zhang Dahai gave a thumbs up to the man whose face was now a bruised and battered mess. Watching Li Wuyo and Zhang Dahai treat Sumo with such courtesy, San Tiao felt an uneasy premonition. Brother Sumo, wanna swing by our place? We know his boss. Sumo nodded. Back at the security management office, Sumo stared oddly at the man across from him, who wore an expression of helplessness. On the table lay a medal. It was the very one Su Yao had sold. That's the advantage of having connections. Finally, the man pulled out a phone, displaying Su Yao's recorded message, along with the transaction records between the 2 individuals. Sumo took the medal and left. Brother Lu, thanks a lot. I'll treat you guys to a meal in a couple days. You handle the rest. Since they all knew each other, Sumo didn't want to get too involved. Brother Lu had helped him so much he couldn't put him in a difficult position. Brother Lu, this guy of yours sure is proud. Yeah, if I could have broken through to martial artist at 18 and not just the first tier, I'd be even prouder than him. I'd walk with my head held high enough to make birds stand up straight. Sun Ye's heart tightened upon hearing this. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, his face betrayed sheer terror. Thanks, Brother Lu. You should replace some of your men. Sun Yi nodded. Needless to say, he had already considered this himself. As one of the underground black market leaders, you should understand the value of such individuals. He has a chance to break through to the pulse-opening realm by 19. Sun Ye's pupils contracted sharply. He drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I know what needs to be done. I won't breathe a word of this, and he never went to the black market. I'll also keep a separate record of everything concerning him for Brother Lu. Lu Shuetian nodded. This was a smart man who knew when to compromise. The black market was a complex web, one even he couldn't easily meddle in. He and Sun Yi sometimes worked together quite well. Since Brother Sumo had shown him such favor, he would handle some of the follow-up matters for Sumo. Chapter 29, Spending 50 million, Su Yao breaks through to martial artist. With the medal recovered and evidence of Su Yao's trafficking secured, the single condition alone would be enough to give her a run for her money. He'd give Su Yao a surprise, then hope she didn't get scared to death. Sumo removed his protective suit and stowed it in his storage ring, intending to take another stroll outside the city. Beast-infested areas outside the city offered abundant slaying points. Relying on beasts mutating within the city walls? Who knew how long that would take? Bai Xiu's expression turned peculiar upon seeing Sumo. You're going out again? Of course. What else would I do if not go out? Bai Xiu gave him a thumbs up, choosing not to pry further. You'd better be careful. After you left that day, a python came. Sumo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. His eyes narrowed as he appraised Bai Xiu, who looked imposing in his armor. He hadn't studied him closely before, but this time, he found the fellow somewhat familiar. You do bear a slight resemblance to a girl I know. But she's as beautiful as a flower, while you look a bit, well, less than graceful. Get lost. Now. Bai Xiu hated it when people called him delicate looking. If he weren't wearing armor, he'd show them what terrifying really meant. After leaving the city, Sumo sped forward. He detected no trace of the python. That massive creature was far too powerful. It hadn't even been killed by that eagle last time. Sumo could only begin sweeping the outer perimeters of the city. Slayed 1,000 mutant red fire ants. Earned 15,000 slay points. Slayed a mutated gray bear, earning 9,000 slay points. Slayed a human-faced venomous spider, gained 8,000 slaying points. Sumo relentlessly swept the outskirts. Corpses littered the ground, bones piled high. Sumo moved like a machine that knew no fatigue. Many who had ventured out to hunt demon beasts saw the corpses and their expressions changed. They had assumed a powerful demon beast was lurking, yet their investigations revealed no trace of such a creature. Many martial artists who had ventured out of the city wore expressions of horror. What on earth had happened? As night fell, excitement flashed in the warriors' eyes. They had found quite a few bargains. Simultaneously, they received even more shocking news. Within a 30-mile radius, not a single demon beast remained. Slayed a level 2, tier 1 demon beast. Earned 100,000 slay points. As the pulse-opening realm beast fell at Sumo's feet, he drew a deep breath and glanced up at the sky. After clearing the battlefield, his figure vanished. By the time Sumo returned to the city, dusk had fallen, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Bai Xiu stood at the guard post, staring at his phone with a look of bewilderment, shock, and a hint of disbelief. Upon seeing Sumo return, Bai Xiu stood up, his throat clearing. "You'd better check the Northern District Martial Artists Forum." Sumo nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and headed into the city. He needed rest. A day of intense combat had left him weary, even after breaking through to the pulse-opening realm. Inside the martial artists guild, Baiyu also stared at her phone, a flash of shock crossing her face as she read the content. At the security management office, Lu Shuetian stared at the martial artist forum, his throat convulsing as his mind reeled. A sense of absurdity welled up within him. This was simply too outrageous. In the black market, Sun Yi stared at the martial artist forum, his expression grave, a hint of shock still visible in his pupils. After returning to the martial artists guild, Suemo plopped down onto a seat. Baiyu poured him a cup of tea, which Suemo downed in one gulp before handing his storage ring to her. Baiyu handled it with practiced ease, taking only 2 hours to complete the inventory this time. This time, the materials are all low grade. Only 10 are second tier, totaling 24 million. The storage ring you gave me last time contained nothing valuable. Combined, they can fetch 3 million. All right. Suemo agreed immediately, even selling off the 1 cubic meter storage ring in the end. Seeing the balance of 66,740,000 in his martial artist badge, Sumo's lips curved upward. All that hard work had finally paid off. Now he possessed the cultivation technique, the method to conceal his aura, and sufficient black iron blades. A single wave layering blade art was enough for his cultivation, and the same applied to treading snow. Hunting beasts outside the city would require some restorative pills. Even if danger arose, they could save his life. Sister Yu, do you have any restorative pills? Yes, spirit restoring pills. Second tier pills. 10 million credits each. Give me 5 for now. Suemo purchased 5 spirit restoring pills in one go. Upon hearing this, Baiyu fetched a jade box from a distant room. This jade box alone would normally cost you 3 million. But since you're spending 50 million all at once, I'll let you off the hook. 3 million for this piece of junk? It's specially forged from jade, specifically designed for preserving pills. There are higher grade jade bottles to 500 million each. Forget it. I think this one's perfect, just right for me. Suemo wouldn't dream of admitting he was broke. You'd better check the North District Martial Artists Forum when you get back. Sumo's eyes held a strange look. Bai Xiu had warned him about this before. Alright, I'll head back now. No noodles for you today. Suemo waved goodbye and turned to leave. After washing up at home, he pulled out his phone and downloaded the North District Martial Artists Forum. He had registered before, but since his chi and blood couldn't be enhanced, seeing the powerful martial artists on there made him feel a bit uneasy. He'd simply uninstalled it out of sight, out of mind. Logging in, he saw the post dominating the top of the rankings. Who says the human race lacks a great emperor? One man, one blade, slaughtered demon beasts for 30 miles. Below were several images, first, mountains and valleys littered with demon beast corpses, then a blurry photo showing a figure wielding a black iron blade, surrounded by the remains of demon beasts. Suemo knew that blurred figure was him. The comments below the post were buzzing with discussion. Reward for missing husband. After an argument, my husband left home wielding a black iron blade and hasn't returned. A reward of 10 million is offered for his safe return. Lady, your baby's crying from hunger. Go feed the child. When did I become this powerful? I'd gladly take endless money and beautiful women by my side every day. My pee's yellow, let me handle this. Move over, upstairs. Just use 10 bottles of enema, watch me drop a massive one. Suemo glanced at it briefly before shifting his attention to other posts. B326A Crocodile Farm experienced a mutilation incident, resulting in 46 casualties before the situation was finally brought under control. Accompanying images show several people standing before slaughtered crocodiles, with the farm behind them stained red, a scene that looks rather terrifying and unsettling. With the martial arts exam just 2 months away, it remains uncertain whether anyone from Zone Z will qualify for the northern campus this time. We haven't heard of any young martial artists emerging from Zone Z lately. It seems unlikely. Last year, not a single person from Zone Z made it into the North Campus. They were mocked by other zones for ages. Who knows when this will end? Latest rumors say a martial artist has appeared at the top 10 high school, a pretty girl, no less. Seriously? She swears she'll marry no one but me. What am I supposed to do? Snap out of it, bro, stop daydreaming. Reality costs $15 an hour. We're just online friends. You're crossing the line. Chapter 30, the city lord wants to see Suemo. Sumo's eyes flickered upon seeing this. It seemed Su Yao had already broken through to become a martial artist. This actually piqued his interest. Might as well enjoy your final moment of glory to the fullest. Among the top 10 students, Principal Fong Jiangyu gazed at the quiet girl across from him, his eyes brimming with delight. Excellent. Excellent. With 2 months left before the martial arts exam, you've already broken through to warrior rank. You might even have a chance to advance further. I understand. I'll keep working hard. Here is a martial arts manual. This is 1 million credits from the school as your reward. Take them both. If you need anything, just let me know. Su Yao nodded. Upon returning to her classroom, Su Yao lifted her head slightly, surveying her classmates with a hint of pride in her eyes. What's she so smug about? Her little brother broke through to warrior long ago. As his older sister, she only managed it now. What's there to be proud of? Who knows what underhanded means she used to get resources and breakthrough. I heard she secretly sold the house. The deed was still under Sumo's name. Ah, that explains it. No wonder Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo came over last time. Who would have thought she was like this? My brother worked so hard to support her, and this is how she repays him? What a traitor. Su Yao's heart burned with rage upon hearing these words. You want to leave the class too? Zhou Liang casually remarked from his seat. At his words, the others fell silent, lowering their heads and staring at their books, unable to lift their gaze. Zhou Liang sat down beside Su Yao. Now that you've broken through to martial artist, we can proceed with that matter to prevent any mishaps. Agreed. Su Yao agreed without hesitation. Once Suemo was dead, her stain would vanish and she would be free to soar like a bird in the boundless sky. Zhou Liang pulled out his phone. The person who had threatened him last time had never contacted him again. Zhou Liang tucked his phone away, his gaze shifting to Wu Qiu behind them. Are you ready? Wu Qiu took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with conflict as he considered Zhou Liang's terms. Yes. Then starting tomorrow, there can be no mistakes. Everything else is already taken care of. After this matter is settled, someone will perform reconstructive surgery for you. I'll also give you 30 million yuan and use my connections to get you into a regular university. After hearing the terms, Wu Qiu nodded. Su Yao's eyes flashed with contempt. She now looked down on Wu Qiu. For 30 million, he'd agree to anything. Tomorrow I'll go verify the martial artist first. That will add credibility to the facts. Zhou Liang nodded. At that moment, Suemo was in her room, staring at the panel. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, first layer of meridian opening. Mental technique, shaping Dao art, level 1 10,000 100,000. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade high quality 30,000 100,000 proficiency, minor mastery 100,000 Treading snow yellow grade high quality 10,000 50,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 200,000 500,000. Concealment art mystic grade high quality, 0 1 million proficiency, 0 100,000. Health points, 1 million 3 million. Slaughter points, 3,100,000. He had swept away all demonic beasts within 30 kilometers of the city, yet only gained 3,100,000 slaughter points. If he ventured deeper, encountering a giant python would make escape extremely difficult. Last time he'd been lucky. Even with the system, he couldn't afford to be reckless. Better to focus on strengthening his power first. As 200 kill points were added to his vitality, another meridian opened within Suemo. This also signified Sumo's breakthrough to the second stage of meridian opening. Observing the remaining slaughter points, Suemo chose to invest them into the shaping Dao technique. 99,000 slaughter points vanished, and the shaping Dao technique also broke through to the second tier. As Suemo circulated the technique, he sensed a faint, warm presence seeping into his body. Could this be the spiritual energy hidden within the heavens and earth? Could it be that even at the pulse opening stage, one could absorb spiritual energy? Only after transcending the mortal realm could one absorb spiritual energy. What a powerful technique. With 110,000 slaughter points remaining, he directly applied them to the proficiency of the concealment technique. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, pulse opening realm, second tier. Mental technique, shaping Dao art, second tier 1,300,000. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade high quality, 30,000 100,000 proficiency, minor mastery 100,000 300,000. Treading snow yellow grade high quality 10,000 50,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 200,000 500,000 concealment art mystic grade high quality, 0 1 million proficiency, minor mastery 110,000 500,000. Health points, 3 million 6 million. Kill points, 0. Watching his kill points reset to 0, Suemo took a deep breath and turned toward the safety management office outside. Besides gaining kill points and materials, Suemo acquired something else valuable today. Upon finding Lu Shuetian, the three of them stared at Suemo strangely, sizing him up from head to toe. Brother Suemo, did you break through to the meridian opening realm? Suemo merely smiled without answering. The three of them sucked in their breath. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo's gazes toward Suemo shifted. Where there had been politeness before, now there was respect. We're all brothers here, no need for formalities. You three have helped me so much, I want to repay you in some way. Suemo produced a bottle containing a water-like liquid, though it appeared thicker and more viscous. Get a few bottles ready. Lu Shuetian seemed to think of something and fetched some bottles. Suemo shared a little with each of them. Feeling the pure energy within, greed, excitement, and exhilaration flashed in their eyes. Even Lu Shuetian's dark complexion flushed crimson with overwhelming excitement. Spirit essence. Brother Sumo actually has spirit essence. We obtained it in the wilderness today. The three quickly stashed it away. Brother Sumo, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Zhang Dehai and Li Woyo nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with gratitude as they looked at Sumo. From now on, if Brother Sumo needs anything, we'll go through fire and water for him. They had been stuck at the 9th level of martial cultivation for many years. With this spiritual essence, they could break through to the pulse-opening realm. Such treasures were rare and hard to come by. A single drop the size of a thumb could fetch over 100 million credits, and even then, it might not be available. Now each held over 20 drops. Right, Brother Sumo, someone wants me to investigate you. Would you like to meet them? Who? The ruler of our city Z9. Sumo was still considering. Brother Sumo, do you trust your old buddy? Sumo nodded. Then go meet him. It'll be of great help to you. Even if you intend to eliminate the Zhou family, I'm sure he'll be willing to assist you. In that case, I'll take Brother Lu's advice and meet him tomorrow. Sumo thought that since he would have to meet him anyway, he might as well get acquainted beforehand. By the time Sumo left the security management office, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Back home, Baiyu sat on the sofa in her pajamas, watching TV, her head bobbing up and down. Hearing the door open, she looked up at Sumo. Oh, you're back from foraging. Chapter 31, Meeting the City Lord, the Martial Artists Guild's post causes a stir. Sumo shook his head, ignoring Baiyu's teasing. He took out a bottle and placed it in front of Baiyu. You take half, leave the other half for me. Baiyu stared at what Sumo had produced, shock evident in her eyes. Where did you get this? Outside the city. The two concise words caused Baiyu's expression to shift. Aren't you afraid of dying out there? These things are guarded by highly intelligent demon beasts. I was lucky. It was just a pulse-opening realm beast. Baiyu opened her mouth, yet found no rebuttal. I don't need it. This stuff is useless to me now. Sumo's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Baiyu didn't lie, this spirit essence truly held no value for her. Just how powerful had this girl become? Divine Orifice Realm? Baiyu looked only 3 or 4 years older than him. Since Baiyu refused it, Sumo couldn't force it upon her. Did you find the warrior's medal? Sumo nodded. Did you see the forum post? Someone from the top 10 high schools broke through to warrior. She'll probably come to the warrior guild tomorrow for verification. A hint of amusement played at the corner of Baiyu's lips. Want to come see? No, I have a guest to meet tomorrow. Baiyu nodded. Since Sumo had plans, she didn't press further. Early the next morning, Sumo sought out Lu Shuetian. Arriving at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, they entered the same private room as before. A middle-aged figure was already seated inside. Upon seeing Lu Shuetian enter, he nodded. So this is Sumo truly, heroes emerge in youth. Sumo's gaze sharpened. Only then did he notice a certain resemblance between the city lord and Lu Shuetian. This is my older brother. No need for formalities. Sumo's heart stirred upon hearing this. The city lord was actually Lu Shuetian's elder brother. No wonder Lu Shuetian had such an extensive network. Even the black market figures treated Lu Shuetian with such deference, it all made sense now. Please sit. Xiao Tian mentioned your situation to me earlier. Sumo nodded. Since Xiao Tian calls you brother, I'll do the same and call you little brother. Brother Lu, you're too kind. I'm the one who's honored. Heh, little brother Sumo, you don't realize your own worth. I'm the one who's honored. We're all family here, no need for formalities. Lu Shuetian said, picking up a piece of food with his chopsticks. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly intense. Sumo led the way, with Lu Shuetian following closely beside Lu Shuedo. You've grown up. Lu Shuetian felt a strange sensation. He was nearly 30, yet someone was telling him he'd grown up. Support him well. Our District Z may need to rely on him in the future. Lu Shuetian nodded. Someone's trying to frame him lately. He could handle it himself, but you'd better pull some strings after all, you're the leader of this city. I can't intervene. Surprise flickered in Lu Shuetian's eyes. A powerful figure visited recently. I wasn't certain before, but now I can confirm it was for Sumo. Perhaps Sumo has already caught his eye, and these trials are meant to temper him. Cultivation, mindset, opportunity, and luck, none can be neglected. If I intervened, none of these problems would exist. But Brother Sumo wouldn't agree, otherwise, he wouldn't let that bunch of clowns run wild. I suspect he's waiting for the martial arts examination. Everything will be settled then. But I'll look into some things and send you the details later. Lu Shuedao patted Lu Shuetian on the shoulder and departed. As the ruler of a city, he had endless responsibilities to attend to. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Su Yao stared at the number 205 displayed on the instrument, her expression brimming with excitement. She had finally broken through to become a martial artist. Congratulations on breaking through to warrior. An 18-year-old warrior, your future is boundless. The tester looked at Su Yao, his expression filled with delight. Thank you. After the two left the room, Bai Yu had already returned from outside. President, this young lady named Su Yao has broken through to warrior. An 18-year-old warrior with a chi blood value of 205. Upon seeing Bai Yu, Su Yao's smile gradually faded. She had sold her house to this woman, assuming she was just an ordinary guild member, never expecting her to be the guild leader. She suppressed the resentment welling up inside, careful not to let it show. This was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Bai Yu looked at Su Yao, her gaze scrutinizing. This woman hadn't skimped on the blood enhancement pills. That brat's vitality was nearly 400 when he first came for verification. Compared to that, Su Yao before her was truly useless. Su Mo, however, had never purchased any blood-boosting pills. Congratulations. Thank you. President, have you found out anything? No. The tip might be fake. Whoever dared to secretly sell our martial artists' guild's insignia will pay dearly if caught, not just martial artists, but even those with open meridians or divine orifices. Su Yao's face turned deathly pale, her breathing stuttering. A chill shot up her spine to her forehead. Miss Su Yao, are you alright? I'm fine. I still need to purchase some blood-boosting pills. 100,000 per pill. How many do you need? 15. Bai Yu nodded and instructed others to retrieve 15 blood-boosting pills. After swiping 1,500,000, Su Yao wanted to leave quickly. Here, she feared being exposed. The waiter watched her retreating figure, a sneer curling his lips. Gone was the earlier delight. President, how did I do just now? Not bad. I'll add 100,000 to your salary this month. Thank you, President. After finishing her task, Bai Yu pulled out her phone and posted on the martial artist forum. Recent reports indicate that someone has been illegally selling medals issued by our martial artists guild. A reward of 100 million is offered for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. After Bai Yu finished speaking, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Blimey, they're auctioning medals? That's beyond belief. Who could this be? What audacity! Truly a sight to behold. It's like dancing before the king of hell. Bro, you might just catch the king of hell's attention. Didn't you notice the reward? 100 million. If it were mine, I can't even imagine how happy I'd be. Before long, the post climbed to the second position. The top post remained the one about a lone swordsman sweeping away 30 miles of demon beasts outside the city. Bai Yu casually scrolled through the replies below. Honey, slaying monsters is exhausting. Come to me, 10 million a month. That's my man. I was just bickering with him, never expecting to accidentally reveal his true strength. Does this brother here like men? ING bastard, die for me. Bro, you into guys too? Check me out. Damn it, another guy. I'm the emperor. Guards, drag these two out and castrate them. Bai Yu shook her head. Just a vague shadow had already driven so many women mad. In this world overrun by demonic beasts, who wouldn't seek a powerful protector? The waiter's voice sounded behind Bai Yu. Brother Su Mo sure is popular. Wonder if he has a girlfriend? If he were my boyfriend, I'd serve him warm water with ice every single day. Bai Yu? Chapter 32, shocking revelation. This man actually. After leaving the martial artists guild, Su Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. But word had already spread. Su Mo knew his parents had left behind a martial artist's medal. What if he found out and reported it to the martial artists guild? Su Yao pulled out her phone, dialed a number, then hung up. No, she couldn't tell Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang didn't know what she'd stolen and sold, but that person had been introduced by Zhou Liang. He would definitely tell Zhou Liang. After wrestling with the decision, Su Yao finally dialed the number. Zhou Liang, the person you introduced to me won't cause any trouble, right? Trust me on this. The black market has its rules. They'd never betray their employer's information, even if it cost them their lives. Only then did Su Yao relax. Back in the apartment, Zhou Liang stared at the information on the forum. Su Yao, you really are something. He hadn't known what exactly she was secretly selling before. That was the way of the black market. Now, seeing the post from the Martial Artists Guild, he was curious who would be so bold. Little did he expect Su Yao to call him at that very moment. He was certain it was Su Yao. But did Sumo's parents really have medals? It seemed that once that matter was settled, Su Yao would have to be expelled as well. Keeping her around would only invite trouble. This woman was too foolish, lacking any sense. She acted on wishful thinking and was far too easy to manipulate. Zhou Liang had also broken through to become a martial artist, though he hadn't publicized it. Everyone still believed his vitality remained at 190. Zone Z only needs one genius, and that's me, Zhou Liang. If Su Yao's secret were exposed during the martial arts examination. A cold, ruthless smile curled at the corner of Zhou Liang's lips. Su Mo was on his way back with Lu Shuetian. Zhang Dahai pulled out his phone. Look, the Martial Artists Guild just posted something. It says someone's been secretly selling martial artist medals. Su Mo glanced at the phone after taking it, his expression unchanged. Below was a notice posted by the Lord of Z9 City. Martial artist medals are awarded for contributions to the city. The city lord's mansion will cooperate with the Martial Artists Guild to investigate these ungrateful individuals. I support the city lord. If any of you uncover anything, let me know and I'll report it to the Martial Artists Guild. Bro, you're rubbing your abacus beads in my face. Various replies followed below, though most were merely spectators. Investigating such matters is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suemo returned the phone to Zhang Dahai. Brother Suemo, tons of women want to be your girlfriend now and they're offering big bucks. The highest bid just hit 100 million a month. Suemo smiled faintly upon hearing this. He had no interest in such things, he'd rather hunt a few demon beasts to strengthen his power. The pulse-opening realm wasn't enough. A single python had left him helpless, even forcing him to flee. Sooner or later, he would slay that python. Returning alone to his residence, Suemo found someone waiting for him, their expression haughty. Particularly noticeable was the martial artist's badge pinned to their chest. Only martial artists could obtain such a badge, a symbol of status. This was clearly a show of force. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Let's talk inside. You're not worthy to enter. If you won't speak, then get lost. Suemo, I've already broken through to warrior rank. In just over a month, I'll be admitted to the North Campus. By then, the gap between us will only widen. As for you, you're just an expelled student with no academic standing. Even if you break through to warrior rank, no academy will take you. If you beg me, once I enter the North Yard, I can pull strings to get you into another academy. Suemo's eyes flashed with contempt. Even after breaking through to warrior, his brain was still as dim as ever. So you're saying I should suck up to you now? Su Yao snorted coldly. I'm your sister. I refuse to watch you sink into ruin. I want to pull you back up. Oh? I suppose I should thank you then. What exactly do I need to do? Hearing Sumo's words, Su Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You're a martial artist too. You can hunt demon beasts, collect materials, and sell them for money. My talent surpasses yours, and with the Northyard's training, my strength will grow faster. So you mean I should hunt demon beasts to earn money for you? Su Yao nodded. Who else can I blame for not having a student record? Su Yao paused. Back then, your vitality couldn't break 20. Besides, 10,000 yuan is no small sum for me. I'm giving you 2,000, you're not losing out. Suemo cursed inwardly. People like this, who only see themselves, she wanted to kill sooner rather than later. But he had to seek justice for his parents. Now wasn't the time, there was still over a month left. Let her run wild for a while longer. Get lost. Seeing you just pisses me off. Come near me again, and I'll slaughter you. Suemo, I'm a martial artist now. You think I'm afraid of you? Suemo thought of something. Where are my parents' martial artist medals? Hand them over. At the mention of the martial arts medals, Su Yao's expression tightened. Those were given to me by my parents. Why should I give them to you? You didn't steal them and sell them, did you? Suemo narrowed his eyes. Fine, Su Yao. I'll report you to the Martial Arts Guild. Go ahead, go ahead. Report me if you want. But when you have no evidence and falsely accuse me, you know exactly what punishment you'll face. Suemo's expression changed. Poof. Since you refuse, we'll see how this plays out. Su Yao had intended to wait for Sumo's consent, then pull him back to prevent him from speaking out. To her surprise, Suemo flatly refused her request. We'll proceed according to Zhou Liang's plan. If Suemo died, no one would know about her parents receiving the medal, and her own situation could be swept under the rug. At worst, she could wait until she was admitted to the Northern Academy, gain strength, and earned enough money to redeem it later. By then, black market dealers would likely be scrambling to curry favor with her. Given that, it would be better to announce her breakthrough publicly. Perhaps the black market dealers would see it and offer it up voluntarily. Those people would surely want to curry favor with such a prodigy. Su Yao secretly congratulated herself on her sharp thinking. Suemo watched Su Yao's steps lighten noticeably, a look of astonishment in his eyes. She really is sick. Who knows what reckless scheme she's cooked up now. Just as Suemo turned to go inside, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Suemo, you beast. So this is where you were hiding. Suemo turned at the sound and, upon seeing the person, let a sneer curl his lips. Everyone, come see this faithless scoundrel. Wu Qiu's shout drew a crowd of passers-by, all flocking over. No one dislikes a good spectacle. You beast. You're actually hiding here. I finally found you, so this is where you've been hiding. Everyone, come see. This beast drugged me and did those shameful things to me. I had a promising youth, but this beast ruined it all. Many onlookers quickly snapped photos and recorded videos, then posted them on the North District Martial Artists Forum. A bombshell revelation: this man actually did such a thing. Chapter 33, as long as Suemo dies, no one can clear his name. Suemo narrowed his eyes. He knew these people would frame him, but hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. And the accuser was none other than Wu Qiu, who had always harbored resentment toward him. Many glared at Sumo with righteous indignation. Let me introduce him to you all. He's a student expelled from the top 10 high school. His name is Sumo. Back then, I was naive. He asked me for help, then gave me a bottle of water afterward. After I drank it, I passed out, and she did those things to me. What's worse, after it happened, he denied everything and threatened me, saying he'd kill me if I ever spoke up. I endured this agony, but when I discovered I was carrying his child, he dragged me to the hospital. At this point, she produced a test report bearing Sumo's signature. After he got fired, he sent me these chat records. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the chat history for everyone to see. Transfer me some money, or I'll expose what happened back then. Wu Qiu, I recorded it all on video. If you don't pay up, I'll forward it and let everyone see what you're really like. Each threatening sentence cut like a sharp blade. Those present felt their breath catch in their throats. I got fired. From now on, you'll give me 4,000 a month. Otherwise, I'll print out your photos and plaster them all over the streets. This is a recent chat log. Below it, Wu Qiu begged for mercy, pleading for him to let her off. Every word and phrase revealed utter humiliation. Scum. People like this can't be tolerated. He should just die. You're being foolish, girl. You should have gone straight to the police station. Exactly. Scum like this will only push their luck further. Many people snapped photos and posted them all over the North District Martial Artists Forum. Before long, the post shot straight to the second position. Onlookers buzzed with discussion and the forum erupted with condemnation. Daughter! Daughter! Are you all right? A middle-aged couple approached, voices choked with tears, clutching each other's heads in anguish. They then knelt before Sumo. Please spare my daughter. We know you have a genius sister. Please spare my daughter. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's fury only intensified. I've already reported this to security management. Such a beast deserves nothing less than death to appease my rage. Look at him, that beast is actually smiling. He deserves to die. People like him should be executed immediately. Sweetheart, we can't afford to cross him. Shall we leave this city? Listen to mom and dad, okay? Wu Qiu's body trembled as he lifted his head once more, two trails of tears streaking down his cheeks. Finally, she collapsed to her knees before the middle-aged couple with a thud. Mom and dad, please forgive your daughter's disobedience. This time, I will seek justice. Oh, we'll come with you to help. At that moment, two voices called out from outside, followed by several figures in white coats appearing. Those are doctors from Z9 City 7th Hospital. I didn't expect them to come too. And the one leading them is the head of gynecology. She actually came personally. Everyone, please hear me out. I warned this young lady before, but she wouldn't listen. I just saw the news and rushed over with the evidence. Someone behind them pulled out a laptop, displaying clear footage of Sumo accompanying Wu Qiu to the hospital. He even struck Wu Qiu at the hospital, landing a slap across her face. I advise you to behave yourself and terminate the pregnancy immediately. I won't give you a single penny. If others find out, you should know what your fate will be. The woman's hurt expression was plain to see. After paying her way into the operating room, Sumo had already vanished without a trace. Monster. People like him deserve to die. An outrage to both heaven and earth. At that moment, in the principal's office of Z9 City's top 10 high school. Principal, check the forums, something major just happened. Fong Zhengyu pulled out his phone. His expression darkened upon reading the news. Quick! This incident mustn't affect Su Yao or our high school number 10. Immediately after, several posts appeared on the forum. I am Wang Yang, Sumo's homeroom teacher. I expelled him for malicious provocation and disorderly conduct. I never imagined such circumstances were involved. As his homeroom teacher, I failed to notice Wu Qiu's unusual behavior. This is my dereliction of duty. My name is Fong Ben, a classmate of Sumo. He was universally disliked in our class. Numerous posts followed, detailing Sumo's various misdeeds. I am Fong Zhengyu. Having such a student is a disgrace to our number 10 high school. This incident is a failure on our part. We pledged to provide student Wu Qiu with a proper resolution. We never imagined he would commit such heinous acts behind his sister's back. Attached are numerous photos documenting Su Yao's daily training regimen, sweat-drenched and relentless. I am Sumo's sister, adopted by his parents. I have no relationship with him now. They only adopted me because of my talent to care for Sumo. After they passed away 5 years ago, our relationship deteriorated. I never imagined he would do so many things behind my back. What goes around comes around. It's not that it won't come back, but the time hasn't come yet. Attached is a photo of her receiving the martial artist badge. That warrior badge speaks volumes. It proves Su Yao has been training relentlessly, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned it at such a young age. Looks like you didn't know, or rather, others spared you out of respect for you. The homeroom teacher deserves credit too, no beating around the bush, just owning up to the mistake. 10 high openly admitting their mistake. School leaders like that are actually pretty decent. At that moment, Suemo ignored the curses and glances, his gaze casually settling on the assassins hiding within the crowd. Lu Xiuetian, who had arrived from afar, narrowed his eyes, a faint glint of murderous intent in his gaze. Damn it, scum like this deserves to die. Suddenly, 3 figures burst from the crowd, charging toward Suemo. A scumbag like you deserves a beating, anything less would be a travesty of justice. Wuqiu breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as Suemo died, this plan would reach its perfect conclusion. Then she'd have money, could alter her appearance, and enter an academy to study. Suemo, scum like you deserves to die. As the 3 men lunged forward, the angry onlookers could no longer contain themselves. They surged towards Suemo. The assassin, concealed within the crowd, moved with them. Suemo was a martial artist. They intended to exploit their overwhelming numbers to silently eliminate Suemo. Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Liang. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yao's eyes flickered. That troublesome bastard was finally dead. With Suemo dead, no one would ever be able to clear his name again. Chapter 34, Reversal, Reckoning. Not a single one escapes. Suemo didn't give these people a second thought. Amidst the crowd, several figures drew daggers and concealed them beneath their sleeves. Lu Xiuetian, Zhang Dahai, and Li Wuyo swiftly arrived, moving like swift swallows. The assassins hastily stowed their weapons, but Lu Xiuetian had already noticed them. Lu Xiuetian moved. The 3 assassins didn't even have the strength to resist. After falling to the ground, they still demanded, "Why did you attack us? Don't think being a security guard gives you free rein to do whatever you want." Zhang Dahai pulled out his phone and enlarged the photo. "This is the evidence." Lu Xiuetian snapped into action, lunging forward with lightning speed. He dislocated the jaws of all 3 men. He used his dagger to pry open their teeth, extracting a small black pill from each of their mouths. The 3 men now wore expressions of sheer terror. Zhou Liang, watching from a distance, saw this and his expression changed. He hurriedly pulled out a phone. "Uncle, the hitman you hired has been arrested." "I know. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your exams." The crowd that had been charging towards Suemo instantly fell silent, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They sensed they'd been used. Wuqiu also had a bad feeling. She hadn't expected Lu Xiuetian to arrive so quickly. These assassins were too stupid. If Suemo were eliminated, wouldn't all these problems simply vanish? Zhang Dahai glared at the instigator. I just couldn't stand this guy. These people have nothing to do with me." Zhang Dahai had the man handcuffed immediately, without a word of protest. Suemo stood frozen in place. Thankfully, he'd asked Lu Xiuetian to gather evidence earlier. Since Lu Xiuetian had already taken action, there was no need for him to intervene. But this time, they'd come to provoke him. Suemo would strike back. Suemo walked toward Wuqiu. "What do you think you're doing?" The middle-aged couple shielded Wuqiu behind them, staring at Suemo with guarded expressions. Suemo ignored them and continued advancing toward Wuqiu. "What are you trying to do? The security manager is here. I advise you not to make a move." Suemo looked at the 3 of them, speaking each word deliberately. "Nothing much. You've wronged me, and I just need you to rot in prison. That Zhou fellow promised you something he can't deliver." At the mention of the surname Zhou, Wuqiu's expression shifted. Suemo suddenly glanced toward the tree behind him. Zhou Liang and Su Yao met Sumo's icy gaze, their eyes flinching. They felt as if Suemo had seen right through them. "Since you can frame me, I'll present some evidence too." Suemo unlocked his phone. All the evidence Lu Xiuetian had previously investigated had been compiled and provided to him. Suemo opened a video. It was footage of rehearsals inside Z9 City's 7th hospital. Voices could be heard in the background. "Your imitation isn't convincing. Suemo doesn't walk like that. You need to take bigger steps." Scene after scene unfolded. The onlookers were stunned. This girl was so vicious. Then Suemo opened another video, showing someone imitating her handwriting. Wuqiu froze in place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How had Suemo obtained these? Zhou Liang and Su Yao, who were watching from a distance, had already left. They needed to escape this trouble-ridden place as quickly as possible. Suemo glanced at them dismissively, unconcerned. They couldn't escape anyway. Finally, Suemo pulled up yet another video. It showed a completely unfamiliar man with dyed blonde hair, swaying and staggering with every step. Did everyone see that? This blonde guy is her real boyfriend. Also, back when I was at Shijiao High, she was Wuqiu, and we never got along. As for that Su Yao, today I'll expose her true colors. She really thinks I'm easy to push around. She was adopted by my parents. Frankly, I wish she'd died to the beasts back then. 5 years ago, after my parents passed away, they left 50,000 yuan for each of us. I transferred my share to her so she could focus on her cultivation. Quite a few people know me. I used to do odd jobs and met many folks. My hourly rate was 15 at best, 10 when it was low. Every penny I earned went to her. Suemo pulled up the transfer records, each transaction meticulously documented. 80, 100, 120, 150, even 60. At that moment, Zhang Dahai stepped forward. Seeing Su Yao's posts breaks my heart. She's a martial artist, yet her thoughts are so filthy. I shouldn't be the one saying this, but I truly can't stand it. He then produced a video. Everyone, look closely. This is evidence of Su Yao using Su Mo's household register, property deed, and ID card to fraudulently sell the house left by her parents. Those who previously registered in violation of regulations have been dismissed. At that moment, the TNI Mall official account also released a video. It featured footage of Wu Qiu berating Su Mo, while Su Yao demanded Su Mo apologize. It also included footage of her spending 200,000 yuan on clothes without batting an eye. Some gawkers, relishing the drama, dug up old footage of Su Mo and Su Yao falling into the water and posted it on the martial arts forum. Damn it, you lying scumbag. We never got along, and now you're accusing others of plotting against you? She's a after all. No wonder she's the one playing the victim. The onlookers turned their guns on Wu Qiu, hurling accusations at her. You framed me, deliberately smeared my reputation. All of you, you're all going down. The head of the 7th Ward's gynecology department remained silent. The incident had already occurred, it was better to focus on the aftermath. Since Su Mo was doing odd jobs and struggling financially, offering money could make him drop the matter. This thought brought her peace of mind. Take all these people away. This must have been deliberately orchestrated by them to frame Su Mo. Su Mo walked over to Wu Qiu. Do you think Zhou Liang will let you go? Hearing this, everyone shuddered, even the gynecology director lost his composure. Right, they'd only considered Su Mo, but there was still Zhou Liang to contend with. As for those who insulted me earlier, I remember every one of them. Manager Liu, these people insulted me. Can I report them? I've got nothing better to do lately anyway. I'll sue them one by one if I have to. Just worry about those who can't afford to be delayed. You all love a good spectacle, don't you? I'll make sure you get your fill. At these words, the faces of those who had just spoken out turned pale. What would the company think? Accusing someone without distinguishing right from wrong? By the time they snapped back to reality, Su Mo had already turned and walked away. Come on, everyone. Follow me to the safety management office. And you can try to run, there are cameras here anyway. Lu Shuatian couldn't stand people like this either, those who lashed out indiscriminately, only to shift blame onto others when proven wrong, convinced they were never at fault. Brother Su Mo, that was a smart move. Some still tried to curry favor with Lu Shuatian. Lu Shuatian pulled out his phone immediately. I'm recording this. You'll be spending time inside. At those words, everyone's faces turned pale, and endless regret surged within them. Phones started ringing. Damn it, you're fired. Because of you, the company just lost a deal we were closing. Expect a cease and desist letter. Where the hell have you been? Marrying you was the worst decision of my life. I was about to get promoted to manager, but now I'm fired for no reason. All those times you meddled and framed people, I couldn't find a job anywhere. Just when things were finally looking up, you go and screw everything up again. We're getting a divorce right now. Chapter 35, City Lord's Mansion Announcement, Headmaster in Terror. As the situation escalated, the incident grew increasingly serious. Z9 City Lord's announcement, without distinguishing right from wrong or exercising independent judgment, the City Lord's Mansion now questions whether certain individuals are truly fit for their positions. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout Z9 City. Inside the 10th high school office, Fang Zhengyu sat trembling in his chair, clutching his phone. Was the City Lord's office announcement referring to him? Gulp. His throat convulsed. He was utterly panicked now, but the damage was already done. Wang Yang, come here immediately. When Wang Yang arrived, he was drenched in sweat, his face etched with panic as he entered the office. Thud. Fang Zhengyu grabbed the teacup and smashed it over Wang Yang's head. Damn it, you've screwed me over. If I get into trouble, you're next. I was just following your orders, and now even the City Lord's Mansion is pissed at me. Blood trickled down Wang Yang's forehead and across his cheek, but he dared not raise his hand to wipe it away. Principal, let me explain. Wu Qiu told me about this, I was deceived too. Bring that Su Yao over here. Fang Zhengyu was seething with rage. Genius or not, his own position was on the line. Who cared about some martial artist's talent? When Su Yao entered, her face was ashen. In her eyes, Fang Zhengyu now resembled a monstrous beast poised to devour her at any moment. I thought it was just a house issue. I never imagined it involved so much more. What's the deal with that mall incident? The previous drowning incident was already suppressed, but now it's resurfaced. What do you suggest, dismissal or something else? At the mention of dismissal, Su Yao's expression shifted. Wang Yang stammered, his mouth moving as if to speak. Spit it out. Principal, martial artists have appeared at other schools too. Fang Zhengyu's expression shifted as he glanced at the warning on his phone. You think I give a damn about one martial artist? Right now, I wouldn't even care if there were two. Let me tell you this, if I get fired because of you lot, before I leave, every single one of you will be expelled. You won't even have student status. Forget about taking the martial arts exam, go to hell. Suyao trembled at the words, her face draining of color in an instant. Just then, a student wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed open the door and walked in. What are you doing here? Fong Zhengyu clearly recognized Zhou Liang and asked curtly. Principal Fong, please don't be angry. There's still a way to fix this. Hearing this, Fong Zhengyu's expression shifted as he studied Zhou Liang intently. Heh, so you're the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Truly worthy of the Zhou family name. Zhou Liang knew this wasn't a compliment. The issues that have surfaced now are, at most, a matter of character. Wu Qiu can't reveal anything. It's true I orchestrated this behind the scenes, but Director Wang handled Wu Qiu's ideological work. Principal Fong, you're the head of this school. Even if you weren't privy to the details, you must understand how outsiders perceive things. As principal, this institution is your domain, no ripple escapes your notice. If we get into trouble, you won't escape unscathed either. Fong Zhengyu narrowed his eyes, and a powerful sense of oppression filled the office, making the others feel unsteady. Are you threatening me? Principal Fong, you jest. You are the principal of the 10th high school, the administrator of this institution. I am merely a student, how could I threaten you? I am merely stating a fact, nothing more. After venting his anger, Fong Zhengyu calmed down. Zhou Liang's words were harsh, but they were true. Tell me your plan. Zhou Liang took a deep breath. What if Wu Qiu died in the detention center? The expressions on several faces shifted. Even Fong Zhengyu studied Zhou Liang closely. This little bastard was far more ruthless than his grandfather. He didn't give a damn about human life. Even that old man from the Zhou family had to follow certain rules. Seemed like this kid hadn't been through any setbacks yet. After failing several times against Suemo, he was even more eager to prove himself. With Wu Qiu dead, he wouldn't spill the beans about them. His death at the security management office would leave his old friend in an awkward position. Moreover, his death inside would raise serious questions. Would outsiders speculate that Suemo had staged the whole thing to drag them down? After all, harboring resentment after being expelled is only natural. Those who've publicly criticized Suemo will only grow bolder. The situation would take a turn. By shifting the blame then, he could preserve his position. It was a viable plan. In that case, you handle the arrangements. Zhou Liang and the others left the office. Teacher Wang, you should freshen up. It wouldn't look good if someone saw you like this. Wang Yang nodded and departed. You're too impatient. Su Yao opened her mouth but said nothing. She had thought her plan was foolproof, turning the tide of public opinion, then capitalizing on the momentum to promote herself. Perhaps even the North Campus would take notice. Zhou Liang departed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had noticed Su Yao's post, of course, but he hadn't tried to stop her. He'd said Su Yao was foolish, lacking any sense. Trying to promote herself now would only invite backlash. He had arranged things with backup plans in place. Especially when dealing with Suemo, failure after failure had taught him that she was no easy target. He'd already received word about the incident at the mall. He realized that if he'd revealed anything, the evidence framing Wu Qiu would have been invalidated. But by then, the plan was already set in motion. And who was responsible for killing the blood leopard and blood tiger? Were they aiding Suemo? Thus, he devised another scheme, framed Suemo as usual, regardless of success or failure. Adding to this, Su Yao's breakthrough to martial artist status presented a perfect opportunity. By dragging the top 10 high school into the mess, the principal would likely intervene to protect his position. All suspicions surrounding Sumo's expulsion would then be redirected toward the principal and the homeroom teacher. By now, Wu Qiu and his entire family should be dead. Zhou Liang took a deep breath, a smirk curling his lips. This step had succeeded. Suemo, oh Suemo, you're not just facing me now. Zhou Liang found a secluded spot and dialed a number. Grandfather, Fong Zhengyu will come looking for you. Do not agree to anything. What happened? Zhou Liang recounted the events. I understand. After hanging up, Zhou Liang returned to the classroom, his brow furrowed in deep concern. At the security office, Wu Qiu and the middle-aged couple continued vomiting. They were forcing themselves to vomit, even using their fingers to induce it. Lu Shuatian kept a close watch on the three of them, with a doctor standing by. Suemo had already arrived at the Martial Artists Guild. Sister Baiyue, I'm here to collect my purchased items. Baiyu produced 3 green-colored pills. Sumo's gaze sharpened. Thank you. Hurry along. Some poisons aren't something you can just vomit out. Suemo took the pills and left. Baiyu watched his retreating figure, a look of satisfaction on her face. This guy is getting smarter by the day. By the time Suemo reached the safety management office, 3 people had already coughed up blood, and even the doctor was shaking his head. Suemo barged straight in, pried open the 3 women's mouths, and forced a pill down each of them. Soon after, each of them coughed up a mouthful of black blood and gasped for air. Moments ago, they couldn't even manage the simplest act of breathing. Suemo relaxed only after seeing them recover. Zhou Liang, you really have it in you. Chapter 36, Remove Suyao's household registration. Su Mo observed the three pale-faced women without rushing to speak. Zhou Liang was from the Zhou family. Having grown up in such a prominent clan, he couldn't possibly be that foolish. They'd been sending people to deal with Su Mo all along, yet he remained unscathed. It was no wonder they were suspicious. That's precisely why Su Mo had told Wu Qiu, "Do you really think Zhou Liang would let you live?" After the three were brought back, they kept gagging. Lu Shuetian took a deep breath. When he called Su Mo, she had simply said, "Don't worry. They won't die." Wu Qiu and her parents slumped on the floor, their faces ashen, traces of black blood still lingering at the corners of their mouths. "Why did you save me? You still have use." Hearing this, Wu Qiu burst into laughter, which soon dissolved into tears. "Ha ha! I wronged you, looked down on you, framed you, and in the end, you still saved me. How much did Zhou Liang pay you to go this far? You don't even care about the world's judgment anymore. 30 million, plus admission to the ordinary academy. TSK TSK TSK. These 3 pills of mine are worth about 30 million too. Besides, your vital energy is worth about the same as an ordinary academy. All you care about is that 30 million, nothing more. Pity the wretched, for they are truly despicable. What do you want to ask? Do you want to watch them live it up? Wu Qiu had just experienced death. He killed me that I could forgive. But to kill my parents? I'll never let him off the hook. Fine. From this moment on, you are dead." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuetian instantly understood. But for a while, Brother Lu and the others will suffer collateral damage. That's perfect. When the truth comes out, it'll bring down the Zhou family. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo also caught on. Lu Shuetian turned and left the room. After making the arrangements, an ambulance appeared silently at the back door of the security management office. 3 black bags were carried into the vehicle. From a distant high-rise, someone spotted the ambulance and the 3 black bags. Seeing Lu Shuetian acting as if he heard every rustle and saw every shadow, a smile touched the corner of their lips. At that moment, Su Mo emerged from inside, her face pale and her expression utterly distraught. "Young Master Liang, the 3 of them are already dead." He snapped a photo and sent it to Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang glanced at Su Mo's distraught expression, a smirk curling his lips. "Su Mo, this time I've won. But I still need to wait for an opportunity. I need to wait for the principal to make his move. Only then can I shift suspicion away from myself. Right now, everyone believes the Wu Qiu family will rot in prison. When their deaths are exposed, the principal will have already made his move." Zhou Liang felt quite pleased with this plan. He turned his head and caught sight of a graceful figure none other than Su Yao. His previous animosity towards Su Mo stemmed from his resentment that Su Mo had such a beautiful, gifted older sister. At first, he had been attracted to Su Yao, but now he felt nothing of the sort. A woman like her was too foolish, marrying her would only bring trouble. Besides, Su Yao only had eyes for herself. Su Yao scanned the posts, all filled with insults directed at her. How could someone like her break through to martial artist? Are you blind, heavens? An ungrateful wretch, schools would never accept someone like her. Bro, don't be bitter. She's a genius. Character flaws can be fixed, but you're a loser, you can't even fix yourself. We're just forum friends. You're overstepping. Sigh, if it weren't for my brother's recent miscarriage, I wouldn't be like this. Bro, hold on a sec, my brain's short-circuiting. I recognize every single character? Why can't I make sense of them when they're put together? Seriously, don't you get it? He's talking about his second brother. What else could a miscarriage of the second brother be? Damn, you're sharp, bro. But you guys are all bashing her, haven't you noticed she's actually pretty? If I had a sister like that, I'd gladly endure any abuse. Damn, you fawning asshole. Drag him out and castrate him. The brother's a good guy, but that sister's a real piece of work. She even sold the house left by their parents, leaving her brother homeless. She spends over 200,000 on clothes while her brother earns just a few dozen a day working. It breaks my heart. If she were my sister, I'd spoil her rotten. Zhou Liang watched Su Yao, her face streaked with tears, shake her head and walk away. That damn woman still reading the comments cursing her. But she wasn't the only one getting flack. Fang Zhengyu was another target. Investigate a principal like this and his hands won't be clean. Aiding and abetting evil, does someone like this even deserve to be principal? Even if Fang Zhengyu had the posts deleted, it wouldn't matter, many had already taken screenshots. At first I thought he was a selfless person, but it turns out he's just a petty crook. I now seriously doubt the integrity of the 10th high school. No wonder not a single student has made it into the North Campus in all these years. The problem lies right here. If the locomotive is crooked, how can the train run straight? Resign immediately, stop wasting resources and make way for someone competent. Fang Zhengyu shut off his phone, a surge of anger welling up inside him. He dialed a number. Head of the Zhou family, what's your decision? I told you I won't cooperate. Whoever makes a mistake must take responsibility. Besides, the problem arose because of you. It's just a grandson, I have plenty more. Hearing the phone disconnect, Bong Zhengyu set it down and called Wang Yang over. As he stepped out, blood trickled down his forehead again. Wang Yang cursed inwardly, unable to vent his anger to his face. Suemo, why haven't you gone and died yet? At that very moment, Suemo was also consumed by despair. Little brother, how about I be your big sister? I'll give you 100,000 a month. Mabao, be good. You don't need a sister like that. Ungrateful and unworthy of a brother like you. Tomorrow's Thursday, I'll transfer you 50. Go eat whatever you can afford. Come work for me. 15,000 a month. Contact me anytime you're ready. My word is my bond. Suemo, you've got a great look. Interested in shooting adult content for us? Hey upstairs, what's the deal? Can I join? I'm 1.8 meters tall 18. You're not worthy. Damn it, my defenses are down. After closing the post, Suemo felt both amused and exasperated. But it wasn't too late to fix this. Suemo stared at the household register. She'd been cursed it so badly now, her tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms. As your sister, how could I let you suffer this torment? Removing your household registration from mine, that should make you happy, right? Without a household registration, your ID becomes useless, you can't even take the martial arts exam. Suemo knew someone would help her resolve this. Like that principal from the top 10 high school. So Suemo returned to the security management office once more. Brother Liu, remove her household registration from mine. She's already declared she has no connection to my family. Such an ungrateful person doesn't deserve to be on my household register. Besides, she said my parents adopted her with ulterior motives. If that's the case, I can have her compensate for all the sacrifices my family has made over the years. Alright, I'll notify her immediately. Chapter 37, Snagging a Bargain, Becoming the Sixth. After completing the registration, Suemo turned and left the security management office. As for where he was headed? Outside the city, of course. He had cleared the area within 30 li of demon beasts earlier, leaving behind numerous corpses. This time, quite a few demon beasts should be gathering there. Indeed, Suemo had left the demon beast corpses precisely to lure others. Whether it was Su Yao, Zhou Liang, or the Zhou family, Suemo didn't particularly care about them right now. Strengthening his power was the absolute priority. Once Suemo became powerful enough, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, others would handle them for him. He'd take his time. Next came the martial arts examination, the perfect moment to utterly crush Su Yao, and Zhou Liang too. Zhou Liang must not be spared. He personally handled matters before, leaving behind evidence. Lately, he hasn't been handling matters personally at all. The fact that he dragged the principal of the top 10 academies into this shows just how quickly he's risen. That's the advantage of being a scion of a powerful clan. We have evidence against Zhou Liang, but not against the Zhou family itself. The Zhou family has old foxes among them. Sacrificing pawns to protect the king is something they'd absolutely do. If we possessed sufficient strength, would we still face so many troubles? This was the perfect opportunity to venture outside the city walls and hunt demon beasts to strengthen his abilities. Suemo sneaked up to the city gate guard post. If anyone asks if you saw me leave the city, just say no. Bai Xiu was also secretly monitoring recent events. Aren't you afraid of that python? Judging by Sumo's preparations, he likely intended to stay outside the city for quite some time. For the sake of strength, I have to take a gamble. I can't stop training just because of one python. Suemo turned and left the city, only to run back out moments later. What's wrong? That python is outside. Bai Xiu stared at Suemo with utter contempt. Just moments ago, you were so noble and resolute, and now you're already backing down. Suemo went out again, while Bai Xiu sat waiting for him to come running back. But after waiting several minutes, Suemo still hadn't returned. That kid's no fool. If he dared go out, he must have mastered some special cultivation technique. As Suemo emerged, he inwardly marveled at the hidden concealment technique, truly a top-tier Xian-grade cultivation method. It could conceal his aura. The python, lurking in the shadows, had likely departed upon seeing Suemo fail to emerge. Suemo remained hidden, not showing himself. This python spirit possessed intelligence no less than a human's. Sure enough, a massive figure soon appeared, glaring at the city gate. Sumo's mind stirred. Drawing upon the concealment technique, he stepped through the snow. His body advanced steadily through the mist. Upon reaching the red zone, Suemo focused his mind, daring not to let his guard down for even a moment. This was the most dangerous area. He retrieved a protective garment from his facial ring. It was made from the skin of a mutated water snake. After tossing it forward, Suemo retreated swiftly. The giant snake, which had been watching the city, suddenly sensed something and retreated rapidly. Suemo moved with blinding speed, swiftly changing direction to avoid a collision with the python. Upon returning, Suemo drew his black iron long sword. Slaying a level 2, tier 1 demon beast earned 30,000 slaying points. Demon beasts varied in strength, yielding different amounts of slaying points. However, even a level 2 demon beast yields at least tens of thousands of slaughter points. His previous slaughter of so many beasts had attracted numerous level 2 beasts, slaying a level 2 demon beast, earning 40,000 kill points. Suemo wielded his black iron blade, weaving through the mist. Each time he hunted a demon beast, he collected vital materials before discarding the carcass far away. His goal was to lure even more beasts to the area. As night fell, the surroundings were enveloped in mist, visibility reduced to about 10 meters. Then a voice rang out. Wave crush. The blade's aura sliced through the mist, splitting a massive demon beast clean in two. Suemo stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving rapidly. Before him lay a 5-meter-tall demon beast, cleaved cleanly in two by Sumo's blade. Hunted level 2, tier 4 demon beast, Mammoth. Earned 80,000 slaying points. A divine light flared in Sumo's eyes. A second-tier cultivator had slain a beast equivalent to a 4th tier. He had truly done it. Sensing the commotion around him, Suemo gathered the materials. His body moved like a nimble monkey as he turned and leaped toward a large tree. Snap. Crack. Crunch. The sound of bones crushing echoed. This was Sumo's first night outside the city. Even at the second stage of pulse opening, he couldn't help but feel tense. Blood-red eyes, like millstones, could only be vaguely discerned. A gaping maw revealed razor-sharp teeth glinting coldly, sending a chill down one's spine. Its form remained indistinct within the mist. Before long, the beast's corpse was devoured, and its form vanished into the mist. Suemo hid behind a large tree, only to turn in startle at the sight before him. A spider the size of a human head stared intently at Suemo. Suemo sliced the spider clean in half with a single stroke. Slayed level 1 demon beast. Gained 4,000 slay points. Better than nothing, but now, less than 10,000 kill points barely registered with Suemo. After carefully checking the tree for any remaining beasts, Suemo finally closed his eyes. Soon, a rumbling sound startled Suemo awake. He instinctively gripped his black iron blade. Thick fog obscured the surroundings, and even his watch radar could only detect movement within a 20-meter radius. Suemo slid down the tree trunk and instantly slashed down 2 demon beasts at its base. Slayed 1 level 1, tier 7 demon beast. Earned 18,000 slay points. Slayed 1 level 1, tier 9 demon beast. Earned 24,000 slay points. Suemo moved to another tree to rest. It wasn't his fault those 2 beasts couldn't have been quieter, disturbing his sleep and shaking the tree violently. Can't sleep now. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, 2nd tier of pulse opening. Mental technique, shaping Dao art, 2nd tier 1,300,000. Martial skill, wave layering blade art yellow grade high quality 30,000 100,000 proficiency, minor mastery 100,000 300,000. Treading snow yellow grade high quality 10,000 50,000 proficiency, intermediate mastery 200,000 500,000 concealment art mystic grade high quality 0 million proficiency, minor mastery 110,000 500,000. Health points 3 million 6 million. Slaughter points 2,376,593. Just over 2 million slaughter points, still 60,000 short of breaking through to the 3rd level of the pulse opening realm. Tomorrow should do it. Just as Suemo was about to drift off to sleep, the great tree trembled once more. The surrounding temperature plummeted. All traces of sleep vanished instantly. Using his radar, he rushed toward the source of the tremors. Such powerful fluctuations must mean a demon beast is fighting. Could it be a python? Suemo scanned the area with his radar, taking no chances. After all, the radar couldn't detect creatures beyond its level. Any demon beast that posed no threat, Suemo would dispatch without hesitation. Boom! The earth roared and cracked, the surrounding mist dissipated, transforming the land into a frozen realm. Suemo crouched beside a rock. Suddenly, he noticed the stone trembling. Suemo swung his blade at him. What kind of trash dares to impersonate OU? Slayed a level 2, tier 7 demon beast. Earned 90,000 slay points. Sumo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. These 2 beasts were so powerful that the surrounding creatures, unable to flee, had actually fainted from fright. Truly, heaven favors me. Chapter 38, Teamwork, slaying a tier 3 beast, 2 million kill points. Now Suemo channeled the essence of Old 6, relentlessly hunting down the fainted beasts. Slayed 1 level 2, tier 7 demon beast. Earned 100,000 slaying points. Slayed 1 level 2, tier 8 demon beast. Earned 130,000 slay points. Slayed 1 level 2, tier 9 demon beast. Gained 170,000 slaying points. After swiftly hunting down over a dozen demon beasts, Suemo finally sensed something amiss. Why were they all level 2? A place this powerful couldn't possibly lack level 3 beasts. A thought struck Suemo. He spurred his horse into action and raced toward the distance. 2 demon beasts that had been locked in combat suddenly froze. One was a giant python, the other a massive black eagle. You mean this ant? Indeed. This is the one who killed my son. I never imagined he'd actually dare to come here. The python opened its mouth, emitting a strange cry. At that moment, Sumo's expression changed as the watch radar displayed a dense cluster of red dots. Boom! The watch radar exploded instantly. Sumo's expression shifted. After approaching the large tree, he utilized the concealment technique, suppressing his own breathing. Even now, Sumo dared not push himself further. If an accident occurred and he broke through instantly, his body could recover rapidly, perhaps even saving his life. One by one, demon beasts emerged from the mist, dozens of them. Sumo's expression shifted. These must all be demon beasts at the divine poor realm. Roar! One beast suddenly reared up, pounding its chest. Sumo's expression changed. Wasn't this the same giant ape from before? Before Sumo could react, the gorilla began advancing toward him, causing Sumo's heart to race. The gorilla halted near the tree where Sumo was hiding, its massive frame bending. Just as Sumo was about to flee, the gorilla clenched its hands. Sumo's face paled as the gorilla uprooted the tree. Surprise and confusion flashed in Sumo's eyes, but fear dominated his expression. The gorilla didn't kill him. Instead, it wielded the tree trunk, sweeping it back and forth. Sumo found himself trapped within its palm. Why? Why? Terrified, Sumo could only wait in silence. Dozens of demon beasts gathered around the python. They roared incessantly, as if reporting something. 3 ice arrows coalesced from the python's body. Bang, bang, bang. 3 beasts in the distance were instantly killed. Find them for me. If you fail, I'll kill you all. The third-tier beast scattered in a panic, rushing into the mist. He's hiding in that black ape's hand. The black eagle spoke in human language. I know. He can't be touched. The black eagle seemed to recall something, a flicker of emotion passing through its hawk-like eyes. After moving far away, the black ape dangled Sumo by the arm. Hello there. We meet again. Sumo greeted it with a smile. Roar. Bro, I don't understand. The chimpanzee hoisted Sumo onto its shoulder and charged into the mist. Only now did Sumo notice the golden light blazing in the gorilla's eyes, as if the mist didn't exist at all. Sumo was stunned. No wonder he'd hidden himself, only this gorilla could find him. This was their third encounter. The first time, he snatched food from its jaws, hunting down a vulture and a tiger. The second time, he lured a python into its territory. This was the third. The gorilla arrived at a mountain peak, set Sumo down, and pointed at a crevice. Then it pointed at Sumo, before smashing a nearby fist to pieces with a single blow. Sumo roughly understood its meaning. He looked down. Holy moly, it was deep. The crevice was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Below it stood a fruit tree laden with several bright red fruits. Now he finally understood the gorilla's meaning. It wanted him to pick them. The gorilla was too massive to climb down, and the edge bore the marks of its pounding. Roar, 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 roar. The gorilla found a vine, stood at the cliff's edge, and pointed its finger at Sumo. Sumo took a deep breath. What a clever gorilla. This creature would be absolutely terrifying once fully grown. Sumo could only grip the vine and descend slowly. As he neared the fruit trees, Sumo glanced down. Damn, it was too deep. He couldn't see the bottom. The gorilla was a level 3 demon beast, yet it still took a long time to climb. If he fell down there, he'd be smashed into mincemeat. As for picking the fruit and hiding it, Sumo never even considered it. This gorilla was crafty as hell. It had surely counted every single fruit. Sumo chopped the tree down, slaying a level 3 mutated spirit fruit tree, earning 300,000 slaying points. Sumo sucked in a sharp breath. This fruit tree was actually a level 3 mutant. Then what about these fruits? As Sumo froze in shock, the vine whipped him upward. He instinctively grabbed hold. No sooner had he climbed up than the gorilla grabbed Sumo, snatched the fruit away, and tossed it into its mouth. After chewing once, a red glow appeared on its body. In the blink of an eye, a streak of golden fur appeared on its chest. The gorilla pounded its chest, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Rocks began tumbling down from the surrounding cliffs. The gorilla grabbed Sumo and leaped off the mountain peak. Sumo nearly lost his soul from the fright. Thud! A deafening crash echoed as the ground cracked hundreds of meters outward. Trees toppled one after another. Sumo's throat convulsed. This gorilla had become incredibly powerful. What on earth was that fruit? No time for thoughts. Survival was paramount. The gorilla charged out of the forest. It rampaged through the path. Then it entered a grove of trees, and with a single swing of its massive hand, a tree several meters thick snapped clean in two. 100-meter-long wild boar appeared, its 2 tusks glowing black. The gorilla let out a roar. The gorilla pounded its chest, charged toward the boar, and delivered a powerful punch. Big brother, no, no. Sumo was scared out of his wits. If that wild boar had pierced the gorilla's arm, he'd have been dead meat. Fortunately, the scenario Sumo feared didn't materialize. The boar's tusk snapped clean off, and its 100-meter-long body was sent flying. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. He could tell this boar was also a third-tier demon beast, though he didn't know its exact rank. The gorilla set Sumo down and pointed at the boar. Is it mine now? The gorilla nodded. Without hesitation, Suemo walked up to the boar and plunged his black iron blade directly into its skull. One strike and its brains splattered. Slayed a level 3, tier 8 demon beast. Earned 2 million slay points. Startled, Suemo retrieved the carcass and stored it neatly within his 100-meter spatial ring. The gorilla grabbed Suemo and charged toward the exit. After an unknown amount of time, Suemo finally caught sight of the familiar city walls. The gorilla set Suemo down. Suemo turned to look at the gorilla. The gorilla casually uprooted a large tree, pointed at Suemo, then pointed at itself, and finally snapped the tree in two. Suemo nodded. Today, he had helped the gorilla. In return, the gorilla gave him a wild boar and brought him back to a safe zone. Next time we meet, it'll be kill or be killed. The gorilla vanished. Suemo didn't return to the city, for the gates would close at night to prevent demon beasts from entering. Besides, Suemo had no intention of returning anyway. Finding a secluded spot, Suemo concealed his aura. He was ready to break through. Chapter 39, 4th Pulse Opening Stage. Suyao arrives to register. Next time he encountered that gorilla, it would be a battle to the death. Suemo glanced at the system interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, Pulse Opening Stage 2. Mental Technique, Shaping Dao Art, 2nd Tier 1,300,000. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Art Yellow Grade High Quality 30,000 100,000 Proficiency, Minor Mastery 100,000,300,000 Snow Treading Yellow Grade High Quality 10,000 50,000 Proficiency, Intermediate Mastery 200,000 500,000 Concealment Art Mystic Grade High Quality 1 million Proficiency, Minor Mastery 110,000 500,000. HP, 3 million 6 million. Kill points, 8,777,779. The high-grade Mystic level concealment technique is sufficient even at the basic proficiency level. Next, he focused on enhancing his combat prowess. Stat allocation. As the 3 million slaughter points dissipated, Sumo's cultivation level instantly reached the 3rd tier of pulse opening. As he circulated the Shaping Dao Heart technique, Suemo felt like a sponge. His cells relentlessly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, tempering his physical body. After the breakthrough, Suemo did not rush to advance to the next realm. Instead, he carefully sensed the changes within his body. A small whirlwind formed around Suemo, composed entirely of gathered spiritual energy. An entire hour passed in the blink of an eye. The rate at which his body absorbed spiritual energy was slow, until it finally ceased. At this moment, Suemo sensed his physical strength had more than doubled compared to the 2nd level of the Open Veins realm. It was not yet time for testing. Suemo continued to allocate points, this time expending 4 million. Suddenly, a violent churning erupted within his body, as a powerful surge of vital energy crashed against his internal organs. A minor bottleneck existed between the 3rd and 4th stages. However, with the system's attribute points, such minor bottlenecks held no challenge for Suemo. Surrounding spiritual energy surged continuously into Sumo's body. His meridians expanded, transformed, and thickened. His physical strength rapidly increased. Several hours later, Suemo opened his eyes, a gleam of light appearing in their depths. Gazing at the remaining 1 million slaughter points, Suemo fell deep in thought. The wave layering blade was his weapon. Suemo began allocating points. As 70,000 slaughter points vanished, the wave layering blade transformed into a low-grade Xian-level sword technique. He continued investing points. After another 200,000 slaughter points vanished, it reached mid-grade Xian level. Investing another 500,000 points elevated it to high-grade Xian level. Surprise flickered in Sumo's eyes. The wave layering blade could not be upgraded further. It seemed its peak was high-grade Xian. With 1 million slaying points remaining, Suemo allocated them all to proficiency. Suddenly, a vision appeared in Sumo's mind. Standing atop the ocean, blade in hand, he swung it relentlessly. Surrounding waves surged and piled upon each other. A single swing unleashed 100 layers of blade energy, transforming into waves that repeatedly surged and piled up. One strike could cleave mountains and sever rivers. Suemo opened his eyes, drew a deep breath, and gazed at the black iron blade in his hand, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike. But remembering he was in the mist outside the city, where danger lurked everywhere, he forced himself to suppress that urge. It was time to level up Taishui. Suemo allocated points to the blade, elevating it to low-grade mystic tier. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, 4th layer of meridian opening. Heart technique, Shaping Dao Art, 2nd tier 1,300,000. Martial skill, Wave Layering Blade Art High-grade Mystic, perfected. Treading Snow Xian grade, lower tier, 50,000 500,000 Proficiency, Minor Mastery, 200,000 800,000. Concealment Art Xian grade high, 1 million Proficiency, Minor Mastery 110,000 500,000. Health points, 10 million 15 million. Slaughter points, 27,779. After all that effort, nearly dying, his cultivation only rose 2 tiers, refining the high-grade Mystic level wave stacking blade to perfection. If anyone knew what Suemo was thinking, they'd surely curse him for being so pretentious. Glancing at the weather, the clouds and mist had thinned considerably, dispersing significantly. Suemo took a deep breath, gripped his blade, and began hunting demon beasts. Slayed 1 level 1 demon beast, obtained 8,000 kill points. Slayed 15 level 1 demon beasts, obtained 130,000 slaying points. Suemo pressed deeper into the wilderness. Slayed a level 2, tier 3 demon beast. Earned 50,000 slaying points. Suemo sighed. To gain substantial slaughter points, he needed demon beast swarms. Suemo pulled out the map and studied the marked locations. This time, he set his sights on a pack of iron-toothed crocodiles and a troop of three-tailed wolves at another location. At the gate guard post, Baishio was on the phone with his sister. Have you seen him come back? That kid didn't come back yesterday. Probably out having a blast in the wild. Could he be in danger? He's too smart to get into trouble. Wait, why are you so concerned about him? Mind your own business. Watch your gait. Baishio listened to the dial tone coming from the phone, a look of frustration spreading across his face. When he needs something, he's your brother. When he doesn't, he's nothing. Inside the martial artists guild, Bayu stared at her phone, deep in thought. Could that guy be in danger? Wasn't he targeted by that python before? Should I go check on him? What if he's in trouble? But what if my presence attracts even stronger demon beasts? Bayu was torn. At the security management office, Lu Shuatian's whip cracked down hard on the man's body. Who sent you here? How dare you come to the security management office to kill someone? Lu Shuatian narrowed his eyes. Yesterday, he received a call reporting a mutated demon beast. With the situation already tense, he refused to believe such a coincidence. Fortunately, thanks to the spiritual essence Suemo had given them earlier, Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo had already broken through to the Meridian opening realm. Who would have thought this guy across the way would be so bold as to actually sneak in? Brother Lu, the investigation is complete. Zhang Dahai rushed over, presenting the man's information. Lu Shuatian glanced at it, his eyes narrowing. Look at this. The man who had remained silent until now widened his eyes. I'll tell you. It's Fong Jiangyu. Hearing those 3 words, Lu Shuatian's eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous gleam. Are you certain you're talking about Fong Jiangyu? Yes, him. We were classmates in elementary school. I helped him out with some things before. As the man continued his detailed account, Lu Shuatian walked outside, sat down on the ground, and lit a cigarette. After finishing it, he stood up, leaving behind a silhouette stretched long and thin. Fong Jiangyu, you want to kill me? Fine. Just you wait. I'll dig into your past until there's nothing left. As soon as Lu Shuatian entered the office, he spotted a familiar face. That person, of course, was Su Yao. Come in. Every time Su Yao saw Lu Shuatian, she felt like a mouse seeing a cat. Sign here. Lu Shuatian handed Su Yao a sheet of paper densely covered with conditions. First, her household registration had been removed by Suemo. Second was Su Yao's compensation. Just as Suemo was about to speak, Lu Shuatian shot her a glance. Hurry up. You posted online saying you have nothing to do with Suemo, that her parents are using you. Chapter 40, Su Yao under fire, 30 million yuan IOU. If you sign, it'll prove you're telling the truth when word gets out. Otherwise, you'll just look like a stubborn liar. Su Yao refused to sign. Once she did, her household registration would be gone and obtaining an independent one would be nearly impossible. The first requirement was owning her own home, a place that belonged entirely to her. Even a 1-bedroom apartment would cost nearly 1 million yuan. Where would she get that kind of money? All her money had gone toward buying elixirs. I refuse. At worst, she'd endure another round of verbal abuse. Sorry, Suemo is the head of the household. He makes the decisions. Besides, due to your inappropriate remarks, you no longer have the right to refuse. If you refuse to sign, we might end up in court. Give me some time. Su Yao turned and walked toward the exit. She picked up her phone and dialed Sumo's number. Sorry, the number you dialed. After dialing over a dozen times, the phone remained switched off. She sent Suemo a text message. Seeing the red exclamation mark, a wave of hurt welled up inside her. You weren't like this before. Why have you changed so much? I'm your sister. Many people coming to the safety management office to handle affairs saw Su Yao with tears streaming down her face. Pfft, she's nothing but a money-draining leech. Just like a dog after a decade of handouts, she finally knows how to wag her tail. She has the nerve to cry? Her brother works his ass off to fund her cultivation, yet she doesn't bat an eye buying clothes costing over 200,000. An ugly duckling dreaming of becoming a swan, a dead crow fantasizing about perching on a branch and turning into a phoenix. Z9 City actually harboring trash like this? What a disgrace to the city. Hurry up and leave. Look, she's crying again. She'll probably say we bullied her next. Let's go. Su Yao's tears flowed once more. If she had testified, if Suemo hadn't been expelled, would none of this have happened? But that was 10,000 yuan money Sumo had to work so long to earn. And back then, she could have let him work for Zhou Liang, earning thousands a month. He'd only suffered a little injustice. But now look at her, everyone was cursing her. Zhou Liang. Yes, Zhou Liang. Su Yao dialed Zhou Liang's number. Hello? Can you do me a favor? What is it? Zhou Liang's voice came through the phone. Lend me 2 million. I need to buy a house. Sumo wants to kick my household registration out. I can't help you. My spending money is restricted now. I could scrape together 100,000, but 2 million is out of the question. Besides, you spend 200,000 on clothes without batting an eye. How can you be short 2 million now? Su Yao's expression shifted. After hanging up, she gritted her teeth and dialed another number. Su Yao, don't tell me you're in trouble again. I don't have time for this right now. Principal, Sumo wants to kick me off the household registration. I have no way out. Just buy a house. You splurged on 200,000 worth of clothes. This is nothing. Sell Sumo's property. I'll cover the 20 million difference to keep you safe. Plus I gave you a million bonus. How could you possibly be broke? I spent it all. Impressive. Millions just vanish like that? Did a donkey kick you in the head, or is your brain clogged with? I bought blood enhancement pills. Those things cost 100,000 yuan each. I bought a few, and that was all my money gone. Su Yao said cautiously. You dumbass, you idiot, you moron, you fool. Blood boosting pills only work for a short time after taking a few. Don't tell me you've been taking them constantly. Su Yao could only mumble in response. God damn it, you're driving me crazy. You're pumping yourself up with pills without training your body. Don't tell me you can't even beat someone with less than 200 chi blood points. Forget it. I'll handle it for you. Get your ass back here. What a disgrace. A so-called genius who can't even take down his own little brother. Total waste of space. One more thing. What is it? Spit it out already, you're beating around the bush. You also owe 7 million in compensation. Su Yao could hear the other end take a deep breath. Fine. I'll give you 10 million. Add that to the 20 million you already paid, that's 30 million total. Write me an IOU, or I'm not lending you a dime. Find someone else. You think my money grows on trees? Fine, I don't need your genius. Tenhai never had martial artists before, and we got by just fine. But now, because of you, our reputation is ruined. Hearing the principal refuse to help, Su Yao's face drained of color. I'll sign. Then come back and sign it. Once you've signed, I'll give you the money. Hurry up and get this damn thing over with. Lu Shuatian watched Su Yao's retreating figure, a sneer curling his lips. Soon after, his phone rang. Old Lu, there's a household registration for Su Yao. What do you think? Lu Shuatian's lips curled with amusement. As long as she has a house, it's a piece of cake. Old Lu, I need your insight on something. Because of that Wu Qiu, the city lord is now displeased with all of us at the top 10 high school. Lu Shuatian cut him off. Old classmate, I'll be honest with you, Wu Qiu was already dead the day she was brought back. What did you say? You're not lying to me, are you? She died coughing up blood when we brought her back. They'd already taken poison. Who could be so heartless? She died without leaving any instructions. After hanging up, Lu Shuatian picked up another phone and quickly scribbled a line on a piece of paper. Back in the cell, the phone rang. The man Lu Shuatian had interrogated earlier looked at him. I've confessed everything. Just finish me off. My family has nothing to do with this. Do as they say. Okay. Lu Shuatian answered the call. Hello, what's up? You haven't made a move yet, have you? Not yet. The security management office isn't that easy to infiltrate. Besides, I need to figure out the electrical circuits and the detention areas. I was planning to move in 2 days. Good. Good. Don't move. Cancel this mission. I'll pay you anyway. Why? Don't ask. The call ended. Lu Shuatian stared at the recording, a faint smile curling his lips. Meeting Sumo had been his stroke of luck. Promotion was just around the corner. Good work. In the office of the 10th high school, Fong Zhengyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had narrowly avoided a major blunder. After sitting down, he kept mulling over Lu Shuatian's words. Zhou Liang, I really underestimated you. No wonder that old fox from the Zhou family objected. Turns out he wanted to drag me down with him. Ha, you want to cut me loose? Too bad you don't know Lu Shuatian is my classmate. Now, I'll focus on preparing for the martial arts exam and restoring my reputation. With Wu Qiu dead, his position was secure. After all, he died under the security management office's watch, no connection to him whatsoever. I nearly got dragged down by the Zhou family. After considering this, Fong Zhengyu called Lu Shuatian, requesting the autopsy report. Lu Shuatian gladly obliged. A dogfight is a dogfight, and he was more than happy to watch. Better to let Fong Zhengyu expose himself than have someone else do it. Chapter 41, Ranting at Su Yao, Ranting at the Principal. What a rush. After receiving Lu Shuatian's fax, Fong Zhengyu narrowed his eyes as he scanned the contents. Zhou Liang, you're far more ruthless than your old man. You're completely disregarding the rules. If Zhou Liang wanted to drag him down, why couldn't he drag Zhou Liang down? But that old fox from the Zhou family was a bit troublesome. He operated with extreme discretion. Lu Shuatian was about to head out for his inspection when a call suddenly came in. Brother Lu. A deep, muffled voice came from the other end. Surprise flashed in Lu Shuatian's eyes. It was Sun Yi, one of the black market's leaders, calling. What's up? About that Sumo, someone from the Zhou family went to see Jiang Quan today. A strange emotion brewed in Lu Shuatian's eyes. Go on. The man I planted near Jiang Quan sent me a recording. I'll forward it to you. Alright. Sun Yi, I'll give you a heads up too. Someone's planning to take action against the Zhou family. Brother Sumo has already broken through to the pulse opening stage. The sound of a teacup shattering echoed through the phone. Brother Lu, you really aren't deceiving me? We've worked together for years. You should know my standing, otherwise you wouldn't have chosen to partner with me back then. Do you really think I'd deceive you? The Z9 City black market is chaotic. It's time for a true leader to emerge and unify its operations. A long silence followed on the other end. I know what needs to be done. Don't overuse that pawn of yours. If the other side catches on, they'll easily set a trap for you. If you can plant people, others can plant spies among your own. Brother Lu, don't you know me by now? Sun Yi retorted. Lu Shuatian nodded. As long as he understood, that was enough. Lu Shuatian activated the call recording and heard a familiar voice. It was Zhou Banyu, the second son of the Zhou family. Brother Jiang, as long as the person in this photo dies, 500 million will be transferred immediately. Isn't that Sumo, the genius sister's younger brother? That's him. Alright, I got it. I'll have someone handle it. Once it's done, there will be a generous reward. After backing up the files, Lu Shuatian took a deep breath. The second son of the Zhou family was no longer able to escape. And if Sumo were to reveal his true strength, then many would likely be eager to kick him while he's down. People might not go out of their way to add flowers to brocade, but they certainly wouldn't miss a chance to kick someone when they're down. Lu Shuatian tried to call Sumo but found the line dead. He must have gone outside the city again. That kid isn't afraid of that python. Soon after, Su Yao arrived. Manager Lu, I'm here to handle the household registration matters. Haven't you noticed it's almost quitting time? You don't understand the slightest thing about social etiquette. Lu Shuatian turned and walked away without acknowledging Su Yao behind him. Such a woman, selfish, self-centered, and ungrateful. He had no desire to deal with someone like her. Manager Lu, please, beg you. I must conduct my inspection now. Should any fatalities occur, you will be held responsible. Su Yao dared not speak. She couldn't bear that responsibility. Tomorrow and the day after are weekends. You don't need to come in either. Su Yao felt a bad premonition. He wouldn't refuse to process her request, would he? After Lu Shuatian left, Su Yao headed toward the school. Midway, panicked shouts erupted. A mutated leech writhed and crawled across the pavement, its body stretching 2 meters in length. Not only that, but a pair of fleshy wings had sprouted from its back, glowing a blood-red light. Beside it lay a corpse, its face drained of color. Su Yao stumbled upon it, her face turning pale as she spun around and fled. Hey, isn't that Su Yao, the genius martial artist? Aren't you a martial artist? Go kill that demon beast. Hurry up. Su Yao's face grew paler as she heard others recognize her. She had never fought a demon beast before. The mere sight of the demon beast made her legs go weak. Hurry up. It's just mutated, its strength shouldn't match yours. Go kill it. The mutated leech flapped its wings, flying toward the crowd. Su Yao gasped in horror, her face turning ashen in an instant. She had nothing. How could she possibly fight a demon beast? The mutated leech seized a person, sank its fangs in, and drained the victim's blood. A cold corpse lay lifeless on the ground. Looking for death. Just then, Zhang Dahai arrived, swinging his blade with lightning speed. The mutated leech was sliced clean in half. Blood spurted everywhere. Zhang Dahai stared at the 2 cold corpses lying on the ground, his heart sinking. Sorry I was late. Many noticed the bloodstains on Zhang Dahai's clothes. He must have been hunting other demon beasts. Manager Zhang, you've worked hard. We should be thanking you. Yeah, if you hadn't come, who knows how many of us would have died. Zhang Dahai took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. Next time you encounter mutated beasts, head for areas with structures. Their massive bodies slow down when encountering obstacles, greatly increasing your chances of escape. Manager Zhang, we understand. It's all because of Su Yao. She's a martial artist, yet instead of hunting beasts, she ran straight into our crowd. Exactly. Tell her to hunt the beasts. She just stood there, too scared to move. No, it's not like that. Su Yao tried to defend herself, only to realize Zhou Dahai hadn't even glanced her way. Everyone, hurry home. Before long, Li Wuyo and Lu Shuatian also hurried over. Seeing the two cold corpses, they couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. They had witnessed too many instances of demon beasts mutating and causing fatalities. It was impossible to guard against everything. Looking at Su Yao, her face pale. Get lost. Today's incident will be logged by security management. As a martial artist, you show no sense of responsibility. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be called a genius martial artist. In Lu Shuatian's eyes at that moment, Su Yao wasn't even worthy of his scorn. Suddenly, he recalled the day he first met Su Mo. With just a butcher's knife, he'd sliced through a mutated lobster. Later, he helped them hunt down a mutated water snake and slaughtered demon beasts 30 miles outside the city. Now look at this Su Yao, also a martial artist, yet lacking even the courage to face demon beasts. No, it can't be recorded. I have no combat experience. Hearing this, a murderous intent surged from Lu Shuatian's body. What about all the knowledge you've learned? Can't you even apply it? You told them to scatter and seek shelter in buildings. You're telling me you never learned that? Speak up. If you say you didn't learn it, I'll go to your school and apologize every 3 steps. Don't look down, you little bastard. Look at me. Stare straight at me. Face me, you little. Su Yao kept his head down, silent. The three began cleaning up the mess. Faced with such all she could do was infuriate herself. She only dared to rant in front of Su Mo. Soon enough, she wouldn't be able to rant anymore. Born without a princess's destiny, yet afflicted with princess syndrome. Lu Shuatian turned, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, old Lu. Is this principal any good or what? Did a donkey kick you in the head, or is your brain clogged with crap? If you don't want to do this job, I'll recommend someone else to the city lord's mansion. Fong Zhengyu stared blankly at the phone. Chapter 42. Principal gets scolded, City Lord's mansion demands answers, Su Yao gets insulted again. Your brain's stuffed with, and your eyesight's gone too, calling just anyone a genius. And you want me to process her household registration? I'll be damned if I help her. What kind of nonsense is this? Damn it, meeting you was the worst luck I'd had in 8 lifetimes. Don't ever ask me for favors again. After hanging up, Lu Shuatian took a deep breath. Feels good. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo felt the same way. What a relief. Pack up our stuff. We're leaving. That of a principal will come groveling for forgiveness later. Fong Zhengyu hung up the phone, his face darkening. Though he didn't know what had happened, he was certain it involved Su Yao. After the meeting, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Yao's number. Moments later, Fong Zhengyu's roar echoed through the office. Are you an idiot or mentally challenged? Where's all that cleverness you usually have, the cleverness you used to swindle your brother out of money and sell your parents' house? You say your mind went blank? But when the household registration couldn't be processed, why did you think of me? Even if you just called us, we could have rushed over, it would have benefited us. You're useless. I must have been blind to train you. Even a dog would be more useful than you. Look up. Stop playing the victim. Stare at me, you bastard. You spent 200,000 on clothes without blinking an eye. Where's that confidence you had when you said you'd only buy what you liked? Speak up, you piece of moron, brain dead, worthless piece of. You're nothing. I've finally figured it out. The closer I get to you, the worse things get. I'm starting to suspect your adoptive parents died because of your curse. Looks like I'll be cursed to death by you too. Your reputation's already in the gutter. Who knows, maybe every university in the North District has a bone to pick with you. Finally got a chance to prove yourself and you chicken out? You've eaten too much pig brain. No, that's an insult to pigs. You're a martial artist. Even if you get hurt, it won't be fatal. Seeing you push yourself this hard, how will others perceive you? Look at the Northern District Martial Artists Forum, they've posted your story, and it's flooded with insults. Our entire Tanhais has been dragged through the mud. Fong Zhengyu took a deep breath, about to speak again, when he spotted a phone. His face drained of color, his body trembling. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of deference. Hello, City Lord. If you're not suited for that position, I can replace you. I should still have that right. This was my fault. I'll make amends. I've already punished her. Your Excellency, you must understand, after all, the student has never left campus. Her combat experience is lacking, she's only learned theoretical knowledge. But she couldn't even apply that theoretical knowledge. Fong Zhengyu wanted to slap himself right then and there. The City Lord hung up. Fong Zhengyu slumped into his chair. Staring at the ceiling, his gaze gradually grew vacant. It's over. Everything is over. I thought Wu Qiu's matter was finally behind us. Now this had happened because of Su Yao. So tired, so utterly destroyed. Maybe he should just kill Su Yao and then end it all. Get out. Get out. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Just seeing you makes me furious. You better pay me back 30 million. Someone like you wants to get into the North Yard? Get lost. After leaving, Su Yao hung her head, looking rather aggrieved. Spotting her homeroom teacher, Wang Yang, she wanted to vent her grievances. Wang Yang's expression was grim. He ignored Su Yao and turned toward the office. When he came out, his head was bleeding. Su Yao returned to class, head bowed, saying nothing. Born without a princess's destiny, yet afflicted with princess syndrome. Many who envied Su Yao's breakthrough to martial artist now gloated over her misfortune. Zhou Liang heard these whispers and merely smiled. Someone like Su Yao isn't even wanted by top-tier institutions. She brought this upon herself. Looks like even breaking through to warrior rank doesn't guarantee admission. Might not even get into a regular academy. True. TSK, TSK, TSK. Check out the online posts, let me read you some. Genius martial artist? More like genius bull. The comments below were even more scathing. Su Yao might not have a brain, but she's not a bear either. She might be weak, but at least she can cry. Can't even apply theory. Did she cheat on the exam? Heaven must be blind to let someone like this become a martial artist. Shut up. Su Yao suddenly snapped, slamming her hand down on the table. Why are you yelling at us? Now our entire class 9 is getting slammed. What does this have to do with us? Exactly. You're dragging our entire class 9 into this mess. I say we should just get expelled. Su Yao took a deep breath. Fine. You'll see. With that, Su Yao turned and left the classroom. Many in the class began to feel apprehensive. After all, Su Yao was a martial artist. They hadn't even reached a chi blood value of 160 yet, and the martial arts exam was just over a month away. Sumo, still outside the city, remained unaware of the unfolding events. Sumo's figure leapt from tree to tree, leaving only streaks of motion in his wake. After slashing down a 3-meter-wide spider, Sumo exhaled. The area was densely covered in spider webs, with several skeletal remains hanging from them, their flesh and blood already devoured by the spiders. Slayed level 2, tier 7 demon beast. Earned 200,000 slay points. Sumo sat in the tree to rest. Meanwhile, the Northern District Martial Artists Forum erupted once more. Beasts howl night after night. What on earth is happening? Below lie several photographs, capturing fleeting shadows, faces indistinct, surrounded by demon beast carcasses. Especially those dozen or so beasts, nearly 20 meters in size. The only thing clearly visible is a silhouette standing atop the beast carcasses, though the mist makes it hard to make out. A black iron blade is held in hand, its tip occasionally dripping with blood. It really is my husband. Still unwilling to forgive me? It's you again. Hey upstairs, you seem to be a guy, right? Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. We're all martial artists, yet why such a huge gap? Thinking of that genius student fills me with sorrow. I advise you to watch your language. Don't insult this backdrop brother. Exactly. That piece of crap isn't even fit to be compared to our backdrop brother. Photographer, send me your address. I'll mail you the absolute top of the line camera. Who do you think backdrop guy really is? Judging by his silhouette, he doesn't seem that old? If I knew, I'd have gone to his door long ago, knelt down, and asked him to take me as his little brother, paying him $1 million a month just to be his subordinate. Wonder if backdrop guy has a girlfriend? 34E, fair skin, straight hair, 10 properties, 11-digit savings. If he'd be my boyfriend, it'd all be his. 34 years old? Trying to get something for free? Ugly? Crooked legs? Paper thin? Your bank account has 8 digits after the decimal point, right? Don't slander the beauty, show us a photo. Huh, I think I've seen this profile pic before. Let me check. Found it. Nationwide Fly Xiaoyu. Holy, I know this guy. Got some juicy stuff. Xiaoyu's private life with AAA building materials CEO Wang. Aren't we talking about backdrop guy? Sorry, bro with the inside scoop, send me a copy later. I'll pay. Send me a copy too. Count me in too. Chapter 43, Transformation. The North Campus post blew up the entire North District. In the Martial Artists Guild, Baiyu stared at that silhouette on the forum. That brat's strength has grown again, wonder just how far he's advanced. Seeing the incoming call, a flicker of surprise crossed Baiyu's eyes. Old man, you actually bothered to call me. How's my disciple doing? Now that you have a closed-door disciple, you don't care about me anymore, do you? Old man, you better believe I'll tell your wife. Better not. Remember, it was me who got you that internship at the Martial Artists Guild. A flicker of contempt crossed Baiyu's eyes. That guy on the forum is your precious closed-door disciple. Just look at him, powerful as hell. He hasn't even come back to the city, spending his days with his blade, hunting demon beasts. After the martial arts exam, you should come back too. A flicker of surprise crossed Baiyu's eyes. Has something happened? Not yet, but it's imminent. A powerful demon beast has appeared outside our northern district city. Another siege may be imminent. Hearing this, Baiyu's heart tightened. Every demon beast siege brought rivers of blood, paths paved with bones, and ruins everywhere, along with the deaths of countless martial artists. Then I'll return with my junior brother. My performance targets are met anyway. All right. After hanging up, a shadow of gloom settled over Baiyu's heart. The news of a demon beast attacking the city couldn't even be released. Releasing it would spark massive panic. When you reach the foot of the mountain, a path will appear. Worrying won't help. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Baiyu kept her eyes glued to the Northern District Martial Artists Forum. Lu Shuetian was also watching the forum at that moment. Seeing that silhouette, he knew it was his brother, Sumo. Now even second-tier demon beasts could be hunted effortlessly. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuya watched with envy in their eyes. They couldn't even keep up with Sumo's cultivation pace now. If not for the spirit elixir Sumo had given them, they wouldn't have even broken through to the pulse-connecting realm. Sun Yi from the black market watched that figure. Brother Lu, you lied to me. This is far beyond what someone who just broke through to the pulse-opening realm could achieve. As time slipped by, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Another post exploded across the forums. I am not a coward. I am not a failure. Below it was a photo. A massive demon beast lay lifeless on the ground. Standing beside it, a figure gazed with unwavering resolve, blood still dripping from their hand. The post exploded the moment it went live. Where did they find someone to play along? Exactly. How could this idiot hunt beasts? It's real. She's injured too. I saw it with my own eyes, she really did slay that beast. Su Yao turned and left, her body swaying unsteadily. She would enter the north yard, she would definitely get in. She wasn't just a pretty face. This was her first step. She would seek revenge. Sumo, just you wait. You kick me out of the household registry, I'll make you regret it. Just you wait. And all those who mocked her, they'll all wait to be proven wrong. At that moment, Bong Zhengyu stared at the post and abruptly leapt from his chair. If you're putting on a show, I advise you to apologize. It's not. Su Yao hung up the phone without hesitation. Surprise flashed across Bong Zhengyu's face. How dare she hang up on him? The person who hadn't dared to retort when he insulted her before, had she truly transformed? Safety Management Office. Zhang Dahai held his phone. Brother Lu, has Su Yao finally risen? Rising? Don't be ridiculous. She just wants revenge on brother Sumo and to make those who insulted her regret it. Why bother caring about her? Just process her household registration when she comes in. The martial arts exam is in a month. We'll have quite the show then. Lu Shuetian studied the information on his phone. Sun Yi had sent it to him. With Sumo's whereabouts unknown, the Zhou family was getting anxious. Was this their final desperate cry? Early the next morning, a post suddenly exploded with countless responses. The Northern Campus assessment will be held in Z City. Specific assessment details will be arranged by the chief examiner. The moment this notice was released, the entire North District erupted. Why? Haven't they always been held in City A? They're actually coming to Z City? Could it be that Z City is finally rising? Could it really be because of Su Yao? Wake up, upstairs. To get into the North Campus, you need to be at least a martial artist. There's more than one martial artist in the entire North District. There must be others hidden away. Some schools love to keep a big secret under wraps. Still, setting it in Z City is a bit unexpected. It doesn't fit North Campus's style. Sometimes even martial arts exams have to be held at North Campus. The Lion Academy assessment is being held in Z City. Tianfeng Academy's assessment is set in Z City. Demon Slayer Academy's assessment is held in Z City. Tianshur Academy's assessment is held in Z City. Xingya Academy's assessment is set in Z City. 5 posts followed in quick succession, sending the entire Northern District into an uproar. What magic does Z City hold? Why is everyone flocking here? This is the first time in history that an assessment has been held in Z City. Not even regular evaluations were ever held here before. Holy crap, this is so exciting. This is a monumental achievement for our Z City, a true moment of glory. They won't even say why. Who are they really here for? Could it be that Z City hides a true dragon? At that moment, inside a luxurious office in the North Campus. Leave the assessment to him. Give him free rein to handle it without interference. The 4 Northern Courtyard instructors were utterly baffled. They had no idea why such a decision had been made this year. Baiyu is there. When the time comes, you can ask her. My last disciple is also in that place. What? When did you take on a final disciple, Dean? Lam Lintian opened his phone, revealing a silhouette on the forum. This is my final disciple. 18 years old. What a disappointment. Her strength still leaves something to be desired. Several teachers hurried over, their pupils contracting. Dean, is this truly your final disciple? Of course. Would I lie to you? This assessment isn't so much for him as it is to boost morale. Hunting beasts 30 miles outside the city, combined with the recent announcements, the groundwork is already laid. Thinking of what was about to unfold, the instructors felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. No wonder the dean went to such lengths. It all comes together now. The 5 of them are worried too. We've been comrades in arms for years. This demon beast siege is no ordinary threat. Let's hope the North District doesn't end up like that other sector. The dean took a deep breath, his eyes clouded with worry. Hearing the dean's words, their own eyes reflected equally complex emotions. Only 9 districts remain now. There used to be 10 major districts, but one was completely wiped out, razed to the ground by the demon beasts. This was humanity's shame, the greatest catastrophe in recorded history, where hundreds of millions perished at the beast's claws. 1 month remains. Go prepare. Chapter 44, The Self-Absorbed Su Yao, Youngest Chief Examiner. As the Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious institutions issued their announcements, all 9 cities of the Z-City complex stirred into action. After all, this was a shared honor for every city in the entire Z-shaped region. The 9 city lords of the Z-shaped cities gathered together. Choosing Z-City this time is a grand event for our entire Z-City. We must execute it flawlessly. Lu Xuedao merely smiled upon hearing this, as he had his suspicions about the specifics. The influx of the Northern Academy and the 5 major institutions was unexpected. He suspected it might be connected to Sumo. Moving forward, we'll need everyone's cooperation to mobilize personnel and construct the martial arts examination grounds. It's only right. Our Z-City hasn't seen such excitement in a long time. Previous city lords have designated areas along our 9 cities' borders. Those should suffice for construction. It's a shame that for so many years, not only the top academies but even the higher-tier ordinary ones never came here. Our examinees still have to travel to other cities for their exams. As the 9 city lords spoke, a wave of sorrow and a hint of resentment welled up within them. There was no denying it. Compared to other cities, City Z truly lagged far behind. As time passed, the entire city of Z grew increasingly bustling, with martial artists standing ready at all times, awaiting deployment. Even numerous independent martial artists joined the effort, eager to contribute to City Z. At the city gate guard post, Bai Xiu scanned the martial arts forum. I never imagined that for you, North Campus, all 5 major academies would come in. Bai Xiu knew they were likely here for Sumo. An examiner? How interesting. It seemed Sumo had indeed become an examiner. As he stood there lost in thought, a graceful figure approached from outside. Bai Xiu didn't step forward to greet her. He didn't care for this woman. After Su Yao returned, she took a deep breath. This time, she had hunted down a demon beast outside the city. She was about to upload the photos she'd taken to the martial artist forum. Opening the app, she scanned the recent posts and felt a surge of excitement. The Northern Academy's assessment site is actually set up in Z-City. This is perfect. Just wait, everyone, they're definitely coming for me. I'll make history in Z-City. All you haters? You'll regret it. With just 1 month left until the martial arts exam, I must train harder. Today I hunted a demon beast outside the city. Tomorrow I'll push myself further. Su Yao uploaded the photo and found a quiet spot to stare at the comments below. This girl really got woken up by the criticism. She actually dared to hunt demon beasts outside the city. Everyone makes mistakes. To recognize and correct them is the greatest virtue. Impressive progress. Truly a prodigy warrior. Shame spurs courage. Not even worth a single leg hair on my back, shadow brother. Hey, upstairs, reaching martial artist level at this age and actually hunting beasts outside? That's already impressive. Would you dare? You'd be screaming your head off by now. Su Yao watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curving her lips. Her reputation was gradually shifting. Though some still hurled insults, once the Northern Academy revealed they'd come for her during the assessment, then let's see who dared to underestimate her. Principal Feng Jiangyu of the 10 great academies took a deep breath after reading the forum posts. This brat finally knows how to save herself. There's still hope, the hope of being admitted to the North Campus. Moreover, he noticed that posts criticizing Su Yao were being edited or deleted. Even many of the posts attacking their own school were disappearing. Feng Jiangyu pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the IOU Su Yao had signed, one he'd already torn up. He sent the photo to Su Yao, along with 1 million yuan. I'm glad to see you've woken up. The IOU is water under the bridge. This is your reward. Keep up the good work. You can arrange the remaining month however you see fit. Su Yao watched Principal Feng Jiangyu's actions unfold, a faint smile curling her lips as she gave a cold snort. She turned and headed toward the martial artists guild. I want to buy a storage ring and a black blade. 1,500,000. Baiyu replied without looking up. These are materials from 2 demon beasts I hunted. Take a look. After a glance, Baiyu offered 60,000. In the end, Su Yao paid 44,000 out of her own pocket. After stepping outside, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered on her face. So much for the martial artists guild, they can't even run a business. They won't even give a discount to a genius martial artist. Someday, you'll be begging me for favors. Standing at the doorway, she fantasized for a moment about the North Campus announcing they'd come for her, and the 5 major prestigious academies competing to recruit her. A proud smile spread across her face. Baiyu watched the figure standing at the door, smiling foolishly, and shook her head. 1. She picked up her phone and sent another message. Seeing no reply, she sighed. This guy treats the outskirts like his own turf. The following days, the 9 city lords of Z-City worked feverishly, utterly unafraid of exhaustion. The testing grounds carved out where the 9 major cities met were vast. But it wasn't just them. Other cities near the 9 also chose to lend a hand. They weren't foolish. Now was the time to cultivate good relations with City Z. Within a mere fortnight, the construction was nearly complete. A massive fortress capable of housing nearly 80 million people now stood complete. This was only possible by hiring martial artists to work through the night, otherwise, such speed would have been unthinkable. The martial arts exam was now the hottest topic throughout the entire northern district. Of course, there was another person involved, Su Yao. She hunts demon beasts every single day. Especially this time, 3 demon beasts lying beside her, her clothes drenched in blood, her face pale, her breath coming in gasps. Don't waste your youth, don't waste your prime, don't waste yourself. Keep pushing. Yao Yao, make sure to rest. With only half a month left, you should ease up a bit from now on. Taking down 3 beasts solo? That's insane. I want to tag along. Not even worth a single hair on Brother Backdrop's leg. Damn it, you're always here. Come out and we'll settle this one-on-one. Every time Su Yao posts, this guy shows up. Seriously, I'm impressed. At the city gate guard post, Bai Shou watched the defeated man and smiled. That line, of course, was his doing. He's finally found something to enjoy lately. He just loves seeing people lose their cool. In all his years guarding the gate, he'd never seen such a narcissistic woman. In half a month, he hadn't even managed to kill 20 demon beasts. That Sumo always comes in to restock. And this is someone his big sister holds in high regard. Of course, he'd throw his weight behind him. The youngest examiner in the North Yard will soon take office, presiding over this year's martial arts assessment. He is the closed-door disciple of our North Yard dean, a prodigious martial artist. Any announcement from the North Yard sends shockwaves through the academy. The youngest examiner, the headmaster's personal disciple, a prodigious martial artist. Each of these 3 pieces of news struck their hearts like heavy hammers. The North Campus was already a cradle of prodigies, a sacred ground in the Northern District. A martial prodigy acknowledged even by the North Campus itself. Just how extraordinary must this person be? At that moment, Su Yao trembled upon seeing the news. The dean's last disciple, a prodigious martial artist, could he be here for me? The thought sent an involuntary blush creeping across Su Yao's cheeks. Chapter 45, Demon Man. The Northern Campus instructor has arrived to discuss the assessment rules. A genius like him deserved a beautiful, gifted woman to match him. Her looks weren't bad, and her talent was formidable. Plus, the assessment was taking place in Z City. The outcome was already obvious. Su Yao considered herself the most qualified candidate. Comments kept pouring in, and Su Yao kept staring. I'd love to meet such a prodigy. Could it be that this genius martial artist is the reason the assessment is being held in Z City? Possible. I have a wild guess this prodigy isn't here for someone specific, is he? Dude, have you been reading too many novels? You mean he's got his eye on Su Yao? It's not entirely impossible. The comments below ran the gamut. Seeing her name mentioned, Su Yao's face flashed a hint of a smile. Who says there's no chance? Maybe he's here for her after all. Only a genius could match a genius. After returning to her room, Su Yao freshened up and dressed. Gazing at her reflection, pale skin with a healthy flush, a charming face radiating warmth, she couldn't help but want to kiss herself. She snapped a few selfies, but paused just as she was about to post them. Such a genius would surely appreciate someone diligent and hardworking. Tomorrow, she would continue hunting demon beasts outside the city. Su Yao had made up her mind. Meanwhile, Sumo, still outside the city, was facing an unprecedented calamity. Because he wasn't facing a demon beast. This was the first time Sumo had ever seen such a creature. Massive in stature, standing about 2 meters tall, it bore 2 horns on its head and distinctive patterns across its face. Wielding a pair of massive hammers and capable of speaking human language. Sumo stood facing the beast, his black iron blade in hand. I never thought you'd survive my heavy hammers. Come again. The massive figure raised both hammers, leaped forward, and swung them down toward Sumo. Sumo blocked with his long blade. With a thunderous crash, sparks flew everywhere as Sumo stumbled back a step. The massive figure pressed his advantage, swinging his hammers in rapid succession. Clang! 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 The clanging of metal echoed relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blows were exchanged. Sumo drew back. Wave crush. At this moment, Sumo unleashed the full power of the high-grade Shin tier technique, wave overlap. Earthshaker. Black gas coiled around the massive figure's twin hammers. Boom! A thunderous collision echoed through the mist. The burly figure stumbled backward, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had actually been driven back by the person before him. You're asking for it. With a cold snort, the twin hammers flashed with light. He leapt upward, descending like a thunderbolt, aiming to smash Sumo from above. Sumo held his long sword vertically before his chest, drew a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Wave crush. This time, only a single blade aura emerged, no flashy flourishes. Standing his ground, he watched the descending figure drop to either side just centimeters from him. Slayed a demon of the first tier of Divine Orifice, gaining 4 million slaughter points. Leaning on his blade, Suemo felt dizzy and lightheaded. A wave of weakness washed over him as if his body had been drained. This was the technique he had mastered during his time outside the city. Its sole drawback was that each time he unleashed it, it drained every ounce of power from his body. Such a technique could not be used lightly, especially outside the city. Demon? What exactly was this thing? There was no record of it. Take out your phone and snap a photo. You should recognize this thing. I'll send it to her later. As for that cheap master, I don't even have his contact info. After packing up the corpse and the twin hammers, Suemo turned and left the area. The scent of blood lingered from the recent battle. With his energy depleted, he needed to find a place to recover quickly. Inside the martial artists guild at that moment, Bai was receiving several visitors. Master, you must be exhausted from your journey. We're not tired. We just came early to see your little junior brother. The dean has been singing his praises non-stop. Besides, this assessment requires his input, and we need to inform the city lord of Z City to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Bai's face betrayed a look of helplessness. That kid's been outside the city for over a month now. We haven't heard anything from him lately. The only reason we know he's still alive is because of that photo someone posted last time. The Northern Academy instructors were quite satisfied. Such exceptional talent combined with relentless effort, impressive, very impressive. Ding dong. Bai's phone chimed. Her expression shifted upon seeing the photo displayed. Teachers, look at this. Seeing the stitched-together corpse, the expressions of several people changed. The demon man has appeared again? Suemo, where are you? Get back here immediately. Bai hurriedly sent a message to Suemo. I'm almost at the Martial Artists Guild. Teachers, please wait. I'll bring them to meet you shortly. The four teachers shook their heads and followed Bai outside. Thankfully, it was nighttime and the area around the Martial Artists Guild was deserted. Otherwise, anyone seeing Suemo might mistake him for a wild man who'd just emerged from some primeval forest. Sister Bai, I'm back. Bai watched Suemo, relieved to see he was unharmed. The martial arts exam is in half a month. If you hadn't returned, I'd have thought you'd died out there. Only then did Suemo notice several people trailing behind Bai, all sizing him up. Hurry up and freshen up. I need to talk to you. Bai led Suemo to the wash area and turned to leave. When Suemo reappeared, several teachers nodded in acknowledgement. He was truly handsome, deep-set eyes, a stern face that appeared gentle yet kept others at arm's length, his gaze devoid of any emotional ripple. These gentlemen are instructors from the North Campus and will serve as your examiners for this assessment. Hello, teacher. Suemo hurriedly greeted him. Suemo, right? No need to be so formal. I'm here to discuss something with you. You can check the Martial Artist Forum. Suemo pulled out his phone, opened the Martial Artist Forum, and his pupils fluttered upon seeing the content. You're the chief examiner this time. Regarding the assessment, do you have any suggestions? After everyone settled down, Suemo pondered. What caught his attention was that the man who had taken him as a disciple was none other than the dean of the North Campus. This youngster will take the liberty of sharing his thoughts. If any of the teachers find them unsatisfactory, please feel free to correct me. The four instructors seemed quite satisfied with Suemo. They maintained a courteous demeanor without resorting to fawning or groveling. The chi and blood assessment remains unchanged. Previously, we evaluated performance through combat against martial artists using point systems. Let's switch to battles against demonic beasts instead. Oh? Care to elaborate? One teacher narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Suemo. Some candidates perform well academically but lack courage. They can barely stand steady when facing demonic beasts, let alone engage in combat. Once they enter the academy, cultivating their courage alone will consume a significant amount of time. Beasts reproduce rapidly and grow by devouring one another. Humans cannot do this. We must progress step by step, growing slowly. Exposing them early is a baptism for both their courage and theoretical knowledge. We can select beasts they've studied in books, ones with clearly defined weaknesses. Afterward, students who advance in martial rank will hunt beasts outside the city in a points-based tournament to determine final rankings. What do you think, teacher? Suemo looked at the four instructors. After all, this was his proposal. Chapter 46, Rules Finalized, The Vanished 10th District. The four instructors clapped in unison, looking at Suemo with satisfaction. Excellent. Young people truly have boldness. No wonder the dean appointed you as an examiner. Now we finally understand the dean's reasoning. Bai also stared at Suemo with astonishment. The chi and blood test was the least dangerous. Hunting ferocious beasts and demonic creatures carried real danger. This was their first test of both theory and courage. Then venturing outside the city to hunt demon beasts presented yet another trial. By the time the results came out, those gifted students wouldn't fear demon beasts so much, nor would they dread the world beyond the city walls. It must be said, this idea was truly excellent. Many martial artists were like flowers grown in a greenhouse, untouched by the baptism of blood. Once this assessment content is announced, many will likely curse Suemo. Of course, he would also gain quite a few supporters. One of the teachers compiled Sumo's suggestions and submitted them to the dean. The reporting teacher's phone rang. The proposal is sound. I'll discuss it with the 5 major academies. I'm confident they'll agree. It's merely a matter of deploying some personnel to capture the beasts. Half a month should suffice. Sumo, well done. You haven't disappointed your master. Thank you for your praise, master. Keep up the good work. We'll meet again when you come to the North Campus. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we'll take our leave now. We'll return in half a month. The 4 teachers departed. This visit, though ostensibly for consultation, had been more of a test for Sumo. Sister Baiwe, did you see the pictures I sent you? This is the demon man. You know about the vanished 10th district? Sumo nodded. He had heard of it. The disappearance of District 10 is connected to the demonic beings. We don't know why they've appeared in the North District this time. The teachers are rushing back to report to the dean. The appearance of a demon is no trivial matter. Demon beings are different from demonic beasts. They resemble humans, possessing immense innate strength and extraordinary intelligence. Their flaw is their volatile temper. They'll lash out at the slightest provocation. Undeniably, they are far more powerful than some demon beasts. But demonic beings are rare. Sumo was seeing this species for the first time. But you do actually kill one? That's no small feat. What level are you at now? I'd rather not show off my meager strength in front of Sister Baiwe. I'm nowhere near as powerful as her anyway. Baiyu nodded in agreement, showing no modesty. Go rest now. You're radiating such intense killing intent, anyone watching would think you're a serial killer. There's quite a lot inside this ring. Sister Baiwe, could you help me tally it up? Just transfer it to my martial badge. Sumo left the martial arts guild. Outside the city, he slept with one eye open. Especially the giant python. It had tracked him down multiple times. He'd nearly been killed by that massive beast. Back home, Sumo collapsed onto his bed, exhaustion instantly enveloping him. Nothing beats the comfort of one's own bed. When Baiyu rushed back, she noticed several dark figures lurking outside. Her expression hardened as murderous intent gathered within her. These people really won't give up their thieving ways. The Zhou family sure had some nerve. Just then, Baiyu sensed someone approaching. She glanced over and recognized Lu Xuetian. Miss Baiyu, you're here too. Of course I'm here, where else would I be? You lot sure are nice to Sumo. Lu Xuetian and his 2 companions smiled but said nothing. Baiyu's body shifted. In the darkness, thump, thump, thump. 3 consecutive sounds rang out. Put. Followed by the sound of blood being coughed up. Thud. 3 figures were flung out. Get them out of here. They're an eyesore. Lu Xuetian, Zhang Dahai, and Li Wuyo hurried away, handcuffing the 3 men as they went. Back in the car, Zhang Dahai swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Boss, what level of power is that guy? Lu Xuetian shook his head. I don't know either. By now, the masks of the 3 assassins had been removed. Lu Xuetian took a deep breath. He pulled out a phone and snapped photos of the 3 men. He dialed a number. Boss, I've got someone here, Zhou Bangyu, the second son of the Zhou family. I need you to take custody. I'll send someone over. The other end hung up after just 1 sentence. That Sumo really won't give up on killing his younger brother. Lu Xuetian sighed. Brother Lu, we've got half a month left. Their good times will be over soon. An hour later, Lu Xuetian met up with the men sent by the city lord. Xuetian, we're taking them away. You'd better be careful. Their assassination attempt is connected to that examiner. The men's expressions stiffened and they nodded solemnly. We've gathered substantial evidence against the Zhou family recently. We can root them out completely when the time comes. Only after making these arrangements did Lu Xuetian finally relax. His public security bureau simply couldn't guard against the Zhou family. The city lord's mansion was different. Even that old fox from the Zhou family wouldn't dare touch it. Inside the room, Sumo's tense muscles relaxed. Click. The room's light switched on. Ah, you scoundrel! Baiyu shouted, but didn't leave. Her eyes fixed on him. Sumo hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself. He was wearing only boxers and hadn't expected Baiyu to just walk in. Sis Baiwe, barging in like this, what if I was sleepwalking and did something to you? What then? Baiyu covered her mouth, laughing as her ample breasts bounced with each chuckle. This light bulb is huge. Sumo muttered under his breath. With those assassins around, I don't believe you were actually asleep. Since I can't sleep, I'll get up and make something to eat. I haven't eaten yet, sis. Then you go out first. Pfft, it won't hurt to take a peek. Look at you being so stingy. Baiyu turned and left, closing the door behind her. Only then did Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she stood up, the door suddenly swung open. Hey, I'm back. Sumo was speechless. He decided not to bother avoiding her. After all, he wasn't losing anything. Ugh, boring. Can't you at least react? You tie your hair up, slowly approach me, then push me down, pin my hands behind my back. I'll give you all the reaction you want. After getting dressed, Suemo headed toward the kitchen. Bai-yu, still in her pajamas, leaned against the kitchen doorway. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. That was so smooth and seamless, I could never pull that off. This aroma is so rich and fragrant, it's like stepping into a dream paradise. Truly a kitchen maestro. You look so handsome handling the ingredients. Oh, I'm already deeply infatuated with you, little brother. Suemo turned his head and shot Bai-yu a look of utter disdain. If you're not going to help, at least stop blabbering. I'm just providing emotional support. If not for the effort, at least for the hardship. Suemo gave her a thumbs up. Respect, respect. This was a woman who knew how to play with men. Once she was done, Bai-yu finally fell silent, her chopsticks flying across the table. What are your plans for the next 2 weeks? Figure out how to get you hooked and into bed. Suemo stared at Bai-yu with a playful expression. Well, good luck with that. I'm rooting for you. Suemo buried his head in his meal. After a day's rest, he'd resume hunting demon beasts. Women only slowed his sword drawing speed. Chapter 47, Earn 160 million, Martial Arts Exam arrives. After a moment of banter, Bai-yu produced the Martial Artist badge. I've tallied it up a total of 160 million. Hearing the staggering sum, Suemo showed no sign of excitement. This money had been earned through countless crises. Besides, the sum wasn't enough for much. A single healing pill could easily cost tens of millions. Cultivation was all about money. After a night's sleep, Suemo woke up at 11 o'clock. Bai-yu had already headed to the Martial Artists Guild. Bored, he opened the Martial Artists Forum. Another productive day today. Hunted down 3 demon beasts. Attached below were photos, a pure and beautiful young woman, her face stained with demon beast blood, with 3 demon beast corpses lying behind her. Yao Bao is truly working harder and harder. Sigh, I can't be near you, but I've given you everything. Hey, upstairs, could you tone down the filth? My brother just had a miscarriage. Not even a single hair on my back is as good as his. Damn, it's you again. You're always here. Just give us the address. You never posted pics before, but now you're posting daily. Not trying to lure the new examiner, are you? With that kind of character, you're not worthy of the new examiner. Forget it. This level of talent? You could find a dozen like him in the North Yard. And he's not even the standout among them. Huh, this is a front view? I thought he stood up straight. If she marries someone, diapers alone will cost a fortune. The one who always claimed not to be worth a single hair on back Yugai's head is now firing indiscriminate shots. Selling his brother's house, framing his brother. What character? TSK TSK TSK. Bunch of sycophants, practically begging to be criticized. Suemo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This person was truly impressive. Surprisingly, Su Yao actually replied to him. I take photos to document my growth, nothing else. Please don't misunderstand. Also, I was immature back then, but I'm working hard to change. Please give me time. Netizens immediately chimed in below. See that? She's already shown her attitude. That's what makes her a genius, admitting mistakes and correcting them. There's no greater virtue than that. Good job, keep it up. They're just jealous of you. Supporters of Back View Guy ignored the haters and kept replying. Oh really? I don't buy it. Could it be that the new examiner fell head over heels for you at first sight? That they declared they came here just for you? No way, right? No way? Su Yao, who had just returned to the city, read this reply and her face darkened with irritation. Bro, your words are a bit harsh. At least he knows how to work hard. Who are you? Just some keyboard warrior hiding behind a screen. Other netizens couldn't stand it and started confronting him. Who I am doesn't matter. Just know this, only geniuses enter the North Academy. To those geniuses, I'm like a firefly in the moonlight. He attached a photo showing a monstrous beast hundreds of meters long lying in a pool of blood. A hole the size of a bull gaped in its skull, blood gushing out steadily. Bro, don't use stolen images. Turns out this photo really isn't online. A netizen replied. The new examiners are all my junior disciples. Is an 18-year-old martial artist that strong? My junior disciple broke through the meridian opening realm at 18, might have even entered the divine orifice realm by now. This is a big shot. I'm outta here, outta here. Can't handle the heat, can't handle the heat. I'm outta here, I'm outta here. Not my problem. I just made my buddy miscarry looking at this photo. Suemo was speechless. Who was this clown? At the city gate guard post, Baishio slapped his thigh and bellowed with laughter. You dare talk back to me? I'll beat you to a pulp. Then he replied to another message. Who else? A string of arrogant emojis followed. Suemo continued scrolling down. The most discussed topic was the martial arts exam scheduled for the next half-month. Some experts speculated why it was being held in City Z, while others predicted whether the exam procedures might change. Others focused on reports of demon beast mutations and casualty counts. Suemo now viewed these reports with indifference. Death unfolded daily, it was inevitable. Continue hunting demon beasts. Suemo packed his things and headed out of the city again. With half a month left, if he didn't hunt some demon beasts, he wouldn't know what to do with himself. One reason he had returned after slaying the demonic beings was that the system was upgrading. Gazing at the system interface, Suemo took a deep breath. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Realm, Divine Orifice Stage 1-3-1000. Mental Technique, Shaping Dao Formula, 3rd Tier 10-3000. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Art Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Kill Points, 3. After the system upgrade, the Vitality bar had vanished, replaced by Strength Points, a change Suemo had anticipated. The second change was that after slaying a level 1, Tier 1 demon beast, the slaying points awarded had changed, only 0.1 points were granted. For a level 1, Tier 9 beast, 0.9 points were awarded. Only level 2 demon beasts now yield 1 killing point. Suemo actually found this quite agreeable, no longer overwhelmed by dizzying numbers. Additionally, all his martial arts skills had been fully cultivated to perfection through skill point allocation. This was his greatest gain, alongside the obvious increase in power. The Divine Orifice realm was also divided into 9 tiers, with each tier requiring the opening of 40 orifices. Suemo had now reached this stage. Over the next half month, he would focus on maximizing his strength. His martial arts were now sufficient for his needs. Bai Zhang was in the midst of an argument when he spotted Suemo. He quickly stowed his phone away, his expression turning peculiar. It's already afternoon. You still want to leave the city? Yeah, I'll stay out for another half month. Suemo shrugged indifferently. You're seriously impressive. I'm genuinely in awe of you. Suemo ignored Bai Xiu and turned to disappear beyond the city gates. Bai Xiu sighed. Some people can stay outside the city for a month and a half without a scratch, while others kill a few level 1 demon beasts every day and still post photos to show off. I won't name names. After posting, Bai Xiu plopped down, clearly waiting for someone to call him out. Why? I've done nothing to you. Why do you always take shots at me and won't let it go? After seeing the post, Su Yao felt her milk ducts were blocked. Who the hell was this jerk, and why was he subtly targeting her every single day? Oh, I never named names. Some people just don't have a brain and keep pushing themselves forward. With someone like you, even if you just happened to walk by while someone was taking a dump, you'd have to taste it. Yao baby, ignore him. Keep posting photos daily, your blood-stained face has a twisted beauty. Each time, I hold back for one more second. Honestly, I can't bear to stop. Bro, I'm a bit better than you, I can hold out for 1.234 seconds longer. Impressive, bro. You can even watch the clock. Bai Xiu watched Su Yao hesitate to respond, then shook his head in disappointment. No one dared to confront him. And so, Su Yao kept posting photos daily, her tally of slain beasts steadily climbing. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Z City was now bustling with activity as the martial arts examinations officially commenced. Chapter 48, Who is that youngest examiner? Inside the martial guild, Bayu finally exhaled in relief upon seeing Suemo return. She'd been worried sick when his phone went dead, fearing he might be delayed. After all, in the wild, with the high tension, one could easily lose track of time. Plus, this guy treated going outside the city like he was just going home. Suemo was now utterly exhausted. Damn it, that python better be waiting for him. Someday, he'd get him. Out of the city for half a month, he'd spent 5 or 6 days being hunted down by that bastard. But for Suemo, it wasn't all wasted effort. At least he'd grasped a lot of things. Come in quickly. Upon entering, Suemo found the 4 teachers waiting for him in the room. Young master, the items are ready. The martial arts exam is tomorrow. We'll be counting on you all then. Young master, you're too polite. The 4 instructors studied Suemo with solemn expressions. Though only half a month had passed since their last meeting, they sensed a shift in his aura. Vaguely, they felt as though a blade stood upright before them. Impossible. At this age, with this level of skill, how could he possibly have grasped the essence of the blade? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Yao also returned to the 10th high school, and her homeroom teacher, Wang Yangson, breathed a sigh of relief. Even Principal Fang Zhengyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing of Su Yao's return. Su Yao was performing well, hunting demon beasts every day. At that moment, Su Yao had already called Zhou Liang out into the hallway. You've broken through to become a martial artist too, right? Zhou Liang looked at Su Yao, surprise flickering in his eyes. This foolish woman had actually grown smarter. Your chi and blood levels were already higher than mine before, and besides, you have backing in money. I know what you're thinking this time. You already know I auctioned off the martial artist's medal my parents left me. You might have people spread that news after the martial arts exam, but I advise you not to. I have evidence on you too. If it comes down to it, we'll both go down together. Zhou Liang didn't look back at Su Yao, his gaze fixed on the distance as turmoil churned within him. When did this foolish woman become so sharp? She caught on so quickly. What, does hunting beasts actually make you smarter? I won't do that. After all, we're in the same boat. Suyao nodded without responding, turning to walk back toward the classroom. Days ago, a bad feeling had gripped her heart, and she'd finally realized Zhou Liang might be problematic. After all, Zhou Liang had been the driving force behind many plans, yet he hadn't participated directly, only relaying instructions verbally. After the fact, she suddenly realized that she had called Zhou Liang immediately after the martial artists guild posted the notice. By the time she caught on, it was already too late. She hadn't dared to speak up, fearing Zhou Liang might kill her. But now it was different. Tomorrow was the martial arts exam. All senior students and teachers, assemble on the playground immediately. All senior students and teachers, assemble on the playground. All senior students and teachers, assemble on the playground immediately. As the martial arts examination commenced, a wave of tension swept through the students. Within the martial arts guild, Bai Yu and Su Mo were in a room together. Feeling down? Bai Yu asked Su Mo as she looked at him. What? You've seen all those posts on martial arts forums about the rally people saying they can't attend. Doesn't that make you feel a little down? Su Mo kept his head down, eating his meal. Why would I be disappointed? On the contrary, I'm eagerly anticipating it. Everything will finally come to an end. She made me leave under false accusations for 10,000 yuan. After the martial arts exam, I'll shatter her dreams with my own hands. Right now, I'm just excited. Plus, Lu Shuatian just called he has got all the evidence on the Zhou family. That's the advantage of power. Had he remained a worthless failure unable to even reach 20 vitality points, he'd likely be stuck doing menial labor somewhere, let alone exacting revenge. That's why Su Mo seized every chance to cultivate, immersing himself in training. The stronger one's power, the greater the authority, and the more respect one commands. You'll be attending with those 4 teachers tomorrow. Where will you sleep tonight? Su Mo lifted his head to glance at Bai Yu. Can I sleep in your arms? Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to experience that suffocating feeling. Bai Yu's face flushed crimson, as red as a ripe apple. You little rascal, always flirting with your sister these days. But it's not impossible. When you can surpass your sister, maybe I'll actually grant your request. Ha! Bai Yu, I knew you had feelings for me. Gotcha right out of the gate. That's right, I do have feelings for you. Didn't you want me to tie my hair up? Don't let me give you a chance and then fail to deliver. You're all talk. If you can't last 3 seconds when it really counts, you'll be the one embarrassed. Su Mo stopped teasing when someone else entered, someone he recognized. Hey, what brings you here? After Bai Xiu came in, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating without hesitation. Eating such good food behind my back? You must be out of your mind, Bai Xiu muttered under his breath before diving back into his meal. Could you at least act civilized? You're eating like a wild dog fighting for scraps. Bai Yu rolled her eyes at Bai Xiu, her gaze dripping with disdain. Sis, after all this time apart, couldn't you at least compliment me? What should I praise you for? Guarding the gate well? Or being good at picking fights with little girls? Su Mo remained silent. Last time, he'd sensed Bai Xiu was somewhat familiar, suspecting a connection to Bai Yu. Since both shared the Bai surname, he'd guessed they were siblings, and his hunch proved correct. Kid, the martial arts exam is tomorrow. I'm here to cheer you on. You don't look like you're here to cheer me on. I seriously doubt you're just here to freeload. You've already snatched my sister away. What more do you want? You think I'm capable of that? Su Mo countered. Bai Xiu froze, sizing Su Mo up from head to toe. Right. Guess you're the one who got pushed into it. Su Mo was speechless. Bai Xiu finished eating and left. He really was encouraging after all. He did say good luck to Su Mo before departing. As the next day dawned, at the convergence of Z City's 9 districts, a colossal martial arts arena sat there like a primordial beast. Inside, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement and lively chatter. Today, over 10 million examinees from the northern district had gathered here. Some would soar to new heights, while others would fall short. And a whole new generation of corporate drones will be born, ready to contribute to society. On the viewing stands, parents watched with bated breath, while many others, dressed in cheongsams, held bouquets of flowers. Many parents grew tense, for on the vast training grounds, rows of cages held beasts of all kinds. Their eyes bloodshot, low growls echoing, teeth bared menacingly enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. As Suyao took in the scene, a flicker of light danced in her eyes. Could the assessment involve slaying these demon beasts? Wasn't this heaven's favor? Could it be that the youngest examiner was truly here for her? On the elevated platform, a row of seats stood side by side. The 9 city lords of Z City walked over together and sat side by side. Next, Bai Yu of the Martial Artists Guild found a seat and sat down. After that, the examiners from the 5 major academies emerged in order, their imposing presence commanding respect without a word, their expressions stern. After the examiners from the 5 major academies took their seats, all eyes turned to the remaining 5 empty seats and the figures approaching from behind. Today, they would finally meet the youngest chief examiner. The martial artist acknowledged as the greatest prodigy of the Northern Academy. The closed-door disciple of the Northern Academy's dean. Chapter 49, The Youngest Examiner, The Shifts in the Crowd, Shock and Fear. As the 5 figures emerged, every gaze in the arena fixated on the last one to appear. Amidst the tens of thousands in the examination grounds, the silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. His face was chiseled like stone, his presence as imposing as a mountain, his expression cold and stern. They recognized that face. The 4 examiners from the Northern Academy sat side by side, leaving the central seat vacant. The one they recognized stepped forward and took the seat at the very center. Only then did the tens of millions in the assessment arena snap back to reality. How could it be him? Impossible. Isn't that the guy everyone's been talking about lately? Something like Sumo, right? His sister is that genius martial artist, Su Yao. Word even came from the top 10 high schools that he got expelled. He's the chief examiner? Am I dreaming? He's only 18, how could he possibly be an examiner? I must still be asleep. 18 years old, a Northern District martial arts examiner and the chief examiner at that? Impossible. Becoming a martial artist at 18 is already exceedingly rare. The Northern Academy wouldn't pull a fast one like this. Something we don't know must be going on. If anyone was in a panic right now, it was undoubtedly the 10th high school. Principal Fong Jiangyu and homeroom teacher Wang Yang alike were pale-faced, their hands and feet ice-cold. Their initial excitement plummeted to the depths of despair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be him? Wasn't he a good-for-nothing? How could he be the North Campus Dean's top disciple, let alone an examiner? Principal Fong Jiangyu's face was deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, his back soaked through with cold sweat. Wang Yang wasn't faring much better, overcome by a sense of impending doom. The student he had expelled had not only become a martial artist but was now the Northern Campus Dean's top disciple and the chief examiner for this martial arts assessment. Why? Why? He was the one who expelled Sumo. If word got out, his career, his entire life would be ruined. Ruined. Zhou Liang kept pushing his glasses up his nose, occasionally taking them off to wipe them clean. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He even pinched his thigh until it turned purple. He told himself this was a dream, but the searing pain in his thigh screamed it was real. That North Yard Dean's chosen disciple, that martial arts prodigy, it was Sumo. Su Yao's face had gone deathly pale, her breathing becoming ragged. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Sumo? Her useless younger brother, the good-for-nothing who could only earn a few dozen yuan a day. This couldn't be happening. Absolutely not. He was a good-for-nothing. How could he possibly be the Northern Academy headmaster's last disciple? She had been fantasizing that the dean's chosen disciple had come for her. Seeing the demon beast on the field, her heart had been cheering and leaping with joy. After the martial arts exam, news spread across the Northern District Martial Artists Forums. The Northern Academy's youngest prodigy had arranged the exam in Z City to win the heart of a beauty. She became the envy of the entire North District. Sumo would kneel at her feet, begging for her forgiveness. Now, everything lay shattered. The classmate who had previously testified against Sumo sat down heavily on the ground. Upon seeing that familiar face, they felt as if the sky had fallen. How could it be Sumo? How could it be Sumo? At that moment, many school principals looked at Sumo with a hint of suspicion. They, too, doubted the authenticity of this incident. Too young, only 18 years old, to be the chief examiner of the martial arts examination. How could this be possible? It had never happened in recorded history. Sumo sat in the chief examiner's seat, his gaze sweeping the room. He paid no heed to the skeptical and fearful stares. He rose and walked to the lectern. The examination begins. Not a single word of unnecessary chatter, not a hint of encouragement, just 4 cold, stark words. With Sumo's words, everyone's attention snapped back into focus. The martial arts assessment had officially commenced. They no longer had the right to question. Moreover, this was a decision made by the Northern Campus. To question Sumo was to question the Northern Campus, to question its dean. The consequences would be unimaginable. First stage, Chi and Blood assessment. Numerous instructors appeared on the examination grounds, selected from the Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious institutions. Over 1,000 Chi and blood testing machines activated simultaneously. Recording personnel stood nearby. Suddenly, the machines emitted a red light. A 2 high school, Fengqin, Chi and Blood, 385. All eyes turned toward the display. The martial arts exam's blood and Chi testing machine differed from other testing equipment. It only activated when Chi blood exceeded 350. At this age, a Chi and blood value exceeding 200 to reach martial artist level was already considered genius level talent, let alone a value of 350. No wonder its city a truly formidable. Just as envy rippled through the crowd, several machines flashed red lights in succession. Z1 Second High School, Nangong Suyu, 464. A7 Grade 9 High School, Zhaoifei, 393. B4 Fourth High, Thunderstorm, 399. 3 sudden flashes of red lights sent a wave of urgency and excitement through the crowd. Especially that 464 vitality score it tugged at the nerves of many. Reaching this level of vitality would guarantee a top-tier ranking in the martial arts exam results of previous years. Such prodigiously talented martial artists were typically prime candidates for admission to the northern campus. However, after the results were released, it would also depend on the students' choices. Immediately after, an even more blinding red light flared up. Other machines began emitting the same crimson glow. A8 High School, Yixiaoxi, 684. C6 7th High, Kongping, 628. The entire assessment hall fell silent. Over 600 this year, a chi blood value exceeding 600 had emerged. In previous years, scores above 500 were rare. This time, scores exceeding 600 appeared equivalent to the second tier of martial practitioners. As time passed, many recorded vitality scores exceeding 200. Yet none reached 350, preventing the machine from emitting red light. As time dragged on, anxiety began to creep into many faces. Some parents, who had thought their children's scores above 200 were already outstanding, now realized that there were always those more talented than them, and that the sky had no limits. Currently, no one's vitality value surpassed Yixiaoxi's 684. At that moment, another machine emitted a blinding red light. D7 Triple High, Lu Yaoyao, 643. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Another score over 600. This was already the third such result. What on earth is going on this year? Why were so many prodigies emerging? After Lu Yaoyao stepped down, the instructor overseeing the assessment glanced at the list in his hand. Z9 Top 10, Zhou Liang. At this announcement, many eyes turned toward the name. Su Mo had been in this very class before. Now he was the chief examiner, while his former classmates were still taking the martial arts exams. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Zhou Liang suppressed his inner tension and stepped onto the machine. A red light flashed from the machine. Z9 High 10, Zhou Liang, 383. Many who saw it looked astonished. What's going on in Z City? Another genius has emerged. Amidst the murmurs, a teacher's voice cut through the air. Z9 High School, Su Yao. The moment that name was spoken, all eyes turned toward her. They knew Su Yao all too well, the girl who posted photos daily on the martial arts forum. Su Yao took a deep breath and stepped onto the testing machine. Chapter 50, Praying Su Mo will grant us a chance to meet. As Su Yao stood on the testing apparatus, many eyes converged on her. Z9 High School, Su Yao, Vitality, 400. Seeing the displayed figures, even several high school teachers and principals from City A wore expressions of astonishment. This girl truly was a prodigy, though the gap between her and her brother was vast. They simply couldn't believe the North Campus would actually assign a useless person as an examiner. Su Mo, watching from the stage, showed no flicker of emotion. Su Yao instinctively glanced up at the elevated platform. Her earlier excitement had completely faded after Su Mo became the chief examiner. So what if his chi blood value had surpassed 400? Who could have imagined that after being expelled, he'd become an examiner for the North Yard and even be taken in as the headmaster's final disciple? Each of these statuses was beyond their reach. Zhou Liang stared at Su Yao's vitality reading, surprise flashing in his eyes. This fool's vitality was actually higher than his own. How could that be? His gaze instinctively shifted to Su Mo atop the arena. The person he once dismissed as insignificant had now become an unattainable presence. He even found himself praying that Su Mo would overlook the transgressions of a lowly nobody like him. As the sun dipped toward the west, the vitality assessment finally concluded. The teacher in charge of recording handed the rankings to Su Mo. After a quick glance, Su Mo confirmed Yixiaoxi still held the highest score at 684. Second place went to Lu Yaoyao with 643 points. Third place went to Kongping with 628 points. Fourth place went to Wang Yanran from City C's 3rd High School with 564 points. Fifth place went to Zhang Yu from F8 First High School with 535 points. The rest all scored below 500, hovering around 400. Su Mo glanced over the list. Su Yao was ranked 88th. Zhou Liang at 140th. In previous years, these scores would have secured direct admission to the North Campus. But now, with him around, getting in would be as easy as farting. First, I'll let you all bask in your joy. Then I'll make you crash hard back down to earth. As for those surpassing martial artists, those with chi blood values exceeding 200, their combined total barely reached 1,000. Out of tens of millions of examinees, fewer than 1,000 were martial artists. One could only imagine how difficult it was to become one. The results are announced. The second round of assessments will commence tomorrow. Chi blood detection cannot be fake, this is common knowledge. Besides, the teachers seated beside him were all formidable experts, they could spot a fake in an instant. As the results were announced, Su Yao's heart sank deeper. With a chi blood value of 400, she hadn't even made it into the top 50. Based on previous year's martial arts exams, she would have had a chance at the top 10. Seeing the striking number of 684 for the top scorer. How wonderful it would have been if that had been hers. She would have been the envy of everyone. Had she not heeded Zhou Liang's words, had she not become enemies with Su Mo, she would undoubtedly be the center of everyone's attention. A wave of resentment surged within Su Yao. She resented those who had broken through the 600 chi blood threshold, resented Zhou Liang for sowing discord. She resented her adoptive parents even more. Why did they have to die so early? If she had money, she could have reached 600 too. Then she wouldn't have turned against Su Mo, and she wouldn't be the laughingstock she was now. As the results were announced, the examiners remained seated. Only after Su Mo stood did the examiners rise. They followed Su Mo as he walked toward the distance. Witnessing this scene, many students' eyes flickered with envy. When would they ever have such an honor? Even just once, they'd gladly die for it. Inside a closed conference room, Su Mo sat at the center of the front row. The chi and blood assessments are complete. The second stage is the demon beast combat. Teachers, please do your utmost to ensure no student endangers their life. The other instructors nodded in agreement. It was their duty. Every gifted martial artist represented the elite of the human race. But what intrigued them most was the true strength of the Northern Academy head's personal disciple. Su Mo must have cultivated a concealed technique they couldn't gauge his depth. I wonder what level the young master has reached. The Tianfeng Academy instructor inquired with curiosity. Divine orifice. Whoa! The teachers in the room couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A divine pour at 18. No wonder the North Campus posted about the youngest genius in their history. I believe the previous record holder from the North Campus was a girl named Baiyu, who reached the divine pour realm at 19. But Su Mo only mentioned reaching divine pour, not specifying the level. They couldn't press further. An 18-year-old at the divine pour realm, if not unmatched in the future, then certainly unmatched in the past. Instantly, the attitudes of numerous teachers towards Su Mo shifted noticeably. Su Mo naturally noticed this shift, the benefit of true strength. But Su Mo dared not be overconfident. These teachers were all formidable human beings, each having made significant contributions. When demonic beasts threatened humanity, it was always them stepping up to resolve the crisis. In their spare time, they also educated students. These teachers were the true pioneers driving humanity forward. After returning from the conference room, Su Mo sought out Baiyu, his gaze fixed intently on her. What? Have you taken a liking to me? I knew you were a genius, but I never imagined you'd be so extraordinary, breaking through to the divine pour at 19. Baiyu's eyes narrowed before she realized. Looks like those teachers told you about me. Su Mo nodded. Truly gifted beyond compare, Su Mo shook his head in admiration. You'd better be talking about talent, Baiyu said, her face flushing as she met Su Mo's teasing gaze. You still dare to go out and about? You're a celebrity now. Aren't you afraid someone will come looking for you? Maybe some girls are already staking out your place every day, hoping to borrow you. Baiyu pulled out her phone. The youngest, toughest, and most formidable chief examiner turned out to be the North Campus's acknowledged most gifted martial artist is. The North Campus Dean's last disciple has finally surfaced. No mistake, it's 3 posts dominated the top rankings. Even the post about slaying a 30-mile demon beast had been pushed down the rankings. At that moment, Su Mo suddenly noticed a post rapidly climbing the rankings, soon reaching the 4th position. The mysterious figure who slaughtered 30-mile demon beasts? That was Su Mo. The moment this news broke, the entire comments section exploded. Is this real? Did you leave your brain at home? You're still questioning this? Who's the fool here, you or the North Yard? Who would have thought backdrop guy is Su Mo? That Su Yao actually called her brother a loser before. Seriously, how brain dead do you have to be to do something like that? Su Yao's an idiot, but isn't the 10th high school even more brain dead? They've completely disgraced Z City. To expel such a genius student? Unless your brain's been soaking in a cesspool for a decade, you couldn't possibly reach this level of idiocy. Husband, when are you coming back? I won't fight with you anymore. Get lost. Su Mo is humanity's hope now. You're not worthy to bear his child. Su Mo, can I borrow your sperm? 100 billion a shot. I told you so. That brainless girl isn't worth a single leg hair on my back, shadow brother. Bro, I was wrong before. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it look down on him with dog's eyes. My apologies. Many others tagged Su Yao, Wang Yang, and Fang Zhengyu in the comments below the post. How could our human race's hope, a martial arts prodigy and the Northern Academy's headmaster's last disciple, become the useless trash you all call him? Are you guys trying to gain fame this way just to stream and sell products? In a hotel room, Fang Zhengyu set down his phone and looked at Su Yao, Wang Yang, and Zhou Liang before him. Give me an explanation. Fang Zhengyu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The 3 standing before him felt a palpable aura of death. Fang Zhengyu was ready to kill. Online, proposals to dismantle the top 10 high schools were already circulating. You'd better come up with a solution within these 2 days. Otherwise, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Wang Yang. I trusted you so much. You really are something. If this situation can't be salvaged, I'll drag your entire family down with me even in death. Cold sweat poured down Wang Yang's back. He never imagined Suemo would be that genius. Ever since Suemo entered his class, Wang Yang had disliked him intensely. Suemo couldn't even break through the 20 vitality threshold, and Wang Yang had wanted to expel him. Every time a teacher mentioned Suemo, it infuriated him. He'd longed to kick Suemo out of the class. With the martial arts exam approaching, he saw Suemo as dead weight dragging the class down. Using Zhou Liang's incident as an excuse to expel him, he'd even excitedly sought out his wife for a few seconds of pleasure that night. Who could have imagined he was a genius among geniuses? It was all Sumo's fault who told him to play dumb and pretend to be useless? Get out! Get out! Get out! With only 2 days left, I'd even kneel before him to beg forgiveness. No, now we should be begging him to even grant us an audience. Chapter 51, Pulling Every String to See Suemo. After Zhou Liang emerged, he suppressed his inner fear. Just then, a phone rang. Zhou Liang's heart tightened upon seeing it. Hello, grandfather. Our Zhou family is being targeted. A frail, aged voice came from the other end, tinged with resignation. Our only hope now is to beg Suemo for forgiveness. Otherwise, once the martial arts exam concludes, it will be the end of our Zhou family. Your second uncle has likely been secretly arrested. I haven't been able to reach him. See if you can plead with Suemo for a chance to meet him. Zhou Liang heard the phone disconnect, his heart sinking. Suemo, whom they had once dismissed, now required begging just to see him. Su Yao, come with me. Su Yao followed Zhou Liang to a secluded spot. Can you get in touch with Suemo? Zhou Liang's eyes held a glimmer of hope. No, he blocked me ages ago. Su Yao felt a pang of frustration just bringing it up. You are his sister, after all, Zhou Liang said, sounding a bit reluctant. Hearing this, a strange feeling stirred within Su Yao. Yes, she was Sumo's sister after all. If only Suemo would forgive her and they could reconcile, she'd once again be the envy of everyone. Besides, she and Suemo weren't even blood related. The thought made Su Yao's cheeks flush. Zhou Liang watched her and inwardly cursed, damn it, what are you thinking now? You must make Suemo give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll expose what you did with the martial artist medals. At worst, we both go down. Su Yao's heart tightened at the mention of the warrior medal. I have a plan. But it requires your involvement. Zhou Liang nodded. We need to produce the warrior medal. That's the only way I can get an excuse to meet Suemo. That's our only chance. All the instructors are staying at the martial arts guild now. We can't get close to them. This is our only way in. Zhou Liang's expression shifted upon hearing this. He hoped it could still be retrieved. No one had anticipated Suemo would become the Northern Academy's headmaster's apprentice, the youngest examiner, and a prodigy at that. Even if he was now drowning in regret, it wouldn't change anything. Zhou Liang turned and hurriedly called his grandfather. Grandfather had far more connections than he did. He knew the black market's leader getting him involved would be far easier than Zhou Liang stepping in himself. Hearing his grandfather would do everything in his power to find it, Zhou Liang breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, there was nothing his grandfather couldn't accomplish. We should be able to find it, but we can't pin all our hopes on that. You're Sumo's sister. Go to the Martial Artists Guild and look for Suemo. Maybe they'll agree. After all, you lived together for over a decade. There must be some bond between you. Zhou Liang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resignation, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. I'll give it a try. Su Yao took a deep breath. She too wanted to mend things with Suemo once the martial arts exam was over. Watching Su Yao's retreating figure, Zhou Liang leaned against the wall. How ironic that this woman he once looked down upon was now appealing to him. He, the esteemed young master of the Zhou family, the future heir, when had he become so utterly defeated? Ever since Suemo got expelled, everything had gone wrong. His body slid down the wall until he sat on the ground, his eyes gradually losing focus. There was hope, but not much. He wasn't stupid. Besides, he had already used Wuqiu to frame Suemo. Wang Yang and Fang Zhengyu approached, staring at Zhou Liang sitting on the ground with vacant eyes, neither uttering a word. Fang Zhengyu suddenly recalled something Lu Shuetian had mentioned earlier, that a prodigious martial artist had emerged at their high school, but no trace of them had been detected afterward. He's such an idiot. If only he'd thought of it sooner, none of this would have happened. He could have used Suemo to soar to the top. Now he wanted nothing more than to kill these fools around him. Looks like Lu Shuetian and Suemo know each other. There's still hope. Come with me to see someone. He should be able to locate Suemo. Zhou Liang and Wang Yang were shaken to their core upon hearing this. They couldn't pin all their hopes on Su Yao. Su Yao had already arrived near the Martial Artists Guild. The area was already heavily guarded, making it extremely difficult to approach. Hello, may I enter? No. I'm Sumo's sister. The guard's eyes flashed with contempt. Get lost. Su Yao's expression tightened. Seeing the man's menacing demeanor, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Why be so aggressive? Once she and Suemo mend their relationship, she'll make you beg for forgiveness on your knees. Just you wait. My brother is the most gifted martial artist, the disciple of the Northern Academy's headmaster. The guard's face twisted with scorn, ignoring this little brat. Su Yao even wondered if Su Mo would release her from the darkroom, only to find her phone displaying a red exclamation mark. Suddenly, Su Yao thought of a plan. Su Mo. Su Mo. Su Mo. Keep yelling like that and I'll lock you up. The guard watched the woman screaming in front of him, tempted to punch her. Inside, Su Mo had already heard her. Baiyu looked at Su Mo. Aren't you going to go out and see? Why would I? Su Mo stared at Baiyu with a strange look. Watching that thing was worse than watching a thunderstorm. True. She's a complete moron. Baiyu nodded and muttered. They say big breasts, no brains. I never believed that before, and I believe it even less now. This saying is perfectly embodied in Sister Baiyu. Baiyu rolled her eyes at Sumo. Sumo's phone rang. It was Lu Shuatian calling. Hello, Brother Lu. Brother Sumo, you've really pulled off a huge one for me. Congratulations on your hard work paying off. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Cut the crap. You didn't need our help. But someone's starting to catch on. That jerk will probably come begging me for a meeting with you soon. I'll give you a heads up in advance. Sumo knew exactly who he was referring to. I won't see anyone. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Shuatian took a deep breath. A car had already pulled up outside. The excitement in Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo's eyes hadn't faded. Sumo's brother was so formidable, of course they were thrilled. Old Lu, I'm asking you for a favor. Lu Shuatian stared at Fang Zhengyu with playful eyes. Old Fang's here, sit down quickly. I won't sit down. I'm in a hurry. Old classmate, see if you can help us meet Sumo. You've helped him so much before. If you call him, he'll definitely meet with you. Lu Shuatian remained seated, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Fang Zhengyu. I can't help. What's his status? The disciple of the North Campus Dean, a prodigy. Who do you think I am? I'm just a captain in the security management office. How could I possibly connect with someone like him? Lu Shuatian waved his hands repeatedly, acting as if he and Sumo weren't close. Bro, don't mess with me like this. I'm desperate. Just get us to Sumo, you name your price. Seriously? Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo froze. Brother Lu, don't be foolish. Seriously. Name your terms. Then I'll state my condition. My condition is, get the hell out of my sight. Now. Immediately. Scram. Get lost. Fang Zhengyu looked frantic, on the verge of tears. Hearing his old friend refuse to help, he nearly dropped to his knees. Truly cornered, he made countless calls along the way. Either they hung up cold, or his brother claimed his pregnant wife needed prenatal care. Worse still, one even said his grandmother had crawled out of her grave. What did the dignity of a principal matter compared to his future? It was nothing. Lu Shuatian was their only hope. In the end, they were still kicked out. Staring at the closed gate, the group felt like crying but couldn't. Zhou Liang hurriedly called Su Yao. Have you seen Su Mo? At that moment, Su Yao was outside, feeding the mosquitoes. After receiving Zhou Liang's call, she was about to say she hadn't seen him. Suddenly, she thought, after all, she was Sumo's sister. Now that Su Mo was angry, if she apologized later, perhaps he might forgive her. They'd lived together for over a decade. Su Mo couldn't be that heartless. Worst case, she could kneel before him and beg for forgiveness. These people had driven a wedge between him and Su Mo. He had to get revenge. Maybe once Su Mo found out, he'd forgive him. Then he'd lead her into the north courtyard, and then... At this thought, a flush spread across Su Yao's cheeks. The guard glanced at the creature crouched there and took a step back. He'd heard these things were contagious. Su Yao composed herself, even feeling a surge of excitement, and addressed Zhou Liang. We meet again. Chapter 52, Su Yao exposed, beaten. Su Yao's voice echoed through the room. The three exchanged glances and hurriedly called out. Su Yao, where are you? Just parted ways with Su Mo, heading back to school now. Alright. Wait for us at school. We'll be right back. After hanging up, Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yangsong breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhou Liang let out a sigh. What's wrong? Fang Zhengyu looked at Zhou Liang, his gaze filled with confusion. I think there's a trick to this. The other two didn't rush to respond. They too were panicking from worry. When their futures were at stake, they had to grasp at straws. If you were Su Mo, would you forgive Su Yao? After posing the question, Zhou Liang turned and walked toward the car. That foolish woman was still deceiving them at a time like this, when even a single piece of misinformation could sway their judgment. This was a matter of life and death for the Zhou family. They couldn't pin their hopes on that foolish woman. Let's head back to school first. Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang's heart sank, seeing Zhou Liang's face filled with despair as he sat in the car. As for dealing with Su Mo? Ha! Don't be ridiculous. Who dares touch Su Mo now? Who didn't know why the martial arts exam was held in Z City? The Northern Campus Dean was building momentum for his disciple, making it clear how much Sumo meant to him. The North Campus Dean was a figure of immense power. If he were to declare he would no longer protect Z City, the entire citizenry would likely pack up and move. The Northern Campus Dean was openly backing his disciple. Too late. Everything is too late. Put yourself in his shoes. If you were Sumo, you'd probably go even further. Zhou Liang drew a deep breath, snapping out of his despair. With the Zhou family facing ruin anyway, he might as well take a gamble. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his grandfather. Grandfather, our Zhou family has no hope left. Why not take a gamble and go out with a bang? The other party didn't reply, and Zhou Liang felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Even after returning to school, there was still no word from his grandfather. A deep sense of helplessness flickered in Zhou Liang's eyes. When they saw Su Yao, they noticed she looked completely at ease, her face even carrying a hint of excitement. Zhou Liang thought to himself, what a sick, stupid woman. Probably daydreaming again. She'd been like this before. Working with someone like her was like teaming up with a deadweight. No, calling her a pig would be an insult to pigs. This little brat was adopted by Sumo's parents from outside the city. Could it be that her birth parents knew she was mentally challenged and deliberately abandoned her? You're back so soon. Have you seen my brother? Sumo lifted her pretty face, her tone suddenly warm and affectionate when mentioning her brother. Zhou Liang found a spot to sit down. If she wasn't putting on a show for us, you wouldn't have seen Sumo's face either. Su Yao's heart tightened, yet she revealed no emotion, her gaze instead carrying disdain. Zhou Liang, you must understand I've lived with him for over a decade. No matter what, I'm his sister. I've already earned his forgiveness. He still has feelings for me. Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Was it true or false? You had him wrongfully expelled over 10,000 yuan. You secretly sold his parents' house, leaving him homeless. You persuaded him to work for me, earning your college tuition. Add to that your actions at the mall, Wuqiu's malicious framing, and your online posts accusing his parents of adopting you for ulterior motives. Su Yao, do you really think everyone is as stupid as you? Who are you trying to fool? He's already removed you from the household register. That alone shows he's drawn a line. Do you really think he'll forgive you? Do you take Sumo for a saint? Su Yao, don't flatter yourself. You don't have that kind of face. Put yourself in his shoes. If I were Sumo, I wouldn't let you off either. He might not sabotage you directly, but no academy will ever accept you. What is his status now? The North Campus's acknowledged prodigy. The youngest chief examiner for the martial arts examinations, the architect of its assessment protocols, the North Campus Dean's protege, and the pride of Z City. He single-handedly slaughtered 30 miles of demon beasts outside the city with just a blade. Add that silhouette standing atop the beasts, he's at least at the pulse-opening realm. What do you think you have to offer him forgiveness? The only connection you had with him was that time you lived together and you destroyed that with your own hands. I know you're still daydreaming. During today's assessment, how many gifted young women with backgrounds, talents, and looks far surpassing yours did you notice staring at Sumo? What could you possibly offer him? A clueless big sister like you would only hold him back. I honestly can't imagine how you could ever earn his forgiveness. Care to explain how exactly he forgave you? Zhou Liang was like a rabid dog now, snapping at anyone he could get his teeth into. You just want us to beg you, right? For money? Or resources? Then you'll take those things to Sumo and plead for his forgiveness, isn't that it? After speaking, Zhou Liang's gaze swept over Su Yao. Her thoughts laid bare, panic flashed across Su Yao's face. She hadn't expected to be found out by Zhou Liang. Smack! Fang Zhengyu stood up and slapped Su Yao across the face. When I called you a before, I was insulting the very word itself. You're the dumbest of the dumb. A 3-year-old is smarter than you. No wonder your own parents abandoned you. They probably saw through your idiocy long ago. What the hell are you playing at? We've got 2 days left before our fate is decided, and you're messing around with me? You think I won't make you pay back the money, sell your house, revoke your household registration, and screw your martial arts exam? Su Yao's heart raced with panic. No. Principal, there's one more option. You give me the money, and I'll beg Sumo for forgiveness. I'll tell him I saved it for him all along to toughen him up. Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang slumped down onto the floor. Their eyes held deep resignation. Now they didn't even want to waste their breath cursing Su Yao. You really can't see the situation for what it is. Still thinking about their money? You think you're the only one who's money hungry? Besides, what kind of power does Sumo have now? Is he short on money? If Sumo were to ask for money now, they wouldn't even have the right to line up. Just wait for death. The sun rose in the east, casting a streak of dawn light across the horizon. As dawn broke, the examination grounds were already buzzing with voices. All eyes were fixed on the topmost row of seats. Sumo led the way, with all the examiners following behind him. Only after Sumo took his seat did the examiners sit down. Glancing at the time, Sumo stood and began announcing the rules. The second stage of the assessment, battle against a demon beast. Those whose vitality points have not surpassed 200 may choose a ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts are creatures whose chi blood value is on par with that of humans. After the rules were announced, the entire examination ground fell silent. They had suspected as much, but never imagined it would actually be this way. In previous years, the chi blood test was the sole challenge, followed by combat between martial artists. This time, things had changed. Row after row of cages swung open. The beasts, starved for days, emerged with low, furious growls. They stared at the martial artists before them, saliva dripping from their mouths. Though level 1 demon beasts weren't exceptionally intelligent, they weren't stupid either. Each of the 1,000 martial artists faced a demon beast. Their strength was roughly equal to that of the warriors. This was a test of their courage, theory, and combat experience. Many warriors were so terrified their legs went weak. Chapter 53, Suyao 4th, savor your final moment of glory. Faced with the demon beast charging toward them, some martial artists succumbed to terror, plopping down onto the ground. A patch of yellow spread beneath their feet, accompanied by a peculiar odor. The proctor shook his head at the sight. With a flick of his finger, the beast's body flew backward, once again confined within its cage. The proctor began scoring the candidates. However, many others charged directly at the beasts upon sight, their figures streaking past as the creatures met instant death. A8 High School's Yi Xiaoxi killed the beast in 30 seconds first place. Yi Xiaoxi watched the beast fall without stirring a ripple, her gaze instead turning toward the main examination platform. A young figure stood there, tall and straight, his gaze cold and stern. She licked her lips, revealing an inexplicable expression. Yi Xiaoxi's effortless slaying of the demon beast stirred up quite a few people. Yet her combat experience proved lacking, forcing her to expend considerable effort to finish it off. D7 3rd High, Lu Yaoyao, 40 seconds, 2nd place. C6 7th High, Kong Ping, 42 seconds, 3rd place. Z9 10 High, Su Yao, 50 seconds, 4th place. After the results were announced, many eyes held surprise. All eyes turned to that graceful figure. Su Yao felt a surge of joy. 4th place, she had secured 4th place. Thank goodness she'd chosen to hunt beasts outside the city earlier. Otherwise, she'd have ended up like those useless cowards, scared out of their wits. Did Su Yao get inside information beforehand? I remember she couldn't even move when she saw the demon beasts. She went out to hunt beasts afterward. Since Su Mo was related to her, did he tip her off beforehand? Whispers of doubt began to circulate, casting suspicion on the assessment. Some of the murmurs reached Su Mo's ears, and naturally, the examiners heard them too. Their expressions darkened. This assessment was fair and impartial. The Northern Academy instructor narrowed his eyes. They were about to stand and speak, but Su Mo shook her head. After observing Su Mo's attitude, the other chief examiners continued to watch the spectacle unfold. Su Mo's gaze did not linger on Su Yao. Z City's top 10 high school, Zhou Liang. 3 minutes, 465th place. After slaying the demon beast, Zhou Liang's expression shifted. He hadn't expected the gap between him and Su Yao and demon beast slaying to be this vast. Damn it, that couldn't possibly have inside information, could she? He'd never hunted a demon beast before, and besides, such tasks weren't his responsibility. He had money and connections, why should he risk his life? As the battle concluded, the rankings for over 1,000 participants appeared. There were no major fluctuations except for Su Yao, who had suddenly surged to 4th place. Su Mo scanned the list. Only 500 managed to successfully hunt demon beasts. Not bad. Su Mo offered a rare compliment. Many faces broke into smiles. Though they were the same age, they now rejoiced over a single word of praise from Su Mo, truly a world apart. Others had fled beneath the demon beasts, constantly drawing them away. Though they hadn't slain any, their rankings weren't low either. Yet they received not a single word of praise. These 500 will now be led outside the city by our examiners and other instructors to hunt demon beasts. This is the 3rd stage, also known as the points competition. It lasts 3 hours. Whoever hunts the most demon beasts earns the most points, and their ranking will be higher. The moment these words were spoken, the entire testing ground fell silent once more. None had anticipated such a grand scale for this trial. Many parents looked at Su Mo with admiration in their eyes. This was a true test for their children. Others disagreed. What kind of assessment is this? We object. Killing demon beasts is dangerous enough, now they have to go outside the city? Exactly. What kind of test is this? Why aren't they following the usual procedures from previous years? If my child gets hurt, who will take responsibility? Su Mo observed the voices of dissent but held his tongue. The Northern Academy needs to give us a proper explanation. Right, give us an explanation. Shut up. Su Mo's voice rose sharply. His voice drowned out all the noise in the entire examination ground. For the North Campus to give you an explanation? Frankly speaking, you're not even worthy of it. You can refuse to abide by the rules I set, and the North Campus won't accept you. At Su Mo's words, the faces of the opposing parents darkened. If you don't want to go, fine. There are still 5 other top-tier institutions. Exactly. The entire North District isn't just North Academy. The examiners from the 5 major prestigious academies also stood to announce. Those who refuse to take the assessment won't be accepted by any of the 5 major institutions either. This time, the parents were utterly dumbfounded. Why? 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 Was Sumo's influence really that significant? The faculty of the 5 major institutions weren't fools. They could clearly see the benefits of this assessment. Previously, they'd avoided reform for fear of provoking widespread discontent. Truly worthy of being the Northern Campus Dean, he possesses real decisiveness. Many of the martial artists guarding the city gates are barely in their 20s. They're the treasures cherished by their parents. What are they risking their lives for? Why can't your children do the same? Sumo's words resonated with many parents. We agree. This is a crucial test of survival outside the city for our children, a major challenge to their courage, knowledge, and combat experience. We wholeheartedly support it. Over half the parents agreed. Those who disagree may take their children home now. Sumo finished speaking and turned to leave. 20 helicopters were parked in the distance. Sumo boarded one of them, followed by all the other examiners. The faces of the opposing parents shifted. They discovered their children had already boarded. They were about to protest. At the same age, our chief examiner can hunt beasts 30 miles outside the city. Isn't he afraid of death? Doesn't he feel fear? Beasts reproduce rapidly, and human strength grows swiftly. Once students enter the academy, we must expend immense effort cultivating their survival skills beyond the city walls. Some students require 1 to 2 years of training. We ask for your understanding. An examiner from the Northern Academy remained behind, addressing the crowd. Where there's a bad cop, there's always a good cop. After speaking, he boarded the helicopter and departed. The roar of the engines gradually faded away. On the assessment platform, massive screens appeared, displaying the live footage. This is how young people should be. If my child gets into North Campus, I'll make sure he builds connections with the chief examiner. Exactly. That's the kind of role model young people need, unlike some selfish individuals. Oof. They may have status and wealth, but when it comes down to it, it's still our children who have to step up. Many voices chimed in with sarcastic remarks. Parents who had previously disagreed now wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. Baisho watched the helicopter fly away, as if recalling his own assessment days. Once outside the city, the students disembarked in large numbers. After dividing the area, the 500 candidates were given the go-ahead to begin. Several examiners had already disappeared into the mist, evidently establishing perimeter lines. Several students approached Yi Xiaoxi, hoping to team up with her. Yi Xiaoxi paid them no mind. With a swift movement, she darted like a swift through the mist. The 3 with vitality exceeding 600 clearly hunted demon beasts regularly, moving with ease outside the city. Students with vitality values around 400 or 500 trembled at the sight of the fog, nervously rubbing their palms together, clearly anxious and reluctant. The biggest dark horse was Su Yao. Sumo stood rooted to the spot, watching the clock. As the chief examiner, he needed to monitor the surveillance feed. As time passed, students were gradually brought back by their instructors. Roar! Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. 100-meter-long demon beast burst forth from beneath the earth. It lunged towards Sumo. Chapter 54, an 18-year-old with a divine orifice? And he's even grasped the essence of the blade. Even the proctors were startled, rushing towards Sumo in alarm. Across the examination grounds, many spectators gasped at the sudden turn of events. 100-meter body? That must be a 3rd-tier demon beast. That's a 3rd-tier demon beast at the divine poor realm. That beast looks determined to kill the chief examiner. Probably because the chief examiner has killed too many beasts, many of them want revenge. Can the chief examiner handle this beast? Many parents wore worried expressions. Others, however, wore inexplicable looks in their eyes. At that moment, Fang Jiangyu and Wang Yang in the spectator seats fixed their gaze intently. In their hearts, they hoped he would be devoured, killed. If he could just die in the beast's jaws, their predicament would be resolved in an instant. Upon sensing the commotion, Sumo. He drew a black iron blade, standing completely still. He swung his blade. A flash of blade light streaked through the air. The demon beast was split clean in two just 1 meter away from Sumo. Slaying a level 3, tier 3 demon beast. Earned 3.3 slaying points. After finishing, Sumo sheathed his mystic iron blade and kept his gaze fixed on the computer. The invigilators froze in place, their pupils contracting as their gazes sharpened. Blade intent? Blade intent? How could this be? How could this be? The divine orifice realm was already shocking enough, but now Sumo had even grasped the essence of the blade. On the massive screen in the examination hall, the previous scene played out. A 3rd-tier demon beast was cleaved in two with a single stroke, without the slightest chance to resist. Just how powerful is this chief examiner? Terrifying. He's only 18 years old, yet his strength has already reached this level. The 9 city lords of Z City exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This was the pride of their city. The chief examiner must have reached the divine pour realm of divine pour at 18. He's even grasped the essence of the sword that was sword intent just now. Many others recognized that Sumo had just executed. 18 years old, divine orifice realm, and he's grasped the essence of the blade. What kind of talent was this? As long as he didn't perish, a supreme powerhouse would emerge in the North District. Parents who had supported Sumo earlier began to cheer loudly. See that? This is the kind of role model our children should be learning from. Forget being delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Exactly. This is the kind of person we should be promoting. Such a prodigy expelled from the top 10 high school? Only the most despicable people would do something like that. Ha! His so-called genius sister even colluded with outsiders to frame the chief examiner. Best they all rot in jail after the martial arts exam. Fang Zhengyu felt countless eyes piercing him, wishing he could sink into the ground. Wang Yang dared not lift his head. The faint glimmer of hope that had flickered in their hearts was utterly extinguished the moment Sumo drew his blade. Several reporters rushed toward Fang Zhengyu and Wang Yang, pressing their microphones right up to their faces. Principal Fang, what are your thoughts on this? Fang Zhengyu stammered, unsure how to respond. Many turned their gaze toward the students. May we ask how Chief Examiner Sumo was dismissed? Could you share the details with us? The students kept their heads bowed, too afraid to speak. They weren't stupid. Seeing that the principal of the top 10 high schools couldn't even fart out a word, the reporters stopped their questioning. If you won't tell us, we'll just start making stuff up. You were Sumo's homeroom teacher during the exam. You previously posted online calling him a bad student and a good-for-nothing. Is that true? Sumo reached the divine pour realm at 18 and grasped the essence of the sword. You call such a person a failure. Mr. Wang Yang, what realm are you at? Have you grasped the essence of the sword? Homeroom teacher Wang Yang broke out in cold sweat, hunched his shoulders, and bulging veins stood out on his forehead looking like that thing. The reporter dug up his deleted posts and confronted him with them who could withstand that. Now, his heart was flooded with regret, but it was too late. He could have soared to new heights. Many eyes were fixed on the large screen. This Su Yao is truly formidable. She's slain over a dozen demon beasts. Hey, look at those few with vitality over 500. They're timid and nervous facing the beasts, not even daring to strike first. Chief Examiner Sumo truly has the guts. This reform should have been implemented long ago. As time passed, 3 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. The roar of helicopters echoed across the assessment grounds. Row after row of students poured out, some with excitement on their faces, others with disappointment. Sumo stepped onto the elevated platform. This assessment has concluded successfully. The comprehensive rankings will be announced shortly. Yi Xiaoxi remained in first place, unchanged. Second place was still Lu Yaoyao. Third place, Kong Ping. Fourth place, Wang Chuyan. Fifth place, Zhang Yu. Sixth place, Su Yao. As the rankings were announced, few raised objections. Hunting demon beasts, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Next came the students' selection of academies. The 5 major academies all imposed stringent conditions, while the Northern Academy offered none. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi both chose to enter the Northern Academy. Su Yao, which academy will you enter? Su Yao instinctively glanced at Sumo. Would he try to stop her? Fang Zhengyu, Wang Yang, Zhou Liang, and the students of Class 9 all turned their gaze towards Sumo. Even the gathered parents held their breath, watching Sumo intently. With just one word from Sumo, Su Yao would have no chance of entering any academy. Seeing Sumo remain silent, Su Yao felt a surge of elation. He hadn't spoken up to stop her. That's great, that's great. I knew he'd forgive me. He still cares about me. Su Yao couldn't contain her inner excitement. I'm entering the North Campus. After speaking, Su Yao lifted her head, her face beaming as she looked at Sumo. There was still a chance. Once she entered the North Campus, she'd have plenty of opportunities to interact with Sumo. She refused to believe Sumo wouldn't forgive her. When the time came, she'd have plenty of ways to make it happen. The Sumo she had once disliked now stood there, radiant and handsome, like the sun illuminating her. Upon his return, rumors spread that he had slain a third-tier demon beast with a single stroke and even grasped the essence of the sword. Sumo was hers, and no one could take him away. She had a better chance than others, especially since they weren't blood-related anyway. After Su Yao made her choice, everything proceeded without a hitch. At that moment, Fang Zhengyu, Zhou Liang, and Wang Yang all breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Those who had been watching the developments also ceased their discussions. This was Sumo's affair. If he hadn't spoken up, what right did they have to? Besides, Sumo had single-handedly slain a third-tier demon beast and grasped the essence of the sword. She was someone they dared not provoke. As the arrangements proceeded, it was finally Zhou Liang's turn. Which academy do you choose? Zhou Liang instinctively glanced at Sumo again. Seeing that Sumo wasn't staring at him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been wrong to frame Sumo back then, and since he hadn't left any evidence of his later actions, it should be fine. I choose the North Academy too. Once all students had made their selections, the martial arts examination for this session concluded. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Wait. Just as everyone was about to leave, Bayu rose from his seat. The sudden voice halted everyone in their tracks. There was a twist in the tale. For some reason, Suyao felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that her actions had been exposed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful Bayu was, she couldn't possibly have her hands in the black market. She'd already taken responsibility for every other mistake, only the martial artist's medal remained. It couldn't be that one thing. It couldn't be. Suyao prayed silently within her heart. Her gaze shifted toward Sumo. She noticed Sumo was looking at her too. Suyao's joy and fantasies vanished completely. That look returned cold and indifferent. It was as if she were witnessing Sumo's first slaying of a mutated lobster all over again, and this time, she was that lobster. Before Sumo, she was but a lamb led to the slaughter. She was about to expose her true nature in front of everyone in the North District, subjecting her to scorn and condemnation. No, not like this. I was wrong. Suyao's eyes pleaded pitifully at Sumo. A few crystalline tears welled in her eyes. Yet Sumo's expression remained utterly unmoved, as if in his eyes, she was already a dead woman. Chapter 55, Judgment Day arrives. Brother, please, say something. After Bayu stood up, all eyes focused on her. Everyone, our martial artists guild previously issued a notice regarding unauthorized sales of our guild's medals. After Bayu finished speaking, her gaze swept around the room. The crowd exchanged glances. No way. Could it be true? And they actually uncovered it? Who would be so bold? If medals are being sold, that's a huge problem. Bringing this up at such a critical moment? They must have solid proof. This happened in Z City, it has to be someone from Z City. The expressions of the 9 city lords above darkened. This was essentially slapping them in the face. There was no choice. While the Martial Artists Guild could afford to disregard their authority, they could not afford to disregard the guilds. Besides, they wanted to see who it was too. Amidst the speculation, Bayu's gaze suddenly fixed on Suyao. Miss Suyao, might you offer an explanation? The moment Bayu saw her, Suyao's face drained of color. Her body trembled violently, and she nearly lost her footing, collapsing onto the ground. The investigation had truly uncovered the truth. At that moment, Zhou Liang among the students also focused his gaze, panic rising in his heart. Selling martial artist medals was a crime, but he was the one who found the person. This stupid woman would surely turn him in. Damn it, he should have killed this fool earlier. In the audience, Fong Jiangyu and Wang Yang slid straight from their seats to the floor. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Suyao actually auctioned off a martial artist's medal? How dare you? Especially Principal Fong Jiangyu, he'd spent over 30 million on Suyao, only to end up with this outcome. When he first saw Sumo remain silent, he thought the matter would gradually blow over. At worst, he might lose his position, but since he'd invested in Suyao all along, there was still hope. Now, forget about hope, it's buried for good. Even if he'd been courting disaster, he never imagined it would end like this. Many eyes now held surprise. It's actually her? She'd really do something like this? What? It really was her? Wait, why am I even saying that? Damn it. This isn't just guts, it's suicide. I've never seen anything like it. She dared auction off a martial arts medal? Poof. She even secretly sold off the house left by her parents, leaving her brother homeless. And she claims it's because of his talent? Total bull. Just look at how far apart they are now. Back when Sumo was the chief examiner, she genuinely treated her like a sister. She worked to earn money for her, only to see her spend 200,000 on clothes without batting an eye. When others called her adoptive parents out, she actually made her younger brother apologize. A beast like that, what wouldn't she do? Auctioning off a martial artist's medal? Only she could pull something like that off. At that moment, Suyao seemed to grasp something. They were only suspecting her, yes, just suspecting. If they had evidence, they would have produced it long ago. No, it wasn't me. I didn't auction any martial artist medals. If you're accusing me of selling them privately, you need to show proof. Besides, I've never even received a martial arts medal. Where would I get one to sell? After speaking, Suyao instinctively turned to Sumo, her gaze almost pleading. She hoped Sumo would spare her parents' medals out of past affection. She didn't want to be shunned and vilified by everyone. Our martial guild investigated. Before I became the guild leader of Z9 City, the previous leader awarded a martial medal to a family that was Sumo's parents. Sumo's parents helped the Martial Artists Guild resolve some troubles, which is why they were awarded them in secret. After Bayu finished speaking, she produced a recording. The entire assessment arena could see the footage. A young couple cradling a child in their arms. Both held a medal in their hands. After Bayu finished, she played another clip. It was footage of Suyao heading to the black market to auction off the medal, and that particular medal was recorded with exceptional clarity. Miss Suyao, you claim you didn't steal and sell martial artist medals. What exactly are you doing here? Our martial artists guild has made it clear, anyone auctioning off martial artist medals is declaring war on us. Could it be that Miss Su Yao holds no regard for our martial artists guild? The pointed question sent Su Yao into a complete panic. It's not like that. It really isn't. The ruler of Z9 City stepped forward. Such people are unworthy of being citizens of Z9 City. They are ungrateful and repay kindness with betrayal. Surrounded by accusations and curses, Su Yao's mind went blank. Even the city lord had spoken out. No, she still had to go to the North Yard. She had a wider world to explore. No matter what, she had to get through this ordeal today. There must be another way. There must be another way. Su Yao grew frantic as the surrounding curses threatened to drown her like a rising tide. She felt as though she might suffocate. Like grasping at the last straw before death. This martial artist medal was awarded to my parents. Since they gave it to me, it's mine. Doesn't that mean I get to decide what to do with it? Then if I sell it or use it for other purposes, isn't that also my decision to make? Besides, it's just a medal, a lifeless object. I know it symbolizes honor, but can honor feed me? Can it buy cultivation resources? If I trade it for money to buy cultivation resources, enhance my strength, hunt demon beasts, and protect citizens' safety, isn't that maximizing its value? Far from dishonoring it, this proves its true worth. Those still criticizing Su Yao were instantly dumbfounded. Who would have thought she could explain it like that? Impressive. That woman seemed so foolish just moments ago, yet now she's suddenly so sharp. Bai Yu snorted coldly. Martial artist medals cannot be gifted or sold. That's an ironclad rule of the martial guild. Besides, don't you know that those who obtain the medal can use it to seek assistance from our guild? Su Yao lowered her head, meeting the icy glare in Bai Yu's eyes. Besides, what proof do you have that this was given to you by your adoptive parents? Is your talent that exceptional? Are you truly exceptional? Or perhaps you're kind-hearted and grateful for kindness? 3 pointed questions left Su Yao utterly defeated. There was only one possibility now, Su Mo, unless Su Mo admitted it was a gift from her adoptive parents. But would he really agree? Brother, just say it, this was given to me by our parents. Tell them, I beg you. Su Yao's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Su Mo with pitiful vulnerability. In the past, whenever she looked at him like this, Su Mo would agree to anything she asked. She wanted to stir that sliver of tenderness in Su Mo's heart. Ugh, shameless. She just claimed she had nothing to do with Su Mo, and now she's calling him brother? She's practically insulting the word itself. She even claimed her adoptive parents took her in to exploit her talent. Now she's proven wrong, their son's talent far surpasses hers. Compared to Su Mo, she's nothing. The city lord is absolutely right. She's a wolf in sheep's clothing, a despicable little person who only sees herself, selfish and self-serving. Through all this, she's never once admitted fault. No matter what she does wrong, it's always someone else's fault, never hers. Exactly. Her current act of playing the victim is just to weather this storm. Once it blows over, she'll go back to her old ways. She's unforgivable. When you get home, make sure to raise your child properly. Never let them turn out like this. Ignoring the surrounding accusations and curses, Su Yao gazed at Su Mo with a soft, vulnerable look. Brother, please, say something. Chapter 56, You're not registered in our household. Su Yao pouted her lips, looking utterly wronged and pitiful. You're not registered in my family's household. The moment Su Mo uttered those words, the entire examination hall fell deathly silent. Well said, Chief Examiner Su Mo. I love you. That's exactly how it should be. Never let people like this off the hook. TSK, now it's theft plus trafficking, that's a serious offense. Let them rot in prison. Forget rotting in jail. Who in the entire North District would dare associate with someone like that? Just let them fend for themselves. Su Yao's heart sank to the bottom. He was so heartless. Why? Why can you be so heartless? Why? Su Yao stared at Su Mo through tear-filled eyes. Why can you be so heartless? Wasn't it because I took 10,000 yuan from someone that got you fired? I did it for your own good. I even found you a job paying 4,000 a month. After selling your parents' house, I even gave you 2,000 to rent a place. How could you be so heartless to me when I've been so good to you? These words ignited the fury of many. What a piece of trash, you idiot. I'm speechless. Secretly selling someone's parents' house, leaving them homeless, then giving them 2,000 to rent a place, and you call that being kind? Is this what you mean, selling someone into a brothel, then spitting in their face and calling it for their own good? She actually has the nerve to say that, claiming it's for someone's own good. Su Yao ignored the barrage of accusations. You've become such a powerful martial artist, yet you refuse to earn money for me. You just can't stand me, can you? You're doing this on purpose to get back at me, isn't that right? Now that you see me being spat upon, you're satisfied. Su Yao slumped to the ground, muttering to herself incessantly. Many thought she'd lost her mind, that she was completely brainless. Zhou Liang, hiding among the students, was nearly scared out of his wits. Su Yao now appeared completely deranged. Who knew what she might blurt out next? Suyao sat on the ground, still muttering to herself. Why are you so selfish? I'm your sister, the person closest to you. Why won't you let me live in peace? Damn heavens, why are you so unfair? Why treat me like this? And Zhou Liang, didn't you say nothing unexpected would happen? Suddenly, Suyao's mind clicked into place. Zhou Liang said there wouldn't be any mishaps, so why was she discovered and investigated? Yes, it must be him. He deliberately sowed discord between me and my brother. Then she reported me, all to make my life miserable. He's jealous of me, jealous of my talent, jealous that I have such a good brother. Yes, that must be it. Absolutely. I could have been so much happier if it weren't for this villain. Brother, listen to me explain. It's not like that. All this was Zhou Liang's doing. He was the one stirring things up. He deliberately sowed discord between us, just to make our lives miserable. Look, I have the proof right here, the records of how he lured me into selling my house. When I secretly sold the martial artist medal, he was the one who set me up. He promised nothing would go wrong, but now it's been exposed in public. That's his goal. He envies our bond. He must be in love with me. Only by destroying me can he have me. Though we're siblings, we're not blood related. His motives are obvious. Brother, you must believe me. Sister still loves you. Little brother, you must believe me. After conjuring up an excuse, Suyao blurted it out, already envisioning her brother believing her words. She envisioned the scene, Zhou Liang being judged, then taking her hand as they reconciled. Many students hurriedly backed away, distancing themselves from Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang's heart sank. He knew the moment of judgment was approaching. He never imagined it would come so soon after the martial arts exam ended. A trial before tens of millions of people. Suemo, oh Suemo, you really outdid yourself. Back then, I framed you, making you leave school like a stray dog in front of the entire class. Now you're making me lose face in front of tens of millions in the North District. Nice move. Did you really think Zhou Liang would just stand there and let himself be arrested? Once he got up, he kicked Suyao hard, sending her crashing to the ground. You filthy, you. I thought I was helping you find something, but I had no idea what the hell you were selling. Who do you think you are? Back then, I gave you 10,000 yuan to keep you from testifying for Suemo, and you agreed without hesitation. At the end of the day, you only care about yourself. Selfish. Someone like you doesn't deserve my affection. Ugh, what a piece of trash. I'd rather marry a maggot than let a woman like you set foot in my house. Suemo sat silently. Zhou Liang took a deep breath. Death was inevitable either way, and that Suyao wouldn't get off easy either. After Sumo got fired, I told you, just get her to work for me as a dog, and I'd pay her 4,000 a month, enough to cover your tuition and living expenses. Didn't you eagerly go persuade Suemo to do it? This time, the crowd's fury could no longer be contained. Several people kicked off their shoes and hurled them at Suyao. Damn it, beat that to death. How could North District harbor such scum? What kind of monster is she? No, calling her a monster is an insult to animals. Damn it, watching her brother get expelled and then making him her lackey, why hasn't lightning struck her down? This of a sister would actually stand by and watch her brother suffer injustice for 10,000 yuan? Doesn't she feel a shred of guilt? And then she goes and persuades him to be a lackey for the person who framed him? What kind of monster does that? At the end of the day, it's all about getting something for nothing. It's all for that 4,000 yuan monthly paycheck. People like this are selfish hypocrites, you can't reason with them. This moron lives in her own little world. The fact that her parents abandoned her, combined with her personality, explains why she was cast aside. Her real parents were selfish too, only seeing themselves and viewing her as a burden. Zhou Liang shot a cold glare at Suyao, who was still trying to argue back. Look at Suemo. He works his ass off to earn money for you, toiling day and night for just a few dozen bucks. No wonder he acts like that. Turns out he was trying to awaken your conscience. But you? You spend 200,000 on clothes without batting an eye, money from selling his parents' house, and claim you only buy what you like? What a big shot you're trying to be. Zhou Liang now harbored the deepest resentment towards Suyao, that, since death was inevitable anyway, he figured they might as well all go down together. Not long after Suemo got expelled, we found out he was a martial artist. Every student in our class knew, but not a single one dared to speak up. We teamed up with the principal and homeroom teacher to kill Suemo and cover it up. How about that? Didn't see that coming, did you? After these words were spoken, the principal, homeroom teacher, and classmates watching from the observation deck all collapsed onto the ground. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The cameras immediately zoomed in. Several shoulder-mounted cameras were practically pressed against their faces. Principal, how do you justify this? Instead of protecting such a genius, you're shielding a moron? Could it be that you're mentally challenged too, which is why you're acting this way? Please answer me directly. Hello, as Sumo's classmate, why are you staying silent? Why are you doing this? Some students couldn't bear it. They knew that if they didn't speak up, they wouldn't even be able to get into a regular academy. Our homeroom teacher threatened us. He said if we leaked anything, he'd expel us and prevent us from taking the martial arts entrance exam. Yes, he threatened us. We're just students, we had no choice but to obey. We didn't testify, but we didn't frame Sumo either. We didn't take Zhou Liang's money to give false testimony. This whole thing was orchestrated by the homeroom teacher, Zhou Liang, and Su Yao. Especially the teacher. He's always disliked Sumo, thinking he's useless and dragging the class down. Zhou Liang provoked Sumo. When Sumo went to confront the homeroom teacher, the teacher turned around and expelled Sumo instead. Chapter 57, I'm on my knees before you, what more do you want from me? Some students spilled everything like beans pouring out of a sack. Many eyes were fixed on Wang Yang. Teacher Wang, is this true? Wang Yang opened his mouth but couldn't refute it. After all, it was the truth. Even the principal hadn't offered an explanation. What could he possibly say? At that moment, Zhou Liang burst into maniacal laughter. He was going to die anyway. What was there left to care about? He was about to die, and Su Yao still wanted to get off scot-free? Forget it. After we discovered Sumo was a martial artist, she was the most eager to deal with him. Any scheme to frame or harm Sumo, she'd actively cooperate and agree. The onlookers at the assessment had grown too weary to even curse him now. Such scum was a waste of their breath. It's not like that. It's not like that. Su Yao finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. She scrambled to her feet, rushing to kneel at Sumo's feet. Brother, you have to believe me. It really wasn't like that. I truly was deceived by him. He's the one behind all this. You have to believe your sister. We've lived together for over a decade. How could I ever harm you? Trust me, your sister truly loves you. Sumo glanced at her, and the guards immediately threw Su Yao down. Such a person was unworthy of approaching Sumo. Don't insult the pride of Z City. I'm kneeling before you. Why won't you believe me? What more do you want from me? I get it. If you like me, just say so. We're not blood related. We can marry. I won't associate with other men from now on. We can have lots of children. Please, forgive me. I truly regret it. After speaking, Su Yao scrambled to her feet once more, approaching Sumo and reaching out to grasp his arm. Baiyu's face flushed slightly, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Amidst the crowd, Yi Xiaoxi's eyes also held a murderous glint. Thud. Sumo kicked Su Yao hard, sending her tumbling down like a rolling gourd. Baiyu drew a deep breath, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Yi Xiaoxi felt the same. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao approached Yi Xiaoxi. Do you like him? Yi Xiaoxi turned to look at Lu Yaoyao, her gaze flickering. Who wouldn't like someone so outstanding? Lu Yaoyao, are you planning to compete with me too? Of course. Why not? Fine then. Let's see who can actually win him over. Their whispered exchange went unheard by others. The stunned crowd was now completely petrified. What earth-shattering revelations are these? No wonder Chief Examiner Sumo said earlier that if given a choice, he'd rather see Su Yao die at the jaws of a demon beast. What kind of person could possibly give birth to such an imbecile? With a brain like hers, who would ever like her? I've lived over 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever wanted to kill someone. My blade is equally thirsty for blood, it craves to cut her down. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Liang's eyes flickered. You're going to die anyway, Sumo. Do you really think you'll fare any better? Wu Qiu was already dead. Now everyone knows his words were true. Now he was bringing up that matter. Sumo, do you really think anyone will think you're a good person? Sumo, if you want us dead, don't blame me. Zhou Liang stepped forward, facing Sumo. Do you truly believe you are what you appear to be? Don't think you can pull off Wu Qiu's incident as a self-staged performance and expect others to believe it. At Zhou Liang's words, the crowd fell silent. Isn't Wu Qiu already in prison? Why bring her up again? Could it be? Many knew this was Zhou Liang's final act of desperation, especially since it had already been confirmed that someone had framed Sumo. Principal Fang Zhengyu was grasping at straws. Damn it, thankfully he'd held back from announcing Wu Qiu's death out of fear of the Zhou family. This time, he was grateful for his own cunning. I know about Wu Qiu. Wu Qiu is already dead. Before they even returned to the security management office, her entire family was already dead. Fang Zhengyu stepped forward and shouted loudly. Many faces paled as they stared at the figure on the high platform. The examiners from other prestigious institutions remained silent. From Sumo's previous attitude toward them, they could tell he wasn't that kind of person. They trusted Sumo. Even the 4 teachers from the northern campus seemed to be watching the spectacle unfold. What more reason did they have to doubt? If Sumo were two-faced, would the northern campus dean have taken him as his final disciple? Not even the most gifted student could have earned that. No one in the entire North District could deceive the North Yard dean. Sumo, you hypocrite. You think you're the only one with tricks up your sleeve? Put. Even if I die today, Zhou Liang, I will make the entire North District see your true colors. The crowd noticed Sumo showed no sign of panic. He even sat back down. Zhou Liang, Principal Fang, is this how badly you want me dead? A voice cut through the air, and the students parted to make way. Three figures emerged from the crowd, their hands and feet bound. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted when he saw Wu Qiu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Qiu was dead. That was a deadly poison. How could he possibly survive? Bai Yu witnessed the scene and sat down as well, adopting a spectator's demeanor. If not for Sumo's precautions against this guy, things would have gotten quite troublesome. Even Principal Fong Jianyu's pupils kept contracting. Lu Shuetian followed behind the three, his gaze fixed on Fong Jianyu as if looking at a corpse. You all should recognize me. I'm Wu Qiu, a student from Class 9, Grade 10 at Z9 City High School. I admit I falsely accused Sumo earlier. I apologize to him here. Additionally, I want to thank him for saving my parents. After speaking, Wu Qiu knelt before Sumo, banging his head hard on the ground 3 times before slowly rising. I falsely accused Sumo because I colluded with Zhou Liang. He promised me 30 million yuan and offered to alter my appearance so I could attend a prestigious academy. For 30 million, I sold my conscience. Little did I know he would poison us during a family dinner. Had Sumo not saved us, we would have died. Zhou Liang, don't bother denying it. Unlike that fool, I have evidence. I feared you'd renege, so I secretly recorded proof and uploaded it to the cloud just in case you changed your mind later. Even if I die, this truth will come out today. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted. This seemingly brainless fool had actually grown a spine. At that moment, Lu Shuetian produced a phone and played its contents. Wu Qiu, if you successfully frame Sumo, I'll give you 30 million yuan and arrange for someone to perform a facial reconstruction surgery for you. Wu Qiu, 30 million isn't a small sum. Even if you become a martial artist, it'd be hard to earn that much. It's enough to ensure your family lives comfortably for the rest of their lives. Wang Yang's voice followed immediately. Wu Qiu, I'll post online to lend you a hand. Finally, Su Yao's voice rang out. This Zhou Liang fellow is no pushover. He numbs us with facts, then spins a colossal lie to frame Sumo. We never believe them anyway, they're no good. The only worry is that some jealous fools might fall for it. Zhou Liang's face was pale and bloodless. The evidence was irrefutable, and his final gambit had failed. This incident gives us at the Safety Management Office the perfect opportunity to settle some scores. Chapter 58, Master rewards 10 billion, earns another 20 billion through tears. After Lu Shuetian finished speaking, the screen began displaying evidence. First was proof of Zhou Liang arranging for Blood Leopard to hunt down Sumo. Zhou Liang's pupils contracted at the sight. His gaze drifted unconsciously to the peer seated in the middle position. He noticed Sumo's gaze fixed on him, tinged with mockery. He let out a bitter laugh. So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. Sumo had been playing dumb all along. Likely, both the Blood Tiger and Blood Leopard were killed by him. Those photos sent to him were meant to keep him awake all night, tormenting him mentally. Then there were the interrogation videos, the assassin's nighttime attack on Sumo. And the most crucial one, Zhou Banyu, the second son of the Zhou family, seeking assassins on the black market. As the videos gradually surfaced, turmoil erupted within the black market. Another leader, Zhang Quan, had already been taken away. Sun Yu watched the security administrator's retreating figure, his face lit with excitement and relief. As the evidence continued to play, Zhou Liang collapsed onto the floor, his legs giving way beneath him. The Z9 City Lord pulled out his phone and sent a message. We can move now. Z9 City Lord knew that with this command, the Zhou family was finished. Security personnel moved in and detained Zhou Liang on the spot. There's one more person, the principal of Shigao High. Lu Shuetian looked at Fong Jianyu and produced a piece of evidence, the interrogation transcript. There was also the phone call Fong Jianyu had made to the assassin earlier. Fong Jianyu's face turned pale. So he'd been set up all along, no wonder Lu Shuetian hadn't helped him. Truly, he brought this upon himself. No wonder Z City's top 10 high schools rarely produce martial arts prodigies. With such a leader at the helm, it's no wonder talent never emerges. That homeroom teacher isn't any better. My youngest son is still at the top 10 high school. I'll make sure he transfers out no matter what. Fong Jianyu and Wang Yang were both taken away by security management personnel, not even their classmates were spared. They were all bundled up and taken away for interrogation. Those who deserved punishment would be punished, those who deserved jail would go to jail. No, no, no. Watching Lu Shuetian approach her, Su Yao struggled. No, little brother, give me a chance. Give me a chance. I'll do whatever you say from now on. I don't want to go to jail. Su Yao was dragged away. No, I don't want to go to prison. I'm a genius. I still want to enter the North Campus. I still want to be adored by thousands. I don't want to go to prison. Her wretched, shrill cries echoed relentlessly. No one pitied her. She had brought this upon herself. After the incident concluded, Sumo turned and walked away. The other examiners followed suit, exiting in quick succession. Soon after, the entire Northern District Martial Artist Forum erupted. My heart aches for the chief examiner. Who would have thought someone so young would have to endure this? This year's assessment task was formidable. The chief examiner truly has guts. Grasping the essence of the blade, slaying a third-tier demon beast with a single strike, the pride of our human race. Post after post focused on Sumo, dominating the top rankings. The post-examination trial was truly satisfying. Z9 City Lord's Mansion announcement: the top 10 high school program is abolished. Students will be transferred to other high schools in batches. Z9 City Lord's Mansion announcement: an inspection team will be established to oversee all high schools. The pride of our Z City, self-reliant and forging ahead. Let us learn from Chief Examiner Sumo. Sumo has now become a household name in the Northern District. Even many children recognize Sumo. At 18, he reached the Divine Poor Realm and grasped the essence of the sword. After the martial arts examination concluded, Sumo was bidding farewell to the other examiners. Junior Academy, see you at the North Academy. After the Northern Academy instructors departed, Sumo's pants pocket began to vibrate. Ring ring, ring ring. The phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After answering, a robust voice came through. Well done. I didn't expect you to have already grasped the essence of the sword. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Master. You've completed the task well. It seems choosing you to spearhead the reforms was the right decision. I've transferred 100 billion into your martial artist badge. These next few months will be your easiest yet. Rest well. I look forward to our second meeting as master and disciple. Thank you, Master. After hanging up, Sumo took a deep breath. 100 billion. His master was truly generous. He admired such a mentor, though it certainly wasn't just for the 100 billion. When Sumo returned to the martial artists guild, his eyes lit up. As the weather grew increasingly hot, Bayu had changed into a form-fitting black dress, its hem reaching her knees and slightly rolled up. Her voluminous hair cascaded down naturally. Bayu caught Sumo's gaze and covered her mouth, giggling. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before, Bayu said with a proud air. It's all because Sister Baiyue is so beautiful, Sumo replied cheerfully, happy to play along. You know exactly what your sister likes to hear. So, what are your plans next? Bayu observed Sumo's relaxed expression, silently wondering if this guy was planning to continue living like a hermit. Just rest for a few days. I've been pretty worn out lately. Bayu nodded. They're all locked up in prison today. Any thoughts? Feels pretty satisfying, huh? Bayu observed the coldness in Sumo's eyes and sighed helplessly. This little thing had been through so much, guarding against everyone. Don't be fooled by how she jokes around with me every day. Her heart remained icy cold. Even when she teased Sumo, she could sense the trace of coldness deep in his eyes. Hello. At that moment, two figures entered. From the instant they stepped in, their gaze fixed on Sumo and never wavered. Sumo's gaze settled on the two of them. Hello. The arrivals were none other than Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Xiaoxi. Yi Xiaoxi stared intently at Sumo as she extended her hand. My mom doesn't let me touch girls' hands. She says it's impolite. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao both opened their mouths, momentarily at a loss for words. Countless men had wanted to shake their hands only to be rejected. Now the tables had turned. The two stared at Sumo strangely. You're being so obedient, huh? If I were to push you down, grab your waist tightly, and kiss you, wouldn't it be especially satisfying to see you cry? I'm Lu Yaoyao. She's my best friend. We came today just to meet you. We'll be classmates from now on. Sumo nodded. Congratulations to you both. Lu Yaoyao's almond eyes widened. Dude, you just shot yourself in the foot. Bayu scrutinized the two girls. They must be the sisters of those two jerks. Both of them looked at Bayu at the same time. They knew this brilliant senior too. We plan to stay in Z9 City for a while. Could we ask you to serve as our guide for that period? 100 billion a day. Why don't you just go rob someone? Lu Yaoyao shouted in disbelief. 100 billion? She really dares to ask for that. Agreed. Yi Xiaoxi stared intently at Sumo, her expression serious. Hand over your martial artist badge and I'll transfer you 100 billion. Sumo was stunned. He'd only intended to ignore these two and send them packing. What? You're scared now? Backing down? Can't handle it? Going soft? Sumo handed over the badge and Yi Xiaoxi transferred 100 billion into it. Even Lu Yaoyao transferred in 10 billion. You've wiped out 18 years worth of my savings in one go. Surprise flashed in Sumo's eyes. This was pure showboating. 18 years worth of pocket money equaled 100 billion? Remember this, pocket money. That's pocket money. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as beasts of burden, innate beasts of burden, chosen to toil. Fine. I'll spend the day with you tomorrow. Want to try something thrilling? Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi saw that Sumo didn't seem to be faking it. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. His gaze was so intense. Sure. Alright, leave me your number. I'll call you tomorrow. After the two left, Bayu turned to Sumo. What are you up to? Two beautiful ladies invited me, and they paid such a high price. Of course, I'll make sure they're satisfied, give them an unforgettable thrill. Chapter 59, Annihilating the Zhou family, Su Yao's true parents. Seeing the smirk on Sumo's lips, Baiyu's eyes narrowed. What exactly was this guy up to? Just then, Sumo's phone rang. It was Lu Shuatian calling. Brother Sumo, it's been ages since you dropped by our security management office. Care to swing by? Sumo's eyes narrowed in surprise. Lu Shuatian was being unusually polite. Clearly, he had something important to discuss. Brother Lu, hold on a moment. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Sumo informed Baiyu and turned to leave the martial artists guild. The two locations weren't far apart, and with Sumo's swift pace, he arrived at the security management office in no time. Lu Shuatian had been waiting at the entrance. His eyes lit up upon seeing Sumo. Brother Sumo, you're here. Come with me. After getting into the car, Lu Shuatian drove Sumo to a certain location. Sumo's expression changed upon seeing the imposing structure. He recognized it as the city lord's mansion. Lu Shuadao was already waiting for Sumo. Brother Sumo, you've given me quite the surprise. Brother Lu, you flatter me. After entering the city lord's mansion, Lu Shuadao led Sumo into a secret underground chamber. Brother Sumo, I've already detained the Zhou family members. Sumo's expression shifted. He understood Lu Shuadao's meaning. The evidence we've gathered is sufficient to sentence the Zhou family to death. After speaking, Lu Shuadao turned and left the chamber with Lu Shuatian, leaving Sumo alone. Sumo walked toward the chamber and saw the imprisoned Zhou family members, including Zhou Liang. The sound of footsteps startled those within the chamber. Their gazes converged, and their pupils contracted upon seeing Sumo. Though Sumo had come alone, they felt suffocated. Coldness, dread, and fear enveloped them. Zhou Qijing, the patriarch of the Zhou family, rose with the support of his attendants. He approached the cell door and stared intently at the young man before him. He had seen this face countless times in photographs and knew his son and grandson had sent men to kill this young man. To him, this insignificant insect had transformed into a mighty dragon. Learning he was the closed-door disciple of the Northern Academy's headmaster and an examiner for the martial arts assessment, he had not slept a wink that night. The Zhou family's world had collapsed. He had reached out to every connection he could muster, begging for a single meeting with the man before him. Yet all his efforts had sunk without a trace. Not a single soul had come to his aid. Zhou Qi stared intently at Sumo. May I be granted permission to leave behind an heir for the Zhou family? After speaking these words, Zhou Qijing knelt down, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. The Zhou family members behind him watched this scene unfold, their gazes filled with complexity. This man they once dismissed as insignificant was now begging them on his knees for a chance. 3 months, just 3 short months, yet it felt like an ocean had turned to fields. Everything changed beyond recognition. If you were me, would you give him a chance? When you could bully me at will, when I was but a pawn in your hands, you didn't give me a second thought. Now that you realize your mistake and beg me to spare you, do you really think it's that simple? Sumo finished speaking and drew his black iron blade. Thud. He plunged the blade directly into Zhou Qijing's heart. Not a single member of your Zhou family will escape. Don't you understand the saying, wildfires cannot burn it, all spring winds bring it back to life? Zhou Qijing's mouth opened, his throat churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before his head slumped downward. Looking for death? Come on in if you've got the guts. Creak. Sumo opened the cell door, the black iron blade still dripping blood. Drip, drip. Bright red blood splattered onto the floor with audible plops, the clock of life beginning its countdown. The eldest Zhou brother took a step back, his face pale, every hair on his body standing on end. I'm sorry, Splatter. A head flew skyward, landing before the other members of the Zhou family. Ah! Several timid members of the Zhou family fainted on the spot. At that moment, Sumo transformed into an executioner. These people had previously treated human life as worthless, bullying the honest folk. Now that the honest folk had awakened, they wanted to negotiate peace? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I'll give you money. I'll give you lots and lots of money. Splat. Blood splattered as another head rolled to the ground. At the very end, Sumo spotted the figure retreating into the corner. Gulp. Zhou Liang's throat rolled, emitting a dull sound in the silent cell. As Sumo approached him step by step, the pressure closed in around him. Thud. Zhou Liang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault. Smack, smack, smack. Uncle Su, Father Su, please give me one more chance. The sound of Zhou Liang slapping his own face echoed repeatedly. Soon, both cheeks were swollen. I'll be your dog, old Master Su. I'll be your dog. I'll bite whoever you tell me to bite. Please, just give me one chance. Sumo watched Zhou Liang coldly. The moment he killed Zhou's family members, Zhou Liang had been utterly terrified, and now he was babbling incoherently. Zhou Liang, we had no prior grudge. Truth be told, I should thank you. If not for you, I'd never have seen Su Yao's true colors. Sumo stared down at Zhou Liang from above. No, no, no. Helping you is my honor. Give me a chance, just one chance. I have money. I can pay you. Just give me one chance, and I swear I'll be your most loyal dog. Sumo's black iron blade pressed against his forehead. Zhou Liang's body went limp as he collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping down. He could feel the murderous intent radiating from the black iron blade. Put. Sumo turned and left the secret cell, walking toward the exit. At that moment, Lu Shuatian and Lu Shuadao were smoking by the door. One was the city lord, the other the captain of the security management division, both as indifferent as the gatekeeper. Upon seeing Sumo emerge, neither glanced back inside. After the three had walked far away, a sound came from behind them. The secret cell collapsed. Stepping out of the city lord's residence, Sumo waved to Lu Shuadao. If you need anything, give me a call. I'll be there anytime. Sumo nodded, and the two drove away. Lu Shuatian glanced at Sumo in the passenger seat. Bro, head back to the security management office. Zhang Dahai just called Suyao's parents are here. Sumo's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. Brace yourself, don't let them get to you. By the time they arrived at the security management office, an urgent voice echoed from inside. When is my son coming back? Bull. Stop claiming family ties out of nowhere. Don't you dare insult Sumo, get out of here. Upon entering, Sumo saw a young couple. Their eyes lit up with delight when they spotted him. Son, you're finally back. Make them apologize. Sumo narrowed his eyes, a cold, murderous intent radiating from him. The young couple instantly drained of color, staring at him with terror in their eyes. Dare to speak disrespectfully again, and I'll kill you both. Chapter 60. Did Suyao commit suicide? Sumo detested nothing more than insults directed at his parents. The man in the suit stepped forward. Don't misunderstand. We're Suyao's parents. You and she are siblings, doesn't that make you like our son? We know about Suyao's situation. We never imagined she'd make such a grave mistake. A daughter like that isn't worth keeping. We came here specifically to compensate you. Your parents are gone, but we're still here. We can be your parents. Rest assured, we'll take good care of you. Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Shuatian were all stunned. What kind of people were these? No wonder Suyao had that kind of personality, it was all in the genes. Sumo's lips curled upward as her gaze fixed on the two. A palpable pressure descended upon the room like a sudden storm. I don't doubt your identities. You might genuinely be Suyao's parents. That shameless audacity of yours is practically identical to hers. But I advise you to get out before I lose my temper. The young couple across from him grew anxious at the words. We genuinely want to recognize you as our son. We truly have no ulterior motives. You must believe us. Zhang Dahai and Li Wuyo stepped forward and handcuffed the two immediately. Come on, spend a few days inside. Insulting the head disciple of the North Yard's dean. If we let you out, do you think people won't tear you limb from limb? The couple turned pale at the threat. Sumo was our son. Who dares treat us this way? Thud. Thud. The two slammed into the back wall, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies slid down the wall, collapsing to their knees on the floor. Sumo withdrew his foot, drew his black iron blade, and advanced step by step toward them. The two clung to each other, huddling in the corner. Brother Sumo, please wait. I'll shut down all the cameras here. The young couple broke out in cold sweat at the words, terrified that these people would treat them so harshly. In truth, Zhang Dahai had already shut them down. His sole purpose was to intimidate the couple. The way to deal with scum is to keep it simple. We were wrong. We're sorry, we were wrong. The young couple watched Sumo's eyes, filled with murderous intent, their throats convulsing. If they could choose, they would never have come here again. They didn't know if they'd even make it back alive. Especially when meeting Sumo's murderous glare, it made their scalps crawl. Sumo planted his blade before them, then slowly drew it across their bodies. I won't kill you. But if I ever hear you utter a single word about me, I'll throw you outside the city walls to feed the beasts. They'll devour your flesh bite by bite, and you won't even get to die. At those words, the two men turned pale and fainted from terror. Li Wuyo watched this unfold, then walked over to drag the two men away. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Earlier, he'd been infuriated by these two fools, not just annoyed. Lock them up for a few days. I'll break them down completely. Causing trouble at my security management office? They've got some nerve. Sumo nodded. Watching the pair of idiots being led away, Lu Shuatian shook his head. No wonder Suyao is such a brainless fool. Turns out it really is hereditary. I used to think her parents died at the hands of beasts, but it seems they just found Suyao a burden and abandoned her. This charge will keep them locked up for years. A cold glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. Let's go. It's time to visit my brainless sister. Lu Shuatian led Sumo to the solitary confinement area. Suyao's face was deathly pale, her eyes darting with unease as she paced the cell. She kept pounding on the door and shouting, "Let me out. I refuse to stay in this stinking place. My brother is Sumo, a genius martial artist and the Northern Yard's chief disciple. I'm his sister, destined to bear his children. How dare you treat me like this? Let me out. Let me out. Just wait until my brother gets here. He'll punish you all. Let me out. The hysterical Suyao's eyes lit up with surprise, excitement, and joy when she saw Suemo. Brother's here. He came to see me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew you still cared. Hurry up and take me back. I refuse to stay in this stinking place. Brother, I repent. I know I was wrong. If you forgive me, I'll obey you in everything from now on. I knew you still cared about me. Little brother, rest assured. I'll never act foolishly again. I'll be good and listen to you. Can we go back to how things were before? I promise to be a good sister. I'll do whatever you say. I'll bear you sons and daughters, just take me away. Suemo remained silent. Seeing those emotionless eyes fixed on her, Suyao shut her mouth and stopped pleading. Looking at this fool, Suemo felt no desire to engage with her. Even now, she remained so selfish. Suemo turned and walked away. As for Wang Yang and Fang Jianyu, someone would naturally punish them. Such scum Suemo couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. No, don't leave. Don't. I'm sorry. Take me out. Take me out. No. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, Suyao's hands flailed frantically through the prison bars, as if desperately trying to grasp him. As the figure vanished, Suyao collapsed to the floor. Why wouldn't they give her a chance? Why? She had apologized. Why treat her like this? Why? Why wouldn't he even give her a chance to apologize? Even if Suemo had beaten her or cursed at her, it would have been easier to bear. This utter disregard only deepened her despair. Lu Shuetian shook his head. Still clinging to delusions at this point. Was that young couple Suyao's parents? Of course they were. Lu Shuetian had offered them the chance to see Suyao, but neither would meet her. Manager Lu, I beg you, make him come back. Make him come back. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Shut up. Stop making noise. Even a fly is quieter than you. Suyao slumped to the floor, her lips still murmuring. You only know how to bully me. You just think I'm easy to push around. Lu Shuetian snorted derisively, his face twisted with scorn. Your birth parents came looking for you. Suyao's gaze fell on Lu Shuetian, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her despairing eyes. Did they come to rescue me? Just tell me. Are they here to take me away? Lu Shuetian shook his head. Those two are just trying to cozy up to Suemo. They're as brainless as you are. Every time they mention you, their eyes are full of contempt. They even curse you behind your back. The only reason they came forward to acknowledge being your parents is because of Suemo. They wouldn't even give you a glance. Suyao, encountering biological parents like that was your misfortune. But heaven gave you a chance to choose anew, and you threw it away with your own hands. You haven't learned a single thing from Sumo's parents: their openness, sincerity, kindness. Yet you've mastered your biological parents' hypocrisy, stupidity, and selfishness without any teaching, and you use it against those closest to you, those who cherish you. I believe Sumo's parents, in their afterlife, wouldn't regret saving you because they were good, but they would regret raising you themselves, only to have you turn around and hurt Suemo. Suyao plopped down onto the floor, her mind replaying the scenes from earlier. After a while, Lu Shuetian left. He pulled out his phone. Brother Suemo, Suyao has taken her own life. Sumo's eyes widened in shock. That kind of girl would commit suicide? Lu Shuetian had something going for him. But Suemo didn't press for details. Sometimes the truth wasn't that important, was it? After hanging up, Sumo's lips curved upward. Everything was over. He was about to embark on a new journey. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Chapter 61, The Mysterious Figure, Suyao's Corpse, and the Demon Beast Siege. Early the next morning, Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao appeared before Suemo, as they had agreed the day before. Yi Xiaoxi wore a white, fluffy, knee-length dress. Her hair was slightly curled, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Lu Yaoyao wore a white chipa with a slit at the neckline revealing a crystal gemstone. Holding an umbrella, she exuded the gentle grace of a Jiangnan water town. Suemo stared at the two with a peculiar expression. I'd advise you two to change your outfits. What? Don't you like them? Yi Xiaoxi fixed her gaze intently on Suemo. These are outfits this lady handpicked, no way I'm changing. Suemo nodded. Let's go. I've made all the arrangements. Are you ready? Next, I'll take you to a place brimming with excitement, passion, and unforgettable thrills, a place that will leave you breathless. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi, seeing Sumo's mysterious demeanor, wore expressions of eager anticipation. At that moment, at a cemetery, Zhang Dehai and Li Wuyo breathed a long sigh of relief. After burying Su Yao, they turned and left the cemetery. The moment their figures vanished, a man cloaked entirely in a black trench coat appeared. He stared at the grave before him, and with a flick of his finger, Su Yao's corpse materialized. He crouched down to examine it, then removed his black trench coat and draped it over Su Yao's body. Outside the city walls. Suemo, are you out of your mind? We're two gorgeous women worth 200 billion combined, and you bring us out here to get chased by pythons? This is what you call seeking thrills? Lu Yaoyao bellowed, utterly disheveled. Turning to see the blood-red pupils behind her, she frantically accelerated toward the city gates. Yi Xiaoxi also lost her composure, fear evident in her eyes. Transcendent-level demon beasts occasionally unleashed icy arrows. If not for their special cultivation techniques, they would have been dead already. Suemo watched as the giant snake abandoned its pursuit of him and instead charged toward Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi. His body leapt, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Slash! As the command echoed, the intent of the blade coalesced and the sword slashed through the air. A trench approximately 2 meters wide and 100 meters long gouged into the ground. The python's body recoiled, its pupils fixed intently on Suemo, a flicker of surprise passing through them. This mere insect had actually grasped the essence of the blade, and his cultivation had reached the divine orifice realm. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi glanced back, shock flickering in their eyes. Was this Sumo's true strength? Sword in hand, Suemo charged toward the python. The two dared not linger, sprinting toward the city. They knew the faster they ran, the less Suemo would have to worry about them, and the safer they would be. Back in the city, they leaned against the gate, gasping for breath. Their hair was disheveled, their faces pale, and they looked utterly shaken. Bye! Sumo's voice echoed behind them. With a swift movement, he vanished back into the city. The python watched, its tongue flickering out as it emitted a strange, angry hiss. Bai Xiu emerged, sizing Suemo up from head to toe with a peculiar look in his eyes. Half an hour earlier, Suemo had left with 2 beautiful girls. He had even anticipated what would happen next. Little did he expect they'd be hunted down by the python. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a twist of fate. Are you guys okay? Bai Xiu gave Suemo a once-over. Ever since Suemo discovered Bai Xiu was a brooding flirt, he'd had no desire to deal with the guy. And he was a top-tier jinx to boot. Thrilling, huh? Can't get enough? Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao rolled their eyes at Suemo when they heard the teasing. Suemo, you're something else. I'll remember today's events. Lu Yaoyao stood up, hands on her hips. Yi Xiaoxi ignored Suemo as well, and the two of them walked off together. Watching them go, Suemo took a deep breath. Perfect. 200 billion in the bag. Bai Xiu watched the three walk away, having ignored him completely from start to finish. A flicker of awkwardness crossed his face. On Sumo's way back to the Martial Artists Guild, many recognized him and smiled. It really is Chief Examiner Suemo. Never imagined I'd get to see you up close today. Master Suemo, could we get your autograph? Hearing this, Suemo paused. Please don't treat me this way. I'm just an ordinary person, no different from you all, only luckier. With that, Suemo turned and walked away. Wow, he's so cool. And so understated too. If I could just hold him while I sleep, I can't even imagine how happy I'd be. Sis, it's not even dark yet. Stop daydreaming. Tonight when I sleep, I'll have all the material for my dreams. Suemo holding me from behind as I sleep. Heh, I'm the real pro. I swapped my boyfriend's face out with Sumo's in our old videos. But that jerk found out and dumped me. Everyone thought to themselves, serves him right. But that was a pretty clever trick. After Suemo returned to the Martial Artists Guild, Bai approached him. Whoa, you've got some serious fighting power there. Look at these two pretty girls, they can't even get out of bed. They should be heading home now. Suemo grinned mischievously. What did you take them out for? Bai sat down and looked at Suemo curiously. Suemo suddenly leaned in close to Bai, their faces mere inches apart. They could even hear each other's breath. Bai's snow-white neck flushed red, followed swiftly by her cheeks and ears. A mischievous smile flashed in Sumo's eyes. Sis, Bai is that eager to know what I did with them? Are you that concerned about me? Bai lowered her head and stepped back, but Suemo moved forward. Finally, Bai abruptly stood up, grabbed Suemo, and pinned him against the counter. Little brother, you're still a bit off if you think you can pull this stunt on your big sister. Suemo took a deep breath. This woman was such a drama queen. She had everything you could want, yet in the end, you were the one caught in her trap. Sister Bai, I'm sorry. Let me go. Let me go. After releasing Suemo, Bai wore a satisfied smile. That bratty little brother of hers was getting cocky, trying to pull this kind of stunt on her. Take them outside the city to play with the anacondas for a while. Upon hearing this, Bai parted her red lips, but in the end, she couldn't find the words. All she could do was give Suemo a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive. You're still the best. You're truly a living father. What decent person takes 200 billion from someone and then takes them to play with pythons? Once you're in the North Yard, you'd better watch your back. Bai stared at Suemo with a look of pity. Those two pretty sisters aren't strong, but their big brother sure is. How strong? How strong? Strong, strong. Suemo stood up speechless, ready to leave. Bai's phone suddenly rang. What is it, old man? You and Suemo hurry to the east gate of D6 City. A massive gathering of demon beasts has appeared there, and there are even traces of demonic beings. Baiyu's pupils dilated upon hearing this. Suemo also heard his master's voice on the call. "We're on our way immediately." At that moment, atop the martial artists guild building, a helicopter hummed loudly before vanishing into the clouds in an instant. Z City was still quite a distance from D City. Even by helicopter, it would take an hour and a half to reach. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the martial artists guild in City D6. Two figures were already waiting for Suemo and Baiyu. "Welcome to D6 City. Save the pleasantries for later. Let's head to the East Gate first." Baiyu wore an indifferent expression. Chapter 62, One Man Slaughters 10,000 Beasts, The Mysterious Bone Flute. Suemo was already accustomed to Baiyu's manner. When they reached the eastern gate of D6, the sight of countless pairs of blood-red eyes peering through the mist outside the city walls made his heart tighten. "Baiyu." A voice rang out at that moment. Baiyu turned to look toward the city wall guard post. "Lu Bai. Never imagined you'd be guarding D6 City." After exchanging pleasantries with Baiyu, Lu Bai turned his gaze toward Suemo. "Hello. Hello." After exchanging greetings, the two fell silent. "How long have these demon beasts been gathering?" A small group appeared around 7 this morning. There were no fluctuations at first, but more and more have arrived since. I even caught a glimpse of a demonic being in the distance. Any idea of their specific strength? Lu Bai watched the beasts outside the city walls, his expression growing grave. Suemo remained silent. The beasts weren't particularly powerful. They gathered there, fixedly staring at the east gate. Like well-trained soldiers, they remained locked in a standoff. Could they be a decoy, planning to attack another gate instead? No sooner had Suemo spoken. A figure darted overhead. A demon beast at the Treading Heaven realm has appeared at the south gate. Baiyu and Lu Bai heard this and stared at Suemo in astonishment. Suemo was speechless. He only said it offhand, clearly influenced by Bai Xiao. "How about this? I'll hold down the fort here while you two go help out." Suemo asked tentatively. Baiyu and Lu Bai nodded. Their figures flickered and vanished. After Lu Bai departed, numerous guards remained stationed at the east gate. Suemo needn't worry. Observing the demon beasts outside the city walls, Suemo turned to one of the guards. "I'll be back soon." With that, Suemo had already exited the city. The guards at the east gate could only perceive a flash of light. A rumbling sound echoed from beyond the city walls. The scent of blood began to fill the air. The slaughter had begun. These first-tier demon beasts posed no threat to Suemo, especially after he had grasped the essence of the sword. Through the mist, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged, growling low and furious. A dense swarm of beasts lunged at Suemo, tearing and biting. Suemo gripped his black iron blade, narrowing his eyes. Wave crush. A single swing unleashed a river of energy, sending rolling waves crashing across the sky. Everything in its path was obliterated, leaving behind a vacuum. Boom! 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 The explosions of demon beasts echoed continuously. Slayed 2,000 level 1 demonic beasts, earned 204 slaughter points. Suemo stepped through the snow, moving through the demon beast horde as if unopposed. Heaven-splitting blade. As the herd of mammoths charged toward him, Suemo unleashed the technique he had mastered. A single stroke of his blade unleashed a blinding flash. Every charging mammoth in its path was cleaved in two. The pale mist had long since turned crimson. The defenders at Gate D6 were utterly dumbfounded. Is this the caliber of the Northern Academy's closed-door disciple? Among that herd of mammoths just now, there seemed to be a third-tier demon beast, right? It was cut down instantly? Without even a hint of resistance? Whoa, I thought it was exaggerated. Never imagined it was true. He's actually grasped the essence of the sword. Slaying 300 level 2 demon beasts, earning 400 slaying points. Slaying 3 level 3 demon beasts, gained 15 slaying points. Slaying 2,000 level 1 demon beasts, earning 202 slaying points. The system's notification chimes echoed incessantly in his mind. Suemo operated like a machine that knew no fatigue. This was a golden opportunity to strengthen his power. Many demon beast groups in Z9 City had already been wiped out by Suemo, and that giant python was still keeping a close eye on him. This made Suemo a bit uncomfortable, but he certainly wouldn't pass up this chance now. Pft, pft. Two beams of light suddenly shot out from within the mist. Sumo's body shifted and vanished. The beam struck the ground, sending up puffs of hissing black smoke. Sumo's body shifted, charging into the mist. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden flash of light pierced the fog. Suemo emerged, holding a severed head, that of a demonic being. Slayed a level 3, tier 5 demon, earning 3.5 slay points. Suemo shook his head. His gaze fell on the bone flute in his hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, the demon had used this very instrument to command the demonic beasts. What exactly are these demons? They can even control demonic beasts. As the demonic beings fell, the beasts gradually regained their senses. Suemo collected the demon's head and gripped his black iron blade. He had pushed the wave-laying blade to its absolute limit. The scent of blood could be detected even from a great distance. Once all the beasts had departed, Suemo set fire to their corpses. These beasts contained spiritual energy within them, causing them to burn rapidly. Besides, these things weren't worth much anyway. With so many corpses so close to the city gates, they risked sparking an epidemic. Flames shot skyward as Suemo stood before the inferno, watching the scene in silence. The guards stationed at the east gate witnessed this and recorded it. Only after the flames died down did Suemo turn and return to the city. Impressive. Truly worthy of being the Northyard Dean's final disciple. Facing tens of thousands of demon beasts without flinching, then slaying them beneath your feet, we cannot match you. You flatter me. Suemo replied politely. With the beasts gone, the gate guards finally relaxed, a rare moment since the creatures appeared at dawn. After halting his advance, Suemo glanced at the system interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Power, 4th tier Divine Orifice 04000. Heart Technique, Shaping Dao Art, 3rd tier 10-3000. Martial Arts, Wave Stacking Blade Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Killing Points, 4633. Half a month before the martial arts examination, his strength had risen to Divine Orifice 4th tier. With each breakthrough, those kill points would reset and start anew from 0. This caught Suemo somewhat off guard. This time, slaying so many demon beasts only allowed him to advance 1 level. Suemo chose not to allocate any points here. With so many people around, he had to be cautious. He would wait until he returned to break through. Ha! The demon beasts outside the city have vanished. Upon returning, Baiyu and Lu Bai saw the empty expanse outside the city walls, surprise flashing across their faces. Only a faint scent of roasted flesh lingered in the air. They haven't vanished, Suemo killed them all. Lu Bai and Baiyu both turned to look at Suemo, who sat resting nearby, bloodstains still visible on his clothes. Baiyu walked over to Sumo's side and gave him a kick. You really have no fear of death, do you? A corpse materialized from Sumo's ring. That's the demonic being. He controlled those demonic beasts. Suemo produced a bone flute. Densely engraved runes covered its surface. Baiyu took it and glanced at it. This is the first time I've seen such an item. It felt slightly cool to the touch, with occasional flashes of light emanating from it. Baiyu handed it back to Suemo. Since you captured it, you should keep it. Have the old man take a look later, he should know what this thing is. It might even prove useful to you later. After saying this, Baiyu pulled Suemo to his feet. Let's go. We should leave. Suemo froze. It's already taken care of? The teachers from the North Yard have arrived. They'll definitely handle it. That treading heaven realm demon beast has already been killed. False alarm. That demon beast must have come from somewhere else. Suemo nodded. See you later. Catch you at school. Baiyu pulled Suemo around and headed toward the Martial Artists Guild. Sis Baiyu, you can let go of me now. After releasing Suemo, Baiyu suddenly adopted a look of schadenfreude. Chapter 63, Power Breakthrough 200 billion spent in 1 minute. TSK, hurry up and thank me. That Lu Bai is Lu Yaoyao's brother. Suemo froze. Didn't expect that, did you? Suemo nodded. The two bore no resemblance whatsoever. The little sister has already gone and tattled. So petty. And you call others petty? When you tricked her out of her allowance and dragged her along to hunt pythons, you weren't like this at all. Lu Bai is also at the Transcendent Realm. You'd better be careful. Sumo's expression shifted. You're both at the Transcendence Realm now? Take a guess. Little brother, you've got some catching up to do. Suemo took a deep breath. He silently set himself a goal, to break through the Transcendence Realm by the time the Northern Campus opened for the new semester. After returning to Z9 City, the first post on the Northern District Martial Artists Forum featured footage of a Northern Campus instructor slaying a treading heaven realm demon beast. Another post showed a figure standing with their back to the crowd, flames surging skyward before them. One man slays 10,000 beasts. Just 5 simple words. Brother Suemo, the backview guy, is still so formidable. One man slaughtering 10,000 beasts, impressive, truly impressive. One man slays 10,000 beasts, truly the pride of Z City. That familiar silhouette remains unchanged. Whoa, my husband is still so strong. Last time I saw him, I noticed his legs are exceptionally long, I just love him more and more. Hey upstairs, I hope you're talking about his legs and not something else. He's talking about the middle one. All he knows is hunting beasts. Go join the beasts already. Zero emotional intelligence, total straight guy. Huh, something's off. Hey upstairs, you and backdrop guy have a thing, don't you? After the event ended, Suemo paid less attention to the martial artist forum. After returning from other cities, Suemo slipped home to secretly push through a breakthrough, feeling utterly delighted. The exhilaration of growing stronger was what kept him hooked. As the 4,000 slaughter points vanished, Sumo felt his acupoints pulsing violently within his body. Before long, 40 acupoints opened, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of Divine Acupoint Realm. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Power, Divine Cavity 5th Tier 05000. Heart Sutra, Shaping Dao Technique, 3rd Tier 10-3000. Martial Arts, Wave Stacking Blade Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Kill points, 633. Soon. I believe it won't be long before I break through to the Transcendence Realm. That moment will mark a complete transformation. My mortal body will gradually transform into a spiritual body, better suited for cultivation. Then, I can awaken my own elemental attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. And the rarest of all, space and time attributes. For instance, a spatial ring is forged by a blacksmith who has awakened the spatial attribute. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, otherwise, space rings wouldn't be so scarce. Recalling the spatial ring, Sumo hurried out the door and made his way to the Martial Artists Guild. Bayu looked puzzled when Sumo approached again. Why are you back again? Sister Yu, what's the largest space ring you have here? 50 cubic meters. Sumo's eyes flashed with disappointment upon hearing this, having expected a ring exceeding 100 cubic meters. What's with that look? Even this 50 cubic meter ring might not sell in a year. One 50 cubic meter ring is worth 200 billion. The 100 cubic meter spatial ring the old man gave you? That's worth 100 billion. Each additional cubic meter of this thing requires a forger to pour immense effort into it, plus spatial stones which are incredibly hard to come by. So, interested in buying one? Only one left, it's been sitting unsold for 2 years. Sumo decided against it. Speaking of rings, I just remembered something. Wait here a moment. Bayu turned and left, returning shortly with an exquisite box. This is protective armor. It can withstand dozens of attacks from beasts below the 9th level of transcendence. Want it? Bayu stared at Sumo with palpable excitement. Even though she was about to leave, who would turn down extra business? How much? Not expensive at all. Quite a bargain, 90 billion. You call 90 billion cheap? Is it expensive? I think it's fine. Sumo slapped his forehead. Why was he haggling with a rich woman? Back in school, he clung to one belief: the world as fate remains unwritten, we're all dark horses. Once we stepped out of school, the world was already decided, we're all just beasts of burden. Sold. Watching the 90 billion vanish from his account, leaving just over 200 billion, Sumo felt the sting. Seeing how you are, you'll still need to leave the city. Want to buy an upgraded radar? It scans up to 200 meters. Not expensive. Sumo's previous radar was already broken, so he genuinely needed a new one this time. Let me be clear, this 200-meter radar can detect all demon beast ranks up to the transcendent realm. No tricks, no gimmicks, flat rate, 50 billion. Sumo pinched his nose bridge. Damn it, 50 billion. Bought it. Another 50 billion vanished from his account. Sumo watched the transaction with a heavy heart. First, that woman swindled him out of tens of millions in seconds. Now, within a minute, she'd made him spend 15 billion. Look, do you still need elixirs? Now that you're at the Divine Poor Realm, the pills to heal your injuries aren't that expensive. I only have 5 left, totaling 50 billion. What do you think? Buy. Sumo gritted his teeth. Another 50 billion vanished from his account. Look, I have this. Hey, don't run off, little brother Sumo. Come back. Look at this kid, I'm doing this for your own good. After leaving, Sumo took a deep breath. 200 billion gone. If he stayed any longer, he might end up needing a loan. If only he hadn't treated Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao like that back then. Those two were loaded. After gathering his things, Sumo headed toward the city gates. Sumo, you're going out again? Of course. Your sister swindled me out of 200 billion. I'm practically broke now. Shut up. You're no better. Baishio opened his mouth to speak, but before the words left his lips, Sumo had vanished. Is he out of his mind? My sister screwing you over? What the hell does that have to do with me? She'd screw me over too. Baishio muttered under his breath, resigned to guarding the gate once more. He recalled the day of the first birthday ritual when he grabbed the nameplate. The whole family cheered, certain he'd rise to high office someday. Now guarding the gate, he did indeed wear a nameplate around his neck. Ah, fate. After putting on his protective suit, Sumo pulled out the map and headed straight for the yellow zone. Midway there, Sumo abruptly changed direction and began suppressing his aura. His battle with the python outside the city had taught him valuable lessons. Not long after Sumo departed, a colossal figure emerged, scarlet eyes gleaming, the enemy's aura permeating every direction. The python felt a bit frustrated. This little pest was growing increasingly cunning, and its strength was rising at an alarming rate. If he didn't eliminate this pest soon, it might end up killing him instead. A contemplative look crossed the python's eyes. What method could swiftly eliminate this creature? Could it be that he truly must sacrifice something to enlist the aid of those demonic beasts? Chapter 64, The Mysterious Blood Pool, Peril. At this moment, Suemo had already hunted down the first demon beast. Slayed a level 3, tier 5 black bear. Earned 3.5 slay points. After stripping the bear's gallbladder, paws, and fur, Suemo turned and vanished. His divine aura was at the 5th level, matching the black bear's rank. Yet since he had grasped the essence of the blade, creatures of the same level were no match for a single swing of his blade. It was a pity the system couldn't allocate points to blade intent. Otherwise, Suemo couldn't even imagine how much joy he would have. After hunting several more beasts, Suemo suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a bone flute from his spatial ring. That demonic being had used this very flute to control the beasts. Could he do the same? If so, summoning the beasts might allow him to take them all out in one fell swoop. Sumo's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Pft, pft, pft. Suemo flushed with embarrassment. Thankfully, no one had heard him, otherwise he would have been utterly humiliated. Ha! Several beasts were eavesdropping. Slayed 3 level 1 demon beasts. Gained 1 slaying point. Suemo carefully recalled the technique he'd used when encountering the demonic being earlier. Suemo pressed the hole, and immediately a melodious sound rang out. His fingers moved in constant motion. Boom, boom, boom. Through the mist, crimson eyes began to appear. Sumo's eyes lit up upon seeing them. It really worked. Heaven-splitting blade. Suemo unleashed his blade intent, a flash of white light streaking through the air. Slayed 600 level 1 demonic beasts, earning 90 slaughter points. Slaughtered 150 level 2 demonic beasts, earning 200 slaying points. Slayed 22 level 3 demon beasts, earning 70 slaying points. After gathering the materials from the level 3 demon beasts, Suemo moved through the snow like a ghost, his figure flickering and elusive. When Yen arrived, he saw corpses strewn across the ground. His gaze pierced through the mist. Sumo's aura lingered there, but he couldn't tell if it was a deliberate smokescreen. After a moment's thought, it headed in the opposite direction. Only this time, it found itself drifting farther and farther from Suemo. From within the mist, the sound of Suemo playing his flute drifted intermittently, followed by the wails of beasts. After moving to a new spot, Suemo was about to play again. His expression tightened. Roar. The roar reverberated across the wilderness. Suemo stared at the bone flute in his hand. Crack, crack. Cracks spread across its surface until finally, with a sharp snap, it shattered completely. Damn it, could you stop playing? It's unbearably awful. Suemo felt the sound waves nearly piercing his eardrums. He snapped out of it, transformed into a ghostly apparition, and vanished into the mist. Not long after Suemo departed, the 100-meter-tall tree where he had stood moments before began to shatter. A black tiger emerged, its back sprouting 2 pairs of wings. Winds whipped around it, and with each flap of its wings, sand and stones flew across the ground. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed on the shattered remains below, roaring once more. A sonic blast surged forth. It surged forward, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Today, it would catch the damn thing that had disturbed its peaceful slumber. Once or twice was tolerable, but repeatedly? Each time was more unbearable than the last, like a fart. Sumo's figure abruptly halted, pupils constricting. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily as he swallowed hard. Black Tiger, who had been chasing from behind, saw Suemo and his blood-red eyes narrowed. His movements slowed as he cautiously approached Suemo. Just as he was about to devour Suemo, the anomaly ahead made him snap his jaw shut. Suemo flinched at the shadow looming behind him. But what lay ahead filled Suemo with even greater dread. Black Tiger stood beside Suemo, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the distance. There lay a pit nearly a kilometer deep, but it was a pit of blood. It reeked of blood, the stench rising to the heavens. Dozens of figures sat cross-legged within, each sporting twin horns atop their heads and runes etched across their faces. The surrounding mist had turned pitch black, shrouding these demonic beings. The shore was densely packed with corpses, humans and beasts alike. Even the blood pool itself held numerous beast carcasses. Black Tiger extended his claw, snatching Suemo up. His wings flapped, and he vanished in an instant. After running a considerable distance, the Black Tiger set Suemo down. "Human, how about we cooperate?" Suemo took a deep breath. He could tell something was off with those demonic beings. They seemed to be in a deep slumber, and the area around them was isolated by some barrier, making it difficult to approach. Suemo turned to study the Black Tiger 100 meters in size, with 2 pairs of wings on its back. "Human, I'm speaking to you?" Seeing Sumo's silence, the Black Tiger growled lowly. "How exactly?" Suemo had no desire to cooperate. That blood pool was far too dangerous, he didn't want to go near it. But the decision wasn't his to make. "Kill them. You're the ruler of this territory. Why would you need to cooperate with me? Refuse, and I'll devour you." The Black Tiger's eyes locked onto Suemo as he spoke. "Your reasoning has won me over. Tell me, how do we cooperate?" Suemo reluctantly agreed. He had no choice, he was outmatched. He knew Black Tiger harbored no good intentions. Earlier, I encountered a barrier that blocked my path. Those demons must have spotted us. Several demonic beings at the soul realm are concealed over there. I'll hold them off while you eliminate the ones in the pool. The demons lying in the pool aren't exceptionally powerful, but their bloodlines are no ordinary matter. Kill those demons, and I'll let you go. Black Tiger's eyes flickered as he growled lowly. Agreed. After Suemo agreed, Black Tiger flapped his wings. In the blink of an eye, he carried Suemo back to their previous location. 3 demons emerged from the mist, their eyes fixed on Black Tiger, greed flickering in their pupils. I never thought you'd dare come back. You're asking for death. The 3 demons lunged at the Black Tiger. Black Tiger flapped its wings, unleashing a gale that shattered everything around them. Suemo was blown straight into the whirlwind. With another flap of its wings, the Black Tiger soared into the sky. With each beat of its wings, tornadoes hundreds of meters wide formed. The 3 demons' speed slowed. Seeing this, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. Within the blood pool, several demonic beings stirred to life. Suemo gripped his black iron blade. He struck the heavens with a single blow. A flash of light swept through the air. Splatter. Slayed 3 demon beings at the 6th tier of Divine Orifice, gained 10.8 slaughter points. You insignificant insect, you seek death. The 3 demonic beings at the Divine Soul Realm, upon witnessing Suemo unleash his blade intent, were shocked, but more than that, they were enraged. Even Black Tiger's eyes flickered with surprise. The storm intensified. Roar. The roar of the King of Beasts echoed across the wilderness. The storm had transformed into a colossal tornado, engulfing one of the demonic beings before it could evade. Snap, crackle, the sound of bones shattering echoed. A head rolled out of the storm, landing beside the other 2 demons. Daring to cause trouble on my turf? You demons have some nerve. Could it be you wish to declare war on US beasts? The 2 demons paled at the words. Slayed 8 5th tier divine poor demons. Gained 68 slay points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, ripples suddenly spread across the blood pool. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Giant blood bubbles continuously burst. Chapter 65, 8th Divine Orifice, for heaven-treading demonic beasts, golden dragon fruit. Upon witnessing this scene, Suemo shifted his steps, transforming into a ghostly apparition as he hastily fled. The Black Tiger sensed the danger, its blood-red eyes flashing as it flapped its wings and hastily departed. SSSH, SSSH. A flash of black mist. Roar. A agonized roar echoed. Rip, 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 rip. Both pairs of wings were torn off cleanly. The Black Tiger lay sprawled on the ground, its bloodshot eyes filled with the terror of impending death. A hand gripped the Black Tiger's head. Snap, snap. The skull was crushed, revealing a blood-red crystal. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood bubbles rose as the figure vanished. A massive skeleton now lay atop the blood pool. The 2 demons kneeling on the ground dared to stand up. Demonic energy flickered as they pursued Suemo in the direction he had fled. An ant at the Divine Poor Realm dared to think he could escape right under their noses. By the time they caught up, Sumo's aura had vanished entirely. The 2 demons exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. They then split up, searching the surrounding area. When they met up again, they still found no trace of Suemo. The demons returned to their posts, for they still had to guard the blood pool. Suemo hid underground, holding his breath in fear. It wasn't until midnight that he crawled out, taking a deep breath. Transforming into a ghostly apparition, he sprinted toward the distance. Suemo had no idea how long he ran before finding a secluded spot and pulling out his phone. Earlier, he had only captured a fleeting shadow, nothing clear. That Black Tiger must be dead. Suemo never imagined that one day, his perceived weakness would be the very thing that allowed him to escape the demon's contempt. That ghostly thing in the blood pool had likely set its sights on the Black Tiger's corpse, its blood, and the blood crystal. Black Tiger had him make the first move precisely because he feared some danger lurking in the blood pool, using him as bait to lure the real threat. Little did he know that thing didn't even bother with him. Suemo secretly rejoiced. Moreover, that ghostly thing seemed unable to stray too far from the blood pool. Even if he knew, Suemo dared not return. That thing was too powerful, too dangerous. He must return and warn his master. The entity within that blood pool absolutely must not be revived. But now he didn't even know where it was. Thick fog shrouded everything, obscuring even the sky. He could only rely on instinct to find his way back. After resting for a while, Suemo changed direction. Now he actually hoped that Python would find him. If the Python could find him, it meant he wasn't too far away. But that Black Tiger moves too fast, it could cover dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Combined with his reckless flight, who knew where it had vanished to? Fortunately, he had purchased protective gear and recovery pills when he left. Radar activated, detecting everything within 200 meters. Suemo drew his mystic iron blade once more. Slayed a level 3, tier 7 demon beast. Earned 3.7 slay points. Suemo transformed into a ghostly apparition, relentlessly slaughtering every demon beast within the radar's detection range. All the surrounding beasts were level 3, not a single level 2 among them. Slaughtered 20 level 3 demon beasts, obtained 80 kill points. After gathering the materials, Sumo drifted steadily toward the distance. Before long, the entire radar screen was covered in red dots. Sumo's heart tightened. Boom! 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 The sound echoed like an earthquake. Sumo found an area with fewer beasts and charged out, only to discover they were all fleeing in another direction. After more than 10 minutes, Sumo was panting heavily. The demon beast horde vanished completely. Nearly all of them were third-tier beasts. He had just hunted down over 100 third-tier beasts. Sumo pondered for a moment. It seemed as though those beasts were heading toward something. Could an opportunity be presenting itself? With this thought, Sumo transformed into a ghostly apparition and quietly followed. Sumo finally caught up with the demon beast horde. At this moment, the beasts seemed controlled by some force. Like mindless puppets, they raced forward. Sumo took a deep breath. It really wasn't my fault. He wiped down his black iron blade. Slaughter points, here I come. Slayed 10 level 3 demon beasts, earned 45 slaying points. Slayed 30 level 3 demon beasts, earned 120 slay points. Slay 9 level 4 demon beasts, earning 35 slaying points. After Sumo killed a few at first, he vanished like a ghost. With such a strong blood scent, the demon beasts would surely surround and kill him once they reacted. Yet the beasts seemed oblivious. Sumo, naturally, showed no mercy. This time, he followed directly behind them. Any demon beast that fell behind became a corpse, its materials collected. He even hunted down quite a few level 4 beasts. Sumo took out a recovery pill, swallowed it, and his body rapidly recharged. Then he continued charging at the beasts. This was an excellent opportunity, one he couldn't afford to miss. Besides, gaining more kill points to boost his strength far outweighed the benefits of these pills. The demon beasts continued their relentless charge for several more hours. The path was littered with their corpses. Sumo glanced at his radar, halted his advance, and began retreating backward. The beast's charge had dispersed the mist, revealing several massive silhouettes in the distant sky. All 4 of their eyes were fixed intently on the ground, where a spirit plant bore a single golden fruit. A shimmering glow flickered over the golden fruit, releasing a sweet fragrance. These beasts had been drawn by its scent. Sumo hid in the shadows, not daring to advance. The arriving beasts crawled to the ground, equally frozen in place. Sumo licked his lips. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Power, 5th tier Divine Orifice 05000. Heart technique, Shaping Dao Art, 3rd tier 10-3000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Art D grade, high tier, perfected. Kill points, 28,469. Can enhance strength now. 5,000 slaughter points vanished. Another 6,000 vanished. Then 7,000 vanished. Finally, 8,000 vanished. 160 acupoints opened within Sumo's body, accompanied by the crackling sound of popping beans. His physical strength surged alongside his rising power. The dense mist here was rich with spiritual energy, and his body absorbed it like a sponge. After half an hour passed, Sumo's tense mind finally relaxed. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Power level, 8th layer of Divine Orifice 09000. Heart method, Shaping Dao Art, 3rd tier 10-3000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Art D grade, high tier, perfected. Kill points, 2469. His strength had already reached the 8th level of Divine Orifice. Sumo strained to channel the concealment art, stealthily creeping toward the distance. For colossal demon beasts, each several kilometers long, occupied the 4 cardinal directions, their bodies obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Their eyes fixed intently on the golden fruit. As a flash of golden light flickered, all 4 beasts grew excited. Golden dragon fruit, I claim it. A blood-red tiger, its entire body pulsing with blood, glared greedily at the fruit. Prove yourself worthy. A black eagle, its entire body radiating darkness, spoke in human language. Maximize my gains. The golden ape towering in the sky declared. Then let's settle this by skill. See who gets it first. A fox joined the chorus, its third eye quietly opening, its gaze fixed on the golden dragon fruit. Chapter 66, Golden Dragon Fruit Secured, Golden Corpse Swarm. Sumo's body gradually sank into the ground. There was no other way. These demon beasts were too powerful. He strained to activate the concealment technique to hide his aura. Master, I used the Shaping Dao technique and the Mystic Iron Blade to dig this tunnel. I hope you won't blame me when you find out. Sumo now felt profound relief that he had mastered the concealment technique to perfection. None of those formidable 4-headed demon beasts had detected his presence. Otherwise, he would have been killed for sure. The 4 colossal demon beasts, their aura as deep as an abyss, churned relentlessly, causing the golden dragon fruit to warp slightly. With a sudden shift of their bodies, the 4 beasts vanished from above the golden dragon fruit. Boom! 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 A deafening collision echoed, dispersing the mist within a radius of several kilometers. The shockwaves from the collision struck countless beasts. Those beasts were instantly hurled away. Several demon beasts at the Divine Soul realm narrowed their eyes, their bodies steadily shifting toward the direction of the golden dragon fruit. The four colossal beasts knew their power was evenly matched, they could only stall each other. The outcome now depended on the individual skills of their respective subordinates. The battle raged on above the skies. As the fragrant Sumo sense drew nearer, his expression brightened. Even hundreds of meters underground, he could sense the battle raging above. With his enhanced strength, digging through the earth was swift. He had no idea how much time had passed. Dozens of demon beasts at the Divine Soul realm had already closed in on the golden dragon fruit. Killing intent coalesced around their bodies as they leapt upward, clawing at the golden dragon fruit. Those that were a step too slow watched the beasts ahead and lunged directly for their hindquarters. Roar! Pangs of agony echoed relentlessly. What demon beast dignity? If the leader fails his mission, they won't even survive. Several beasts lay sprawled directly on the golden dragon fruit. Like a human pyramid. The battle in the sky halted instantly. Idiots! Idiots! Four furious roars echoed. Boom! 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 The demon beasts' bodies flew backward, their pupils shifting. The golden dragon fruit had vanished. Whose subordinate had obtained it? All four beasts hoped it was their own subordinate. Sumo had long since vanished into the crowd of beasts using the concealment technique. Since the golden dragon fruit is gone, disperse. The four demon beasts dared not fight. Any injuries would only benefit others. Whoever's subordinate obtained it would strengthen the demon beast's power, ensuring no humans gained an advantage. After Sumo departed, he sprinted for an unknown duration. He moved aside an inconspicuous rock, dug a hole, and hid inside. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the divine orifice realm, allowing him to absorb some spiritual energy. Sumo pulled out the golden dragon fruit and swallowed it whole. Once consumed, such things became part of him. Golden light began to radiate from within Sumo's body, his meridians surging like coiling dragons. A tearing sound echoed from within his flesh. Sumo seized a piece of demon beast material, clamping down on it with his teeth to stifle any sound. The pain started like needle pricks, then felt like being sliced by a knife. Even his bones cracked and popped. Beads of sweat as large as beans formed on his forehead, his entire body drenched as if washed by water. When the wave of agony finally receded, Sumo's spirit collapsed. He could hold on no longer and slipped into unconsciousness. Time passed, its duration unknown. A stone was pushed aside. A black man crawled out from beneath the earth. Only a mouthful of white teeth and the whites of his eyes were visible. Sumo felt a foul stench emanating from his body. After locating a small pond and confirming no powerful demon beasts were nearby, he jumped in to wash himself, then changed into a fresh set of black clothes. Sumo raised his black iron blade and drew it across his arm, leaving only a white mark. Sumo took a deep breath, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. If he weren't out in the wilderness, he would have burst out laughing. Even the mystical iron blade couldn't pierce his skin. No wonder even sixth-tiered demon beasts fought over it. Above transcendence lies divine soul, followed by treading the heavens. Treading heaven was on par with a level 6 demon beast. Human cultivation realms are divided into vital energy, martial artist, meridian opening, divine orifice, transcendence, divine soul, sky treading, creation, heaven's mandate, and saint realm. Monsters correspond to fiends, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Though his strength hadn't increased, his meridians widened and his physical power surged dozens of times over. Even the spatial ring couldn't contain the draining power of the golden dragon fruit, compelling Sumo to consume it urgently. Had the demon beasts not identified it as a golden dragon fruit, Sumo would never have recognized it. Next, he must accumulate enough slaughter points to break through to the transcendence realm, while also boosting the slaughter points for his shaping Dao technique. Then he would return and inform his master about the demonic being. Sumo snapped back to reality, dizzy and lightheaded. His stomach growled loudly. Sumo pulled out a bare paw. Soon, the air filled with its rich aroma. Even after eating it, he still felt hungry. Sumo sprang into action, hunting down demon beasts. The aroma rose once more. After devouring it, Sumo extinguished the fire. His body shifted, drifting toward a direction. Midway, he activated the concealment technique, transforming into a ghostly apparition and vanishing. His goal was to prevent other beasts from tracking his trail. He swung his sword, striking the sky. A voice echoed through the mist. Slay a level 3, tier 9 demon beast. Earn 3.9 slay points. Along the way, Sumo resumed his life of slaughter. Soon, seeing the radar screen densely packed with red dots, Sumo's lips curled upward. A swarm of golden light points appeared, each about the size of a human head, emitting eerie sounds. Their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Sumo, overwhelming him like a golden curtain descending from the sky. Slaying 1,000 golden corpse insects, earning 308 kill points. Slaughtered 700 golden corpse insects, gained 260 kill points. A golden corpse insect suddenly leapt onto Sumo's back from behind, sinking its jaws into his neck. Snap! Its teeth shattered clean off. The golden corpse bug froze in shock, its crimson eyes flashing with confusion. Suemo grabbed it and crushed it in his hand. Killed one golden corpse bug, earning 3.2 slaying points. Damn it, all of them. Not a single one will escape. Suemo gripped the black iron blade with both hands. In the blink of an eye, an entire hour had passed. Suemo hurriedly took out a pill, but it only restored half of his energy. He took out another pill. Only after swallowing it did his strength fully return. The few pills he had bought were nearly depleted. The golden corpse worms multiplied relentlessly. These creatures grew by consuming corpses. The more they devoured, the stronger they became and the faster they multiplied. Suemo had no idea how many golden corpse worms he'd slain earlier, but now a sea of gold stretched before his eyes. Many demon beasts, after catching a glimpse from afar, turned tail and fled without a second thought. Even a demon beast at the divine soul realm level was among them. Come on, keep going. Suemo charged forward, continuing his slaughter of the golden corpse insects. Half an hour later. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Suemo transformed into a ghostly apparition and drifted away into the distance. Big brother, don't chase me. I truly regret it. Suemo muttered as he ran. Damn it, even golden corpse beetles at the Transcendence realm had appeared. And there were dozens of them. These things could fly and were incredibly fast. Another bite on his butt. Oh ho ho ho. Suemo leapt to his feet, his speed surging once more. Seeing the golden corpse bugs hadn't caught up, disappointment flashed in his eyes. These insects didn't fall for the trick. Suemo had intended to lure these transcendent stage golden corpse insects away before turning back for a counterattack. But after chasing for a while, they stopped. Suemo scratched his butt. His clothes were torn, exposing half his butt. No wonder he felt a chill on his balls. Chapter 67, Breaking Through Mortality, 9 Great Attributes. After changing his clothes, Suemo didn't dare to continue searching for the golden corpse worms. The golden light in the distance had vanished. Changing direction, Suemo drifted onward. This place seems somewhat familiar. Several hours later, Suemo gazed at the mountain peak before him. Wasn't this the very place that Ape had brought him to before? He had finally found his way home. He had no idea how much time had passed. His phone was dead, and deep within the fog, the sky remained hidden. Not to mention, after consuming the golden dragon fruit, he had been unconscious for a while. Seeing familiar surroundings, his mind relaxed. This Suemo was no longer the same Suemo as before. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Power, 8th layer of Divine Orifice 09000. Mental technique, Shaping Dao Art, 3rd tier 10-3000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Art D grade, high tier, Perfected. Killing points, 28,779. I'm breaking through, Suemo thought upon seeing his kill points. He found a secluded spot and began preparing for the breakthrough. As points were allocated, a radiant white light surged within his body. The final 40 acupoints opened, propelling him directly to the 9th heavenly acupoint realm. After another 10,000 points vanished. The power within his body gathered in his dantian. His dantian palace opened wide, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. He hastily allocated more points to his cultivation technique, advancing the Shaping Dao Art to the 4th tier. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly gathered, surging entirely into his body. After 1 hour, Suemo opened his eyes. He spread his palm, and a force glowed in his hand, radiating multiple colors. The most prominent hue, however, was undoubtedly a streak of gold. Could it be the golden dragon fruit? Suemo sensed that the fruit was far from ordinary. When he had just broken through to the Transcendence realm, only his dantian had opened. In other words, his physical transformation had already been completed at the Divine Orifice realm. He hadn't sensed it before, but only realized it after the breakthrough. That golden dragon fruit was definitely no ordinary golden dragon fruit. When awakening attributes, one typically selects the most prominent one to cultivate, maximizing effectiveness. The combination of mental affinity and blade intent was quite promising. A single strike wielded this way would be vastly more powerful than before. As Suemo glanced at his stats panel, his pupils contracted. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Power, Transcendence Stage 1 020,000. Heart Technique, Shaping Dao Formula, 4th tier 015,000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Art D grade, high tier, Perfected. Dao Intent, 2nd tier Blade Intent. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Metal Affinity, 93, 09300 Wood Affinity, 30, 03000 Water Affinity, 28, 02800 Fire Affinity, 53, 05300 Earth Affinity, 29, 02900 Wind Affinity, 64, 06400 Thunder Affinity, 13, 01300 Space Affinity, 3, 03000 Time Affinity, 1, 01000. Kill points, 6789. The interface has undergone a massive transformation. His blade intent had already reached the second tier. It seemed that relentlessly hunting demon beasts did have its benefits, though it was a pity he couldn't allocate points to further enhance it. If there was one thing that surprised Suemo the most, it was his spiritual energy attributes. His affinity for gold had reached 93, undoubtedly thanks to the golden dragon fruit. Next was wind, followed by fire, perhaps due to fire generating gold. But the most crucial part was that affinity points could be allocated. Eventually, he could max out all 9 elemental affinities to 100. At this thought, Sumo's eyes flashed with immense excitement. However, he noticed that increasing affinity for space and time required 10 times more effort per point than other attributes. But for Suemo, none of this was a problem. Rubbing his chin, Suemo planned to first max out metal affinity, then wind. Metal for combat, wind for escape. But what puzzled him more was why he could awaken 9 elements. He had never heard of such a thing in all these years. Could it be related to his vital energy? Suemo recalled that after breaking through to become a martial artist, his vital energy had been far higher than others, so much so that it defied conventional understanding. Ah well, these things would become clear in time. As his strength surged beyond the mortal realm, his speed grew ever faster. Before long, the familiar city gates came into view. He took a deep breath. Damn it, these past days felt like a trip through the underworld. When Baishio spotted Suemo, his gaze held a strange look. Damn it, 2 months? You actually came back? I thought you'd died out there. What? 2 months already? Suemo exclaimed in shock. What else? It's been 2 months. I thought you turned into a pile of. Huh? Wait, what's your current strength level? This time, he sensed not a trace of the killing intent that had once radiated from Suemo. His aura was subdued, unlike the sharp, unrestrained presence of before. Why should I tell you? Suemo waved his hand dismissively and headed toward the martial artists guild. He'd missed those big eyes of hers after 2 months apart. Upon arriving at the martial artists guild, Suemo plopped down onto a seat. Sis Baiyu, long time no see. Baiyu looked up at Suemo and rubbed her eyes. You finally decided to show your face. Do you have any idea how many times I called you? I thought you'd died out there. Honestly, I even imagined you getting eaten by a python and turning into a pile of. Suemo was speechless. You're a girl, could you please watch your language? Hurry up and figure out how much this costs. Suemo brought over the 100 cubic meter spatial ring and the 10 cubic meter spatial ring. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. If I didn't know better, I'd think you went out to restock. Baiyu pulled someone over and began tallying. Suemo, do you have a girlfriend? Suemo shook his head. How about coming over to my place today? My cat can do handstands, splits, backflips, and even eat ice. Not as good as my cat. Left paw makes a 6, right paw makes a 7, left paw draws circles, right paw kicks. The pretty waitress froze. Is there such a cat? Baiyu thought hard, no cat like that. The two mimicked Sumo's movements and finally realized something was off. Turns out Suemo had mistaken them for little cuties. He was just messing with them. After the playful scuffle ended, Suemo saw her phone had powered back on. She quickly sent the captured images to her master. What did you send the old man? Let me see it too. Baiyu's expression turned grave upon seeing the blood pool. It was her first time witnessing such a scene. After sending it to the old man called back. Suemo, where did you find it? Outside Z9 City. A mutated black tiger at the Divine Soul Realm was killed instantly without even a chance to resist. Plus, there were several demonic beings at the Divine Soul Realm guarding the blood pool. These are blood demons. Among the demons, they absorb blood to enhance their power. These are special demons, we can't let them recover. I'll send people over. Make sure to eliminate this thing. Moments later, Sumo's phone rang. A number appeared on the screen, which he saved in his contacts. What's your current strength level? Baiyu's heart tightened upon hearing Suemo had encountered a demon beast equivalent to the Divine Soul Realm. Thankfully, the kid had a strong constitution and luck. You guess? Baiyu snorted coldly. School starts in half a month. I hope you'll still be so cocky then. The next day, Sumo's phone rang. Young master, hurry out? Suemo stepped outside to find 3 figures approaching. Among them was someone Suemo recognized, a former examiner from the North Campus. Young master, it's been a while. Chapter 68, Slaying the Blood Demon, the Hidden Secret of District 10. Suemo greeted them with a smile. Let's go. We're leaving now. Suemo nodded. One of the teachers lifted Suemo into the air, soaring toward the city gates. This was Sumo's first time experiencing the sensation of flying through the air. Only those who had reached the sky-treading realm could soar through the air. Upon spotting Baishio, the teachers nodded to him before vanishing beyond the city gates. Suemo was somewhat surprised to see Baishio bowing with such respect for the first time. Guided by familiar memories, Suemo led the 3 teachers to the blood pool he recognized. After setting Suemo down, the 3 teachers gazed at the blood pool, their pupils contracting. You dare come back? 2 demonic beings appeared, but their expressions shifted upon seeing the 3 figures standing behind Suemo. You actually brought reinforcements. Suemo ignored the two demons, instead turning his gaze toward the blood pool where the corpse of the black tiger still floated. One of the teachers stepped forward, pointing a finger. Thunder flashed. The two demons couldn't dodge in time, their bodies flying backward, charred black. Suemo stepped forward, delivering the final blow to both with his black iron blade. The three teachers froze for a moment, but quickly shifted their focus back to the blood pool. Killed two 6th-tier soul-level demons. Gained 11.2 slaying points. Suemo, blade in hand, stared intently at the blood pool. Gurgle, gurgle. Huge blood bubbles rose from the pool. Bang, bang, bang. Blood transformed into flying swords, raining down upon Suemo and his companions. Suemo stepped lightly through the snow, moving like a ghostly apparition. He dodged the blood rain and positioned himself behind the three masters. Crackle, crackle. A thunderous protective barrier appeared before the teacher who had just intervened. The blood rain struck it, only to be completely repelled and vanish. Suemo has actually cultivated to perfection. Impressive. The teacher who had attacked looked at Suemo, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. Suemo was speechless. Bro, we're in the middle of a fight and you still have time to tease me? He's trying to escape. The teacher who had previously served as an examiner stepped forward, his body radiating streaks of golden light. Within the blood pool, golden walls rose up on all sides, completely enveloping the entire pool. Where's he going? Gurgle, gurgle. A figure emerged from the churning blood pool, seemingly formed from the blood itself, lacking a distinct physical form. The teacher, whose body was covered in thunder, stared at this demonic being. Suffered severe injuries, no wonder. After speaking, thunder erupted from his entire body, dense and relentless, like a plow tearing through soil. The entire blood pool was now shrouded in thunder. Don't kill me. I know the secret behind the disappearance of the 10th district. As the demon spoke, the thunder grew faster and more frenzied. Boom! 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 The blood pool erupted, then fell silent as the thunder faded. Suemo watched in stunned silence. It was resolved just like that. Yet what puzzled him was what secret the vanished 10th district could possibly hold. Why did those teachers react so violently upon hearing about the 10th district, rushing to kill the demonic being? Young master, there are still quite a few treasures inside. Would you like to take a look? Suemo certainly didn't need to be asked twice. The blood pool rapidly receded, revealing dozens of demon crystals within moments. Red, black, white, purple, all manner of colors. Suemo stored them all into his spatial ring. Consider this my first gift to you. Suemo gave a thumbs up. Teacher, you're so badass. The teacher laughed heartily. Suemo hadn't expected the blood demon to be dealt with so easily. No, it was simply that the teacher was powerful and the blood demon was weak. The teacher who had co-hosted the martial arts exam with Suemo leaned closer to him. This gentleman happens to be one of the vice deans of the North Campus. Sumo's eyes narrowed in focus. This was one person he truly hadn't anticipated. Let's go back. The teacher lifted Suemo, his body shifting as he soared into the air, heading toward the city. After setting Suemo down within the city walls, the three teachers vanished without a trace. Suemo made his way to the Martial Artists Guild and found by you. Why are you back here? The money's already in your badge. It's about something else. After 2 months of grueling work outside the city, the materials he gathered only sold for 18 billion. Sigh, making money is tough. Suemo produced the demon crystal. Upon seeing it, Bayu's pupils contracted. Where did you get these? A teacher from the North Academy came today. He slaughtered that blood demon in a few moves, and then these things became mine. Bayu's eyes flashed with envy. Why hadn't she received such treatment before? Let me assess it. The energy depletion is too severe, it's practically worthless now. I'll round it up to 12 billion. Suemo handed over the martial artist badge. Seeing the additional 12 billion inside, a smile spread across his face. Oh, I never asked which teacher helped you handle it. One of them used thunder techniques. The other teacher said he was the vice dean, but didn't even leave his name. Deputy Dean Lei actually came over. Suemo nodded. It must have been him. Of the 4 vice deans, he's ranked first, my dim-witted brother's master. Sumo's expression froze. No wonder Bai Xiu held him in such high regard. Half a month left. Get some rest. I'll take you to the North Campus then. Our internship will end, and I'll return with you. There, you'll encounter even more prodigies. At that moment in the North Campus, Vice Dean Lei led 2 teachers to find the dean. What do you think? Long Lintian inquired. It is indeed connected to District 10. We have already eliminated him. Long Lintian finally exhaled in relief upon hearing this. What about that brat? The dean got lucky. He broke through the transcendence realm. It should be the metal element, though I don't know the affinity level yet. I'd guess over 80. Long Lintian nearly choked on his spit. Deputy Dean Lei dodged just in time, avoiding the spray, but the other 2 teachers weren't so lucky. They shot the dean a look of disgust. But shock dominated their expressions. breaking through the transcendence realm at such a young age, just 18. More crucially, an affinity rating of 80. The higher the affinity, the greater the power one could wield. Deputy Dean Lay truly lived up to his reputation. He could discern even this. Long Lindian snapped back to attention and placed a set of documents before the group. Deputy Dean Lay's expression changed drastically upon seeing it. How is this possible? After reading it, the documents in his hands turned to ashes. Could it be that our human race has already reached such a perilous state? A look of sorrow clouded Vice Dean Lay's expression. The thought of that outcome filled him with anguish. The two teachers behind him felt the same. This matter must not be made public. The secret of the vanished 10th district must also remain concealed for now. Otherwise, it would deal a devastating blow to humanity. As the strongest in the North District, Long Lindian knew the panic that would erupt if that outcome were spread. At least we still have time. May our human race rise with more powerful warriors. Long Lindian sighed. How about letting that brat take the return to school assessment with Bayou and the others in half a month? Let's see what place that little punk can get. Vice Dean Lay and the two other teachers snapped back to attention, glancing at Long Lindian. Your disciples really have it rough. Just look at the caliber of that entire cohort. That could work. Alright, let him take it then. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions tinged with mischief. Chapter 69, Killing the Python. Mysterious figure livestreams the hunt for Sumo. When Sumo left the Martial Artists Guild, he didn't return to rest. He was a man who settled scores and avenged grievances. He had made it clear before, once he broke through the Transcendence Realm, that would be the day the Python met its end. By show, seeing Sumo heading out again didn't even bother to greet him. He'd been bragging about brother backdrop nonstop, only to be ignored last time when the guy showed up with 2 girls. Now, seeing Sumo not even glance his way, By show opened his mouth wide. This brat, just wait, he'd make sure to sabotage him later. After leaving the city gates, Sumo headed toward the outskirts. With a step through the snow, his form dissolved into a phantom, vanishing into the mist. At that moment, a notification interface silently appeared on the North District forum. The pride of the North District, the genius acknowledged by the North Academy, the headmaster's last disciple. Today is the day he meets his end. As the interface highlighted, many hurriedly clicked in, only to see Sumo walking through the mist. Within the Martial Artists Guild, the attendant's expression shifted. Master, it's bad. Look at the Martial Artists forum, something's happened. Bayou grabbed her phone. Her expression hardened and darkened upon reading the headline. At the city gate guard post, By show stared at his phone screen, his expression equally darkening. At the security management office, the 9 city lords all watched the live feed pushed by the Martial Artists forum, their expressions shifting in unison. In the thick fog, phones should have no signal. How could this live stream be activated? Many people frantically tried calling Sumo, only to find the line dead. At that moment in the northern campus, Long Lindian watched the unfolding scene before him, his eyes narrowing as he pondered something. Several Vice Deans watched the footage as well. Dean, those people have surfaced again. This time they've targeted Sumo. Should we send reinforcements? Vice Dean Lay asked grimly. The city is shrouded in fog. We can't locate Sumo's whereabouts. Have the technicians try to track those people down. Long Lindian understood their intentions. He had worked tirelessly to make Sumo a pillar of strength, boosting the unity of the human race. These individuals sought to shatter that unity. At this moment, Sumo remained unaware that his actions were being broadcast live. Besides, he hadn't anticipated the appearance of the giant python. Beside the python stood a black eagle, its gaze fixed on Sumo like a predator eyeing its prey. Human, I never thought you'd dare show your face. The python's bloodshot eyes locked onto Sumo, its voice brimming with fury and excitement. The live stream was already erupting with chaos. A demon beast that speaks human language. It's a level 4 demon beast, equivalent to the Transcendence Realm. Why did Sumo go looking for trouble? How is he even streaming this? Didn't you see the title? Let Sumo die. Could it be? Speculation flooded the chat. Sumo has become a powerful figure among our human race. Will he be hunted down? Could it be because he offended those people during the martial arts exam? Oh no, Sumo can't really be dead. He's only at the Divine Poor Realm. Facing a level 4 demon beast? I can't even bear to watch. Has anyone contacted Sumo? Tell him to hurry back. North Campus, act fast, someone's trying to kill him. Go save him. At the Martial Artists Guild, Bayou had already received a call from Long Lindian. Bayou, drop everything and go save Sumo. After hanging up, Bayou turned back to her room, changed into her combat gear, and rushed toward the city gates. At that moment, Sumo's battle with the python had already commenced. Dozens of ice arrows hovered in the air, hurtling toward Sumo. Sumo moved like a ghostly apparition, leaving trails of afterimages as he dodged the icy projectiles. With a leap, he swung his blade. Black Eagle spread its wings, its feathers like steel needles raining down from the sky, transforming into blades that sought to cleave Sumo in two. Sumo's expression hardened as his advancing body abruptly retreated. Metal-attuned power surged through his blade. Clang! Sparks flew as Sumo's blade struck, sending the Black Eagle flying backward, blood spattering. The scene left the live stream audience stunned. Elemental power. He's not a divine poor cultivator, he's transcended. Sumo is actually at the transcended realm. Transcendence at 18? Grasping the essence of the blade? How is that possible? No need to question it. No wonder someone wanted to kill Sumo. This shatters the very foundation of our human race. The live stream chat erupted with shocked and angry voices. Black Eagle halted his backward flight, his hawk-like eyes narrowing in disbelief as he stared at Sumo. This youth before him had transcended the mundane? How could that be? Wasn't he merely at the Pulse opening stage before? How could this happen so quickly? Even the python was dumbfounded, fear flickering in its crimson eyes. This youth was terrifying, his power had grown far too rapidly. Don't act alone, Naga spoke in human words. With his grasp of the blade's intent and the enhancement of the golden power, he could easily inflict severe injuries upon them. Moreover, the blade in Sumo's hand was no ordinary weapon. Ice power surged forth, spreading outward from around Na. Simultaneously, ice spheres the size of human heads appeared, each covered in dense, sharp spikes, drifting toward Sumo. The Black Eagle soared overhead, eyeing Sumo menacingly, waiting for its chance to strike. Seeing the Black Eagle and the python beginning to coordinate their attack, Sumo gave a cold snort. He activated his snow-treading technique, transforming into a phantom, his movements elusive. His black iron blade, imbued with golden energy, swiftly shattered the ice spheres. Seeing this, the Black Eagle dove from the sky, its talons as sharp as iron, gleaming with a sinister black light. Simultaneously, gusts of wind surged from its wings. With a powerful flap, 2 torrential winds swept toward Sumo. Sumo charged headlong toward the python. The python shifted its body, its tail wrapped in icy power like a heavy hammer, crashing down from the sky to smash Sumo. Sumo's eyes flashed with determination as his body abruptly halted. He flung his blade into the air, then leapt onto the blade's edge. Wind power surged as his body soared into the air. Both Black Eagle and the python watched this unfold, their eyes widening in shock. How could this be? Even the live stream viewers were stunned. We've heard of sword riding techniques, is this blade riding? Good heavens, could Sumo be a reincarnated immortal? Why is his 18th year so different from ours? At the city gate guard post, Baishio abruptly stood up. Only those at the treading heaven realm could fly through the air. There was another way, flying by controlling an artifact, but it was extremely difficult to achieve. Even those who grasped the essence of the Tao couldn't manage it. How could Sumo? At the security management office, Zhang Dahai, Li Wuyo, and Lu Shuatian were all stunned. Just how many hidden cards does brother Sumo have up his sleeve? Flying by controlling objects, he actually knows how to do that? Within the North Campus, Long Lintian's eyes flickered with satisfaction, excitement, and relief. The 4 deputy deans snapped back to reality, glaring at the dean with envy in their eyes. Sumo soared through the air atop his blade, his body leaping upward before descending from the heavens. The Black Eagle abruptly halted its descent, attempting to change course. Heaven-splitting blade. A blade slashed through the air, a blade aura several meters long descending from the heavens. Crack! Crack! The Black Eagle's body was cleaved clean in two by Sumo's single strike. Upon witnessing this, the python's body tensed, curling into a tight coil as it scrambled toward the mist. He was terrified. Trying to run? Die! A slash was swung, striking the direction the python fled. A deep pit appeared, forcing the python to halt its escape. Its body twisted, its pupils shifting. Heaven-splitting blade. Chapter 70, Martial Arts Tournament. You stole the spotlight last time. Can you pull it off again? With this strike, Sumo channeled his power to its absolute limit. Earlier, when the demon beasts had joined forces to surround him, had it not been for the black ape, Sumo would have perished. Every time they ventured out to hunt demon beasts, they had to guard against this python. Ice power manifested, forming walls of frost. Crackle! 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 The ice walls shattered layer by layer. Put! A head flew straight into the sky. Slayed 2 level 4, tier 2 demon beasts. Earned 8.4 slay points. The voice echoed as Sumo took a deep breath, finally slaying this creature. The livestream exploded with excitement. So impressive! Slaying 2 demonic beasts at the Transcendence Realm. Traveling outside the city will be much safer now. No wonder he's the Northern Academy head's last disciple. Transcendence Realm, sky-slicing blade. That must be his self-developed technique? Whoa, 18 years old, Transcendence Realm, mastered sword intent, created his own technique, and can even fly while wielding his sword? Is he even human? The old man is 70 this year, and we've never seen such a prodigy appear in the North District. If I had even a tenth of Sumo's talent, I wouldn't be screwing bolts. Outside the city walls, Sumo dug up 2 demon cores, a faint smile playing on his lips. He packed up the corpse, a Transcendence Realm demon beast, covered in treasures. SSS-level. Sumo suddenly sensed danger, the hairs on his back standing on end. Treading snow shifted, his body drifting toward the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows suddenly pierced the mist, striking the spot where Sumo had just stood. The ground was scorched black, emitting a foul, acrid stench. Sumo held his breath and retreated swiftly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A crimson-red text appeared in the livestream. The moment of Sumo's demise is upon us. Are you ready? The crimson characters crawled across the screen like a twisted specter. Many viewers nearly dropped their phones in fright. Oh no, someone's really trying to ambush Sumo. I'd trade my roommate's 20 years of life for Sumo's safety. No! Can't the North Campus people see this? Why aren't they rescuing Sumo? Look! Who's that in the mist? Sumo's gaze locked onto the 5 figures in the distance, veiled, bows drawn. Each radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Viewers watching the livestream could feel that murderous aura even through their screens. Oh no, 5 masked figures at the transcendent realm. They really are here to kill Sumo. Why are they masked? Who are they? They're definitely traitors from our human race. Damn it, people like this deserve to be struck down by the heavens. Sumo narrowed his eyes, blurring into a trail of afterimages before vanishing into the mist. Simultaneously, he activated the concealment technique to mask his presence. Sumo kept changing directions. Just as he came to a halt, the sound of arrows tearing through the air echoed. Several arrows shot out from the mist, aimed directly at Sumo. Sumo's expression tightened as he scrambled backward. His guard was up. Why wasn't the concealment technique working? How had these people detected his presence? The question formed in Sumo's mind. At that moment in the north courtyard, Long Lintian narrowed his eyes, his gaze radiating a dangerous glint. Even the concealment technique was useless. Had these people's abilities reached such a level? The 4 Vice-Deans' faces darkened. Signal reception outside the city walls? Those people have advanced technology to this level? Terrifying. Perhaps they possessed this capability for quite some time. Long Lintian drew a deep breath as a sense of impending crisis rose within him. The situation of internal turmoil and external threats had indeed materialized. The expressions of the 4 deputy deans gradually turned cold. In the current footage, Sumo had halted his movements. No matter what method he employed, these individuals could track his whereabouts as if they'd planted a camera on him. Sumo glanced casually at the radar. If anything could account for this, it was that device. Radar represented the pinnacle of human scientific achievement. Could it have been co-opted? If so, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. How many martial artists would then be under surveillance, at the mercy of those who wished to kill them? Running away wasn't a solution. Sumo shifted his body and continued running toward the mist. Simultaneously, he casually removed his radar watch and stowed his phone into his storage ring. Sumo tossed the radar watch away. The live broadcast feed abruptly shifted. Many viewers broke out in cold sweat upon witnessing this. No way has the radar become their tool? Could it be they've been monitoring human martial artists all along, hunting them down in secret, and we just didn't know? Doesn't that mean we have no secrets from them, while we don't even know who they are? 5 arrows once again struck the location where Leda stood. Sumo suddenly leaped forward, lunging at one of them. Thud! A head flew skyward. It landed not far from Leda. Slayed a second-tier demonic being, gained 4.2 slaying points. Sumo narrowed his eyes upon hearing the notification. Why did these demons behave like ordinary humans? Could it be? Holy, that scared the hell out of me. A head just burst in, my god, my soul nearly left me. I got a fright too. Thank goodness it wasn't Sumo's head, it was the bad guys. Hang in there, Sumo. Come back alive. Sumo's so smart he spotted the watch radar's glitch that fast. Heaven-splitting blade. After severing a head, Sumo struck again in rapid succession. With a single swing of his blade, 4 demonic beings were instantly torn apart. Sumo rode his blade skyward, vanishing into the mist. The 4 demons, having lost sight of Sumo, scanned the surroundings relentlessly. Heaven-splitting blade. A blade's glint descended from the heavens. What are you looking at? The 4 demons looked up, only to hear Sumo's voice echoing from behind them. Put. 4 heads flew off, landing around the watch radar. Slayed 4 demons of the second tier beyond mortality, earning 16.8 slay points. As Sumo disposed of the 5 demons, cheers erupted throughout the livestream. Sumo, you nailed it. They wanted to take you down? They should go back and practice some more. Don't get too excited, they definitely have more tricks up their sleeves. Just don't know what they are yet. Sumo tore off the veils of the 5 demons, revealing faces resembling humans though marked with peculiar patterns that gave them a grotesque appearance. The viewers in the livestream were startled by this sight. Wait, why do these people look like ordinary humans? Where are their horns? Were they human before, and then transformed into this? Sumo picked up the watch radar. Beep, beep, beep. A ringtone sounded from one of the demonic beings. The sound was eerie like a demon's whisper, or a ghostly howl. Why is there such a ringtone? This is terrifying. How did this world become so chaotic? Quiet, everyone. Suemo was taking out his phone. Suemo stared at the unfamiliar number on the screen and pressed the answer button. A hoarse voice came through, unlike anything a human could produce. Suemo, 18 years old, orphaned, first tier of transcendence. The last disciple of Long Lintian, head of the Northern Academy. He has grasped the essence of the blade, reaching the second tier, and can even fly by controlling objects. Truly a genius. Despite having clear evidence of the enemy's crimes, they deliberately waited until the martial arts assembly to expose it. Well done, well done. As the voice faded, the sound of applause followed. The martial arts assembly let you steal the spotlight. Perfect. I like it that way. Now it's my turn to play my cards. I hope your luck holds out. Chapter 71, Zhao Yon's death, Sumo's rage, 3 hours remaining. The situation had grown critical. Those who sought to target him would inevitably go after those close to him. Sumo's expression tightened as he sprinted toward the city at breakneck speed. Preparations must be made. Midway, he spotted a slender figure moving with anxious haste. Only upon seeing Suemo did she slow her pace. "Bye, you studied Suemo. Are you all right?" she asked, then produced a pill and handed it to Suemo. Suemo shook his head. Killing those men hadn't taken much effort. The two hurried toward the city. Just as Suemo pulled out his phone, a notification popped up. Immediately after, a notification appeared on everyone's phones. "Do you think Suemo can win this game?" The brief question prompted many to tap on it immediately. A dimly lit room appeared, completely empty. Suddenly, a single burning candle appeared, casting an eerie glow in the dimly lit space. "Hello, everyone." A hoarse, ghostly voice echoed, sending chills down spines. A grotesque mask materialized. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The voice came from within, the candle flame obscuring the ghastly face. In the dim surroundings, it felt even more chilling, cold, and lonely. "Suemo, you should be watching the livestream right now. The martial arts tournament will make everyone in the North District know you're a genius. Since you're widely recognized as a prodigy, let's play a game. I have a few people here you should recognize. The first is Zhao Yong, the butcher from the market who helped you before. Then there are 3 others, Lu Shuatian, Li Wuyo, and Zhang Dahai. They've lent you no small amount of support. And then there's Lu Shuedao. He secretly apprehended the Zhou family. You two work together perfectly. Your great vengeance is served. Feels good, doesn't it?" At that moment, messages began appearing in the comment stream. The Zhou family tried to kill Suemo. Why couldn't he retaliate? You're just a rat lurking in the shadows. If you've got the guts, show your face. Man up and take off that mask. Let us see your true face. Playing ghost games? You're just like the thing in your pants. I'm actually curious what game this person is playing with Suemo. I'm quite looking forward to it. What's your point, upstairs? I do whatever I want. What can you do about it? You've blown Suemo so out of proportion he can't see straight. Exactly. Finally, someone's had enough. I never liked Suemo anyway. He's no good. You bastards. Don't engage with them. Those bastards are probably resentful of Suemo over the martial arts exam, or maybe they crossed him before and got punished. The masked man watched the comments like an audience. At that moment, Suemo had already grabbed Bayu's phone and started dialing. Whether it was Zhao Yon, Lu Shuatian, Lu Shuedao, Zhang Dahai, or Li Wuyo, none of the calls went through. "Suemo, did you get through?" The masked man's mocking voice rang out. He then picked up a phone and turned it on in front of everyone. "Try again." Suemo dialed Zhao Yon's number. "State your terms." The masked man burst into laughter. "Ha, Suemo, I never thought you'd beg for help. Not bad, I like that attitude. But I'm the one orchestrating this game. You're just a player." The masked man slowly pushed the candle flame forward. Soon, a suspended figure came into view before everyone. The mouth was stuffed with something, preventing any sound. Sumo's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight of that familiar bald head. "State your terms. Since you harbor such deep hatred for me, you must be itching to kill me." The masked man crushed the phone in his hand, no longer willing to listen to Sumo's nonsense. "Everyone, take note. This is the fate of those who aid Suemo. And this is only the first." After speaking, the masked man removed the towel stuffed in Zhao Yong's mouth. "Zhao Yong, regret helping Suemo?" The masked man watched the beads of sweat forming on Zhao Yong's forehead, his voice dripping with mockery. "Pa! You sewer rat! Don't think I don't know your game. You're too cowardly to face Suemo, so you pick on those around him. You're nothing but a rat lurking in the shadows, rotten mud in a stinking ditch. Too bad I'm not a martial artist. Otherwise, I'd chop you into bits for the dogs. Even if I die, there are thousands like me. Not everyone fears death. Come on then. Kill me if you've got the guts. Brother Suemo, I, Zhao Yong, never regretted knowing you. Even if I die today, don't blame yourself. You have a greater mission." Applause erupted, jarringly abrupt in the desolate, echoing space. "Suemo, what noble character you possess. But I'll make sure you understand what a nightmare truly is. Those who aid you meet grim ends. I'll make you plummet from great heights until you shatter to death. After speaking, the masked man drew a dagger. Sumo's gaze remained fixed on the screen. You bastard. Use whatever tricks you have on me. Why go after them? Stop. Don't. A shrill voice erupted from the phone. Thud. The dagger was already embedded in Zhao Yong's neck, blood splattering onto the camera lens. The bullet comments are filled with angry voices right now. Scum, vermin, come out, you bastards. Show your faces if you've got the guts. Damn, these people are insane. Isn't the North District going to do anything about this? Feels so satisfying. This is what you get for helping Sumo. You upstairs, just wait. I'll track down your address, you piece of. I'll see exactly who you are. These people are definitely traitors to humanity, trying to undermine our unity. Don't be fooled. Sumo's eyes were already glazed over as he muttered. No, stop. Stop right now. On the livestream, the masked figure had already severed Zhao Yong's head and held it up to the camera. Those eyes, filled with rage, stared fixedly at the screen, sending chills down many spines. Some of the more timid viewers fainted on the spot. Sumo, did you see that? This is what happens when you help others. Don't lose hope. There are still 4 people waiting for you to rescue them. You have 3 hours before nightfall. If you can't find them within 3 hours, I'll go live and sever their heads one by one. The masked figure finished speaking and turned to leave. Sumo stared fixedly at that retreating figure, a sense of absurdity rising within him. That silhouette felt familiar. He should have seen it before. Who could it be? Sumo remained glued to the screen, seething with fury, wishing he could tear that man limb from limb. The livestream cut off. The phone rang. Seeing his master's call, Sumo hurriedly answered. Sumo, my people couldn't pinpoint the exact address. That masked man seems to know you very well. The organization is called Eternal Life. That's all I can tell you for now. This game is yours to take on alone. If we intervene, Eternal Life will likely respond. I can only warn you that the disappearance of District 10 is also connected to them. After hanging up, Sumo clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling as a murderous intent grew thicker and thicker. Baiyu stepped forward, embracing Sumo and stroking the back of his head. Don't be like this. It's not your fault. You have more important things to do. Baiyu feared Sumo might do something reckless and hurried to comfort him. Sis Baiyu, let go of me. I won't do anything foolish. I have 3 hours left. Chapter 72, you bastard, you're quite the piece of work. I've found you. Seeing Sumo calm down, Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I'll have someone investigate for you. Baiyu knew it would be difficult for Sumo to uncover the truth alone. No need. Don't involve others. This is my game with him. Sumo suppressed his rage, his composure gradually returning. These people wanted to take him down. After the brutal fall from a great height, they would surely proceed step by step, aiming to break him completely. This mirrored the tactics he'd used against Su Yao and Zhou Liang, proving this person had long been aware of his actions. With this realization, Sumo headed toward the security management office, his mind already forming suspicions. Now it was time to verify whether his suspicions held true. Baiyu watched Sumo's retreating figure and shook her head. Sumo had just tasted sweet success after bitter hardship, yet such a thing had happened. He was only 18. Immortal organization, don't let me find out where you're hiding. If I do, I, Baiyu, will kill you. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Sumo now stood before the security booth at the safety management office. Are you certain all 3 of them left together? I'm certain. All 3 left together. They didn't say what they were doing, the security guard replied anxiously. With their boss arrested, panic had set in. Lu Shuatian had always treated them well. If they got a new boss, who knew what kind of person it would be? He desperately hoped Sumo would find Lu Shuatian and rescue him. Got it. Thanks. After speaking, Sumo walked inside and arrived at Lu Shuatian's office. Everything remained exactly as it had been before, showing no signs of disturbance. Sumo sat down, forcing his mind to stay clear. The more anxious he became, the more likely he was to make mistakes. With 3 people and City Lord Lu Shuadao captured, plus Zhao Yong already dead, Sumo couldn't afford any further mishaps involving these 4. Sumo relentlessly replayed recent events in his mind. This individual was a member of the Eternal Life Organization. If they were captured as a group, it suggested a coordinated operation, making it unlikely to track them down individually. But if it was a lone individual, this whole affair became rather intriguing. If anyone had been most helpful to Sumo, Baiyu would certainly be among them. Baiyu's safety could be attributed partly to her being outside and partly to her own strength. If that were the case, then the masked man's strength wasn't particularly formidable. Sumo speculated that the masked man wasn't even that powerful, otherwise, he would have been dispatched with a single blow. As for the 5 transcendent demonic beings he killed, were they the masked man's allies? With them gone, he had no helpers left. Only the city lord could have gathered Lu Shuetian and the others to handle matters, or perhaps orchestrated the demon beast mutation. If it was the city lord, the matter he needed to handle recently should be that one. The thought struck Suemo, and he abruptly stood up, turning to dash outside. 20 minutes later, Suemo stepped out of the car and saw the familiar wall. At this moment, Shirgao High was completely empty of students. Dismantling the school and relocating its students was currently Z9 City's most pressing matter. This man also craved attention, but with the Eternal Life Organization's missions, he had no choice but to conceal himself. Now that high school number 10 had vanished, it signaled his plan had failed. He might be expelled from the Immortal Organization. Suemo was growing increasingly convinced of this theory. Even when he concealed himself, his uncontrollable temperament sometimes set him apart from other teachers. As far as Suemo knew, several teachers at the 10th High shared this temperament. That familiar silhouette gradually overlapped with the figure in his mind. Sumo's expression hardened. So it was you. Suemo dashed toward a specific location. If asked where the most secluded spot in high school number 10 was, it would undoubtedly be that abandoned classroom building. Back then, Suemo often trained there, honing his combat skills. Weeds grew wildly around the abandoned building, and due to the hot weather, a foul odor lingered in the air. In many rooms, one could even spot dried, shriveled masses. If it was dim, it must be underground. What Suemo didn't know at that moment was that a live stream had already quietly begun. Next, witness my masterpiece, how Suemo vanished. After the livestream went live, millions flooded in instantly. Where on earth is Suemo? Isn't this the abandoned building at Shirgao High? Why is Suemo here? I get it, this person knows Suemo. They must be connected to the 10th High School. Only something involving the 10th High could bring the city lord out. Speculation flooded the screen. I just want to know how Suemo vanished. People like him harm others and themselves, they deserve to die. Suemo isn't a god. You think he could foresee everything? Brother, just wait. I've already tracked down your home address. Just wait. Come at me if you dare. If Suemo dies, it might just be a blessing in disguise. Suemo walked to the farthest corner, where miscellaneous items were piled up. After clearing the clutter, a handle appeared on the floor. The masked figure reappeared in the livestream, still in the dimly lit room, a candle casting shadows across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to witness my masterpiece, how Suemo vanishes. The masked figure grew visibly excited, especially when he saw Sumazuri place his hand on the handle. Sumo's hand moved lightly, and like a ghost, he vanished in the blink of an eye from the abandoned building. Emerging, he flew on his sword toward the distance. Boom! A blinding flash of fire shot skyward, followed by 3 consecutive explosions. Concrete and rebar splintered, scattering in all directions. Half of the abandoned classroom building lay in ruins. The live stream's chat had long since gone silent. This is insane. Who the hell is this monster? Thank goodness Suemo was smart, otherwise he'd have been blown to bits. Great, just great. This time the masked bastard will be furious. The son of a, even the heavens won't help you now. If only Suemo had been blown to bits. So close. If it had been just 2 seconds later, Suemo would have been blown to bits and all this would have ended. What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing Suemo blown to bits. The masked man stared intently at the screen, his expression hidden, but his trembling body betrayed his fury. After landing, Suemo was still shaken. When he guessed who that person was, he immediately thought of this place. Once before, he had seen that person sneak out from here, but he hadn't paid it much mind at the time. Back then, he was a useless fool. Knowing curiosity killed the cat, he hadn't investigated. The masked figure in the footage suddenly noticed Suemo vanishing from view, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The candle flickered out as he turned toward the exit. Thud! A sharp thud echoed. On the livestream, viewers watched as Suemo materialized before the masked figure. At that moment, everyone who had been anticipating Suemo erupted in cheers and excitement. Way to go, Suemo. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of person this ghost thing really is. You bastard, keep barking your threats. You wanted Suemo to disappear? This time, Suemo will make you vanish. In the dimly lit room, the masked figure retreated step by step, clearly cowering in fear of Suemo. You bastard, you're quite the piece of work. Chapter 73, Killing the Ghost Masked Man, Revenge, and Subsequent Arrangements. After speaking, Suemo charged at the masked man like a tiger descending a mountain. The masked man tried to resist, only to be kicked straight into the wall by Suemo. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed. With a sharp tear, Suemo ripped the black cloth covering the room. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the ghost-faced man's face. In the corner of the room lay 4 more figures, unconscious. Another corpse lay nearby, blood congealed around its neck. The severed head lay on the corner of the desk, its expression twisted into a grotesque grimace. Sumo's eyes turned bloodshot. You! Suemo charged forward, his fists unleashing a storm of blows. The sound of cracking bones echoed from the masked man's body. The live stream's chat exploded with comments again. Good job! Good job! That piece of deserves to be beaten to death. Sumo, rip off his mask. Let us see his true face. This violence is too much. He might as well die. I'd actually prefer the masked man to win. I agree. What's this Human Race Foundation nonsense? The North District will keep turning without him. You bastards, just you wait. When I find you, I'll crush your balls. You don't even have the guts anyway. Only after nearly crushing every bone in the man's body did Sumo's rage gradually subside. The ghost mask was torn off, revealing a face familiar to many. What? Teacher Qian Ming? Why him? Impossible. How could the masked man be Teacher Qian Ming? Students from Qian Ming's class fired questions through the chat stream. After Qian Ming's mask was removed, he showed no sign of panic. The moment Sumo found him was the moment of his death. Sumo, you really are clever. But it's a pity Zhao Yong is still dead. Ha 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 ha. Qian Ming's expression was maniacal. He recalled first learning about Sumo through Wang Yang's phone. That Wang Yang had even lied to him, claiming it was a video meant to motivate students. As if he were stupid. Everyone knew Sumo was a good-for-nothing, he knew it too. Sumo delivered another punch to Qian Ming, shattering the orbital bone and sending Qian Ming gasping for breath. Sumo drew his black iron blade. He was going to slaughter this bastard. Wait. I want to know, how did you find me? Sumo pressed the blade against Qian Ming's forehead, his gaze fixed on him. I know you're just a pawn. You won't tell me anything. As for how I guessed it was you? Go ask the King of Hell when you get there. With a wet squelch, blood splattered, spraying onto the camera lens. Good. Such a beast deserves to die. Who would have thought a high school like this could produce so many talented individuals? Qian Ming's students are in big trouble this time. Sumo walked to the corner, retrieved some pills, and forced them into the mouths of the four men. Soon, the four slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Sumo, their hearts settled. Let's go. After speaking, Sumo used something to bind Zhao Yong's head to the corpse. Uncle Zhao, I've avenged you. Don't worry about things back home. Above the 10th floor rooftop, several helicopters suddenly appeared. Two figures descended and hurried towards Sumo. Others entered the room, carrying away all the equipment. Sumo recognized the two individuals. Auntie, Xiaomo, I'm so sorry. Zhao Yong's wife shook her head, staring at his lifeless body. Tears streamed down her pale face as her knees buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Baiyu acted swiftly. Brother Sumo, Dad said he doesn't blame you. Thank you for avenging him. Dad said meeting you was the happiest thing that ever happened to him. He told me to learn from you. Sumo lifted his head, his eyes gradually moistening until finally, a crystal-clear tear fell. Let Uncle Zhao rest in peace. Sumo snapped back to reality, carrying Zhao Yong's body onto the helicopter. The roar of the engines filled the air as the helicopter gradually disappeared. 3 days had passed since Zhao Yong's burial, and Sumo had remained here the entire time. Brother Sumo, don't be sad. You have more important things to do. There are still so many bad guys waiting for you to kill, Zhao whispered softly beside him. Sumo ruffled Zhao hair. Auntie, Xiaomo, someone will take you back to the North Yard area. Everything is ready there. Shin Chuli looked at Sumo. Sumo, thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Sumo pulled out a card. No, I can't accept this. You've already avenged old Zhao, I can't take anything else from you. Before Shin Chuli could finish speaking, Sumo had already pressed the card into her hand. The pin is Xiaomo's birthday. This is my way of showing my gratitude. With Uncle Zhao gone, it'll be up to you to take care of Xiaomo from now on. It's the least I can do. Shin Chuli understood the heavy burden now resting on Sumo's shoulders. Sumo, you're only a few years older than my son. You're my junior. When you face danger, protect yourself first. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Sumo listened quietly to Shin Chuli's words of caution. Several hours passed. Sumo stared at the vanishing helicopter, his mind lingering in a daze. Baiyu stood beside him, silent. Let's go home. Those of us still alive must keep moving forward. Baiyu took Sumo's hand and led him toward the distance. Upon returning to their dwelling, both faces hardened. 2 cardboard boxes sat on the table, their contents indistinct. As Baiyu moved to approach them, Sumo pulled her hand and shook his head. Gurgle. Before long, the cardboard boxes gradually turned crimson, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from the table's edge onto the floor. Soon, a small trail of blood appeared on the floor, spreading out and winding like a serpent of blood. Sumo stepped forward and opened the package, his expression shifting. Inside each box lay a severed head, 2 people he knew well. Su Yao's biological parents. The realization made Sumo's face pale. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. Brother Sumo, Lu Shuatian's agitated voice came through. Are you certain Su Yao is dead? Sumo's question left Lu Shuatian momentarily stunned. I'm certain she's dead. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo buried her in the public cemetery. Come pick me up. We're going to the cemetery. Half an hour later, the group stared blankly at the empty cemetery. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo even jumped in, desperate to find Su Yao's body. Stop searching. She's not dead. Su Mo spoke up from the side. We did bury her here. Her body was already stiff. We swear she was dead. You two can come out now. This isn't your fault. Su Yao was likely targeted by certain people long ago. Thankfully, she took her own life early, and you buried her. Those people found her body, so they didn't come after you. Otherwise, you'd be the ones lying in there. Zhang Dahai, Li Woyo, and Lu Shuatian felt cold sweat break out on their backs. Despite the sweltering heat, a chill ran down their spines. Su Yao was dead, her body already cold. Yet now Su Mo was telling them she was alive again, resurrected from the dead. What kind of devilry was this? Let's go. On the way, Lu Shuatian couldn't help but ask. Bro, how did you know Su Yao wasn't dead? You'll see when we get to my place. Su Mo didn't answer. When the three arrived at his home and saw the two severed heads in the box, they finally understood. Zhang Dahai and Li Woyo carried the box outside and cleaned Su Mo's place inside and out. Su Mo didn't stop them, sitting on the sofa. Lu Shuatian remained silent as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. So that's how it is. Finally, Su Mo took a deep breath, as if he had come to some realization. You two should leave now. Focus on your cultivation. Nothing should happen in the near future. Chapter 74, Two Plans. Whatever happens, Master will take responsibility. That evening, Bai Yu returned from the martial artists guild. The moment she entered the door, the aroma of dinner filled her senses, calming her heart. It seemed Su Mo had recovered considerably. After sitting down, Bai Yu looked at Su Mo. School starts in half a month. Are you ready? Su Mo lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Bai Yu. Do you think the demon beast siege on D6 City was an accident? Hearing Su Mo's sudden question, Bai Yu set down her chopsticks and began to recall. Back then, a demon beast at the sky-treading realm had appeared, having come from somewhere else. So you're saying that attack was meant to draw the attention of the Northern District, allowing those people to slip in? Su Mo nodded. That's just one theory. After speaking, Su Mo produced a dismantled watch radar. Even this device could be exploited by those people. Researching something like this requires immense manpower and financial resources. The Northern Campus and the 5 great academies are brimming with talent. Yet watch radars, external signal monitoring these technologies were actually developed by outsiders. Bai Yu felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing Su Mo's speculation. First, regarding financial resources, where could one obtain money most easily? Martial artist guilds. Every city has one, and they could effortlessly acquire vast sums. Then there's the matter of whether this thing can truly be researched at all, or... And your other theory is about how many of the city gate guards have joined them, right? Su Mo remained silent, his silence speaking volumes. Do you know why so many students in our class were assigned gate guarding duties, along with tasks from the Martial Artists Guild? Su Mo's expression sharpened. So that's it. And you were acting all high and mighty earlier? Turns out you were just toying with me? Some matters, once speculated upon, cannot be acted upon. Pulling one hair affects the entire body. District 10 is a lesson. At the very least, District 9 still exists, doesn't it? Su Mo nodded, saying no more. Others can't act, but you can. They've done this to you, you can't just let it go without revenge, right? Bai Yu narrowed her eyes, sizing up Su Mo. She didn't believe he was the type to settle for peace. Su Mo merely smiled without responding, clearly already formulating a plan in his mind. What about those 2 heads? Su Mo asked, looking at Bai Yu. Which one are you talking about, the big boss or the small boss? Bai Yu stared at Su Mo strangely. Bai Yu, I'm being perfectly serious here. Su Mo was speechless. How could she be like this? I'm being serious too. 2 young girls from the Martial Artists Guild came by today. They looked terribly worried about you, almost on the verge of tears. Bai Yu wore a look of deep concern. Su Mo didn't respond. This woman was acting up again. Su Mo had already returned to his room and was lying on the bed. He pondered the events that had unfolded. Xian Ming was likely an auxiliary member of that organization, unable to access its core. The reason he targeted Su Mo stemmed from the dissolution of the Top 10 High School Alliance, which meant his mission had failed. His options were either to kill Su Mo or face death himself. This revealed that numerous schools had been infiltrated. The hunt for geniuses served some ulterior purpose, though Su Mo remained unaware of it. They were using this incident to expand their influence, likely targeting Su Yao's body. At this point, nearly everyone's attention was focused on the ghost-faced man. Their methods were meticulous, using grand gestures to conceal minor actions, revealing a terrifying level of scheming. The second key point is Su Yao's resurrection. The 2 severed heads were Su Yao's way of telling Su Mo, I am still alive. Her biological parents, who abandoned her, are dead. Next, he must deal with him. The third point concerns the gatekeepers, how many of them belong to that organization. And what secrets lay hidden in the vanished 10th district. Last time, Vice Dean Lay had swiftly dealt with that demonic being. Could it involve someone crucial or point to an even larger conspiracy? What kind of organization could possibly be named Immortality? What method did Su Yao use to return from the dead? How many others have returned from the dead within these 9 districts? What are their identities? Ding dong. Her phone buzzed. Su Mo looked at the message from Lu Shuetian. This was a message from Qian Ming. Su Mo read the text. Qian Ming wasn't really Qian Ming, his real name was Lu Ming, a fugitive criminal despised by all. Su Yao was the same now. Once despised by others, she would surely seek revenge after her resurrection. These people could be traced back to one pattern, those with inhuman personalities. Another type was those driven to desperation. Su Mo speculated that the emergence of the demonic beings might also be connected to the Eternal Life Organization. Today, he tried to coax some information out of Baiyu, but no matter how suggestive he got, she wouldn't reveal anything useful. Master certainly won't say much either. Looks like he'll have to find that jinx to ask for information. Perhaps he could coax some useful information out of him. As for how to retaliate, Su Mo had 2 plans in mind. One involved exploiting the new student enrollment in the North District in half a month. Su Mo took a deep breath, staring at the interface before him. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Power level, Transcendence Stage 1 0 20,000. Mental cultivation, 4th tier of Shaping the Tao 0 15,000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shin grade, high tier, Mastery Snow Treading Shin grade, high tier, Mastery Concealment Art D grade, high tier, Mastery. Tao Intent, 2nd tier Blade Intent. Spiritual energy attributes, metal affinity, 93, 0 9300 wood affinity, 30, 0 3000 water affinity, 28, 0 2800 fire affinity, 53, 0 5300 earth affinity, 29, 0 2900 wind affinity, 64, 0 6400 thunder affinity, 13, 0 1300 space affinity, 3, 0 3000 time affinity, 1, 0 1000. Kill points, 6843. Power was one thing, spiritual energy attributes another. If by the start of the semester his spiritual energy attributes reached 100 and not just 1, Su Mo knew how risky that would be. This was merely the simplest approach. Of course, there was another method. Throwing himself into the fray would mean shouldering even greater burdens. Su Mo wavered between the 2 choices. Having stayed awake all night, Su Mo pulled out his phone as dawn approached and dialed a number. Master. As soon as Su Mo spoke, a robust voice answered from the other end. Kid, do as you see fit. This old man can hold out a little longer. A wave of warmth washed over Su Mo, though he hadn't yet revealed his plan. Master, my plan might. Su Mo's words were cut off before he could finish by Long Linian. Go ahead. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Don't get bogged down by the immediate. As long as I'm alive, the entire North District won't descend into chaos. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Chapter 75, 2 plans simultaneously, triple blade intent. After hanging up, Su Mo exhaled deeply. With his master's approval, both plans could now proceed simultaneously. After gathering his belongings, Su Mo headed toward the city gates. Bai Shou's gaze held a hint of strangeness when he saw Su Mo. The way Su Mo could suppress his emotions so quickly didn't seem like something an 18-year-old would do. Considering what Su Mo had endured, Bai Shou understood. Don't ask me anything. I know nothing, and even if I did, I wouldn't say. Su Mo had intended to probe him indirectly, hoping to glean useful information from this jinx, but the man had preemptively shut him down. Don't flatter yourself. You think you know everything? Su Mo said, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Ah, right, you're absolutely right. I know nothing. Just get on with your business, okay? Bai Shou covered his mouth, clearly unwilling to say anything more. Su Mo took a deep breath and headed outside. He hadn't expected that goading this guy wouldn't work. Once outside the city walls, Su Mo plunged headfirst into the thick fog. Since Bai Shou refused to speak, he would solve the problem his own way. He hunted demon beasts while searching for the gorilla's trail. The plan was underway, but without sufficient strength to back it up, problems were bound to arise. Slayed 10 level 3 demon beasts, earned 42 slay points. As he ventured deeper, the mist ahead began to thin. Just then, something landed on his neck. Startled, Su Mo picked it up to find it was a golden corpse bug. Squashed 1 level 2, tier 3 golden corpse worm. Gained 2.3 slaying points. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Why would a golden corpse bug appear here? These creatures only appeared where large numbers of corpses gathered. Could it be? Su Mo seemed to grasp something and began searching for more golden corpse bugs. Slayed 100 golden corpse beetles, earning 170 slay points. Slay 1000 golden corpse beetles, obtain 1300 slay points. Slay 1900 golden corpse beetles, obtain 4200 slay points. As the hunt continued, Su Mo's expression grew increasingly grave. More and more golden corpse bugs appeared in the distance. This was far more than when he had first encountered them. For Sumo, this meant experience points. Moreover, the golden corpse beetles multiplied rapidly. If he waited much longer, once they began appearing in vast numbers, they might storm the city, a force that would be nearly impossible to withstand. Sumo drew his black iron blade, moving like a ghost among the swarm. Infused with the essence of the blade and the power of gold, he wielded the snow treader, channeling the force of wind. He swept through the swarm, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Many golden corpse insects began devouring their fallen kin, rapidly growing in size. Slaughtered 3,000 golden corpse beetles, gained 7,300 slaying points. Buzz 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 buzz, buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Cracks split the earth as golden figures surged forth from beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, a vast ruin appeared, and a sea of gold filled the sky. Dense swarms of golden corpse insects began to appear. The leading ones were already human-sized, their wings quivering with a metallic clatter. Sumo narrowed his eyes. He spotted the golden corpse insect that had bitten his buttocks earlier. Having just broken through to transcend the mortal realm, he intended to test his newfound power against them. Human, you dare show your face again? You truly don't know when to quit. Last time I let you off. This time, you won't escape. The only response he received was Sumo's heaven-splitting blade. Splatter. Slayed a level 4, tier 2 demon beast. Earned 4.2 slay points. Witnessing the demise of one of their level 4 leaders, the golden corpse insects descended into utter frenzy. Dozens of level 4 golden corpse beetles swarmed towards Sumo, their bodies blazing with golden light as they transformed into streaks of golden blades, hurtling at him. Sumo swung his black iron blade, its speed increasing relentlessly. His mind paused. He felt his blade intent surge sharply higher. Sumo drew a deep breath, transforming into a blade drawn from its scabbard. Heaven-splitting blade. A 10-meter blade aura erupted, slicing forward from Sumo. Everything in its path was obliterated, and all the golden corpse insects were slain. Sword intent? Triple sword intent? How is that possible? Over a dozen golden corpse insects stared with crimson eyes filled with dread. Slaughtered 4,000 golden corpse beetles, gained 8,300 slaying points. Sumo's body shifted as blade intent enveloped him, his blade swinging relentlessly. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, a several-meter-wide vacuum zone appeared around him. The corpses of golden corpse insects littered the ground, piled nearly as high as Sumo himself. Noticing many golden corpse insects beginning to devour the corpses, Sumo refrained from immediately slaying them. These golden corpse insects were rapidly multiplying. Since the corpses held no use for Sumo anyway, it was better to let the weaker ones feed. Once they grew stronger, Sumo would strike and eliminate them, maximizing his gains. Sumo stepped on his blade, flipping through the air before landing before a dozen golden corpse insect leaders. Heaven-splitting blade. A single swing unleashed a blade intent that rippled outward, sweeping a nearly 10-meter wide wave of energy. Golden energy erupted from the corpse worms' bodies, radiating outward like miniature suns that dispelled much of the surrounding mist. Boom! 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 The blade's glare struck them, sparks flying everywhere. Sumo pressed his advantage relentlessly. Wave overlap. This time, the black iron blade was imbued with the power of fire. Upon witnessing this, the dozen or so golden corpse insect leaders revealed expressions of utter horror. 3 elements? Impossible. How could a human produce such a prodigy? Kill him. We must eliminate him at all costs. The dozen golden corpse insect leaders went completely berserk, simultaneously emitting a peculiar fluctuation from their bodies. Sumo's expression grew intense. He knew these golden corpse insects were calling for reinforcements. Since they intended to hold him back, Sumo would show no mercy. With the power of wind enhancing his speed to its absolute limit, only a blurred silhouette remained visible. Sizzle, sizzle. 2 heads flew skyward. Slayed 2 level 4, tier 3 demonic beasts. Earned 8.6 slay points. The remaining dozen or so golden corpse bug leaders retreated continuously, clustering together while the surrounding swarms of golden corpse bugs gathered densely to shield them. Heaven-splitting blade. Sumo's form suddenly descended from the heavens, merging golden energy with triple-tiered blade intent. Boom! A crater over 10 meters wide and deep erupted from the ground. Slaughtered 7,900 golden corpse beetles, earning 16,743 slaying points. Sumo gripped his black iron blade tightly and sprang into action. Boom, boom, boom. Sword intent erupted from his body. Wherever Sumo passed, golden corpse insects were blown apart, turning into mist of blood. Slaughtered 4,000 golden corpse beetles, earning 9,002 slaying points. Slaughtered 3,200 golden corpse insects, earning 6,452 kill points. Slaughtered 2,200 golden corpse insects, gained 5,386 kill points. Sumo halted, his chest heaving as a fine sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, his arms already aching. The air thick with the scent of blood, Sumo paid no mind as he made his way toward the deep pit where the golden corpse bug had emerged. He sensed something peculiar within. Once Sumo entered, his expression grew grave and a murderous intent surged forth uncontrollably. Chapter 76, The Mysterious Research Base, 4th Tier of Transcendence. Dense swarms of golden corpse insects still lurked underground, their bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Sumo's arrival. Simultaneously, an iron gate materialized before Sumo. Beyond it lay a dense carpet of skeletal remains, some belonging to demonic beasts, others to humans, with the latter being the majority. Upon closer inspection, the skeletal structures of these corpses appeared deliberately altered. Sword in hand, Sumo charged at the golden corpse insects. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden corpse insects surged forward. Sumo's expression grew grave. These creatures' elemental nature wasn't gold, but wind. Sizzle, sizzle. At that moment, several golden corpse insects approached. Their wings bore peculiar patterns, causing Sumo's expression to shift. Human, get out. This is no place for you. Sumo narrowed his eyes. They were guarding whatever lay within. He intended to see exactly what it was. Wielding his black iron blade, Sumo advanced to meet them. Slayed 10,000 golden corpse beetles. Gained 32,750 slay points. Slaughtered 11,000 golden corpse beetles, obtained 36,450 slaying points. Watching his subordinates fall to Sumo in mere moments, the golden corpse insect, its back etched with mysterious runes, began to emit an eerie fluctuation. Sizzle. A head shot skyward. Slaying a level 4, tier 3 golden corpse worm, earning 4.3 slaying points. Fixing his gaze on the gate before him, Sumo channeled his blade intent. Heaven-splitting blade. Boom. The massive iron gate nearly shook slightly. Sumo's expression grew solemn. It was made of mystical iron. The entire gate was forged from a single piece of this rare metal. What an extravagant effort. Had Sumo's blade intent not broken through to the 3rd tier, he truly would have been helpless against this gate. 10 minutes later. Boom. The mystical iron gate shattered completely. Sumo stowed it into his storage ring, a precious treasure indeed. Should danger arise, even if he fled, this single piece of mystical iron held immense value and wouldn't be wasted. As he walked down a long passageway, Sumo grew increasingly cautious. Spotting the corpse of a golden corpse bug, he tossed it inside. Bang bang bang. Bullets raked the walls relentlessly, thick and fast, too numerous to count. Only after 3 minutes did the barrage finally cease. Sumo swung his blade, and cracks spread across both sides of the wall. The contents inside tumbled out. Sumo advanced into the room, blade raised. Crash, 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 crash. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Sumo looked up, his expression growing increasingly grave. Dozens of figures appeared opposite him. Each was at least at the divine poor realm. Their faces bore the same peculiar runes as those who had killed him before. The strongest among them likely reached the 5th tier of transcendence. Sumo glanced at his interface, checking his kill points. Enough. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Power, 1st tier of transcendence 0-20,000. Heart technique, 4th tier of shaping the Tao 0-15,000. Martial arts, wave layering blade Shin grade, high tier, perfected snow treading Shin grade, high tier, perfected concealment art D grade, high tier, perfected. Tao intent, 3rd tier blade intent. Spiritual energy attributes, metal affinity, 93, 0-9300 wood affinity, 30, 0-3000 water affinity, 28, 0-2800 fire affinity, 53, 0-5300 earth affinity, 29, 0-2900 wind affinity, 64, 0-6400 thunder affinity, 13, 0-1300 space affinity, 3, 0-3000 time affinity, 1, 0-1000. Kill points, 113,580. Sumo, blade in hand, charged headlong into the demonic hordes. The demon leader's face twisted into a savage grimace upon seeing Sumo. A mere human at the 1st level of transcendence dared to come seeking death. As Sumo drew near, he continuously added points. Transcendence tier 2, Transcendence tier 3, Transcendence tier 4. After breaking through to the 4th tier, over 20,000 slaying points remained. Without hesitation, Sumo channeled them directly into his affinity for metal. His affinity for metal instantly reached 95%. With triple blade intent and the added metal affinity, he swung his blade. The demonic beings, who had initially underestimated Sumo, realized the gravity of the situation only when they saw him reach the 4th stage of transcendence and his metal power grow even sharper. By then, it was already too late. Their hasty defense was no match for Sumo, especially since he didn't stop at a single strike. Slaying 30 demonic beings, earning 128 slaying points. Ha, what a joke. This isn't even as fast as slaying beasts. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood flowed across the passageway as Sumo stepped over the corpses. Advancing deeper inside. After traversing the long, dark passageway, Sumo discovered a hidden world within. Sealed crystal coffins lined the walls, each containing a figure. Just like the demonic beings he'd slain outside. Now, tubes were inserted into various instruments. Thump, thump, thump. The crystal coffins opened, and figures sprang out, water splashing everywhere. Suemo took a step back. These beings wore savage expressions as they lunged towards Suemo, clawing at him. Suemo shook his head. Those finished products weren't his match, let alone these half-finished ones. 2 minutes later, Suemo was already heading toward the next location. Slaughtered 100 demonic beings, obtained 360 slaughter points. As he gazed upon the massive gate before him, Suemo paused just as he was about to push it open. He retreated hastily. Boom! Flames erupted across the sky, and the ground collapsed continuously. Suemo flew on his sword toward the distance. The deafening roar lasted several minutes before finally subsiding. The surrounding mist had been completely dispersed. All the sophisticated instruments were reduced to dust. Everything had vanished without a trace. Suemo took a deep breath. Had he been a moment slower, he would have perished inside? Indeed, these demonic beings were engineered through research. But what special method had they used? Sensing movement in the distance, Suemo activated his shadow concealment technique and sprinted into the mist. Not long after Suemo departed, 4 figures emerged: a fox, a dark shadow, a golden giant ape, and a blood-red tiger. They surveyed the collapsed ground and the remnants scattered around. The 4 demonic beasts' eyes flickered, their thoughts unknown. The fox opened its third eye. It discerned a faint figure in the distance. There's a blurry figure over there. Looks like someone escaped. Have the others search that direction. Upon hearing this, the blood tiger let out a roar. Immediately, countless beasts echoed its call from within the thick fog, charging toward a single direction. The beasts began to split into groups, and cries of agony echoed through the mist. Suemo transformed into a ghostly apparition. The intent of the blade was unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. Examiner Suemo. Those still hunting the demon beast, seeing it go berserk, thought they were doomed. Little did they expect Suemo to turn around and save them. Hurry back to the city. A beast tide is coming. Hearing Sumo's words, they turned and sprinted toward the city. Suemo kept moving, saving one person at a time. As for why he didn't flee? Well, he had a plan to carry out. These men lived lives of constant peril. Saving one person could mean saving an entire family. Only when the sounds of battle faded from the vicinity did Suemo finally breathe a sigh of relief. Turning his head, he stared at the blood-red eyes that suddenly appeared before him. Suemo took a deep breath. The black iron blade was clenched tightly in his hand. Chapter 77, My dear sister, won't you come out? A 3-eyed fox materialized before him, its gaze fixed intently on Suemo. An immense, overwhelming aura enveloped Suemo. Buzz, 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 buzz. Blood tiger, black eagle, and the golden giant ape materialized in the sky, their cold gazes fixed upon Suemo. Human, you have the audacity. Die. As the blood tiger moved to attack, the golden ape stepped forward. Wait. I sense a familiar aura on you. Have you seen my son? As the golden giant ape spoke, a buzzing hum filled the air. I have. I even helped him. Hearing Sumo's words, several demon beasts shot him skeptical glances. Humans and demon beasts were sworn enemies. Encounters always ended in bloodshed. Yet Suemo now claimed to have aided the ape's son. So you caused that commotion? Suemo nodded. Escaping under the watchful eyes of these demon beasts was utterly impossible. Besides, would these beasts truly let him go? I did it, but that was a place researching demonic beings. The 3-eyed fox fixed its gaze on Suemo, its voice clear and sharp. You cannot return alive. Your talent is too exceptional. If we let you go, we beasts would face a formidable adversary. Sumo's heart sank. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the 3-eyed fox. Then let's see who dies. With that, Suemo charged at the 3-eyed fox, his black iron blade raised. The 3-eyed fox shifted its body, catching Sumo's descending form. Bang! 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 A flash of blades erupted from the distance, and dozens of figures dissolved into mist of blood. Slayed 50 demonic beings, gained 203 slaughter points. The 3-eyed fox's third eye opened and rotated, guiding Suemo through the mist. Blood tiger, giant ape, and black eagle stared intently into the mist. Several figures remained perched in the trees, their eyes fixed upon them. A colossal aura descended, instilling fear in the demonic beasts. Slaying 100 demonic beings, earning 403 slaying points. The 3-eyed fox appeared and set Suemo down. His breathing grew heavy. Too many demons had converged earlier. Now that several hundred fewer remained, dealing with them would be less troublesome. Suemo stood amidst the 4 demonic beasts, his gaze fixed intently on the figures before him. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, burly figures emerged, their faces adorned with ferocious talismanic patterns, radiating a terrifying aura. Be careful. These demonic beings are a bit strange, Blood Tiger murmured lowly, his eyes fixed on them with caution. At that moment, Suemo took a deep breath, as if struck by a thought. He fixed his gaze on the blurred figure within the mist that had remained motionless. Aren't you coming out, my dear sister? Hearing this, the 4 demon beasts turned their heads, staring at Suemo with astonishment and horror. What was going on? A figure shrouded entirely in a black hooded cloak stepped forward. Removing it revealed a face as calm as a still lake, just as rosy-cheeked as before. You're lucky. That blast didn't kill you just now. Suyao looked at Suemo, her body shrouded in only a faint aura of killing intent. Seems the heavens favor me. Suemo narrowed his eyes, studying Suyao intently, searching for clues. Seeing that look in Sumo's eyes, Suyao seemed to recall something, her anger intensifying. When she had begged for mercy earlier, Suemo had looked at her exactly like this. And now, it was the same. Cold, lonely, utterly devoid of emotion. Kill them. Suyao stared at Suemo and issued the order directly. Hordes of demonic beings closed in on Suemo from all sides. The blood tiger roared, and the surrounding beasts launched their attacks at the demonic beings. Battles erupted between the burly demons and the beasts, and soon the air thickened with the stench of blood. The golden ape pounded its chest, poised to lunge at Suyao. Don't attack. Don't get near her. Suemo cried out urgently, halting the golden ape's advance. Now, the two stood facing each other. My dear brother, when did you become so timid? For demonic beasts at the sky-treading realm are working with you, yet you still show such cowardice. This doesn't seem like you at all. Suyao stared at Suemo with a cold, icy glare. Suemo offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Suyao. SSS. Suyao's shadow suddenly surged outward, revealing a demonic being. This one was different from others. 2 horns protruded from its forehead, its eyes blazed crimson, and the runes on its face glowed with an eerie light. This was a pure demon. Suemo seemed to realize something. Run! With that, he sprang into action, riding his blade through the air. SSSSHHH. Sumo's shadow suddenly lunged forward, attacking him. Had Suemo not fled swiftly, he would have perished moments ago. Suemo was still trembling with fear. Little brother, I never expected you to be so clever. But how much longer can your cleverness last? Just wait. Your sister will give you a little surprise next. After speaking, Suyao's figure gradually vanished into the mist. Suemo snapped back to reality, surveying the burly demons surrounding him as he charged forward relentlessly. Thud. 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 Slayed 30 demonic beings. Earned 160 slaughter points. The remaining burly demons were also felled by the demonic beast. The 3-eyed fox approached Suemo, grabbing hold of him. The 4 demonic beasts vanished, and with them, Suemo disappeared. Suemo had no idea where these demonic beasts were taking him. After an unknown period of time, the 3-eyed fox set Suemo down, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. The blood tiger that had followed behind also stared intently at Suemo. She's your sister. Did you have a hand in this? The 4 beasts looked shaken, still reeling from the shadow's sudden attack moments ago. Their fear hadn't subsided yet. Suemo recounted the previous events. Impossible. Resurrected from the dead? I suspect you're deceiving us, the blood tiger growled, his voice low and trembling with disbelief. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Sumo's eyes, the blood tiger fell silent. They're using beasts and humans for experiments. Those demonic beings are their test subjects. Now they've set their sights on the North District. I believe it won't be long before war becomes inevitable. Moreover, they've created a bone flute that can control demon beasts. This is your territory, you've surely seen that thing. Blood Tiger thought of something and spat something out of his mouth. Are you talking about this thing? Sumo's expression tightened upon seeing the object. That's right, this very thing. It can control demon beasts. Its power scales with the player's strength. The more powerful the player, the stronger the demon beasts they can command. At Sumo's words, the 4 demon beasts fell silent. No wonder those people could so easily set up their research base here. Using this flute to control beasts and stir trouble right under our noses, it's no wonder we couldn't detect it, the 3-eyed fox said in a heavy tone. I need your help, or rather, I need your cooperation. Suemo fixed his gaze on the 4 beasts, his voice solemn. Originally, Suemo had intended to seek cooperation from the gorilla. Now, with his father present and 4 demon beasts at the sky-treading realm level. For Suemo, this was the best opportunity. The 3-eyed fox fixed its gaze on Suemo. What's your proposal? The 3-eyed fox demanded, his gaze fixed on Suemo. You must know how utterly ruthless those people are. That organization, called Eternal Life, sees both humans and demon beasts as expendable tools. Our joint battle against the demonic beings today has been recorded. They'll twist the facts, portraying my cooperation with you as having ulterior motives. They'll spread rumors that I'm collaborating with demonic beasts, branding me a traitor. Suemo took a deep breath. This outcome was precisely what he needed, and Suyao would undoubtedly help him achieve it without even realizing it. The 3-eyed fox blinked its third eye, staring intently at Suemo. You want the beasts to attack the city, solidifying this incident and bearing the blame. You must throw yourself into the fray. The 3-eyed fox stared at Suemo with a hint of admiration. Suemo nodded. There's no other way. Those people are hiding too deeply. I have to take the risk and force them out. But humans won't tolerate you either. If word gets out, you won't even be able to enter the North District. Don't worry about that. I have my own methods. Don't you want to strike back? Suemo asked the 4 demon beasts. Chapter 78 Plan in Motion. Suemo branded a traitor. Your proposal isn't bad, but what's in it for us? The three-eyed fox took a deep breath. Then kill me. Dead sooner or later, I'm dead either way. At least dying sooner means I can join the queue for reincarnation. Maybe next life I'll be born into a wealthy family. Suemo said with utter indifference. After speaking, Suemo sat down on a rock, clearly adopting an attitude of leaving his fate entirely up to them. The 4 demon beasts exchanged glances. Even if they intended to kill Suemo, it would have to wait. The three-eyed fox fixed its gaze on Suemo. We beasts know how to repay kindness. We don't play mind games. Your warning just now saved our lives. We'll repay you. We can cooperate with you this once. Hearing the three-eyed fox's agreement, Suemo took a deep breath. But first, I have something else to do. You should know where to find traces of the golden corpse beetles. Wherever the golden corpse worms are, there should be a place where they conduct their research. Hearing Sumo's request, the 4 demon beasts narrowed their eyes. No wonder those corpses weren't found, they were devoured by golden corpse worms. The three-eyed fox took a deep breath, speaking thoughtfully. I know a few places where golden corpse worms have been spotted, and in large numbers. But we can't go there. You'll have to go alone. The black eagle fixed its gaze on Suemo. Alright, I'll go alone. Upon hearing Sumo's agreement, the black eagle emitted a ripple. Soon, a demon beast approached and brought Suemo over. As Sumo's figure vanished from sight, Black Eagle's gaze sharpened. Black Eagle, what are you planning? Don't stir up trouble. The three-eyed fox cautioned. We can't take this kid's words at face value. What if he's actually using us? Keep your guard up. Since he insists on dealing with the golden corpse worms, let him go. He's so young, yet possesses extraordinary talent. He doesn't even care about the human world's curses and punishments. That means he has powerful people backing him. If he were to die. Black Eagle's gaze held calculation. He's barely of age and already at the transcendent realm. We can't afford to lose someone like that. If he falls to those demonic beings, it won't concern us. When the human masters appear, we'll send them to hunt down those demonic research facilities. We won't have to lift a finger to uproot those hidden lairs. For us, there's only benefit, no downside. At worst, some demonic beasts might perish. For us beasts, that's acceptable. Unlike humans, our reproduction rate is slow. Hearing Black Eagle's words, the other 3 demon beasts nodded in agreement. This plan was sound. If he survives, we'll aid him once. It's merely a matter of sacrificing a few demon beasts. Then he can report back to his superiors. Who knows? We might still collaborate with powerful humans to root out those filthy creatures entirely. For us, it's a win-win situation. Of course, when dogs fight, the grass gets trampled. Besides, we stand to gain other benefits too, don't we? Since he wants our cooperation, we'll give him our full support. Do you really think humans would tolerate him? Losing a prodigy? For us beasts, that's a steal. After Black Eagle finished, the 3 beasts nodded, their eyes narrowing. They recalled their earlier discussions. Now was the time to act. This time, even the three-eyed fox watched Black Eagle closely. Who would have thought this fellow was so sharp? At that moment, Suemo followed the guide beast to search for traces of the golden corpse worms. As for those 4 beasts, Suemo wouldn't trust a single word they said. What realm were those 4 beasts? Treading heaven realm. Could the slightest disturbance here truly escape their notice? This was precisely why Suemo had brought up the bone flute. It was a test. Otherwise, how could he proceed with the charade? Among the 4 demon beasts, some played the good cop while others played the bad cop. The golden ape even dragged his own son into this. Suemo thought of this and sneered inwardly. Setting aside other matters, Su Yao was a self-serving individual. Now that he had someone backing him, he hadn't even killed Suemo. She had even killed her own parents. The one she resented most was him, Suemo. Yet she hadn't killed him. Did she really think this was child's play? And why had the golden corpse worms suddenly appeared on his path? If they could track Sumo's trail, couldn't they have detected the traces of so many demonic beings? Those 4 demon beasts seemed specifically sent to capture Suemo Ha. As for their intentions, Suemo could guess them. Unseen, Sumo's plan had already been fulfilled. His master should be prepared. The demon beast leading Suemo suddenly halted. Suemo gazed into the distance, narrowing his eyes. A dense swarm of golden corpse insects surged endlessly. After bringing Suemo to this spot, the beast turned and dashed back into the mist. Suemo gripped his black iron blade. Since they had formed an alliance, he knew he would not die. Transforming into a ghostly apparition, he charged at the golden corpse insects. Slaying 3,000 golden corpse insects, earning 4,765 kill points. Slaughtered 5,346 golden corpse insects, earning 11,382 kill points. Half an hour later, a towering flame erupted into the sky. Suemo activated his blade mastery technique and vanished within the inferno. When Suemo reappeared, he gazed at the distant flames. To his surprise, the number of golden corpse insects here was far greater, more than double the first swarm he had encountered. The demon beast that had guided Suemo earlier reappeared. Let's move on to the next location. The lead beast nodded and led Suemo to the next location. 3 hours later, another fiery glow erupted into the sky. For sky-treading realm demon beasts now stood beside Suemo. I never imagined you could actually pull this off. The 4 sky-treading realm beasts stared at Suemo, their eyes filled with astonishment, shock, and disbelief. These are minor issues. Now we must deal with the most troublesome matter. Suemo took a deep breath, his face wearing a look of concern. I'll take you back. After the black eagle spoke, it gestured for Suemo to stand on its back. Suemo accepted without hesitation. The black eagle soared into the sky, moving with astonishing speed. Before long, the familiar city walls came into view. After setting Suemo down, the black eagle soared into the mist and vanished. Suemo took a deep breath, knowing exactly what awaited him next. Insults, even mob attacks, but he couldn't reveal the truth. This mission wasn't complete yet. These trials were part of the journey. Uncle Zhao, rest assured. I'll make them pay with their lives alongside you. Suemo walked toward the city gates. The moment he entered, he saw the surging crowd. Traitor! Why didn't you die outside? What brings you back? Get out of the North District. This isn't your place. If you're cozying up to the beasts, then go join them. Why come back? Chapter 79, The demonic beasts attack the city tonight. You've been exposed. Don't you dare think you can still fool us. People like you are a scourge on the North District. The North District protected your safety, and now you're collaborating with beasts? Shameless, despicable. Accusations and insults poured forth. Suemo remained silent. Once this operation concluded, he would settle accounts with each of them. They truly believed Suemo had no temper at all. Yet some stood up for Suemo. Shut up, all of you. For demon beasts at the treading heaven realm, what would you have done? Keep yelling, and I'll stand right here and yell back at you. Why did you receive those photos of Suemo with the demon beasts? You've forgotten what just happened. They came here to target Suemo. If you push him to his death, it'll play right into their hands. You brainless fools, your mothers. Anyone who curses again, I'll on your heads tonight. Soon, chaos erupted at the city gate. Many clenched fists and charged toward those defending Suemo. You big black-toothed bastard, come on. Anyone who dares touch Suemo today, I'll beat the out of you. You think Sumo's as brainless as you lot? He knows exactly who's using him. You idiots, I'll beat you to death. Soon the entrance descended into chaos, with hidden figures hurling rotten vegetable scraps. A figure suddenly stood before Suemo, taking the full brunt of the projectiles. Baiyu stood before Suemo, taking his hand. Let's go home. Baiyu pulled Suemo through the crowd. Golden light now shielded Suemo, Baiyu, and those protecting Suemo. Suemo narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent descended. The sheer magnitude of that intent sent chills down many spines, as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Many of those protecting Suemo and Baiyu were already battered and bruised. Seeing Suemo intervene, they breathed a sigh of relief. They refused to believe he was that kind of person. He must have had his reasons. In the northern courtyard, Long Lintian's fingers clenched tightly as he stared intently at Suemo on the screen. Make a damn note of every single bastard who threw rotten vegetables. Once this is over, kick every last one of them out of the north yard. Hearing Long Lintian curse, the 4 deputy deans knew this was serious. In all their years, this was the first time they'd ever seen Long Lintian like this. Investigate their backgrounds. Find out where their children attend school. I want all their information. These opportunistic scum will turn traitor when the demon beast outbreak hits. We must purge them now. North District can't end up like District 10. We'll purge every last one of these scum. It'll bring more stability to North District. They've been living too comfortably. Forget it. Let Suemo handle it. Just document all these people. Only after speaking did Long Lintian's tension finally ease. Suemo had just returned home when he discovered his former residence had been spray-painted. Traitor. Get out of my North District. You're the scum of my North District, a vermin. A traitor like you doesn't deserve to live in such a nice place. Put. If you had any shred of conscience, you'd take your own life to atone. You worthless dog, a scum like you deserves to die. How come the beasts didn't devour you? Suemo chuckled. He'd already considered all this. Don't let it get to you, Baiyu said, worried Suemo might dwell on it and let it affect his state of mind. This is nothing. When they killed Uncle Zhao, I already anticipated the consequences of my plan. Besides, these tactics are mere child's play. I'll simply record every one of them. Those filthy creatures showed no mercy in killing Uncle Zhao. I'll settle the score with each of them. This petty insult is nothing. After speaking, Suemo pulled out his phone, which contained recorded photos. They showed items from the research lab, along with rows of demonic beings. Suemo handed it to Baiyu. Take a look. This stuff should be related to genetics. Baiyu took the phone and her pupils contracted as she viewed the contents, a cold expression hardening on her face. After returning the phone to Suemo, Baiyu suppressed the anger welling up inside. Where there are people, there are conflicts. It's inevitable. Human hearts are unpredictable. Those people always think they're special, trying to prove themselves in some way. It's bloody annoying. Suemo nodded in agreement. He understood this well. Tonight, the beasts will attack the city. Suemo took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to meet Baiyu's. After speaking, Suemo turned and walked toward the room. After finishing her ablutions, Baiyu returned to her room and pulled out her phone to browse the martial artist forum. Is this the pride of humanity, or a traitor? Below were photos showing Suemo standing beside 4 treading heaven realm demon beasts, appearing to converse with them. The post had shot straight to the top of the martial artists forum. Impossible. This must be photoshopped. Suemo would never do something like this. You can't judge a book by its cover. He was the one who set the rules for the martial arts exam. What a piece of work. Exactly. Such a traitor should be eliminated swiftly to prevent disaster for humanity. Impossible. Suemo saved us today when we were hunting beasts outside the city. Exactly. He must have been surrounded by the 4 great beasts while trying to save us. He had no choice but to play along. Still trying to whitewash him? The evidence is right in front of us. Hey, you upstairs, did you eat? Your tone's so aggressive, you must be living too comfortably. Countless prodigies have been driven away because of idiots like you making rash judgments before the truth is clear. Where were you when he was slaying those beasts? He slaughtered all the beasts dozens of miles outside the city back then, including over 10,000 in City D alone. Where were you lot? Too scared to even show your faces. And now you have the nerve to spout such nonsense. Who knows if it's all an act? Maybe he's setting the stage to lead the beasts in an assault later. That kind of thing happens all the time. I say it's exactly that, gaining the trust of brainless fools like you first. When the beasts attack the city, you'll regret it. You lot are sharp great at shifting allegiances. Everyone backed Suemo before, and you were right there. Now, before anything's settled, you're barking like mad dogs again. Looks like you've been eating too well. If you've got the guts, go slaughter 30 miles worth of beasts yourself. If you pull it off, I'll call you dad. People like them can't handle the slightest injustice. Even when they're in the wrong, they'll post it online to beg for sympathy, use public opinion to force apologies, and only admit their mistake once the truth comes out. If you ask me, once Sumo's innocence is proven, we should kick every last one of them out of the city. They can't come back until they've hunted down 10,000 demon beasts each. I'm with you, man. People like that just have too much time on their hands. His power's growing so fast, who knows if he's colluding with those people? Maybe he's just trying to gain our trust. I agree. Breaking through to the Transcendence realm at 18? Never heard of such a thing. Who knows what dark methods he used? Stop being a keyboard warrior. If you've got the guts, let's settle this in a one-on-one duel. I'll smash you to death with my staff. Chapter 80, Look. That traitor opened the city gates and let the monsters in. Seeing the mixed reactions, Baiyu took a deep breath. Thankfully, some still supported Suemo. Her gaze turned icy toward those slandering Suemo. These idiots, just wait. Suemo didn't bother checking the forum. That stuff meant nothing to him. Killing more of those organization's people and avenging Uncle Zhao was the most important thing. Suemo decided to max out his affinity with gold first. After boosting it by just 2 points, he noticed his attacks against the gold corpse worms had become sharper. Kill points vanished rapidly, 9,500, 9,600, 9,700. As his affinity reached 100, Suemo felt the surrounding golden spiritual energy swirling around him, constantly flowing into his body. He felt as if he had become the golden spiritual energy itself. At night, demonic beasts would attack the city. Next step, boost his strength. Suemo continued allocating points, his kill count rapidly diminishing. Suemo carefully sensed the changes within his body. As he gradually became familiar with his newfound power, a smile curved his lips. The only thing that could bring Suemo joy now was strengthening his power. The Immortality Organization wait. And all those traitors wait. Sooner or later, I will uproot you all. Suemo snapped back to reality, his gaze settling on the interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Power, Transcendence Stage 9-0-100,000. Heart Method, 4th tier of Shaping the Tao 0-15,000. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Tao Intent, 3rd Tier Blade Intent. Spiritual power attributes: metal affinity 100, wood affinity 30, 3000 water affinity 28, 2800 fire affinity 53, 5300 earth affinity 29, 2900 wind affinity 64, 6400 thunder affinity 13, 1300 space affinity 3, 3000 time affinity 1, 1000. Kill points 67,468. His strength had already reached the 9th tier of transcendence, though this was only attainable after hunting hundreds of thousands of golden corpse insects. Especially with gold affinity reaching 100, just one more attribute to hit 100. Demon beast swarms are still the best for rapidly accumulating large amounts of kill points. After the demon beasts attack the city, hordes will emerge, another prime opportunity to harvest kill points. Next, I need to allocate points to the wind attribute. After raising the wind attribute to 72, the killing points were no longer sufficient. Suemo lay on the bed, feeling exceptionally alert due to the recent breakthrough. Lying there, he carefully sensed the changes within his body. Golden yuan energy surged into him from all around, slowly enhancing his physical prowess. As the sun sank westward and the last vestiges of twilight faded, at the Z9 city gate guard post. "Brother Bai, let me take your watch for a bit. You should rest first." Bai Xiao, his eyes still heavy with sleep, glanced at the man casually. While he was stationed at the gate, patrols also monitored the area. This guy had helped him keep watch once before, and Bai Xiao knew something was off about him. "That works perfectly. I'll grab a late-night snack to clear my head, I'm too drowsy." After speaking, Bai Xiao left the gate guard post, rubbing his eyes as if he could barely keep them open. Once out of sight, Bai Xiao concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. The man who had replaced Bai Xiao exchanged glances with his comrades and whistled. Several figures emerged from the shadows, carrying corpses. Simultaneously, a figure disguised as Suemo opened the city gate. Bai Xiao recorded every detail, his eyes narrowing as a murderous intent radiated from him. Suemo glanced at the time and stepped out of the room, just as Bai Yu emerged wearing her combat uniform. A large number of traitors have gathered at the city gates. Monsters outside the city have assembled and begun their assault. The gates are open, and those men are impersonating you. Bai Yu looked at Suemo with a hint of concern, worried that his emotions might be affected. "Let's go." Sumo's voice remained calm as he transformed into a ghostly apparition and vanished from the room. At that very moment, the Northern District Martial Artists Forum erupted in chaos. Traitor indeed. He killed the gate guards, opened the city gates, and let the demonic beasts attack. Attached photos showed several corpses on the ground, along with a silhouette opening the city gate. The figure's attire and height matched Sumo's almost perfectly. Particularly in the last few photos, the demon beasts outside the city walls could be seen. Their eyes blazed crimson, the glow intensifying under the night's cloak, making them all the more terrifying. They hunted humans, their presence sending chills down the spines of anyone who saw them. "All you people who defended Suemo before, come out and argue your case. Come out and argue your case. It's over, it's over. How dare this traitor do such a thing? He's trying to destroy our human race. Why aren't you defending him anymore? Keep shouting. Such a traitor deserves to die." With the beasts attacking the city, has your hero appeared yet? We warned you Suemo was a traitor, yet you defended him. Now the truth is before your eyes, keep defending him. Beasts attacking the city, this is the price you pay for trusting Suemo. Learn from your mistakes. Take this as a lesson. What future? If Z City falls, the Northern District will be breached. The beasts will slowly devour the other cities. A traitor like this deserves to be executed 100 times over. Who knows where he's hiding now? Find him immediately and eliminate him. We've made our decision today, he won't enter the North District. Let him die outside. Join the demon beasts. And they call him the North Academy's prodigy, the headmaster's own protege? Who'd have thought even the North Academy could make such a mistake? Let's see how they clean this up. Exactly. Back when the martial arts exam was still held in Z City, they made such a grand spectacle of appointing an 18-year-old greenhorn as chief examiner. Looking back now, it's laughable. An 18-year-old slaying demon beasts and breaking through the transcendence realm? That alone made me suspicious. Never heard of such a prodigy before. Clearly he resorted to underhanded methods. Why were others' demon beast hunts never posted on the forum, yet only his was featured? I say it was deliberate to grab our attention, craft a hero and genius image, all for today's purpose, unleashing demon beasts to attack the city. Hey, don't insult the North Campus. If I were Suemo, I'd kill myself right now. Exactly. The North Campus being deceived is understandable. They've always guarded the northern region, so naturally they'd be thrilled to see a genius. But this time, the North Campus needs to give us an explanation. Even if the North Campus dean misjudged the situation, it's not for you to slander him. His protection of the North District isn't something you can pass judgment on. Give you an explanation? Look at your pathetic self, do you even deserve it? If not for the North Academy, you'd all be demon beast fodder by now. Chapter 81, Covert Operations, Traitor Knocked Out. You worthless scum, you can't even tell the difference between a king and a jack. In this world, might makes right. If you were a Saint Realm cultivator, you could destroy the North District and people would still praise your prowess. You're enjoying others' protection while pointing fingers at their faults. I despise traitors who bite the hand that feeds them. Exactly. The North Yard hasn't even confirmed Suemo is a traitor, and you lot are already yapping your heads off. Did your father wring your mouth when he was taking a dump? Your mouth stinks that bad. The North Yard made a misjudgment, but it was for the sake of humanity's future. You lot, sitting around eating and drinking, have no right to criticize them. People like them? Classic ingrate scum. Ungrateful bastards, dog, morons, brain-dead idiots, brainless pieces of. At North Yard, look at these people. Kick them out of the North District. Scum like this don't deserve to stay in our North District. The forum buzzed with heated debate. The battle at the city gates erupted. After Suemo and Bayou arrived, sensing hidden figures nearby, they exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering. Distant screams echoed incessantly. Bayou and Suemo both turned to look. Dense swarms of iron-devouring ants had already devoured the city walls, and demon beasts surged forward. More crucially, the city gate stood wide open. That was why the beasts had entered so swiftly. Let Suemo come out. This traitor has indeed colluded with the beasts. If he hadn't opened the gates, they never could have entered so swiftly. The imposter who had previously impersonated Suemo had changed into another set of clothes. While battling the beasts, he cursed Suemo furiously. Damn it, I trusted him so much. When those photos appeared on the forum, I thought they were fake. I should never have let him in. It was like inviting a wolf into the fold. This is bad. There are too many beasts. Quick, call for reinforcements. We'll all die otherwise. Many martial artists began to roar. The 4 great demon beasts strode through the air, radiating a surging aura. Damn it! Trouble! Sky-treading realm beasts have appeared. Haven't the North Yard's experts arrived yet? For sky-treading realm beasts? D6 City only had 1 sky-treading realm beast appear. That damn Suemo actually lured in 4 sky-treading realm beasts. We're done for. We're dead this time. Shut the hell up, all of you. Did you open the city gates yourselves? Killing 1 demon beast and cursing Suemo, I'm starting to suspect you have ulterior motives. Some martial artists hunting the beasts caught on, sensing something was off. Exactly. Why are you all so loud today? Usually, you don't even fart. Are you traitors? Did you deliberately open the city gates? The one who had been ranting earlier turned grim-faced. After slaying the demon beast beside him, he roared back in fury. Damn it, if I were a traitor, I'd have opened the gates ages ago. Why wait until now? He's a traitor, and I can't even curse him out? Look at those beasts, we can't kill them all. I might die here, and you won't even let me curse a little? The 4 sky-treading realm beasts in the sky continued their low-voiced conversation. Who would have thought those bastards actually found a way to open the gates? Blood Tiger observed the demon beasts already storming the city, his voice brimming with excitement. Indeed. This time we can capture a city. With those traitors working from within, perhaps the entire region will fall. The 3-eyed fox's third eye shifted. Today's assault caught them completely off guard. By the time the martial artists from the North Yard arrive, it'll all be over, the Black Eagle stated, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Internal turmoil and external threats, they'll surely investigate the traitor. But first, we must pin the charges on that young man, the golden giant ape said in a deep voice. You can still hear the curses directed at him. If he truly manages to turn the tide and powerful beings come seeking us out, we can claim it was all part of our plan. Once this matter is settled, when the human masters come hunting those demonic beings, we can guide them. Either way, we come out ahead. Blood Tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement. After pondering this, Black Tiger glared at the absent Suemo and growled softly. Ha! Suemo, you've done well. Never thought you'd actually open the city gates. Come out now, we'll escort you out. As Blood Tiger spoke, those who had previously supported Suemo began to waver. Blood Tiger's roar had even been posted on the martial artist forum. Everything seemed orchestrated. Traitor! Traitor! He deserves death. Truly deserves death. Such a person is not worth pitying. Damn it, he actually collaborated with the demon beasts. The voices of those who had previously shouted grew even louder. Drive those beasts out. Then put Suemo on trial. A traitor like him deserves to have his head chopped off. How can we possibly kill them all? I'm nearly spent already. Who could possibly finish them off? My life is over. Many traitors stared at the swarming beasts, their hearts filled with dread. They never imagined that opening the city gates this time would cost them their lives. Cut the damn yelling and hurry up killing those beasts, or Z9 City will be destroyed. Another warrior's voice trembled. The battle between the warriors and the demon beasts raged on, while the rear ranks of the demon horde surged relentlessly toward the city gates. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the human warriors as if they were nothing more than delicious food. The air reeked of blood, corpses littered the ground, and even the battered city walls had turned crimson. Human warriors stood in solid rows, forming a wall that prevented the beasts from advancing a single step. When one warrior fell, another immediately took his place. At all costs, the beasts must not be allowed to set foot within the city walls. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. The demon beasts' crimson eyes fixed on the humans, saliva dripping as they growled incessantly. Fueled by the scent of blood, they grew increasingly frenzied. Many who felled a beast found themselves immediately surrounded by dozens more. Bang! 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 At that moment, dozens of figures suddenly materialized from the shadows, transforming into spectral hunters that relentlessly reap the life force of the beasts. The martial artists from the North Yard have arrived. Kill them! Kill them all! The warriors, who had been demoralized moments before, perked up at the sight of these new arrivals. They swung their weapons with renewed vigor, slashing the beasts around them. These powerful figures moved like merciless killing machines. Before long, a gaping void had opened up in the midst of the crowd. The besieging beasts let out low growls, their blood-red eyes flickering with fear and madness before they leapt into the air, lunging to tear at their foes. The Northern Yard warrior snorted coldly, his blade swinging relentlessly. The demon beast that had leaped into the air crashed back to the ground, its body already split clean in two. In the blink of an eye, the charging beasts were driven back once more. These men wore jet-black combat uniforms, wielding long blades whose tips dripped with blood. Kill! Seeing the pressure on the city ease, Sumo and Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Rustling sounds echoed as numerous figures emerged from the shadows. Hidden in the shadows, they drew their bows and nocked arrows. Spotting them, Sumo and Baiyu exchanged a glance. Under the moonlight, they transformed into ghostly figures. Muffled groans echoed from the shadows. Before their bows could be fully drawn, figures were struck down, knocked unconscious by the two attackers. After knocking them out, Sumo pried open their teeth to check for poison. Weisstein Lei had been watching from the shadows, not rushing to intervene. With a flick of his finger, Lei signaled for several men to step forward. The traitors, now unconscious thanks to Sumo and Baiyu, were all taken away. As the Northern Academy warriors hunted down more and more demon beasts, the traitors' expressions grew anxious. Damn it, why weren't those people moving? If they didn't act soon, the demon beasts would truly be held back. Chapter 82, Sumo emerges, Surveillance. These men were like merciless executioners, their eyes burning with the sole intent to kill. With each casual strike, they claimed the lives of dozens of demon beasts. Sumo, aided by the moonlight, had already hidden himself in a large tree, his body sliding down silently. Below the tree, several figures held remote controls in their hands. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled groans echoed as Sumo dismantled the remote controls from their hands. Damn it, these people are truly insane. Looks like they want to blow open the city walls and let more demon beasts in. The demon beast horde was steadily being pushed back. The traitors were already panicking, a bad feeling settling in their hearts. Why hadn't the city walls been blown open yet? Relying on the iron-eating beasts to gnaw through the walls was too slow. If they waited for the North Yard's powerful ones to arrive, it would be too late. The 4 heaven-treading realm demon beasts soaring overhead also sensed something amiss. Why hadn't the walls been breached yet? Why were the human warriors suffering almost no casualties? Had those humans deceived them? Hadn't they promised the city would fall today? Could it be they were actually executing another plan aiding the humans and eliminating those human traitors? After eliminating the traitor who had been secretly plotting against them, Sumo approached Weisstein Lei. Good work. This plan was well executed. Luring out so many traitors is no small achievement, Weisstein Lei said, patting Sumo on the shoulder. Sumo shook his head. None of this mattered. These traitors were doomed to be purged sooner or later. I'm fine. But we should keep those 4 sky-treading realm beasts here. Capture as many of the beasts involved in this siege as possible. That way, City Z will be safe. Deputy Dean Lei nodded. That had been their plan all along. Yet, he harbored a premonition that things wouldn't go quite so smoothly. But you must be cautious from now on. There are likely many lurking in the shadows, waiting for your appearance. Once you show yourself, they'll kill you. To them, eliminating you is like slapping us in the face. Be extremely cautious. Weisstein Lei patted Sumo's shoulder, his words heavy with meaning. Sumo took a deep breath, drew his black iron blade, and vanished like a ghost into the night, disappearing from Weisstein Lei's sight. Baiyu watched Sumo's retreating figure with worry. Once he stepped outside, those martial artists would surely curse him. Sumo was undeniably powerful, but he was only 18. At that age, he should be enjoying life under his parents' care. Yet here he was, enduring scorn while safeguarding humanity's safety. This truly tests Sumo's resolve. Yet every powerful warrior must pay a price to grow. Weisstein Lei seemed lost in thought, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes before a cold, murderous intent began to seep from his body. He quickly reined in his emotions. Baiyu snapped back to reality, watching the distant battle. The more prodigiously Sumo performs, the more they fear him and the more they seek to eliminate him. But after this incident, it won't be so easy for those people to keep using dirty tricks against Sumo. Still, the North Campus must make its stance clear. Otherwise, there will always be trash, parasites, and disgusting people. Baiyu clenched her fingers, her eyes simmering with murderous intent. Naturally. The dean has already spoken personally. Once this matter concludes, it will be time for a thorough reckoning. Those who have insulted Suemo will all pay the price. Hearing this, Baiyu's eyes flickered with doubt and surprise. Would that old man really lose his temper? As Suemo stepped out of the shadows, many eyes instantly focused on him. The traitor from before grew even more brazen. Bastard! Scum! You dare show your face? Why don't you just die? Exactly. How dare you show your face? Don't think we still trust you. The evidence of you opening the city gates is irrefutable. Stop pretending to be a saint. Coming out now to hunt beasts is just a show for us. Sumo's gaze flickered as he swung his blade, unleashing a golden blade aura stretching over 10 meters. Those who had just been hurling insults at Suemo now stared at the chasm before them, their throats convulsing. Someone in the shadows hurriedly snapped a photo and posted it on the forum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Suemo attack a human martial artist? I refuse to believe it. That photo of the city gates opening only shows a blurred figure. I suspect they're framing Suemo. Stop defending Suemo. The evidence is right here. His act only fools the brainless among you. Shut your filthy mouth upstairs. There must be a reason. Just wait. If Suemo were truly a traitor, why would he come out voluntarily? Wouldn't it be easier for him to just run straight out of the city? Exactly. There must be a reason. Wait. Wait until this is over. I believe the Northern Academy will give us an explanation. Suemo watched as the shouting crowd fell silent and turned away. He would judge them after everything was settled. Wait. When the time comes, he would personally chop off their heads, one by one. Taking a deep breath, Suemo dissolved into a ghostly apparition and vanished from sight. Immediately after, a streak of golden light appeared before the crowd. Every demon beast in its path was cleaved in two. Slay 300 demon beasts, gain 707 slaughter points. The 4 great demon beasts in the sky watched Suemo appear, surprise flickering in their eyes. What the hell is this guy up to? Step aside. Don't obstruct him, he's our savior. Blood Tiger growled, and the demon beasts that had been attacking Suemo suddenly parted to make way. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, moving with blinding speed from the shadows. Don't let him escape. Such a traitor must not be allowed to leave. We've traveled thousands of miles specifically to kill Suemo. Such a traitor must not leave the northern region alive. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for our human race. Shadows darted through the night, their piercing gazes fixed intently on Suemo. Blood Tiger's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. What now? Should we intervene or let this young man die? Shuehu asked the three-eyed fox. Intervene. If we fail to kill Suemo today, we can use this as an excuse. After the three-eyed fox spoke, the other 3 demon beasts nodded in agreement. This plan was sound. Block them. Don't let them get close to Suemo, the three-eyed fox ordered. At the three-eyed fox's command, the surrounding beasts swiftly gathered, erecting a wall of creatures in moments. The martial artists charging from afar saw this scene and their eyes flickered. What was going on? Why were these beasts blocking their path? Their superiors had explicitly stated that they only needed to eliminate Suemo. The beasts wouldn't interfere, and might even assist them. What was going on now? Could it be that they were lulling Suemo into a false sense of security? Well, that worked out nicely. The assassins clashed fiercely with the demon beasts. The three-eyed fox watched from the sky, narrowing its eyes. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Outside the city walls, a figure watched the scene unfold, several others standing behind him. Something feels off. Maybe we should abandon this plan. These demon beasts seem strange too. Could they be collaborating with Suemo? Are you certain the beasts are truly working with you and not Sumo? Someone behind him asked Su Yao. Chapter 83, You traitors have finally shown your true colors. Su Yao turned her head, shooting the man a cold stare. Thud. A head flew off. I don't need your interference in my affairs. Anyone who dares doubt me again will meet the same fate. Those behind Su Yao fell silent, frozen in fear. The shadow's killing was swift and invisible. The man who had questioned Su Yao was at the divine soul realm, yet he hadn't even had the strength to resist. Su Yao now stared intently at the screen. Suemo had humiliated her at the martial arts exam, and even when she had begged on her knees for mercy, he had turned a blind eye. This time, she'd finally seized an opportunity to frame him for collaborating with demon beasts and turn him into a traitor to the human race. Once the Northern District expelled Suemo, she would slowly torment him. Everything she had endured, Suemo would taste firsthand. So what if he was an 18-year-old prodigy martial artist who had broken through to transcendence, grasped the essence of the sword, and was the Northern Academy's headmaster's last disciple? Su Yao stared at Suemo on the screen, her eyes burning with undisguised murderous intent. Suemo, I will destroy you piece by piece, leaving you begging for death but unable to die. The figure standing behind Suyao watched her descent into madness, his expression darkening. Suyao, I advise you not to act on impulse. Otherwise. Shadow Fiend suddenly materialized behind the speaker, his hand closing around the man's throat. One more word, and you'll ruin my plans. I'll kill you. Didn't the death of that person just now serve as a warning? Suyao said without turning her head. Seeing the people behind her fall silent, Suyao snorted coldly before turning back to stare at the screen. Moments later, her fingers danced across the keyboard, sending out a message. Initiate operation. Capture Z9 City. As for Sumo, cripple him. Ensure he has no way to dispute the evidence this time. After finishing, she began whispering instructions to the Shadow Fiend beside her. As Suyao murmured, the Shadow Fiend nodded, and several figures vanished into the darkness. Those who had just been arguing with Suyao now broke out in cold sweat. Those shadow demons weren't particularly powerful, yet they were as elusive as shadows. The men had no idea when or how they'd slipped behind them. Within the city walls, masked figures suddenly materialized from the shadows, launching a surprise attack on the human warriors. The four great sky-treading realm demon beasts in the sky narrowed their eyes at the scene. They've already made their move. We should act soon, too. Delay could bring complications, the three-eyed fox remarked, glancing casually at Sumo, still under the beast's protection. A peculiar vibration emanated from its mouth. The demon beasts that had been guarding Sumo suddenly lunged at him, tearing at him. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The warriors who had been charging toward Sumo saw this and rejoiced inwardly. Even the traitor who had been intimidated by Sumo earlier began to taunt him again. This is the fate of a traitor. How could beasts ever cooperate with humans? You brought this disaster upon us all. Sumo, you brought this death upon yourself. No wonder so many wanted to kill you, they simply couldn't stand your hypocrisy. Sumo's expression remained cold as he swung his black iron blade. Every beast lunging at him was cleaved apart, turning into a spray of blood that splattered onto his body. A palpable aura of murderous intent coalesced around Sumo. The assassins charging at him felt their hair stand on end. How many beasts had this man slain to cultivate such overwhelming killing energy? Slaughtered 200 demon beasts. Earned 407 slaying points. The four great beasts in the sky exchanged glances upon seeing the black-clad figures appear. Four colossal bursts of power erupted simultaneously, crashing against the city walls. The four sky-treading realm demon beasts unleashed dozens of consecutive strikes. With a thunderous crash, a section of the city wall collapsed. More demonic beasts poured in from outside the city. This is bad. The walls are destroyed. This time, we're truly finished, cried the human warriors in despair. Why haven't the North Yard's elite arrived yet? At this rate, Z City will fall completely, leaving a gaping hole in the North District. Sumo, you traitor! You'll be the shame of humanity, the sinner of the North District. You call yourself the pride of Z City? Put. The traitors who had been shouting now wore expressions of utter despair, their curses growing even more vile. What a ruthless bastard. I suspect that scene during the martial arts exam was staged by you too. You used that to portray yourself as wronged, exploiting sympathy to lull us into complacency, all preparation for this day. Maybe you framed your own sister on purpose. Sumo ignored the traitor's shouts, settling accounts slowly. Outside the city walls, Suyao, who was still monitoring the situation, watched this unfold. A sense of exhilaration washed over her, and a smile touched her lips. Sumo, oh Sumo, my dear brother, this is merely the first step. After today, let's see how you explain yourself. Then, big sister will thoroughly enjoy watching you being driven out of the city in utter disgrace. I demand you kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Standing with his black iron blade in hand, Sumo watched the traitors charging toward him, his aura thick with murderous intent. You traitors finally decided to show yourselves. Hearing Sumo's words, those charging toward him felt an ominous foreboding rise within. Even the four heaven-treading realm demon beasts soaring in the sky sensed an ominous foreboding upon hearing Sumo's words. Buzz, 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 buzz. Boom. Crack. A divine wrath descended, as if the heavens were collapsing. Thunderbolts swept across the sky. The martial artists who had emerged from the shadows convulsed and collapsed to the ground. The four great demon beasts in the sky stared with terror at the powerful figure emerging from the shadows, their eyes filled with dread. Run, the four beasts growled in terror. Do you think you can escape? Deputy Dean Lay advanced step by step toward the four demon beasts. No demon beast has ever escaped my grasp. Crackle! Four bolts of lightning descended like pillars of light, crashing heavily onto the four demon beasts. Thud, thud, thud. The four beasts, powerless to resist, plummeted from the sky. At that moment, Sumo transformed into a ghostly figure, channeling his power to its absolute limit as he charged toward the beasts. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, both those who had been berating Sumo and those who had supported him were utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Why had the North District's elite arrived so early? Unmindful of their shock, more elites emerged from the shadows, joining the hunt. Sumo now resembled a merciless executioner, reducing every demon beast to a corpse in his grasp. Slaughtered 10,000 demon beasts, earned 27,500 slaughter points. Wave crush. Heaven-splitting blade. Golden flashes erupted, occasionally accompanied by bursts of flame. Gusts of wind swirled around Sumo. 3 attributes? It actually has 3 attributes. Someone who noticed Sumo's situation let out a startled cry. 3 attributes, freely applied. Doesn't that mean his affinity for each element is exceptionally high? And what the hell is going on? I'm still completely baffled. I knew Sumo couldn't possibly be a traitor. I was right. All you jerks who dissed him earlier, just wait till I get back. I'll curse the hell out of you. Sumo relentlessly hunted demon beasts, but suddenly halted his steps and came to an abrupt stop. A faint sense of danger lingered around him, and a powerful aura of death descended upon his body. Sumo casually scanned the corpses on the ground but found no trace of the threat's presence. It seemed he would have to lure them out. Otherwise, those strange entities truly posed a tremendous danger. As Sumo relentlessly hunted down demonic beasts, one lunged at him, radiating the aura of a divine soul realm cultivator. Sumo raised his black iron blade before him. His entire body settled into stillness. Golden energy spread across his body. Heaven Severance. Chapter 84, The End, publicly breaking through to the 4th blade intent, divine soul realm. A single swing unleashed a 20-meter blade aura. Boom! A massive chasm tore open in the ground, reducing every demon beast in its path to a mist of blood before vanishing. The demon beast lunging at Sumo split cleanly in two just half a meter from him. Sumo's chest heaved violently, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as bead-sized droplets trickled down his cheeks. Suddenly, 3 eerie black shadows surged from the ground, blades raised, lunging toward Sumo. Having just slain a soul realm demon beast, Sumo's defenses were open, and the shadows aimed for his vital points. Sumo twisted his body to evade the critical areas, channeling the Shu Dao Ju as golden energy surged around him. Thud! 3 daggers pierced through Sumo's defenses, embedding themselves in his flesh as blood spurted forth. Sumo's muscles bulged, preventing the shadow demons from pulling their weapons free. The shadow demons reacted with lightning speed. Unable to retrieve the first daggers, they immediately abandoned them, drawing 3 more and lunging at Sumo once more. Seeing this, Sumo exclaimed, "That's not fair." He activated the treading snow technique, drifting away into the distance. The shadow demons were even faster. "No, don't!" Bayu suddenly bellowed, sprinting towards Sumo at breakneck speed. Deputy Dean Lei watched this unfold, his teeth gritted and eyes bulging. "Damn you all to hell! How dare you bully the genius of our Northern Academy!" His voice boomed like a great bell, stunning the 3 shadow demons. The runes on their faces flickered, their crimson pupils locked onto Sumo once more as they lunged forward. Sumo swung his blade, unleashing its intent. The shadow demon charged heedlessly, dagger clenched, thrusting viciously toward Sumo. Sumo channeled his golden power to its peak, conjuring a sudden golden wall. With a clang, the dagger struck the wall, halting the shadow demon's advance. Seizing the moment, Sumo escaped. The shadow fiend saw the thunderous strike sweeping toward it, its form about to vanish. Golden light spread across the ground, coalescing into a cage. It was the teacher who had previously served as the chief examiner alongside Sumo, now intervening. The 3 shadow fiends attempted to flee, but the golden wall blocked their path. Thunder crashed down from the heavens. The 3 shadow demons revealed looks of terror, turning their heads to see the mocking expression on Sumo's pale face. "You did this on purpose," one shadow fiend realized. Sumo had deliberately used himself as bait to lure them out. The 3 shadow fiends made a final attempt to resist, but the thunder had already struck. The 3 shadow demons turned to ash, scattering into the air. A smile played at Sumo's lips. He knew Su Yao wouldn't pass up this chance. He didn't understand the Immortality Organization, but he understood Su Yao. That was enough. He had bet correctly. Gazing at the 3 weapons embedded in his body, Sumo forcibly wrenched them out. Blood spurted forth. Manipulating the 3 weapons with wind power, he shifted his body and charged toward the distance. Bayu, who had just arrived, halted in her tracks. Anger and fury gradually crept across her face. "Kill, kill, kill, I'll just kill you." With that, she stamped her foot and joined Sumo's side, charging together toward the surrounding demon beasts while periodically checking on Sumo's condition. She was genuinely afraid this little brother might kick the bucket. Sumo flashed Bayu a smile, signaling her not to worry. "What's a little injury?" This was a prime opportunity to hunt demon beasts. Killing points, strength, affinity all depended on this. Once this chance was gone, it wouldn't come again. By the time dawn broke, the city walls had turned crimson, strewn with corpses everywhere. Sumo gasped for breath, panting heavily. Clang! Leaning on his sword, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His face drained of color, his body trembling slightly. Many laid down their weapons, gazing at the solitary figure against a backdrop of corpses piled like mountains. His clothes were drenched in blood, his blade long since chipped and dull, its back gouged with several fist-sized notches. Even his hair had turned crimson. Blood still gushed from his body. Sumo forced himself to his feet, swaying unsteadily. The 3 demon beasts before him growled lowly, retreating steadily. Bai Yu and other warriors attempted to advance. Don't go near them. Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the martial artists halted in their tracks, turning to look at Vice Dean Lei with puzzled expressions. Vice Dean Lei's eyes held a hint of pain, but he knew they couldn't go. The casualties had all occurred during the demon beast hunt. He understood the pain Su Mo carried within. After all, it was his plan. Many martial artists had died, and he blamed himself. He was a good kid. Though everyone knew sacrifices were inevitable, the dean knew it, they all knew it, the plan had worked. It had exposed many traitors, making the North District safer. The insults, coupled with Jia Yang's death not long ago, had left Su Mo bottling up his emotions with nowhere to vent. Perhaps it was better for him to vent. Even if the remaining 3 were demon beasts at the Divine Soul Realm, he believed Su Mo could slay them. That was the pride of their Northern Academy. Su Mo dragged his blade. Clang, clang, clang. The blade scraped against the ground, sparks flying. Su Mo felt utterly drained, his arms too heavy to lift, his eyes already bloodshot red. The 3 Soul Realm beasts stared at Su Mo, growling incessantly, as if warning him. 3 level 5 demon beasts, and they were actually afraid of a human at the Transcendence Realm. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. The beasts growled, their eyes fixed warily on Su Mo. The surrounding martial artists eyed them hungrily. At that moment, the 3 beasts felt like crying. If only they hadn't come. They thought it was a windfall, but it turned out to be a grave. He was clearly only at the Transcendence Realm, yet he managed to hunt down demon beasts at the Divine Soul Realm. In just one night, Su Mo had slain over a dozen demon beasts of the same rank as them. Kill you, wipe you all out. Su Mo murmured softly, his gaze lost in a haze of confusion. If only I could wipe you all out completely. If only I were just a little stronger. Today's plan was mine, and it dragged many into danger. If only I were stronger, I could have protected more people. If only I were stronger, who would dare harm Uncle Zhao? Xiao Mo wouldn't have lost his father. Su Mo lowered his head and walked forward. Roar! 3 Soul Realm demon beasts lunged at Su Mo. Simultaneously, hundreds of ice arrows coalesced from their bodies, shooting toward Sumo's head. Clang! 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 Golden light flared around Su Mo. Kill! The cry echoed through the heavens, shaking the very skies. The 3-headed demon beast was startled by the murderous intent erupting from Sumo's body. Sumo's gaze shot upward, his eyes like blades striking deep into the hearts of the 3 level 5 demon beasts. A chill gripped the hearts of the 3 beasts. Slay the heavens. No frills, just a simple slash. Boom! The 3 demon beasts' heads fell to the ground. A trench 20 meters long and half a meter wide gouged into the ground. Those watching Su Mo from afar stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Slayed 3 level 5, tier 2 demon beasts. Earned 26 slay points. Buzz 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 buzz. Golden light suddenly erupted from Sumo's body as he stood rooted to the spot. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from his body. Clang, clang, clang. A golden wall materialized, shielding the gathered warriors within. The golden light and blade intent surged relentlessly from Sumo's body. Deputy Dean Lei's eyes widened. 4th tier blade intent? Impressive, kid. Not just that this kid is about to break through to the Divine Soul Realm. The surrounding corpses were all blown away, sliced into mist by the uncontrollably released blade intent, drifting down from the sky. Su Mo suddenly perceived his surroundings with unprecedented clarity, able to discern objects 100 meters away as if they were right before his eyes. A smile touched Sumo's lips. He had reached the Divine Soul Realm. Chapter 85, The Truth After the Fact, North Yard Posts, is protecting you worth it? All martial artists stood frozen in place, not a single one daring to approach. Many swallowed hard. 18 years old, Soul Realm utterly astonishing. This was Su Mo, the 18-year-old chief examiner who had previously been said to be at the Divine Poor Realm, having grasped the essence of the sword intent. Now, before everyone's eyes, he had broken through to the Divine Soul Realm, his blade intent reaching the 4th tier. Only after he reigned in his aura did those around him dare to approach Su Mo. Outside the city walls, Su Yao witnessed this scene, her expression darkening. Damn it, you deserve to die, Su Mo. You've ruined my entire plan. How dare you break through to the Divine Soul Realm and reach the 4th tier of sword intent? Just you wait. Ha! Su Yao, you'll pay for this. I told you to retreat, but you wouldn't listen. Your actions nearly destroyed our entire Northern District operation. Not to mention, the demon beasts approaching Z City have been severely weakened this time. Su Yao stepped before him, a dagger drawn in her hand. Put. You. The man who had been slandering Su Yao stared in disbelief. He never imagined she would kill even him. My mission is to eliminate Su Mo. I don't need your interference. Who do you think you are? I'd kill my own parents if I had to. As for you, you're nothing but a clown. What are you even complaining about? After tossing the dagger aside, Su Yao proceeded to destroy every piece of equipment before her. Su Mo, we'll meet again. This time, those stupid beasts ruined the plan, but next time, you won't be so lucky. With that, Suyao vanished into the mist, leaving behind a corpse that was soon devoured by the beasts. Inside the city, Baiyu approached Suemo. Seeing the blood on his body had congealed and a faint flush returning to his pallid face, she finally relaxed. As the sun rose, Suemo smiled, radiant like the morning light itself, warming the heart. Sister Baiyu, I'm fine. No need to worry. Baiyu took a deep breath, reached out, and pulled Suemo along. Let's go home. Alright. Baiyu led Suemo through the crowd, walking toward the distance. Vice-Dean Lei wore a look of pure gossip on his face. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He'd never seen Baiyu so proactive before. Anyone who dared touch her hand would get a sound beating from her. Gazing at the sun rising in the distance, Vice-Dean Lei took a deep breath. This time, the gains were enormous. It eased a lot of pressure at once. Especially with those traitors who surfaced yesterday. There were thousands of them. It seemed they were aiming to seize Z City. Too bad Suemo outmaneuvered them, and the demon beasts surrounding Z City were also severely weakened this time. If other cities had someone like Suemo, they wouldn't have to worry so much. That old codger must be laughing himself silly in his office. Vice-Dean Lei's gaze held deep contemplation. Those shadow demons truly were impossible to guard against. Could there be stronger shadow demons lurking in the North District? It seems a thorough investigation is necessary. The teacher wielding golden energy approached Vice-Dean Lei. These traitors shouldn't be this aggressive. Why did they insist on killing Suemo this time? They even risked their own lives to attack Suemo. How peculiar. When did the leader of the immortal organization become so foolish? Vice-Dean Lei pondered the question as well. Perhaps we can question Suemo later. He should know. And earlier, when he lured out the shadow fiend, it seemed as though he knew it would appear. I'm curious about that too. Clear the battlefield. We must prevent any outbreak of plague. This is a good opportunity to gather materials from those demon beasts. Suemo truly deserves immense credit for this victory. It's been ages since the North District achieved such a resounding victory. We must publicize this triumph far and wide, reminding everyone of the pride of our Northern Academy. The teacher wielding golden energy watched Vice Principal Lei's departing figure as he laughed heartily, then shook his head. Even at his age, he still acts like a child. A smile touched his lips at the thought as he began directing others to get to work. With this battle concluded, the entire Northern District erupted in celebration. In all these years, they'd never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Millions of demon beasts storming the city. This was the largest scale assault in recent memory. The northern campus, once silent, now erupted in chaos. Sumo's discovery destroyed 3 human demon research bases, indirectly safeguarding the security of our Northern District. First came several photographs, rows upon rows of crystal coffins lay exposed, followed by images of the final ruins. The pride of our Northern Precinct, clear-minded and achieving 2 goals with 1 move. After Zhao Yang's death, Suemo sought to uncover the traitors. His original plan was to feign cooperation with the demon beasts, allowing them to attack the city and thereby flush out the betrayers. The beasts agreed to cooperate for 2 reasons. First, they could leverage Suemo, a powerful human, to eliminate the traitors within the human demon research program. Second, they could collaborate with the traitors to seize the city. After Suemo saw through their scheme, he turned the tables. Thousands of hidden traitors in the North District were captured, and even the demon beasts outside Z City suffered severe losses this time. Who exactly opened the city gates? A video attached below the post showed the very moment those imposters impersonating Suemo opened the city gates. Yesterday's operation concluded successfully. Over 4.7 million demon beasts were hunted down, and 3,756 traitors were apprehended. The Northern Academy released 4 consecutive posts, catching everyone off guard. This time, the Northern Academy revealed every detail of the entire sequence of events. After the posts went live, the Northern Academy made no further moves. However, the comments section erupted with activity. I can't even imagine the consequences if Suemo were truly driven out by those people and turned against humanity. Thankfully, Suemo stayed true to himself. Impressive, truly worthy of being the Northern Academy Dean's last disciple. You only see Sumo's brilliance, but I see his suffering. Zhao Yong was beheaded live on stream, and there's no way to vent that anger. A plan of immense significance to our Northern District, yet he gets vilified by those ignorant fools. It's outrageous. My heart aches for Suemo. Where are those bastards now? Those spineless cowards, why aren't they showing their faces? Why are they hiding like turtles? Exactly. Come out and apologize, you bastards. Capturing the traitor and slaughtering over 4 million demon beasts, that's a monumental feat. Where are all those loudmouths from before? Keep barking, I'll knock your teeth out. You rotten dog, stinking mud, why won't you step up to the plate? Damn it, these cowards won't even show their faces. I'd love to crawl through the internet cable and all over them. At that moment, in the Northern Campus Dean's office, Long Lindian looked at the people beside him. Keep posting. This time, we'll teach those people a lesson. How dare they insult my disciple and throw things at him? The computer-savvy teacher couldn't be bothered with the dean, who kept going on and on about my apprentice, it was giving him a headache. My human race's prodigy, slandered so viciously by his own kind, is this the person our Northern Academy must protect? Is it worth it? Chapter 86, all those who hurled insults, defaced walls, or threw objects were identified and investigated. The moment this post went live, it set off a firestorm. Damn it, what's going on? Are the Northern Campus martial artists really getting pissed off by those bastards? I don't know why, but if Suemo ever became a traitor, I could understand it. I wouldn't blame him. As the saying goes, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. From the Zhaoyang incident, we can see Suemo is a man of honor and loyalty. We can't let him suffer like this. It really isn't worth it. The North Yard never acknowledged Suemo as a traitor, yet those idiots started ranting non-stop, trying to divide the martial artists. I suspect they have ulterior motives. No need to suspect, they definitely have ulterior motives. These people are just bored out of their minds. They should be thrown outside the city walls to fend for themselves. Why protect trash like that? The sun rises in the east, fourfold blade intent, stepping into the realm of divine souls, the pride of our Northern Academy, the hope of the human race. Below is a photo. After Sumo's breakthrough, a faint smile graces his lips as a rising sun ascends behind him, a perfect compliment. My husband Suemo, he looks good no matter how you look at him. That smile warms me right down to my core, I can't help but feel it. Please move along, both of you. This is a positive energy thread. Maid outfits, black stockings, white stockings. Sis is so bold she actually dared to show up. Impressive, impressive. Respect, respect. Can someone please control this? I want to see Suemo. What are you all doing? You know what? Seeing Suemo bathed in the rising sun's glow actually gives off this indescribable vibe, a sense of peaceful, timeless security. Sigh, seeing those old posts almost made me doubt Suemo. Thank goodness my wife hit me with a frying pan. Thanks, honey. I started doubting Suemo too. My 93-year-old dad, who couldn't even move in bed, dragged himself up and whacked me a few times with his 7 wolves belt. That's when I knew Suemo couldn't be a traitor. My son suspected Suemo. I already hung him up and beat him senseless. My son slandered Suemo. I curse him to have sons without assholes. Huh, wait a minute. You're wrong. I just realized the son you're talking about. You don't mean those guys who were cursing Suemo, do you? You're sharp. I'm talking about those bastards. Feeding himself to the tiger, fearless and undaunted, he lured out the most troublesome demon, the Shadow Fiend. Below were photos showing Suemo using himself as bait to lure out the Shadow Fiend, especially the image with 3 knives embedded in his body, crystal clear. As the post went live, the comments section flooded with heartbreak. My heart aches for Mabao. Enduring abuse, feeding himself to the tiger, and then misunderstood by his own kind, it's so pitiful. 3 knives. If not for Mabao's strength, he'd be dead. Thinking of those who insulted him makes me want to tear them apart like stockings. Where'd all those people go? Come out. Keep yelling. Damn it, those people changed their names? If you've got the guts, come out and keep yelling. That's the kind of person who shifts with the wind, can't stand seeing others do well, that's why they're too scared to show their faces. Come out and see for yourselves. Do you even have the brains? Would you dare risk your own lives? I've heard of shadow fiends, they can transform into human shadows and launch surprise attacks. Even powerful martial artists might not react in time and perish. Suemo, you've done well. What? The Shadow Fiend is that kind of creature? Bao really is something else. Truly my digital treasure. When Suemo came back yesterday, I took the hits for him, those rotten cabbage leaves and others punches. Even though I ended up bruised and battered, I'm damn proud. Now I've got something to brag about when I go out. Me too. I knew Suemo wasn't that kind of person. I've always firmly believed he's my pride and joy. Yesterday my daughter said she wanted to marry Suemo. I locked her up. She's not worthy. You upstairs, you're the real deal. I've already tracked down the addresses of several who slandered Suemo. Anyone up for hunting them down? Count me in. Count me in. Oomph, they dare slander my idol? I'll make them puke their guts out. I still remember when President Bayu stood in front of Suemo and said, "Let's go home." That was so heartwarming. Let's go home. Many rushed to post today's thread exactly what Bayu said to Suemo. Let's go home. And Bayu holding Sumo's hand. Wow, I'm going crazy. It's so sweet. Why can't I meet someone like that? Get lost, you national-level scammer upstairs. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you changed your name. You're not worthy of my brother Suemo. Sigh, someone like her never once badmouthed Suemo. If she hadn't been forced by life, she probably wouldn't have ended up in this line of work. That's true. Some people really don't deserve to be called human. Those who slandered Suemo back then should have been documented and exposed. People like that absolutely shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. Exactly. Scum like that, parasites, need to be purged. Suemo is still too kind-hearted. If I were him, I'd track them down and settle the score with each one personally. I just saw someone spray-painted hateful graffiti on Sumo's residence. What? Which bastard did this? Damn it, I'm heading out right now. If I catch him, I'll stink him to death with my feet. I'm going to check it out too. Anyone who dares insult the pride of Z9 City must be tired of living. Those who had previously slandered Sumo seemed to vanish overnight. Many even hurriedly deleted the martial artist forum app, terrified of being tracked down. At that moment, the North Yard finally played their final trump card. The pride of our human race must not be dishonored. Below were photos, showing the faces of those individuals. Clearly all of them were the ones who had thrown things at Sumo when he returned. Hundreds of photos, each with their names printed on them. Ha, excellent. Excellent. I thought we'd never find them. Well done, well done. If they try to run this time, don't let me catch them. Every time I see them, I'll beat them. The pride of our North Yard must not be disgraced. All the photos below are of those who posted insults about Sumo. Their photos were exposed, even with their names tagged. Many people realized they were the same individuals as in the photos above. These scumbags, it really is them. Trash. Vermin. Scum like them have no right to insult the pride of our North Campus. This time, the photos were accompanied by details of their past misdeeds. Their entire family histories were laid bare. Those who had previously slandered Sumo were thrown into complete panic upon seeing the 3 posts in North Yard. Their backgrounds, appearances, and ages were all thoroughly investigated. No one knows what North Yard intends to do next, so no one dares to comment lightly. They all want to see the outcome. How dare they treat the pride of our North Campus like this? There were those who defaced Sumo's house with graffiti. The photos were crystal clear, showing their hideous faces and the excitement on their faces. Chapter 87, Martial Arts Guild Headquarters, Security Management Headquarters posts in support of Sumo. The faces of those individuals were clearly marked. Seeing the excitement and viciousness on their faces sent a chill down many spines. Insulting the pride of our northern campus? Their fate now rests in Sumo's hands. Dare anyone intercede, and the northern campus will withdraw its protection from that city. Let it fend for itself. After this post appeared, panic began to spread among many. Is the North Campus really going all out this time? It's about time. There are still plenty of traitors in the North District. Who knows, maybe some of them are among these people. How many talented martial artists were driven away by such people before? Those were geniuses too. Perhaps many of the current traitors were forced out. If I were Sumo, seeing those I tried so hard to protect treat me like this, to be blunt, I might just leave the North District. Put yourself in his shoes. If I were Sumo, I'd do the same. Those who had previously cursed Sumo, hurled objects at him, or scrawled graffiti on his residence were now panicking. The North Yard had already issued an official notice. This wasn't a joke. If any martial artists are among these people, their names will be expunged from the Martial Artists Guild. Of course, the most crucial factor will be Sumo's stance. Their household registrations would be revoked by the Security Management Office. Our human race doesn't need such trash. The final outcome would be determined by Sumo. After the notices appeared at the Martial Artists Guild headquarters and the Security Management Office headquarters, chaos erupted once more. They've lost their minds. They've truly lost their minds this time. Good. Good. It's precisely because of these troublemakers that our North District lacks unity. This time, we'll teach them a lesson. Wonder how Sumo will punish them. They posted to support him, so it all depends on his decision. Maba, don't show any mercy. These people have insulted you so badly, you absolutely must not let them off the hook. At Sumo, Maba, just one glance, you must punish them severely. Everyone, stop tagging at Sumo. After such an intense battle, let him rest properly. After returning with Bayu, Sumo washed up, collapsed onto the bed, and fell straight to sleep. Bayu sat beside him, still holding a white porcelain bottle. Sunlight streamed in, casting a glow across Sumo's face. Bayu shook her head. That damn kid never knows how to take care of himself. She placed Sumo's arm across her lap and applied medicine to the wounds on his arm. After treating the wounds on his arm, Bayu hesitated for a moment before pulling back the quilt. 3 gruesome scars marred his chest, and Bayu felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. That damn little brother of hers, daring to do something so dangerous. It had nearly scared the life out of her back then. Seeing the 3 Shadow Fiend weapons embedded in Sumo's chest, Bayu's heart skipped a beat. Snapping back to reality, she pushed those thoughts aside, poured medicine onto her hand, and gently dabbed it onto Sumo's chest. Bayu noticed Sumo hadn't moved, his breathing already slightly irregular. A faint flush had even appeared on his sharply defined face. Bayu had no mind to tease Sumo. After carefully applying the medicine, she tucked the blanket around him and left the room. Stepping outside, Bayu took a deep breath. That stinker, he really had a great physique. Sumo opened his eyes, glanced at the closed door, then closed them again as drowsiness washed over him. The night's battle had left him utterly exhausted, and even his breakthrough couldn't ease the fatigue. By now, a crowd had gathered outside Sumo's room, each carrying buckets and various tools. Bayu emerged, looking at them in confusion. Miss Bayu, we're here to clean up these things. Bai-yu nodded. Be careful, though. He's just fallen asleep. Hearing Bai-yu's words, they nodded in understanding. Miss Bai-yu, you should go back to sleep too. Yesterday's battle must have exhausted you. Rest assured, we'll work quietly and won't disturb you. Bai-yu didn't refuse. She was indeed feeling a bit tired. Watching Bai-yu leave, the leader turned around. Everyone, keep your voices down. Those fools will definitely come looking for Sumo. We must block them outside and not let them get close to this place. Rest assured, we won't let them come within a step. If they get any closer, it'll be a failure on our part. As they scrubbed the graffiti off the walls, their expressions darkened. Those brainless bastards. Once Sumo recovers, we'll make them pay dearly. The Martial Artists Guild's Security Management Department has already posted enough to give them a hard time. But the most crucial factor is still Sumo's stance. As they discussed, a group suddenly surged from the distance. Those who had been scrubbing the graffiti off the wall narrowed their eyes at the sight of the newcomers and immediately formed a line, standing like a wall. Sumo was still resting. He won't be seeing anyone. Step aside. We have business with Sumo. This has nothing to do with you. We advise you not to get involved. Hearing this, the blocking guard's anger flared instantly. You come looking for someone and act so arrogant? If you've got the guts, just hit us. Whoever starts it, we'll take it lying down. When the security management office shows up, you'll all be locked up. And when Sumo hears about this, you'll be in for it. The visitors exchanged glances. Another man stepped forward from the crowd. Sir, we genuinely need to speak with Sumo. We're here to apologize. That fellow just now was speaking harshly out of impatience. Could you please step aside and let us through first? Just then, Lu Shuatian approached from a distance. What's going on here? Get lost. Seeing Lu Shuatian approach, many faces shifted. They all knew Sumo and Lu Shuatian were on good terms. Lu Shuatian surveyed the crowd gathering around him, a look of disdain on his face. Shut your mouths, they stink. I'm afraid the stench will get to me. Get lost, and if you keep yelling, I'll have you arrested. Lu Shuatian covered his mouth and backed away steadily. Many faces darkened, bodies trembling. When had they ever been treated like this? If it weren't for their personal information and photos being leaked, they wouldn't have come to apologize. With their household registrations about to be revoked and jobs already lost, they had no choice but to endure. We'll wait right here. Many found a spot to sit down, clearly intending to wait for Sumo to wake up. What's with all the airs? Oomph, it's just a few insults, it's not like it'll hurt them. Someone muttered under their breath in the crowd. Exactly. And he calls himself a genius? What a narrow-minded jerk. If it weren't for the household registration revocation, I wouldn't have bothered coming to see him. Exactly. We've all called him out before. Why's he singling us out? He's got issues. Put. If I had his talent, I'd be way more generous. He's probably laughing at us from his room right now. Chapter 88, Get Out or Die. The emergence of a domain shocks Bai-yu. Lu Shuatian, Zhang Dahai, and Li Wuyo heard this and narrowed their eyes. These guys really never learn. Even now, with the situation staring them in the face, they still wouldn't back down. As time dragged on into the evening, many could no longer endure. Some even banded together, seeking out a restaurant to eat and drink, their voices still raised in protest. Who knows what those people are thinking? Is it really worth all this fuss over just one Sumo? Could he pull this off alone without others' help? We're criticizing him for his own good, so he doesn't get too big for his britches. Exactly. Exactly. A guy like Sumo? He's just a petty man who's gotten ahead. Many in the restaurant heard these voices and frowned. Ha! Aren't they the ones bad-mouthing Sumo? Still at it? Damn it, these assholes are just being assholes. Let's go, beat him up. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, agonized cries echoed through the restaurant. Stop, big brother. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me. Keep hitting him, and I'll report you to security management. They'll arrest you. The one slandering Sumo begged for mercy. You dare threaten me? Even if I get arrested, I'll still beat you senseless. It's scum like you who disrupt North District unity. Soon you won't even have residency status, you won't be North District people anymore. You're no better than the beasts outside the city walls. Killing you wouldn't be a problem. The others held nothing back, tossing these trash out of the restaurant. The owner stepped out, surveying the beaten men. Hold on. You owe me compensation. You damaged my property. The owner's voice was cold. Why should we? They clearly attacked us first. Didn't you see that, old man? Are you blind? We didn't even fight back. The owner stared at them impassively. All I saw was you drinking and causing trouble. At worst, I'll call security to settle this. Then you'll pay for the damage and spend a few days inside. The boss wore a mocking expression. Go ahead and report it. We're not afraid of you, there are cameras anyway, one of them said darkly, his expression turning grim upon noticing the security footage. Oh, that thing? Sorry, it's broken. The boss narrowed his eyes. While beating up these scumbags earlier, he'd already cut the power to the camera. Getting older meant he had to sneak in kicks from behind, but damn, it felt good. You. Don't cause trouble. Pay up. We can't get arrested. It's getting late. Let's go find Sumo. We'll settle all these scores one by one. They pulled out their money and fled the restaurant like criminals, heading straight for Sumo's place. Sumo had already woken up and was cooking 2 bowls of noodles with sausage and eggs. Bayu stirred the contents of her bowl. Sumo, 2 eggs and 1 sausage? I seriously suspect you've been hinting at something. Sumo nearly choked on the noodles in his mouth. Are you still eating? Sumo lunged forward to snatch Bayu's bowl. Bayu was quick as a flash, batting his hand away. 2 eggs and a sausage huddled together. TSK, you're such a bad boy. Sumo rolled his eyes at Bayu, speechless. What are you planning to do with those people? Bayu pointed outside. I have another plan in mind, and I think it's quite good. But it requires master's cooperation. We might even gain something from it. Bayu stared at Sumo with a hint of suspicion. She knew Sumo was full of mischief right now. After speaking, Sumo dialed a number. Haha, apprentice, missing your master? A cheerful voice came through the line. Bayu rolled her eyes at the sound and took a big bite of her sausage. Yes, I miss you, master. I have a plan, but I need your help. The voice on the other end grew serious. Tell me your idea. Long Lindian knew Sumo's plan would likely cause quite a stir. Live-streamed the execution of traitors, Sumo stated, enunciating each word deliberately. Bayu dropped her chopsticks in disbelief, staring at Sumo. You want to announce it early to create a sensation and humiliate them. They might send people to rescue him too after all, it's a direct slap in their face, Long Lintian's voice came through. Master is correct. That's precisely my plan. Sumo's decision was the result of careful deliberation. How can you be certain they'll come to rescue them? Long Lintian posed the most crucial question. Master, how about we make a bet? They will definitely send someone to rescue them, and they won't be weak. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Long Lintian began weighing the feasibility of this plan. We must also keep an eye on those who exposed and slandered me. They might target those people, using them to stir up trouble, Sumo continued. What if they use ordinary people to threaten us, forcing us to abandon those traitors? Long Lintian posed the final question. Su Yao has been revived. She's now in charge of my affairs. Sumo stated. Su Yao, I see. Then there's no issue. Long Lintian no longer harbored doubts. Sumo stared at the disconnected call, surprise flickering in his eyes. Just mentioning Su Yao, and the master agreed. What are you still doubting? That arrogant woman? How could she possibly listen to others' opinions? She's bound to come up with some half-baked scheme again. Bayu wiped her mouth and said slowly. Now that she's been entrusted with such responsibility and protected by all these forces, someone that's selfish won't tolerate anyone else. After surviving death once, she's beyond redemption. Bayu shook her head. Some people's personalities are set in stone from birth, impossible to change. Su Yao was the prime example, selfish to the extreme. Sumo, hurry out. We know you're awake, we can smell the fried eggs already. That's right, come out now. We're here to apologize. Hurry up and post that you forgive us. Right. We won't insult you anymore. You didn't suffer any real harm anyway. Exactly. If we hadn't insulted you, your plan might not have gone off perfectly. In a way, we're your heroes, you should thank us. Exactly. Hurry up and tell the Martial Arts Guild and Security Management Headquarters we've reconciled. It's so late, we've been waiting here all day. That proves our sincerity. Come out already and say you forgive us. Let's wrap this up quickly, don't waste everyone's time. Those who had been shouting suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Why is it getting colder? No, this is killing intent. It's killing intent, the killing intent emanating from Sumo. At that moment, Bayu sat within the room, her gaze fixed blankly on Sumo. This guy has already begun to form the rudiments of a domain. Though he still has a ways to go, I believe it won't be long before he fully masters it. Just how much was this stinking little brother hiding? Domain is something one can only grasp after breaking through to the creation realm. And now, the beginnings of one were already manifesting on this guy. Get out, or die. Chapter 89, Life Trial of the Traitor. The people still shouting outside heard the murderous intent in Sumo's voice and were scared out of their wits, scrambling to flee. Mockery echoed from beyond the door. A spineless piece of like him is only good for talking trash. You bastard, if you're so tough, don't run. Ha, scared off by just one sentence from Sumo. Sumo stepped outside, surveying the freshly painted walls and the crowd still blocking the entrance. A smile touched Sumo's lips. There were still people worth protecting, people who were adorable. Thank you all. Sumo expresses his gratitude here. It's getting late, everyone should go home and rest. Hearing Sumo's words, they nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll head back first. If you need anything, just give us a shout, we'll be right there. Yes, we should be thanking you. Who could have imagined so many traitors lurking in the North District? And with the beasts outside Z9 City severely weakened, we're much safer now. We owe you our gratitude. After speaking, they bowed deeply to Suemo. Suemo hastily returned the bow. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Brother Suemo and President Baiyu from making babies. Who knows? Maybe the North District will produce even more geniuses. Haha, right. We'll leave now, no need to interrupt the young couple. That reminds me of what President Baiyu said that day. Come on, let's head home. The group left, winking and nodding at Suemo as they departed. Suemo was both amused and exasperated, but watching their retreating figures, a wave of warmth washed over him. Returning to the room, Baiyu had already tidied up. She wore a purple nightgown, propping her head up with her left hand as she lay on her side, eyes glued to the melodramatic soap opera playing on the TV. Suemo sat beside her, his gaze drifting over her body, taking her in from head to toe. A smile played on Baiyu's lips as she stroked her smooth, pale calf. What's with that look, little brother? Trying to eat your big sister? Suemo pondered for a moment. I haven't seen you practice cultivation. What level are you at now? Hearing Sumo's question, Baiyu's eyes clouded with frustration. What a clueless straight guy. If you want your sister to tie up her hair, you'll have to wait a while longer. Stop being so nosy. You should know that your sister is legendary even in the North Yard. Suemo nodded. During the martial arts exams, the instructors had mentioned that even Baisho wouldn't dare bare his teeth in front of this sister. Baiyu was truly extraordinary. Are we good friends? Suemo looked at Baiyu, a faint smile curling his lips. Baiyu instinctively pulled her leg back. What are you trying to do? I hear good friends are supposed to be there to lick each other's wounds, Suemo said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Baiyu's thoughts stirred. She sat up, her slender, pale hand resting on Sumo's wrist, tracing up his arm. Her small face drew close to Sumo's ear. So what does little brother want big sister to do? Suemo sat stiffly on the sofa. Once he realized what she meant, he scrambled to his feet and dashed into the bedroom. Behind him, Baiyu's hearty laughter echoed. Back in her room, Suemo took a deep breath. What a little devil. She took a sip of water to calm her inner turmoil. Little brother, are you okay? The bathroom is much easier to clean, no lingering smells. Need some help? With my years of theoretical practice, I could make you utterly addicted. Sister Baiyu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you, Suemo pleaded. Baiyu, satisfied by Sumo's words, finally returned to her room. Moments later, Suemo's door swung open, startling him. What are you doing? I'm still young, don't try anything funny with me. Smack. Baiyu slapped Sumo's butt. I'm just applying some medicine. Suemo obediently lay face down on the bed, pulling up his shirt to reveal 3 gruesome wounds. You reckless brat. You're already badly injured, yet you still hunt those beasts so fiercely. Do you really think you're immortal? Next time you act like a brute, I'll break both your legs. Suemo said nothing, carefully feeling the chill on his chest. Sister Baiyu, why are you so kind to me? After a moment, Sumo's voice broke the silence. Baiyu stiffened at the words. Why would you even ask that? Baiyu inquired, surprised. Ever since my parents passed away, no one has been this kind to me. I was only 13 back then, had to do everything myself. I haven't experienced anyone's care since. I cooked my own meals and had to look after that ingrate. By the time I turned 15, I was already working part-time jobs to earn money. I endured others' cold stares. First they called me a bastard, then they called me a good-for-nothing. I used to fight back, but I realized the more I resisted, the worse they became. Slowly, I learned to compromise. After my parents passed away, the first warmth I ever felt came from Sister Baiyu applying medicine to my wounds. That was when we first learned each other's names. I was a student who'd just been expelled, homeless. Sister Baiyu was the head of the martial arts guild in Z9 City, the genius of the North Campus. Suemo recounted it as if it were an ordinary occurrence, as though he were narrating someone else's story. Suemo didn't know that Baiyu's eyes had already welled up. After meeting Suemo, she naturally investigated his background. The more she learned, the more she admired this self-made individual. He possessed every trait to become a villain, yet his heart remained kind. Perhaps she pitied him, instinctively wanting to be kind to him. Or maybe there were other reasons. Their brief time together felt like family, like friends. Baiyu snapped back to reality and continued applying the ointment to Suemo. There's no need to overthink it. You can just think of it as your sister's kindness. She couldn't bear to see someone as pitiful as you. Who knows? Maybe if it were someone else, I'd help them too. Once this matter concludes and you enter the Northern Court, many will treat you well. Countless beautiful women will vie to marry you. Oh. Suemo replied with just one word, saying nothing more. For a moment, the room fell into a heavy silence as neither spoke. Only the faint sound of Baiyu's fingers gently rubbing Sumo's wound could be heard. Alright, rest now. After applying the ointment, Baiyu stood up. Suemo instinctively sat up, grabbing Baiyu's hand. Baiyu's body trembled slightly. The warmth radiating from her hand sent a wave of intoxicating sensation through her. Sumo's expression stiffened and he slowly released her hand. "Thank you, Sister Baiyu." Baiyu nodded and left the room without looking back. After closing the door, she stood outside Sumo's room for a moment, taking several deep breaths before turning back into her own room. Sumo lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Finally, she gathered her resolve, took a deep breath, and her gaze gradually hardened with determination. She took out her phone and posted a message. 3 days hence, at the martial arts examination grounds in Z City, live broadcast of the traitor's trial. Chapter 90, Domain Upgrade, 4th Tier Divine Soul. You've set your sights on him? As soon as Sumo's post went live, it shot to the top of the rankings. Even the North District posted an identical thread. Many who saw the posts began commenting below. Good. That's how traitors should be treated. Letting them die outright would be too easy for them. Imobao is so badass. Why don't you go livestream right now? I'll drop $1 billion in tips for you as pocket money. Sumo, do you want a girlfriend? If you do, just say the word and I'll come running. Hey, you're hitting me in the face with your abacus beads. Someone like you? You're not worthy of our Sumo. Brother Sumo, feeling the pressure? I can come over for free. Hey, you up there who can fly anywhere in the country, if Brother Sumo doesn't want you, you can come to me instead. You're not worthy. Damn it, guys, that stings. Stay on topic, we're discussing executing the traitor. So satisfying. Hey, nationwide flight, why don't you come find me? We can watch it together. Got every type you want, hurry up bro, I can't wait any longer. Siskian's the real deal, she sees everything. Seriously, respect. Sigh, when will I find a man like Sumo? I'd let him beat me every day. Turns out she's a masochist. Live streaming like this is good, lets those traitors who didn't show up see what happens to them. An eye for an eye. They played this game before, so now we can too. Exactly. They targeted Sumo countless times, only to get outmaneuvered by him. So satisfying. But won't this just make those traitors even more desperate? You fool. The more desperate they become, the better. It'll expose their tracks, making the North District safer. Exactly. It's either rise from silence or perish in it. With so many traitors surfacing in the North District now, the situation might be far worse than we imagined. Rather than waiting for them to catch us off guard, we should strike first. We're all going down anyway, who's afraid of whom? Don't overestimate those traitors. They fear death too. They live in constant dread of exposure, their days filled with anxiety. True. They must fear death too, otherwise, why would they betray us? Let's wait 3 days. That's when things will get truly interesting. Too bad it's a live broadcast, probably won't let others in. That's a shame. It's for our safety. Don't try to join the crowd, you can see it all on your phone. My phone's no good. I'll buy a new one so I can see clearly then. Thanks for the reminder, bro. Almost forgot about that. After Sumo posted, many people messaged him privately. Brother Sumo, do you need a girlfriend? My parents don't want me anymore. Would you take me in? High kick paired with a schoolgirl skirt, hands forming scissors. Black stockings paired with stiletto heels, a white puffy skirt. Sumo wasn't interested and clicked on the next message. 100 billion a month. I'll support you. Sumo clicked his tongue. Rich people were everywhere. Scrolled to the next one. You straight guy, be careful. I'm busy right now and can't come over. Your strength is improving too fast. If I don't work hard, I'll fall further and further behind you. Sumo knew this must be from Lu Yao Yao. Sumo, be careful with everything. I'll wait for you in the north yard. Yi Saosi. Sumo shook her head. She didn't reply to any of them and shut off her phone. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Power level, Divine Soul Tier 10 100,000. Mental cultivation, 4th tier of shaping the Tao 15,000. Martial arts, wave layering blade Shan grade, high tier, perfected snow treading Shan grade, high tier, perfected concealment art D grade, high tier, perfected. Tao intent, 4th tier blade intent. Domain, Godslayer domain embryonic stage, 01000000. Spiritual energy attributes, metal affinity, 100 wood affinity, 30, 3000 water affinity, 28, 2800 fire affinity, 53, 5300 earth affinity, 29, 2900 wind affinity, 72, 7200 thunder affinity, 13, 1300 space affinity, 3, 3000 time affinity, 1, 1000. Kill points, 1,086,954. Sumo narrowed his eyes upon seeing the god of slaughter domain. This was merely the embryonic stage. Once it reached the primary level, would slaying demonic beasts become even easier? With that thought, Sumo invested 100,000 points, instantly upgrading the killing domain to its initial stage. The next advancement would require 1,000,000 killing points, a figure that made Sumo gasp in shock. Moreover, the display indicated it could cover 10 meters, perhaps due to his still low power level. Sumo examined the affinity stat. If he wanted those individuals to seek him out, he'd need to make adjustments here. During the city gate battle, he had deliberately exposed 3 attributes, aiming to draw the traitor's attention solely onto himself. Boosting the wind attribute to 100 would cost roughly 250,000 points. Suemo directly added points. His affinity for wind attributes instantly reached 100. He then boosted his fire affinity to 70. Seeing the remaining 600,000 plus slaughter points, Suemo didn't hesitate, directly allocating it to his strength. His strength instantly reached the 4th tier of Divine Soul. The Shaping Dao technique also needed to be upgraded. After allocating 15,000 points, a resonant vibration echoed within his body. His meridians expanded once more, and his fleshly strength surged rapidly. As for the remaining 128,000 slaughter points, Suemo had already decided to allocate them to his spatial abilities. Combining his domain with spatial power and golden flame energy would amplify his strength exponentially. He directly raised the affinity to 15, though the slaughter points were insufficient. This demon beast siege, hunting down so many beasts, had only yielded this much growth. Who knew when the next such opportunity would arise? Suemo realized that hunting them outside the city walls would take an unknown number of days. Just as Suemo was leveling up, Baiyu was also staring at the post he had published. But her gaze had long since betrayed her. Her eyes were vacant, lost in thought, her mind not even focused on the phone screen. Ding! A message pinged on her phone. "You've got your eye on that brat?" Seeing the message from the old man, Baiyu snapped back to reality. She sent back an exasperated emoji. "Old Lei says you've been quite proactive." Baiyu stared at the phone screen, thinking of that fast-talking Vice-Dean Lei, a look of helplessness in her eyes. "I saw he was about to collapse. I helped him home, he's a hero, I couldn't just leave him lying on the ground," Baiyu defended herself. "Didn't he just break through to the Divine Soul realm? Can't he stand?" Baiyu flushed. That stubborn old man had to pry into every detail. "If you don't like him, get out now. Don't get too deeply involved." Chapter 91, The Purge of Traitors begins the most unexpected person. "Old man, are you bored out of your mind? Besides, he's so young, why are you thinking so far ahead?" Baiyu pouted, looking thoroughly annoyed. "I'm just curious," Long Lintian chuckled, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Deputy Dean Lei of the North Campus looked at Long Lintian with a twinkle in his eye. "See? I was right. That Baiyu girl has her eye on him, doesn't she?" He finished with a smug look that said, "I told you so." Long Lintian shook his head. "Old dragon, what's with the shake?" Long Lintian stared at his phone without responding. With Sumo's post going viral, the news spread like wildfire. Those who had previously slandered him now fell silent. After eliminating the traitor, would Suemo come for them next? Many began to regret not having spoken properly when they went to apologize to Suemo that day. The stars shifted, the sun rose and set, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By the 3rd day, the former testing grounds were densely packed with live streaming equipment. Now, many from the northern district tuned in to see Suemo standing alone atop a high platform, surrounded by rows upon rows of cages. Where demon beasts had once been confined, now human traitors were imprisoned. The moment the footage appeared, the live stream chat exploded with activity. Finally live. The North Campus posted earlier that they captured 3,756 traitors. "I'm dying to see what these 3,000 people look like." "Me too, though their faces are covered, so we can't see them clearly." "Serves them right. An eye for an eye. Let those traitors know there's no good end for betrayal." I wish Suemo would punish those who slandered him the same way, execute them in front of the entire northern district. On what grounds? Why? Ha! Looks like you were among those who slandered Suemo before. People like you don't even deserve Sumo's blade, you're beneath the honor of insulting him. We're here to apologize today, not to argue with you. Oh my, so you're here to apologize? If I were Suemo, I wouldn't forgive scum like you. Look at your pathetic nature. When you apologized before, you had Suemo post a message saying he forgave you. Exactly. What was your attitude that day? You only backed down when you saw Sumo's post. If you've got the guts, keep arguing. You were the ones cursing the loudest before. Keep cursing then. Why'd you stop? You bastards, you're not so cocky now, are you? Keep screaming. Keep screaming. Keep screaming, you worthless trash who can't even give birth to a son with eyes. Suemo glanced at the time, took a deep breath, and a faint aura of lethal intent began to surround her. Everyone, it begins now. As Suemo spoke, the live stream fell instantly silent, the chat stream vanishing in an instant. In the shadows, Vice-Dean Lei narrowed his eyes, watching the scene intently. Vice-Dean, do you think those traitors will show up? Asked the teacher who had previously used the power of gold. Zhao Kuang, do you believe they've already appeared? Zhao Kuang narrowed his eyes at Vice-Dean Lei's words, intently observing the movements on the stage. What if that kid Suemo gets beheaded mid-trial while judging the traitors? Vice-Dean Lei's gaze sharpened with murderous intent. Shadow Fiend. 2 words escaped Zhao Kuang's lips. It shouldn't be just that. There must be other moves. Vice-Dean Lei shook his head, his gaze deep in thought. Outside the city, Suyao stared intently at the screen, her eyes narrowed as a faint aura of lethal intent gathered around her. That same spot. During the martial arts exam, Suemo had stood there, looking down on her with disdain. She had begged for mercy, only to be kicked down from above. Now, standing in that very spot again, it felt exactly like before. Those traitors were just like her. Suyao's hand clenched unconsciously, her face contorting into a grimace. Brother, oh brother, are you deliberately provoking me? Or do you still think I'm the same person I was before? This time, you're dead. Just you wait. Regaining her composure, she drew a deep breath, suppressing the rage etched on her face to restore her rationality. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to tear Suemo apart with her bare hands. On the high platform, Suemo opened 6 cages and dragged them out. After removing their hoods, their faces were revealed. Aren't these the guys patrolling the north gate of Z9 City every day? It's them. If this is happening in Z9 City now, what about the other cities? Bro, don't freak me out. My spine just went cold. Suemo now faced the screen. These are the imposters who opened the city gates in my name. All the hard work and honor of our predecessors have been trampled by these scum. After speaking, he drew his black iron blade and raised it high. No, please don't. I'm sorry. I know some secrets I can tell you. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blade to flesh, swift and decisive. 6 heads rolled onto the ground. Holy crap, this is terrifying, but I can't look away. I'd love to see these traitors killed. After beheading the 6, a dozen more were brought forward. Suemo pulled off their hoods. One looks familiar. Wait, isn't that the homeless guy from our neighborhood? He's a traitor? Holy, my spine just went cold. Doesn't that mean they've been spying on us all along? Bro, chill out. One of them was in charge of security for our neighborhood. Damn it, one of them sold breakfast at our place, I even bought it every day. After revealing their faces, Suemo didn't hesitate for a second, he sliced off their heads. A dozen heads fell to the ground, their faces twisted in horror. This is terrifying. These traitors infiltrated the most inconspicuous positions. It's so frightening, just thinking about it now makes my hair stand on end. Suemo dragged over another group of people. No way, it's actually him? Isn't he the captain of the security management division in Z6 City? No way, how could it be him? A traitor like that? He has status and position, why would he betray us? Why? Splatter, splatter. Blade to neck, head severed. As time passed, several hours went by. Finally, the last remaining person was dragged forward. When his hood was removed, this time someone completely lost their composure. The Lord of Y7 City. How could it be him? Why? Why would the ruler of a city become a traitor? This is terrifying. What kind of methods did those people use? If even a city lord can be turned into a traitor, who can we trust anymore? Has our world become this dangerous? You bastard. We people of Y7 City respected you so much. Why betray us? Why? Give us an explanation. Suemo, make him give us an explanation. The person I always trusted and admired turned out to be a traitor. Why? Why? Chapter 92, The Traitor's Nest, Covert Operations Begin. Suemo also stared at this man. Among the over 3,000 traitors, his status was the highest. Among the hundreds of cities in the northern district, he ruled one. Lin Zhang lifted his head, his cheeks gaunt, his eyes vacant. Gazing at the severed head rolling beside him, a flicker of emotion finally stirred fear, dread. As Suemo stood before him, blade of black iron in hand, staring at him blankly, Lin Zhang felt his scalp crawl. His gaze shifted to the live broadcast feed, his eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, Y7 City. With those words, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. I know I've made a terrible mistake. Forgive my ignorance. Our Y7 City has so few resources that even gifted martial artists are rare. Among all these cities, we're practically at the bottom. That's why I partnered with them. They provided resources I could use to train martial artists. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Lin Zhang's head slammed hard against the ground as tears streamed down his face. What a pity about Lord Lin. Damn it, you actually believe this guy? He keeps saying it's for Y7 City's good, but has Y7 City improved even a bit? Every year during the martial arts exams, it just gets worse and worse. Now that you mention it, I suddenly recall that a highly talented student once appeared in our Y7 City too. For some reason, they vanished without a trace. Back then, Lord Lin flew into a rage and ordered a full-scale investigation. I'd wager 80 to 90% chance he was behind it. The motive is obvious. Ordinary people like us don't have the means to pull off something like that. Only he could act so brazenly. We should have suspected him long ago. Suemo produced a dossier compiled through intensive investigation over the past 3 days. Suemo displayed the photographs. See this? This is the genius who vanished from your Y7 City. He took them all outside the city. You all remember those human demon research institutes, right? Lord Lin, is what I'm saying correct? Lin Jiang's expression darkened as he looked at the photos, a wave of dread washing over him. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead. No, no, no. This can't be true. You must be framing me for this. Since becoming Lord of Y7 City, I've worked diligently. Then why did you send your family outside the city? Suemo crouched down and asked. Lin Jiang's throat convulsed. What are you talking about? I don't know. Several figures suddenly appeared in the distance, escorting a man and a woman. Dad! Dad! Why is it you? Why? The young man rushed to Lin Jiang's side, crying out in anguish. Lin Jiang, you bastard! Why did you do this? Why? Becoming the city lord was enough. Why did you have to do this? You're still so selfish. Have you ever thought about me and the children? Our son will come of age next year and take the martial arts exam. He's already broken through to become a martial artist. You've ruined everything. After speaking, Lin Jiang's wife stepped forward and slapped him several times. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Jiang kept apologizing. Man, if this were my dad, I'd probably be furious too. I've seen fathers who screw up, but this is the first time I've seen a son who screws up his own father. A 17-year-old martial artist, and a prodigy at that. He could have grown into a pillar of strength for our northern district. The misfortune hasn't touched his wife and children. They knew nothing of this. I hope Suemo will show mercy. Are they truly unaware? Hard to say. They might genuinely be unaware. If you broke through to martial artist at 17 and discovered your father was a traitor, what would you do? True. Lin Jiang brought this upon himself. Lin Jiang's son stepped before the camera. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. For what my father did, I apologize. I betrayed the trust of Y7 City. After speaking, Lin Yang bowed deeply toward the screen. His eyes were unfocused, clearly unable to comprehend that his father was a traitor. A father is usually a son's pride. Who could have imagined he'd be a traitor? If I were Lin Yang, I'd be completely shattered. Yet this boy hasn't broken down yet. He's got some mental fortitude. Maybe that's what makes a genius. Hold off on the whitewashing. How can you be so sure they're innocent without any evidence? After apologizing, Lin Yang walked over to Lin Jiang and knelt beside him, saying nothing. What are you doing? This is my own doing. What does it have to do with you? Lin Jiang's wife knelt beside him. As the wife of the Y7 City Lord, I failed in my duty to oversee him. I share the blame. I'm willing to atone with my life. Lin Jiang's eyes turned red. Get out. I'll bear the consequences of my own mistakes. Lin Yang took a deep breath and drew a weapon from his spatial ring. He raised it to his own throat. Suemo, stop Lin Yang. He's going to kill himself. This child is so foolish. It's his father's mistake. What does it have to do with him? Even the city lord's wife is trying to kill herself. Stop him. Save Lin Yang now and nurture his talent. He will remember this day. Such a prodigy will greatly benefit our northern district. Hurry and stop him, Suemo. Don't just stand there like a fool. Brother Suemo, be careful. At that moment, Lin Yang's eyes widened as he suddenly let out a roar. After speaking, he immediately sprang to his feet and raced towards Suemo. Thud! The blade pierced his body, spattering blood. Row upon row of shadowy figures appeared, blades drawn, locking gazes with Suemo. The live stream's chat feed froze for a moment. Shadow fiends! Shadow fiends again! How did these things get out? Lin Yang is such a good kid, actually taking the hit for Suemo. Lin Jiang is a real piece of work, totally screwing over his own son. Lin Yang clutched the blade, his face pale, eyes gradually losing their focus. Brother Suemo, you've always been my idol. I can finally do something for my hero. The shadow fiend drew the dagger, blood spattering as Lin Yang knelt on one knee, his body swaying unsteadily. What's Suemo still standing there for? Hurry and save Lin Yang. Suemo, what are you thinking? Kill the shadow fiend now. Don't let this disaster affect your family. Suemo, don't let us down. Shut up, all of you. Bunch of idiots. Can't you see something's off? Another bunch of brainless fools, so easily led. Just as the shadow fiend's dagger was about to pierce Lin Yang's skull, it suddenly halted. Suemo stared at them with mocking eyes. Why not kill him? Suemo narrowed his eyes at Lin Yang, a faint glint of murderous intent flickering within. What's going on? Wait, did I get tricked again? No way. Was that just an act? If so, that's terrifying. Someone like this can't be spared. I still think we should kill him. Just a moment ago, weren't you all saying you wanted to save Lin Yan? You bunch of pig brains. I've finally seen through it. Suemo never intended to kill these traitors in the first place. He was baiting them. Using these traitors as bait, he might already be moving in the shadows. Chapter 93, Why Stop Pretending? Capture 2 more waves of traitors. Lin Yang stood up, his complexion regaining its healthy flush, his gaze turning venomous. No trace of his earlier innocence remained. When did you see through it? Lin Yang stared at Suemo, his expression cold. If you want me to answer, you'll have to earn the right to ask. Sumo watched the vanishing shadow fiend, a sneer curling his lips. Killing intent coalesced, radiating outward from his body. Sumo's body shifted, becoming a blur. Thud. Thud. A dozen shadow fiends' heads flew off, crashing down from the sky to land beside Lin Yang. Slayed 15 human-demon hybrids at the first level of divine soul cultivation. Earned 76.5 slaughter points. Lin Yang took a step back, cold sweat beating on his cheek. Damn it, he really was a traitor. Can you even trust anyone these days? It's not that you can't trust people, it's that you're all idiots. If you had any brains, you wouldn't have been fooled so easily. Not trusting Sumo, yet believing that trash? Ha, no backbone whatsoever. You deserve to be broke. Damn it, upstairs. We're just online friends. Are you crossing the line? Crossing the line? Tell me how much you make in an hour. Looking at how brainless and spineless you are, jumping to conclusions at the drop of a hat, you're lucky to scrape together $3,000 a month. Lin Yang stared at Sumo, a maniacal grin spreading across his lips. If it weren't for you, our plan would have succeeded. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your sudden rise, I'd be the most gifted talent in the entire North District at the next martial arts exam. Sumo watched coldly, a sneer curling his lips. You dragged both your father and mother down. And you have the nerve to lecture me? After speaking, Sumo's body blurred into a trail of afterimages, materializing before Lin Yang. Stop. Put. No, my son. Sumo showed no mercy. Two heads flew off again, rolling onto the ground. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Before long, over 100 figures were forced forward once more. Weisstein lay watched them with disdain in his eyes. The barrage of bullets went completely berserk. Another 100 traitors lured out. Who would have thought there were so many? All we can say is that Moba was clever. Exposing these traitors leaves them nowhere to hide. That's the kind of person we should truly admire. Just now, some people were questioning Sumo. Those folks aren't even embarrassed. How are they any different from those who curse Sumo? Bro, no personal attacks. Those who insulted Sumo could still make money. But the ones questioning him just now? They can't. That's exactly right. Those who insulted Sumo were unwavering, while these guys are just fence-sitters. No money, no backbone, probably need their wives to tell them what to do during 69. Sumo beheaded the traitor in front of everyone. Killed 120 people, gained 345 kill points. After settling the matter, Sumo looked at the screen. The traitor trial concludes. Tomorrow, I will punish those who slandered me. You may speculate on the method I'll employ. After Sumo finished speaking, silence fell. I guess he'll banish them outside the city to hunt demon beasts. Why? We didn't commit any major crimes, just cursed you a couple times. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Exactly. You're petty and vindictive. If you're going to punish us, just kill us already. We'll apologize to you. We really think you're quite the character. A man with no tolerance whatsoever, and you call yourself a genius? Put. What a joke. Damn it, let's fight him. If he won't spare us, don't blame us for being ruthless. Sumo, I advise you not to push us too far. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Damn it, you trash still dare to be so arrogant? People like you should be kicked out of the city to fend for yourselves. Why bother with such selfish people? Whatever they do, they're never wrong, it's always everyone else's fault. You're all so protective of Sumo? Fine. Just you wait. You bet. We'll make you regret this. Sumo is Sumo, and you lot are you lot. Don't get cocky. If it comes down to it, we'll both go down together. Tomorrow we'll tell. Let's see who ends up on the losing end. Come on then. We're scared of you? If you've got the guts, step right up. Just try to come near me, and I'll beat you to a pulp. You bastard, you said it yourself, if you don't show up, you're a coward. Ha, just a pack of barking dogs. Why bother with them? Exactly. If a dog bites you, can you bite it back? The world's full of surprises. If someone messes up, does that mean others should forgive them? Like if I secretly date your wife and you find out, should you thank me then? Hey upstairs, your words feel kinda off, but they make a point. Sumo stood before the screen. Watching those who were shouting, he thought, how dare they still shout like this? Looks like those people have found them and feel completely uninhibited now. Everyone, why don't we watch something interesting? Sumo suddenly spoke up. The livestream viewers looked at Sumo in confusion, unsure what he meant. The screen began rapidly switching, splitting into hundreds of windows in an instant. Those who had been shouting moments ago suddenly froze in shock. When had their interactions with those people been recorded? Moreover, their every word was recorded crystal clear. Before they could react, the front door was violently kicked open. What are you doing? What are you doing? We didn't do anything. The security personnel ignored the shouting scum, confiscating a significant amount of explosives from their homes. This sudden scene in the livestream left everyone stunned. Damn, this is insane. They still haven't shown any remorse and dare to collaborate with traitors. This is insane. All that explosives, what are they planning? This explains why Suemo ignored them. He knew these scumbags were trash all along. Thanks, Suemo, for saving my life without me even realizing it. You're a Trojan horse. Deputy Dean Lei watched from a distance, his gaze fixed on the figure atop the platform, filled with satisfaction. Zhao Kuang also watched Suemo with a broad smile. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, capturing 2 more groups of traitors. This time, the gains are substantial. It's not that Sumo's plan was brilliant, it's that the leader of the Eternal Life Organization was a complete fool. Suemo nodded to Vice Dean Lei before turning to leave, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. Vice Dean Lei stepped forward. Hello everyone, I'm a teacher from the North Campus. We've just exposed another group of traitors. Suemo will handle them shortly. We're about to launch the 3rd wave, the spectacle of eliminating the traitors. Vice Dean Lei said with a smile. After Suemo departed, his figure dissolved like a phantom, vanishing without a trace. Before long, he arrived at the city gate, gave Bai Shou a nod, and swiftly vanished into the mist. Bai Shou watched Sumo's retreating figure and shook his head. That kid really is a prodigy to come up with a method like this. Chapter 94, Finalizing the Plan, Capturing Su Yao. After emerging, Suemo produced an item given to him by Vice Dean Lei. Beep, beep, beep. A red dot appeared on the screen. A smirk touched Sumo's lips as he vanished like a ghost. Su Yao, still glued to the screen, watched another wave of failure unfold. Her expression darkened completely. Suemo. Could it be you're cursed? Why? Why can you anticipate every move I make? Why? Su Yao stood up, a hint of madness in her expression. Kill you, Suemo. You just wait. I'll kill you someday. After Su Yao finished speaking, she grabbed a stick and started wildly smashing things around her. She was nearly driven mad by Suemo, always ending up at a disadvantage whenever she crossed paths with him. She had plenty of people under her command, so why did she always end up failing? Because you're stupid. A cold voice suddenly cut through the air, startling everyone present. By the time they regained their senses, Suemo was already standing at a distance. The maniacal look in Su Yao's eyes instantly calmed when she saw Suemo. A murderous intent surged from her body, her eyes turning blood red. Every time she thought of those cold, indifferent eyes, it felt like a fishbone lodged in her throat, like thorns piercing her back. She wanted nothing more than to devour Suemo alive. The person standing behind Su Yao took a step back upon witnessing this scene. Wasn't this guy supposed to be hunting down traitors? He'd actually deceived them. Suemo surveyed the figures across from him. None of them inspired fear in him, only Su Yao's shadow did. Suemo, you're courting death. You must be tired of living to dare show your face. Don't think breaking through to the Divine Soul Realm makes you invincible. As Su Yao mentioned the Divine Soul Realm, his handsome face suddenly contorted. Her hands clenched tightly, her teeth gritted so hard her enamel flaked. Kill him. Kill him. Make sure he stays here today. Su Yao roared. The shadows beneath her feet surged forward, charging toward Suemo. Suemo narrowed his eyes as a figure abruptly materialized beside him. Thud. The shadow flew backward. Rustling sounds. A figure emerged from the mist. Young master, we meet again. The figure standing behind Suemo spoke with a smile. Teacher Zhang, it's been a while. Su Yao snapped back to reality, realizing she was now surrounded. Her throat convulsed and fear flashed across her face. Her mind suddenly clicked. You deliberately announced the news just for me. These 3 days were all part of your advance preparations. Su Yao's mind finally cleared. Staring at Suemo before her, she finally grasped his ultimate goal. Whether it was to eliminate traitors or punish those who slandered him, it was all a ploy to lull her into complacency. Sumo's focus had been on her all along. Suemo stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Su Yao, his expression cold. After coming back from the dead, your mind seems much clearer now. I'm curious how you managed it. Neither the traitors nor those who slandered me ever truly concerned me. Ever since Uncle Zhao died and I entered this game, my ultimate target has always been you. Suemo fixed his gaze on Su Yao. Su Yao swallowed hard. What kind of scheme was this, reaching so far? The demon beast siege, the hunt for traitors, the execution of traitors, the punishment of slanderers, behind it all, it was all for her. Why? Suddenly, Su Yao realized something. You wanted to find a way to resurrect Zhao Yong through me, Su Yao exclaimed. Suemo remained silent, his expression calm as he stared at Su Yao. Even Teacher Zhang now regarded Suemo with shock in his eyes. This kid, he had planned all this, and none of them had noticed. The demon beast siege, bearing the blame, dealing with the traitor, pulling out the hidden thunder, and now, it turns out there was an ultimate goal lurking beneath it all. Dean, is this your judgment of character? Why isn't such a disciple his? How envious. Move out. Suemo gave the order directly. Delay would only invite trouble. Teacher Zhang stepped out from behind Suemo, his lips curling upward as he regarded the shadow fiend. A gust of wind materialized, transforming into wind blades that pierced through everything. The shadow fiend tried to flee, only to be instantly pierced and killed by the wind blades. Suemo transformed into a ghostly apparition, materializing directly before Su Yao. The black iron blade in his hand severed Su Yao's hand and foot meridians. He pried open Su Yao's mouth. Seeing no hidden poison, he finally relaxed. I advise you to release me. Suemo, release me, or you will die too. Do you realize the immense price you will pay if you capture me? Suemo removed his shoes, took off his socks, and stuffed them into Su Yao's mouth. Teacher Zhang and the martial artists from the North Yard watched with twitching mouths. That was direct. Admittedly, it was an effective method. At least Su Yao had stopped screaming. Careful. At that moment, Teacher Zhang suddenly spoke up with a warning. A long, drawn-out flute melody sounded. Suemo reacted swiftly, lifting Su Yao up. Then, a blade slashed down where Su Yao had been lying. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed, leaving a several-meter-long swath of debris on the ground. Slayed 200 witchcraft insects, earning 507 slaughter points. The flute's melody faded away. Teacher Zhang wanted to pursue, but Suemo shook his head. Don't chase them. Those people might have deliberately lured us there. Teacher Zhang considered this and followed Suemo back to the city. After Suemo posted the notice, he had instructed them to wait outside the city walls all for today. Suemo sent a message to Vice Dean Lei. Upon seeing it, Vice Dean Lei ordered the traitor to be executed immediately. This marked the conclusion of the live-streamed execution of the traitor. Inside a secret chamber within the martial artists guild, Suemo stared at Su Yao, bound to a chair. His expression held not a shred of pity, unchanged from before, as if he were looking at a corpse. Deputy Dean Lei, Teacher Zhang, and Teacher Zhao did not enter. Some things were best left unspoken. They wouldn't have acted this way toward anyone else, but this was Suemo. I really admire the dean's discernment to find such a disciple, Teacher Zhang began, his tone laced with both criticism and envy. Vice Dean Lei turned to glance at him. Old Zhang, this doesn't sound like you. After Zhao Yong was beheaded on livestream, he used demon beasts to attack the city, exposed the traitor, then livestreamed the traitor's trial. He even used slanderers to capture the traitor. On the surface, it all seemed about the traitor, but the ultimate goal was always this woman. He threw himself into the fray, becoming the focal point. Everyone thought he was avenging Zhao Yong. Who could have guessed it was all a ruse, with Su Yao as the ultimate target? Zhang Zhengxin gazed at Suemo inside, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and joy. Seeing such an outstanding junior filled him with delight. They often dealt with crises in the northern district behind the scenes, never knowing when they might become prey for demon beasts. Now, to have someone step up to carry the banner naturally, he was delighted. Deputy Dean Lei also turned his gaze towards Suemo on the screen. When he killed the Shadow Fiend today, I thought I sensed the power of a domain, though I can't be certain. Chapter 95, Mad Su Yao, you won't get the information you want. After Vice Dean Lei spoke, both Zhang Jingxin and Zhao Kuang fixed their gaze on him. Deputy Dean Lei, you're not joking? Forget his age, even someone who's broken through to the creation realm can't guarantee they'll grasp a domain at his level of power. They found it utterly unbelievable. An 18-year-old at the Divine Soul Realm was shocking enough for a lifetime. Add to that the fourfold blade intent, already beyond their reach, and now he was telling them he'd grasped a domain? When did cultivation become this simple? I can't be certain. Perhaps it's merely my imagination. Vice Dean Lei truly wasn't sure, maybe it was just the prelude to a domain emerging. Let's go. That kid is letting us in. After speaking, Vice Dean Lei watched as Suemo beckoned them over. Looks like this kid's worried we'll overthink things. Whatever. Once he's in the North Yard, he's one of us. Let's just see what happens, no need for him to overthink it. After the three entered, they sat down and watched Su Yao. They were also curious, how had this person come back from the dead? Su Yao finally spat out the stinky sock. Her voice grew shrill. Suemo, how dare you insult me like this? Suemo remained silent, his gaze cold as he stared at Su Yao. Seeing Sumo's icy gaze, Su Yao's defenses crumbled. Why? Why? Why do you always look at me like that? Why? You take the blame for Zhao Yong, let the demon beasts attack the city, and kill traitors all for him. I'm your sister, we've lived together for over a decade. Why do you treat me like this? During the martial arts exam, I begged for your mercy in front of everyone, yet you wouldn't even lower your head for me once. Suemo, how heartless you are. It was just a medal, a trivial matter of selling a house. Yet you blew it out of proportion, making me despised and condemned by everyone. What's so great about that chicken killer Zhao Yong? He only gave you temporary shelter and a couple of meals. You're so grateful to someone like that, yet you ignore all the sacrifices I made for you before. Why? Everyone says I'm cold and ungrateful, but I see you're even more pitiful than I am. Why? Why? Why, after you got fired, did you turn against me at every turn? Whatever you do, people cheer you on, while I only get cursed at. You deserve to die, you truly deserve to die. If only you were dead, none of this would have happened. I should have secretly killed you back when our parents were still alive. Then none of this would have happened. I was a genius, a goddess others adored and revered. Not like now, a rat lurking in the shadows. And those beastly parents of mine, they gave birth to me but never raised me. Selfish and selfish, they wouldn't even deign to look at me. When I went to kill them, you know what? They knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness, pleading for mercy, their heads scraped bloody. I wanted to kill them. They weren't worthy of being my parents. Having parents like that was my shame. And as they begged, they still had the nerve to say, please forgive us. Ha 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 ha. That really made me laugh. Then I slowly sliced off that woman's head. The man was so terrified he wet himself. Do you know what I did? Suyao's expression turned maniacal, as if reliving the scene. I placed the severed head right before his eyes and made him stare at it. Hour after hour. In the end, he went mad too, spilling out all sorts of things in his delirium. They deliberately abandoned me. They thought I was a burden, making their lives harder. So they tossed me outside the city walls. I chopped off his legs, chopped them to pieces, and made him endure that agony while he was still alive. If he passed out, I'd inject him with adrenaline to keep him awake, forcing him to endure that agony. Finally, I slowly cut off his head. Suyao laughed maniacally, like a madman. Seeing Suyao in this state, Suemo remained silent, watching coldly. Isn't it fascinating, Suemo? They treated me this way, and you're no different from them. I'd love to kill you, slice your flesh piece by piece, and devour it. You won't get the chance. Sumo's flat voice echoed through the chamber. Hearing Sumo's words, Suyao snapped like a spring coiled too tightly, rebounding violently. I hate myself for being so foolish. That day outside the city, I should have let the shadow demon kill you instead of letting you be despised by the entire North District. I never imagined my mercy would lead to this. If I could go back to that day, I would kill you. I would kill you. Drain your blood. Carve out your flesh. Hang your white bones on the wall. Instead of walking into the trap you set, doing all your dirty work for you. Suyao's gaze fixed on Suemo, madness burning in her eyes like a bloodthirsty maniac. I know you want to know how I came back to life. You can't know. You'll never know. Being captured by you means my mission is over. My fate is death. Whether it's news of my resurrection or research data, I won't utter another word. Suemo, don't expect to get any information from me. Just wait, you'll never know how powerful the Immortality Organization truly is. After speaking, Suyao opened her mouth, madness burning in her eyes. Suemo, sooner or later, you'll pay a terrible price. After speaking, Suyao clenched her jaw with such force that a chunk of flesh suddenly fell from her mouth. Suemo and the 3 northern campus teachers who witnessed this felt a chill run through their hearts. They knew Suyao well enough. This woman was cowardly, selfish, and couldn't tolerate the slightest injustice. What kind of people were in the Eternal Life Organization? In just a few short days, they had managed to brainwash Suyao to this extent. Suyao continued laughing hysterically as blood trickled from her mouth, dripping onto the floor. Her eyes, now bloodshot, fixed on Suemo. Finally, her lips curled upward, a mix of mockery and schadenfreude. Oh no. Suemo realized it, but it was already too late. Suyao closed her mouth, her throat convulsing. In the blink of an eye, her complexion darkened. Her body began to convulse. Soon, a foul stench filled the room. Suemo stood before her, fingers clenched so tightly the veins stood out. Vice-Dean Lei stepped forward, glanced at the scene, and his eyes narrowed sharply. Their blood contains poison. No wonder they fought so desperately they'd never betrayed the Eternal Life Organization. Even if we capture them, it'll be useless until we find an antidote for this poison. Vice President Lei patted Sumo's shoulder, then nodded to Zhang Jingxin and Zhao Kuang. Suemo had thrown himself into the fray, shouldering so much, only to come up empty-handed in the end. It was indeed hard to swallow. As Vice-Dean Lei stepped out, he noticed Suemo emerging too, his face devoid of any gloom. Chapter 96, the dust settles, and the blush on the young girl's cheeks outshines everything. I thought you'd be down for a while, kid. Never expected you'd shake it off so fast. Vice-Dean Lei's gaze held kindness. After all I've been through, I've grown a lot. Besides, Suyao wasn't much of a threat. Even when I captured her, I knew I wouldn't get any useful information. If the secret to eternal life were so easily obtained, this organization would have been eradicated long ago. It wouldn't still exist, let alone cause the disappearance of District 10. Suemo gazed into the distance, speaking indifferently. Vice-Dean Lei patted Suemo's shoulder, a smile in his eyes. That kind of perspective isn't typical for someone your age. Perhaps that's what sets you apart from others. That Suyao too, she should have just accepted her death once. But after being saved, she ended up dying by your hand twice. I bet she was still cursing you as she crossed the bridge of forgetfulness. Seeing Suemo recover, Vice-Dean Lei couldn't resist teasing him a bit. But Suyao's death won't satisfy the Immortality Organization. We've got another tough battle ahead. We've captured many traitors, but they're certainly not all. There are deeper infiltrators lurking, though these minor skirmishes haven't yet forced them to show their hands. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden threats are hard to guard against. Even within the North Campus, we can't guarantee there are no traitors among us. Vice President Lei sounded somewhat disheartened as he broached this topic. Even if those individuals had clean backgrounds, it was impossible to guarantee they wouldn't encounter members of the Immortality Organization during their cultivation journey. In the end, they could be exploited by those very people. With only a few days left before the semester begins, would you like to accompany me to the North Campus to familiarize yourself with the environment? Suemo pondered for a moment after hearing this. Vice Dean Lei, I'll head over after the semester begins. I still have matters to attend to. There's no rush to go until those matters are settled. Besides, the North Campus is right there, it's not like it's going anywhere. Vice Dean Lei didn't press further upon hearing Sumo's response. He sensed Sumo's presence would liven things up considerably. But you'd better prepare yourself in advance. A genius like you will be in high demand. Don't lose yourself among the flowers and linger too long. Vice Dean Lei knew full well how fiercely competitive the talented women at the North Campus were. Even before Suemo had arrived, many had already set their sights on him. These were geniuses themselves, and they understood exactly what they needed. Deputy Dean Lei watched with a mischievous grin, clearly relishing the spectacle. After seeing them off, Suemo turned and headed back to the Martial Artists Guild. As for those who slandered him, Suemo couldn't be bothered to engage. Collaborating with traitors meant they were already dead to him. Still, Suemo had given them a considerable amount of explosives. That stuff should come in handy later. At that moment, Baiyu sat behind the counter. Spotting Suemo enter, she lifted her gaze. Their eyes met briefly before she looked away. Everything settled? Baiyu asked, her head bowed. TSK, Sister Baiyu, this isn't like you at all. Getting shy? Someone might think I did something to you. Suemo wore a teasing expression. Baiyu lifted her head, her gaze settling on Suemo once more. School's about to start, and who knows how many female predators will be eyeing you. If I don't keep my distance, I'm afraid someone might tear me apart. Suemo reached out and tucked Baiu's stray strands of hair behind her ear. Baiu's neck, ears, and face flushed instantly. A blush on a young girl's face surpasses everything. Suemo truly understood this now. Watching Baiyu lower her head in shyness, Suemo slowly leaned closer. Sis Baiyu, your face is as red as a monkey's butt. Sumo's words snapped Baiyu out of her daze. Snapping back to reality, she lunged at him in a fit of rage. Suemo sighed inwardly, he was no match for Baiyu. Being pinned to the table by Baiyu's single hand wasn't the worst part, it was the suffocating pressure that made breathing nearly impossible. Sis Baiyu, could you move your body a bit? I can barely breathe. Hearing Sumo's plea, Baiyu snapped out of it and jumped back. Next time you provoke me like this, it won't be so simple. Baiyu declared loudly, clearly suppressing her inner panic. I get it. After the playful scuffle ended, Sumo's expression turned serious. Sis Baiyu, do you have a black iron blade here? After speaking, Suemo pulled out the black iron blade he'd been carrying, a gift from his master, now chipped and nicked along the edge, with several gouges along the spine. I've already prepared one for you. Do you need combat armor? Never mind, the quality here is too poor. Against the beasts that could harm you, armor wouldn't be of much use anyway. Baiyu produced a black iron blade. How much? 380 billion. Suemo frowned upon hearing the price. Was it really that expensive? Wait a moment. Suemo took out his phone and contacted his master, Long Lintian. He snapped a photo of the blade in his hand and sent it to Long Lintian. Master, what's going on? The blade you gave your disciple must be defective. It hasn't even been used long and it's already broken. The Northern Campus Dean, Long Lintian, opened Sumo's voice message. His expression darkened upon hearing its contents. Deputy Dean Lei and two other teachers who had just returned overheard the exchange. Ahem, Dean, are you short on funds? I could lend you some. Suemo is the pride of our North Campus. If he can't even afford a decent blade, word gets out and you'll lose face, Dean. The two teachers standing behind remained silent. Only the four deputy deans dared joke with the dean like this. Leibao, who do you think you're looking down on? I've got plenty of money. After transferring 500 billion to Suemo, Leibao gave himself a thumbs up. That's our dean for you, dominant, loaded. I'd like to date one. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get the hell out of here right now. After Leibao and the two teachers exited the dean's office, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At the Martial Artists Guild, Baiyu nearly turned red with envy upon hearing Suemo had received 500 billion. Suemo was feeling pleased when he saw his master's video call come in. He decisively chose to hang up. This guy was probably just going to yell at him. After 3 consecutive missed calls, he saw the 60-second voice message and promptly shut off his phone. I didn't hear it. Sister Baiyu, the bill, please. At the Martial Artists Guild, Baiyu watched Sumo's retreating figure and shook her head. Moments later, her phone rang. Where's that brat? Daring to ignore my calls, he's made me look like a fool. Tell him to come over and answer it. He thinks he's hot stuff. Baiyu had already held the phone at arm's length. Oh my, I wondered who it could be. So it's you, master. What generosity! Dropping 500 billion like it's nothing. So it turns out the little junior disciple is your true favorite. So you've forgotten your old disciple now that you have a new one. Moments later, you watch the 50 billion hit her account, a smirk spreading across her lips. In the north courtyard, Long Lindian sat in his chair, already feeling frustrated. He'd intended to reprimand Suemo failing to complete the task was one thing, but now he'd shelled out an extra 50 billion? Did the young man think his money grew on trees? Chapter 97, give them a little shock. After purchasing his weapons, Suemo headed out of the city. With all the commotion he'd caused, the Eternal Life Organization was bound to have him in their sights. Originally, Suemo had thought that even if he captured Su Yao, he wouldn't gain any secrets. He just felt a bit reluctant. The fishing operation continued. To reel in a big fish, you had to cast a long line and bait the spot generously. So Suemo decided that when school started, he'd give them a little shock. Only then would the Immortal Organization send more agents. If one failed, 10 would come. Suemo refused to believe he wouldn't get the information he wanted. Baishio saw Suemo preparing to leave the city again and stepped forward. Why are you leaving again? School starts in just a few days. Shouldn't you be resting? Earn some living expenses. Suemo paid him no mind and walked toward the city gates. Baishio was left utterly baffled. You're still short on cash? Almost forgot the North Campus runs entirely on credits. No need for cash there. Looks like this kid doesn't know. His sister doesn't know either. Someone should enlighten him. After leaving the city, Suemo saw almost no traces of demon beasts. He shook his head. Though the demon beasts had been severely weakened that day, it didn't mean none remained. Besides, the strongest ones killed were only 4 sky-treading realm beasts. Sumo's figure darted forward at incredible speed, pushing deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, he encountered and slaughtered every demon beast he came across. Slaughtered 100 level 3 beasts, gained 304 slaying points. Suemo was heading toward the deep yellow zone. Suddenly, a roar of agitation erupted. Suemo turned to see a gorilla, the very same one he had encountered earlier. Where once only a patch of golden fur adorned its chest, now half its body had turned golden. Human and beast stood facing each other, both eyes focused with murderous intent. The ape pounded its chest and let out a roar. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled as hordes of demon beasts emerged from the distance, swarming in dense numbers. Suemo was taken aback. He hadn't expected this gorilla to become a leader as well. But Suemo was no longer the same man he once was. Gripping the black iron blade, he took a single stride forward, unleashing the realm of the god of death. Beasts stepping into the domain froze, their bodies stiffening as terror flashed in their eyes. The blood-red glint in their eyes faded considerably. Splatter, splatter, splatter. A mist of blood filled the air. Suemo, like a god of slaughter, expanded his domain. Wherever he passed, corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Slaying 500 level 2 beasts earned 1,300 slaying points. Slaughtered 300 level 3 demon beasts, earning 1,600 slaying points. Suemo approached the gorilla, who took a step back. Fear flickered in its eyes as it stared at Suemo, disbelief evident in its gaze. The last time they met, when he and Suemo parted ways, he could still toy with Suemo at will. This time, Suemo had transformed into a god of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, all its subordinates had been wiped out. Heaven's Slayer. Without hesitation, Suemo swung his sword. A golden flash erupted. The gorilla's body, standing rooted to the spot, suddenly split clean in two. Slayed a level 4, tier 1 demon beast. Gained 4.1 slay points. Suemo picked up the crystal core. Why bother arguing with a mere transcendence realm demon beast? Its father had been schemed to death by Suemo. This gorilla surely knew that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have immediately rallied other beasts to ambush Suemo the moment he appeared. Suemo was about to head to the next location when his expression changed, and he abruptly halted his steps. Golden blade flashes erupted, slashing wildly around him. Slaying 1,000 level 2 venomous insects, earning 2,030 slaying points. Slayed 1,500 level 2 venomous insects, earning 3,465 slay points. Slayed 500 level 3 venomous insects, earned 1,876 slay points. 3 consecutive notifications sounded. Suemo flew through the air on his blade, hovering mid-sky as he stared into the distant mist. A figure stood within the haze, its features indistinct. Mist swirled between the two figures, lending an air of hazy obscurity. Within the mist, a dark silhouette raised its arm, and a melodious sound echoed. Rustling sounds. The ground began to rumble, and demonic beasts emerged from the surrounding trees. Poisonous insects, scorpions, venomous creatures all converged, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Suemo. Suemo took a deep breath. This mysterious figure was quite clever. If Suemo were poisoned and slowed, these venomous creatures would swarm him, finishing him off in one fell swoop. These venomous creatures were all being controlled by that black-clad figure. As the flute melody shifted, the venomous insects launched their assault towards Suemo. Many of the insects underwent a visible transformation, smoke rising from their bodies. Upon seeing this, he held nothing back. Golden power shielded him, while wind power bolstered his speed. His speed reached its absolute limit. Even flying on his sword, it was difficult to reach the black-clad figure. That guy was too cautious, keeping a safe distance from Sumo. Besides, these were all experience points Sumo wanted to reap a harvest. Slaying 3,000 level 3 venomous insects earned 12,366 kill points. Slaughtered 2,000 level 2 poison insects, earning 5,164 slaying points. Wave overlap. Infused with the essence of the blade, Sumo wielded the wave layering blade to its fullest potential. With a single swing, wave upon wave of blade intent surged forth like unending tidal forces. Slaughtered 5,000 level 3 venomous snakes, earning 17,450 slaying points. Slaying 3,000 level 2 venomous insects, earning 7,468 slaying points. Slaughtered 300 level 4 venomous insects, earning 1,378 kill points. The distant flute melody shifted constantly, once serene, now suddenly erupting with murderous intent. Suddenly, a blood-red glow began to emanate from the demon beasts surrounding Sumo. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. This creature could actually command the demon beasts to go berserk? How was this possible? And with so many beasts? Heaven slash. 4 layers of blade intent converged. A single swing unleashed a golden blade aura stretching tens of meters in all directions. Boom! 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 The ground shattered repeatedly as the golden blade intent plowed through the earth. Within a 20-meter radius of Sumo's standing position, not a single venomous insect dared to appear. Slaying 1,000 level 4 demonic beasts, earned 5,680 slaying points. Slaughtered 10,000 level 1 demon beasts, earning 10,080 slaying points. Slaughtered 7,000 level 2 demon beasts, obtained 15,798 kill points. The dark figure in the distance lowered his flute. The venomous insects he had summoned were already being slaughtered by Sumo, scattered and defeated within a mere minute. These demon beasts might not have been able to stop Sumo, yet he insisted on exterminating them all. There must be a secret hidden within this. Sumo stood rooted to the spot, blade raised, his gaze fixed intently on the shadowy figure. That shadow gave him a sense of danger. Sumo knew this figure was undoubtedly a member of the Immortal Organization. Its rank far surpassed Suyao's. Heaven slash. Sumo swung his blade, the blade's glow instantly reaching the shadow's side. The shadow waved its flute, and with a loud bang, the golden blade's aura shattered. Chapter 98, Sumo, cherish your remaining time, Beast Manipulator. Sumo flew on his blade, closing the distance in an instant. The blade twisted, seized firmly in Sumo's grasp. His body plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the eerie shadow. Thud! A sharp crack echoed as sparks flew. Seeing his strike blocked, Sumo used the recoil to leap upward once more, plunging downward again. Thud! This time, the sinister shadow's feet planted firmly on the ground. Looking for death, a raspy voice echoed, like a ghostly wail. The shadow sprang up from its knees like a coiled spring, but Sumo had already leaped far away. Throughout their battle, Sumo had been cautious at every turn. This guy could manipulate venom. Who knew if he was surrounded by poison? If he got ambushed by this bastard, he'd be finished. Heh, is that all you've got, Eternal Life Organization? Sumo sneered at the figure. The man lifted his head, revealing a grotesque mask with only tiny slits for eyes. Dare to insult Eternal Life? You've chosen your own path to death. After the masked man spoke, he began to play the flute. Sumo's expression tightened. It was a soul attack technique. Wind power surged forth, blocking the sound waves from reaching him. Golden energy coalesced into a protective barrier, shielding him from the front. The masked man's expression shifted upon witnessing Sumo's techniques. To wield both elements with such mastery, his affinity must be exceptionally high. The flute's melody shifted, causing the surroundings to tremble. Seeing this, Sumo thought to himself, that's more like it. Who would want to fight you? Sumo knew this masked figure was no pushover, far from it. And with poison coursing through his veins, he needed to be cautious at every turn. Killing these poisonous insects could also increase his kill points. The masked man remained unaware that Sumo had already cast him as a mere tool for grinding kill points. When several level 5 demon beasts appeared, Sumo's expression changed. Level 5, stage 2, equivalent to the second tier of divine soul cultivation. He was only at the 4th tier. How could he possibly win? So, how should he play this out? Earlier, Sumo had deliberately held back his true strength, aiming to lull this man into a false sense of security. It seemed the charade must continue. Several level 5 demon beasts surrounded Sumo in the center. The ground began to rumble the moment Sumo landed. His gaze darted around, searching for an escape route. The masked man watched this unfold, his eyes flashing with savagery. The flute's melody grew more distant. The ground rumbled as swarms of venomous insects emerged once more. When Sumo sensed the commotion around him cease, he knew this creature had summoned every demon beast within its power. Then, the slaughter would begin. Heaven/Wave overlap. Slaughtered 10,000 level 2 demonic beasts, earning 23,560 slaughter points. Slaughtered 24,000 level 1 venomous insects, earning 2,228 slaughter points. Slaying 9,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 29,450 slaughter points. Slaying 1,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 5,166 kill points. Slaying 15 level 5 demon beasts, earning 80 slaying points. The masked man halted, staring at Suemo in disbelief. "You bastard, you're mocking me." The masked man had seen Suemo struggling against the level 5 demon beast moments ago. Now, in the blink of an eye, he'd suddenly erupted, slaughtering every demon beast the masked man had summoned. "Damn it, I tricked you a couple times, and you actually thought you were something special." Suemo ran his finger along the blade. It was chipped again. 350 billion credits, truly useless. Suemo sprang into action, blade raised, charging at the man. A powerful gust of wind suddenly blew towards Suemo. Just as it neared him, a countercurrent of wind erupted. Caught off guard, the masked man froze rigid in place and collapsed. Suemo didn't advance. Instead, he casually chopped down a large tree and hurled it at the man. The masked figure moved like a ghostly apparition, floating away. Sumo's gaze sharpened. Sure enough, this venom-covered creature was no easy foe. Even the air around him was poisonous. The very spot where he stood was laced with venom. The sizzling smoke rising from the severed tree was proof enough. These people were madmen, and their schemes ran deep. The masked man patted his black cloak. "You didn't fall for it. Impressive." Suemo narrowed his eyes. He had already gauged this man's strength as 7th-tier soul cultivator. He too held Suemo in check, hesitating to unleash his full power. "Years of effort, all my poisonous insects destroyed by you. I'll remember this debt today. Suemo, cherish the time you have left." After the masked figure spoke, his form flickered and vanished in an instant. Suemo narrowed his eyes, watching the direction the masked man had departed. A faint smile touched his lips. Suemo knew he had ways to keep him here. With so many members in the Immortality Organization, Suyao was dead. Perhaps this man was the next Suyao, or had connections to the next leader. Manipulating demonic beasts, knowing their origins inside out, the slightest stir would reach Suemo. Besides, he had other plans. The blood aura began to spread outward. Suemo turned and left as well. This area bordered the red zone. Who knew what powerful demon beasts might appear? Suemo found a safe spot and glanced at the interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Power, Divine Soul Stage 4 140,000. Heart Technique, 5th tier of Shaping the Tao 500,000. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan Grade, High tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High tier, Perfected. Tao Intent, 4th tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 14M01 million. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 70, 7000 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 15, 15,000 Time Affinity, 1, 1000. Kill points, 288,564. Suemo chose not to boost his overall power but instead focused on increasing his affinity with fire. If he needed to give those people a little shock, he'd give them a complete one. He was certain the Immortal Organization wouldn't let him off the hook then. Those people love research, don't they? Suemo didn't believe they wouldn't be tempted. He directly boosted his fire affinity to 100, leaving him with 25,000 kill points remaining. Suemo pulled out the map and spotted a marked location, a red zone teeming with demon beasts. Taking a deep breath, he changed direction and headed straight for that area. Even at full speed, it would take him nearly half a day to reach that area. While Suemo risked his life hunting demon beasts to impress others. The Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious institutions had already issued announcements. The North Campus and the 5 major prestigious academies had joined forces to launch a grand event, a live-streamed assessment for both new and graduating students, showcasing the prowess of these martial artists to all in the North District. The announcement sent shockwaves through the Northern District once more. What was this about? This was unprecedented in the Northern District. Within the Martial Artists Guild, Baiyu saw the announcements from the Northern Campus and the 5 major institutions and was also a bit dumbfounded. Was this just hype, or was there another reason? As Baiyu pondered the intentions of those old men, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be? Chapter 99, Sumo's Madness, a huge windfall. As Baiyu pondered, the phone rang. "Sis, what do you think those old guys are up to?" Baishu's puzzled voice came from the other end. Baiyu remained silent. She had her suspicions, but couldn't be certain. Could it really be to build momentum for Suemo? Baishu speculated. It could be to build momentum for Suemo. I think they want to assemble a team capable of challenging the Immortal Organization. Whether it's this new recruit initiation test or the graduation assessment, I suspect the old man wants Suemo to handpick a group to take on the immortal organization. Baiyu shared her thoughts with Bai Xiao, and the man on the other end of the line fell silent. If that's the case, the dean must know some secrets we're unaware of. Then this newly formed squad might uncover all the hidden secrets, including how District 10 vanished. Bai Xiao's voice carried a hint of resignation. Many secrets were beyond even their comprehension. His sister likely knew only a fraction. Looks like I'll have to treat that kid well from now on, Bai Xiao remarked with a sigh. Watch your back. After hanging up, Baiyu gazed thoughtfully into the distance. That brat was probably out hunting beasts again. His wounds hadn't even healed yet. He really wasn't afraid of dying outside the city walls. It was truly worrying. As the Northern Academy and the 5 major prestigious institutions posted their announcements, time flew by, and 5 days had already passed. Suemo, still outside the city, fixed his gaze intently on the distance. The demon beasts, seemingly wandering casually, kept their eyes vigilantly fixed on their surroundings. Sumo's domain quietly expanded. Feeling the faint fluctuations emanating from the ground, a smirk touched his lips. He hadn't expected that while hunting beasts along the way, he'd actually track down the masked figure manipulating them. Even after awakening his soul power, penetrating the distant mist remained exceedingly difficult. Suemo surmised that there was another underground laboratory here. And a sizable one at that. Those who slandered Suemo had collaborated with traitors, attempting to cause trouble with explosives. Before they could finish, they were captured outright. Suemo had left quite a few behind. This time, they would finally prove useful. Suemo shifted his form, becoming ghostly and elusive. He activated the concealment technique, using the mist to evade the demon beast's detection. He now noticed the rumbling beneath the ground. That aura was all too familiar. Golden corpse worms again. Suemo drew his black iron blade and soon dug a deep pit. After sensing metallic energy fluctuations in the distance, he paused to bury the explosives. He then moved to several other locations to continue. Suemo buried every last bit of explosive he had left. Transforming into a ghostly apparition, he vanished into the distance. Pausing far away, a smile touched the corner of his mouth. He took an object in his hand and pressed it lightly. Boom! 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 Over a dozen successive explosions echoed continuously. Flames shot skyward, the ground caved in repeatedly, and shards of machinery flew everywhere. Killed 70,000 level 3 golden corpse beetles. Earned 235,760 kill points. Killed 20,000 level 4 golden corpse beetles, earned 94,268 kill points. Killed 10,000 level 4 poison insects, earned 43,758 kill points. Killed 3,000 Transcendence Realm demons, earning 13,546 kill points. Killed 8,000 Divine Poor Realm demons, earning 25,400 slaying points. Suemo had already run far away. This was the red zone. With all this commotion, the demon beasts would surely come. Suemo couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. These things were incredibly powerful, far beyond anything he had imagined. When those people had left these items with him, they had warned that their power was immense, something even they rarely witnessed. Amidst the flames, 2 escape pods shot out, streaking toward the distance. Then the ground began to roar. Monstrous beasts, each over a kilometer in size, emerged, their gazes fixed on the source of the flames. One beast casually spat out an ice arrow, transforming the ground into ice that spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the area for thousands of meters became an icy field. The flames extinguished and the icy force vanished. Those things are truly impossible to guard against. Find them. Kill without mercy. At that moment, a low growl echoed through the air. The gathering beasts' pupils shifted, their bodies trembling. The king has awakened. Return at once. Several beasts vanished in the blink of an eye. A few kilometers away, the safety pod opened, and 2 battered figures emerged. Steam still rose from their bodies as they crawled out. Who the hell did this? Don't let me find out. One of the masked figures roared, his voice as shrill as an angry rooster. The other brushed off his clothes, a flute still clutched in his hand. A name suddenly flashed through his mind, Suemo. But this was the red zone. Suemo couldn't possibly have come here. Could it be that those demonic beasts deliberately caused this? All these years, I've never been this humiliated. This grudge must be avenged, or I'm no man. Bao Yang, quiet. Don't make a fuss. This is the most dangerous place. If we attract the demon beasts, we'll die here. Blood flute, shut your mouth, you useless piece of trash. The poisonous insects you raised? They're nearly all dead after one trip out. And you still have the nerve to come back? If I were you, I'd just reincarnate already. I'm giving you face. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Don't forget our mission. If we fail, we'll both be in deep. I could handle this alone. What the hell were they thinking sending a useless piece of trash like you? Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking, always sending idiots. First that hopeless fool Su Yao, now you, this coward. After that, the two stood facing each other. Before long, they were locked in combat. When they finally snapped back to reality, they saw demon beasts gathering around them. Without another word, they took off running. Once they'd calmed down, Bao Yang pulled something out, but found no trace of anyone. This can't be right. That explosive was something I just developed. Now they're using it against me? Damn it, who did this? How dare they? Hearing Bao Yang's words, Shwedi lifted his head. If anyone has the audacity to do this, there's only one person it could be. Bao Yang froze, his mind racing as he stared at Shwedi's grave expression. The man in the photograph came to mind. You mean that cunning and treacherous Su Mo? Blood Flute nodded. He's the most likely suspect. That bastard never plays by the rules. But how did he find our hiding spot? It's too coincidental. After speaking, both men grew wary. Could one of them be the traitor? Then a thought struck them: if there were a traitor, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. Probably just a fluke. Bao Yang suppressed his inner rage. That Su Mo was about to start school, right? Well then, let's send him a few gifts. After speaking, Bao Yang's eyes gleamed with madness, cruelty, and a thirst for blood. Chapter 100, Su Mo and Baiyu after getting drunk. Su Mo ran all the way until he was out of the red zone before his mind finally relaxed. Next, he'd take stock of his haul. Name, Su Mo. Age, 18. Power level, 4th tier Divine Soul 0 140,000. Mind technique, 5th tier of Shaping the Tao 0 500,000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shen grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shen grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Secret Art D grade, high tier, Perfected. Tao Intent, 4th tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 14M, 01 million. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 15, 15,000 Time Affinity, 1, 1000. Kill points, 620,000. This time, he gained over 600,000 kill points, bringing immense surprise to Su Mo. Needless to say, he immediately focused on enhancing his strength. Su Mo continuously allocated points, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly gathered within his body. Soon, a small storm began to form. His divine soul advanced through the 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers. Only after breaking through the 7th tier did he pause. His killing points were completely depleted. After completing his breakthrough, Su Mo sought out a demon beast to familiarize himself with the power within his body. Slayed 1 level 5, tier 4 demon beast. Gained 5.4 slaying points. Slayed 1 level 5, tier 6 demon beast. Gained 5.6 slay points. Once he had fully grasped the power, Su Mo turned and sprinted toward the city. He'd been out for several days now, and it was almost time for school to start. Bai Xiu was about to close the city gates when he spotted a figure sprinting toward them from afar, moving with the swiftness of a swift. Only after the figure came to a halt did Bai Xiu recognize it as Su Mo returning. Su Mo, I must say you have remarkable punctuality, Bai Xiu remarked out of the blue, leaving Su Mo utterly baffled. What do you mean? Su Mo looked at Bai Xiu in confusion. The city gates are about to close, and you're back. Tomorrow you're heading to the North Yard. You return tonight. So, you have excellent time management. Bai Xiu said cheerfully. Su Mo shot Bai Xiu a glance. If you don't know how to flatter, don't try. Mind your own gait. Bai Xiu watched the receding figure in the distance. He turned and walked away without a second glance, as if he had no lingering attachment whatsoever. Wait, he even cursed him out. His mouth opened, instantly flushing crimson. Damn it. You're something else. Keep acting cocky. When the Eternal Life Organization comes after you with a vengeance, don't come crying to me for help. After arriving at the Martial Artists Guild, Sumo saw Baiyu still busy at work. He walked up and plopped down right in front of her. Hey, so busy? Got time to entertain me? Baiyu looked up and saw Sumo. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes before she rolled her eyes. Don't worry. If you die out there, I won't miss you. Seeing Sumo return, Baiyu no longer worried and began organizing her documents. How about I add another case to your record? Sumo cut to the chase, pulling out a storage ring and handing Baiyu the martial artist badge. Baiyu took the ring, found a room, and began sorting through its contents. She knew that every time Sumo returned, he brought back large quantities of demon beast materials. Half an hour later, Baiyu emerged. She tossed the warrior badge back to Sumo and bent over to continue sorting the items in her hands. Sumo stared at the balance inside 150 billion. His heart skipped a beat. How did she accumulate so much? Sis Baiwa, I know I'm handsome and you like me, but this is a bit too blatant, don't you think? Sumo teased, staring at her. Don't overthink it. During the last Demon Beast siege, we collected so many Demon Beast materials. Some were used to exchange for supplies and repair the city walls. The remaining funds were distributed as rewards to everyone who contributed, and you received the largest share, a full 70 billion. Oh, and that mystic iron gate in your ring, I haven't touched it. I never imagined you'd have such a treasure. Go to the north yard and find master. Have him forge a blade for you. Baiyu looked up to find Suemo gazing at her tenderly, which immediately put her on guard. What are you up to? Sis Baiyu, you've been so kind to me, it's truly touching. How about I repay you with myself? I can endure a little hardship. Suemo flopped onto the sofa, his words casual. Baiyu ignored Suemo and continued packing. Suemo fell silent. Tomorrow they would leave Z9 City. After Baiyu finished her tasks, Suemo stood up. Let's go out for a walk. Upon hearing Suemo speak, Baiyu didn't refuse. The two stepped out of the martial artists guild and walked down the street. The orange glow of the streetlights bathed them in a soft light, making them look like a divine couple. By the time Baiyu snapped back to reality, she realized Suemo had already led her to the cemetery. What kind of grown man brings someone to a graveyard in the middle of the night? Suemo had already stopped walking. Suemo knelt down and bowed his head 3 times. Father, mother, your son has come to see you. That ingrate is dead. Baiyu said nothing, silently kneeling beside Suemo as she gazed at the 2 figures in the photograph. After a while, Suemo stood up and pulled Baiyu to her feet. Turning, they approached another spot, the burial place of Zhao Yong. He retrieved a bottle of liquor and a cup from his spatial storage, poured it full, and placed it before the tombstone. Uncle Zhao, Auntie, and Xiaomo have been taken care of. You needn't worry. After finishing, Suemo led Baiyu to the snack street. Suemo, Chairman Bai is here. Many people spotted Suemo and quickly gathered around. The warmth of everyday life was most comforting, and a smile spread across Sumo's face. Uncles and aunts, I just came for a bite to eat, no need for all this. No sooner had Suemo spoken than someone pulled him over to a seat. Come on, sit down, sit down. No sooner had Suemo sat down than the table was piled high with food. Dig in before it gets cold. We won't bother you, just call out if you need more. The uncles and aunts left with expressions of pure curiosity on their faces. Go ahead and eat. It's all from the kind hearts of these folks. Suemo stopped being polite. In the sweltering heat, a few skewers of grilled meat and a cold beer felt absolutely delightful. By the time the two returned home, it was already midnight. Suemo indulged himself for once. The last remnants of his consciousness vanished the moment his hand touched the bed, swallowed by darkness. Baiyu collapsed beside Suemo, her cheeks flushed, lips parted, and the scent of alcohol lingering. As she gazed at the figure beside her, her consciousness gradually faded away. The next morning, Baiyu woke first. Groggily opening her eyes, she stared at Suemo lying beside her and nearly gasped. Her leg was still draped across his back. She glanced around. This was Sumo's room. Oh no. What had happened yesterday? Seeing that both their clothes were intact, Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed out of the room. Suemo remained lying on the bed, his eyes still closed, though a faint smile slowly spread across his lips. Chapter 101, My waist hurts so bad. Sister Baiyu is so skilled. After washing up, Baiyu sat on the sofa, acting as if nothing had happened. A while later, Suemo emerged, rubbing his eyes sleepily. My back hurts so much. Feels like something was pressing on me all night. Uncomfortable, Suemo stretched lazily, muttering to herself. Baiyu, her complexion rosy, took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on Suemo. You were dead drunk last night. Probably twisted your bones with some wild sleeping position, Baiyu teased. That could totally be it. You've got some serious stamina, Baiyu. You're as fresh as a daisy. Watching Suemo turn and head into the bathroom to wash up, Baiyu finally exhaled in relief. This couldn't be let Suemo know, or her image would be completely ruined. After Suemo finished getting ready and locked the door, Baiyu watched him standing silently at the entrance without rushing him. Let's go. Come back another time if you have the chance. When the two arrived at the Martial Artists Guild, Baishio was already waiting. His gaze settled on them, sizing them up. You two weren't doing anything behind my back, were you? Why are you so late? Baishio leaned closer, sniffing the air. And that faint scent of alcohol, did you two drink last night? You didn't get drunk and sleep in the same room, did you? Suemo and Baiyu both flushed. Little sister, you didn't sleep on top of him, did you? Thud. Ouch. Baishio clutched his eye, crouching on the floor, sucking in a sharp breath. Try slandering me again. After Baiyu finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Baishio's eye was black and purple. He stood up and glared at Suemo. I'll tell you. Thud. Ouch. My goodness gracious. Is there any law left? Is there anyone to stop this? After punching Baishio, Suemo followed Baiyu's retreating figure. Baishio remained crouched on the ground, wailing incessantly. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Just as Baiyu was about to board the helicopter, Suemo suddenly grabbed her arm. Don't get on. After a moment of thought, Baiyu finally understood. Suemo then gave a few instructions to the pilot, who looked grave before finally nodding firmly. The helicopter's roar faded away. Half an hour later, Sumo's phone rang. Someone did intercept us. Thankfully I bailed out early, otherwise I'd be dead. Suemo took a deep breath. He knew those people would be watching him, but he hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. Even after reaching the north compound, there would be no peace. Only after switching helicopters did the three finally depart Z9 City. On the aircraft, Baiyu observed Sumo's composed expression. She never imagined this young upstart could grow to such a level. Several hours later, the luxurious complex came into view from high above. Particularly the towering gate, hundreds of meters high, bearing the two characters North Yard in bold letters. By the time the aircraft touched down, the entrance was already packed with a dense crowd. Their eyes were fixed intently on the helicopter, and many girls even licked their lips. Finally, we get to see Suemo in the flesh. Who would have thought the dean would secretly take on a final disciple and such a prodigy at that? Truly the dean's caliber. Suemo was only 18 and already at the divine soul realm. A talent like this must be secured. Exactly. Young men like him are the easiest to manipulate. Maybe I can find an opportunity to make things irreversible, then he'll be mine. But Baiyu's always by her side, that's a problem. You know Baiyu is legendary in our North Campus. If she tries to snatch Suemo, our chances will be slim. What's there to fear? Have you forgotten Baiyu's sworn rival? Do you really think she'd stand by and watch Suemo get snatched away? Besides, Baiyu has plenty of suitors, all opportunities for us. Many had already begun imagining their lives after winning Suemo. The helicopter landed, and Baiyu and Suemo stepped out. Baishio followed behind, his panda eyes standing out starkly. Fortunately, everyone's gaze was fixed entirely on Suemo. Baiyu's gaze, however, was fixed on another woman. Her naturally flowing black hair cascaded down, framing a small, palm-sized face devoid of any emotional expression. The moment Baiyu appeared, her gaze fixed on her, not even glancing back at Suemo. "Brother Suemo, you're finally here." A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, running towards Suemo. Hearing the voice, everyone's gaze converged. They hadn't seen this person before, yet she seemed to know Suemo. Sumo's expression tightened as he pulled Baiyu behind him. Transforming into a ghostly figure, he kicked the intruder skyward. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the air. The crowd, which had been buzzing with chatter, suddenly fell silent. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Golden energy materialized, forming a barrier that shielded Suemo and Baiyu from above. Only Baishio reacted a split second too late, and the blood rain fell upon him. Baiyu froze for a moment, his expression darkening. The onlookers were equally horrified. What's going on? Those traitors are up to something. Looks like they still haven't given up on killing Suemo. Thankfully he reacted in time, or else the dean is going to be furious this time. What I'm wondering is, has our North Campus been infiltrated too? This suspicion caused many faces to pale. Several figures approached from the distance. Seeing that Suemo had emerged unscathed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Teacher Zhang, we meet again. Disperse. What are you all gathered here for?" Teacher Zhang called out to the students before leading Suemo and Baiyu toward the dean's office. "Suemo, this is the current state of North Campus. Those traitors have grown so brazen. Not bad. It's still within acceptable limits. I thought they'd blow up the entire North Campus." Hearing this, Teacher Zhang burst into laughter. This kid even knows how to offer comfort. "We can quietly defuse the hidden crises. Many minor issues slip through our fingers, so your responsibilities are heavy." Zhang Jingxin patted Sumo's shoulder, his words full of earnestness. Suemo remained silent. Powerful demonic beasts, hidden traitors, and shifting loyalties. Even the North Yard was struggling to cope. The major crisis had already drained these powerful figures, yet minor crises kept surfacing. Upon entering the dean's office, Suemo looked around. 5 figures filled the room, their auras as deep as abysses, their presence as imposing as mountains. Long Lindian sat at the head of the table, his gaze resting on Suemo and Baiyu, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Sit down. You must be exhausted from your journey." Suemo and Baiyu found seats and sat quietly, their eyes fixed on Long Lindian. "How do you feel?" All 5 eyes turned to Suemo at once, the weight of their gaze pressing down on him like a mountain. He took a deep breath to steady himself. "Pretty lively." Hearing Sumo's response, the 5 exchanged glances, expecting him to launch into a detailed account. "Tomorrow, representatives from the 5 major academies will arrive. The new student assessments begin the day after tomorrow. Once those conclude, the graduate assessments will commence. You'll be participating in both. This time, everything will be streamed live. Any thoughts?" The dean and the 4 vice deans all turned their gaze towards Suemo. Chapter 102, the blown-up house that made his rival cry in rage. Suemo pondered for a moment. When he first heard the news, he had already guessed his master's intentions. With so many students in the North Campus, not everyone would want to be the first to step forward. There were bound to be hidden talents among them. "I think it's best to have all students participate. Upon hearing this, Long Lindian tapped his fingers on the table, clearly pondering Sumo's idea and its feasibility. Could it be that Sumo intended to use this method to uncover the traitor hiding among the students? I think it's a good idea. We don't know how deeply infiltrated the North Campus is right now. Using this opportunity would also give us a fresh perspective on the students. Long Lindian nodded. As for the assessment method, do you have any suggestions? Sumo froze. Why ask him? Shouldn't you have already decided? He recalled the plane incident on their way here and the unexpected event at the entrance earlier. I suspect someone will design the assessment for us. It could be very dangerous. Very dangerous. Long Lindian and the four vice deans' expressions shifted as they suddenly grasped something. Rest well. Be prepared for the day after tomorrow. As for the crisis targeting you at the North Campus, you'll have to handle that yourself. Besides, this is what you wanted. Long Lindian stared at Sumo with a smile. After Sumo and Baiyu left the conference room, Long Lindian turned to the four deputy deans. What do you say? The four deputy deans knew the moment had come for them to decide. Agreed. Lei Bao voiced his support first. Agreed. Vice Dean Yo Ben concurred. Agreed. Vice Dean Yi Jianyu nodded. Agreed. Vice Dean Sun Wei likewise nodded. Then our plan commences. Let it be known that anyone who leaks this will face the consequences, Vice Dean Long Lin Tu declared gravely. The four nodded in unison. Baiyu and Sumo, who had already left, were now walking down the street. What do you think they're up to? Baiyu stared at Sumo and asked. No idea, Sumo replied without hesitation. Is it that you don't know, or that you don't want to say? Or perhaps, you've already figured out a way? Baiyu knew Sumo was full of tricks. Acting like a scared little bird now was absolutely impossible. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We're out in the open, while our enemies lurk in the shadows. The Eternal Life Organization, the traitors, and the demonic beasts, they're all foes. We're surrounded on all sides. We can only take things one step at a time. After speaking, Sumo suddenly slapped his forehead. I haven't even asked where I'm staying yet. Follow me. I have a stand-alone house. Baiyu said, leading the way. Sis Baiyu, you're really eager to live with me? Aren't you worried people might misunderstand? Baiyu, walking ahead, heard Sumo's words and turned back to roll her eyes. Just then, a figure appeared ahead, blocking Baiyu's path. You can't go back. I need to speak with you, the interloper said in a cold, clear voice. Baiyu's brows knitted together as she stared at the woman blocking her path. Move aside. I don't have time to play games with you right now. Baiyu said, attempting to push Jiang Xin aside. You've fallen. Your guard is slipping. Jiang Xin observed Baiyu, then shot a cold, murderous glance at Sumo. Sumo was speechless. Could this woman be Bei Bei? With that thought, Sumo stepped forward, took Baiyu's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Yeah, who is she? Baiyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Couldn't this brat have given her a heads up beforehand? At least she could have braced herself. Let go of me, or else. Before Jiang Xin could finish, Sumo's black iron blade was already pressed against her throat. Or what? Keep talking. I've been threatened by plenty of people. Who do you think you are? Jiang Xin's expression froze, her face darkening as she glared at Sumo. How dare he? How dare he? Jiang Xin flicked her finger, sending the black iron blade flying from her neck. She stumbled back a step. Don't think being the dean's apprentice gives you free rein. Believe me, I could kill you. Sumo sheathed the blade and waved his hand in front of his nose. TSK. What a sour taste. Could it be that someone here wasn't chosen by the dean, so they're jealous? Now they're desperately trying to prove themselves, hoping the dean will see that not choosing them was a mistake. Good grief. What era is this where people still act like that? Truly a sight to behold, utterly shameless. They say people like that are narrow-minded, selfish, and self-centered. In the end, they only harm themselves and others. They're clueless about their own stupidity. Their cultivation slows down, and gradually, inner demons emerge. In the end, they accomplish nothing. Baiyu nearly burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle the giggles. You. Jiang Xin's slender finger shot out, pointing at Sumo, her eyes blazing with undisguised murderous intent. If you're so great, beat me in the assessment. What good is all this trash talk now? Look at you standing there, you can't even tell front from back. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. How could you still be strutting around like this? Now look at my yaya TSK. She can barely see her own toes when she bends down. Besides, I'm only 18. How old are you? Surely you're not weaker than me? Lady, you'd better go home and practice your skills. Finally, Jiang Xin lowered her fingers and turned to leave. As she walked away, 2 glistening droplets fell to the ground. Sumo blinked his mouth, as if he'd been scolded into tears. Baiyu slipped out of Sumo's embrace. You really have a sharp tongue, Baiyu remarked with admiration. She meant no harm. She probably just wanted to warn us, Sumo said, narrowing his eyes. So you insulted her on purpose? Bayu's eyes widened in surprise. People like her have sky-high ambitions but can't face reality. The fact she dares compete with you shows she's no slouch, Sumo explained. TSK. You wouldn't happen to be smitten with someone, would you? Bayu's expression turned displeased. Sumo shook his head without responding. 10 minutes later. Boom. Flames erupted everywhere, and Bayu's expression grew even colder. They're asking for it. Sooner or later, I'll root them out completely. Sumo thought to himself, just as he'd expected. That Zhang Xian was probably trying to warn them. Looks like she's noticed those people. Let's go find your arch rival. We can't stay here. Go annoy her. Bayu's expression shifted. Looks like the old man fully intends to hand these matters over to us and wash his hands of them. Bayu shook her head. If I were the master, I wouldn't interfere either. The North District is teetering on the brink now. We must stand strong. Those who live in a honeypot will never grow up. Hearing Sumo's words, Bayu halted in her tracks, her eyes widening in shock. She turned to stare at Sumo, disbelief etched in her eyes. So? Master's next plan. The thought made Bayu's throat convulse. Who could possibly believe it? It hasn't even started yet. Why the rush? Sumo, however, seemed completely unfazed. 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Xian opened the door. Seeing Bayu and Sumo standing there, her expression shifted. She tried to close the door, but Sumo and Bayu had already stepped inside. Get out. Zhang Xian's expression turned cold. It's one thing to insult me, but coming here to disgust me? This place has a nice atmosphere. I'm doing you a favor by staying here. Zhang Xian started to protest. 5 minutes later, Bayu watched Zhang Xian break down in tears, feeling utterly exasperated, while Sumo strutted like a triumphant rooster. As time passed, Sumo suddenly stood up, his eyes narrowing. Bayu and Zhang Xian both sensed something was off. Then both Bayu and Zhang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Sumo. How could this be? Chapter 103, Domain Manifestation, stuns Bayu. Zhang Xian was utterly horrified. A domain? How could that be possible? He was only 18 years old. Back when the North Campus posted the notice, she had noticed Sumo's situation too. For tiered blade intent, breaking through the divine soul realm, neither of these were achievable at his age. Now he'd dropped another bombshell: a domain. Breaking through the creation realm allows one to comprehend a domain, yet some still fail to grasp it. Sumo achieved this while still in the divine soul realm. Bayu's heart was churning with shock. When those who had slandered Sumo last time came knocking, she knew he already possessed the rudiments of a domain. How much time had passed since then? Yet now, he had fully developed it. Sumo narrowed his eyes. This Northyard truly harbors hidden talents. After speaking, Sumo vanished from the room like a ghost. Moments later, muffled groans echoed from outside. Thud, thud, thud. 3 figures were dragged back by Sumo, their possessions already confiscated. Zhang Xian and Bayu looked at the 3 men, shaking their heads to indicate they didn't recognize them. They're probably not from the Northyard. Looks like the old master has let all sorts of demons and monsters in here. Sumo shook his head. The old man really had a big heart. Come out. Sumo suddenly turned his gaze outward, and a dark shadow abruptly materialized. Bayu and Zhang Xian's gazes sharpened, warily watching the eerie shadow. Sumo observed the shadow demon but did not advance to slay it. Swish! A piece of paper was flung directly at Sumo by the shadow demon before vanishing. Sumo unfolded the paper and read its contents. Sumo, you remember what happened outside the city, right? Today was just an appetizer. Prepare for my revenge. Reading the words, Sumo snorted derisively. Bayu and Zhang Xian approached, both staring intently at Sumo. What have you done now? Nothing much. Just blew up a demon-human research base. Killed over 10,000 demon humans and quite a few demon beasts. Sumo said nonchalantly. Zhang Xian and Bayu froze. If this was nothing, then the letter's owner must be furious. Such intense resentment suggested serious anger. Sumo's domain had long been extended, and he casually glanced at the few insects lingering outside. That flute-wielding guy was indeed in the Northyard. He knew keeping that fellow around would prove useful. Pfft, big deal, Zhang Xian sneered, her lips curling in disdain. Sumo ignored the stubborn girl. If not for his kind warning, who would have come to help? Bayu's eyes flickered as she recalled Sumo's earlier words. Zhang Xian, you've been targeted, Bayu warned. I know, Zhang Xian replied, her expression turning grave. Sumo walked over to the sofa, flipped it over, and exposed the explosives hidden inside. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted. Sumo soared through the air, blade in hand, clutching both Bayu and Zhang Xian as he swiftly departed. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted skyward, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Sumo narrowed his eyes. He'd noticed the surrounding insects suddenly diving into the flames. Looks like that bastard's getting more careful with his work. One controlled insects, the other played with explosives. These two working together were truly formidable, at least not as foolish as Su Yao. After setting the two down, Suemo pulled Baiyu away. Only Jiang Xin remained behind. You warned us once. I saved your life, Suemo said without turning back. Jiang Xin stood frozen, her mouth agape, watching Sumo's retreating figure. Her expression twisted with conflict, her thoughts a mystery to all. You're so bossy, aren't you afraid someone will fall for you? Baiyu asked Suemo. I'm not that charismatic yet. Besides, who would like a tsundere? If anyone, it'd be someone like Sister Baiyu who dotes on people. That way, I'd save on formula money in the future. Baiyu covered her mouth and giggled at Sumo's teasing, then snapped back to reality and grabbed Suemo, ready to give him a good scolding. Freeze! Watch out! Suemo suddenly grew serious. Startled, Baiyu froze, her gaze sharpening as she scanned the surroundings. By the time she realized it, Suemo had already sprinted away. Stupid Suemo, you tricked me again! Baiyu exclaimed before chasing after him. What neither Baiyu nor Suemo knew at that moment was that several figures were watching them from the shadows. Long Lindian watched their retreating figures, a smirk curling his lips. I never imagined that Sumo's arrival would draw out so many shady characters. We hadn't noticed them before, Vice Dean Lei muttered gloomily. Once the 5 major academies arrive tomorrow, even more shady characters will appear. They'll use every trick in the book to show up. Did you notice the explosion earlier? Long Lindian asked, gazing at the lingering embers. You mean those insects? Vice Dean Lei had noticed the poisonous bugs earlier. His words trailed off as his mind froze, and he slapped his forehead. It suddenly occurs to me when Suemo set the trap for Su Yao, there was flute music and then swarms of poisonous insects appeared. Vice Dean Lei's eyes narrowed sharply at the memory. Looks like some teachers have been infiltrated too. They're hiding pretty deep. Long Lindian remains silent. As for who it is, uncovering that will be quite difficult. Besides, they won't expose themselves. This is just a minor skirmish for now. Let's go. It's been ages since the North Campus was this lively. Long Lintian's figure vanished into the darkness. The other 4 deputy deans vanished as well. Such minor matters weren't worthy of their intervention. It was the perfect opportunity to test Suemo. Half an hour later, Baishio stood outside the door, clutching his eyes. Is there any justice in this world? Any law? How can people like you exist? I'm seriously fed up. Are you guys out of your minds? Waking me up in the middle of the night to guard your gate? Who do you think you are? The king of heaven himself? Baiyu, I'm your older brother, for crying out loud. Could you show me some respect? I was just watching the gate for a bit during my internship. You actually think I'm the gatekeeper now? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you've got the guts, Baishio shouted defiantly. Fine. I'll let you take the first 3 moves. Baiyu's voice drifted over. Baishio sat on the doorstep, gazing up at the moon. His sorrow was his alone to bear. Early the next morning, Baishio opened his eyes to find a dense crowd ahead. He jumped up, rubbing his eyes. He smoothed his hair and flashed a bright, manly smile. So many girls coming to see him first thing in the morning put him in a great mood. Ha! Aren't those 2 up front the girls Suemo took out earlier? Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao both frowned as they glanced at the people following behind. Baishio stepped forward. Move aside. We're here to see Suemo. Baishio opened his mouth, but knew better than to provoke them. Suemo and Baiyu had just stepped outside when they saw the commotion and were startled. Brother Suemo, I brought you breakfast. Little brother Suemo, look. Today sister specially wore black stockings for you. Suemo, what outfit do you like? Maid, black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, teacher. Just name it, and I'll do it. Warm water, ice water, whatever you want. Chapter 104, That centuries-old blade in the north yard. Suemo froze in place, while Baiyu was utterly dumbfounded. Was this how girls chased boys nowadays? So bold? So open? Suemo was startled too. He'd never felt this tense even facing demonic beasts. Suemo scrutinized the crowd. Many were undoubtedly members of the immortal organization, their purpose obvious. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao stood frozen, unable to interject. Shut up, all of you. To be fair, let's have a fight. Whoever wins gets to choose Suemo. The loser steps aside. Right, that's a fair solution. Pfft, shameless. You're older than us and enrolled earlier. Exactly. We're the same age as brother Suemo. You older women shouldn't even think about trying to snag a younger guy. Suemo and Baishio quietly backed away, sensing a palpable aura of hostility. Get lost. A roar like a lion's bellow echoed through the once chaotic entrance, instantly silencing the crowd. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Think you're all that now that I've been away from the academy for a few days? As your senior, dragging you to the training grounds for a lesson isn't unreasonable, is it? Baiyu narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on the crowd blocking the entrance. Except for Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi, the rest scattered in a rush. You jerk! Why didn't you come find us to sleep with us yesterday? Lu Yaoyao asked, hands on her hips. Don't slander me. When did I become that close with you guys? Suemo felt a headache coming on. What I meant was, why didn't you come stay with us? Lu Yaoyao realized her own words sounded off too. Hey, lady, next time be clear with your words. Otherwise, it's easy to cause misunderstandings. Wait. Look over there. What is that? Suemo suddenly pointed in one direction, his voice filled with alarm. Everyone hurriedly looked up, but the sky was clear and empty. By the time they snapped back to reality, Suemo had vanished. After emerging, Suemo wiped the sweat from his forehead. These people were such a hassle. Looks like he'd have to figure out a way to make them stop bothering him. Maybe he should just beat them senseless. Stop right there. Suemo abruptly halted, gazing at the figures approaching ahead. 3 figures ahead fixed their hostile stares on Suemo. Suemo was speechless. He hadn't expected this kind of scene. Suemo, stay away from Baiyu. She. Smack. 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 3 slaps echoed, sending 3 figures flying backward. Suemo shook his hands and walked away. Any trash could come provoking him now. What good is trash talking? If you've got the guts, let's settle this with real blows. Suemo found Long Lintian. What brings you here? Long Lintian eyed Sumo's approach with surprise. Shouldn't he be surrounded by those women right now? I need your help, master. After speaking, Suemo took something out of his storage ring. Seeing the massive gate forged from mystical iron, a flicker of surprise crossed Long Lintian's eyes. Master, could you find someone to forge a blade for me? My black iron sword just isn't cutting it anymore. Suemo spoke, then pulled out his newly purchased black iron blade, its edge already chipped. Just as Long Lintian was about to agree, he paused, considering something, and studied Suemo. There's a blade behind the academy. You can go take a look. If you can get your hands on it, it'll be more than enough for you. That blade, even I cannot produce it. Sumo's expression turned stunned. What kind of blade could even his master not draw? Watching Sumo's retreating figure, Long Lintian hurriedly pulled out his phone. You 4, come here quickly. I'll have that kid try to see if he can get his hands on that blade. Moments after sending the message, the main door slammed open with a bang, revealing 4 figures. Let's go. We'll sneak a peek. That kid really does have the best chance. Vice Dean Lei spoke up directly. The other 3 Vice Deans remained silent, their expressions tinged with skepticism. That blade had become a symbol of the northern campus. If Suemo could retrieve it, the significance would run deep. Suemo made his way to the rear courtyard's martial arts arena. At its center stood an altar, where a knife was stuck upright. Half its body was exposed, rust-stained and weathered, appearing at first glance like a discarded, worthless blade. Many Northyard students recognized Suemo seeing him approach and stare at the blade. Suemo coming over, could it be for that sword? This blade has been here since the Northyard's founding. It's endured centuries without anyone ever retrieving it. How could he possibly take it out? Suemo is a genius, no doubt, and he has grasped the fourfold sword intent that's true too. But this blade isn't something just anyone can draw. Suemo approached the blade, examining it closely. It appeared utterly ordinary, showing no signs of anything unusual. Suemo remained utterly focused on the blade, oblivious to the growing crowd gathering at the martial arts arena. Even students from the 5 newly designated key academies, upon hearing the news, hurried over. Upon hearing the news, Baiyu also hurried over. Zhang Xian spotted Baiyu approaching. How utterly presumptuous, Zhang Xian sneered. If you don't want to live, I won't mind killing you. Baiyu narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Zhang Xian felt a chill of dread. Why are you so protective of him? What's so great about him? Zhang Xian demanded. Baiyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the figure. Several figures had now gathered around Long Lintian, who remained hidden in the shadows. The deans of the 5 major prestigious academies, the Grandmaster of the Martial Artists Guild, and the Chief of the Security Management Bureau. Old Dragon, do you think your disciple can get that blade? Guildmaster Zhou Tianxian narrowed his eyes, sizing up Suemo from head to toe. I don't know. Long Lintian wasn't certain either. He nearly believed Suemo was the most likely candidate. The emblem on the academy badge worn by North Campus students depicted this very blade. It was also the emblem of the North Campus. The deans of the other 5 major academies also fixed their gaze on Suemo. They had long observed Suemo at 18, he had broken through to the Divine Soul Realm and grasped the 4th level of blade intent. If someone like him didn't get a chance, then no one else stood a chance. To date, they had never seen anyone more prodigiously gifted than Suemo. Do you think he can really pull it off? Whispers rippled through the student body. Impossible. The North Campus has always been a cradle of geniuses. Over the years, countless prodigies have emerged. He simply can't pull it off. He's just a show-off who's used to being the center of attention. He probably thinks he can do anything. Some simply couldn't stand Suemo ever since he arrived. He'd become the most discussed topic among the female students in the academy. With so many watching him, if he fails to produce it, he'll be utterly humiliated. His embarrassment would put yours to shame. How old are you lot, still stuck at the Transcendence realm? He's already reached the Divine Soul realm. And at 18, he grasped the 4th tier of Blade Intent. With one strategy, he wiped out millions of demonic beasts. You couldn't pull off either of those. What are you even bragging about? If you're outclassed, just admit it. Work harder on your own. Making wild accusations here only shows you've got a big mouth. You're nothing but a clown. Ha! He's going to grab that sword. Chapter 105, Drawing the Blade, 5th tier Blade Intent shocks all. Suemo reached for the blade's hilt, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Something's wrong. Why can he grab the hilt so easily? When we tried before, there was a resisting force preventing us from touching it. Something's off, really off. No way this blade isn't actually going to fall into Sumo's hands, is it? Damn it, am I really about to witness history today? Shoo, quiet. He's straining now. Look, he's pulling with all his might. Damn it, watch less porn. Your mind is full of filth. Far away, Bayu's gaze sharpened. She'd managed to grab the handle before, but getting a firm hold had been incredibly difficult. Bai Xiu's lips curled in a smirk. Before, he hadn't even been able to touch the handle. Zhang Xian swallowed her mocking words. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao exchanged a glance. He really has potential. He truly lives up to the man I've set my sights on, Yi Xiaoxi said, her expression serious. What do you mean, the man I've set my sights on? He's the man I've set my sights on. He's mine, Lu Yaoyao retorted, refusing to be outdone. Hidden in the shadows, Long Lintu and his group also stiffened. Back then, the headmaster and the 4 deans could all touch the blade's hilt, but later only Baiyu could do so. Yet none of them could draw the blade. Now Suemo had touched the hilt with ease. Could he pull it out? Suemo gripped the blade and applied gentle pressure. Snap. 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 The sound echoed, and the training ground instantly fell silent. Whoa, that sword's moving. It's really moving. Get the camera rolling. Holy crap, we're witnessing history. No way. Could this sword actually belong to Suemo? That's insane. I've never heard of anyone pulling a sword out of its scabbard before. The North Yard has birthed another legend. That centuries-old blade was actually drawn by Suemo. Watching from afar, Bayu's frown eased. She knew he could do it. Zhang Xian's mouth opened, but the words she was about to say were swallowed back. Bai Xiu was dumbfounded. It really had been pulled out. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao were also stirred with excitement. After all, Suemo was the man they had set their sights on. Hidden in the shadows, Long Lingtian's body trembled. Even the 4 deputy deans sucked in a sharp breath. If Suemo could pull it out, it would signify many things. The deans of the 5 great academies stared intently at Suemo. They knew well of the legendary blade in the Northern Academy for centuries. No one had ever managed to draw it. They never imagined they would witness history being made today. The Martial Arts Guild president and the Security Management Division president stared at Suemo without blinking. Suemo ignored the gazes around him, his sole desire being to obtain a fine weapon. After effortlessly drawing the blade, he frowned at the rust covering its surface. He had swindled Long Lintian out of 500 billion. Surely the old man wouldn't have deceived him? It crumbled to dust at his touch. Was this blade even usable? A tetanus blade? Suemo ran his fingers along the blade, sensing no unusual vibrations. It felt just like any rusty knife. The onlookers, unaware of Sumo's thoughts, cheered. He really pulled it out. He really pulled it out. Who would have thought we'd witness history? He pulled it out so effortlessly just now. He didn't even exert himself to pull it out. Terrifyingly skilled, truly the worthy final disciple of the Northern Academy's dean. Far away, Baiyu relaxed, a faint smile curving her lips. She felt genuinely happy for Suemo. Zhang Xian's mouth finally shut tight, her gaze fixed on Suemo, lost in thought. Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao stood tall, chests puffed out. This was the man they had set their sights on. Sooner or later, they would both seduce Suemo into bed. Long Lindian and the others finally exhaled as Suemo drew his blade. Moments ago, it had felt as though their hearts were being squeezed, an unbearable agony. Suemo examined it repeatedly, growing increasingly disgusted with each glance until his brows knitted together in disdain. This was nothing but a piece of junk. It wasn't even as good as his own chipped blade. What a piece of junk. Master really is a big fraud, and I still remember that 500 billion debt. After speaking, Suemo tossed the blade onto the ground with a look of utter disgust. He even clapped his hands in mock disdain. What a piece of junk. Huh, why do I see disgust on his face? Drop the Y and it's pure contempt. He genuinely despises this blade. Look how effortlessly he tossed it aside. What a heartless man. Pulls it out and then denies it. I told you to watch what you say. You're spouting nonsense. Everyone who witnessed this moment was utterly dumbfounded. Even Baiyu and the others gaped, at a loss for words. Suemo shook his head, snapping back to reality. Realizing so many eyes were fixed on him, embarrassment flushed his face. My apologies for taking up everyone's time. Suemo turned to leave. He didn't even glance at the knife lying on the ground. Wait, hold on a moment. Several Northyard students stepped forward, blocking Sumo's path. Even Long Lintian and his group emerged at this moment. Sumo looked at Long Lintian, his eyes filled with reproach. Master, why did you tell me such a worthless story? Long Lintian ignored Sumo. You try it. Baiyu stepped forward, gripped the hilt, but couldn't lift it. Baiyu shook her head at Long Lintian. Sumo felt uneasy. Were they playing a trick on him? He kicked the blade aside with one foot, sending iron shavings scattering. Sumo felt even more disgusted. Sis Baiyu, no need to put on a show for me. Long Lintian's expression grew grave. Several people stepped forward, only to find they couldn't lift the blade either. Vice Dean Lei stepped forward but couldn't lift it either. No, it won't budge. Just like before, I can feel the handle, but it won't come out. Sumo picked up the knife and thrust it back into its original position. Alright, that's it. Let's wrap this up. Master, don't forget to forge me a blade. Sumo didn't doubt this blade's potential, it might be formidable. The problem was, right now, it probably couldn't even kill a person. Sumo turned to leave. Buzz, 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 buzz. At that moment, the blade planted in its original spot suddenly began to tremble. Sumo snapped back to attention, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could actually sense a sense of grievance emanating from it. Could it be a genuine treasure? Sumo stepped forward and lifted it once more. A thought struck him, and he let a drop of blood fall onto it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rust flakes rapidly shed away, and soon, a brand new blade emerged. Entirely dark black in color, it measured about 1.2 meters in length. When rotated, a faint blade aura flickered. Suddenly, Sumo found himself thrust into a peculiar space. A phantom blade descended from the heavens, its single strike capable of shattering mountains and severing rivers. Sumo abruptly closed his eyes, and everything around him froze. A powerful blade intent erupted from his body. Upon witnessing this, Long Lintian's gaze sharpened as he urgently warned those nearby. Disperse immediately. The blade intent emanating from Sumo grew increasingly dense. Buzz, 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 the intent enveloped everything within several meters. Boom! The ground suddenly caved in as Sumo's eyes snapped open. A supreme blade intent emerged. To everyone present, Sumo was no longer a person, he was a blade. Those present snapped back to reality, staring dumbfounded at the 5-meter-wide expanse of ruins on the ground. This is 5th-tier blade intent. Chapter 106, Shockwaves across the North District, the trial begins. Watching the sword intent surging from Sumo's body, every person present wore expressions of utter dread. 5th-tier blade intent? That's terrifying. How did this guy cultivate to this level? Baiyu gaped, her eyes wide with disbelief. 5th-tier blade intent, soul realm cultivation, and a personal domain. Could someone truly achieve all this at 18? Long Lintian's eyes brimmed with immense delight. The 4 deputy deans' eyes brimmed with satisfaction. If not for the crowd, they might have laughed out loud. Excellent! 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 Standing at a distance, Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi's expressions grew grave. They surveyed the women around them, each one seeming like an adversary. He not only pulled it out, he broke through. Why? Why? Why isn't this person me? Stop being bitter. His achievement? We could only reach the same level if our ancestral graves were emitting green smoke. Brothers, wrong. It's not ancestral graves smoking green smoke, it's like they're on fire. Call my dad later. See if there's trouble with our family graves. Otherwise, why am I still stuck in this mortal realm? Sumo, come with me. Long Lin too took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and addressed Sumo. The gathered crowd dispersed upon seeing Sumo leave. Simultaneously, numerous posts appeared. A centuries-old weapon from the North Yard has been drawn, its blade intent reaching new heights. Video evidence follows. After these posts surfaced, many in the North District hurriedly clicked to view them. It's Sumo. He actually drew that centuries-old weapon and broke through to the 5th level of blade intent. Haha, excellent. Excellent. Truly the pride of Z9 City, he's extraordinary. Don't stir up trouble, upstairs. Sumo is from the North District, our pride and joy. Sigh, I'd love to have a kid with Sumo, just don't expect him to raise it. Plenty of people want to give Sumo a kid, it won't be your turn. Isn't this kind of exposure bad for Sumo? Those people were already watching him. You're right. Could it be those traitors deliberately doing this? It's terrifying when you think about it. Hard to say. It might genuinely be to promote Sumo. Let's not overreact. Inside the dean's office at that moment, Long Lintian and the 4 vice deans stared at Sumo with intense eyes. Master, why did you summon me? Want to give me money? Before Long Lintian could speak, Vice Dean Lei interjected. Sumo, are you short on funds? Hold on, I'll transfer 500 billion to you right now. If that's not enough, just let me know. The other 3 vice deans weren't far behind. Seeing the 200 billion yuan credited to his badge, Sumo's mouth fell open. He truly appreciated vice deans like these. Long Lintian's face darkened. Damn it, you four old bastards, this is just setting me up. Long Lintian transferred 100 billion to Sumo, his tone already tinged with irritation. Why did you deliberately expose yourself this time? Long Lintian didn't believe Sumo genuinely disliked him, this kid was too cunning for that. Sumo snapped out of his money-obsessed state, his expression settling into calmness. Does the master know how to fish? Sumo countered with a question. The five exchanged glances, each understanding Sumo's meaning. Do you realize how dangerous this could be? Sumo took a deep breath. I know. Even during this live assessment, I'll face all sorts of dangers. But if I encounter danger, I have a chance to defuse it. That's better than letting those people target the people around me. Hearing Sumo's words, Long Lintian narrowed his eyes. You got some sneaky plan up your sleeve again, don't you? Sumo took another deep breath, meeting Long Lintian's gaze. Master, dare you play a high-stakes game with me? This was a grand plan Sumo had been brewing since Su Yao's death. For days, he'd been weighing its feasibility. Long Lintian and the four deputy deans all wore solemn expressions. Earlier, Sumo had mentioned a plan millions of demon beasts storming the city. This time, Sumo bluntly demanded the dean take a big gamble with him. Given Sumo's bold declaration, they must carefully consider his safety. Share your thoughts. After sealing the chamber, Sumo's voice flowed steadily. Soon, Long Lintian's refusal echoed through the chamber. Even the four deputy deans voiced their refusal. Half an hour later, Sumo emerged. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Inside the meeting room, Long Lintian slammed his fist on the table. That damn kid, where does he get all these twisted ideas? So clever, yet he gets played by some dumb woman. Now he's suddenly smart? What's wrong with him? I finally took on a disciple, and all he does is cause trouble. The four vice deans remained silent. Thinking about Sumo's plan, they too felt it was a bit crazy. Old dragon, hold your horses. Calm down. We need to discuss this. The plan is still viable. If this plan succeeds, we can shelve our other scheme for now and avoid taking such a huge risk. At that moment, Vice Dean Yi Yujian suddenly realized something. That kid wouldn't have anticipated our thoughts and used this method to dissuade us, would he? He couldn't believe he'd even voiced the thought. All four men turned sharply toward Vice Dean Yi. Long Lintian took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes as his fingers began tapping on the table. I suspect that kid has already figured it out. From the moment he threw himself into the fray and captured Su Yao, we can't treat him like an 18-year-old. What's that kid's brain made of? Long Lin muttered in frustration. Sigh, you should see the environment that brat grew up in, fatherless and motherless at 13, plus those bloodsuckers constantly exploiting him. Vice Dean Lei also felt a pang of sympathy. In that case, proceed with his plan. Only our group should know, keep it under wraps for now. The group began discussing every detail of the operation, leaving no room for error. Sumo found Baiyu. Let's go. We have a place to stay now, just secured it for the master. Baiyu stared at Sumo strangely. Don't you have anything to say? Sumo's gaze held confusion. What do you want to say? Baiyu shook her head, saying no more. She followed behind Sumo, watching his retreating figure. That brat really thinks she's some kind of little cutie. As if she couldn't see through him. Baiyu knew that after what happened with Zhao Yong, he was scared. Afraid those close to him would face danger, he subconsciously avoided getting close to anyone. Back in the room, surveying the decor, Sumo flopped onto the sofa. Ah, bliss. Baiyu watched Sumo's expression, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, and found a spot to sit down. Sumo, what kind of woman do you like? Baiyu asked casually, almost absent-mindedly. A lot of girls added me today, so I thought I'd ask what kind of girls you like. So I can find you one later. Sumo sat up straight on the sofa upon hearing Baiyu's words and leaned closer to her. Sis Baiyu, are you asking for someone else, or for yourself? Seeing Sumo lean in, Baiyu froze for a moment before pushing him aside. Of course it's for someone else, Baiyu muttered, keeping her head down. I like someone tall, someone who can take care of me, and of course, someone strong. Otherwise, they'd just be a burden. Baiyu's pupils shifted as she realized Sumo had already stood up and left. As the sun set, the first glimmer of dawn appeared the next day. The Northern Campus, in collaboration with the 5 major academies, officially commenced its new student assessments and graduate evaluations. Chapter 107, North District speculates on Sumo's power, machine malfunction stuns the crowd. This time, the Northern Campus's collaboration with the 5 major prestigious academies created such a huge stir that the entire Northern District was in an uproar. This collaboration could be called a golden age for the North District. The moment the livestream went live, tens of millions flooded in instantly. Within the blink of an eye, the viewership had already surpassed 100 million. Finally. Where is Sumo? I'm here to see Ma Bao. Me too, I'm here for Sumo. This is so exciting. I'm curious about Ma Bao's attribute affinity. Did you see yesterday's post? It said Sumo drew the Northern Campus's blade and broke through to the 5th level of blade intent. Look. On the elevated platform, the Northern Campus Dean, the deans of the 5 major academies, the Martial Arts Guild's Grandmaster, and the Security Management Division's Grandmaster. This lineup is truly formidable, all these heavyweights appearing together. It's been years since the North Campus has seen such excitement. Hope those traitors don't cause trouble. Shut your mouth, you jinx. With so many big shots here, how dare those traitors cause trouble? You know how crazed those traitors are. At an event this grand, it'd be strange if they didn't show up to cause trouble. Probably the big shots have already anticipated this, which is why they didn't let us get a close look at Sumo's presence. You're all fixated on Sumo, but don't forget there are other martial artists here too. With his strength, Sumo will definitely take the graduate assessment, just wonder what rank he'll achieve. Sumo is the strongest. No one else stands a chance. The Northern Campus Dean stepped forward. First up is the freshman entrance assessment, a test of strength. After speaking, Long Lindian returned to his seat. Aren't there any rewards or anything? An assessment of this magnitude surely involves rewards and punishments. They'll probably announce them at the end. Who are we to question the North Campus's methods? But the dean's words were so concise, just like Sumo, not a single unnecessary syllable. Rows of machines had already been set up. Standing among the crowd, Sumo felt a sense of strangeness upon seeing this scene. During the last martial arts exam, he had been an examiner. This time, the North Campus entrance exam was a new experience for him. During the previous martial arts exam, only the most gifted students were admitted to the North Campus and the 5 major prestigious academies, a total of just over 1,000. The assessment process was swift. Feng Yu, martial artist 2nd tier. Miao Xiaoyu, martial artist 2nd tier. Tang Mo, martial artist 3rd tier. The assessment results appeared one after another. Lu Yao Yao. After the teacher called out a name, Lu Yao Yao stepped forward. Stepping onto the device, the readings began to display. Lu Yao Yao, 5th tier martial artist. As the result appeared, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. 3 tiers in 2.5 months? That's insane. Is this what a genius looks like? I recall during the martial arts exam, Lu Yao Yao and Yi Xiaoxi had similar scores, and there was also someone named Kong Ping. After stepping down from the device, Lu Yao Yao glanced towards Sumo's location. She noticed the straight-laced guy hadn't even glanced her way. Something's up. Could Lu Yao Yao be falling for Sumo? No need to wonder. Just look at who Sumo is. Who wouldn't like someone like him? If I were a woman, I'd want to marry Sumo too. Forget women, even I, as a man, would want to marry Sumo. You upstairs, stop daydreaming, you can't even have kids. Kong Ping. The teacher's voice continued to ring out. Kong Ping stepped up to the apparatus. Kong Ping, martial artist level 5. Seeing the displayed result, Kong Ping exhaled in relief, a smile curling his lips. All his recent efforts hadn't been in vain. As expected. Now it's up to Yi Xiaoxi. Back during the martial arts exam, those 3 left everyone else far behind. The assessment continued. Finally, near the end, it was Yi Xiaoxi's turn. Only now did Sumo realize Yi Xiaoxi bore a resemblance to someone. Vice Dean Yi Yujian. Yi Xiaoxi, 6th tier martial artist. As the results were announced, many turned to look. Lu Yao Yao clasped her hands on her hips. This woman had actually broken through another level behind her back. Kong Ping's gaze sharpened. Having fallen behind last time, he'd been determined to catch up, yet these two were proving equally formidable. Don't underestimate this single tier, it could take a very long time. Sumo, come up. The instructor overseeing the assessment looked at Sumo with a hint of amusement in his eyes. After all, she was the pride of the North Campus. Finally, Sumo's turn. After breaking through the Divine Soul Realm last time, I reckon he's reached the 2nd tier now. Impossible. How could she reach the 2nd stage of the Divine Soul Realm in such a short time? The Divine Soul Realm is incredibly difficult to cultivate. Why not be bold? 3rd tier Divine Soul. Bro, don't joke around. Sumo was a prodigy, but even he couldn't advance that fast. I think he's still at the 1st stage, but he should be close to breaking through to the 2nd. Compared to Sumo's strength, I'm more curious about his elemental affinity. Last time, he used 3 elements. Now you've got me curious too. Sumo walked over to the machine. The machine began to tremble. Finally, it began spewing black smoke. Sumo's face darkened. On purpose, right? The testing instructor froze. Has your power surpassed the 5th level of Divine Soul cultivation? Sumo nodded. Step down. The machines can't measure beyond the 5th level of Divine Soul cultivation. The comments section exploded in an instant. What? Beyond the 5th level of Divine Soul? That means he's reached the 6th level. How could he break through so quickly? Is this the prodigy of our northern district? Reaching the 6th tier of Divine Soul so swiftly? Terrifying. Who dares say our human race lacks an emperor? Sumo is the embodiment. Holy crap, 6th tier Divine Soul. Other geniuses his age are barely at 6th tier martial artist. The gap is huge. Suddenly, I feel like those genius women aren't worthy of Sumo. They never were worthy of Sumo. They just deluded themselves into thinking they were. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi covered their mouths, exchanging glances. They assumed Sumo's cultivation pace would slow after breaking through the Divine Soul Realm, leaving them a chance to catch up. How long had it been since Sumo last broke through the Divine Soul Realm? Now he'd reached the 6th tier. They'd never catch up, even if they worked themselves to death. On the high platform, Long Lintian's eyes also held astonishment. He hadn't expected Sumo's strength to increase so rapidly. Could the shaping Dao technique be that powerful? He didn't know the rank of this cultivation technique, nor had he ever practiced it himself. Even Bai Yu hadn't managed to master it. Bai Yu and Bai Xiu stood together, gazing at the distant figure. Sis, his strength is about to surpass yours. Brother, his strength has already surpassed yours. Bai Xiu opened his mouth. Could you please not be so discouraging? Sumo, you are the only newcomer to surpass the Transcendence Realm. We will now conduct your attribute affinity test. A 3-meter-tall instrument, as thick as 3 people embracing, was carried in by several people. Sumo took a deep breath and stepped toward the apparatus. Chapter 108, Gold, Wind Attribute Affinity, 100% shockwaves across the northern district. Holy crap, I'm more nervous than giving birth myself. I want to see Sumo's affinity rating. This is more nerve-wracking than my first date with my girlfriend. So thrilling. Anyone want to guess Sumo's affinity? 3 affinities? I bet none of them are below 80. 90 should be about right. Last time Sumo used 3 attributes, metal being his primary. With his rapid cultivation progress, I'd guess his affinity hovers around 95. Next is wind. I'd say that one's below 90, somewhere between 85 and 90. Finally, fire. During combat, Sumo's fire attribute wasn't particularly strong. I'd say it's between 70 and 80. Seeing the well-reasoned analysis above, many agreed. To be able to analyze it like that seems like this person isn't simple either. Even Long Lintian and the others on the high platform stared at Sumo with curiosity. Sumo's rapid cultivation progress must stem from some special reason they were unaware of. Sumo examined the 9 beads on the instrument, recognizing them as symbols of the 9 major elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, space, time. Sumo took a deep breath and placed his hand on the metal attribute. The machine roared to life. A pillar of light shot upward. In the blink of an eye, the value surged past 70. Whoa, it broke 70 the moment it was placed. It's definitely going to hit 95. We might actually witness history in the making. How many people in the entire North Campus even have an affinity rating of 95? Reaching 90 is already a rarity. Someone like this, if they don't die, will absolutely become a major powerhouse. It's still climbing, nearly 80 now. At that moment, Long Lintian narrowed his eyes. He believed Sumo's attribute value wouldn't fall below 95-97 seemed about right. Reaching 97 would shatter all North Campus records. The current record holder in the North Yard was Bai Yu, with an affinity of 96. The higher the affinity, the greater the compatibility with spiritual energy attributes, and the faster the cultivation speed. Bai Yu, standing below, grew tense as well. Jiang Xian approached Bai Yu. Do you think he can surpass you? Bai Yu glanced at Jiang Xian in surprise. Her attitude hadn't been like this before. Why such a drastic change? Then again, perhaps Jiang Xian had been shaken after Sumo broke through to the 5th level of Divine Soul cultivation. He's surpassed 90. Bai Xiu gasped, eyes wide as he stared at the monitor. Sumo stood on the device, a faint smile playing on his lips. The machine's hum grew louder as the reading shot past 95. Holy crap, that's terrifying. I'm so excited. 95. The machine hasn't even stopped yet. This is insane. I can't even guess how high it'll go now. Even the big shots on the elevated platform grew tense, their eyes glued to the instrument. Finally, the needle jumped 5 digits. Sumo, metal affinity, 100. The moment the number appeared, silence fell over the entire North Yard. The entire North Yard fell silent for a long while, everyone staring blankly at the machine and the figure before it. Long Lintian suddenly roared. Good. 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 Long Lintian's 3 resounding shouts echoed through the heavens, revealing the intensity of his excitement. 100. 100. Unprecedented. This figure will likely never be surpassed. 100 is already the absolute peak. How could it be surpassed? Unless a genius with dual attribute affinity of 100 emerges. I truly am a frog in a well. I thought Sumo's metal affinity was 95, but it turns out to be 100. Of course, with cultivation progress this rapid, how could it possibly be only 95? Amidst the crowd, Yi Xiaoxi and Lu Yaoyao exchanged a glance. I give up. We can't catch up. In a few years, we won't even be able to see his back. Don't belittle yourself. Besides, we haven't even reached the Transcendence Realm yet. Yi Xiaoxi's eyes flashed with determination. A man like this was worthy of her pursuit. Do you really think we can catch up with his 100% affinity for the metal element? Don't fool yourself. Lu Yaoyao took a deep breath. On the other side, Bai Shou's jaw dropped. How could it possibly be 100? What did that kid eat? A 100% metal affinity? That's like pouring golden spiritual energy directly into him as he cultivates. Bai Yu's mouth also fell open, her face flushing slightly before her expression dimmed. Earlier, Suemo had mentioned he preferred women older than him and stronger than him. With a metal affinity rating of 100, who could possibly surpass him? In just a few years, his strength would likely rival those seated above. Zhang Xian stared at Suemo standing on the stage, her gaze filled with both envy and despair. This stubborn man had made her cry twice. She'd been planning to mock him, but how could she mock him now? Suemo paid no heed to the stunned gazes around him. His hand rested on the wind attribute. The moment his hand touched it, the numbers began to jump rapidly. This time, it shot straight to 90. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Long Linian and the others on the high platform had already risen to their feet, staring intently at Suemo. A sense of absurdity welled up within them. A metal attribute of 100, a wind attribute exceeding 90, even just these values, if cultivated properly, would make him terrifyingly powerful, a pillar of humanity. I can't even breathe loudly now. It's terrifying wind attribute hitting 90 straight away? That's outrageous. It's definitely over 90. I can't even imagine the outcome. One attribute hitting 100? Such individuals are practically non-existent. 2. I can't even fathom how powerful Suemo will become once he matures. Look! His wind affinity has already hit 95. As the number leaped to 95, every person present gaped in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. Long Lintian's fingers clenched and unclenched, already glistening with sweat. The 4 deputy deans standing at a distance exchanged glances, their expressions betraying palpable excitement. Suemo, wind affinity, 100. The machine emitted a final trembling hum. The number displayed above, wind affinity 100. In that moment, even the live chat fell silent, not a single word appearing for several minutes. Long Lintian's chest heaved rapidly as he fought to suppress his emotions. Even as the strongest in the northern district, he couldn't hide his inner excitement. This was his disciple, a prodigy whose affinity for the golden wind attribute had reached a perfect 100. If not unmatched in the future, then certainly unmatched in the past. In the entire history of the Northern Academy, no one had ever achieved a 100% affinity rating. Good. 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 Below, Yi Xiaoxi's eyes had already dimmed. Lu Yaoyao shook her head upon seeing this. The gap was too vast, heaven and earth apart. How could they ever catch up? Simply knowing Suemo was already beyond their luck. Bai Yu, Bai Xiu, and Zhang Xian felt the same way. Bai Yu felt utterly despondent, as if something precious had slipped far beyond her grasp. Ignoring the stunned gazes around him, Suemo now placed his hand upon the fire attribute. Chapter 109, Fire Affinity reaches 100%. The entire North District stunned. This time, Suemo made no attempt to conceal it. The machine roared to life. Several words appeared. Suemo, Fire Affinity, 100. A smirk touched Sumo's lips. He had promised to deliver a bit of shock. Looks promising 3 attributes at 100 affinity. Those people would surely come looking for him now. This time, the plan could finally begin. On the stage, Long Lindian stared at Suemo, his breathing labored as he struggled to steady his breath and suppress his inner turmoil. Behind him, several others breathed heavily, their airs as thick as bellows. After suppressing his excitement, Long Lindian now hesitating about Sumo's plan. After all, that plan was far too dangerous for Suemo. Now he'd rather face trouble himself than see anything happen to Suemo. Sumo's growth held the potential to become humanity's hope. Considering the immense effort Suemo had invested, even exposing himself and using his own life as bait, what reason did Long Lindian have to refuse? No. They must discuss the plan again immediately. Suemo couldn't afford any mishaps, it had to be foolproof. Within the North Yard, the girls who had set their sights on Suemo felt their eyes dim at that moment. Were they truly worthy of him? Some desperate ones licked their lips. If they couldn't have Suemo, perhaps bearing his child would suffice. Do you still think you have a chance? Lu Yaoyao asked Yi Xiaoxi. Yi Xiaoxi took a deep breath. Why wouldn't I have hope? The more unattainable he is, the more I want him. He may be a genius, but falling in love with a woman isn't something he can control. Then I'll just make him fall for me. Yi Xiaoxi fixed her gaze on Sumo's retreating figure. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. You know what? That idea actually sounded pretty good. Suemo is a genius, no doubt, but who he falls in love with isn't something he can control. The live stream comments were exploding. Suemo, you're my god, triple attribute affinity at 100%. I'm blind as a bat, how dare I predict Sumo's affinity stats. Damn it. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Suemo is amazing. This is so thrilling, way more exciting than being with my boyfriend. Big dummy Chun, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm asking you, what are you doing? This is blasphemy against the god. Now punish yourself by sending me a screenshot. I can't take it anymore. This is too much excitement. Is this even humanly possible? All 3 attribute affinities are 100% who could ever surpass Sumo in the future? There's one person who can Sumo. He surpasses himself. I was ready to draw my sword, but it was just one of our own. Next time, don't speak so loudly. Our North District has hope now. No other district could ever produce such a genius. Do you think there'll ever come a day when beasts won't dare touch a soul in our North District, let alone harm us? That they'll come begging for forgiveness? Hey, stop daydreaming in broad daylight. What Sumo needs now is time to grow. This exposure will only make Sumo more vulnerable. Mabo, you're being reckless. Exactly. Those traitors will definitely target Sumo now. I hope the North District leaders will protect him. You don't even have to say it. If anything happens to Sumo, I bet Lord Long would tear the entire North District apart. Exactly. We can't just rely on them. We Northern District people must stand on our own 2 feet. If we keep wanting to live under someone else's protection, we'll never break free. Exactly. Train hard. Even if we can't become martial artists, we must at least build our bodies. We shouldn't just be icing on the cake, at the very least, we shouldn't be a burden. Powerful martial artists are few and far between. With so many dangerous matters in the North District needing their attention, how could they possibly look out for us all the time? Besides, living under someone else's protection all the time, how is that any different from being a coward? What if those traitors threaten our protectors with our lives someday? What then? I'll kill myself on the spot. I may not be a martial artist, but I still have my blood boiling. Easy for you to say. Right now, seeing Sumo's triple attribute affinity at 100 has you all hyped up. Wait till you calm down, you might not feel the same. No matter what, Sumo is my god. Sumo looked at the instructor conducting the assessment. Teacher, the test is over. Can I leave now? Hearing Sumo speak, the testing instructor hurriedly picked up the recording device from the floor. In all his years of testing, he'd never seen anyone achieve 100% affinity, especially across 3 attributes. Truly the pride of the North Campus, a prodigy of the heavens. Young master, you may go downstairs to rest. By the way, would you like to try testing other attributes? Sumo shook his head and turned to walk downstairs. Sumo's coming down. Isn't he going to test other attributes? Indeed. We only tested 3 attributes, but now I suspect Sumo possesses others with equally high affinity. 3 attributes all reaching 100 affinity? That's unprecedented. What more could you possibly want? You don't seriously think Sumo could hit 100 in all 9 attributes, do you? That wouldn't be human, that'd be divine. Exactly. Once he grows stronger, he could crush any sage realm with a single finger. Don't drag Sumo into your exaggerations. Sumo watched Long Lintian staring at him, a faint smile curling his lips. Long Lintian nodded. He understood Sumo's meaning. The plan would continue. Yet his mind kept wondering, does Sumo truly possess only 3 attributes? With all 3 attributes hitting 100, this guy won't be tested. But it was enough. Those traitors had surely already set their sights on Sumo. Long Lintian casually signaled to the 4 Vice-Deans in the distance. The 4 nodded in understanding, signaling the plan would proceed. When they witnessed Sumo awaken 3 attributes, each with an affinity rating of 100, they too considered abandoning the mission. Their thoughts aligned with Long Lintian. Sumo must not come to harm. But now that Sumo had been exposed, the plan had to proceed. That damn kid didn't even give them a heads up beforehand. If the plan had succeeded, they'd have beaten the crap out of him. Had Sumo mentioned he could achieve 100 affinity in 3 attributes, they would never have let him expose himself. But it was too late for regrets now. After descending, Sumo walked up to Baiyu. He'll join the graduate assessment when it comes. For now, he can leave. Let's go, Sister Baiyu. We're heading back. Baiyu nodded and followed behind Sumo. Yesterday you told me you like guys older and stronger than you. I thought you were doomed to be a bachelor forever. With your talent, once you've grown, who could possibly be worthy of you? Sumo turned to face Baiyu. Baiyu halted in her steps and lifted her head to meet Sumo's gaze. Shouldn't you be happy about my achievements now, Sister Baiyu? Why are you suddenly worrying about my life's big decisions? Baiyu was at a loss for words. Sis Baiyu, once this matter is settled, how about I give you a gift? Chapter 110, Groundwork Laid, Plan Continues. Sister Baiyu, am I handsome? Hearing Sumo's words, Baiyu's eyes flickered with confusion. Seeing the strange smile on Sumo's lips, she couldn't shake the feeling that nothing good was coming. Why are you grinning like a pervert? Don't think just because your affinity for 3 attributes hit 100, you can start baring your teeth at me now. After speaking, Baiyu extended her palm to strike Sumo. Sumo caught her wrist, refusing to let go. Instead, he turned and walked toward the place where the 2 of them lived. Baiyu froze, momentarily at a loss. She wanted to break free, yet feared Sumo might misinterpret her actions. Those large hands were warm and comforting. She could even feel the thick calluses on his palms, formed from years of gripping blades. Held by Sumo's grip, a wave of warmth surged through Bayu's heart. Let go of me. What if someone sees you holding my hand like this? Sumo didn't let go, continuing to walk forward. Back when people were hurling insults and slandering me, Sister Bayu held my hand just like this and said, "Come on, let's go home." Back then, I didn't care about anyone's gaze. Besides, I'm a genius with all 3 attributes at 100 affinity. Shouldn't Sister Bayu feel honored that I'm holding her hand like this? Bayu gaped at Sumo's words. How could he possibly connect those 2 things? Ever since meeting this little rascal, she realized her own gift of gab was steadily fading. Back at their place, Sumo let go of Bayu. So, how about it? Was I handsome today? Sumo sat across from Bayu, looking at her expectantly. Bayu pulled out her phone. Attribute scan, 3 attributes affinity 100. This is Sumo. So handsome. Even seeing it live, just reading those words still gets me so excited. See that? This is the pride of Z9 City, the pride of our North District. I knew Sumo was a genius, but I never imagined he'd be this insane. Every genius in the North District should bow down before Sumo. I adore Sumo so much I want to marry him seriously. I'd even pay to be with him. Even if you paid to marry him, you'd have to wait in line and you wouldn't get a turn. Is there even a woman worthy of Sumo now? I can match him. Hey upstairs, I'm not one to mince words, so I'll keep quiet. Today I'm in a good mood, otherwise I'd curse you to death. What level of woman could possibly be worthy of my brother Sumo? Bayu flipped through it casually. See? He's not just handsome, he's practically become every woman in North District's virtual husband. People are even afraid to offend you, how could he not be handsome? Bayu rolled her eyes. To her, Sumo looked like a peacock strutting around. I know I'm handsome. Sumo finished speaking and turned toward the kitchen. You haven't eaten properly these past few days. I'll cook tonight. What would you like? Bayu's thoughts paused at Sumo's words as she watched his retreating figure in the kitchen. Could the plan be in jeopardy? Otherwise, Sumo wouldn't be acting like this. Soon, braised pork belly, cola-glazed chicken wings, and stir-fried prawns were brought out by Sumo. The aroma made Bayu inhale deeply. His cooking skills were still as exceptional as ever. And of course, the first thing I ever made for Sister Bayu after we met, clear broth noodles. Sumo brought over 2 bowls of noodles, placing one in front of Bayu. 2 eggs, 1 sausage. See how well I understand Sister Bayu? Sumo's face beamed with a smile. Sis Bayu, try my cooking and tell me how it is. It's been so long since I cooked, I wonder if my skills have gotten rusty. After taking a few bites, Bayu found the flavor truly excellent. Sis Bayu, remember the first breakfast you ever made for me? You fried the eggs and sausage until they were charred. What a waste of ingredients. Bayu recalled the memory, her face flushing red. I could tell you didn't even eat it. If you'd just taken a bite, you'd have known, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. 1 bite and you'd be hooked. Give me a break. I want to live a little longer. With your cooking, I suspect 1 bite would leave me half a life left. It's not that exaggerated. After their playful banter and meal, Sumo looked at Bayu. Sis Bayu, I'm going to see Master. Bayu nodded. Not long after Sumo left, a knock sounded at the door. Bayu opened the door to find Baishio standing there. What brings you here? A troubled expression crossed Baishio's face. Spit it out. If you have something to say, just say it. Beating around the bush like a woman. Baishio took a deep breath. Let me in. Bayu nodded. Baishio casually found a spot and sat down. Didn't you notice something off about Sumo today? Baishio asked, looking at Bayu. What are you getting at? Bayu asked distractedly. I have this feeling that something's brewing. Sumo is a cautious person. For him to expose himself like this, I think there must be deeper meaning behind it. Bayu turned to face Baishio. Brother, I don't need you to remind me of this. He has his own goals, and I support him. I know he'll face danger, but some things need someone to take the lead. Besides, Master and the others must have agreed to this. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. If he doesn't tell me, I shouldn't bring it up. Some things are best left unsaid. Baishio took a deep breath at his sister's words. Since you understand, I can rest easy. I was afraid you might do something foolish. After speaking, Baishio stood up and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out, his footsteps halted. If possible, I'd prefer you not have any connection with Sumo. He's a genius, and I'd love to have someone like him as my brother-in-law. But he carries a heavy burden, and there will be all kinds of dangers. You're my sister. I promised our parents I'd protect you. If you ever face danger, I want you to tell me. My mind isn't as sharp as yours, and my strength doesn't match yours. But if I stand in front of you, I can hold them off for a moment, just long enough for you to find a sliver of chance to escape. Sis, I'm your brother, your real brother. I don't want to see you in any kind of danger. After Baishio finished speaking, his figure vanished into the night. Baiyu lowered her head, her eyes misting over. Though she loved to argue with Bai Xiao, she also loved her brother. By choosing to guard the gate, Bai Xiao was secretly protecting her safety. She understood all this. Her brother truly took such good care of her. Meanwhile, Suemo had already located Long Lintian. The meeting room felt slightly oppressive. You little brat. Fine, I won't scold you. I should have tested your attribute affinity long ago. Then we wouldn't have approved your plan either. Master, it's too late to say that now. The plan is already mostly in motion. Are you sure that person is? Long Lintian still felt uneasy. Master, I'm certain. Tomorrow will reveal all. Chapter 111, Retribution follows closely. Suemo, watch closely. As a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, a streak of dawnlight rose. The northern courtyard bustled once more. Yesterday's new student assessment had become Sumo's personal showcase. His 3 attributes all reaching 100 in affinity stunned everyone. Today was the graduates' assessment, though no one knew what the event would entail. The livestream had barely begun when millions flooded in. Within just 3 minutes, over 100 million viewers had joined. Guys, I'm back to watch Suemo wonder what new legends he'll create today. He already made history yesterday. Today's the graduation assessment, I bet it's a tournament. Affinity ratings hitting 100 across all 3 attributes? I'm still reeling from the shock, it feels like a dream. Look, Sumo's already appeared. Ah, so handsome. Every cell in his body is my aesthetic. Hey, upstairs it's his talent and those 3 attributes hitting 100% affinity. He's got your heart's desires covered. I've supported Suemo from the very beginning and I still do. Seeing my own electronic pet grow up gives me an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Upstairs, hearing you say that, I feel it too. Ever since I met Suemo, I've been rooting for him. Seeing him thrive like this truly warms my heart. 3 attributes at 100% affinity? I doubt the North District will ever see another genius like him. Unless you've trained, you wouldn't know how monstrously gifted he is. But even such a freak of nature pales beside Suemo like a firefly next to the moon. Amidst the buzzing discussions, a red highlighted comment suddenly appeared. So many supporting Suemo? My heart is deeply comforted. Hey, why is your comment red? Nice. Did you secretly upgrade to a premium membership? Suemo, no need to test us with fake accounts, our love for you remains unchanged. Rattle, rattle. At that moment, the phones of those watching the livestream suddenly froze. A figure wearing a ghostly mask appeared. The same thing happened on the giant screen in the north yard. Suemo took a deep breath upon seeing this. He knew the plan was about to begin. This time, many lives might be lost, including his own. He too faced mortal danger. What the hell is that? Isn't that the same ghost mask that appeared before? No way. It can't be targeting Suemo again, can it? Shut your mouth, you jinx. These filthy things always scheme behind the scenes. Who knows how many traitors are lurking in the shadows? Now that Sumo's been exposed, they'd love nothing more than to see him dead. You cowardly bastards. Show your faces. What kind of ghostly thing hides behind a mask? Exactly. If you've got the guts, show your face. What kind of skill is hiding like this? The grimace man suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh. Looks like someone's eager to see our faces. Rest assured, you'll get your chance sooner or later. Hope you won't be scared when that day comes, the masked figure said in a strange voice. Show your face now, and we might even admire you. But if you wait until later? By then, it might not be you revealing yourself, it might be your true face exposed after you're caught. Exactly. A bunch of filthy rats, hiding in the shadows. The masked man ignored the barrage of insults directed at him. Suemo, I know you're watching too. Do you remember what happened outside the city a few days ago? The Grim Reaper's voice carried anger. Sounds like he got his ass kicked by Suemo. This is revenge. No wonder he can only show himself this way, turns out he's afraid of Suemo. Wonder what Suemo did to make this filthy thing so scared. Suemo stared at the large screen without speaking. He knew those people were watching him. All the effort Suemo had put in, wasn't it for this very purpose? Their emergence was perfect timing. Suemo had actually been worried they wouldn't show up. As for the masked figure before him, his tone was different from the flute-wielding one. This one must be the bomb expert. The screen had already switched to another feed. Outside the city walls, flames erupted everywhere. Countless demon beasts and demonic beings were consumed by the inferno. So this is what Suemo did? All I can say is, well done. Could this masked figure have escaped the explosion? Has he come for revenge? So that's how you filthy thing survived. Lucky bastard. And now you dare show your face? Watch out, you'll be gone in an instant. The masked figure appeared before the crowd once more. Those of you firing barrages don't think I can't find you. Even if I can't handle Suemo, dealing with you lot is a piece of cake. You'd better watch your step. After speaking, the masked figure turned its attention solely to Suemo. Suemo, I'm a man who believes in reciprocity. As the new semester begins, I hope you'll find this little gift of mine to your liking. Next, I'll present you with a grand gift. As the masked man finished speaking, the large screen split into multiple displays. Sumo, you're quite familiar with this place, aren't you? You've lived here for so many years. You've certainly won people over. Look at those walls. Someone even took the initiative to wipe away the insults directed at you. You've caused our organization such immense losses. We'll be collecting interest bit by bit. After the masked man finished speaking, he pulled out a remote control. Sumo, tell me, if I press this button, will the house your parents left you still stand? I know you've planted spies everywhere. Even the people I sent were secretly captured by you. Sumo stared intently at the masked man, his gaze scrutinizing every detail. That's the extent of your skills. You developed all that explosives research, didn't you? I have to admit, you're a genius. Rest assured, I'll gather enough of your explosive creations and personally stuff them into your mouth. Hearing Sumo's words on the screen, the masked man suddenly burst into laughter. You can't even track my movements, yet you dream of killing me? Sumo, oh Sumo, you're making me angrier by the minute. With that, the masked man pressed the button in his hand. Boom! A blaze of fire shot skyward as the building collapsed into ruins. Sumo stood rooted to the spot, his fingers clenched tightly. He had anticipated all of this. The moment he confirmed that man's presence, he'd steeled himself for this. But seeing the house his parents had left him destroyed before his very eyes, a surge of rage still welled up inside Sumo. You bastard, just you wait. Ha ha ha, thrilling, isn't it? This scene of flames and chaos familiar, right? Don't get ahead of yourself. I've got something even better to give you. The masked man burst into maniacal laughter like a madman. By now, the screen was gradually drowning in a flood of comments. What kind of skill is hiding in the shadows? If you've got the guts, come out and fight Sumo fair and square. You despicable scum. Blowing up someone's house? That's all you're capable of, you piece of trash. You bastard. Once we find out who you are, we'll help Sumo stuff explosives into both your mouths. Chapter 112, The Mad Bomber, Kidnapping the City Lord. The masked man's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he scanned the comments. Sumo, oh Sumo, look at all these people speaking up for you. They're so kind to you, aren't they? Sumo narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss in those words. Why? Why? Just because you're a genius, everyone has to indulge you, pamper you, and protect you? Well, why didn't I notice how kind you all are to geniuses before? How many geniuses have you bastards driven to despair? Now you pretend to be saints? Fine. You claim to protect Sumo? Let's see how you protect him next. After the masked man finished speaking, the screen shifted. Sumo, you recognize this cemetery, right? Buried here are the people you loved most, and Jiayong, who died because of you. TSK. Quite a crowd gathered to watch, huh? Those of you speaking up for Sumo, you claim to protect him, don't you? Well, I'll make you watch helplessly. All you can do is defend them with words. Your protection of Sumo is nothing more than hoping he'll grow powerful enough to shield you. Whatever Sumo does is right, he's a genius, after all. Reaching the Divine Soul Realm at 18, mastering the 5th tier of Blade Intent, perfecting 3 elemental attributes. How impressive. Truly remarkable. So amazing he can't even protect his own parents' graves. After the masked figure finished speaking, a thunderous boom echoed. On the screen, the gravestone bearing Sumo's parents' photo was blown to smithereens. A deep crater gouged the ground. Sumo stared at the screen, his eyes narrowing. His chest rose and fell slightly, yet he uttered not a single word of venom. Sumo, come catch me. Find me. After the masked man finished speaking, he pulled out a stick of dynamite, stuffed it into his mouth, and taunted Sumo wildly through the screen. Ha. You can't find me. All you can do is bark like a mad dog. If you've got the guts, catch me and kill me. Then I'll give you my respect. Don't think killing that fool Suyao makes you some big shot. I'll give you this, your scheme was pretty clever. TSK. Getting a little success and you're already gloating. I'll make sure you lose all your dignity. Now, let's enjoy the next part. After the masked figure finished speaking, Zhao Yong's grave appeared before their eyes. Now, everyone, listen to these delightful sounds. Bang. After the masked man spoke, he pressed the button. A thunderous roar erupted as flames shot up. Ah, bliss. I adore these sounds, truly delightful, the masked man raved maniacally. You cowardly bastard, come out if you dare. What kind of skill is hiding behind others? Everyone, let's join forces to find this bastard. Let Sumo personally slaughter this piece of. Nothing less than your death will satisfy our vengeance. Damn it, why are there so many pieces of trash? My heart can't take it anymore. I'd kill this bastard right now if I could. North Yard's elite, move fast. Find this dog. I want to see him judged with my own eyes. We should have stuffed a bomb in his mouth to shut him up forever. At that moment, Sumo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Suamo, so many people speaking up for you, I'm truly touched. After the masked man finished speaking, the screen cut away. Now, enjoy my masterpiece. As the masked man pressed the device in his hand, rows of buildings collapsed. You could even see the shattered limbs and flesh scattered about. Ha 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 ha. Anyone who speaks up for Suamo again, this is what happens. Go ahead, speak up. Keep talking. Let's see how many of you have the guts. Don't think I can't track you down. I could send you to meet the king of hell right now. Seeing the chat stream go silent, the masked man's laughter grew even more brazen. Suamo, see this? These people only bully the weak, praising the high and trampling the low. TSK. I just stirred up a little trouble, and all these people in the North District are too scared to speak up. What's the point of protecting such cowards? The masked man's voice dripped with scorn and contempt. Suamo stared at the screen, taking a deep breath. You're so powerful, shouldn't you be striking back now? Judging by your demeanor, you must have suffered humiliation back then. Now that you have the power to retaliate, why keep hiding in the shadows? Expose yourself openly, let everyone see who you truly are. That's how you make your enemies afraid to step outside. The way you're acting now only makes people think you're a clown, a coward. What do they fear? The bomb in your hands, not you. As Ghost Mask heard Sumo's words, his expression twisted into madness. Even through the mask, the sheer insanity radiating from him was palpable. Suamo, I know what you're planning. I'll grant you your wish. After the masked man spoke, the screen shifted. A towering building loomed overhead, with several people suspended from its structure. The camera zoomed in on their faces, revealing eyes filled with terror. Whoa, the C3 City Lord's family? When were they kidnapped? Not just them, others too. Look! Shadows dangled from the rooftop. The masked man's face appeared. You all know the City Lord, right? Wonder why I singled him out. Because he deserves to die. The masked figure now stood atop the skyscraper. Whoever dares approach the entire building is rigged with explosives, and so is the ground below for dozens of miles around. This is the liveliest spot in C3 City. If anyone dares to approach, I'll detonate it. If I detect any powerful individuals approaching, I'll detonate immediately. Don't believe me? Try it. After speaking, the masked man pointed toward a skyscraper ahead. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted. Rubble and debris flew everywhere, flesh and blood splattered. Don't doubt me, especially you, Long Lintian, head of the North Campus. If you dare send anyone, I dare kill. I hadn't known how to retaliate against them before. I owe Suamo a debt of gratitude. Publicly executing the traitor has given me a tremendous advantage. After speaking, the masked figure crouched beside the Lord of C3 City. Do you remember, 15 years ago, the home you blew up with your own hands? The masked figure's words caused the C3 City Lord's pupils to contract. Seems you do remember, the masked figure remarked in a chilling tone. He then moved to stand beside the young woman. Wang Cheng, does my voice sound familiar? Your talent pales beside mine, yet you had your father wipe out my entire family. You're quite ruthless, aren't you? Wang Cheng's pupils contracted. Yiling, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare me. I didn't mean to. Looks like you still remember me. The masked man tore off his mask, revealing a hideous, terrifying face. The flesh on his face was twisted and contorted, his eyes asymmetrical. Chapter 113, Blowing Up the City Walls. C3 City faces a huge crisis. After rising to his feet, the masked figure faced the crowd. You hypocrites! Aren't you all just sucking up to the powerful and trampling on the weak? I was in the same class as Wang Cheng. My talent surpassed hers, and I constantly outshone her. Then they conspired to frame me, accusing me of having improper intentions toward her. What a nerve! Who would ever want someone like you? You just rely on your father, the City Lord, to stir up trouble at school every day. Just because your father is the City Lord, the entire school covers for you. Back then, I wasn't the only one more talented than you others. Either transferred schools, became disabled, or vanished without a trace. Your City Lord father came to apologize, but instead, he personally murdered my parents, knocked me unconscious, and blew up my house. All because of your lie, Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng. Your heart is truly black. Wang Cheng stared at Yiling's murderous gaze, her face drained of color. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to scare you. I love you, you have to believe me. I love you. None of this is my fault, it was all my father. He did it all. Wang Cheng stammered incoherently. Lord City Master, what are your thoughts? And this is your daughter? Tisk. The C3 City Lord had already closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to say more. He knew that today, the odds were stacked against him. After speaking, Yiling turned to face the security management personnel. Lucky for me, I had cover and narrowly escaped. I'll file a complaint. You lot did a fine job breaking my legs and tossing me into the cesspit. Your mocking laughter, your cold indifference, your eyes that refused to help a dying man, I remember it all. The faces of the security management personnel paled, their breathing quickened, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down their foreheads. That's not true. You're lying. That's not how it happened. We never did such a thing. Don't even think about slandering us in front of all these people. We won't do that. Yiling pulled out the explosives, ready to stuff them into their mouths. We're sorry, we were wrong. We shouldn't have done this. It was the city lord who made us do it. Yes, he ordered us to do this. Seeing them implicate the city lord, Yiling lowered the explosives. After speaking, Yiling turned to the other men. My dear uncle, you're quite the character. If I recall correctly, half the money for your house came from my parents, didn't it? Afterwards, I went looking for you. You sure were something, weren't you? You took our family's death benefits, splurged on food and drink, and then went to the city lord's mansion to report me. Yiling, it's not like that. Let me explain. Since your face was disfigured, I couldn't recognize you. I thought you were an imposter pretending to be Yiling, so that's why I acted that way. You have to believe me, your uncle truly loves you. Yiling ignored his uncle's rambling and shoved the explosives straight into his mouth. Seeing the terror in his uncle's eyes, Yiling's expression turned frenzied. With a loud bang, Yiling's uncle was reduced to a mist of blood. Ha 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 ha. Finally, he turned to the few people from the safety management office. Don't come any closer. We made a mistake, a real mistake. Spare us, spare us. Yiling stuffed explosives into their mouths. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions echoed. Now, Yiling's body was splattered with the blood and flesh of these men, his distorted face looking even more terrifying. Finally, Yiling turned to look at Wang Cheng. No, no, no. Wang Cheng wept uncontrollably, shaking her head repeatedly. Yiling paid no heed, shoving the explosives directly into Wang Cheng's mouth. After doing so, Yiling fixed his gaze on the C3 City Lord. Lord City Master, is there anything you wish to say? Everything that happened today is because of you. And those geniuses you slaughtered to pave the way for your daughter, do you really think they're dead? Just wait. I'm only one of them. There are others who hate you more than I do, and who are far more mad. Now panic grip the City Lord as well. No, no, no. This has nothing to do with her. I did all of this myself. Take it out on me. Yiling's gaze bore murderous intent as he stared at the City Lord. Beg me. Beg me and I'll spare her. Yiling's expression grew even more deranged. Please, please. She's innocent. It's all my fault. Bang. Wang Cheng was instantly blown to smithereens. No, no, no. I'll kill you. Kill you. The City Lord's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed Nightling with a deathly stare. Ha 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 ha. So you're begging after all. I love seeing you like this. Killing you now would be too easy. I won't kill you. I'll make you understand just how great the price you'll pay will be. After speaking, Yiling turned to the screen and addressed Suemo. Suemo, Suemo. Since you insist on taking the graduate assessment, I'll graciously set a rule for you all. After speaking, Yiling pulled out another remote control. C3 City, prepare to meet your doom. Boom. The entire gate of C3 City was blown to shreds. I know you'd love to kill me, but unfortunately, you won't find me. After Yiling spoke, a mist rose around him. When it dissipated, his figure had vanished. Only after the masked figure vanished did the barrage of messages begin to appear. This is bad. C3 City has been blown wide open. This crisis might be even worse than what happened to Z9 City last time. The ruler of C3 City is nothing but trash, a parasite. If not for him, none of this would have happened. His daughters know better. Honestly, that masked guy killing her would be satisfying. How did such trash even become City Lord? You should ask the people of C3 City. They chose their idol, who else can they blame? C3 City is in danger. The walls are blown to pieces. The beasts will likely attack again. Who knows what dangers lurk? And those security management people are doing nothing. No wonder so many traitors were forced into it by these people. There's no other way. Many geniuses without backing have no choice but to fade into obscurity. You have to admit, that organization really knows how to win people over. I wonder if that City Lord regrets it. Because of him, so many will lose their lives. Suemo kept his head bowed, lost in thought. The Northern Academy and the other 5 major academies, all graduating students, are to proceed to City C3 immediately. Under no circumstances are beasts to be allowed within the city walls. At that moment, Long Lindian spoke up, his gaze fixed on the screen as his heart tightened. The chief of security management noticed the look in Long Lindian's eyes and felt a pang of unease. I'll conduct a thorough investigation to see if any similar incidents have occurred. Long Lindian offered no reply. Such was human nature beyond anyone's control. Suemo nodded to Long Lindian before turning to leave. The plan had begun. These crazed individuals had been lured out. Baiyu approached Suemo. Let's go together. Suemo nodded. Several hours later, Suemo arrived at City C3. Seeing the skyscrapers destroyed by Yiling, his heart sank. Rescue workers were still rushing to save lives. Martial artists were assisting, along with various instruments. Young master, we've been deceived. The explosives in these areas were all fake. As soon as Suemo arrived, someone came to report. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. The C3 city lord had been rescued and now stood before Suemo. Before he could explain, Suemo had already turned and walked away. He didn't want to get involved in these matters. By now, Suemo had already vanished into a blur. After the city walls exploded, hordes of demonic beasts poured into the city. Their numbers far exceeded even the horde that had besieged Z9 city. Sumo's advancing footsteps suddenly halted. A bad feeling gripped his heart. Beware the beasts. No sooner had Suemo spoken than several warriors who had just slain beasts found their prey suddenly explode. Boom! Flames erupted everywhere, spreading from all directions. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Many martial artists were instantly blown to bits. Damn it! There's explosives inside the beasts. All the martial artists participating in the assessment retreated. Baiyu watched Suemo charging toward the demon beast horde, her heart tightening. Suddenly, a killing god domain nearly 20 meters in diameter appeared, enveloping Suemo. Chapter 114, Domain Unleashed, astonishing all. All demon beasts stepping into the domain were instantly slain. Witnessing this scene, waves of shock surged through the hearts of the numerous martial artists. A domain? It's actually a domain. Suemo possesses a domain? How is that possible? He's only at the divine soul realm. How could he comprehend a domain? The martial artists defending against the demon beasts were utterly stunned. The three attributes alone were enough to fill them with dread, and now a domain had been unleashed. Slaughtered 100 level 3 demon beasts, obtained 326 slaughter points. Within the domain, every movement of the demon beasts fell under Sumo's surveillance. Suemo moved like a ghost, snatching numerous beasts and hurling them into the horde. Explosions soon followed. Slaying 1,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 3,766 kill points. Slaughtered 3,000 level 2 demon beasts, earning 6,874 slaughter points. Those at the divine soul realm and above locate the demon beasts carrying bombs within their bodies. Suemo flew through the air on his blade, bellowing the order. Having broken through to the divine soul realm, his soul power had awakened, allowing him to probe the beasts. Numerous hidden experts emerged, beginning to gather the beasts. As soon as Suemo landed amidst the demon beast horde, over 100 of them charged toward him. His divine soul power sensed something unusual within those beasts. As the beasts closed in, Suemo soared through the air, blade in hand. Boom! Flames shot skyward. Sumo's body paused briefly in midair. He saw the demon beast of the divine soul realm in the distance, its domain unfolding. Accompanied by the attributes of gold, wind, and fire, every demon beast in its path was reduced to a mist of blood. Slaughtered 2,400 level 4 demon beasts, earning 11,000 slaying points. Slaughtered 5,000 level 2 demon beasts, obtained 10,800 slaying points. Slayed level 35 demon beast, obtained 160 kill points. Roar! At that moment, rippling waves erupted. The ground collapsed repeatedly as golden light filled the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, Sumo's expression grew tense. The beast's corpse was swiftly engulfed. Dense streams of golden light surged up from the ground. Even many living beasts were swallowed whole. The city walls were blown apart, allowing a relentless tide of beasts to pour in. Within C3 city, numerous martial artists charged forward, weapons in hand. Upon seeing the dense, endless horde of beasts, terror gripped their hearts. Their faces drained of color, their hands trembled as they gripped their weapons. As the beasts' low growls echoed, many panicked and fled in disarray, becoming fodder for the monsters. Suemo watched the scene unfold, shook his head, and made no move to save them. Gripping the black god in his hand, he swept it horizontally at the surrounding beasts. Empowered by the fivefold blade intent, bolstered by the might of his domain, and enhanced by the unstoppable nature of metal. Wherever Suemo passed, a vacuum zone formed. Slaughtered 3,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 12,400 slaying points. Slaughtered 5 level 5 demon beasts, earning 25 slaying points. Witnessing Suemo slaughtering beasts as if he were unopposed, many felt their blood boil. Kill! We cannot let these beasts set foot within the city. Wails and the splatter of blood echoed incessantly. The low growls and chewing sounds of the beasts echoed through the air. Quick! Build the city walls to block the beasts. Otherwise, C3 city will cease to exist today. Shadowy figures flickered in the distance, approaching the ruins of the bombed-out city walls. Upon seeing this, Suemo headed toward the gathering. Not far away, Baiyu had also activated her domain. Within her domain, the dense rain droplets transformed into sharp blades, piercing every approaching beast. Suemo and Baiyu exchanged a glance, then closed in on the city walls from two directions. Slaughtered 10,000 level 1 demon beasts, earning 11,000 slaying points. Slaughtered 3,000 level 3 demon beasts, obtained 1,230 slaughter points. The system's notification tones rang out continuously. Suemo paid it no mind. He knew this wasn't the most dangerous moment yet. The demon beasts attacking the city were merely common ones, the truly powerful ones had yet to appear. Those traitors collaborating with the beasts wouldn't settle for such a minor skirmish. Dozens of men repairing the city walls radiated intense light. Earth attribute barriers shot up, erecting walls to block the beasts' advance. Witnessing this, the martial artists within the city felt hope surge within their hearts. Kill! Kill! Thud, thud. One by one, the heads of the demon beasts flew off. Hold on, everyone. Once the walls are repaired, these beasts will be trapped like fish in a barrel. Then C3 City will be safe. Suemo paused in his demon beast hunt. He wielded his blade and rushed toward the human warriors. Heaven slash. A single swing unleashed a 10-meter-long golden blade aura, carving a massive trench into the ground. Splatter. Splatter. Sumo's body moved like a swift swallow. Swinging his blade intermittently. Slayed 100 shadow fiends, earned 468 slay points. Everyone, be careful. Someone who recognized the shadow demons hurriedly warned. Thud, thud, thud. Over a dozen heads flew skyward in quick succession. Their bodies fell to the ground, devoured instantly by the beasts. Sumo's expression darkened. These shadow demons were deliberately avoiding him. His domain unfolded as he stepped through the snow. His divine sense condensed. Sword intent erupted relentlessly. Slayed 1 transcendent realm human demon, gained 4.4 slaughter points. Slaying 3 human demons at the transcendence realm, gained 13.5 slaying points. Before long, the demon's trail vanished without a trace. Suemo sighed. There was no helping it, demonic beasts were too numerous. Those shadow demons, transformed into beastly shadows, were nearly impossible to detect. The pace of constructing the city walls grew ever faster. Many human warriors witnessed this, hope rising in their eyes. Watch out! Suemo shouted to the people. Pft, pft. A dense swarm of venomous insects suddenly surged forth from the ground. Before the wall builders could react, their faces darkened rapidly, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. Suemo blighted on his blade, reaching the city wall in the blink of an eye. His domain unfolded, unleashing the power of flames. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A dense chorus of sounds erupted. Quickly finish building the wall. Suemo barked the order before launching his attack on the swarming poisonous insects. At this moment, the C3 City Lord also gathered nearby. Without further words, he joined the ranks fighting the poisonous insects. After slaying the beasts around them, many warriors began protecting the wall builders. Once the walls were complete, the beasts would find it difficult to breach them, granting the defenders a much-needed respite. The demon beasts that had been running through the city, upon seeing this, turned around and charged toward the walls. The beasts weren't stupid. If the walls closed in, death awaited them. With Sumo's domain now active, slaying the beasts became effortless. Each swing of his blade claimed the lives of numerous beasts. Slayed 6,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 23,600 slay points. Slaughtered 5,000 level 2 demon beasts, earning 13,400 slaying points. The specialized warriors built the city walls at an ever-increasing pace. Finally, even Heaven Ascension realm experts appeared, their blazing flames scorching the walls. Chapter 115, 12 sky-treading demonic beasts appear with explosive packs. Before long, the cracks in the city walls began to fuse together. Many who witnessed this scene felt their hearts settle. They struck the demon beasts with ever greater force. Outside the city gates, a figure wearing a ghost mask stood watch. Seeing the rebuilt city walls, his expression darkened. Blowing up the walls had taken considerable effort and planning. These bastards really had some skills. Suemo, if not for the organization's orders to capture you, C3 City would have been completely obliterated by now. Yiling thought of this and nodded to the shadows. Thump, thump, thump. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Outside the city gates, massive red lanterns appeared. The dense horde of beasts outside the city suddenly parted to form a path. In the distance, colossal figures nearly 500 meters tall soared out of the mist. The beasts on the ground prostrated themselves, as if awaiting the arrival of their sovereign. Upon witnessing this scene, the human warrior's pupils contracted sharply. Even Suemo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This is bad. Treading heaven realm beasts, over a dozen of them. How did so many sky-treading realm beasts gather? We're done for, completely done for. Even with the city walls repaired, it'll be hard to hold them off. What's there to fear? We northern districts still have our strong ones. At worst, we die and in 18 years, we'll rise again. No, what's lurking behind those beasts? Look at what's on its back. I have a bad feeling about this. The workers repairing the walls closest to the scene saw what the beasts carried and their pupils contracted sharply. No, that's explosives. These beasts intend to destroy the walls further. Over a dozen sky-treading realm beasts carried explosives, yes, explosives. Their figures moved with blinding speed, charging toward the city. The hidden powerhouse witnessed this scene, his body shifting into a blur as he materialized atop the city wall, watching the beasts racing toward them from the distance. They must not be allowed to enter the city. Stop them. With that, over a dozen sky-treading realm experts joined forces and charged toward the beasts. Sumo's heart tightened. No, there might be other unexpected dangers. His body blurred into an afterimage as he charged toward the beasts. Quickly eliminate all the beasts within the city. Sumo bellowed. Students from the 5 major academies in the northern campus immediately sprang into action, holding nothing back. Slaughtered 2,000 level 3 demon beasts. Earned 6,533 slaughter points. Roar! 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 In that moment, Sumo resembled a god of slaughter. No demon beast possessed the strength to resist. The beasts let out fearful growls, but Sumo had no time to heed them. Hurry! We're almost there, just a little more and the city walls will be fully repaired. The martial artists repairing the walls beamed with delight. The warriors hunting beasts within the city walls also wore smiles. They had once again safeguarded the city's security. Outside, over a dozen sky-treading realm demon beasts, having been blocked, glared fiercely at the martial artists holding them back. You think you can stop us? One of the sky-treading realm demonic serpents spoke in human language. Opening its jaws, a pillar of flame erupted. Simultaneously, it lashed its tail, sending explosives flying into the air. No! Get out of the way! These sky-treading realm beasts intend to take us all down with them. The treading heaven realm experts attempting to intercept them were shaken to their core upon witnessing this. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud shot skyward. A fiery storm engulfed everything in its path. The martial artists constructing the city couldn't dodge in time. Struck by the fiery tidal wave, they were instantly reduced to charcoal. They're asking for death. The treading heaven realm warrior snapped to attention, his expression turning furious as he realized the city walls were nearly repaired only for the workers to perish in the process. The human warrior's body shifted, unleashing wind attribute power. Gusts of wind erupted, absorbing the raging flames and sweeping them away from the city. Where the fiery tempest passed, the ground turned charred black and the beasts outside the city fell into chaos. Among them, a demonic leopard leaped into the air, its massive jaws gaping wide. A surge of wind power erupted, and the fiery tempest vanished. By now, the demon beasts within the city had been hunted to near extinction. The group sat on the ground, panting heavily. A fresh batch of warriors took over the task of repairing the city walls. The walls on both sides were nearly fully restored. Sumo stood atop the restored wall, gazing at the demon beasts beyond the city. A sea of crimson eyes, so dense they turned the night sky itself into a blood-red canopy. Sumo watched the warriors still repairing the walls. His body transformed into a ghostly apparition. With a wet thud, 2 heads flew skyward. Blood splattered across the ramparts. Sumo's sudden slaughter left everyone bewildered. He promptly removed their spatial rings. After piercing through with his divine sense, he indeed discovered the hidden explosives inside. While other martial artists repairing the city walls were eager to finish their work immediately, these two were careless and distracted, looking around idly. The sky-treading realm expert hovering overhead glanced down briefly before resuming his standoff with the demonic beasts. Seeing the city had fallen silent, the 12 sky-treading realm demon beasts. Kill! The giant serpent's body shifted, and flames erupted. The other sky-treading realm beasts ceased hiding, unleashing their attacks relentlessly. Lure them elsewhere. The city walls have just been repaired and aren't fully stable yet. A human martial artist at the 4th tier of the sky-treading realm spoke up. Still trying to stop us? The demon beasts spoke in human language, hurling all the explosives toward them. The human warriors, seeing this, swiftly intervened to halt the explosives' advance. Assault the city. The demon beast at the treading heaven realm gave the order, and a dense swarm of demon beasts charged toward the city walls. Many others formed a towering ladder-like formation. Sumo's expression changed upon witnessing this scene. Many beasts carried explosives within their bodies. Sword of Heaven. Sumo struck swiftly, his blade flashing, slaying 3,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 12,300 slaying points. With a swift movement, Sumo materialized outside the city walls. The explosives he had gathered earlier were immediately hurled outward. Fire attributes manifested. Boom! A massive shockwave radiated outward. Many demonic beasts were engulfed by flames before they could react. Slaughtered 50,000 level 3 demon beasts, obtained 167,000 slaying points. Slaying 34 level 4 beasts, earning 138,000 slaying points. Sumo returned to the city walls when the ground suddenly began to tremble. Bad news. Retreat immediately. No sooner had Sumo's voice fallen. Boom! Boom! Massive waves of flame erupted from the ground. The newly repaired city walls were now covered in dense cracks. Boom, boom, boom. The figures repairing the walls suddenly stirred in the shadows. Objects clutched in their hands. Then, flames erupted. Massive mushroom clouds shot skyward. The newly repaired city walls crashed down. Even many martial artists were caught in the blast, blown to bloody mist. Sumo's expression darkened, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. These people truly deserve to die. Soon or later, I'll root them out completely. Martial artists still resting briefly within the city walls saw the walls destroyed once more, despair lighting up their eyes. Chapter 116, Trouble. It's targeting Sumo fall back immediately. The demonic beasts at the sky-treading realm, witnessing this scene, gleamed with bloodlust in their enormous eyes. Charge! Destroy the human city. Leave not a single soul alive, slaughter them all. One of the sky-treading realm demon beasts barked the order. Sumo's black god trembled in his grasp as he drew a deep breath. The only way to halt the demon beast's assault was to fortify the city walls. The most troublesome issue now, however, were the shadow fiends. These creatures were utterly relentless, infiltrating every possible opening, truly disgusting. Most crucially, they carried explosive charges. All participants in the assessment, follow me. Sumo commanded. Within moments, over 100 people gathered around him. Sumo activated his domain. Follow me into battle. Hold back the beasts. You continue building the walls. This time, Sumo held nothing back. His god of slaughter domain expanded, enveloping the surrounding area within a radius of 17 meters. A flickering light shone upon the black god. Any demon beast entering Sumo's domain instantly turned into a mist of blood. Slayed 50 level 3 demon beasts, earning 162 slay points. Slaughtered 30 level 4 demon beasts, gained 135 slaying points. At this moment, Sumo was like a walking killing machine. Every beast in his path fell beneath his blade. Students from the 5 major academies of the northern campus witnessed the scene and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sumo. Over 100 martial artists, each at least at the Transcendence realm, formed a solid wall. Martial artists still resting in the rear took a deep breath upon witnessing this. Brothers, advance. We can't let them face this alone. After that, the row following Sumo and his group would finish off any demon beasts that had been missed or still clung to life. The Black Panther in the sky fixed its gaze on Sumo upon witnessing this. He could tell this young man was the backbone of this group. You hold them off. The Black Panther barked at the beasts beside him. After speaking, its massive body suddenly stirred up a fierce wind. Countless fallen leaves transformed into flying blades, hurtling toward Sumo. Sumo lifted his head, meeting the Black Panther's assault. You dare harm my North Yard's young master? You'll have to get past me first. A teacher from the North Yard appeared, blocking the Black Panther's attack. At that moment, Sumo was still hacking away at the demon beasts. Sumo advanced a step. The demon beasts attempted to retreat, but the dense mass of creatures behind them was too thick. Any attempt to back away would result in being trampled into pulp. If leaves could become blades when empowered by the wind, could anything become a blade? Anything could be imbued with the intent of a blade, becoming a weapon. At this moment, Sumo fell into another strange state. Those who had been standing side by side with Sumo felt their hearts tighten and their hair stand on end. They sensed a palpable aura of death. Upon witnessing this, Bayu's eyes widened in shock. Everyone, keep your distance from Sumo. Hearing Bayu's words, they glanced at Sumo and noticed something was off. No way. Is this guy about to break through again? The black god radiated a glow that enveloped Sumo. Sumo kept his head bowed, appearing emotionless like a machine. The blade in his hand swung instinctively. The demonic beasts, ever more attuned to danger, sensed the terrifying power brewing within Sumo. They were utterly dumbfounded. I am the blade is me. Sumo's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with intensity. Heaven's severance. A 30-meter blade of light erupted suddenly, charging straight ahead toward Sumo. Demonic beasts in its path let out agonized screams, sliced clean in half. Gazing upon the 100-meter-long ravine, every human martial artist and demon beast at the sky-treading realm halted in their tracks. The human martial artists were the first to react. Ah, excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of the Northern Academy's young master. A 7th-tier blade intent? That's incredible. After a dozen sky-treading realm beasts regained their senses, they fixed their bloodthirsty gazes on Sumo. Today, we will kill this human no matter what. Charge. Kill him. At any cost, kill him. The human martial artists watched Sumo break through to the 7th-tier blade intent, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? He'd skipped the 6th layer entirely. Bayu was equally shaken. 7th-tier blade intent. Even though Sumo was only at the 7th tier of divine soul cultivation now, even a 9th-tier divine soul cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against him. At that moment, Sumo rode his blade forward. His domain unfolded. With a casual gesture, fallen leaves on the ground suddenly began to float upward. Buzz, 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 buzz. Blade intent began to manifest upon the leaves. The demonic beast in the treading heaven realm, witnessing this scene from afar, felt as if it would shatter. That damned human has grasped the sword path, not mere blade intent. We must kill him. He cannot be allowed to live. Bayu took a deep breath. She too had assumed Sumo had grasped the 7th level of blade intent, never expecting him to have already grasped a thread of the way of the blade. In that instant, the floating leaves transformed into a blade in Sumo's hand. Suspended in the sky, Suemo wielded the leaf blade, relentlessly striking down the demonic beasts below. Slaughtered 20,000 level 3 demon beasts. Earned 63,600 slaying points. Suemo strode upon the blades, his hand gestures transforming the leaves into the sharpest weapons for slaying beasts. Brothers, follow me. Slay these beasts. Let them know attacking our human city was their biggest mistake. Swish, 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 swish. At that moment, Suemo waved his hand, and the leaves suddenly shot toward the distance. Slayed 15 shadow demons of the Transcendence realm. Earned 62 slay points. The demon beasts stared at Suemo, their eyes filled with terror, growling incessantly. Sumo's eyes flickered. Were those traitors still not moving? Suemo descended, waving his hand. Thousands of fallen leaves transformed into weapons, sweeping forward in a horizontal arc. The humans in the sky saw this and were greatly pleased. Good, good, good. These beasts dare to overreach themselves and trespass into our northern territory. Today, they shall be slain right here. The Northern Academy instructor, witnessing Sumo's formidable prowess, found his fighting spirit ignited. Their attacks grew increasingly fierce. The giant serpent at the sky-treading realm found it increasingly difficult to parry. Die! The Northern Academy instructor's momentum surged, unleashing a whirlwind that engulfed the giant serpent. Splatter! The serpent's head was severed cleanly, tumbling to the ground. The stench of blood spread relentlessly. The human martial artists below were deeply shaken. Excellent! Magnificent! With one less demon beast at the treading heaven realm, the expressions of the remaining demon beasts shifted. Upon witnessing this, the Black Panther's aura began to surge violently. This beast has gone berserk. Everyone, be cautious. The Black Panther opened its mouth, unleashing a gale. 100-meter-tall tornado swept across the sky. The teachers of the northern courtyard wore solemn expressions. The whirlwind swept up a sky filled with yellow sand, bones, and flesh. Soon, a crimson tornado appeared, sweeping toward the northern campus teachers. Black Panther's eyes flashed as his figure moved at extreme speed. Its massive body abruptly left the battlefield, descending from the sky. Its claws transformed into the sharpest weapons, reaching out to grab Suemo. No! He's targeting the young academy. Chapter 117, Slaying the Black Panther, a level 7 demon beast appears. The human martial artists watching from the sky saw this and their expressions changed. Suemo had long noticed the Black Panther. Throughout its battle with the human martial artists, its gaze had never left him. Watching the Black Panther descend from the sky, Sumo's lips curled into a smile. Sister Baiyu, it's coming down. Suemo called out to Baiyu. Baiyu's lips curved upward. Earlier, she had wanted to reveal herself, but Suemo had told her to wait. A sword materialized in Baiyu's hand. And leapt before the Black Panther. Cut! The Black Panther's pupils widened in terror. This woman was also at the sky-treading realm? How could that be? She looks so young. Heaven slash. Suemo gripped the Black God blade. A single swing unleashed the blade's intent, infused with the power of gold, unstoppable against any obstacle. Boom! A massive head rolled to the ground. Suemo took a deep breath. Killing the demon beast with leaves had taken a heavy toll. This strike had nearly depleted the power within him. Witnessing the Black Panther's demise, the demon beasts in the sky, all at the ascending heaven realm, froze in shock. Human martial artist, no honor in battle. Ha! Kill! Baiyu's figure stepped through the air, her domain unfurling as she charged toward the demon beasts opposite. With 2 fewer Sky Ascension Realm beasts on the opposing side and an additional human Sky Ascension Realm warrior joining their ranks, one of considerable strength at that. In an instant, the remaining sky-treading realm beasts in the sky began retreating relentlessly. Some even attempted to flee. Boom! 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 Before anyone could react, the darkness in the distance erupted violently, and a pillar of flame suddenly appeared. Run! Suemo shouted. Buzz 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 buzz. Clang! 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 A golden wall abruptly materialized, towering in the sky. Suemo glanced back and saw Zhao Kuang had already appeared, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Even Baiyu took a deep breath that had been far too dangerous. The mist dispersed, revealing a monstrous beast nearly 1,000 meters tall. Its massive form stood upright like a human, with 2 flames on its shoulders and a body seemingly built from stone. Flamestone General. Zhao Kuang's expression turned grave upon seeing the figure. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was only at the 3rd level of the creation realm. The demon beasts in the sky, all at the sky-treading realm, seemed to find their anchor. They gathered around the Flamestone General. Human, you killed my subordinates. You seek death. After the Flamestone General spoke, he swung his arm. The ground suddenly trembled, and countless stones appeared. The stones instantly turned crimson, a layer of flame appearing upon them. The Flamestone General swung his arm. Thousands of fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing against the human city walls. Golden light spread across Zhao Kuang's body, and soon a massive golden wall materialized. Every single flaming stone was repelled. The flame giant shifted his form, appearing before Zhao Kuang in the blink of an eye. Clenching his fist, he charged at Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang watched this unfold, a slow smile spreading across his lips. The Flamestone General noticed the change in Zhao Kuang's expression, and a sense of foreboding welled up within him. It was too late to retreat. Golden energy surged across his body. Boom! A fist struck out. Flamestone was sent flying backward, terror flashing in his eyes. You're not at the third level of creation. Zhao Kuang stood rooted to the spot. When had he ever claimed to be at the third level of the creation realm? His body shifted, unleashing a torrent of golden light that descended from the heavens. The beasts on the ground couldn't dodge in time. Boom! 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 In a single strike, tens of thousands of beasts perished. Suemo watched the scene unfold and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was time to reap the lives of these beasts. A faint trace of the way of the blade combined with his domain. Wherever Suemo passed, all demon beasts turned to corpses. Slaughtered 10,000 level 2 demon beasts, earning 22,000 slaying points. Slaughtered 8,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 25,600 slaying points. After stabilizing his form, the Flamestone stood suspended in the sky. Witnessing his subordinates being relentlessly hunted down, he seethed with impotent rage. Aren't you going to do something? At these words, the crowd fell silent. Sumo's gaze sharpened. One by one, demonic figures emerged from the shadows. Each wielded blades, everyone at the transcendent realm. Many even possessed divine soul cultivation. Zhao Kuang's heart sank upon witnessing this scene. Suemo narrowed his eyes. If these demonic beings breached the defenses, countless human warriors would perish. As the demonic beings advanced once more, Sumo's domain expanded. Die. The words had barely left his mouth when the demonic beings who had stepped into his domain were reduced to corpses before they could even resist. Suemo charged toward the demonic beings at the divine soul realm. At that moment, Zhao Kuang stared intently at the figure who appeared. Cloaked in black robes, his face remained hidden. An overwhelming sense of pressure washed over them. Another being at the creation realm. Zhao Kuang couldn't tell which tier. The cloaked figure moved, appearing before Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang's pupils contracted. Thud. Their fists collided. Zhao Kuang staggered back 2 steps, while the black-robed figure remained unmoved. Zhao Kuang's heart sank. Flamestone watched the scene unfold and breathed a sigh of relief. With a casual gesture, he summoned 1,000 fireballs, hurling them towards Suemo. How dare you! Another powerful figure emerged from the shadows, flames now dancing upon his form. Flamestone General's flames were instantly neutralized. More demonic beings materialized from the shadows, transforming into specters as they closed in on Suemo. Even the Shadow Fiend had emerged, clutching explosives in its hands. Sumo's pupils contracted. That damn Yiling, sooner or later, he'd have to kill that bastard. Boom! Suemo flew on his blade, unleashing wave after wave of slashing energy. Slayed 10 soul realm demonic beings. Earned 58 slaughter points. Bad news. Run! Suemo suddenly shouted at that moment. Many martial artists hadn't reacted yet. Sumo's body shifted as his domain activated. Wave overlap. The relentless blade intent swept out in waves. Slayed 10,000 venomous insects, earning 35,000 slaughter points. Ah! A human martial artist cried out in shock. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, and soon, black mist began to seep from their faces. Quick, use the antidote pills. Sumo's prompting prompted many warriors to pull out pills, swallowing them hastily while simultaneously stuffing pills into the mouths of the poisoned warriors. Seeing this, Suemo felt his heart settle. Watching from the shadows, Bloodflute murmured inwardly, "What a pity. I never imagined it would actually be you." Bloodflute turned, removing his mask to reveal a familiar face. Lu Bai, the elder brother of Lu Yaoyao. Zhang Jingxin stared at Lu Bai, his expression filled with confusion, but more so with rage. "Master, don't look at me like that. I knew my fate the moment I chose to reveal myself." As Lu Bai finished speaking, black blood began seeping from the corners of his mouth. Why? Zhang Jingxin couldn't comprehend it. Lu Bai was a genius too. Why would he become a traitor? My mission is complete. Your attention is now focused on me. After speaking these words, Lu Bai collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Jingxin's pupils contracted upon hearing this. At that moment, Suemo finished slaying the demon beast and landed on the ground, his expression shifting. The hard ground suddenly softened. Like a muddy swamp. In the blink of an eye, Sumo's body had sunk into it. The surrounding venomous insects swiftly gathered together. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, illuminating the dark heavens. Chapter 118, Suemo vanishes, fury ignites. Baiyu had been watching Suemo closely. Seeing his expression change and his body vanish rapidly into the ground, Baiyu rushed forward. Immediately, flames shot skyward. Gigantic waves of flame relentlessly consumed everything in their path. Countless demonic beasts and human warriors were swept into its grasp. Even the newly repaired city walls cracked once more. A bottomless ruin appeared on the ground. Zhang Jingxin emerged from the shadows, his face dark and terrifying. The figure in black robes and the flaming stone vanished the moment the explosion echoed. Left behind were a dozen demonic beasts at the Ascension realm, trembling in fear. They had calculated every possibility, yet never imagined their leader would abandon them. Kill! At that moment, boundless killing intent erupted from Zhang Jingxin and Zhao Kuang. Within mere minutes, every demon beast lay dead. Quickly notify the Dean and Vice Dean. Zhao Kuang addressed Zhang Jingxin. I already notified them earlier. At that moment, Bai Yu and Bai Shou arrived, looking at the two teachers. Teacher, Suemo, he. Bai Yu's eyes were already brimming with tears. Her gaze was filled with worry. We never imagined that Lu Bai had already secretly orchestrated the poisonous insects to set up this scheme. We were all deceived. He presented us with a false impression, making us believe he could only control demon beasts with his flute. Ever since capturing Su Yao, he's been setting a trap for us, one where he uses the flute to control the beasts. Zhang Jingxin clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Other martial artists also realized what had happened. They were far enough away to avoid the blast. The explosion had claimed the lives of at least 100 human martial artists. Zhang Jingxin watched Bai Yu prepare to leave, his expression shifting. Come back. Even if you find Suemo, you're no match for them. The Dean will arrive shortly. We'll leave the city then. Just as they stood frozen in shock, martial artists now ran toward them from the distance. Bad news. Bad news. A massive horde of demon beasts has appeared in D6 City too. Zhang Jingxin's expression darkened. He suspected the walls of D6 City had already been blown apart. Sure enough, word soon spread that D6 City's walls had been blown apart. Earlier, Lu Bai had been guarding the city gates there. Move out. Head to D6 City. Zhang Zhang ordered. I won't go. Suemo is still in danger. Those people orchestrated such a massive operation specifically for Suemo. If anything happens to her, their plan will be complete. Zhang Jingxin looked at Bai Yu, saying nothing. Crackle. Suddenly, bolts of lightning erupted, revealing the figure of Vice-Chancellor Lei. Old Zhao, keep watch here and hurry up with the city wall repairs. Old Zhang, Bai Shou, you two head straight to City D6 now. Bai Yu, you're coming with me. After giving these orders, Vice-Chancellor Lei departed with Bai Yu, heading straight for the city gates. Vice Dean Lei, what exactly is your plan? What does the master have in mind? Bai Yu knew they were plotting something. This plan was proposed by Suemo. Suemo revealed his strength, his cultivation speed is so fast, and he has 3 attributes at perfection. He's using himself as bait. The Dean and the other 3 Vice Deans haven't appeared because they've already left the city and are waiting outside. Those bastards have been watching our North District closely, setting up numerous research bases around its perimeter. Suemo is so crucial they'll definitely bring him to the main research base in the North District. Once we locate the main research base, we'll undoubtedly seize substantial data. We might even be able to dismantle all the research facilities near the North District. Those demonic beings will be destroyed by us. Then, the traitors within the North District will be uprooted completely. Upon hearing Vice Dean Lei's outline of the plan, Bai Yu's heart trembled. This was the plan Suemo had devised, one that placed him entirely in the line of fire. Vice Dean Lei had only outlined a few points, yet executing this plan would prove exceedingly difficult. So everything that happened today was also part of your plan. Bai Yu took a deep breath. Correct. We anticipated the demon beast assault on the city. Even for D6 City, we've made thorough preparations long ago. Nothing will go wrong. Even the entire Lu family is under surveillance. Whoever betrays us will die. As for that C3 City Lord's little show? Utterly pathetic. Fake as they come. That Yiling fellow is still gloating over it. Bai Yu remains silent. Those people were traitors, after all, traitors who had staged this entire charade themselves. But Bai Yu couldn't figure out why they'd put on this charade. Suddenly, it dawned on Bai Yu, such a large quantity of explosives couldn't have appeared simultaneously. Ah, so that was it. They drew everyone's attention, and at that moment, Lu Bai would coordinate to transport the explosives in. What a pity those martial artists were blown to bits. Bai Yu sighed. Not a bit. Do you really think they were ordinary martial artists? Bai Yu's eyes widened in shock. None of them were little darlings. So many martial artists blown to bits. If they weren't traitors, how would we have dealt with their families afterward? Bai Yu remained silent. Needless to say, anyone would show them respect. They were the families of heroes. What if their families were traitors too? Deputy Dean Lei took a deep breath. That young man had already anticipated this. He suspected Yiling would employ this tactic. Those who aren't traitors, we've already notified them not to come near. Bai Yu drew in a sharp breath. Unbeknownst to her, Suemo had grown to such a level that he could orchestrate such a complex scheme. If this plan succeeds, the northern sector will enjoy far greater stability. We might even buy enough time for your faction to grow stronger. Vice Dean Lei gazed ahead. Moments later, Bai Yu spotted 3 figures approaching. Master, Dean. Long Lintian took a deep breath. Let's go. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or fails, Sumo's life is the top priority. Vice Dean Lei and the others nodded. After speaking, the figures vanished. Amidst the mist, several formidable human-demon hybrids carried a stretcher. A figure lay upon it, breathing evenly. Yi Ling stood nearby, flanked by a demon beast. A swamp beast of the 9th level of creation. It was the one that had captured Sumo. Yi Ling gazed at the unconscious Sumo, a faint smile curving his lips. This capture of Sumo was largely thanks to its efforts. Its rank within the organization would surely rise, and it might even become a full-fledged member instead of a temporary one. Too bad about Xue Di, but Yi Ling would fulfill the promise he'd made to him. Let's move. Pick up the pace. Don't let them spot us. After speaking, Yi Ling discarded every electronic device on his person. He even searched Sumo's body, discarding every electronic device he found. A glow emanated from the swamp beast and the group vanished. Chapter 119, I told you I'd stuff explosives down your throat. Sumo wasn't truly unconscious at that moment. His consciousness remained alert. His consciousness was immersed within the interface, and now Sumo felt a twinge of hesitation. He didn't know how long it would take for his master and the others to arrive. Even with his power now beyond the heaven-ascending realm, escape remained difficult. To put it bluntly, even a swamp beast could pin him down and beat him senseless. Ultimately, Sumo chose to channel all his killing points into the spatial attribute. Name, Sumo. Age, 18. Power, 7th tier Divine Soul 0-170,000. Heart Technique, 5th tier of Shaping the Tao 0-500,000. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Tao Intent, 7th tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial Stage, 17 meters, 0-1 million. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 0-3000 Water Affinity, 28, 0-2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 0-2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 0-1300 Space Affinity, 15, 0-15,000 Time Affinity, 1, 0-1000. Kill points, 895,673. Directly increasing Space Affinity to 43 depleted Sumo's kill points entirely. With over 50,000 remaining, they were applied directly to time, raising its affinity to 10. The kill points were completely depleted. Should danger arise, he could harness spatial power, greatly increasing his chances of escape. Sumo was fully conscious. After glancing at Sumo, Yi Ling still felt uneasy. He nodded to the swamp beast. Gas began to emanate from the swamp beast's body, and this time, Sumo fell into a deep, unbroken slumber. Time passed, its duration unknown. Cold water was splashed directly onto his face, rousing Sumo from his slumber. His eyes were filled with confusion. Only then did Sumo realize he was lying inside a machine. Yi Ling appeared before Sumo, staring intently at him. Sumo, this counts as our first meeting. Unfortunately, after this encounter, it will be the day you die. Sumo tried to struggle, but his limbs were already restrained. Don't struggle. Even at your level of cultivation, you won't break free. After speaking, Yi Ling closed the machine's lid. Soon, gas began to spew out. Sumo held his breath. Yet something emerged from the pipes surrounding the apparatus. It can't pierce his skin? That's interesting. One of the figures in white coats and face masks stepped forward. Seeing the curved needle, surprise flashed in their eyes. After a moment, a special needle was attached, and it finally pierced Sumo's skin. Sumo felt the pain in his arm but made no move to stop it. Even as he held his breath, the fumes seeped through his skin. Soon, Sumo began to feel drowsy once more. I struggled to stay awake, still able to hear their conversation. His blood contains a special power. It seems our research was correct. Elemental power is closely tied to blood energy levels. Sumo possesses 3 attributes. Among all the samples we've collected, his blood energy value is the highest. Sumo struggled to stay conscious, desperate to hear what these people were saying. Unfortunately, Sumo can't be studied by us. He's the one the organization wants. If Sumo were available for our research, I'm confident I could become a full member soon and uncover more secrets. I've already notified the organization. They'll likely arrive soon to take Sumo away. Upon hearing this, the researchers looked at Yi Ling with envy in their eyes. This time you'll become a full member. I'll congratulate you in advance. Yi Ling burst into laughter. Don't worry, I'm sure it won't be long before you become a full member too. Once I'm a full member, I'll have access to more secrets and gain the authority to create more human-demon hybrids. Who knows? I might even have a chance to take over the entire North District. I really envy those who participated in the disappearance of District 10. They've long since become full members, know many secrets, and can even enhance their abilities in various ways unlike us. The researcher sighed after placing Sumo's blood sample down. I reckon once the organization completes its research on Sumo, our chance might finally come. The organization will surely target the North District next. With the 10th district already gone, eliminating the North district won't be difficult. The most troublesome part will be those people in the North campus. After speaking, Yi Ling turned to look at the apparatus sealing Sumo. No, just to be safe, we need to inject him with something. This guy is too treacherous, we must be extremely cautious. Yi Ling pressed a button on the machine. Sumo didn't move. The swamp beast remained within the lab, occasionally glancing at Sumo. Various probes emerged from the apparatus, piercing Sumo's body. The temperature began to plummet rapidly. Sumo's last shred of consciousness was still praying. Master, if you don't show up soon, I'll have to use my spatial abilities. Just as Sumo prayed, the entire laboratory suddenly began to shake. With a loud bang, the laboratory split into two halves. Sumo saw a figure suspended in the sky. His mind relaxed, and consciousness gradually faded into darkness. The swamp beast's eyes flickered with terror upon seeing Long Lintian. The researchers and Yi Ling's pupils contracted when they saw Long Lintian. No, no. How did you find this place? It's impossible, we have no tracking devices on us. Long Lintian looked down at Yi Ling with disdain. How could mere ants comprehend the might of a dragon? The swamp beast's eyes flickered with terror. Its massive form trembled, ready to flee. The researchers and Yi Ling sensed this, their expressions turning even more terrified. The swamp beast was the strongest creature here. If even it fled, what could they possibly use to resist Long Lintian? Long Lintian's gaze flickered. Die. Long Lintian clenched his fist toward the swamp beast, reducing it to dust. Space stasis. A domain materialized around Long Lintian, freezing everything in its path. Old Lei, gather all the data. Dean Lei nodded. Every time Old Dragon acted, it left him in awe. Upon seeing the device, Bayu's expression changed. She moved swiftly and approached the instrument. Long Lintian tapped the device, shattering it instantly. Bayu clutched Sumo, whose body was now encased in a layer of ice as the temperature plummeted to its lowest point. Long Lintian was startled as well, his power surging into Sumo's body. Soon, Sumo regained consciousness. Master, if you hadn't come, I would have lost my life. Sumo circulated his Taoist techniques, and after a while, his body finally recovered. Sumo walked toward the researchers, blade in hand. He was contemplating whether to kill him. After all, this guy knew a lot. Kill him. I've already gathered all the data, and his skills aren't anything special anyway, Vice Dean Lei's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Sumo hesitated no longer and severed the man's head with a single stroke. Damn it, I should have just stabbed him with a needle earlier. Only Yi Ling remained. Sumo fixed his gaze on him. I told you I'd stuff explosives down your throat. Chapter 120, The Clown Who Burned His Own Parents, Yi Ling's defenses crumble. Yi Ling's throat convulsed as he struggled to move, his body held firmly in place by Long Lintian. You bastard. I've thought through this plan countless times, but I never imagined you'd blow up my parents' graves, Jiayong's graves. Your actions are as ugly as your face. The word ugly stirred a flicker of emotion in Yi Ling. After speaking, Sumo grabbed Yi Ling's right hand and placed it on the table. This hand of yours really enjoys pressing buttons, doesn't it? You love seeing the panic and fear in others' eyes, don't you? After speaking, Sumo severed Yi Ling's middle finger. Ah! A piercing cry of agony echoed through the laboratory. Sumo, just you wait. You just wait. Yi Ling still threatened Sumo. Sumo's lips curled upward. Threats, huh? I'll crush your pride with my own hands. Ha, Sumo, come on then, if you've got the guts. You have no idea how satisfying it felt to blow up your parents in Jiayong's graves. Come on, kill me. Kill me. Ha ha ha. Chop me to pieces now. Thud. 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 Sumo hacked off each finger on Yi Ling's right hand one by one. Long Lintian and the others watched, utterly unmoved. Even Vice Dean Lei sighed. Sumo had sacrificed so much for this plan. Witnessing Yi Ling's actions, they all wished they could chop this guy to pieces. After severing all 5 fingers, Sumo then hacked off his arm. Ah! Kill me. If you've got the guts, kill me. What kind of skill is torturing me? If you've got the guts, kill me. Yi Ling's voice was hoarse. Can't you just be a man and get it over with? Sumo ignored him, grabbing Yi Ling's left hand. Yi Ling's left hand struggled violently. Seeing this, Sumo pinched the wound on his right side. Ah! Sumo, you shameless bastard. You're so cruel. Sumo let out a cold laugh. You love studying this stuff, don't you? I'll let you taste what it's like to have both hands chopped off. This time, Sumo didn't chop, he pulled, watching the blade slowly sink into Yi Ling's flesh. Then he ripped open Yi Ling's mask, revealing the hideous face beneath. Don't think we didn't see through your act. It was truly pathetic. You think you're so clever? You arrogant fool. Yi Ling's pupils shifted. He stared at Sumo's mocking gaze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could they have discovered it? Sumo, don't think you can make me confess this way. Go ahead and kill me. What kind of skill is torturing me like this? Yi Ling roared. Suemo ignored Yiling's roar, pulling out his phone and setting it up. I'll film your miserable state and broadcast it across the North District. You love making a scene so much it'll be satisfying to let others see how pathetic you look when it happens. You let the North District see your arrogant side, and I'll let them see your pitiful one. And I don't want to get any information from you. You're so tough, I thought you were a full-fledged member of the Eternal Life Organization. Turns out you're just a lowly punk. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. If I were you, I'd have smashed my head against a wall long ago. You haven't even made it to a full member after all this time. You're useless, you ugly little rat. Yiling looked like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. Shut up. Shut up. I said shut up. Don't call me ugly. I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Suemo, you deserve to die. You really deserve to die. Sumo's blade flashed. He sliced flesh from Yiling's face and shoved it straight into his own mouth. Ugly little dog, arrogant little dog, stupid little dog, you ugly piece of trash. Shut up. I told you to shut up. I ordered you to shut up. Yiling screamed, his defenses shattered. Sumo's lips curled upward as he towered over Yiling, his gaze dripping with contempt. Your fabricated story was quite good. Guess what we uncovered during our investigation? Your disfigurement was caused by a fire you started yourself. And that's not all, you burned your parents to death. Shut up. That's not true. That's not true. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Suemo, you shut up. Yiling bellowed, his fury so intense he almost lunged to bite Suemo. I didn't do it. They were killed by the city lord and my uncle. They set the fire trying to burn our entire family to death. Suemo pressed down on his head. Hold your horses. That's a different story from what you spouted on the rooftop. Ugly little thing. TSK TSK TSK. Serves you right to live behind a mask, you ugly bug, you piece of trash. What's this? Your defenses crumbling? Making such a huge scene, shifting blame onto others, deluding yourself into thinking you can transfer the guilt to someone else, then playing on others' sympathy to numb your own pain. An idiot like you? If I were part of the Eternal Life Organization, I wouldn't even let you join as a full member. You captured me. Do you think the Immortality Organization would spare you? You've been stupid since childhood, setting fire to your parents' house. You're quite the rebel, aren't you? Your parents gave you everything, yet you resented them. They pleaded with you, but you harbored hatred. You set the house on fire while they slept. I'll broadcast these true events across the North District, so everyone there knows exactly what kind of person you are. Or I could go live and let the entire North District see your true face. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Yiling's eyes shifted from arrogance to fear, dread. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. I was wrong. Please, just kill me. I truly regret it. Yiling knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. His body suddenly surged forward, lunging toward the knife in Sumo's hand. Suemo kicked him hard, sending him crashing back to the ground. With a swift swing of his blade, he severed both legs. Ah! Suemo pulled the ring off Yiling's finger. A spatial ring holding 500 cubic meters. Suemo took a deep breath. Inside were explosives. After taking out several, he looked at Yiling. Suemo, you'll die a horrible death. Yiling watched Sumo's actions, his pupils constricting as he bellowed. The excruciating pain was nearly suffocating him. Suemo paid no heed, even taking out a bag of salt and sprinkling it onto his wounded flesh. Ah! Aya! Give me a quick death, I beg you, just end this pain. Suemo stuffed explosives into Yiling's mouth and slammed it shut with force. You bastard! You won't even let the dead rest. One day, I'll hunt down every last member of your Eternal Life Organization. Boom! The explosion echoed, flames lighting Sumo's face crimson. Baiyu stood silently beside Suemo. Kill every demon here, Suemo ordered the others once he regained his composure. Long Lintian was about to act. Master, let me handle this. I'll blow this place to smithereens with this thing. Long Lintian nodded, observing Sumo's expression. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, engulfing the entire area. Slayed 4,000 human demons at the Transcendence Realm, earning 17,600 slaughter points. Slayed 30 Divine Soul Realm human demons, obtained 166 slaughter points. Slayed 35,000 Grade 5 demon beasts, earning 157,200 slay points. Chapter 121, finalizing the plan, destroying over 100 human demon research facilities. The reason so many powerful demon beasts gathered here was due to the swamp beast. However, those at the Ascension Realm were too formidable to be blown up. They were directly obliterated by Vice Dean Lei and his team. Suemo felt the sting all those slaughter points lost. Over the next few days, towering flames erupted sporadically around the northern district. Watching the final location get obliterated, Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath. The North District is considerably safer now. Next up is the matter of the traitor. Long Lindian also took a deep breath. Unbeknownst to them, over 100 research institutes had already sprung up. Within these facilities, countless human-demon hybrids were being cultivated. It's for the best that these demon humans are gone. If Healing had gained higher privileges, their strength might have grown even stronger. Who knows? The North District might have faced a real crisis. Suemo took a deep breath. Over the past few days, they had destroyed every single research facility. The North District should be much quieter now. Let's go. The matter is resolved. Now we must deal with the traitor. After speaking, Long Lindian led several people through a spatial rift, vanishing from the spot. When Suemo reappeared, he found himself back in the North Yard. Get some rest. You don't need to worry about catching the traitor, we'll handle it. Weisstein Lei patted Suemo on the shoulder. Suemo nodded. Baiyu followed alongside Suemo as they departed together. Long Lindian watched their retreating figures, a faint smile playing on his lips. Youth has its advantages. I must admit, this kid's plan is quite clever. We can shelve our own scheme for now. Old Lei, the traitor's case is yours to handle. Weisstein Lei nodded. Suemo returned to his quarters. The moment he saw the bed, his eyelids began to droop. His body collapsed onto the bed, and soon, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. Baiyu watched Suemo like this and took a deep breath. That little brat, didn't he say he'd have a gift for me after the plan was over? Surely he hadn't forgotten? But seeing Sumo's exhausted face, she shook her head, closed the door, and walked out. Best let the kid get some proper rest. Over the next few days, the entire North Campus was thrown into an uproar. The North Campus and the 5 major prestigious academies seemed to have gone mad. Batch after batch of people were killed. Many in the North District were filled with questions. The North Campus had never been this chaotic before. This time, however, even numerous martial artists had been killed. Everyone was waiting for the North Campus to explain. 2 days later, the Northern Campus Dean personally addressed the incident. After the North Campus's announcement was posted, the entire North District began to anticipate the outcome. Amidst the collective anticipation, the 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A live stream from the North Yard had commenced. Inside the office, the dean looked at Baiyu. Has that kid still not woken up? Baiyu shook her head. If Suemo hadn't still been breathing, she would have thought he was already cold. Time's up. Long Lindian began explaining the situation. Everyone, look at what's on the screen. Over 100 million viewers had flooded into the livestream, staring at the photos with horror in their eyes. This looks familiar. Isn't this the place where Suemo destroyed the research facility for the human-demon hybrids? It certainly is. Could this incident be connected to that? Didn't you notice that all these hundreds of images are different? Whoa, you're right. No way could our northern district already be surrounded? We were already suffering under the demon beast's rule. Now with these demon humans appearing, our north district is in even greater danger. Sigh. We must train urgently. With the city walls destroyed these past 2 days and so many martial artists dead, if the demon beasts launch a full-scale assault, we'll become their food in an instant. Long Lindian flickered his finger, and the hundreds of photos reappeared. Hey, look! All those research institutes are reduced to ruins. It really is. Could it be that the martial artists from the North Campus have all taken action? This is fantastic. Destroying so many research facilities at once is truly awe-inspiring. The North Campus truly lives up to its reputation as the sacred ground of our northern district. Well done. Do you think it's possible that every research facility built outside the northern district has been destroyed? I think so too. No wonder the Northern Campus and the 5 major academies made such a big move. They must be eliminating all the traitors. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. Good, really good. Best to wipe out every last traitor, then we'll be safe. The North Campus sheltered them, yet they betrayed us. They deserve to die. Kill every single one caught, no mercy. Long Lindian switched the photo again. Inside a massive apparatus lay a person, eyes tightly shut, face deathly pale, with various tubes inserted into their body. The moment this photo appeared, the entire North District erupted in chaos. What happened to my Mo Bao? Director, is Suemo alright? I'd trade 10 years of my life for Sumo's safety. I'd trade my life for Sumo's. Damn it, Suemo can't be dead, right? That day when the beasts attacked the city, Suemo was captured. This is it. This livestream can't be for mourning Suemo, can it? Shut up, upstairs. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Even if you die, Suemo won't die. But look at Sumo's pale face and all those tubes attached to him. Those villains must have targeted him. They killed him to study his body. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The dean hasn't spoken yet. Stop speculating wildly. Something might have really happened to Suemo. He's dead. That's why the dean is so furious he destroyed all the labs and executed the traitors to avenge Suemo. The murmuring crowd fell silent upon hearing this theory, a shared sense of foreboding settling over them. Long Lindian took a deep breath. Everyone, don't worry. Suemo is fine. He's been rescued and is currently resting. In a few days, you'll all be able to see him. The chat exploded with excitement at Long Lintian's words. Great! I knew Suemo was a lucky guy, nothing bad would happen to him. Thank goodness. As long as Suemo is safe, that's all that matters. Suemo is truly the best. A genius with 100 affinity in all 3 attributes. Those trashy people wanted to kill him? Pure delusion. I say Suemo should find 100 wives ASAP and start having kids. Such incredible talent shouldn't go to waste. Great idea. I suggest everyone line up. I'll be first in line. I'm second. My family has twin genes, maybe I can give Suemo 2 at once. My family has quadruplet genes, shouldn't I be first in line? After hearing Suemo was unharmed, the comments went off topic again. Destroying over 100 research facilities and eliminating traitors within the city, it was all Sumo's plan. Chapter 122, Breakthrough, reaching the 4th tier of Ascension Realm. Upon learning it was Sumo's plan, the comments streamed in again. Mobao is so smart, truly my digital husband. Impressive. Too bad I can only do naughty things to the Mobao on my screen. You big dummy upstairs, what are you doing? Don't insult Suemo. Another Suemo plan? Wasn't the Z9 city operation also his? Wiping out millions of demon beasts in one go and exposing so many traitors. Yeah, who'd have thought this plan would be so ruthless? Destroying over 100 research facilities and wiping out another wave of traitors within the city. I'd love to see Suemo in person. Oh well, he's still resting. Long Lintian posted a few more photos. They were of Yiling. This guy is already dead. His deeds are documented here. Don't be fooled. As Long Lintian uploaded the photos, the captions detailed Yiling's actions. What? So everything he said before was a lie? He burned his own parents alive? So that's it. This guy just wanted to use others' sympathy to numb his own pain. What a clown. He was rotten to the core from childhood, no wonder he became a traitor. He truly deserved to die, it was too easy for him. I feel more and more sorry for Suemo. For the sake of the plan, this bastard blew up his parents' graves and Zhao Yang's grave. Even the house his parents left him was blown up. Sigh, poor Suemo. I just want to give him a hug. Should we help rebuild Sumo's place? Anyone in? Forget it, upstairs. Let Suemo handle it himself. Some things hold far more meaning when Suemo does them himself than if we did them. Long Lintian didn't elaborate on the specifics of the plan. Suemo had told him that no official members of the Immortality Organization had appeared. Moreover, the identity of the one who revived Su Yao remained unknown to this day. You all know the full story. Moving forward, I urge everyone to focus on your cultivation. We can protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. Strive for self-improvement. Let us encourage one another. After Long Lintian finished speaking, he closed the livestream. Many in the northern district immediately found Sumo's account and left comments. Suemo, take good care of yourself. We're all waiting for you. Suemo, when you want a girlfriend, just say the word, I'll gladly come running. Awesome. You're truly my digital husband. Keep it up. Bro, come quick, everything you want is right here. Sister Pian's back again. She's got her sights set on Suemo. Every time something about Suemo comes up, Sister Pian shows up right on cue. At that moment, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight outside made him instinctively squint. Then 2 dark figures burst into his vision. Awake! Bayu's gentle voice sounded beside Sumo's ear. Suemo opened his eyes and lifted his head to meet Bayu's gaze. Concern flickered in Bayu's eyes as she reached out to touch Sumo's head. You've been sleeping for days. Anyone would have thought you were dead. Suemo stretched lazily. Pfft, you little rascal, are you trying to seduce me? Suemo froze, he was down to his underwear. Sis Bayu, what did you do to me? Bayu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she slowly drew closer to Suemo. Her red lips drew near his ear. Alone together like this, what do you think your sister might do to you? Watching Sumo's face flush, a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Get up quickly. After Bayu left, Suemo lay on the bed, forming the character tie. She sat up and glanced at the system interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 18. Power level, 7th tier Divine Soul 0-170,000. Mental cultivation, 5th tier of Shaping the Tao 0-500,000. Martial arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Art D grade, high tier, Perfected. Tao Intent, 7th tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial Stage, 17 meters, 0-1 million. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 0-3000 Water Affinity, 28, 0-2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 0-2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 0-1300 Space Affinity, 43, 0-43,000 Time Affinity, 10, 0-10,000. Kill points, 3,846,925. Seeing the kill points, Sumo's lips curved upward. 3,840,000 kill points. This was the reward for blowing up the research institute. Without hesitation, Suemo chose to allocate the points. 8th tier Divine Soul, 9th tier Divine Soul. A thunderous roar echoed within his body. His strength had already broken through to the Ascension realm. The Shaping Dao technique was also on the verge of breakthrough. He allocated another 500,000 points. Glancing at his remaining slaughter points, he wasted no time in continuing to boost his strength. In the blink of an eye, his power had reached the 4th tier of Ascension. Seeing the remaining slaughter points, Suemo chose to allocate them to spatial affinity. He hadn't expected his master to also wield spatial attributes. When his master used it, it was incredibly cool. He could pierce through space and appear in another location. With nearly 2 million slaying points remaining, Suemo poured them all into spatial affinity. His slaying value now hovered just over 10,000 points, while his spatial affinity remained a mere 75. Suemo sighed. The progress was still too slow. Once things settled down, he'd need to continue hunting demon beasts. Suemo dressed and headed outside. At that moment, Bayu was seated at the dining table, waiting for Suemo. After washing up, Suemo looked at the food on the table, surprise in his eyes. "Did you make this?" Bayu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Suemo. In such a short time, she sensed a profound change in Suemo. She couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. "Of course I made it. Didn't you say my cooking was terrible before? I specifically asked someone for advice this time. Try it and tell me what you think." Suemo plucked up his courage, took a few bites, and his eyes lit up. "Not bad at all. Who would have thought Bayu had this talent?" Bayu looked at Suemo expectantly. "Not bad. You're about to surpass me." Hearing Sumo's praise, Bayu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Watching Suemo wolf down his food, Bayu felt a strange sense of satisfaction, almost like raising a pig. Once Suemo set down his bowl and chopsticks, Bayu looked at him. "Now that your plan is complete, isn't there anything you want to say?" Bayu asked, as if offhandedly. Sumo's eyes flickered at her words. "Shouldn't Master have already told you? You already know my plan. Do I really need to explain it to you again?" Bayu snorted coldly. "You jerk, Suemo. Are you doing this on purpose? Didn't you say you had a gift for me?" Sumo's lips curved upward. "I remember, of course I remember. It's just that I haven't had time to prepare it yet. Wait a little longer, it won't be long now." Bayu hummed in acknowledgement and fell silent. Just as the two fell silent, a knock sounded at the door. Suemo stood up, opened the door, and found it was teacher Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Suemo awake. "Young master has awakened. It's perfect timing. Lu Yaoyao wishes to see you." Chapter 123, 100 billion? You sold yourself out? What are the investigation results so far? Suemo asked the teacher. "We never suspected Lu Bai before. He had such great talent, yet he turned traitor. But there's nothing unusual about the Lu family. Lu Yaoyao wants to see the young master. She says she'll speak once she meets him. I came to see if the young master had woken up. Looks like my luck's holding out." Bayu approached upon hearing the commotion. "In that case, let's go see this Lu Yaoyao. I'm also curious why Lu Bai would collaborate with those people." After Bayu spoke, the three headed toward a secret chamber in the north courtyard. When Suemo entered, the interrogators stood up. Zhao Kuang gave them a nod, and the interrogators departed. Upon seeing Suemo enter, Lu Yaoyao took a deep breath. Even though this big guy was a straight man, she was willing to trust Suemo. She trusted no one else. Suemo glanced at Lu Yaoyao but did not interrogate her. He picked up the keys from the table and unlocked the chains binding Lu Yaoyao. Bayu and Zhao Kuang remained silent. "Go. You're free now." As Suemo turned to leave, he caught Lu Yaoyao's gaze. In her eyes, he saw relief and contentment. As for why Lu Bai had become a traitor, Suemo had already formed a rough guess on the way here. Earlier, he had sought out Su Yao. Why else, if not to obtain information? Lu Bai's betrayal was either for that thing or for other reasons. From their very first meeting, Lu Bai had left a deep impression on Suemo. Lu Yaoyao stood up and looked at Suemo. "You haven't asked yet, aren't you afraid I might be a traitor too?" Sumo's gaze sharpened. He turned and flashed Lu Yaoyao a smile, offering no reply. There were still matters to attend to. He had no time to waste here. Lu Bai must have experienced something. What he wants is also for those things. That's your Lu family's business. Instead of letting others prove it for you, why not prove it yourselves? Suemo finished speaking and turned to leave. Zhao Kuang followed him out, trailing behind Suemo with a look of utter confusion. "Young master, you've got me completely baffled." "Resurrection." Suemo uttered only 2 words, offering no further explanation. Zhao Kuang froze upon hearing this. So that's it. Everything finally made sense. Bayu stepped forward, keeping pace beside Suemo. She sensed he was dismissing her, already preoccupied with other thoughts. The current Suemo was like a black sesame-filled glutinous rice ball. "Let's go find the master." Soon, the two found Long Lintian's office. The four vice deans were present. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Sumo approach. Vice Dean Lei approached Sumo, gave him a once-over, and upon finding him unremarkable, let out a smirk. He reached out and slapped Sumo on the shoulder. "You little rascal, you've done something truly remarkable this time. Attaining the realm of spiritual essence at the soul stage utterly unprecedented. Breaking through to the 7th level of blade intent and grasping a thread of the way of the blade excellent, excellent. Interested in leaving old dragon and becoming my disciple?" Sumo gave a wry smile. "Dean Lei, please don't tease me like this." Vice President Lei dropped the banter. Long Lindian looked at Sumo, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Diligent, ambitious, and naturally gifted, who wouldn't love a disciple like that? Now that you're awake, what are your thoughts moving forward? Sumo took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. "This time we destroyed the research facility and captured many traitors, but there must be deeper traitors still hidden. Their access levels even surpass Yiling's. They won't reveal themselves unless absolutely forced to. Our first priority is to address the internal threat. After this demon beast siege, those beasts won't dare act recklessly unless something major happens. So next, we must root out those deeply hidden traitors. At the very least, I'm certain there's a major figure lurking in the northern district." Hearing Sumo's words, Long Lindian and the others nodded in agreement. This was precisely what they had been discussing. The individual who resurrected Su Yao seemed to have vanished without a trace. Long Lindian had been investigating discreetly. Not a single clue emerged. It was as if that person had materialized out of thin air. "We've captured quite a few traitors before, but their ranks and access levels were so low they were utterly useless, mere minnows, not even peripheral members. Even after multiple investigations, they vanished without a trace, as if they never existed at all. Or rather, the leads inexplicably trail off. They operate in the shadows, while we work in the open." Vice Dean Lei sighed. Sumo's eyes flickered. Noticing Sumo's expression, Long Lindian raised his gaze. "Sumo, I'm entrusting the investigation to you. If you need personnel, I'll provide personnel. If you need funds, I'll provide funds." Sumo opened his mouth, staring at Long Lindian. "Master, I haven't had a chance to rest yet." Long Lindian pulled out his phone. 100 billion has been deposited into your martial artist badge. Rest assured, Master. It's my duty. Seeing Sumo suddenly adopt such a righteous demeanor, the expressions in the conference room grew inexplicably peculiar. Baiyu covered her face and shook her head. "This guy selling himself out for 100 billion? When will you ever stop being such a money-grubbing fool?" The four vice deans gaped, utterly at a loss for words. "All right, you may leave. Oh, and here's what you requested." Long Lindian flickered his finger, and 2 boxes materialized. Sumo's eyes lit up upon seeing them, and he promptly stowed them into his spatial ring. "Master is truly formidable. This disciple takes his leave." Sumo spoke and then followed Baiyu out. Watching Sumo depart, Long Lintian's lips curved upward. "Leave it to this lad. He's sharp." Vice Dean Lei looked at Long Lintian. "Dean, isn't this method of training a bit excessive? The boy isn't even 19 yet. By constantly putting him on the front lines like this, I fear he's already figured out there's a special research institute within the city. All this effort to lull others into complacency, it's clearly for covert investigation. No one's growth is smooth sailing. While we old-timers can still hold the fort for a while, we must cultivate them. Even if we fall in battle, the northern sector will still have hope." Long Lindian stood up, gazing outside, lost in thought. The 4 deputy deans stood beside the dean, watching Sumo and Baiyu walk away, still playfully bickering. "Indeed, they'll surpass us in strength once they mature, especially that lad. He may seem like a carefree troublemaker, but he's sharp as a tack inside." Vice Dean Lei shook his head. "Dean, if we let things continue like this, I fear for the North District." Yi Yujian's eyes held a look of concern. "Survival of the fittest. I've noticed powerful demon beasts awakening recently. Many in the North District have lost their sense of vigilance. We can shield them for a time, but not forever. These city walls are both protection and shackles. We've taught them the basics of cultivation and shown them the way. How many have persevered? We've done what we could. Our conscience is clear." Chapter 124, North Campus Announcement. Sumo named next dean's successor. After Baiyu and Sumo emerged, Baiyu stared at Sumo strangely. "Sis Baiyu, staring at me like that makes me think you've got a thing for me." Baiyu rolled her eyes. "You sold yourself for a mere 100 billion? Don't you know that old man has more money than he can spend? You should have asked for more." Baiyu looked exasperated. Sumo opened his mouth. "I thought you'd say something else, turns out it was this. Sis Baiyu, this is a gift for you. Take a look." Baiyu took out 2 boxes. Her gaze sharpened when she saw the protective suits inside. "This is the gift you said you'd give me?" Baiyu inquired. "Yes. Didn't I say I'd give you a gift after the plan was completed? I had my master specially craft these. They can withstand several attacks from heaven's will realm beasts. This was also the reward I requested from my master. Baiyu watched the smile on Sumo's face. After stowing away the protective suit, she wrapped her arms around him. Sis Baiyu, I love how sweet you smell, but please let go of me. Otherwise, I'll suspect you're trying to suffocate me. I can't breathe. Baiyu blushed as she released Sumo. This was my reward for you. I didn't expect you'd still be thinking of me. Looks like my help wasn't wasted. Baiyu watched Sumo's retreating figure ahead, her gaze tinged with disappointment. Perhaps this wasn't what she truly desired. After the matter was resolved, Sumo stayed put for a few days before leaving the North Yard. Now, at the Z9 City Cemetery. Sumo clapped his hands, surveying the newly restored graves of his parents. Even Zhao Yong's grave had been meticulously repaired. Before his parents' graves, Sumo unwrapped the cake he had bought. She placed candles on top. Mom and Dad, this is the 6th year you've been gone. After speaking, Sumo's fingers gently traced the photograph on the tombstone. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. Because of that bastard, you had to endure such humiliation. Mom and Dad, if you know anything in the afterlife, please forgive your son. Sumo's eyes gradually welled up with tears, his gaze filled with memories. He recalled the little moments of his childhood. Every time his parents returned from hunting demon beasts outside the city, they would bring him delicious treats. Whatever Sumo desired, they would do their utmost to fulfill. His father often said, "My son is the best, he'll surely surpass me one day." Mom would say, as long as Amor grows up healthy and free from illness or disaster, that's all that matters. Sumo unwrapped the candles and placed them in the holders. Mom and Dad, today is my birthday. I'm 19 now. I'm an adult now. You know, Son has reached the 4th tier of Ascension Heaven, and his sword intent has reached the 7th tier. Dad, I've fulfilled what you once said, but I can only share this with your photos now. If you were still alive, you'd definitely drag me out for a few drinks to celebrate my current strength. Mom would surely grumble again, saying we were drinking. Sumo sat before the tombstone. The candle burned steadily, casting a crimson glow across his face, with glistening droplets sparkling at the corners of his cheeks. When others get tired, they can go home and vent to their parents, but now I have to carry it all on my own. Mom and Dad, I really miss you. Sumo closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, then blew out the candle when he opened them. Dad, here, Son will cut you a big piece. Of course, Mom gets the biggest portion of fruit, she loves it the most. After dividing the fruit, Sumo cut himself a slice. A cool breeze gently stirred, lifting the hem of Sumo's clothes. As if a hand were tugging at the hem to wipe away the tear streaks on Sumo's face. Two figures stood beneath a large tree in the distance, watching the silhouette on the cemetery path without approaching. Sis, why aren't you going over? If you went now, you could definitely make him cry his eyes out and win him over in one fell swoop. Baisho watched Sumo in the distance and spoke to Baiyu. Let him be. This place has become his only solace. We still have family. When we feel wronged, we have someone to confide in. He's all alone. When he's wronged, he has no one to confide in. Everyone only sees his dazzling success, a prodigy with all 3 attributes reaching 100 affinity. At 18, he's already reached the Divine Soul Realm, mastered 7 layers of blade intent, orchestrated 2 major operations, slaughtered millions of demonic beasts, captured tens of thousands of traitors, and destroyed over 100 research facilities. But he's exhausted. Baisho opened his mouth but offered no rebuttal. Watching that retreating figure, his gaze held complexity. Perhaps it was true, no one would ever want to become such a person. Not until the sunset did Sumo rise to his feet. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving. More important matters await me ahead, and countless dangers lie in wait. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up living together before we know it. Of course, you definitely wouldn't want to see that happen. At that moment in the North Courtyard, Long Lindian looked at the 4 deputy deans. Begin. Consider it his 19th birthday gift. The North Campus has deliberated and confirmed Sumo as its next heir. After this announcement surfaced, the entire Northern District erupted in chaos. What? Sumo has been confirmed as the North Campus's next heir? So soon? Whoa, that's terrifying. In Northyard's history, Sumo seems to be the youngest heir ever. If it were anyone else, I might question it. But for Sumo? I can only say it's well deserved. Absolutely. He devised 2 master plans, slaughtered millions of demon beasts, eliminated countless traitors, and even destroyed over 100 research facilities surrounding the North District. Exactly. And he accomplished all this at 18. Who else could achieve that much at that age? Sumo became the Northern Academy's heir at 18. My son is 18 and still babbles ABA non-stop, polishing off 3 bowls of rice at a sitting. Why must the North Campus discuss such thrilling topics at night? It only fuels my imagination. Now I have material for tonight's dreams. I can't even imagine how happy I'd be if my husband were Sumo, carrying me through the sky on a flying sword, admiring the North District. Even as a guy, I can picture that scene, it's pure bliss. Wake up, upstairs. Have you paid off your mortgage? Your car loan? Still single at your age? Others have second kids, and you're just a spare tire. Hey, you up there, I'd advise you to take that back. I have a friend who just lost it. This is what they call creating friends out of thin air. Sumo becoming the heir. I saw that coming a mile away. Gotta say, it's exactly what everyone wanted. You don't even need to say it. Look at what Sumo has achieved. Who could pull that off? Forget everything else, just look at his strength, a divine soul realm at 18. Look up North District's history, there's never been anyone like him. I have a feeling Sumo will surpass even the mightiest Sage Realm cultivators in the future. I can scarcely imagine how glorious our North District will become by then. Chapter 125, The Immortal Organization's Method for Collaborating with Demonic Beasts. While the northern campus was abuzz with the news, Sumo remained unaware of the commotion. After rising to his feet, Sumo descended the steps and immediately spotted two figures standing beneath the tree. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had said everything and yet nothing at all. Bai Xiao stepped closer. From now on, we'll have to address you as young master of the academy. Bai Xiao's gaze held a hint of emotion. In just a few short months, Sumo had undergone such a tremendous transformation. His strength had surged rapidly, transforming from a greenhorn who once needed others' help into someone capable of protecting others. If given another 2 years, it was terrifying to imagine just how formidable Sumo would become. Surprise flickered in Sumo's eyes. Many teachers in the Northern Academy also liked to call him young master. Previously, Sumo had assumed it was simply because he was the disciple of the academy head, Lon Lindian. Seeing Sumo still looking dazed, Baiyu pulled out her phone and found the post released by the North Yard. Sumo's expression hardened upon seeing it. He wasn't as delighted as one might expect, for to him, the weight on his shoulders had grown heavier. He couldn't fathom what those old fools were thinking. The three of them walked together, heading down the mountain. Guess you'll need to start building your own team now. Do you have anyone in mind? You could pick me, I'm super skilled. Or how about I show you my skills with a street dance move? Baiyu and Sumo exchanged glances, both suddenly struck by the same thought. Is he out of his mind? So, how's that? Pretty cool, huh? I just learned it. Maybe if I pull it off in the North Yard, I'll get priority in choosing a partner. Seeing Bai Xiao's smug expression, the two covered their faces, feeling utterly embarrassed to be associated with this guy. Sumo walked to the site of the bombed outhouse, staring at the ruins. Baiyu's fingers tightened, her gaze flashing with murderous intent. Let's go. Sumo glanced at it once more before turning away. Aren't you going to have it rebuilt? This is what your parents left you. Sumo shook his head. You're afraid that even if it's repaired, those people from the Immortal Organization will destroy it again. Sumo shook his head. If the Immortality Organization's people were all such lowlifes, I wouldn't worry at all because people like that have no brains. Whether it's Lu Bai or Yi Ling, they're merely unofficial members, nothing more than pawns. With all the commotion this time, I suspect the official members will emerge. The trouble they'll cause won't be trivial. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. The research facility outside North City had been nearly obliterated. If he were part of the Immortality Organization, he'd be furious too. Besides, these non-regular members hold too few secrets. Only by capturing the regular members can we uncover more. Only by knowing their true nature can we avoid being reactive. Right now, the North District is still on the defensive. Internal and external threats persist, along with deeply hidden traitors, not to mention the occasional demon beast assaults on the city. Those traitors might even be collaborating with the demon beasts. The Northern Academy previously attempted to collaborate with demon beasts, though it likely failed. Sister Baiyu should know something about this. After speaking, Sumo's gaze settled on Baiyu. Baiyu nodded. Correct. We did attempt an alliance, but it ended in failure. I truly have no idea how those immortal organizations managed to pull it off. Even Baiyu found the subject astonishing. Bloodline. Sumo uttered the two words. Bai Xiao and Baiyu both turned to look at Sumo. Beyond raw power, what demonic beasts value most is their bloodline. If there were a way to enhance their bloodline, do you think those beasts would cooperate? Sumo gazed into the distance. This was the conclusion he had reached, though he had yet to verify its validity. The Northern Academy has speculated on this outcome as well. Enhancing demon beast bloodlines is exceedingly difficult. Previous research yielded deeply disappointing results. I can actually imagine one reason why. Before their talents are revealed, some prodigies face exclusion and injustice. After saying a few words, Baiyu fell silent. Even the dean of the North Campus knew there was nothing to be done about it. People are inherently selfish. Even among family, a mere sum of money could lead to bloodshed, let alone other matters. Some things everyone knows but won't speak of. This is precisely why so many hearts grow cold. Why do traitors manage to uncover so much? Think about what those people went through. They want revenge, so of course they'll strive for it. Those who arrogantly push others aside still gloat in self-satisfaction. By the way, Master asked you to investigate the traitor. Have you found any leads? Baiyu looked at Sumo. This foolish younger brother had been bought off with 100 billion. How could such a thing be so easily accomplished? The opportunity has already presented itself, hasn't it, Lu Bai? Hearing that name, Bai Xiao and Bai Yu's eyes flickered with regret. They were in the same class as Lu Bai. They never imagined the one summoning poisonous insects would be Lu Bai. Let's go. Tomorrow, I'll finally get to meet that Lu demon. Sumo's eyes flickered, a smirk curling his lips. Clearly, he'd already had plans in mind. Bai Xiao and Bai Yu froze, exchanging a glance. They felt a bit lost trying to keep up with Sumo's train of thought. By the time they returned to the North Yard, night had deepened. Early the next morning, in a cafe within the North Yard, Sumo and Lu Yaoyao sat across from each other. I thought you really weren't interested. Lu Yaoyao sipped her coffee, set the cup down, and studied Sumo with her gaze. Who would have thought this fellow before her had become the North Campus heir? The gap between people really is enormous. Sumo pulled out a file, Lu Bai's case file. It detailed every aspect of Lu Bai's life. After my father's first wife passed away, he remarried, and that's how I came to be. But my mother treated him like her own son, which is why my relationship with my eldest brother was so close. After my eldest brother's death, our family still cannot fathom why he chose to become a traitor. Sumo looked up at Lu Yaoyao. Su Yao came back from the dead. Lu Yaoyao abruptly stood up, suddenly realizing something, then sat back down, her expression filled with horror. Could it be that my eldest brother wanted to resurrect his mother? Impossible. Even if resurrection were possible, without a body, how could it be done? Not even the sages could achieve that. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao's words became disjointed. Quiet. Think carefully. Could there be another reason? Lu Yaoyao took a deep breath, suppressing the terror within her. Besides that, I can't think of any other reason. Seeing Lu Yaoyao's emotions still unsettled, Sumo refrained from pressing further. Go back first. Think it through carefully. Call me if you remember anything. We're friends. I want to help you uncover the truth too. Lu Yaoyao nodded, stood up, and turned to leave. After watching her leave, Sumo retrieved another set of documents. A faint smile touched his lips as he scanned the contents. Chapter 126, Terrifying Phenomena Emerge, All Sides Take Action. Sumo had already caught a glimpse of the truth, but he still needed to confirm it. Just then, a figure hurried over. When Sumo saw Bai Yu, surprise flashed in his eyes. He had never seen such a look of urgency on her face before. Sumo, check the martial artist forum now. Bai Yu's voice rang out. Sumo opened his phone, his pupils contracting. Z9 City Anomaly. The post contained only 5 brief words. A dark cloud had appeared in the sky, with flashes of crimson light rolling through it intermittently. The ground was already covered in dense cracks, billowing black smoke, with fiery red flashes darting through. Before Sumo could react, Vice Dean Lei had already arrived. Junior Dean, Bai Yu, hurry with me to Z9 City. This is serious. The demon beasts appearing this time are no ordinary foes. With that, he lifted Sumo and Bai Yu into the air. It must be said that the speed of Heaven's Will Realm experts was truly remarkable. Within a few hours, they had already arrived at Z9 City. The North Campus's experts are also on their way. The Dean must remain to oversee matters and cannot come personally. There are also disturbances in other areas. The other 3 Vice Deans have already gone to monitor those areas. Deputy Dean Lei swiftly explained the situation. A large crowd had already gathered around the anomaly. Many were still snapping photos with their phones. What on earth is this? I've never seen anything like it. No idea. It happened in an instant. The ground shook, and then these dense cracks appeared. Sumo gazed up at the sky, where a massive dark cloud was gathering overhead. The cracks on the ground kept multiplying. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Sumo took a deep breath. He too had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Dean Lei, have you ever witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon? Vice Dean Lei was a powerful figure with vast experience. He should have witnessed such a scene before. This is the first time I've witnessed such a scene as well. Other anomalies have appeared before, but they merely signaled the awakening of demonic beasts. Those beasts never acted rashly after stirring, they fell back into slumber. In the past 30 years, no such terrifying phenomenon has ever occurred again. Only about a dozen years ago did an anomaly occur, and the 4 of us Vice Deans slew the demon beast. That beast had only just broken through the Heaven's Will Realm at the time. Sumo took a deep breath as the phenomenon continued to churn. Sumo felt his heartbeat accelerate involuntarily. Thump, thump. At that moment, 2 sounds echoed from the distance like the beating of a heart, yet also like the pounding of war drums. Crackle, 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 crackle. The ground cracked at an accelerating pace. Black smoke began billowing from the earth. Sumo took a deep breath, his expression grim as he surveyed the ordinary people still gathered in this place. Everyone leave. This place is dangerous. What are you still doing here? Hearing Sumo's voice, many snapped back to attention. Let's go. Sumo has spoken. We should leave quickly. Let's hurry. I've never seen anything like this before. It must be seriously dangerous. I actually think some treasure might appear. Maybe some extraordinary treasure will appear, allowing me to obtain it and become a prodigy like Sumo. Some indulged in wild fantasies. Hearing this, many were tempted. What if there really was some extraordinary treasure? When extraordinary treasures appear, wouldn't there be a multitude of supernatural phenomena? Such treasures always find their way to those destined to possess them. Standing atop the city wall, Sumo overheard these whispers. His gaze sharpened momentarily before he shook his head. Deputy Dean Lay shook his head as well. Foolish dreamers. Such people deserve to die. Their self-righteous cleverness harms both themselves and others. Ignore them. The dangers to come will only multiply. Living within the city walls, any danger is secretly resolved by martial artists. They have lost all sense of reverence. Bayu glanced back once before turning away, no longer paying them any mind. I trust Sumo. We should leave quickly, there might be powerful demon beasts appearing. Exactly. Haven't you noticed even Vice Dean Lay has appeared? At that moment, several more figures appeared in the distance, arriving atop the city walls. They nodded to Vice Dean Lay, Sumo, and Bayu before simultaneously turning their gaze toward the distance. Outside the city walls, the mist was already churning and rolling out. The exact situation remained unclear. Vice Dean Lay, do you think if these are demon beasts, they'll actually attack the city this time? The arrivals were the Vice Deans from the 5 major prestigious academies, who had long been acquainted with Vice Dean Lay. I cannot say. This anomaly is significant. I fear some powerful demon beast may have awakened. Such a formidable beast hasn't appeared in all these years. I wonder what could have happened. As they spoke, the ground within the city began to tremble. Outside the city walls, the earth began to crack, with fissures several meters wide suddenly appearing. The sudden spectacle caused the group's expressions to grow grave. Many martial artists within the city began gathering, preparing for battle at any moment. Everyone, stay clear of those fissures, danger might emerge from them. Be cautious. Teachers Zhao Kuang and Zhang Jingxin warned at this moment. Instructors from the 5 major academies had also arrived in force, standing atop the city walls and watching the distant disturbances. Dark clouds churned in the sky, gradually dispersing. Within mere minutes, the dark clouds vanished completely. The tremors beneath the ground ceased, as if nothing had ever happened. Standing atop the city walls, Vice Dean Lay exhaled. It was likely caused by a powerful demon beast passing through, creating this anomaly. The other powerful figures also relaxed. Deputy Dean Chao Yue of Qingya Academy gazed into the distance. Many powerful demon beasts have been in slumber, but now they're gradually awakening. The number of human martial artists hasn't increased much. After speaking, he glanced at the humans still watching the spectacle, his gaze carrying disappointment. Previously, Dean Long collaborated with our 5 major academies to compile texts, guiding them to temper their vital energy. Even if they couldn't break through to martial artist ranks, increased vital energy would significantly enhance the innate talent of their future children. Alas, the results were meager. They've proven quite adept at infighting, though. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a sense of defeat. Perhaps one day, the North District will vanish too. By then, we'll likely be 6 feet under. We secretly handle all manner of dangers, our bodies riddled with injuries, yet they still think we're powerful. After speaking, he looked at Sumo. Sumo, sometimes you must learn to let go. Some people are just dead weight, you have to know when to cut ties. Surprise flickered in Sumo's eyes as Vice Dean Lay patted his shoulder. We're brothers who fought side by side. These are words from the heart. Remember that. You're different from us. Someday, you'll surpass even the old dragon. Put yourself first. Chapter 127, an even more terrifying beast assaults the city. Elders, your words are putting a lot of pressure on me. Things will work out naturally. They say 70 is a rare age. We spend 10 years in innocence, 10 years growing old, how many years are left? Add the division of day and night, and time grows even shorter. As long as my conscience is clear, that's all that matters. The future will take care of itself. Hearing Sumo's words, the group burst into laughter. Who knew you'd see things so clearly, kid? The vice deans from other colleges looked at Sumo with astonishment in their eyes to possess such insight at only 18. Deputy Dean Lay patted Sumo on the shoulder. Well said, as long as your conscience is clear. I haven't misjudged you. As the commotion in the distance gradually subsided. Senior, I have an ominous feeling. They say the calm before the storm is always still. For some reason, I feel a chill running down my spine. Sumo stared into the darkness ahead, sensing a heavy, oppressive weight. We feel it too. Perhaps this matter is more than meets the eye. At that moment, Vice Dean Lay's expression also grew grave as he gazed into the darkness ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A breeze began to stir, gradually growing wild and restless. The distant mist was instantly swept away. Boom! Boom! A violent rumbling suddenly echoed from within the mist. Even those within the city sensed something was amiss. Looking down, everything on the ground seemed to be shaking like a sieve, bouncing up and down. Those who had been watching the spectacle moments before paled and plopped down onto the ground. They could no longer stand steadily on the ground. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? I don't know. Something's wrong. Really wrong. No, run. I feel something big is about to happen. Even the warriors within the city clenched their weapons tightly. Barred by the city gates, they could not see the scene outside. Yet years of demon-slaying experience told them today's events were no ordinary affair. Suemo stood atop the city walls, his expression tightening as he stared at the blood-red eyes shimmering within the mist. Other warriors guarding the walls saw the distant beasts and their expressions darkened as well. Quick! Defend the walls! The beasts are attacking. Deputy Dean Lay's voice grew grave as he watched the beasts in the distance, a chill running down his spine. Almost all are third-tier beasts. We've barely seen any first or second-tier ones. This time, it's no ordinary affair. Roar! 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 A low, oppressive roar echoed. The beasts in the distance rapidly closed in on the walls. Like climbing a ladder to the heavens, they scaled the walls. Dense swarms of iron-devouring beasts gnawed at the walls. Upon witnessing this, Vice Chancellor Lei channeled thunderous energy into his hands. He pointed his finger at the city wall. Crackling and popping, every demon beast clinging to the walls dissolved into a mist of blood. Now, the scent of blood only fueled their frenzy. Sumo's gaze grew grave. Deputy Dean Lei watched from afar and refrained from further intervention. Suemo, lead them to hunt the beasts. Suemo nodded. The Black God's sword appeared in his hand. Any demon beast that climbed up was swiftly slain by Suemo. Feeling the tremors beneath the city walls, Suemo took a deep breath. The iron-devouring beasts were the most troublesome creatures. Before long, they would tear a gaping hole in the city wall. Then the entire wall would come crashing down. Sumo's body shifted, stepping skyward. Deputy Dean Lay's pupils contracted, his gaze filled with horror. Even Baiyu was stunned into silence. Teachers and vice deans from other academies stared at Suemo. That kid actually broke through to the Ascension realm? When did that happen? I thought reaching the Divine Soul realm at 18 was already monstrously gifted, but now he's already at the Ascending Heaven realm? He's 19 now, not 18. Vice Dean Lei corrected their mistake regarding Sumo's age. What difference does it make? A 19-year-old at the Ascending Heaven realm? Just imagine how terrifying this kid will be in the future. Suemo descended from the heavens. The demon beasts currently attacking the city weren't particularly powerful, making them perfect for honing his strength. As his domain unfolded, 7 layers of blade intent surged forth. The siege beasts, spotting Sumo's descent, flashed bloodlust in their eyes. What greeted them was a sky filled with blade intent. Slayed 4,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 12,000 slaying points. Slaughtered 3,000 level 4 demon beasts, obtained 1,400 slaughter points. Suemo landed on the ground, instantly creating a 20-meter vacuum zone. The beasts lunged toward Suemo. At that moment, Suemo raised his hand. Surrounding stones and leaves all floated upward, now imbued with the power of gold. They were also imbued with the intent of blades. All these elements were manipulated by Suemo, transforming into deadly weapons to slay the beasts. Thud, thud. Soon, a mist of blood filled the air. Sumo's figure became ghostly and elusive. Wherever he passed, no demon beast possessed the strength to obstruct him. The soldiers guarding the city walls watched the scene unfold, their eyes filled with admiration. Deputy Dean Lei watched Suemo, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. This kid's domain has already reached 20 meters, pretty terrifying. The deputy deans from other academies watched Suemo, their eyes equally filled with awe. Whoa, old Lei, your North Academy really hit the jackpot. A talent this powerful will be a rare sight in the North Campus in the future. A domain, the Ascension Realm, grasping a thread of the Way of the Blade, and he's only 19 years old. Old Lei, once this matter is settled, lend Suemo to us for a while. Bull. No way. Don't think I don't know what you old farts are scheming. Vice Dean Lei narrowed his eyes. Open the city gates. Let them go out and hunt demon beasts. Only warriors tempered in bloodshed can truly grow. The vice deans of the 5 major academies heard this and their expressions grew grave. Are you serious? If Suemo can do it, why can't they? This kid's strength has grown so rapidly. Have you ever seen him show the slightest bit of arrogance? Ever since I've known him, he's either been on the path to slaying demon beasts or hunting them down. Like an unstoppable machine, how else could he have grasped the essence of the blade? Don't you think we human martial artists have always been too passive? We're always on the defensive. You all know what happened back then. This kid wiped out all the beasts within 30 miles of the city. Combined with his last strategy, there are barely any weak beasts left now. Our human settlements are shrinking. Why not take the initiative? The 9 great regions are now divided by beasts. If we strike first, we might just reconnect them. The others thought Vice Dean Lei's idea was a bit far-fetched, too difficult to achieve. But when they saw the look of realization in Vice Dean Lei's eyes as he stared at Suemo, they began to think there might actually be a chance. Open the city gates. Take the initiative. Hunt down the demon beasts. After issuing the order, the human warriors wore expressions of disbelief. As the city gates swung open, they beheld that figure. Any demon beast that approached was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Chapter 128, displaying spatial power, astonishing all. Look! That's Sumo. Whoa, how many beasts has he hunted? When did he start hunting beasts? Quick, let's go over there too. Upon witnessing this scene from atop the city wall, Bayu swiftly moved to a spot not far from Sumo and activated her domain. His ninth heavenly ascension realm manifested as his domain spread out, transforming water attributes into droplets. Those raindrops pierced through the demon beast's skull like sharp blades. Sumo turned to witness the scene, his eyes filled with disbelief. Truly worthy of Sister Bayu, the North Yard's youngest martial artist. At just 23 years old, she had already reached the ninth heavenly ascension realm. With 2 ascension realm experts joining the fray, the demon beasts gathering in the distance crumbled like a house of cards. Wherever Sumo passed, vast numbers of beasts fell. Roar! Suddenly, over a dozen demon beasts appeared in the distance, blurring into afterimages as they charged towards Sumo. Sumo narrowed his eyes, glancing at the interface. To increase his spatial affinity, he still needed a significant amount of slaughter points. Name, Sumo. Age, 19. Power, Ascension Tier 40,240,000. Mental Cultivation, Shaping Dao, 6 Tier 01 million. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Dao Intent, 7th Tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 21 meters, 01 million. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 75, 75,000 Time Affinity, 10, 10,000. Kill points, 168,925. Be careful. Bayu warned. Sumo gripped the Black God, his form flickering and vanishing. Heaven Slash. As the blade's glow swept through, 3 6-tiered demon beasts fell instantly. The blade's glow flashed, instantly slaughtering the dense horde of beasts in the distance. Slaying 3 6-tiered demon beasts, gained 18 slaughter points. Slaughtered 3,000 3rd-tiered demon beasts, gained 10,006 slaying points. At that moment, Sumo closed his eyes. Leaves and stones around him suddenly suspended in midair. Slash. As Sumo's voice fell, the leaves and stones abruptly coalesced into a massive blade. Bang! 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 100-meter-long clearing abruptly appeared before Sumo. All the demon beasts now stared at Sumo, their eyes filled with fear. Slaying 4,400 level 4 demon beasts, earning 17,000 slaying points. Slaughtered 5,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 16,700 slaying points. The martial artists who had fled from the city witnessed this scene and were utterly stunned. Sumo is amazing. Sumo, you're my god. Excellent. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the heir to the North Yard, utterly formidable. Ah, brothers, kill. Kill these beasts so they dare not trespass into our North District. Slaughter every last one of these beasts. The powerful humans standing atop the city walls watched the scene unfold, their eyes filled with disbelief. Old Lei, this young master of yours is truly remarkable. He's using techniques he's mastered on his own, right? Weisstein Lei nodded, watching Sumo's retreating figure with a look of satisfaction. It must be said, Sumo was truly bringing honor to the Northern Academy. Wave Crush. Heaven Slash. Sumo's voice echoed continuously. With each of Sumo's attacks, hordes of demon beasts were slaughtered around him. As Sumo gazed at Bayu, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Sumo gradually converged toward Bayu. Upon sensing this, Bayu's gaze held surprise and confusion. Their domains collided, meeting with a slight resistance. Sumo's eyes flickered as his domain weakened. Bayu sensed something too, and her domain weakened as that resistance slowly faded. Wave Overlap. Sumo's blade intent erupted suddenly, harnessing Bayu's water attribute. In that instant, the blade intent transformed into a raging torrent. Boom! Endless waves of blade intent surged out, enveloping the surrounding area. Slaying 8,500 level 5 demonic beasts, earning 43,200 slaying points. Slayed 10,000 level 3 demon beasts, obtained 34,600 slay points. A blank zone suddenly appeared within a 100-meter radius. At that moment, every demon beast sought to avoid the two figures. As Sumo moved, low growls erupted from the demon beast horde, their bodies retreating steadily. Bayu was stunned by the scene before her. She turned her head, staring at Sumo in disbelief. Sumo had already stopped moving. Bayu, be careful. At that moment, Weisstein Lei, standing atop the city wall, let out a startled cry. His body shifted, and he rushed toward Bayu's direction. Gurgling. The ground suddenly began to rumble. Bayu's expression changed as she felt her legs sinking into a quagmire. Sizzle, sizzle. Deputy Dean Lay halted in his tracks, staring at the distant scene in disbelief. Baiyu looked utterly shaken. At that moment, Suemo was holding her. Vice Dean Lay's throat convulsed. His gaze held shock. If he hadn't misread it, Suemo was currently wielding spatial power. After setting Baiyu down, Suemo held the black god in his hand. The ripples on the ground had vanished. Sumo's expression grew grave. Another swamp beast, and a formidable one at that. SSS. Sumo's figure appeared here in that instant. The next moment, he appeared elsewhere. Each time Suemo materialized, several sky-treading realm beasts were slain. Finally, when Suemo materialized beside Vice Dean Lay, his breathing was labored, and a fine sheen of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Deputy Dean, something's wrong. I sense a terrifying pressure emerging. Baiyu approached Suemo. Everyone, retreat immediately. Hurry! Suemo shouted toward the distance. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists attempted to retreat. But the swarm of demon beasts, like ravenous wolves, blocked their retreat. Suemo took a deep breath. His figure vanished. Many martial artists stared in horror at Suemo, who suddenly materialized before them. Sword of Heaven. Quickly return to the city. Something feels off. Seeing Sumo's grave expression, the martial artists hesitated no longer and began running toward the city. At that moment, the powerful figures atop the city walls finally reacted. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. If I'm not dreaming, that's spatial attributes, right? No mistake, it's definitely spatial attributes. Just how much has this Suemo been hiding? Mastering 3 attributes is already shocking enough. Who would have thought he'd conceal a spatial attribute too? The ease with which he wields spatial attributes proves his affinity far exceeds 70%. Deputy Dean Lay watched Suemo, who was already panting, as he carried them back to the city wall. Baiyu supported Suemo as they stood beside him. Their gaze swept toward the distant horizon. Roar! A low growl echoed through the air. The mist instantly dispersed. Immediately, everyone's pupils contracted. Even the attacking demon beast dropped to its knees, trembling. Chapter 129, a demon beast 1,000 meters tall as a skyscraper. Danger. Out of the mist emerged a colossal spider, its body stretching a kilometer in size. Its 8 legs resembled pillars supporting the heavens. Each step sent violent tremors rippling through the ground. The Vice Dean, the teachers, the warriors defending the city walls including Suemo and Baiyu were all stunned. Vice Dean Lay's throat convulsed. How could such a powerful demon beast appear? What on earth is happening? How many years has it been since such a powerful demon beast appeared? The other Vice Deans wore worried expressions as they watched the moving beast, taking deep breaths to suppress their inner terror. Suemo, too, witnessed such a formidable demon beast for the first time. It resembled a moving mountain, its sheer impact overwhelming. The centuries-old city walls, built by human hands, offered no defense against such a beast. Many soldiers stationed on the walls gripped their weapons tightly, their throats convulsing as their legs trembled. They had guarded the city for so long, yet never had they witnessed a demon beast of such overwhelming power. Soldiers retreating into the city peered through gaps, their hair standing on end at the sight of the towering, colossal beast. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. What a monstrous beast! It's like a mountain. Terrifying. We're done for. Are any human warriors strong enough to stop this thing? Maybe we should run. We're doomed here. Where could we possibly run? Once Z9 City falls, the other cities will follow. Even if we escape, it would only be prolonging our agony for a little while. Look at those defenders on the city walls. They're terrified too. They've never seen anything like this. Have you heard any of them talk about fleeing? We are warriors. We bear a mission. Behind us stand countless ordinary people. If we all flee, what becomes of them? Many lowered their heads in deep thought, their eyes gleaming with resolve. Yet some warriors gradually retreated to the rear, slipping away unnoticed into the distance. Prepare yourselves. This spider is no ordinary foe. Deputy Dean Lay stood high in the sky, his warning echoing loudly. His gaze swept over the fleeing warriors, his expression darkening as he let out a bitter smile. Start the live broadcast. Let the entire northern district see just how dangerous this has become. If they still don't wake up, they'll deserve their deaths when stronger demon beasts attack the city in the future. The other Vice Deans standing on the city walls also saw the martial artists fleeing in the distance. None of them spoke to stop them. Everyone had the right to choose their own path. When the time came, they too could choose not to protect these ordinary people. But they couldn't bring themselves to do it. They had guarded the North District for so very long, this place was imbued with their lifeblood. Soon, drones and various equipment appeared, and the live stream quietly began. The Northern Campus livestream went live, instantly drawing a massive crowd. Many rushed in. Why did the anomaly disappear? Look at the ground, why are there so many new cracks? I don't recall them being this large or numerous in the earlier posts. Whoa, look up at the city walls. The vice dean of the northern campus, along with the vice deans from the other 5 major academies, have all appeared at the same time. I don't recall this many powerhouses showing up even when Z9 City was attacked by demon beasts before. What on earth is going on? As the perspective shifted, the scene outside the city walls came into view. A sea of crimson eyes stretched endlessly, like a vast ocean of red, as far as the eye could see. Another demon beast siege? How dare they defy us again? Didn't hunting millions of them last time teach them a lesson? Who knows? It looks terrifying. There are far more beasts this time than last. Look up. There are dozens of sky-treading realm beasts in the sky. No wonder the vice-chancellor and the others went over. Why haven't I seen Sumo's figure? He should be here by now. Isn't that Sumo standing on the left? Seeing he's unharmed puts my mind at ease. With Sumo here, this demon beast siege will be nothing but a joke. Ha! Wait, look. Why are some martial artists sneaking away? It's true. What are these people doing? Running away like cowards? Cowards! How could they even be called martial artists? Sumo isn't running. What are they doing? Roar! The camera now cuts to the massive spider. For a split second, the comment stream went blank. What a massive spider! What kind of power does this demon beast possess? Is it here to attack the city? Holy crap, I'm already scared at home. Can the North District's strong ones really stop this beast? What level of demon beast is this? It looks terrifying. Look at its legs, taller than skyscrapers. Whoa, I guess this beast is at the Heavenswell realm. Too terrifying. How many years has it been since a Heavenswell realm demon beast appeared in the entire North District? Why has it emerged today? At that moment, a piercing cry cut through the darkness, echoing from the distance. Ah! My ears! That sound is unbearable. What on earth is that? No, no! Look at that distant mist, it's dispersing. Just as everyone froze in shock, a violent gale erupted in the sky, and bolts of lightning crackled in the distance. Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath, his expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze on the distance, his hands clenched tightly. Sumo and Baiyu exchanged glances, both seeing terror in each other's eyes. A colossal figure emerged, obscuring the sky. Its immense shadow cast a gigantic projection upon the ground. Thunder foxes flickered incessantly in the sky, crackling with static. A piercing cry echoed through the air. A thunderbird hovered in the sky, not far from the spider. Its wings spread wide, spanning hundreds of meters, obscuring the clouds and blocking out the sun. A pair of piercing eyes fixed on the powerful figures atop the city walls. Its eyes, as large as millstones, sent a chill down the spine. Everyone in the livestream was now on the edge of their seats. Another demon beast on par with the spider? How is this possible? Why are there 2 of them? It's over. It's over. Z9 City is going to fall completely. No wonder those martial artists fled. If I were them, I'd run too. Where could they possibly run? Once Z City falls, these beasts will surely press their advantage and breach other cities. Soon, the entire Northern District will be lost. Do you underestimate the powerhouses of the Northern Academy and the 5 major academies? Could these beasts have been lured here by those traitors too? Do you really think that's possible? Those traitors don't have that kind of power. If they had summoned them, the Northern District would have fallen long ago. Why would they wait until now? I have a bad feeling about this. Z9 City won't hold out today. No way. I'm moving to somewhere near the Northern Academy. This is terrifying. Chapter 130, Evacuate Z City immediately. Panic wasn't confined to Z City alone, even residents of neighboring cities were gripped by terror. In decades, no one had ever witnessed such massive demon beasts attacking a city. The sheer oppressive presence of those 2 beasts was overwhelming. Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath, his fingers clenched tightly as his nerves remained on edge. In all his years, he had never witnessed such powerful demon beasts attacking a city. After all, beasts of this caliber possessed intelligence that rivaled that of humans. Their sudden assault indicated other motives were at play. If only these 2 beasts were present, they could still unite to hold them back. But if more appeared, today would see not just Z City, but other cities trampled under the beast's hooves. Sumo approached Vice Dean Lei. Vice Dean, are you confident we can hold them off? Deputy Dean Lei snapped back to attention, his expression grave. Both are 4th-tier Heavenswell beasts. Beasts possess inherently superior physical constitutions to humans. With only these 2, we might still hold them back. But don't forget there are also numerous Dao realm beasts. Human martial artists will struggle to resist. It's been years since such a large-scale demon beast siege occurred. At that moment, the vice deans of the other 5 major academies stepped forward. Our strength may surpass these beasts by 1 tier, but after years of covert combat, we carry various injuries within us. If only these 2 beasts lead the charge, they won't breach Z City today. But if other beasts of equal power join them, the situation becomes unpredictable. Ding Rui, Vice Dean of the Demon Slaying Academy, gazed at the spider and thunderbird in the distance, his expression grave. Moreover, that thunderbird is particularly troublesome to deal with. Such beasts are symbols of speed, and as a ruler of the skies, it would require at least 3 equally powerful individuals to restrain it. The North District doesn't have an abundance of powerful individuals, and the Dean and others are monitoring disturbances in other areas. Lu Su, Vice Dean of Tianshur Academy, observed the distant scene with a grave expression. In the past, we wouldn't have given these two beasts much thought. But now, whenever powerful beasts appear covertly around the North District, we must personally investigate. Years of relentless combat, near-death experiences, poisonous fumes, beast ambushes, sieges have left our bodies riddled with wounds. Yan Dong, Vice Dean of Lion Academy, wore an equally grim expression. Even at the Sage Realm, protecting an entire district is proving difficult. Among the 10 districts, the 10th district was once the strongest. It has now been destroyed. The Northern District is the weakest among the remaining districts, for only your master possesses the Sage Realm. Do you know how many level 9 demon beasts, equivalent to the Sage Realm, surround the Northern District? Deputy Dean Guoyu of Tianfeng Academy looked at Suemo. Suemo shook his head. These secrets were likely known only to the powerful among them. At least 5, Lei Bao remarked, gazing into the distance. That's precisely why Old Dragon can only hold his ground and cannot move lightly. Even your last plan to blow up over 100 research facilities, Old Dragon took a risk on that. Fortunately, these demonic beasts have remained dormant all these years. But we can't guarantee that will continue. And this is just our northern sector. You can imagine the situation elsewhere. Over the years, we've trained many, but many have already sacrificed themselves in the shadows. Beasts reproduce rapidly. While training warriors isn't difficult for us humans, cultivating a true powerhouse is exceedingly hard. If we fail to stop them today and the city falls, you and Baiyu must ensure your own survival. After speaking, Lei Bao patted Sumo's shoulder, his gaze returning to the 2 colossal demon beasts in the distance. The other 5 stepped forward, standing side by side above the human city walls. They were the elite deputy deans of major academies and the pillars of the Northern District. Suemo watched their retreating figures, his gaze filled with respect. These men were brothers, comrades and armspeople who could trust each other with their very lives. Without them, the Northern District might have long since become prey for the demon beasts. Their conversation was not broadcast live. Viewers watching the live feed gazed at the 6 mighty figures standing side by side in the sky, filled with equal admiration. With these 6 powerhouses here, no demon beast can breach our North District. Indeed, the 6 masters remain as formidable as ever. They'll surely scatter these beasts, sending them fleeing in disarray. That giant spider and thunderbird are dead meat today. I'm telling you, no one can stop him. Dare to offend us, North District? You must be tired of living. Today, these beasts will learn that the North District isn't to be trifled with. Suemo stood atop the city wall, gazing at the thick black mist in the distance, as impenetrable as solid ink. Baiyu stood beside Suemo, her expression equally grave. I have a bad feeling about this. Suemo murmured softly. Baiyu's gaze lingered on Suemo before shifting toward the distant horizon. I feel a sense of foreboding too. Since I began cultivating, this is the first time I've ever had such a premonition. In fact, I suspect there are more than just these 2 demon beasts. Moreover, none of the other vice deans or the dean have appeared. Perhaps this matter is no ordinary affair. Just as all eyes were fixed on the impending battle, the dark mist in the distance suddenly dispersed, revealing a massive shadow slowly approaching. The pupils of the 6 deputy deans contracted sharply, their brows furrowing as a wave of foreboding washed over them. There's another one. This is trouble. Xiao Yue clenched his fingers, his gaze fixed intently on the distant black mist. At that moment, only a massive pillar-like form could be discerned. Suemo felt a chill run down his spine. Another one. Viewers watching the livestream were equally stunned by the sight. Oh no, another demon beast has appeared. Judging by its size, it's on par with the giant spider and the thunderbird. What's there to fear? We have 6 powerful defenders stationed here. Even if 6 demon beasts of equal strength appear, it won't matter. Hey, you up there, don't drag others into your bragging. If you're so tough, go to the front lines. If you don't know what you're talking about, shut your mouth. Beasts are inherently stronger than humans. Have you forgotten that? Suemo kills beasts easily because he's powerful and gifted. Not everyone is Suemo. I see you've lost all sense of reverence. If you keep thinking like this, when the beasts attack the city, you'll all die. Hey, calm down. Nothing's happened yet. Besides, with Sumo's talent, he'll be ready in less than 2 years. With all the powerhouses in the North District, can't we even hold out for 2 years? After years of battle, the North District's elite already carry various injuries. If you still aren't alert, what hope is there? Especially since these 3 demon beasts are all at the 4th tier of Heaven's mandate, they could easily destroy an entire city. As the comments flooded in, revealing even the beast's power levels, many hesitated to argue further. After spotting another demon beast appearing in the distance, Suemo turned and located a live streaming device. Everyone in City Z must evacuate immediately. Chapter 131, Turn all humans into our rations. The 6 deputy deans hovering in the sky also heard Sumo's words. They glanced at each other before shifting their gaze. Sumo was right. Who knew what other unexpected events might arise? Evacuate? Why evacuate? The battle hasn't even begun yet. Surely 6 powerful beings can't be stopped by just 3 demon beasts? No way. My foundation is here. I can't relocate. If I do, all my years of effort will be wasted. Since Sumo is evacuating, I'll follow his lead. I've already started packing up my family. Sumo, while I support you, this time I'll try not trusting you. None of the 6 vice deans have suggested evacuation. You're right. I think Sumo is overreacting this time. Sumo is the heir apparent of the northern campus. How can you all doubt his judgment? It's not that we don't trust him. We just refuse to leave like this. My life's work is here. I can't abandon it. If anyone decides to evacuate, let us know. Other cities can assist you. Better safe than sorry. Right. I've got several vehicles already dispatched. When the time comes, I'll designate a meeting point. Those nearby can gather there. I'll transport you over and make arrangements for you. I'm from City F. If anyone needs help, reach out to me. I'll do what I can. Same here in City M. Contact us immediately if you need anything. By now, Sumo had descended from the city walls and found his 2 teachers, Zhao Kuang and Zhang Jingxin. Teachers, you 2 take a group of martial artists and assist those needing evacuation. Sumo looked at Lu Xuedao, Lu Sui, Zheng Dahai, and Li Wuyo in the crowd. Lord Mayor, brothers Lu, Zhang, and Li organize a group immediately to assist the Northern Academy instructors in evacuating the others as swiftly as possible. Lu Xuedao nodded solemnly. He trusted Sumo. But what about those who refused to evacuate? Lu Xuedao took a deep breath and asked. Such people would only waste time, so he needed to clarify this beforehand. Assist those willing to evacuate. Ignore those who refuse. Sumo's expression remained calm as he spoke, his tone cold and terrifying. Lu Xuedao, Lu Sui, and the 2 men beside them nodded. Hurry up. Something feels off today. Perhaps Z City really is about to face major trouble. Sumo had already turned and walked away. Lu Xuedao and the other 3 hurried to find the teachers in the north yard to arrange the evacuation. Following Sumo's directives, numerous personnel, along with individuals from other cities, began assisting with the evacuation. The process moved swiftly. The livestream was still active. What's there to fear? I'm not scared. You lot are just overreacting. All those demon beasts appeared before, and Z City never had any issues. Now 3 powerful ones show up, and we're evacuating? What if even stronger ones appear in the future? Exactly. I supported Sumo before, but not this time. Evacuation is easy to say, but what about all my assets? Same here. I'm not leaving, and I won't let my employees evacuate either. Anyone who dares to leave gets fired on the spot. You upstairs, you have the nerve to speak up? With all these powerful people holding the front line, are you feeling proud sitting in the back? If anything goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Ha! What could possibly go wrong? Nothing's happened in decades. Why would our luck suddenly turn so bad now? I haven't evacuated my family either. I think Sumo is overreacting this time. With so many people in Z-Class City 9, evacuation isn't easy. If 3 of the 6 experts can hold off those 3 beasts, the remaining 3 can handle the rest. It's just a matter of manpower. Hey, upstairs, I agree with you. I support what you said. My wife told me to move and listen to Sumo. This time, I slapped her. She's got long hair but no sense, just a woman's narrow view. You can't reason with those bent on self-destruction. Hope you won't regret this. Since Sumo's rise, his 2 strategies alone have annihilated millions of demon beasts and executed countless traitors. At 18, he's already reached the Divine Soul Realm, grasped the essence of the blade, and achieved 100% affinity with all 3 attributes. Do you really think you're smarter than Sumo? To the poster above, enough said. These people aren't worth engaging. They cling to false hope, unwilling to abandon their family fortunes. They'll regret it. I've already resigned. I still believe Sumo's words. Run, all of you. Run. You'll regret it later. Baiyu returned to the city wall, watching the commotion in the distance. At that moment, the colossal demon beast finally revealed itself. A colossal black scorpion, its 100-meter-long tail glinting with icy light. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the powerful figures atop the city walls. With the emergence of these 3 great beasts, the dark mist in the distance had been dispersed. The 6 mighty warriors watched this unfold and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no other beasts had appeared. Had 2 more appeared, they would have been completely overwhelmed. Look, there are only 3 demon beasts. 2 of us against 1, this should be a breeze. I told you Sumo was overreacting. Heh, now you'll regret retreating. Isn't this a waste of time, effort, and resources? I knew I shouldn't have listened to that woman. Long hair, short sight. I admit Sumo is formidable, but that doesn't mean he can't make mistakes. Exactly. One must remain rational. Our natural talents may not match Sumo's, but in certain matters, we see things more clearly than he does. After all, Sumo is still young, only 18. His experience is a bit lacking. Maybe it's because he just became the Northern Academy's heir and fears failing. That's a possibility. Probably scared of making mistakes. Bunch of idiots, self-righteous jerks. Just wait, you'll regret this. Sumo watched the darkness dissipate in the distance, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no other demon beasts had appeared. But that heart-stopping feeling hadn't yet faded. Sumo stared at the spreading cracks on the ground, a sense of unease settling in his heart. At that moment, the three demon beasts drew nearer. The thunderbird flapped its wings, stirring up a roar of wind and thunder. Do you really think the six of you can stop us? The thunderbird's voice boomed across the sky, and the mere shockwaves from its roar were enough to unbalance many human warriors standing atop the city walls. Vice-Dean stepped forward. We'll see about that. We've guarded the North District for years. Even in death, we'll take you down with us. How audacious. Today we'll erase your Northern District. See if you dare speak so arrogantly then. The dark spider glared at Vice-Dean and barked the order. Attack! Today, we'll turn every human into our sustenance. Chapter 132, everyone shocked by Sumo's power. 6 mighty warriors and 3 great demon beasts stood facing each other. Dense swarms of demon beasts surged like a torrent, relentlessly assaulting the human city. Should even a corner of the city wall be breached, countless demon beasts would pour through. Sumo and Baiyu immediately retreated from the ramparts. The battle between the 6 powerful warriors and the 3 demon beasts was beyond their reach, their strength was insufficient. After descending from the ramparts, Sumo remained vigilant. The walls remained unbroken, making it difficult for the beasts to enter, and don't forget the swamp beasts lurking below. Moreover, the ground within the city was now riddled with dense cracks, making it easy for the swamp beasts to emerge. The warriors atop the walls gripped their weapons tightly, striking with ruthless precision, each blow aimed to wound the beasts' vulnerable spots. Witnessing this, Sumo's brows furrowed. The human warriors were still too few. Facing these powerful beasts, they could only react defensively, unable to launch proactive attacks. And the 3 major demon beasts hadn't even made their move yet. As time passed, the live stream audience continued to swell. We've already left City Z. Thank you to our fellow citizens in City C for your help. We've left City Z too. How's the battle going now? The demon beasts still haven't breached our defenses. I told you Sumo was being overly cautious. Such a massive mobilization, this operation really is making quite a stir. If we can't even intercept this demon beast assault, then our Northern District is just too weak. Hey, you're talking tough from the sidelines. People are fighting tooth and nail on the front lines. Sumo's early warning was for our own good. What are you ranting about? Now you're telling me I can't speak up? When Sumo ordered the evacuation, do you have any idea how many employees at my company quit? We've got tons of vacant positions now. Of course he thinks it's no big deal. Think about our problems instead. I support him too, but bashing him publicly isn't smart right now. My company lost dozens of employees too. A lot of operations have been put on hold. Besides, martial artists exist to protect us. Otherwise, what's the point of their training? Looks like some people have forgotten their roots and started jumping ship. People like you, don't you fear getting run over if you step outside? I know you're furious, but please don't get angry just yet. My car is made of special materials, there's no way I could be killed in a crash. You guys believe everything Sumo says. This time, even the vice-deans of the 5 major prestigious academies in the North Campus haven't spoken up. I still think they're more reliable than Sumo. He's just too young. If he'd said this in a few more years, I might have agreed. Looks like you're feeling pretty smug, thinking you're so knowledgeable. Why aren't you a powerful martial artist then? You? At that moment, Sumo suddenly felt the ground tremble. His expression turned grave. That sensation returned. Gurgle, gurgle. The solid ground suddenly softened beneath his feet. Golden energy surged from Sumo's body, transforming into flying blades imbued with the intent of the blade. Bang, bang, bang. The ground rapidly cracked open, and soon, hundreds of streams of blood spurted forth from the earth. Many martial artists within the city, who had been standing guard, stared at the ground in astonishment. They hadn't felt any tremors earlier, only witnessing Sumo strike the ground before blood began seeping from the earth. Slaying 200 level 6 demonic beasts, earning 1,280 slaying points. After the slaying, Sumo looked toward the gathering martial artists in the distance. Step aside. Hearing Sumo's command, many warriors obeyed without hesitation, leaping aside in haste. The moment their bodies left the area, the ground suddenly turned into a muddy quagmire. Gurgle, gurgle. Dozens of demon beasts emerged. The martial artists instantly fell into panic. Oh no! Ascended realm demon beasts. Make way! A martial artist shouted, his voice laced with terror. The Northern Yard instructors organizing the warriors were also startled. Facing the sudden appearance of the swamp beasts, they quickly regained their composure. They joined forces and attacked the swamp beasts. By now, Sumo's figure was already indistinct. Blade flashed, and before several swamp beasts could react, their heads rolled to the ground. Slayed 5 level 6 demon beasts, earning 30 slay points. Witnessing Sumo's swift execution of Ascension Realm beasts, the livestream exploded with excitement. Did you guys see that? Sumo just took down 5 level 6 beasts in one move. So badass that's equivalent to Ascension Realm. Whoa, could Sumo already be at the Ascension Realm? Sumo has a domain, mastered 7 layers of blade intent, and possesses triple attributes. For a prodigy like him, fighting above his tier is perfectly normal. As expected of Sumo, my idol. He can effortlessly slay Ascension Realm beasts now. Even Sumo sense danger. Yet some still cling to their stubborn ideas. Hope they won't regret it later. I won't name names. What do you mean? Nothing much, just venting. Anyway, I'm following Sumo's advice and leaving Z City. If nothing dangerous happens, I'll just treat it as a trip. I'm not a powerful martial artist, nor am I great at making money, but I'm obedient and won't cause trouble for other martial artists. Slaying 13 level 6 tier 2 demon beasts, earning 80.6 slaying points. Sumo joined forces with the strongest warriors and swiftly slaughtered the swamp beasts. Martial artists within the city watched Sumo with admiration in their eyes. Sumo was younger than them, yet more powerful. They could only flee when facing Ascension Realm demon beasts. Sumo could now effortlessly slay Ascension Realm demon beasts. Only after sensing the ground had ceased trembling did Sumo turn and soar toward the city walls. Whoa, did you see that? Sumo didn't fly using his sword this time, he just flew. He really is at the Ascending Heaven Realm now. Unbelievable. Sumo's already at the Ascending Heaven Realm? Holy crap, I'm not even a martial artist yet. If Sumo gets another 2 years, do you think he could directly reach the Sage Realm? Impossible. Early cultivation progresses quickly, but advancing later becomes incredibly difficult. Many martial artists break through to the Ascending Heaven Realm swiftly, but further improvement is exceedingly hard, sometimes taking half a year or even a year to advance a single tier. Half a year to a year per step? That's only for the exceptionally gifted, those with attribute affinity ratings of 80 or higher. No wonder the North Academy posted about making Sumo their heir. I get it now, they probably posted because Sumo has already reached the Ascension Realm. Exactly. The instructors at the Northern Academy, and even those at the 5 major prestigious academies, are only at the Ascending Heaven Realm. Sumo's strength has already caught up to theirs. At ordinary academies, some principals are only at the Ascending Heaven Realm. Seeing this, the gap is indeed huge. Sumo could even become the principal of an ordinary academy now. My husband is truly amazing. That strike that cut down over a dozen Ascension Realm beasts, it felt like it was aimed straight at my heart. So tense and thrilling. Chapter 133, All Eyes on Sumo. At that moment, Sumo arrived atop the city walls. Splat. A guard patrolling the wall, caught off guard, had his neck snapped by a leaping demon beast. Numerous demon beasts now swarmed the ramparts. Sumo's golden energy manifested, transforming into flying blades. Thud, thud. Dozens of beasts were instantly slain. Seeing Sumo take action, the soldiers guarding the city walls breathed a sigh of relief. Don't let your guard down. Sumo stood atop the city wall, his gaze fixed on the demon beast scaling the ramparts, his eyes sharpening with murderous intent. Over 1,000 golden throwing knives, imbued with the intent of the blade, sliced through the swarm of climbing beasts. Immediately after, beast heads began to fall. The corpses of the beasts fell from the ramparts, crashing onto the ground below. Many beasts, unable to dodge in time, were trampled into lifeless husks by the horde surging behind them. Fire elements appeared, leaping down from above like mischievous children. Riding the wind, they swiftly transformed into a fiery tempest. Where the storm passed, every demon beast on the city walls was reduced to corpses and ashes. Sumo's relentless strikes claimed numerous beasts, allowing the soldiers guarding the walls to finally relax. Slaying 1,500 level 3 demon beasts, earning 5,000 slaying points. Slaying 3,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 13,500 slaying points. Slaughtered 10,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 10,260 slaying points. With a single strike, Sumo effortlessly slaughtered over 10,000 demonic beasts. 3 massive demon beasts watched Sumo from the distant sky. Their 3 distinct attributes caught the beast's attention, and the ease with which he wielded them indicated a high affinity. This youth, if allowed to grow, will become a grave threat to us demon beasts, the nether spider declared, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent as it watched Sumo still hunting. Strike soon. Seize the chance to eliminate this youth, the poisoned scorpion chimed in, observing Sumo. Thunderbird's eyes flickered. With his unmatched speed and Sumo already reaching the Ascension Realm at such a young age, he must be eliminated. At that moment, the Flamestone approached the 3-headed demon beast. The 3-headed demon beast glanced at the Flamestone. Boss, this is Sumo. He possesses triple attributes wind, fire, and gold with affinity ratings of 100 for each. And he's only 18 or 19 years old. Hearing the Flamestone General's words, the three Heavens Will Realm demon beasts simultaneously fixed their gaze upon Sumo, their eyes holding an inexplicable look. If they had just said he must die, now Sumo absolutely must die. Deputy Dean Lei and the others witnessed this scene, their hearts stirred as they realized the three-headed demon beast's gaze was casually appraising Sumo. Deputy Dean Lei looked at Sumo. Sumo, be cautious. Those three beasts have set their sights on you. Sumo nodded. When the three beasts looked at him, he felt his heart leap in his chest. Especially with the appearance of that Flamestone General, he suspected that beast had communicated something to the three Heavens Will mirror-level beasts. After Baiyu slew the demon beast, she casually approached Sumo. Seeing this, Sumo shook his head at Baiyu. Baiyu's expression froze, then suddenly realized. Sumo could wield spatial power. If those beasts launched a surprise attack, he could still escape. If she approached Sumo, it would only complicate matters. Seeing the demon beast fixated on Sumo, her instinct was to shield him. Realizing he was being targeted, Sumo had no choice but to be cautious. A panel appeared before her eyes. Name, Sumo. Age, 19. Power, Ascension Realm, 4th Tier 240,000. Mental Cultivation, Shaping Dao 6th Tier 1 million. Martial Arts, Wave Stacking Blade Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Dao Intent, 7th Tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 21 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Spiritual Energy Attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 75, 75,000 Time Affinity, 10, 10,000. Kill points, 368,925. With over 300,000 kill points, his strength could advance to the next tier. Sumo didn't immediately boost his strength, but instead continued to allocate points to his space affinity. Once affinity reached 78, the kill points were insufficient. Next came the relentless hunt for demonic beasts. Sumo had already activated his domain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three attributes golden wind and fire on his body had been played out to the fullest by Sumo. Not a single demon beast dared advance toward the spot where Sumo stood. These beasts understood that as long as Sumo remained, breaching the city walls would prove exceedingly difficult. The three demon beasts in the distance exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene. The Thunderbird flapped its wings, instantly conjuring several whirlwinds. Vice Dean Lei kept his gaze fixed on the three beasts. Thunder transformed into a massive hand, tearing the whirlwinds apart. The Thunderbird stirred, its wings flapping, and its form vanished into the clouds. Immediately, several bolts of lightning, each dozens of meters thick, descended from the sky, poised to strike the city walls. Thunderstorm and Yangdong exchanged a glance. Their bodies charged toward the thunderbolts, rushing to intercept the Thunderbird. The poison scorpion's tail lashed out, unleashing its own thunderous power. Massive pillars of lightning shot toward the city walls. Ding Rue and Lu Su swiftly moved to intercept the poison scorpion. The nether spider's body shifted swiftly, soaring into the air as thousands of spider webs materialized. Chao Yue and Guoyu struck simultaneously, one wielding wind, the other fire. Their coordinated attack consumed the webs before they could settle in the sky. As the three Heavens Will Realm demon beast leaders attacked, the Creation Realm demon beasts followed suit. Over 100 Creation Realm demon beasts swiftly flew onto the city walls. Upon witnessing this, the instructors from the 5 major academies in the northern campus prepared for battle. They launched a preemptive strike, charging head-on toward the demon beasts. Both Heavens Will Realm and Creation Realm beasts were held back. Sumo took a deep breath. He now needed vast amounts of killing points and had no choice but to take risks. Should any greater upheaval occur, he would be prepared to handle it. Sumo leapt down from the city wall. Wind, fire, metal. His domain unleashed 7 layers of blade intent. His techniques unfolded relentlessly. Slaying 20,000 level 3 demonic beasts, earning 64,800 slaying points. Slaughtered 10,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 43,200 slaying points. The 6 powerful figures breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. They only needed to hold off these 3 level 8 demon beasts. With the level 7 beasts held back by those teachers, Sumo's hunt against these beasts was nothing short of slaughter. The 3 8th-tier demon beasts in the sky clearly noticed this development. However, with the humans blocking their path, they found it difficult to eliminate Sumo. The demon beasts, all surpassing the 5th tier of the Ascension Realm, fixed their gaze on Sumo and exchanged glances. Kill him. The beasts transformed into afterimages as energy surged through their bodies. Boom! A massive crater appeared where Sumo had stood. The demon beasts of the Ascension Realm gazed at the scene with delight in their eyes. Careful! One of the ascending heaven realm beasts warned. Chapter 134, Revealing Spatial Attributes. Beasts go wild, warriors envy. Splat. A head flew off, blood spraying into the sky. The next moment, Sumo had already appeared in the distance. Slaying 3,500 level 5 demonic beasts, earned 15,000 slaughter points. Spatial attribute. That human possesses spatial attributes. Be extremely cautious. All treading heaven realm beasts, assemble. No matter what. Put. Before the 6th-tier demon beast could finish speaking, its head was already severed by Sumo wielding the Black God Blade. By the time they searched for Sumo's trail, they discovered he had already appeared in the distance. At that moment, a hint of apprehension stirred within every demon beast at the ascending heaven realm. The guards on the city walls witnessed this scene. Their gazes fixed on Sumo now held admiration and reverence. The livestream was still active, and the comments had gone completely wild. Insane. I'm going crazy. Spatial attributes. Sumo has mastered spatial attributes too. Holy, I thought I was seeing things. I just slapped myself twice. The pain couldn't drown out my excitement. Unbelievable. Sumo truly is exceptional. Spatial attributes? So he was hiding something during that test after all. Holy crap, seeing him wield spatial attributes so effortlessly, his affinity must be off the charts. Surely not still stuck at 100%? I dare not speculate. This is terrifying. Last time I made wild guesses, Sumo slapped me in the face. I won't dare speculate this time. A beast equivalent to a human at the 6th tier of ascension couldn't even put up a fight against Sumo. My family asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. After they took one look, they knelt down beside me. No way. This man is too captivating. I absolutely must bear his child. Get in line. You're not even close to the front. No way, my heart can't take this. Spatial attributes a 1 in a million trait and Sumo possesses it too. Doesn't that mean Sumo now masters 4 attributes, each with absurdly high affinity? If just one attribute hit 90, I'd be jealous. If it hit 100, I'd be insanely envious. But with Sumo? I can only admire him. I want to sleep, imagining myself as Sumo. My pants, my shirt. This moment makes the novels I read come alive. Imagine one day Sumo catches me running away, throws me onto the bed, and says, "Woman, where do you think you're running?" I can't even imagine how crazy I'd be. Hey, upstairs, you should say, strip off your big flowered coat, your cotton coat, your thermal top, your thermal underwear. Take off your pants, your cotton pants, your long johns, your thermal leggings. Then he'd say, you're like an onion, woman. Get lost. Don't ruin my beautiful fantasy. No, wait, there's also the dead skin flakes constantly drifting down. That static electricity could even illuminate Sumo's handsome face, no need for a light. Hey, upstairs, her dead skin would snag Sumo's silk sheets too. You two straight guys, get lost. Guys like you deserve to be single. Girls, I'm 150 pounds, slightly curvy, with delicate features. I think I have a great chance of being worthy of Sumo. No way, I'm going for it. Sumo is mine. Hold up, which one's height and which is weight? Pounds or kilograms? Gotcha, you big round ball. Shut up, all of you. You're not worthy of Sumo. I want to see Sumo stop flooding the feed. Look. Sumo just slayed 3 more sky-treading realm beasts. I can't take it anymore. Oh. Something's wrong, really wrong. What are you doing? What are you doing? So intense. It's got my blood pumping. I'm adding an extra minute to my time. No way, this is too intense. I need to save this. Even my girlfriend said I've gotten better today. At this moment, Sumo harnessed fire and wind, amplifying his domain. A 20-meter wide void appeared around him. Sumo gripped the Black God sword tightly in his hand as the surrounding demon beasts growled menacingly, fixated on him. His chest heaved as his clothes were already stained crimson. Standing there, he was wide open, riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet not a single beast among the tens of thousands dared to advance. This human's attacks aren't as fierce as before. His power is nearly depleted. A demon beast at the sky-treading realm spoke, while others nearby watched Sumo's condition. I noticed earlier for the past half hour, he's been cycling through all 4 elements. Even if he's a prodigy, his power should be nearly depleted by now. Strike soon and finish this human off completely. Several treading heaven realm beasts regarded Sumo with fear in their eyes. Sumo suddenly turned his gaze toward the sky-treading realm beasts. Several beasts abruptly retreated, their eyes fixed intently on Sumo, muscles tensed, ready to flee at the slightest sign of trouble. The 6 powerful figures in the sky witnessed Sumo's astonishing display, their spirits soaring. You lot think you can breach our human city walls? I suggest you retreat, regroup, and come back stronger. Thunderstorm glared at the Thunderbird, his words laced with provocation. The Thunderbird's eyes flickered, but it remained silent. The human before it sought to provoke its wrath. Thunder flashed relentlessly overhead. 2 men intercepted a demon beast, their coordinated efforts making the 3 demon beasts suffer terribly. These humans work together seamlessly, their elemental powers complementing each other, unleashing extraordinary strength with every strike.
Don't fight alone. If this continues, we won't stand a chance.
Thunderbird called out to the other two demon beasts. Hearing the Thunderbird's words, the poison scorpion and the nether spider swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, regrouping with the Thunderbird. The six powerful beings gathered together, keeping a close watch on the three demon beasts, preventing them from approaching the battlefield. Suemo lifted his head to observe the scene unfolding in the sky, his mind momentarily easing.
The several Ascension Realm demon beasts noticed Sumo's distraction.
Exchanging a glance, they transformed into afterimages. Elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder surged towards Suemo in a barrage of attacks. From the city walls, Baiyu watched the scene unfold, her heart tightening. She swiftly slashed down a climbing demon beast, her body tensing as she gathered her strength.
Should Suemo face danger, she would be the first to arrive.
Watching the various forces and these demon beasts charging toward him, Sumo's gaze sharpened.
Did they truly believe his power was exhausted?
Those watching the livestream now felt their hearts tighten as well.
Oh no, could Sumo's power be running out?
He's been slaying beasts for so long. The mountains of monsters he's killed must have drained his power.
Thankfully, Suemo wields spatial power. This is too dangerous. Come back quickly. The power within Suemo was insufficient to manifest his domain.
Gripping the Black God, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. The demon beast at the sky-treading realm, witnessing this, was filled with delight.
Quick! Cease the siege! Rally all forces! Don't let him escape! Wear him down until he perishes here!
Following the beast's command, most of the demon beasts changed course and charged towards Suemo.
Chapter 135, Suemo plays tricks, not human. A dense, endless swarm of beasts roared towards Suemo, their blood-red eyes gleaming like rubies. The area around Suemo was now bathed in a crimson glow. The demon beast blood on his body glowed eerily under the light, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. The teacher blocking the path to the creation realm in the sky watched the scene unfold, his expression tightening with tension. Suemo, retreat to the city immediately. Safety comes first. Block him. Don't let him return to the city.
Seeing that he had drawn all the demon beasts to him, Sumo's lips curled upward.
In that case, I'll make my breakthrough now. The thought fell.
His power surged from the fourth tier of ascension to the fifth. The power within his body rapidly repaired itself. His domain expanded to a staggering 25 meters.
Seeing Sumo's lips curl upward, the demonic beasts at the ascending heaven realm were utterly paralyzed.
This young upstart has no martial virtue.
Retreat immediately, that bastard has broken through again. Spatial power activated. Put. One after another, over 10 demon beast heads fell. Slayed 13 6th tier demon beasts, gained 92 slay points. Metal essence condensed into blades. Humming.
At that moment, the blade intent surging from Sumo's body suddenly surged to new heights. It leapt from the 7th tier to the 8th tier. A sliver of the way of the blade within that domain was also rapidly growing.
At that moment, Suemo closed his eyes.
He felt as though he were immersed in the vastness of heaven and earth, becoming the blade itself. When he opened his eyes, divine light erupted.
Thousands of flying blades multiplied in an instant to tens of thousands. 10,000 blades returned to the void.
The flying blades swirling around his body seemed to possess their own consciousness. Every approaching demon beast dissolved into a mist of blood.
Slaughtered 10,000 level 3 demonic beasts, earning 34,000 slaying points. Slaying 8,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 33,800 slaying points. Slaying 5,000 level 5 demon beasts, earning 26,000 slaying points. Sumo's sudden outburst caught all the demon beasts completely off guard.
The dozen or so remaining sky-treading realm beasts hastily retreated, keeping a considerable distance from Suemo.
In their eyes, Suemo was now a god of slaughter.
The six powerful figures watching from the sky burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene.
Ha! With this? You actually thought you could kill Suemo of our northern district? How utterly delusional. Perhaps today you'll become a commander without a single soldier left. Not one of your sky-treading realm subordinates will survive. Get ready to head out the city gates soon.
Hunt down those demon beasts and show them just how powerful we human warriors are.
Young master, well done.
Once the battle ends, I'll have old dragon shower you with rewards. Suemo watched the sky-treading realm demon beasts retreating into the distance, his gaze sharpening.
Spatial power activated. Where do you think you're running?
You were the one who summoned the beasts to attack me earlier. The words suddenly echoed in its mind, like the Grim Reaper's summons. A sharp pain erupted from the top of its head. The Black God spear had already pierced its skull. Slayed a level 6, tier 8 demon beast.
Gained 6.8 slay points. The demon beast fleeing in the distance halted abruptly, its gaze fixed warily on Suemo. Fortunately, Sumo's transmission range was limited. As long as they maintained sufficient distance, they would be safe. Suemo shook his head, and Taishu stirred.
Previously, the full power of treading snow couldn't be unleashed, but now things were different.
The peak-tier Xian-grade cultivation technique was now fully unleashed by Sumo. As Sumo vanished, an afterimage as lifelike as the man himself lingered in his original spot. A wind elemental demon beast at the treading heaven realm sensed the disturbance and urgently warned. Run! No sooner had the words left its mouth than a head flew off, its demon crystal already extracted. You sure love giving warnings. Sumo spoke, his form already appearing before the wind elemental beast. He severed the beast's head cleanly. Slayed 2 level 6, tier 8 demon beasts. Earned 17.6 slay points. Sumo stood in the sky, black god in hand. All the surrounding demonic beasts retreated, not daring to come within a step of him. The biting wind whipped Sumo's blood-soaked robes, making them flutter and rustle. The black god in his hand continued to drip blood. Below, demon beast corpses piled up like mountains. Even as he hovered in the air, it felt as though he stood upon a sea of demon beast corpses. This scene deeply shocked the warriors guarding the city walls. Bayu gazed at the scene, a faint smile curving her lips, her eyes softening. That stinky little brother of hers was truly handsome. Seeing this, I suddenly feel like crying. Back then, it was the same silhouette hunting beasts 30 miles outside the city. Yes, this scene feels strangely familiar, as if it happened just yesterday. Yet, in the blink of an eye, months have passed, and here it is again. Indeed. In just a few months, even demon beasts at the ascending heaven realm are no match for Sumo. Sumo's growth has been too rapid we can't even begin to keep up. Who else could wield a single blade, commanding a 100-meter radius where millions of beasts dare not approach? It's not that the beasts aren't powerful enough, it's that Sumo is just too damn overpowered. Slaughtering these beasts is like cutting through butter for him. Exactly. Typically, beasts of the same tier are stronger than humans. Sumo is only at the 5th level of Ascension Realm, yet he slaughters 8th level beasts like their dogs. That's the power of spatial attributes. If more humans possessed this ability and developed it, those beasts would never dare threaten our North District. Dream on. With so many martial artists in the North District, those possessing spatial attributes are few and far between. Currently, I only know of Sumo lightning attributes are already rare, and have seen quite a few of those. But for spatial attributes? I only know of Sumo. As for spatial attributes, I only know of Sumo. Exactly. I told you these demon beasts couldn't get in. They're so powerful, yet they're still so cautious. You think you're so smart, huh? If Sumo hadn't been careful, he'd be dead by now. Only someone like you, who became a martial artist but never grew, is a fool. Though I haven't moved either, still in Z City thinking back, Sumo wasn't wrong. Better safe than sorry. The 3 demon beasts in the sky watched Sumo unleashing his might, their gazes intensifying. No matter what, they would find a way to kill Sumo. The Thunderbird and Poison Scorpion stood together, their formidable auras spreading outward. Boom! Thunder flashed relentlessly across the sky. The attacks unleashed by the 2 beasts suddenly converged. A massive pillar of thunderlight erupted, crashing down upon the 6 powerful figures. Ding Rue's metallic essence manifested, forming a massive golden wall. The thunderstorm group stood behind him, channeling their power into Ding Rue's body. Golden elements erupted from Ding Rue's body. After repelling the thunder, the metallic energy coalesced into a golden mountain, crashing directly toward the beasts. Upon witnessing this, the nether spider's body twitched rapidly, continuously weaving webs. Seizing an opening, several strands of web plummeted from above, snatching at Sumo. Chaoyue, seeing this, swiftly moved toward the webs. Fire erupted, incinerating several strands. Several more strands had already landed. Sumo had noticed this development long before. As the webs descended, Sumo's figure had already vanished into the distance. The spectral spider in the sky regarded him with surprise. Earlier, it had observed that Sumo's spatial teleportation only covered a brief distance of about 10 meters. Its web could have easily enveloped Sumo entirely. Who could have imagined this young man was actually outsmarting them? Chapter 136, an even more terrifying presence emerges. With a few flashes, Sumo appeared atop the city walls. The Heavens Realm demon beasts were blocked. The Creation Realm demon beasts were also blocked. Most of the Ascension Realm beasts had already been slain by Sumo. The few remaining sky-treading realm beasts certainly wouldn't dare issue orders lightly. If this continued, City Z would remain unscathed today. The demon beast's large-scale offensive had once again come to naught. Bayu stood beside Sumo. Are you okay? Nothing. This is all demon beast blood. Sumo lifted his head to gaze at the sky. 3 Heavens Realm demon beasts, enraged, had joined forces, unleashing an endless barrage of attacks. Yet the 6 Visteens, possessing superior skills, coordinated relentlessly. The 3 beasts gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. As for the battles at the Creation Realm level, in one-on-one confrontations, neither the human martial artist nor the demon beast gained any significant advantage. Sister Baiyue, do you sense anything amiss? Sumo watched the battle in the sky and asked with a hint of worry. Bayu watched the demon beasts that had temporarily halted their attack, her gaze filled with doubt. These beasts aren't cuddly creatures.
Fourth-tier beasts possess considerable intelligence, they're solely focused on attacking.
Even the few remaining sky-treading realm beasts show no signs of retreat. To say these beasts are waiting for orders from those three heavens will realm beasts, I find that unlikely. Could it be that some other unexpected change has occurred? Baiyu voiced her speculation aloud. Today's events were indeed highly unusual. Typically, when demon beasts attack a city and fail to take it, they retreat to bide their time. This assault, however, defied all precedent. It was unlike anything seen before. After repelling the three beasts, the six beasts in the sky stood side by side, their eyes equally filled with suspicion. Something's off. Everyone, be cautious.
Thunderstorm's gaze fixed on the three beasts as he murmured the warning.
It is indeed off. This time, the three beasts are locked in a deadly struggle with us.
Clearly, neither can gain the upper hand. If this continues, the beasts themselves will suffer heavy losses.
This is not their usual style. Chao Yue also sensed the peculiarity.
Yang Dong also recalled something.
Could they be deliberately trying to wear down the six of us? Upon hearing this, Lei Bao and the others visibly tensed.
Before the situation unfolded, they dared not make rash decisions.
Whether it's a plot or not, we absolutely cannot let those demon beasts pass through. Once a breach appears in Z City, it's like opening a gap in the northern sector. The expressions of the other five also grew increasingly grave.
The Thunderbird, Nether Spider, and Poison Scorpion likewise fixed their gaze upon the six powerful figures.
Their combined strength is limited. They must still be wounded internally. When the time comes, we must eliminate the human at the bottom first. For elemental attributes, such a person is terrifying. We can't let them grow stronger. Otherwise, they'll become even more terrifying than Long Lintian, Thunderbird whispered.
I feel that Sumo hasn't unleashed his full power yet.
He gives me an unsettling feeling. Just now, that human's power was nearly depleted.
Without any warning, he directly broke through the 5th level of Ascension Realm, reaching the 8th level of Blade Intent.
That thread of Blade Dao has also strengthened considerably.
Once he fully grasps the sword path and combines it with his spatial attribute, I reckon he could slay a Creation Realm cultivator while still in the Ascension Realm. As the battle between the two sides paused, the city wall guardians breathed a sigh of relief. Even those watching the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the demon beast siege has failed this time.
They'll probably retreat now.
If this battle continues, the demon beast's losses will only grow heavier.
If I were their leader, I'd definitely retreat. Can I head back to City Z now? You can come back now.
I told you all this was overblown, but you wouldn't believe me.
Those who quit earlier. I won't take you back even if you return. My northern district is impregnable. How could the beasts possibly breach it? I'm not going back. Sumo hasn't said we should return yet.
I trust what Sumo says.
Pfft, coward. What are you afraid of? Look at those three heavens will realm beasts, they won't dare attack lightly. I bet they can't save face either. Exactly.
They mobilized a massive force to attack the city, yet failed to breach the walls and lost many men.
That's a blow to their pride. You lot seem pretty excited. Think humans are invincible now? Look at how many level 4 beasts Sumo hunted down. Those are equivalent to human Transcendence Realm beasts.
But that's not even their full power.
Are you guys at the Transcendence Realm? Why are you cheering so loudly? If the city really falls, who do you think could stop them? With what? In the blink of an eye, every living soul in Z City would become demon beast fodder. If Z City falls and a breach opens in the northern sector, riding the beasts back will demand an even greater sacrifice. Why bother with them? They're too accustomed to the good life. And haven't you noticed? The head of the North Campus, along with the heads of the 5 major academies and none of the other vice heads have appeared? Could trouble be brewing elsewhere too?
You didn't mention it, but now that you say it, yes, if those powerful beings arrive, these beasts will be slain swiftly. Today, a faint tremor appeared near our city A.
It was so slight I thought I'd misread it. Could it be real? I sensed it too. Now that you mention it, I suddenly recall something.
Around 5 or 6 this morning, the lights in my house were flickering.
I thought it was just the wind and didn't pay it much mind. Could it be that other disturbances have also occurred? Guys, weren't we talking about City Z? Don't go off on tangents like that. You're freaking me out. Yeah, let's not get sidetracked. We're talking about City Z, don't scare me, I'm easily frightened.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Z City suddenly began to shake. Even the sturdy city walls began to sway.
Crackle, 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 crackle. Cracks spread relentlessly across the ground. Before long, they appeared directly around the city walls. Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks suddenly appeared across the city walls. Sumo noticed this scene, his expression turning horrified.
Baiyu's expression tightened, her fingers instinctively clenching. The martial artists guarding the walls widened their eyes.
What was happening?
No beasts had appeared yet, and the walls were already cracking. The Thunderbirds, venomous scorpions, and nether spiders in the sky sensed the commotion and grew bold.
Ha 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 ha. Our king has awakened. Today, you shall die. After the three demon beasts spoke, they turned and plunged back into the swarm. All the demon beasts now lay prostrate on the ground, whimpering softly as if summoning their king. The six Weisteins landed on the city wall, their expressions grim as they surveyed the dense network of cracks. Ding Rue acted, unleashing flames that seared the cracks, causing them to gradually fuse together. The six men stared intently at the distant mist, their expressions grave. A dark silhouette approached, indistinct in the gloom. Everyone's throats rolled nervously, even Sumo felt sweat forming in his palms. Chapter 137, a being whose first move brings catastrophic destruction, a horrific sight. Even those watching the live stream sensed something was amiss. The demon beasts at the Heavenswell realm say their king has awakened. What realm could that be? No idea. I have this overwhelming sense of impending doom. Look at the expressions of the six Weisteins, even their usual composure is fading. Facing an unknown, terrifying enemy, who wouldn't be afraid? Are they afraid of the beasts? Perhaps they fear they won't be able to protect us. Enough talk. Perhaps those beasts are merely intimidating us to save face before departing. Look at those beasts. Before, they were just lying on the ground. Now they're doing the same thing, but look at their eyes, they're submissive, afraid to resist. Yes, the red glow in their eyes has faded considerably. I've been watching Sumo. I saw his pupils contract just now. That churning mist, I can't make out what's about to emerge. The guards stationed on the city walls now looked anything but calm. Something's wrong. Why is it getting so hot? Indeed, it's scorching. The temperature around us seems to be rising rapidly. Sumo and Baiyu exchanged glances, both seeing terror in each other's eyes. A demon beast capable of altering the surrounding weather, what level could it possibly be? The six powerful figures in the sky also looked unsettled. Deputy Dean Lei moved swiftly, arriving beside Sumo. Sumo, Baiyu, if things go south, you two get out of here fast. We'll hold the line. We should be able to stall it for a while. A fine sheen of sweat now glistened on Lei Bao's forehead. Facing this unknown enemy, even he grew tense. Deputy Dean Lei, can you determine the level of this demon beast? Vice Dean Lei possessed formidable strength and powerful spiritual senses, capable of detecting things beyond their perception. I cannot say. Its mere appearance has disrupted the surrounding weather. It is at least a 7th tier Heavenswell demon beast and could potentially be even higher. It definitely isn't at the sage level. If it were, we wouldn't even be able to withstand its aura. Vice Dean Lei sensed the shifting atmosphere around them. Among our six, the strongest is only at the 6th tier of Heavenswell. The 7th tier is a significant barrier. Only the deans of the 5 major academies, the Martial Arts Guild, and the head of the Security Management Office have crossed the threshold. They represent the pinnacle of combat power in our northern district. Their absence now can only mean trouble has erupted elsewhere. Perhaps. Vice Dean Lei fell silent, his quiet demeanor speaking volumes. Sumo, those demon beasts have targeted you. This situation is no trivial matter. If you encounter danger, don't worry about us. After speaking, Vice Dean Lei patted Sumo's shoulder and joined the other 5 Vice Deans. Sumo's gaze remained fixed straight ahead, his lips sealed. Mists churned ahead as the surrounding temperature rapidly climbed, likely exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. As martial artists, those present could withstand the heat. Baiyu stood beside Sumo, refraining from trying to persuade him. She knew Sumo had his own thoughts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled, carrying only scorching heat. Many warriors already felt their weapons growing hot in their hands. That scorching sensation grew increasingly intense. Faced with this sudden turn of events, every martial artist harbored a sense of foreboding. Those watching the livestream also noticed something was off with the warriors. They look so hot. What's going on? It's not them feeling hot, the weather around them has changed. Whoa, the weather around them is shifting. The beast hasn't even emerged yet, and it's already affecting the surroundings. Could it be a level 9 beast? Who knows? The beast hasn't shown itself yet. No one can tell its rank. Let's hope it's not a level 9 demon beast, otherwise Z City will surely fall today. No wonder they started the livestream, it's to warn us that the North District is already in grave danger. Who knows how many more powerful warriors will fall in this battle. I can't even bear to watch. Earlier, the 5 great academies of the North Campus released manuals for refining chi and blood. I regret not reading them. I thought I lacked the talent to become a martial artist. Roar! At that moment, a peculiar roar echoed through the air, intertwined with a faint dragon's cry. What is that sound? Why do I hear a dragon's roar? I heard it too. I hear it too. It hasn't emerged yet, but this fluctuation is incredibly powerful. Look at the city walls. Cracks began appearing along the ramparts, threatening to shatter at any moment. The surrounding temperature rapidly soared. Every martial artist felt as if the end of the world was approaching. Sumo wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze fixed on the distance. The mist finally dissipated, and the surrounding temperature shot up by over 10 degrees. A demon beast emerged, its back covered in a tortoise shell bristling with sharp spikes, glowing as brightly as fire. Flames also burned at the corners of its eyes.
It moved through the air, flames dancing beneath each of its 4 hooves. The cry heard earlier had come from this very beast.
Its roar was intertwined with Cece's dragon's cry.
Its head resembled a turtle's, yet it bore a pair of horns that looked like dragon horns. As this demon beast appeared, the nether spider, poison scorpion, and thunderbird bowed their heads before it, like subjects before an emperor.
Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Bao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A flame dragon turtle, so this is the demon beast.
This spells trouble.
Thunderstorm's expression betrayed his unease. The other 5 vice deans also wore uneasy expressions.
The flame dragon turtle stepped forward, gazing down at the warriors atop the city walls.
Its flaming pupils held a look of utter contempt. Flame dragon turtle, are you certain you wish to attack the city? Do you not fear our Dean Long seeking retribution?
Vice Dean Lei looked grim as he questioned the flame dragon turtle.
Dragon Lin Tian is currently unavailable.
The word sent a chill through everyone's hearts.
You Northern District have secretly hunted down many of our demon beasts over the years. It's time to pay back. Among all the districts, yours is the weakest. That you've managed to hold out this long is nothing short of miraculous. Now, prepare to meet the King of Hell.
After the flaming dragon turtle spoke, flames erupted from its body.
Upon witnessing this, Lei Bao's body tensed. Stop it. The flame dragon turtle fixed its gaze on Thunderstorm and his companions. Its claws swung.
Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to surge like flowing water. Vice Dean Lei turned his head and shouted toward the city.
Run! 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 3 thunderous shouts echoed through the city.
Martial artists standing atop the city walls swiftly dashed toward the city center.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The city wall collapsed instantly. Flames erupted from the ground, each shooting tens of meters high.
Those warriors who hadn't yet landed were incinerated to ashes before they could react.
Chapter 138, The Fool Who Harms Both Others and Himself, Thunderbird Assault. The cultivator at the Fate Realm, witnessing this scene, leapt continuously, dodging the flames while rescuing the warriors within the city.
Suemo clutched Baiyu as spatial energy surged around him.
His form flashed repeatedly into the distance, appearing 100 meters away within mere breaths. After setting Baiyu down, Suemo soared into the air, continuing to wield his spatial power.
Boom! 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 Flames erupted relentlessly from beneath the earth.
The gathered warriors, unable to dodge in time, were instantly reduced to ashes.
Save me! Suemo pushed his spatial power to its absolute limit. He could only save a few people at a time.
Soon, sweat drenched his forehead and a hollow sensation began to fill his body.
Run! We can't hold them back. After rescuing them, Suemo turned and shouted.
Then he addressed the other martial artists. Several teachers at the creation realm then manifested water-based powers. They continuously suppressed the ground, preventing the flames from erupting.
Run! Quickly, everyone hurry! We can't hold out much longer. This flame power is too overwhelming. Crackle, crackle. At that moment, the ground began to crack open. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed, reaching nearly 100 degrees in the blink of an eye. No, no, no. Ah, I don't want to die. Save me, save me. Screams echoed relentlessly.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A crimson liquid now seeped from the cracks in the ground. Suemo saw it and his eyes widened in horror.
It was too late to warn anyone. Boom! Boom!
A kilometer-wide section of ground rapidly caved in, and magma erupted from beneath, spewing outward in all directions.
My leg! Ah! Screams echoed incessantly.
At that moment, even the powerful cultivators at the creation realm began retreating. Glancing toward the distance, the city walls that had once protected Z City gradually sank beneath the earth, swallowed by the molten lava.
Martial artists below the Ascension realm had no choice but to flee.
After setting the person down, Suemo watched the molten lava flowing relentlessly around them, his heart sinking.
Was this the power of a Heavenswell realm demon beast of force capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire city? And this was merely one. How formidable must those level 9 demon beasts equivalent to the Sage realm truly be?
Thunderstorm, accompanied by the other 5 vice deans, pressed relentlessly forward.
The flame dragon turtle roared. A massive shockwave erupted. Immediately after, waves of flame surged forth. Get out of the way.
Vice Dean Lei now wore a full suit of armor, a sword gripped in his hand. The fiery waves kept slashing through the group.
You 3 go hunt down the humans in the city. The flame dragon turtle commanded Lei Bird and the others. You won't get past us.
As Vice Dean Lei finished speaking, the surrounding thunder suddenly erupted into a frenzied chaos.
Old Lei, what are you doing? Chao Yue was startled as well.
You'll die if you keep this up. Thunder seemed to crackle in Vice Dean Lei's eyes.
They cannot pass. Today, even if I die, they must step over my body. After Vice Dean Lei spoke, his aura surged dramatically.
The flame dragon turtle remained utterly unmoved by this display. Vice Dean Lei unleashed his full power, no longer holding back his injuries. The Thunderbird, which had intended to soar through the storm, now retreated, hesitant to make a move.
If Vicestein lay resolved to kill it at any cost, its death was certain.
The other Vicesteins watched this unfold, their expressions tinged with madness.
Ha! Excellent! Excellent!
Let us brothers fight side by side once more. The other 5 ceased holding back, unleashing their full power. The flame dragon turtle watched this unfold, its gaze filled with apprehension.
You two proceed. I'll hold off those 5.
The flame dragon turtle withdrew its power, fixing its gaze on the 6 figures before it. With a flick of its mind, its body vanished. The fiery tidal wave coalesced into 6 colossal claws, lashing out toward the group.
The 6 countered the attack.
The Thunderbird seized its chance.
Its body suddenly shot forward.
Get past us first. The cultivator at the Fate Realm stepped forward. Upon seeing this, the Thunderbird's body crackled with lightning as it descended from the heavens. Wherever its body passed, the human warriors at the Creation Realm level were instantly reduced to ashes, unable to muster even the strength to resist.
The Thunderbird now fixed its gaze on Sumo. Feeling its presence, Sumo sprinted toward the distance.
The Thunderbird's eyes flickered, and a bolt of lightning shot forth.
A towering skyscraper in the distance collapsed, crashing toward Sumo. Sumo continuously utilized spatial power, his body fleeing relentlessly.
Spotting the figure still fleeing in the distance, he abruptly changed course, gritted his teeth, and charged toward the Thunderbird.
Many devices remained undestroyed.
Witnessing this, they cursed furiously.
Those idiots!
If they'd just run earlier, none of this would have happened.
Damn it, if you're so brave, why didn't you stay?
Sumo could have escaped, but that bunch of self-important smart alecks all ran in the same direction as him.
What a bunch of useless teammates. Why didn't the lightning strike them dead?
Thunderbird watched Sumo charge forward, the thunderous power surging through his body.
Thousands of bolts of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down upon Sumo.
Cold sweat poured down Sumo's back. From afar, Baiyu witnessed the scene, her pupils dilating.
Sumo. The sky was filled with thunderbolts, engulfing Sumo. The Thunderbird's gaze held cruelty. Thunderbolts continued to rain down from the sky.
Baiyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's eyes flickered.
Its wings flapped. Sumo Haitian stood in front. Boom! A violent crash echoed. Sumo's body plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Put! Sumo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood.
As his body neared the ground, he urgently activated his spatial power. The Thunderbird had anticipated this very outcome, its massive form materializing.
A thunderous ocean now engulfed the area for thousands of meters around. Clearly, it was determined to kill Sumo.
The distant thunderstorm team was frantic with worry, but a dragon turtle, poison scorpion, and nether spider were already giving their 6 members a hard time.
Ah! Sumo appeared, letting out a piercing scream.
Every hair on his body stood on end. No, you're asking for death. Witnessing this from afar, Baiyu's form blurred into a trail of afterimages.
Her heaven-ascending 9th tier aura surged, transforming into a creation 1st tier presence. Upon witnessing this, the Thunderbird transformed its lightning into a blade, striking directly at Baiyu.
Baiyu parried with his sword. The sword in her hand shattered instantly.
Thud!
Baiyu's body flew backward, blood spurting from her mouth.
Landing on the ground, she kicked up a cloud of dust, leaving a dense network of cracks in the earth.
She stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth.
Thunderbird's eyes held disbelief.
His strike hadn't killed Baiyu.
Baiyu was still trembling with fear.
If not for Sumo's protective suit, she would likely be dead.
At that moment, Sumo lay convulsing within the thunderstorm.
Subsequently, the killing points steadily increased in power.
6th tier, 7th tier, 8th tier.
His power surged rapidly, and the injuries within his body healed just as swiftly.
The Thunderbird snapped back to its senses, its gaze filled with disbelief.
Not only had this little creature survived, but it had also advanced 3 tiers consecutively.
Chapter 139, for consecutive strength increases shock everyone.
Taking advantage of the Thunderbird's distraction, Sumo continuously utilized his spatial abilities, appearing in the distance in no time.
The Thunderbird hovered in midair, its eyes fixed intently on Sumo.
Clearly, it was trying to figure out if Sumo was hiding some kind of treasure.
Today proved its Sumo's strength had surged 4 tiers.
If this continued, he might soon surpass them all.
Moreover, this kind of breakthrough was utterly unreasonable. Sumo approached Baiyu and steadied her. You don't need to go up. This Thunderbird is far too dangerous, Sumo said to Baiyu.
Watching the Thunderbird charge into the city, the 6 powerful figures in the sky wore anxious expressions. Thunderstorm unleashed a colossal thunderous palm toward the nether spider. The nether spider's massive body dodged swiftly, simultaneously spewing several strands of web toward the thunderstorm. Ding Rui stood in front, transforming golden light into weapons that sliced through the webs.
Thunderstorm withdrew, preparing to charge toward the city. Boom!
Suddenly, a sea of flames erupted before him. The flame dragon turtle hovered in the sky, flames erupting from its 4 hooves.
You haven't asked my permission to leave.
Thunderstorm's expression darkened as he turned to face the flame dragon tortoise. This beast was too powerful a 7th-tier Heavenswell cultivator, truly the king of this pack of demon beasts. At merely the 7th heavenly fate realm, it could already block all 6 of them.
Was this the pressure of an ancient dragon?
The flame dragon turtle stared at the ground, its power surging.
The erupting magma retreated back into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Advance.
With the flame dragon turtle's command and the walls now gone, the demon beasts charged into the city, roaring and surging forward.
At that moment, the viewers watching the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. Oh no, it's over, it's completely over. We can't stop it. That demon beast is too powerful. A single thunderbird effortlessly destroyed countless cities. Watching the dense horde of beasts surge forward, Sumo's hand tightened around Black God.
Even the teachers at the creation realm level wore grim expressions. The thunderbird had already claimed many lives earlier, and stopping it now seemed an impossibly difficult task.
Just as Sumo froze in shock, the fleeing human warriors regrouped.
Even many of the deserters had returned. Those who hadn't fled watched the scene unfold with astonishment in their eyes.
Didn't you run away? Why come back now? Someone asked. Damn it, I've got a sick mother and a newborn child at home. I'm the only breadwinner. I can't die. Who'd take care of them if I did? Things are different now. The beasts are attacking the city, and my family hasn't fully evacuated yet. I'm weak. I'll be beast fodder soon enough.
But if I hold them off for even 1 second, my mother, my wife, and my child gain 1 more second to escape. His voice trailed off as he gripped the knife in his hand. Staring at the swarm of beasts closing in, a flash of fury crossed his fearful face. Kill.
If they must pass, they'll trample over our bodies first. A group of martial artists charged side by side toward the demon beasts. Sumo's gaze met the thunderbirds, and the thunderbird stared back at him. Go hunt the other beasts.
At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Sumo, lifting its head to stare at the thunderbird.
Sumo turned to find an unfamiliar face. This is Gwang Mo, one of the deputy presidents of the Martial Artists Guild. Sumo nodded.
Thankfully, a powerful figure had arrived. The thunderstorm in the sky visibly relaxed upon seeing Gwang Mo's arrival. The peak strength was now nearly balanced, though far too many humans at the creation realm had vanished. Baiyu drew a sword from her spatial ring. She had already broken through to the creation realm earlier. Though she had endured the thunderbird's strike, her protective armor ensured she was unharmed.
Gwang Mo's body shifted, propelling him into the sky.
Fixing his gaze on the thunderbird, he wasted no words and immediately attacked. Be careful, Baiyu called to Sumo before charging into battle against the creation realm demon beast, sword raised.
Name, Sumo. Age, 19.
Power level, Ascension Realm, 8th tier 02800000. Heart technique, Shaping Dao, 6th tier 01 million. Martial arts, Wave Stacking Blade Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan grade, high tier, Perfected Concealment Art D grade, high tier, Perfected. Dao Intent, 8th tier Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 28 meters, 01 million.
Weapon, Black God. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 10, 10,000. Kill points, 17,589. After glancing at the interface, Sumo realized that breaking through to the creation realm would require hundreds of thousands of kill points. His spatial affinity still needed improvement. Once enhanced, he could unleash spatial stasis. Currently, he couldn't use it. His power was too weak. Employing spatial stasis would make him an easy target for demonic beasts to guard against.
It must be used when they least expect it.
Sumo glanced up and saw that Gwang Mo could temporarily suppress the thunderbird.
If he could strengthen his power and suddenly activate spatial stasis, he might stand a chance of killing the thunderbird.
That would give him an extra edge against the flame dragon turtle.
Having made up his mind, Sumo charged at the demon beasts with the Black God in hand.
A domain spanning nearly 30 meters unfolded, channeling the eightfold blade intent. A blank zone soon appeared where Sumo stood. He's alone. Kill him.
The creation realm beasts in the sky, witnessing Sumo's formidable display of power, closed in for the kill.
3 creation realm beasts closed in on Sumo, charging toward him. Sumo paid them no mind.
As they closed in, he shattered space and materialized elsewhere.
Slayed 1 level 14 demon beast. Gained 48,000 slay points. Slaughtered 3,500 level 5 demon beasts, obtained 17,200 slaying points. A dense swarm of golden flying swords now hovered around Sumo. Flames erupted within his domain. Wherever Sumo appeared, a blank void materialized in the blink of an eye.
Faced with this abrupt scene, the 3 creation realm demon beasts burned with rage in their pupils.
5 more, advance now. Intercept him from 8 directions.
The demon beasts, who had been attacking other warriors, withdrew and charged towards Sumo.
Suemo stared at the 8 creation realm beasts, his expression grim.
There was no other choice.
Space stasis.
After activating the spell, Suemo felt the power within him rapidly dissipate. A shadow flashed by and a head landed directly on the ground. Blood spattered as Suemo materialized in the distance. Slayed a level 7, tier 2 demon beast.
Earned 7.2 slay points.
The demon beasts surrounding Suemo watched this scene unfold, their pupils widening in shock. Terror filled their eyes.
No, this brat possesses spatial attributes.
Capturing him is far too difficult, trembled the voice of one of the creation realm demon beasts.
Chapter 140, by Yu's breakthrough even ordinary people have bloodlust.
Drain his strength completely.
Doesn't he love slaughtering weaker members of his own kind?
Let him kill until he's exhausted, until he has no strength left.
Since attacking head-on won't work, we'll tie him down. Several demon beasts at the creation realm level ceased their pursuit of Suemo.
They turned their attention to the other martial artists. 7 transformation realm beings appeared, and scarcely any martial artist could stand in their way. In moments, over a dozen human martial artists were slaughtered on the spot. Suemo watched this unfold, his eyes blazing with fury. Moreover, the demon beasts attacking him grew ever more numerous, their fury reaching a frenzy. Roar! The low growls echoed incessantly in his ears, like the whispers of demons.
Heaven slash. 10,000 blades to the abyss. Suemo gripped the black god sword tightly, unleashing strike after strike. Slayed 20,000 level 3 demonic beasts, earned 64,000 slay points. Slaying 10,000 level 4 demonic beasts, earning 48,000 slaughter points. Not enough. Still not enough.
Faster. Faster. Sumo's heart raced with urgency. Within a 1,000-meter radius of Suemo, a dense swarm of demon beasts converged into a river, ceaselessly flowing toward him.
The live streaming equipment silently broadcast this scene. Run! Run! Damn it, this is hopeless. A creation realm expert was just struck down by a thunderbird. We can't hold them back. Now a creation realm martial artist has to fight 3 level 7 demon beasts. There's no advantage at all. Even Suemo is being held back. Brothers, any martial artists out there?
Hurry over and help them hunt down these beasts.
Soon, the chat fell silent. Clearly, no one was responding. Damn it, I know many watching this livestream are martial artists. Are you all that afraid of dying? Easy for you to talk from the sidelines. Going over now is just suicide. You're so full of righteous indignation, why don't you go then? Exactly. With so many beasts, there's no way to wipe them all out.
At that moment, the demon beasts at the creation realm soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks.
Skyscrapers and trees were utterly destroyed.
Many human warriors didn't perish in the beast's jaws, only to be buried alive beneath the collapsing structures.
Did you see that? What's stopping them? Perhaps powerful beings have already arrived. When they do, these demon beasts will be slain. I agree.
Dean Long and the deans of the other 5 major academies might arrive soon.
That'll be the end of these beasts.
We need to conserve our strength for other dangers.
Right. Anyone watching the livestream? Come with me to block the beasts. Count me in. Count me in too, I'm closest to the scene. Go ahead. Let's see how many beasts you can take down. Going there is suicide.
At this moment, Suemo felt his arms growing weak. The surrounding demon beasts came in endless waves, determined to drain his strength.
Occasionally, a demon beast at the transformation realm would sneak an attack from the shadows. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of black feathers shot toward Suemo. After dodging, Suemo turned his gaze toward the creation realm beast responsible for the ambush.
The demon beast, noticing Sumo's gaze, retreated rapidly. This was their strategy. After all, there were plenty more of them. As Suemo froze in shock, the sound of horns blaring suddenly echoed from the distance. Before long, over 100 vehicles appeared simultaneously. Headlights blazed. Sumo's gaze sharpened.
Those people were ordinary civilians, not even martial artists. I'll run you all over. How dare you destroy our home?
The demon beast in the sky, sensing the threat, channeled earth elemental power, forming a massive wall.
Crash. Several vehicles that couldn't dodge in time were smashed to pieces. Martial artists hunting the demon beast witnessed this scene, their eyes bulging with rage. Why bring these ordinary people? Where are the martial artists? Damn it, we're working our asses off hunting these beasts, and they're just hiding in the back. These bastards, you never know what they're made of until danger strikes.
A dense stream of vehicles kept appearing from the distance. They were the most ordinary people, with vitality values likely only in the tens.
At this moment, they hunted the demon beasts in their own way. Guys, move aside.
Some cars swerved around the crowd, charging straight at the demon beasts.
Many eyes focused intently.
The man held a lighter in his hand, and the car was filled with substances stored in cans.
I'm no coward either. You monsters, die for me. Boom! A massive flame shot skyward. Thousands of demon beasts were instantly blown away. Many martial artists hunting beasts witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with admiration. They rallied their spirits and swung their blades at the surrounding beasts. Kill! Slaughter every last one of these beasts. The 6 Vice-Deans watching from the sky felt their eyes grow moist. Good, good, good. These are the fine young warriors of the North District. We will remember you. Kill! Thunderstorm's chi surged throughout his body, the power of thunder spreading relentlessly. The flame dragon turtle fixed its gaze upon this madman before it. The other 5 Vice-Deans did the same. Kill! Kill them all! Leave not a single one of these damned beasts alive. The flame dragon turtle, who had been handling the situation with ease, now found itself overwhelmed by the 6 completely enraged individuals. Even with 2 demon beasts by its side, it struggled to hold its ground. At this moment, Sumo unleashed his golden firewind domain and the 8th tier blade intent without holding back. Like water flowing toward him, every demon beast fell dead at Sumo's feet. Wherever Sumo passed, rivers of blood flowed and corpses piled up like mountains. Slaughtered 3,000 level 4 demon beasts, earned 12,000 slaughter points. Slaughtered 5,000 level 5 demon beasts, obtained 25,000 slaying points. Sumo's body, mid-hunt, suddenly halted. A sudden force surged from the ground, binding his movements. Immediately after, over a dozen beams of light slammed toward Sumo. You damned human, die! A demon beast at the creation realm level fixed its gaze on him. With a swift movement, it soared above Sumo, unleashing a torrent of flames that scorched down upon him. From all directions, other creation realm beasts stood as a dense swarm of fireballs filled the sky. These creation realm demon beasts cared not even for the lives of their own kind, united solely in their intent to kill Sumo. As long as Sumo was eliminated, the sacrifice of countless demon beasts was deemed worthwhile. Boom! Sumo attempted to shatter the space, but earth attribute power surged from the ground, gripping him like 2 hands, holding him fast. Thousand Gene. A demon beast appeared at that moment, unleashing earth elemental power. A heavy, oppressive force swept over them. Sumo felt the surrounding gravity suddenly increase tenfold if not more. These demon beasts acted with such seamless coordination, clearly they had planned this beforehand. Then another earth elemental beast materialized, causing the surrounding gravity to surge once more. Upon witnessing this, Baiyu attempted to retreat. But the 3 creation realm demon beasts before her kept swarming around her. Having just broken through to the creation realm, Baiyu struggled to resist 3 triple-tier creation realm beasts alone. As the attacks closed in, Sumo lifted his head. His blood-red eyes sent a chill down the spines of the creation realm beasts. Chapter 141, Joint Assassination of the Thunderbird, shocking the Northern District once more. A presence surpassing the Ascension realm erupted like a violent storm. A fierce wind suddenly whipped up around them. Sword intent surged like waves, radiating out layer upon layer from his surroundings. Splatter, splatter. The demon beasts that had been surrounding Sumo were all instantly killed, leaving a 50-meter wide void around him. Simultaneously, Sumo's figure vanished. You all seem to enjoy ambushes, don't you? Sumo's icy voice echoed in their ears. Pop, pop. Suddenly, the heads of 2 7th-tier demon beasts fell to the ground. The dozen or so creation realm demon beasts surrounding Sumo hadn't even reacted yet. The black god had already descended from the sky, plunging into the ground above their heads. Thud, thud, thud. His massive body plummeted from the sky, crushing many beasts that couldn't dodge in time into bloody pulp. Many beasts, sensing Sumo's overwhelming aura, retreated hastily. Far away, the Thunderbird battling Gwangmo stared in horror. He'd broken through to the creation realm. How could he have broken through the creation realm so quickly? Advancing 6 realms in a single day was utterly impossible. Not even secret techniques or powerful treasures could achieve such a feat. The flame dragon turtle, still locked in combat with the 6 deputy deans, witnessed this scene and likewise wore an expression of disbelief. His eyes flickered. Sumo felt a pang of dread wash over him. Boom! 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 Over a dozen pillars of flame suddenly erupted from the ground, shooting skyward. Even with Sumo's prior preparation, he felt the force of the impact. His body was sent flying forward. Gwangmo, witnessing this scene, was equally startled. After forcing the Thunderbird back, he was about to pursue Sumo. He noticed Sumo's eyes dart toward him. Gwangmo instantly understood. The Thunderbird, seeing Gwangmo attempting to catch Sumo, unleashed its thunderous power, accelerating its speed to rush forward and block him. Space freeze. Sumo's body shot past Gwangmo as space froze. Gwangmo struck swiftly. The massive head exploded instantly. A massive crystal core appeared in the sky. After catching it, Gwangmo tossed it to Sumo and turned to rush toward the thunderstorm. Sumo knew this was no time for idle chatter. This scene caught everyone's attention. Seeing the Thunderbird slain, the martial artist who had killed the demon beast's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes! 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 Sumo, you're the man! Kill! Kill! Drive these beasts back! Ah, finally a glimmer of hope! Kill! But turning to look at the cars engulfed in flames, some reduced to mere frames. Many still held charge figures inside. His mood grew heavy.
The flaming turtle's eyes held a chill. Seeing Guangmo flying toward them again, his mood instantly soured. The nether spider and poison scorpion felt fortunate to be fighting alongside their leader, otherwise, they would have been the ones to perish. Under normal circumstances, Suemo and Guangmo would never have been able to kill the Thunderbird. Flamestone was right, this young man was a cunning bastard. He exploited the boss's charge to feign injury, then coordinated with Guangmo. Suemo returned to the battlefield. Splatter. Put. Thud. 3 heads were severed in quick succession. Slaying 3 level 7 tier 3 demon beasts. Earned 21.9 kill points. The other hand gripped Baiyu. Blood still seeped from Baiyu's arm. Her breathing was labored, her face turning pale. You've just broken through. It hasn't stabilized yet. Settle down first. Hearing Sumo's words, Baiyu nodded. Suemo stood before all the martial artists. The remaining Creation Realm demon beasts fixed their gaze on Suemo. With Sumo's breakthrough into the Creation Realm, the situation had undergone a dramatic shift. This individual possessing spatial abilities filled them with apprehension. Behind Suemo, the remaining instructors from the Northern Academy and the other 5 major academies stood, breathing heavily, their arms trembling. Sweat had long since soaked through their clothes. Many others had flesh and blood churning on their bodies. Suemo gazed at the 100+ wrecked vehicles in the distance, lost in thought. Over 30 Creation Realm demon beasts across the field fixed their gaze on Suemo. Even human martial artists of equal rank didn't faze them, but this one, slightly weaker than them, filled them with dread. Suemo glanced at his interface. After his recent breakthrough, his remaining slaughter points were now scarce. Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Power, Creation Realm, Tier 1 300,000. Heart Technique, Shaping Dao, 6 Tier 1 million. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected. Dao Intent, 9-fold Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 50 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, Heaven-splitting slash, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 10, 10,000. Kill points, 656,894. After breaking through to the first level of creation, the Shaping Dao technique also needed improvement. 70,000 points remained, and it was time to upgrade the domain as well. Unless Suemo could eliminate most of the demon beasts here, he wouldn't reach the threshold. So he would eliminate these few Creation Realm beasts. Once they were gone, slaughtering the remaining beasts would be like hunting in an empty wilderness. The flaming dragon turtle in the distance was already completely restrained. Space. As soon as Suemo uttered 2 words, dozens of demon beasts at the transformation realm swiftly retreated. If even the Thunderbird had been killed by this move, they certainly didn't want to meet the same fate. At that moment, the viewers watching the livestream all breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Who would have thought Suemo could break through to the Creation Realm? His blade intent must have advanced too. He looked so cool when he teamed up with Vice President He Guang to take down that Thunderbird. Don't you care about those people ramming their cars into the demon beasts? They say it's about building strength, but let's be honest, it's fear. Just wait. Once this war ends, we'll see how disappointed Dean Long will be. Forget their disappointment, even I'm disappointed. We're too far from Z City. Otherwise, I'd be out hunting beasts too. Suemo really had foresight, ordering everyone to evacuate early. Otherwise, many more would have died this time. Don't get your hopes up just yet. The flame dragon turtle is still alive. Haven't you noticed? Those 7 are already being gradually overwhelmed by it. Many glanced over, their hearts sinking. Most teachers from the Northern Academy and the other 5 major academies are gathered in Z City. That Thunderbird's attack killed at least 20 teachers, all of them at the Creation Realm. Things will only grow more perilous. Can you foresee other demon beasts emerging in the future? Suemo looked at the teachers gathered around him and quietly gave them instructions. Remember what I just said. When the time comes, act swiftly to eliminate these Creation Realm demon beasts. Only then can we free ourselves to hunt the lesser ones. The teachers nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination. Just as Suemo and the teachers were about to act. Chapter 142, Adding Time to the Mix, Enhancing the Bloodline of the Flame Dragon Turtle. The distant flame dragon turtle suddenly erupted. A sky-filling sea of fire clouds appeared, resembling a volcanic eruption. Boom! The entire sky was engulfed in flames. The ground began to crack and dry. Vice Dean Lei and the others were directly blasted backward. Put! 7 figures spat out mouthfuls of blood one after another. Thud, thud, thud. The 7 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground.
The necrospiders and venom scorpions near the flame dragon turtle were also caught in the blast. The nether spider's 8 legs nearly snapped from running so fast, yet it too was engulfed by the fiery force, letting out a piercing scream. The protective barriers set up by the poison scorpion were continuously shattered by the surging waves of flame. Being closest, it finally couldn't withstand the onslaught and plummeted from the sky. At that moment, the flame dragon turtle's body swelled to more than double its original size. The spikes on its back grew longer. A ball of flame now blazed between the twin dragon horns on its head. Temperatures soared by hundreds of degrees around the flame dragon turtle. Simultaneously, its teeth sharpened further and a faint golden hue appeared within its black eyes. Now, the flame dragon turtle was completely enveloped in flames. When Lei and the others stood up, their eyes were filled with horror. This is bad. His bloodline has evolved and strengthened. The others clutched their chests, their faces pale and bodies swaying precariously, appearing even more desolate. Indeed. It seems your training was the right choice. My bloodline has advanced another tier. As the flame dragon turtle spoke, the flames on its body began to swirl. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Far away, Sumo watched the ground crack and shatter. Run! Run as fast as you can. Now! Sumo's sudden roar echoed. The teachers above the sky-treading realm reacted swiftly. They grabbed the martial artists beside them and hurriedly flew toward the distance. Even the demonic beasts confronting Sumo now revealed terror in their eyes. Dozens of creation realm demon beasts scrambled to flee toward the city's outskirts. Lei and the others moved swiftly, rushing to Sumo's side. As they channeled their power, the ground cracked and split at an alarming rate. Run! Run! They roared at the martial artists fleeing in the distance. Beneath the earth, a colossal force was brewing. This is trouble. The flame dragon turtle is a demon beast born from magma, capable of controlling it. With this bloodline breakthrough, we'll find it nearly impossible to stop it. Lu Su and Wang Mo continuously release the earth attribute power within their bodies. Their already pallid faces drained of all color. Numerous martial artists continued to flee. There was no alternative. All 6 Vice had issued their orders. The live broadcast equipment remained active. The flame dragon turtle has grown stronger again. We're done for. Even 7 powerful warriors couldn't stop the flame dragon turtle. It's terrifying. I wonder how this situation will be resolved. If no other powerful beings appear, the North District is truly in danger this time. The flame dragon turtle shifted its massive body. Boom! 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 Lava erupted from the ground like fireworks. Thousands of pillars of light erupted. Any structure would be laughable against this lava. The spewing magma flowed relentlessly in all directions. Sumo and the others stood in the sky, staring at the dragon tortoise in the distance. Lei and the others adjusted their positions. At that moment, Sumo was also frantically searching for a solution. Even if he used spatial stasis, it would be utterly useless against a powerful demon beast like the flame dragon turtle. As for time manipulation, his affinity was too low. His remaining slaughter points were insufficient to raise his time affinity to a level where he could use it freely. With each strike from the flame dragon turtle, everything within a radius of several kilometers vanished completely. After just a few strikes, the devastation had already spread over tens of thousands of meters. The 7 powerful individuals couldn't even intercept the flow now, and they still needed to conserve their strength to deal with the flame dragon turtle. Sumo stared at the flowing magma on the ground, his expression darkening. In the distance, skyscrapers collapsed one after another, eventually dissolved by the molten lava. Like a river flowing backwards, the lava moved with astonishing speed. As the flame dragon turtle shifted its form, the molten lava on the ground suddenly coalesced into a massive vortex. Before long, over a dozen massive kilometer-long magma tornadoes appeared, sweeping out in all directions. How about that? Do you think you can still stop me? Sumo approached Lei. If I can immobilize it for a single second, could I kill him? Lei heard Sumo's quiet murmur, his eyes widening in shock. In the end, he shook his head. He possesses dragon blood and ranks higher than us in power. Even if he stands still, breaking through his defenses would take us several seconds. Unless. Lei left the rest of his words unsaid. Are you certain you can do it? Lei stared intently at Sumo with a grave expression. I should be able to, but I'll need someone to lend me their power. Otherwise, I can't do it. Lei nodded, then approached the other 6 individuals and murmured softly. We now have an opportunity to slay the flame dragon turtle. I wonder if you dare. Upon hearing this, the 6 others seemed to grasp something, their gazes turning to Sumo. Use it. Continuing to fight means certain death anyway. Our bodies are already severely damaged. Use it. The other powerful figures watched as Z City gradually sank beneath the waves. They knew Z City had been torn open completely. The tidal wave of magma continued to radiate outward in all directions, while the molten lava on the ground kept flowing relentlessly. In just a few minutes, nearly 1/5 of Z9 City had vanished. The flame dragon turtle roared at the group. A dragon's cry echoed through the air as Weisteen stepped in front of Sumo.
Sumo's eyes widened in horror.
Was this the true form of the flame dragon turtle?
Even a single roar sent shockwaves through his body, making his blood feel like it was churning violently. Weisteen expression darkened. Beasts of this tier usually don't possess such overwhelming power.
This one's bloodline is unique, that's why it's so formidable.
Once you grow stronger than this beast, we look forward to your progress. We've devised a plan to slay this beast, but it hinges on your success in that critical second.
Weisteen murmured softly. Sumo took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Name, Sumo. Age, 19.
Power level, Creation Realm, Tier 1 0 300,000. Mental Cultivation, Shaping Tao, 6 Tier 0 1 million. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shan Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected.
Tao Intent, Ninefold Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 50 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, Heaven Splitting Slash, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 37, 37,000. Kill points, 656,894. Sumo allocated all his kill points to Time Affinity.
Seeing the Time Affinity rise to 37, Sumo took a deep breath. He could now wield the power of time.
The next challenge awaited him.
Chapter 143, Time Stands Still, all are horrified, 3 Weisteens sacrifice themselves. Weisteen stepped forward, gazing at the flaming dragon turtle in the distance. Old Lei, you're the strongest among us.
Lend your power to Sumo. Lusu also stepped forward, standing before Old Lei. Just as Weisteen was about to speak, Xiao Yue also stepped forward.
Old Lei, we know each other well. Even in our youth, your talents surpassed ours.
The dangers in the North District will only grow from here on out. Count me in too. My internal injuries are too severe. After this battle, even if I survive, I won't live long. 3 of us are enough.
Metal can break through its defenses, fire can compress the explosion, and earth can coordinate with Sumo to increase the chances of restraining it.
After speaking, Weisteen stepped back several paces.
They had kept their discussion from Sumo earlier.
If Sumo knew their plan, it could unsettle him. Sumo, we've identified a weakness in the flame dragon turtle.
Use your spatial abilities to get close to me.
There's still a chance.
At that moment, Weisteen's eyes gleamed with determination. Sumo observed Weisteen's expression, then turned to look at the several powerful figures ahead.
He noticed a hint of delight on each of their faces. All right.
Upon hearing Sumo's agreement, the 7 unleashed their full power. The flame dragon turtle, witnessing this, grew wary.
Its gaze casually flickered towards Sumo.
Even having broken through to the first level of creation, it would be difficult to restrain him. But the flame dragon turtle wasn't foolish.
Its massive body descended from the sky, landing in the molten lava.
This left the 7 coordinated powerhouses with grim expressions.
The lava transformed into various monstrous beasts. Occasionally, it would form a massive hand, striking out at the group. Damn it! This creature doesn't want to fight us. Quick, block its path, it's heading toward the city.
By the time the words left their mouths, the flame dragon turtle had already raced far ahead, a massive wave of magma surging toward the city.
Don't pursue it.
Sumo watched as Weisteen and the others prepared to go after it. Hearing Sumo's words, the group exchanged puzzled glances.
First, slaughter these 2 demon beasts. Sumo's gaze shifted to the poison scorpion and the ghost spider.
And that entire pack of beasts killed them all.
He will return. Sumo gazed into the distance, his expression grave.
The 7 others seemed to grasp something as well.
Understood.
The necrospiders and venomous scorpions watched the 7 figures suddenly charging toward them, terror flashing in their eyes.
They couldn't stop these 7 madmen now.
The thunder surged from Weisteen's body, instantly reducing the creation realm demon beasts to ashes without any chance to resist. At that moment, Sumo plunged into the demon beast horde.
Like a tiger among rabbits.
Metal attributed power combined with the ninefold blade intent.
A dense swarm of blades formed from golden energy now hovered around him. Slaughtered 30,000 level 3 demon beasts, obtained 93,000 slaying points.
Slaughtered 10,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 34,900 slaying points. Slaughtered 8,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 35,600 kill points.
Weisteen and his group unleashed their full power, especially with the troublesome Thunderbird eliminated.
Soon, 2 massive heads plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground. 7 powerful figures landed on the ground, their strength erupting. Slaughtering these beasts was nothing but a walk in the park for them. Within a mere 10 minutes, millions of demon beasts were slaughtered to the last.
Suemo remained silent, thinking to himself that under normal circumstances, hunting these beasts would have earned him a massive amount of kill points. But now was different. Gazing at the 743,324 slaughter points, Suemo channeled them entirely into time. His time affinity rose to 52. This time, his confidence was even stronger. The flaming dragon turtle had vanished from sight in the distance, leaving only its massive waves of flame radiating outward in all directions. Within a mere dozen minutes, several cities had already fallen. Soon, the fiery tidal wave appeared. The flame turtle appeared, fixing its gaze on the group. Originally, it had intended to use the city's inhabitants to lure the group closer, then strike Suemo by surprise. Though this youth possessed only the first level of destiny, once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, the plan had failed. Most of the humans within the city walls had already fled, leaving the place deserted. Suemo and his companions hovered in the sky, gazing down at the flame dragon turtle. Not bad. I thought you'd fall for it, but I never imagined you humans would be so low. The heavens will realm slaughtered those weak demon beasts. The group remained unmoved. Kill them if you must. The flame dragon turtle traversed the sky, its flames gathering relentlessly. In the sky, tens of thousands of fireballs floated densely. Each measured a meter in diameter, radiating a frenzied power. Kill! The seven unleashed their power, charging toward the flame dragon turtle. A hail of fireballs descended from the heavens. The seven struck swiftly. The flame dragon turtle shifted its focus, and suddenly, the molten lava on the ground coalesced into a massive hand, reaching out to grab Suemo. No! Wielded bellowed, abruptly changing course to charge toward Suemo. The flame dragon turtle summoned a sky full of fireballs, while lava erupted from the ground. He swiftly isolated the other 6 individuals. With a swift movement, his massive form appeared directly above Suemo. Suemo felt an immense pressure, as if Mount Tai itself were bearing down on him. Wielded materialized behind Suemo, and the pressure eased. Wielded extended his hand, channeling immense power into Sumo's body. Suemo felt a vast, immense power surge into his body. Space stasis. The spatial power was unleashed upon the flame dragon turtle. Lu Su, Xiao Yue, and Ding Rui broke through the fiery waves and appeared beside the flaming dragon turtle. The flame dragon turtle retreated to a distance, its eyes filled with disdain. The others looked horrified. Boy, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Trying to use the same tactics against me that worked on the Thunderbird? You're courting death. Today, you all die. How much power remains within you now? Even Wielded now harbored a sense of foreboding. The others looked grim, never expecting their plan to fail. The flame dragon turtle had been prepared all along. Now, the magma beneath the ground erupted violently. Several Heavens Will Realm experts actually pinned their hopes on a mere creation realm cultivator. I must say, you humans are truly foolish. After the flaming dragon turtle spoke, its power erupted without restraint. Even the flowing magma on the ground surged into waves. Its overwhelming aura erupted like a volcano. What's wrong, young one? Suemo spoke, lifting his gaze. At that moment, the power infused by Wielded had been fully unleashed by Suemo. Time pause. As those 4 words echoed, Wielded's eyes widened in horror and shock. The 6 powerful figures in the sky reacted just as swiftly. Ding Rui, Lu Su, and Xiao Yue gazed at Suemo with gentle eyes. Immediately after, a colossal shockwave reverberated through the heavens. A massive crater appeared on the ground. Even the molten lava that had rolled out began surging back in. Wielded, Yangdong, Guiyu, and Guang Emo stood at a distance, watching the explosion unfold. Suemo, whom Wielded held in his arms, had already lost consciousness. Blood gushed relentlessly from his body. Grim wounds marred his skin, as if torn open by some unseen force. Chapter 144, The Dragon's Wrath Descends. At that moment, Wielded, Guiyu, Guang Emo, and Yangdong stood side by side in the sky. If one were close enough, they could see their eyes were already wet with tears. This battle had cost the northern region 3 more Heavens Will Realm experts. Over the years, they had spread out among various factions, competing for students and resources. Yet when it came to matters of great principle, they were brothers who could trust each other with their very lives. Brothers, rest in peace. Now was not the time for sentimentality. Losses must be tallied. This demon beast siege had failed once more. However, the northern district had been torn open. Gazing at the still flowing magma, Wielded took a deep breath. Quickly divert this flowing lava. After Wielded gave the order, 4 figures shot off in 4 different directions. By the time they regrouped, 2 hours had passed. By then, Baiyu had also arrived. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at the unconscious Suemo. Baiyu, take Suemo back to the north yard and place him in the spirit liquid pool. I've already administered the medicinal pill to him. This time, his meridians have sustained damage. Baiyu nodded, turned, and flew toward the north yard with Suemo in her arms, not daring to linger for a moment. The 4 stood together. Guiyu's expression was complex. 7 of Z City's 9 pillars have been completely destroyed.
Thankfully, we intercepted it in time, otherwise, even the remaining cities would have been submerged. This breach had torn open a gaping wound in the northern sector. Only the 6 great academy heads and the 2 guild masters could clear away this lava. Their internal injuries had worsened considerably, demanding immediate recuperation. Sizzle. At that moment, the space opened and a figure suddenly appeared. His aura was chaotic, and several patches of his clothing were singed black. Seeing it was Long Lindian, Vice Dean Lei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. No need to clean up. Let the magma remain here. Vice Dean Lei and the others exchanged glances but remained silent. Long Lindian's demeanor felt off at that moment. Let's return. The disturbances in the shadows have been suppressed. Long Lindian led Vice Dean Lei through a spatial rift, vanishing from sight. The remaining 3 watched with envy. Spatial attributes were truly extraordinary. But now, an even more extraordinary individual had emerged in the North Campus Sumo. Who could have imagined he'd even mastered temporal abilities? When Long Lindian appeared, Baiyu had not yet returned to the North Campus with Sumo. Baiyu's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Long Lindian. Master! Long Lindian appraised Baiyu, and upon finding no issues, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He took out a pill and handed it to Baiyu. Baiyu accepted it without hesitation, swallowing it whole. Soon, a wave of warmth spread through her body, and even her external injuries began to heal rapidly. Dean, Sumo used his time manipulation abilities today. After Vice Dean Lei finished speaking, Long Lindian's pupils contracted as he turned to look at him. Old Lei, you're not deceiving me. Deputy Dean Lei nodded solemnly. Time power, space power, wind, fire, and metal. Has the kid mastered all 9 powers? Long Lindian took Sumo into his arms, channeling a surge of energy into the youth's body. His expression immediately darkened. This kid. After speaking, he placed several pills into Sumo's mouth, then channeled a thread of energy to suppress the backlash within Sumo's body. Come on, hurry back to the North Campus. Vice Dean Lei broke the silence. When they reappeared, they were already in the North Yard. You go back first to suppress your injuries. Here are a few pills. There will be other matters to attend to later. Seeing Long Lindian's grave expression, Vice President Lei's heart sank. Could it be something unexpected had truly happened? Vice Dean Lei didn't press further. Whatever old dragon wanted him to know, he would tell him. Long Lindian placed Sumo into a pool within the secret chamber. Only when he saw Sumo's external wounds begin to mend did he breathe a sigh of relief. Baiyu, tell me everything that happened. Master, perhaps you should rest as well. You're still bleeding. Long Lindian shook his head. Such minor injuries were nothing. The demon beast suddenly attacked the city. It started with 3 heavens realm beasts, the nether spider, the venomous scorpion, and the thunderbird. There were also dozens of creation realm beasts and over 100 ascension realm ones. Sumo sensed something was amiss and ordered the people of Z City to evacuate immediately. Most heeded Sumo's orders, but a few, thinking themselves clever, refused to evacuate and perished in the battle. By the time the latter group tried to flee, it was too late. With the Thunderbirds breaking away from the battle, no one could stop them, and many teachers perished at their claws. In the end, some martial artists sacrificed themselves to protect those who thought they were clever, dying at the beast's claws, including several teachers. Some ordinary citizens, driven by sheer courage, charged at the beasts in their cars, fuel tanks ablaze, determined to go down with them. Finally, Sumo wielded the power of time to restrain the flame dragon turtle. Deputy Deans Ding Roy, Lu Su, and Xiao Yue detonated themselves, perishing alongside the flame dragon turtle. After Baiyu finished speaking, Long Lindian stood rooted to the spot, silent for a long while. You stay here and guard him. With that, Long Lindian turned and left the chamber. Baiyu watched her master's departing figure, her gaze filled with complexity. She knew the immense pressure her master faced. Should anything happen to him, the entire northern district would vanish in an instant, consumed by the demonic beast's slaughter. This battle had exposed numerous flaws. Her master would surely be furious this time and likely implement policies previously deemed impossible. The coming days would likely see chaos engulf the entire northern district. Baiyu had long suspected her master was too merciful. Now, everyone had departed. Above Z City, a small drone continued its live broadcast. Hovering in the sky, it occasionally descended, clearly running low on power. The viewers watching the livestream fell silent at that moment. After a while, comments began to appear. The flame turtle is dead. After this comment appeared, several more comments followed much later. Yeah, it's dead. And so are the 3 vice deans. Is our North District really this dangerous? Regardless, we're safe now. Thanks to those martial artists. Hey, you up there saying that makes you one of those stubborn bastards who refuse to evacuate. In the end, plenty of martial artists died protecting you lot in the jaws of those beasts. After this comment appeared, the entire comments section erupted into chaos. You bastards. Listen to Sumo, thought you were so smart. How many martial artists died for you scum? The North District already had few martial artists, and now so many more are dead. You piece of. If you had any decency left, you'd jump into the lava pit.
Why did you run away? Why didn't you sink into the lava with your bastard family? Self-righteous smartass. You've ruined both yourself and others. Even the traitors didn't come out to cause trouble. Chapter 145, The Proposal to Destroy and Rebuild Demon's Lair. Don't insult the traitors. They know that if they can't stop you, they'll die too. That's why they stayed hidden. They're even more despicable than those others. 7 districts vanished in Z City this time. Thankfully, the lava flow was diverted. In this battle, Sumo broke through to the creation realm and even wielded temporal power. Who would have thought he'd master time itself? What's the point of talking about this now? He's only at the creation realm. Even with Vice Principal Lei's power, he suffered severe internal injuries from restraining the flaming dragon turtle at the Heavens Will realm. Didn't you see? Within a single second, Sumo coughed up blood. His muscles tore apart as if sliced by blades, turning him into a blood-soaked mess. 3 Vice Deans are dead. Cultivating a Heavens Will realm cultivator takes an immense amount of time. Even the northern campus and the 5 great academies lost numerous instructors, not to mention countless martial artists. This blow has severely depleted the North District's strength. And then there are those cowardly martial artists who refuse to aid the defense. It's laughable just thinking about it. They didn't go to help, but they didn't cause trouble either. Sumo ordered the evacuation, and those who refused to leave were truly infuriating. We didn't mean to cause trouble. Who could have predicted such a powerful demon beast would appear? Damn it, you still have the nerve to talk? We remember your face. Just you wait, if I don't bankrupt you, I'll take your last name. Damn it, still acting cocky? You just wait, old man. If I don't make you beg for mercy on your knees, I'll kill myself right in front of you. My hatred for you lot now rivals that for traitors. I have every reason to suspect you're hidden traitors whose goal is to kill the martial artists of the North District. We know we were wrong. We'll put up the money to support those martial artists' families, ensuring they never want for food or clothing. Heroes' families don't need trash like you to take care of them. Don't insult their memory. No need to waste words on them. Just wait. Dean Long has appeared. That lava hasn't been cleared yet. Clearly, he's furious. I have a premonition that the North District is about to make an unprecedented move. Last time, fools harmed others and themselves. Still haven't learned their lesson this time. Can't figure out why they all think they're so clever. So powerful, yet not even at the transformation realm? Afraid to kill a demon beast? Harming others and themselves, useless pieces of trash. Last time, Dean Long said, stand on your own 2 feet. I feel like that was a warning. And this time, none of the other powerful figures showed up. Who knows what exactly happened? Plus, when Dean Long finally appeared, he was injured too. There must be more than one flame dragon turtle. With Dean Long injured, what if those demon beasts keep appearing? What else can we do? Wait for death. Damn it, I wish I were a martial artist right now. We may not be martial artists, but at least we're obedient. That guy who said women with long hair have short minds, wonder if he's still alive. Yeah, he was hanging out with those guys, thinking he was so clever. Wonder if he's still around. Should come out and show his face. I'll never say women have long hair and short brains again. Still alive? Good. Once you're settled, give me a shout. I've got a gift for you. Trust me, it'll be a surprise. Not bad. We have a gift for you too. As the drone's battery drained and it crashed into the lava, the livestream went dark. At that moment, in the North Campus, a conference room was filled with people. Long Lintian glanced at them. Each bore some degree of injury. What's the situation? Chang Yen, Dean of Lian Academy, lifted his gaze, took a deep breath, and his expression turned grave. Unrest has already begun. Suppressing it further will be difficult. Feng Wuxin, Dean of Tianfeng Academy, looked up at Long Lintian. The areas I inspected are showing signs of awakening. It won't be long before they emerge from their slumber. The expressions of the others darkened. That one has been wounded by me and should remain dormant for a while longer. The flame dragon turtle escaped from that very location. Hearing Long Lintian's words, their hearts sank momentarily before easing. If that one remained dormant, the crisis would be temporarily contained. Likely, no disturbances would arise elsewhere either. I came today for 2 reasons. The other is concerning the planning for the Northern District. At these words, the assembled individuals felt a tremor within their hearts. Long Lintian gathered the collected materials together. Each person received a copy. As they scanned the contents, the expressions on their faces shifted. The deans of the Demon Slaying Academy, the Celestial Stone Academy, and the Azure Cliff Academy, after all, each of their institutions had lost a vice dean. The others, even if not dead, required recuperation and suppression of their internal injuries. Seeing the death toll among the Cultivation Realm, Ascension Realm, and practitioners of all tiers above, those present set down their documents as a heavy, oppressive atmosphere gradually descended upon the conference room. Particularly those who disregarded warnings, harming both others and themselves. Many martial artists ultimately paid with their lives for their actions.
The North District never had an abundance of martial artists to begin with, and powerful ones were even rarer. It could be said that this loss was exceptionally severe. Ordinary citizens still constituted the majority within the Northern District. Any thoughts? When Long Lindian spoke, the attendees in the conference room exchanged glances. As the most powerful figures in the North District, every decision they made could easily reshape its political landscape. The Northern District encompassed hundreds of cities and hundreds of millions of people. Certain decisions could not be altered lightly, they required considerable time to refine. Even if they harbored thoughts, they dared not voice them lightly. Destroy and rebuild. Seeing no one speak up, Long Lintian stated directly. Hearing Long Lintian's words, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Old Dragon, isn't that a bit too drastic? Yeah, this will take an enormous amount of time and drain both manpower and finances. I think it's acceptable. The flaws of the Northern District have already become apparent today. If we continue to be lenient, the North District may truly face danger. Perhaps we should have reformed long ago. Some people enjoy benefits without contributing anything. But even if we act, it shouldn't be now. Even if we tear down and rebuild, it must wait until things settle. Long Lindian lowered his head in deep thought. What he had just said was merely his personal opinion. Even if we rebuild, the materials we currently use for city walls are too fragile. Demonic beasts at the creation realm could easily destroy them. At that moment, Long Lintian retrieved a stone from his ring. Take a look at this. Seeing the dark stone on the table, several people examined it. Flames appeared in Changyan's hand. After a minute of intense heat, the stone showed only slight signs of melting. Chapter 146, Suemo awakens his purpose. Those present watched, their eyes lighting up. Old Dragon, where did you find this thing? Changyan asked. Even the others looked at Long Lintian with eager anticipation. If this material were used to fortify the city walls, those demon beasts would find breaching them exceedingly difficult. Inside that demon lair, the gleam in everyone's eyes dimmed. The secrets of the demon lair were known only to their group, they dared not reveal them lightly. Despite the multitude of beasts surrounding the Northern District, to them, these creatures were essentially stray beasts. The beasts within the lair were different, they had a home. Their prolonged absence these years stemmed from the need to observe the lair. The flame dragon turtle was merely one beast that had escaped from within, yet it had become a tyrant outside. The demon cave harbors many beasts like the flame dragon turtle. The North District is still far too weak. My plan is to build slowly, first gather this specific material, then forge the first city. The first city will be home to those who have shed blood and tears for the Northern Territory, along with their families. The treatment of these people must also be improved. Long Lintian voiced his thoughts. Over the years, many have earned their stripes, we've kept track. We'll build a great city for them to live in. Then, over time, we'll build ring after ring. My vision is 9 tiers, operating on a points system. Only those with sufficient points may enter the corresponding city. Martial artists and commoners would be separated, with distinct point systems. This would motivate both martial artists and commoners alike. Of course, this is merely my concept. Establishing the very first city alone would demand immense effort. The guild master of the martial artists guild lifted his head. You're laying the groundwork for uncovering the demon lair. Upon hearing this, the others finally understood. Exactly. While there are many demon beasts near the Northern District, we haven't intervened to purge them because we consider them beneath our notice. We must maintain control over the greater situation. The demon lair's existence will be revealed sooner or later. We've managed to suppress it until now, but how much longer can we hold it back? Besides, some already know about the demon lair. Who knows what schemes they might be hatching in secret? Everyone present understood Long Lintian was referring to the Eternal Life Organization. They were also aware that members of the Immortal Organization were currently hiding in the North District, though those individuals were deeply concealed. Old Dragon, you suspect the Flame Dragon Turtle escaped with help from the Immortal Organization? Security Management Director Dongfang Su asked doubtfully. Yes, that's the theory I lean toward. Nearly all the demon beasts beyond the creation realm surrounding the North District have been secretly eliminated by us. The remaining ones aren't particularly powerful. For 4 to appear this time, it would be absolutely impossible without those people's involvement. Hearing this, their hearts sank. Long Lintian's suspicions were almost never wrong. Having fought alongside him for so many years, they understood Long Lintian. He never made absolute claims, yet what he stated almost always proved true. Before they even discovered Suemo, he had already taken him as a disciple. With the awakening of his time-space power, Sumo's growth would undoubtedly surpass Long Lintian's. This was something they were certain of. In that case, we can gather intelligence covertly. With our capabilities, we can gather information quickly. Besides, we all know each other inside out. For now, let us handle it. Zhou Tianxian spoke up. Everyone present nodded in agreement. After all, reform wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. If they made too much noise, the demon's lair would surely detect something amiss. With the decision made, the atmosphere relaxed considerably.
Old dragon, how is Sumo?
Dongfang Su asked, and all eyes turned to Long Lindian.
His condition isn't particularly good. He'll likely need a long period of recuperation. Old dragon, Sumo, and Baiyu must be protected.
They are the hope of our northern district.
Indeed.
Sumo's progress has been remarkable. He's already broken through to the creation realm. If he can advance to the sage realm, it would ease the pressure on our northern district considerably.
Long Lindian nodded in acknowledgement. I've been monitoring the demon's lair recently.
If any of you have the potential to break through, do so as soon as possible.
I alone can hardly handle what's coming.
Even if Sumo breaks through to the sage realm soon, we'll still be short-handed. Many eyes reflected helplessness. They too yearned to break through, but it was never that simple. The North District had endured for so many years, witnessing countless powerful figures come and go. Many had turned to dust without ever reaching the sage realm. Long Lindian had previously shared methods for breaking through to the sage realm.
But alas, they themselves lacked the resolve.
All 7 of them were just a step away from the goal, yet that final step had held them back for years. It could be said they grew up alongside Long Lindian, their innate talents not much inferior to his.
Yet fate is unpredictable.
As the meeting concluded, a layer of gloom settled over the hearts of these powerful individuals to varying degrees.
After the meeting, Long Lindian entered the secret chamber.
Baiyu, who had been cultivating, opened her eyes. She had recovered, but Sumo still lay unconscious in the pool. Surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into Sumo's body.
Impressive.
This battle has allowed him to break through to the creation realm.
Very good.
Though Baiyu's power was formidable, she felt no sense of superiority compared to Sumo.
Yet when measured against other transformation realm experts, Baiyu was already exceptionally strong.
Later, he also saw some videos showing that even while injured, he could still stop 3 third-tier demon beasts. Had he not been so severely wounded, he likely could have slain them?
You haven't exposed your abilities, have you?
Long Lindian asked Baiyu as he looked at her.
Baiyu shook her head.
Earlier, she had displayed her water attribute in front of everyone, achieving a compatibility rating of 96. At 23 years old, having broken through to the creation realm, how could she possess only one element?
It was simply that Long Lindian had always instructed her to conceal it. Good that you didn't reveal it. Long Lindian exhaled in relief. I suspect that kid figured it out. But since he's already exposed himself, it doesn't matter. That kid's been pretty good to you. Now everyone's attention is on him. No one is focusing on you. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's gaze faltered. Was that really the case? Those involved are often blind outsiders see things clearly. That kid is cunning, he's very clever. But the dangers he'll face will only multiply. Still, he's broken through to the creation realm, at least he'll be able to handle those threats. Master, are you suggesting that when he revealed his time power today, he had ulterior motives? Long Lindian nodded. The one who revived Su Yao has yet to reveal their presence. Now that Sumo's spatial temporal abilities are exposed, those who wish to confront him should think carefully lest they be counterattacked by Sumo. The Immortality Organization will likely dispatch one of their core members, someone of considerable stature, to deal with him. That kid's target has always been those people. Chapter 147, Who among them do you think is the traitor? Long Lindian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. As Sumo's master, he understood his disciples' objectives better than most. Baiyu shook her head, gazing at the pale-faced figure lying on the pool. Do you think there's a traitor among these 7? Just as Baiyu exhaled in relief, Long Lindian's question sent her heart racing. Her pupils contracted. She knew exactly who her master was referring to, the deans of the 5 major academies and the leaders of the 2 major guilds. These were people who had grown up alongside her master, knew each other inside out, and had fought shoulder to shoulder. Yet now her master was asking her to guess, was there a traitor among them? How could she possibly guess? She dared not speak. Just state your opinion. Don't fixate on that brat. Baiyu flushed at Long Lindian's teasing remark. She composed herself, her mind racing through recent events. Finally, Baiyu shook her head. They behaved perfectly normally. You could say they've never made a move. If they were truly traitors, they'd have shown some signs by now. Unless, of course, the one who released the flame dragon turtle and those 3 demon beasts is more likely to be the traitor. But there were other martial artists guarding the demon lair. If someone could still release the flame dragon turtle, then perhaps. After reaching this conclusion, Baiyu suddenly turned her gaze toward Long Lindian. Master, have you already sounded the alarm? Long Lindian merely smiled without responding. His purpose in discussing matters and using the stone to handle affairs was not to actually destroy and rebuild the city. His true intent was to uncover who the traitor truly was. Only the sage realm could turn them into traitors. Baiyu took a deep breath. Perhaps there's more than one. At that moment, a faint voice echoed. Both men turned to look at Sumo. After Sumo stood up, Baiyu let out a cry and quickly turned away. You little brat, are you embarrassed or what? Sumo stood up, flashing an awkward smile as he hurriedly pulled his clothes back on. Long Lindian watched Suemo awaken, his tense mood gradually easing.
Unbeknownst to him, this disciple had already captured his attention. Perhaps he saw in Suemo the hope of heading north.
You brat, come over here now that you're awake. I spent a lot of effort preparing this pool, don't waste it. When Suemo emerged, he looked at Long Lindian with disdain in his eyes. This master really is stingy.
Baiyu finally turned around, her pink ears looking incredibly cute.
Sis Baiyu, you've been spying on me this whole time, you're responsible now. Pfft, like I'd want to. It's painful to watch.
After speaking, she casually glanced at a certain part of Suemo before hastily averting her gaze. Spotting the teasing glint in Sumo's eyes, she bristled like a cat caught stealing food.
Suemo stopped teasing her. It must be said, Vice Dean Lei's power was formidable.
He kept compressing energy within his body. If not for the Plasticraft formula's immense strength, he might have exploded from the pressure.
This incident left Suemo with lingering dread. You little brat, what did you mean by what you said earlier?
Baiyu knew Suemo hadn't fully explained himself earlier. Yet the moment this guy emerged, he was already teasing her. If I were part of the Eternal Life Organization, I wouldn't collaborate with just one person, I'd work with several, ensuring none knew the others were traitors. Long Lintian's lips curved into a smile at Sumo's words. Baiyu remained silent. She had already guessed this outcome, but simply chose not to voice it.
Quite right. You see things clearly. Do you know the difference between the Sage Realm and the Heaven's Mandate Mirror? Suemo shook his head. The Sage Realm masters the rules, not spiritual power, and it also alters one's lifespan.
Whether it's the Creation Mirror or the Heaven's Mandate Mirror, lifespans are limited to 100 years.
Breaking through to the Sage Realm brings the first change, a lifespan extension of 100 years. The Sage Realm has 3 tiers, Human Sage, Earth Sage, and Heaven Sage. Their lifespans are 200, 250, and 300 years respectively. However, with combat and the accumulation of injuries within the body, one may not necessarily live that long. Sumo's gaze sharpened. Master, now I understand why the organization is called the Eternal Life Organization. They're a bunch of madmen, Long Lindian remarked with a sigh.
But you, kid, have given me another surprise. I never imagined you'd even mastered the power of time. But you've exposed yourself too much in this battle.
The Immortality Organization won't let you off the hook. Suemo nodded at Long Lintian's warning. He'd anticipated this outcome after revealing himself. If I hadn't done this, I wouldn't have been able to reel in the big fish. Suemo sighed inwardly. He'd already revealed so much, yet all that appeared were small fry. This left Suemo feeling somewhat helpless. Suemo suspected that the person who revived Suyao was hiding within the North District. That one was the real big fish. He hoped this time he could lure him out. Catching this big fish would reveal many secrets about the Immortality Organization. Return now and rest for a few days. Z City won't be rebuilt, let that serve as a lesson to those involved. Additionally, regarding today's incident, I'll make sure to sound the alarm for everyone in the North District.
Long Lintu finished speaking and turned to leave.
Baiyu, you can tell Suemo about the demon's lair.
Tell him whatever you want, whether lying in bed or sitting on the couch.
With that, Long Lindian burst into laughter and departed. Disrespectful old man, ugh.
Baiyu spat in disgust, then turned to look at Suemo.
She noticed Suemo rubbing his chin, deep in thought. Let's go.
I need to make sure you don't get into any trouble.
I haven't had a proper night's sleep yet. But no matter what, this crisis is finally over.
The two returned to their living quarters. The moment Baiyu saw the bed, her energy was completely drained. I'll tell you about the demon lair after you wake up. After saying this, Baiyu didn't even bother closing the door before collapsing onto the bed.
Suemo shook his head.
A tearing pain still lingered within his body. Many of his internal meridians remained unconnected.
A single flame dragon turtle had already left them utterly helpless. Name, Suemo. Age, 19.
Power level, Creation Realm, Tier 1 0 300,000. Mental cultivation, Shaping Tao, 6 Tier 0 1 million. Martial arts, Wave Stacking Blade Shin Grade, High Tier, Mastery Snow Treading Shin Grade, High Tier, Mastery Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Mastery.
Dao Intent, Ninefold Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 50 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, Heaven Splitting Slash, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 52, 52,000. Kill points, 31321. Suemo stared at the system interface.
His strength had risen to the first tier of creation, the greatest gain from this battle. Chapter 148, Assessing Losses, Northern District's Rage, Punishment. The Shaping Tao technique also needed to be advanced quickly, or else he wouldn't keep pace.
It required 1 million killing points.
Sigh, he was still just a poor troublemaker. His blade intent had also broken through to the 9th tier. Next came comprehending the way of the blade. When that happened, his combat power would soar once more.
Spatial affinity, 78. Temporal affinity, 52.
Gazing at the remaining 30,000 slaughter points, Sumo drew a deep breath. A whole day's hard work, all for naught. Not only that, but his martial arts techniques also needed to be cultivated to a higher tier.
Only Earth-grade cultivation techniques could now satisfy Sumo.
At that moment, in the Northern Campus Dean's office, the live broadcast had commenced. Many rushed in, eager to learn the outcome of this battle.
Are you all right, Dean?
I saw you were injured when you last appeared.
Yes, Dean Long, you must take care of yourself.
The Northern District suffered heavy losses this time. Those who refused to heed warnings, Dean Long, you must punish them severely.
Exactly. Those who disobeyed orders must be severely punished.
Dean Long, we didn't mean to cause trouble.
We're willing to contribute money and effort. Exactly.
We're willing to atone for our mistakes.
Dean Long, we'll do whatever you ask.
At that moment, Long Lintian watched the flood of comments without batting an eye.
Today's livestream is primarily to address the losses from this incident.
The destruction of 7 cities in Z City, with lava still present, means our northern campus and 5 major key academies will not be repaired. The moment these words were spoken, the chat exploded. Some dared not ask. After all, Long Lintian was the strongest in the Northern District.
If Long Lintian said they wouldn't rebuild, there was nothing they could do. They simply lacked the capability.
For those who left Z City, our Northern Academy and other institutions will assist you in resettling.
Rest assured on this point. After this announcement, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. I'll pass.
I still have some savings enough to buy a place.
No need to trouble the North Campus. Exactly.
We'll handle it ourselves.
No need for the North Campus to intervene.
Rest assured. My company has over 100 positions available to offer them jobs.
I'm also short-staffed. Anyone interested can come by.
With the demon beasts attacking the city, our brothers in Z City have been forced to leave their homes.
We'll do our part to help.
Seeing this, Long Lintian felt a glimmer of comfort. In this battle, 3 heavens will level experts perished, along with 22 creation realm practitioners, 46 sky treading realm practitioners, 171 divine soul realm practitioners, 201 transcendence realm practitioners, and 463 divine orifice realm practitioners.
Most of the attacking beasts were tier 3, equivalent to the divine orifice realm for humans. Ordinary martial artists weren't even qualified to fight. They could only assist with evacuations. These figures represent only fatalities. Casualties were not tallied.
Among them, 7 were at the creation realm, 12 at the sky treading realm, 38 at the divine soul realm, 46 at the transcendence realm, and 82 at the divine orifice realm.
They died protecting those who couldn't evacuate.
At this point, Long Lintian's expression grew solemn. Viewers watching the livestream could feel the heavy weight of that pressure through their screens. I'm sorry, truly sorry.
We deeply regret this.
We are willing to contribute both funds and labor to help these heroes' families rebuild their homes.
Me too. Me too. Like we need your help? We'd assist them even without lifting a finger. Damn it, like you're the only ones with money, huh?
Right now, I'm setting up a company department just for these people, giving them jobs so they can support their families. As for the elderly ones, our company will take care of them.
Exactly. We'd help them without your involvement.
As North District residents, I can't stand the sight of people like you.
Earlier you swore Sumo was overreacting.
If you'd listened, none of these people would have died.
Beasts are attacking the city. No one blames you for not fighting on the front lines. Why must you complicate matters?
I recall you once declared anyone who dared to leave would be fired. You should know exactly how many lives were lost because of you. A chorus of accusations and curses erupted.
At that moment, Long Lintian released numerous photographs. Seeing these photos brings me some comfort.
These people stepped up at a critical moment to help the people of Z City evacuate.
Seeing the photos displayed, many viewers watching the livestream broke into smiles.
Ha, never thought I'd show up in Northyard's livestream one day.
My photo's in there too. It's what we should do. We're all family in the North District. After Long Lintian finished playing the photos. Another matter, regarding the North Campus posting that Sumo is the next heir, his orders are equivalent to mine. Some people think they're so clever, acting all high and mighty. We've already tracked down these individuals.
Since they consider themselves so clever, after this livestream ends, they will be expelled from the city. Not a single gate of the northern precinct shall allow these cancerous elements to enter.
Long Lintian stated sternly. Good. That's exactly how it should be handled. Excellent. That's exactly how they should be treated, thinking they're clever, acting all high and mighty. Exactly. When the demon beasts attacked the city, they held us back. Because of them, many martial artists lost their lives. Exactly. Because of some idiots, Sumo was fleeing but ended up having to head toward the Thunderbirds' direction. Exactly. If Sumo meets his end, these people will be undermining the very foundation of our northern district.
I seriously doubt these people's identities are legitimate. Whether they are or not, they'll die out there this time.
No, no, no. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll donate all my assets. Me too.
Please, Dean Long, I'm begging you on my knees, don't drive us out of the North District.
Give me one chance. I'll turn over a new leaf. I'll help others too. Give me a chance to make amends. I'm family to the city's defenders. I won't forgive these people. I won't forgive them either. Sigh, I can't read. My granddaughter wrote this for me. We won't forgive them either. My father died protecting you parasites. You could have evacuated, why did you act so clever? Brother Sumo foresaw the danger long ago. You refused to evacuate and even mocked those who did. The warriors of the North District died for people like you. It was utterly worthless. My father sacrificed himself to protect you, I have no words. He was a hero. But I hate him. Now that he's gone, what about me, my mother, and my younger brother? What about my grandparents in their old age? I used to think my husband was a cowardly deserter during the big battle. But when he returned, I realized he was a real man. I'll take good care of my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and son. Chapter 149. The Northern Campus still has key academies not assisting or helping, but seeking their own path. Regardless of the circumstances, any warrior who ultimately stands their ground deserves our respect. Exactly. You can come work for me. You can focus on your job while your child is cared for by dedicated staff at the company, no need to worry. If coming here is inconvenient, I can arrange transportation to pick you up. From what I hear upstairs, you're a great boss. Wishing you great success, boss. I'm just doing what I can. I'm no warrior, just an ordinary person. These warriors who shed blood and tears for the North District are the true role models we should emulate. Long Lindian glanced at the comment stream, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. At least some people's sacrifices were being recognized. At that moment, Long Lindian switched to another set of photos. As these photos played out, many fell silent. These were ordinary people driving cars, hauling gasoline, hunting beasts in their own way. As Long Lindian viewed these images, his gaze held a similar sense of profound emotion. Though they were ordinary people, they were heroes. They were blocking the demon beasts' attacks in their own way. These people are heroes too, more courageous than some martial artists. Yes. Some martial artists even had the nerve to claim they had greater duties to attend to. In other words, they were afraid to die. Those martial artists should see this. This is what it means to be a man of true courage. After finishing the photo slideshow, his expression turned stern as he stared at the screen. The Northern Academy will provide special care for the families of these individuals. With just those few words, many eyes flickered with envy. Yet the thought that this had been earned with their lives tempered that envy considerably. Next comes the punishment for those individuals. Long Lintian's expression grew stern. The scene shifted, showing one Heaven Ascension realm expert after another. They dragged those who had refused to evacuate, those who had endangered themselves and others, and hurled them all out of the city. Even through the screen, the despair in their voices was palpable. I'm sorry. Give me a chance, just one chance. I'll work like a beast of burden. I won't leave the city. Leaving means certain death. I don't want to either. I'll donate all my money. Please, just give me a chance. They sacrificed their lives to protect us. Now you're throwing us out? That makes their sacrifice meaningless. Exactly. If you drive us out, their sacrifice will be for nothing. Give us a chance to prove ourselves instead. The martial artists escorting them out of the North District paid no heed, their eyes burning with fury. As warriors of the Northern Academy, we have our own responsibilities. Their training and protection of you was their duty, their mission. Their mission is complete. This is your punishment. Their sacrifice will not be in vain. Since you fear no death, demon beasts assaulting the city hold no terror for you. A mere handful outside the walls are surely insignificant. At that moment, comments began flooding the screen. Exactly. They weren't afraid when heavens will level beasts attack the city. Smart as hell. Throw these guys outside the walls, and I bet they'll adapt in no time. I agree. Find a place teeming with beasts and toss them in. Let's see what they're made of. Who knows? Their power might just explode, and they could instantly become heavens will realm powerhouses. Honestly, they have a point. Those guards risked their lives protecting them, and now we're just tossing them out? That feels wrong. I say we strip them of their money first, then kick them out. Damn it, I already drew my blade. Turns out it was friendly fire. There really are a lot of living Yama out there. I almost used my silent step blade on you. As those individuals were cast out beyond the city walls, this livestream concluded permanently. As for their fates, that was entirely up to them. After this incident, unless powerful demon beasts attack the city, the Northern Academy and the 5 great academies won't dispatch their elite forces to assist. What Long Lindian said next sent chills down their spines. Lord Long, what does this mean? Does this mean they're abandoning us? No, please. Their mistakes have nothing to do with us. Long Lindian stared at the comments, offering no immediate reply.
The North Yard and the 5 Great Yards have always protected the North District.
This time, many martial artists turned a blind eye.
The North Yard and the 5 Great Yards are thoroughly fed up. To put it bluntly, if I were in their shoes, I'd be furious too. The North District still lacks unity. One demon beast siege exposed that fact. Seeing the timing was right,
Long Lintian continued his explanation.
Martial artists across cities have grown complacent, and city lords are nothing but dead weight. Henceforth, should any Northern District city lord prove incapable of shouldering their responsibilities, we will forcibly replace them. All city lords would do well to prepare defenses. Once the lava recedes, the North District will effectively become a gaping wound. The 5 great academies of the North will not dispatch their strongest to repair it. Sometimes it takes bloodshed to forge unity. After the Northern Academy's head spoke, he shut down the livestream. This left many martial artists with a sense of despair. After the livestream ended, Long Lintian turned to Sumo, who sat beside him. As for those final words, they reflected both his own thoughts and Sumo's suggestion. "You little brat, looks like you're dead set on dragging that guy out." Long Lintian knew what the North District would become once this news spread. Sumo lifted his head. "Master, relying solely on the Northern Academy and the martial artists from the 5 great academies is simply not enough. Even with diligent cultivation, there will come a day when our resources are exhausted. This also serves as a wake-up call for them to be vigilant in times of peace. If those city lords still refuse to act, I doubt we'll even need to speak up before the martial artists turn against them. It'll also serve as a deterrent for those cowardly city lords who fear death. When the time comes, we can replace them with capable individuals who can unite all martial artists. Then, when facing greater crises in the future, we won't be in the same predicament as now." Long Lintian nodded. "What are your next moves?" Sumo was speechless. Here he goes again, testing him. If the appearance of the flame dragon turtle demon beast is connected to the immortal organization, announcing this news would surely make them seize the opportunity. Besides, after all these years of research, I refuse to believe they haven't discovered anything. The Northern District is going to get messy. Really messy. People are going to die. Long Lintian nodded. He'd already considered this. Even if he didn't announce the news, those people had gone to such great lengths they would definitely make their move. Better to go with the flow and lull them into complacency. Alright, head back. Have Baiyu brief you on the demon's lair. There are things you should know. Sumo nodded at the words and turned to leave Long Lintian's office. So Master was dead set on having Baiyu tell him about the demon's lair. Chapter 150. Didn't you ask sister to tie her hair up? By the time Sumo returned, Baiyu had already finished washing up and looked quite refreshed. Having just broken through to the creation realm, her mood was quite good, so the look she gave Sumo was considerably kinder. For some reason, though, there was something off about her eyes. Without meaning to, they kept drifting toward a certain spot on Sumo. The moment Sumo stepped into the room, an odd sensation washed over him. "Sis Baiyu, I feel like you're being a little too forward with me." Baiyu rolled her eyes. "How could I dare? A humble woman like me is no match for my little brother. 19 years old, Fate Realm, Ninefold Blade Intent, Domain, Wind Fire Metal, Spacetime Manipulator. If I were to make a pass at you, one time stop followed by a space shuttle, and I'd be at your mercy." Sumo stared at Baiyu's pouting red lips, scratching his head. "I don't think I've done anything to offend you, have I? Little brother, remember what you said earlier?" Sumo pondered for a moment and shook his head. He didn't recall saying anything to Baiyu. "You did want me to tie my hair up earlier. We're alone in this room, just a man and a woman. I'm no match for you. You wouldn't try anything, would you?" Sumo's eyes went blank upon hearing this. So that was what it was about. "Don't worry, Sister Baiyu. I'm not that kind of person." Hearing Sumo's firm assurance, Baiyu tilted her head back, her face turned toward the ceiling. That good-for-nothing little brother, even when given a chance, he still can't get it right. He used to be pretty lecherous, but after breaking through to the creation realm, he's changed his whole personality. "Sis Baiyu, tell me about the demon's lair." "That old man won't share anything with me." Upon hearing this, Baiyu sat up straight. She eyed Sumo up and down. Was this guy out of his mind? Not interested in her, a stunning beauty, but fixated on the demon's lair? But the demon's lair was indeed important. "Alright, I'll tell you. Think of the demon cave as another world, one that's connected to ours. The beasts within aren't like those outside the Northern District. Those beasts have their own territories and fight amongst themselves, but when facing humans, they can unite against a common enemy. There are only 5 demon lairs near the Northern District, and they are not connected. Master has assigned them titles. Simply numbered 1 through 5. Cave 1 is the most troublesome. The flame dragon turtle likely escaped from there." Sumo's eyes flickered upon hearing this. If that were the case, wouldn't the beasts within be countless? The demon beasts outside the city had already dwindled significantly after this incident. Moreover, now that Sumo had broken through to the creation realm, hunting these creatures felt like a tedious chore. Only vast demon beast swarms could grant Sumo substantial slaughter points.
How powerful is the strongest demon beast in Cave 5? Suemo asked curiously. Baiyu shot Suemo a surprised look. You wouldn't be eyeing the demon caves already, would you? The most powerful beasts in the 5 major demon caves are all at the Sage Realm. After Baiyu finished speaking, Suemo reclined on the sofa, leaning back. Going in there is basically suicide, isn't it? But 9th-tier demon beasts won't awaken easily.
They expend enormous energy, and besides, all these years, Master has been visiting the demon lairs whenever he had free time.
There are also many human martial artists within the demon lairs. All these years, the outstanding talents from the Northern Academy and the 5 great academies, where do you think they've gone? The beasts outside the North District are like homeless wanderers.
Once you enter the underground caverns, you'll see the beasts there are numerous and formidable. But for a freak like you, even the mightiest beasts are no more than cutting vegetables when they're the same tier. The beasts within the demon's lair place great emphasis on bloodline.
Suemo nodded.
The term bloodline piqued his interest. Perhaps it would lead to unexpected discoveries in the future.
Has Sister Baiyu been inside? Baiyu nodded. Master took me in once before. It felt like stepping into another world. If you want to go inside, you could ask Master, though he might not agree. After speaking, Baiyu gave Suemo a teasing look. It was true that Suemo had broken through to the creation realm, but inside the demon's lair, there were plenty of heavens will realm demon beasts. Besides, Suemo likely had other matters to attend to. Don't forget that trillion yuan debt. His master's money wasn't easy to come by. Seeing Baiyu's teasing expression, Suemo found himself inexplicably reaching out. He grabbed Baiyu's face. Sis Baiyu, you seem to be enjoying my misfortune. Baiyu snapped back to awareness, feeling the tug on her face. Then she reached out and yanked Sumo's ear. You little brat, let go of me. How dare you tug my face? I'll pull it. I can't stand seeing you gloating like that. Before long, the two were wrestling in the room. Baiyu bit Sumo's arm. Suemo pinned Baiyu's body with both legs. The two twisted and writhed. Just then, a figure pushed open the door and witnessed this bizarre scene. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi exchanged a glance, staring at them with puzzled expressions. The two hurriedly released each other. This kind of exercise helps improve flexibility. Suemo stood up and offered an explanation. Lu Yaoyao and Yi Xiaoxi nodded. Whatever you say, we believe. Baiyu stood up and gave Suemo a sharp swipe from behind. Suemo, are you busy? Yi Xiaoxi gazed at Suemo expectantly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I brought money. Before Suemo could respond, Yi Xiaoxi spoke up. Hearing this, Suemo felt a bit torn. Why pass up easy money? But these two girls weren't simple, they both had designs on him. How much are you offering? Not knowing how much these two had to offer, he feared asking for too little. 100 billion a day. Hearing Yi Xiaoxi's words, Suemo sat down on the sofa. That was the old me. I'm different now. Yi Xiaoxi nodded, implying the offer wasn't sufficient. 300 billion. Deal. A smile spread across Yi Xiaoxi's face. Baiyu remained silent. Suemo probably wasn't after the 300 billion. But Baiyu had overthought it. Suemo just wanted the money. After the two left, Lu Yaoyao followed behind. Why are you following? She's paying, and I'm accompanying her now. You should go back. Suemo gave her a look of disgust. Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened. She's my good friend. I'm accompanying her. Before Lu Yaoyao could finish her sentence, Yi Xiaoxi's voice cut in beside her. You should go back first. I did pay for this, and I want to be alone with Suemo for a while. Lu Yaoyao opened her mouth. By the time she snapped back to reality, the two had already walked far away. Walking down the street, Yi Xiaoxi wore a faint smile. She felt as though she and Suemo were husband and wife. For some reason, her face flushed slightly. When did you and Lu Yaoyao meet? Chapter 151, Investigating the Inside Story, Setting a Trap. Sumo's sudden question caught Yi Xiaoxi off guard. It's been quite a while. We'd only heard each other's names before, never actually met in person. We finally got to know each other at an event later on. We were both in our freshman year back then. I have to say, we really were meant to meet. We used to compete openly and covertly, each trying to outdo the other. Who would have thought we'd become such good friends now? After explaining, Yi Xiaoxi turned to look at Suemo. Why did you ask that? Just curious. After speaking, Suemo opened his mouth again to ask. What kind of person do you think his brother, Lu Bai, is? At that moment, Yi Xiaoxi finally caught on. Lu Bai is quite famous in the North Yard. Many girls admire him. His master is Wu Yu, who is known for being extremely strict in the North Yard. After Lu Bai became a traitor, Wu Yu has applied to resign multiple times, but the North Yard hasn't approved it. As for why Lu Bai became a traitor, no one can figure it out. He was always quite helpful in the North Yard. Even after learning he was a traitor, many still felt regret. Suemo nodded, forming a rough impression of Lu Bai. Could you take me to see where Lu Bai lived? Yi Xiaoxi didn't hesitate. She was happy to help Suemo.
Soon, the two arrived at a secluded residential area. This was the privilege afforded to outstanding students.
Sumo opened the door.
Inside, everything was neatly arranged. Stepping inside, she glanced around casually and found nothing out of place.
Heading upstairs, all the other rooms were empty.
Only one room contained a single bed, its quilt neatly folded.
Sumo noticed the books by the bedside all about demon beasts.
Such books were commonplace.
As he was flipping through them, a photograph slipped out.
Picking it up, he saw a gentle, lovely woman cradling a child in her arms. A smile graced her face, seemingly directed at the camera, yet her eyes betrayed her gaze was fixed on the infant in her arms. The infant had just two baby teeth emerging, its round little face utterly adorable. After placing the photo back inside, Sumo didn't touch anything else. After scanning the room and finding nothing else, that didn't mean Sumo couldn't drop a red herring. When he met Yi Xiaoxi again, Sumo's eyes betrayed his excitement. "What did you discover?" Yi Xiaoxi casually asked, noticing Sumo's agitated state.
Sumo shook his head.
"You should hurry back.
I've made a major discovery." With that, Sumo hurriedly departed. 300 billion in hand. Amidst the excitement, shock was impossible to hide.
Along the way, several people spotted Sumo and were about to greet him, but he didn't respond to any of them. He sprinted straight to Long Lintian's office.
Long Lintian was busy handling matters. Seeing Sumo enter, his gaze held a trace of confusion.
"What brings you here, you little rascal?"
Sumo sat down without ceremony and poured himself a cup of tea.
"Nothing important. Just dropped a smokescreen. Finding those people is proving difficult."
"Since that's the case, why not lure them out proactively?"
Long Lintian knew Sumo was also investigating the traitor, but hadn't expected him to dive right in without even resting. He had to admit that 100 billion was money well spent.
Long Lintian instantly grasped the essence of Sumo's strategy.
"You have to admit, this kid's approach should work pretty well. Master, when I leave, have a few trusted people come over. Have them sit for a while and make some small movements. The act must be thorough, make them believe he truly made a discovery. At the very least, the smokescreen must be fully deployed."
"You little brat, do I need you telling me what to do?"
Sumo lingered a moment longer before finally rising, patting his backside as he departed. Long Lintian watched his disciple's retreating figure, his gaze filled with satisfaction. Such a disciple was truly a breath of fresh air.
He cultivated quickly and had a sharp mind. After Sumo left, Long Lintian summoned Lei Bao to his office.
"Old Lei, I called you here today regarding Sumo's investigation into the traitor."
Lei Bao nodded. Could it be that Sumo had already uncovered key leads?
"So I need you to stir things up a bit. You understand what I mean, right?" A flicker of understanding crossed Lei Bao's eyes as he met Long Lintian's gaze.
"I know what needs to be done."
After Vice Dean Lei left, Long Lintian gazed out the window.
Sumo hadn't returned to their quarters yet when Lu Yaoyao arrived.
"Sumo, have you discovered anything? Can you tell me why my brother became a traitor?"
Sumo immediately stepped back upon seeing Lu Yaoyao approach.
"Stay away from me."
Seeing Sumo's attitude, Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Sumo, what do you mean by this?"
Sumo said nothing and turned to leave.
As he walked away, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Yi Xiaoxi.
"Don't have any contact with Lu Yaoyao."
The only reply came back was a simple okay.
Lu Yaoyao watched Sumo's retreating figure before finally snapping back to reality.
By then, several people were staring at her, taking a few steps back. After all, Lu Yaoyao was a friend of the young master. Even he avoided her.
Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lu Yaoyao headed toward Yi Xiaoxi's location.
But she didn't even see Yi Xiaoxi's people. Within mere hours, the news that the entire Lu family were traitors had spread throughout the Northern Academy. Deputy Dean Lei personally led his men to summon the Lu family members once more.
Not even Lu Bai's master was spared. In the secret prison cell, Sumo and Vice Dean Lei watched over the Lu family members.
"Young master, is this the result of your investigation?"
Lu Yi stared at Sumo with an unreadable expression.
Sumo sat down, his gaze fixed on the prisoners inside, his expression unreadable.
"Do you know how Lu Bai's mother died?" After Sumo spoke, Lu Yi's expression stiffened. A legitimate wife and a mistress, there are quite a few complications here. No sooner had Sumo finished speaking than Lu Yi's furious voice erupted. "Don't make baseless accusations.
Let me tell you, Li Nan was my legally wedded wife. After Xin Yu died, Lu Bai was still young, and I was consumed by my career. That's why I later married Zhang Nan. Even as a disciple of Director Long, you shouldn't slander people so casually. Why Lu Bai turned traitor, we still can't make heads or tails of it." Sumo cut off their idle chatter and turned to leave the chamber.
Vice Dean Lei followed behind Sumo. "What do you intend to do next?" After stepping outside, Sumo surveyed the surroundings.
"Wait."
Vice Dean Lei stared at Sumo with a peculiar expression.
"You don't even know who the traitor is."
Sumo nodded, his eyes filled with resignation. "It's not that easy to investigate.
But if we're going to frame the Lu family like this, I'd rather those traitors come forward themselves and find the Lu family members.
Deputy Dean Lei, do me a favor. Just say that Lu Yaoyao's mother sought to climb the ranks and then. Chapter 152, is Suemo a traitor too?
Vice Dean Lei's face twisted with conflict.
That doesn't seem quite right. If we do this and it turns out the Lu family really has no connection to the traitors, then we. Vice Dean Lei's expression betrayed his inner conflict. This felt unethical. How do you know they're not involved? Sumo's counter-question caught Vice Dean Lei off guard. The traitor will surely observe them for a few days. Once the Lu family is on the verge of collapse, they'll take the bait. Let's detain them for a few days first. Vice Dean Lei shook his head. You're making me the bad guy here, kid. Then let's wait and see. Hopefully, we'll get something out of it. Vice Dean Lei shook his head. It was truly a relief that Suemo had come up with this troublesome solution. Seeing Suemo about to leave, Vice Dean Lei hurriedly stopped him. Hold on, this was your idea, kid. You can't just leave me, an old man, to guard it alone. Suemo flushed with embarrassment, his eyes darting around. Master mentioned a few days ago that there's an important matter. I'll have to trouble Vice Dean Lei with this. With that, Suemo hurriedly departed. Deputy Dean Lei opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say sank back down. A short while later, Vice Dean Lei arrived at Long Lintian's office. Old Long, rein in your disciple. What kind of solution is this? He doesn't show up at the stakeout, leaving a Vice Dean like me to handle it? Is that appropriate? Vice Dean Lei plopped down, his tone dripping with displeasure. Long Lintian's face also showed embarrassment. Just bear with it a little longer. I need to take him down to the underground caverns for a look. At this mention, Long Lintian's expression grew serious. The displeasure vanished from Vice Dean Lei's face. There's been unusual activity there again. Long Lintian nodded, his face clouded with worry. Let's hope this kid grows up quickly. As night fell, Long Lintian sought out Suemo. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two broke through the space barrier and vanished from the northern courtyard. Inside the secret chamber where the Lu family was imprisoned. Wu Yu stood up. Do you Lu family want to live? At his words, the Lu family members all turned to look at Wu Yu. Lu Yaoyao's expression grew agitated, her eyes filled with terror. Could it be? That's right. I taught Lu by everything he knows. He's my disciple. Who do you think I am? Word has already spread outside that you conspired with your husband to kill Lu Bai's mother to secure your position. Lu Yi and Zhang Nan froze in place. Even Lu Yaoyao's expression darkened. Suemo intends to pin the traitor label on you. Think carefully. After Wu Yu finished speaking, he casually glanced at a certain spot before shifting his gaze away. Aren't you afraid we'll report you? Wu Yu flickered his finger, and several venomous insects suddenly appeared within the chamber. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. Wu Yu regarded the group coldly. I'm not afraid of being recorded either. The equipment and wiring here have already been chewed through. His words caused the expressions of the others to shift. Think carefully. Joining us would bring you significant benefits. Don't you want to know why Sumo's strength has improved so rapidly? Wu Yu let out a cold laugh. The three people in the secret chamber felt as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Lu Yaoyao collapsed onto the floor, her pupils unfocused. Lu Yi and Zhang Nan exchanged glances, their throats tightening. Neither could bear to imagine the outcome. The youngest cultivator at the Fate Realm, the hope of the Northern District, master of the ninefold blade intent, wielding the elements of wind, fire, and metal, and commanding space and time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Suemo be? Leaning against the wall, Lu Yaoyao murmured to herself, her face etched with disbelief. Time will reveal the answer. Why was Suemo a complete failure before, only to suddenly explode with power afterward? You all assume Sumo's growth trajectory was one of restraint. But what kind of restraint could a teenager in his teens possibly practice? Wu Yu let out a cold laugh as he spoke these words. Lu Yaoyao knew the truth about Suemo all along. At first, she only wanted to compete with Yi Xiaoxi. But as Suemo grew increasingly powerful, everyone wanted their partner to be a peerless hero. She was no exception. Gradually, she too had fallen for Suemo. When you fall for someone, you want to know everything about them. The Lu family possessed both wealth and influence, making it effortless to investigate Sumo's past. She had always thought Suemo was mature beyond his years. After all, he had lost both parents by 13. He only had an adopted sister who turned out to be a thankless wretch. It was only after seeing Su Yao's true colors that she stopped hiding her genius identity. I know you're still doubting, could all these traitors really be that little cutie? Have you ever considered why Sumo's two schemes managed to eliminate so many traitors? Of course it was our covert coordination, all aimed at shaping Sumo's image in your minds. Look at us now, hasn't our plan succeeded? The Northyard's heir apparent, Dragon Lintian's disciple, master of the ninefold blade intent, the youngest Fate Realm powerhouse, Wind Fire Gold, and the master of time and space. Lu Yaoyao, your talent is exceptional, far surpassing Lu Bai's.
Join us and you too can achieve what Sumo has. And you too, you're merely at the ascending heaven realm. Join us and within a decade we can help you break through to the heavens will realm. Think it over. Lu Ye's eyes flickered with unease. You've only mentioned the benefits of joining you. We'll certainly demand an equal price in return, or rather, something far greater than these. Wu Yu's gaze fixed on Lu Yi. This fellow truly was a successful merchant. Of course there's a price completing the missions we assign. But with tasks come rewards. I can tell you this much, Su Yao died once before, but she came back to life. All three men's eyes widened abruptly, their breathing momentarily halted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone who died come back to life? Not even a sage could achieve that. Lu Yi murmured to himself. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. All I can do is tell you what our organization is capable of. Also, let me tell you something else, Sumo wants to use you as bait. The goal is to use you to lure out the traitor. Of course, the organization is cooperating. We've already successfully built momentum for Sumo, and will cooperate again this time. Sumo knows you're not traitors, so why is he being held with me? Think it through. Even if you spread rumors that I'm a traitor, that Sumo is a traitor, people might believe I'm a traitor. But Sumo? Do you really think anyone would believe that? Wu Yu sneered, closing his eyes. Clearly, he didn't want to say more. The next steps were up to the three of them to decide. For a moment, the entire secret chamber fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of the three could be heard. In the monitoring room, Vice Dean Lei's breathing grew ragged, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 153, Sumo imprisoned. After copying the files, Vice President Lei shut down the power. Vice Dean Lei, you're leaving? Someone looked at Vice President Lei and hurriedly greeted him. Vice President Lei paid them no mind, turning instead toward Long Lintian's office. In the dimly lit room, Vice President Lei didn't turn on the lights, simply sitting in the darkness. As dawn began to break, Long Lintian returned. Spotting Lei Bao seated on the sofa, he looked at him with a puzzled expression. Old Lei, what are you doing here? Vice President Lei looked up, their eyes meeting. Long Lintian's throat tightened as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Vice President Lei's beard was unkempt, his eyes bloodshot. Upon closer look, he appeared much more weathered. Dean. Long Lintian's expression turned serious. Only during major incidents would Lei Bao address him as Dean, otherwise, he was simply Old Dragon. What's happened? This was the second time Long Lintian had seen such emotion on Lei Bao's face. The first time was when Vice Dean Lei's entire family perished in battle. This was the second. Dean, see for yourself. Watching Lei Bao retrieve the item, Long Lintian's gaze sharpened. He opened his laptop and inserted the USB drive. Wu Yu's words began playing. After watching until the end, Long Lintian shut down the computer and leaned back in his chair. The surveillance cables inside the sealed room were all chewed through. This is the private camera I installed. Lubai can control poisonous insects. I suspect other traitors can too, and then. Long Lintian fell silent, retrieving all available files on Sumo. As he analyzed the data, Long Lintian's expression darkened. Finally, he reached for his phone. Bai Yu, come here. Bai Yu, who had been playfully wrestling with Sumo, received the call and looked up with a puzzled expression. Why is the master calling me over? Sumo shook his head. Maybe he has something for you to do. Moments later, Bai Yu appeared in Long Lintian's office. Seeing the grave expressions on Long Lintian and Vice Dean Lei's faces, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Long Lintian opened his computer and played back the footage from the secret room. As the footage played, Bai Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. Soon, she sat on the sofa, looking dazed and disoriented. Impossible. I know him. I've known him since the first time we met. He absolutely couldn't have done something like this. Bai Yu started to stand up to confront Sumo, but then thought of something and plopped back down. She recalled the scene of their first meeting. That's when she started paying attention to this little brother. And his self-reliance and determination. Impossible. He couldn't have done it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Bai Yu declared firmly. Long Lintian remained silent, repeatedly reviewing the surveillance footage and flipping through Sumo's files. I know you don't believe it, but what if it's true? Long Lintian said earnestly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no what if. Long Lintian took a deep breath. I hope it isn't him more than you do. He's the hope of the North District. Bai Yu, you need to calm down. Long Lintian's voice grew louder. Bai Yu fell silent, her eyes already brimming with tears. It's absolutely impossible. How could he be a traitor? It can't be. Bai Yu clung stubbornly to her conviction. I am his master. I poured my heart and soul into him. I know him better than you ever could. After speaking, Long Lintian rose and vanished, shattering the space around him. Vice Dean Lei and Bai Yu's expressions shifted. At that moment, Long Lintian materialized before Sumo. Master, why are you here? Before Sumo could hear a reply, Long Lintian had already taken Sumo away. inside the secret chamber where prisoners were held.
Long Lindian tossed Sumo inside.
Sumo's eyes were filled with confusion.
Master, what are you doing? Long Lindian stood outside, watching Sumo with a stern expression.
When Baiyu and Vice Dean Lei arrived, their throats moved, but they dared not speak.
Both knew that the North District was Long Lintian's life's work.
He had safeguarded its security all these years.
If Sumo truly was a traitor.
At that moment, Wu Yu and the Lu family members inside the adjacent secret chamber all turned their attention urgently toward him.
Do you have anything to say? What have you done?
A hint of murderous intent now laced Long Lintian's words. Vice Dean Lei looked at Baiyu, signaling for her to step forward and intervene.
Baiyu shook her head. She understood Long Lintian's stance towards Sumo. If it were anyone else, Long Lindian would have already taken action. He wouldn't have imprisoned them for interrogation. Master, what exactly do you want me to explain? Long Lindian drew a deep breath. Why has your strength increased so rapidly? Sumo opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. He couldn't possibly tell anyone about the system.
As for treasures?
Long Lindian was no ordinary man, a sage-level cultivator who had seen every kind of treasure imaginable. Seeing Sumo choose silence, the murderous intent in Long Lintian's eyes was unmasked. Are you a traitor?
Master, I swear I'm not a traitor.
You have to believe me. If I were a traitor, why would I go to such lengths to kill demon beasts? How could I have orchestrated a plan to eliminate other traitors? Long Lindian glanced at Sumo, took a deep breath. He turned and walked toward the exit.
From behind, his figure appeared slightly hunched, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Baiyu and Vice Dean Lei opened their mouths to speak. Baiyu tried to step forward, but Vice Dean Lei hurriedly pulled her away.
Baiyu, don't be so stubborn.
I don't believe he is either, but he won't explain. If he'd just say one word, old Long would believe him.
The fact that Sumo isn't a traitor hasn't been made public yet.
If he truly were a traitor, those people wouldn't let this opportunity slip. They've invested so much effort in Sumo, they'll definitely send someone to rescue him.
Go see your master. I'll keep watch here.
Vice Dean Lei sighed. He didn't believe it either, but Sumo hadn't offered any explanation. Had he offered even a few words of explanation, they would have believed him. Inside the secret chamber at that moment, Sumo leaned against the wall, his eyes vacant and staring blankly at the chamber's ceiling. In another chamber, Wu Yu's expression betrayed his anxiety. He was still muttering to himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did they find Sumo? The three members of the Lu family had begun to believe Wu Yu's words.
No, Sumo can't be harmed.
After Wu Yu spoke, a poisonous insect crawled out, clearly sent to relay the warning.
You three make your decision. Today is your last chance. Lu Yaoyao leaned against the wall. Kill me. I'd rather die than become a traitor.
Lu Yao's parents leaned against the wall alongside her.
We know things we shouldn't. Kill us. We won't betray you. Stubborn to the end. Some things are beyond your reach.
Wu Yu snorted coldly.
Chapter 154, various analyses confirm Sumo is most likely a traitor.
After speaking, Wu Yu no longer paid attention to the three individuals. He closed his eyes and waited for rescue.
Baiyu entered the dean's office and saw Long Lindian slumped into the sofa.
She opened her mouth to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words.
Baiyu, go back. I'm fine.
Long Lintian's voice was slightly strained.
Master, they might have deliberately slandered Sumo like this. Long Lintian's voice emerged after a long pause. I've already given him a chance to explain.
Baiyu's face turned pale. She knew her master well. Those words had already sealed Sumo's fate.
Master, give me a few days. I will get to the bottom of this. Trust me. Besides, I was the one who introduced Sumo to you in the first place. If she's a traitor, then I'm a traitor too. Could they have deliberately set up a confusion array to lull us into complacency? Long Lindian took a deep breath. 3 days.
No incidents are to occur in the North District.
Baiyu nodded and turned to leave the office. Only 3 days, far too rushed.
Baiyu understood Long Lintian's focus had never been on the city itself, but always on those demon lairs.
But 3 days? The chance to prove Sumo wasn't a traitor was too slim.
Baiyu had just stepped out of Long Lintian's office. Several students from the North Yard had gathered nearby.
Senior Bai, is Sumo really a traitor?
Baiyu's gaze sharpened.
Only a few of them knew about this matter. Why did all these people know about it? Who told you? Sis Baiyu, you don't know?
I bet the entire North Campus knows about this by now.
Sis Baiyu, check the martial artist forum.
Baiyu hurriedly pulled out her phone and saw numerous posts.
Sumo is a traitor and has been secretly detained. Sumo's plan all along was to lull us into complacency. The hope of the North District was deliberately orchestrated by a traitor. The North District's heir apparent is actually the real traitor. Post after post accused Sumo of being a traitor.
Each post has garnered tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of comments.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You claim Sumo is a traitor, do you have proof? It's definitely the traitor framing Sumo. Look at that demonic Sumo, they want us to force him to his death. Impossible. I'd rather believe I'm the traitor than believe Sumo is. Sumo is the pride of our northern district, the future hope of the north. He masters golden wind fire, time-space abilities, and ninefold blade intent. How desperate would he have to be to betray us? You're right. Any one of his achievements is beyond others' reach. Why would he be so damn foolish to become a traitor? Analysis of Sumo as a traitor. First, why did Sumo's power increase so rapidly? Even mastering wind, fire, and gold, along with time and space powers, couldn't have accelerated his growth this dramatically. Second, if Sumo was a prodigy, why was he so inconspicuous before? Such a genius, such pride, how could he remain undetected for years? Third, during the Flaming Dragon Turtle Siege, how did Sumo achieve consecutive breakthroughs, ascending directly to the creation realm? Fourth, with so many traitors hiding in the North District, why was Sumo the only one who could locate them? Why could he alone devise strategies to eliminate most of them, while others failed? Fifth, could it be that Sumo was once an ordinary person, even oppressed, with psychological issues? Did the traitors discover this, select him, build him up, and mold him into the hero and hope of our North District? Sixth, why has the North Campus offered no explanation, and why has Sumo not appeared? Various analyses emerged, each seemingly plausible. The comments beneath these analyses were the most numerous. Damn, I'm getting a real chill down my spine right now. Impossible. Sumo absolutely couldn't be the traitor. Why did his cultivation progress so rapidly? Haven't you seen his affinity rating of 100? That's unprecedented in the history of the North District. As for why he endured before losing his parents at 13, plus that ingrate. Back then, he could have been bullied to death. If he hadn't endured, Sumo wouldn't exist anymore. He might have been killed by traitors long ago. Bro, I'm with you on that. In this crappy weather where everything feels off, you say something so off-putting, it actually makes sense. Impossible. My husband couldn't be a traitor. You're all evil. One thing I don't get, why are you all so desperate for Sumo to be the traitor? If he is a traitor, don't you realize how much danger that puts the North District in? Who will protect your lives in the future? When the demon beasts storm the city, will you be the ones on the front lines? Even if he is a traitor, he truly fought the beasts. And he truly fought traitors. If his goal is to rule the North District, I'd rather be ruled by him. You know, you've got a point. All the traitors we've known have been scourges, but Sumo hasn't done anything to harm the North District yet. All I saw was him leading the charge during the Demon Beast Siege, ensuring Z City's evacuation first. I'm from Z City. I'm a traitor. Sumo couldn't possibly be one. Take my word for it. If my husband is a traitor, I'll become one too. The traitor's plan succeeded. Sumo had become the North District's hope. The traitor's goal achieved, the next step was to use the North District's people for research. At that moment, a post surfaced. Upon seeing it, many erupted in fury, while a few level-headed individuals began analyzing. So many people supported Sumo earlier, could this be exactly what the post described, the traitor's objective? Have you all forgotten about the human-demon incident? They wouldn't really use the Northern District's people for research, would they? Ugh, just thinking about it is terrifying. I'm freaked out. What can you even trust anymore? The few cents in your bank account won't deceive you, they're real. Damn it, hearing that just makes my heart sink even deeper. Why isn't Lord Long explaining? Exactly. Sumo is Lord Long's disciple. Lord Long has always protected the North District's safety. We trust Dean Long's words. The matter of Sumo being a traitor is still under investigation. After Lord Long Lintian's post appeared, those who saw it felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, though some also felt a surge of excitement. What does this mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Damn, I feel goosebumps rising on my scalp. It's still under investigation with no confirmed results. No way. Sumo, don't do anything foolish. If it's true, those traitors are playing way too big. The one capable of orchestrating such a scheme must have unimaginable status and connections. Whoa, unspeakable, too terrifying. Chapter 155, Is Vice Dean Lay the deepest hidden traitor? Baiyu stared at the post, her heart sinking. She had never believed Sumo was the traitor. But why had the rumor spread so quickly? Was it deliberate sabotage, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? Baiyu tucked her phone away and met her classmates' gazes. Everyone, please calm down. I believe Vice Dean Sumo is not a traitor. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, Baiyu left. At that moment, Long Lintian and Vice Dean Lei were in the office. How did news of Sumo's situation leak out? Long Lintian rubbed his temples, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Sumo's case involved significant implications. Without a thorough investigation, the information shouldn't have been leaked. Could it be Wu Yu? After all, he possesses such capabilities. Long Lintian took a deep breath. Prepare for battle. Whether Sumo is a traitor or not, those people won't let this opportunity slip.
If they attempt to rescue him regardless of success or failure, the news spreading will be detrimental to the North Campus.
Vice Dean Lei nodded. Old dragon, aren't you being overly sensitive? Could it be that Wu Yu deliberately set this trap for us, just to throw us off balance? Long Lintian's eyes flickered with unease.
Since this has happened, we must investigate thoroughly.
Upon hearing this, Vice Dean Lei's gaze also darkened. I'll arrange our defensive preparations from here on out. We won't let those with ulterior motives exploit the situation. Long Lintian nodded.
Inside the secret chamber, Baiyu had already entered the hidden cell. Seeing Suemo leaning against the wall, his eyes unfocused, Baiyu felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if a knife had been thrust into her chest. She opened the door and stepped inside. At the sight of her, a flicker of emotion flickered in Sumo's eyes before fading back into the previous blank stare. Baiyu knelt down, cupping Sumo's head in her hands.
I believe you're not a traitor.
You must pull yourself together.
Suemo remained silent. Master has tasked me with investigating this matter. I only have 3 days. Suemo, do you trust me?
Baiyu gazed into Sumo's eyes and saw that the light within them had vanished, leaving only an abyss-like void, devoid of even a glimmer of brightness. Baiyu felt as if something had clogged her heart. Then she reached out, wrapped her arms around Suemo, and pulled him close.
Don't worry. I'll prove you're not a traitor. No one can frame you. After releasing Suemo, Baiyu turned to leave. Sister Baiyu. Sumo's desolate voice echoed from behind, halting Baiyu's steps. Thank you.
There's no need to investigate. The words barely left his lips when Baiyu spun around abruptly. She found Suemo leaning against the wall, his eyes already closed.
A terrible premonition gripped Baiyu's heart. No, it can't be. You can't be. Panic surged through Baiyu.
But seeing Sumo's state, her heart sank. When Baiyu finally left the secret cell, she was dazed and disoriented, like a soulless ghost wandering aimlessly. She understood the meaning behind Sumo's words forbidding her to investigate. Many who noticed Baiyu's emotional state saw their expressions shift. A sense of absurdity welled up within them as well. Baiyu was Sumo's senior apprentice sister, someone who had been immensely supportive of her. Many even whispered that the two were a couple. Now that Baiyu wore such a look of despair, didn't that mean? Nothing has been confirmed yet. Everyone, please refrain from jumping to conclusions. The investigation will yield results soon. After speaking, Baiyu hurriedly departed, clearly off to attend to other matters. At this moment, Baiyu couldn't quite grasp it. Suemo was investigating other traitors, so why had she suddenly become the traitor? Wasn't Suemo investigating matters concerning the Lu family? Why was this happening? After pondering this, Baiyu hurriedly sought out Yi Xiaoxi. Where did Suemo take you? Did he mention any places requiring special caution? Yi Xiaoxi looked completely flustered, clearly still reeling from the shock of Suemo being a traitor. He only took me to Lu Bai's residence once, then sent me a message telling me not to associate with Lu Yaoyao. That's all. Sis Baiyu, I want to investigate with you. I don't believe Suemo is a traitor either. Someone must have framed him. Baiyu was about to nod when a sudden thought struck her. Something's off. Definitely not right. There must be something else going on. Baiyu's expression shifted repeatedly as if she'd grasped something, finally exhaling slowly. Don't ask about this matter for now. I have other things to attend to. With that, Baiyu hurriedly departed. Inside the dean's office, Baiyu stared at Long Lintian. What did you say? Who do you suspect? Long Lintian's eyes widened, his gaze filled with disbelief. I suspect the hidden traitor in the North Campus is Vice Dean Lei. Baiyu declared with unwavering certainty. Long Lintian's eyes widened. What leads you to such a suspicion? Long Lintian took a deep breath, sat down in his chair, and spoke with a grave expression. He had given Baiyu 3 days to investigate, yet now she was directly suspecting old Lei. Only a handful of people knew about Wu Yu's case, and those individuals are still locked up. Who could have leaked this information? And if Wu Yu could sabotage surveillance equipment, even private systems would be vulnerable. When Lu Bai died, he could control poisonous insects. If Wu Yu was merely an insignificant figure, then there must be someone else lurking behind the scenes, and those poisonous insects serve as their eyes and ears. Only one person monitored the secret chamber, Vice Dean Lei. Why didn't those traitors cause trouble when the flame dragon turtle attacked the city? It can only mean their leader never issued any orders. Therefore, this person must have been occupied elsewhere. That's my theory. Baiyu lifted her head to meet Long Lintian's gaze as she voiced her conjecture. Long Lintian took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Old Lei? It's difficult to confirm based solely on conjecture. The matter involving Vice-Chancellor Lei has far-reaching implications. Baiyu nodded solemnly. It seemed they had to trace it back to the source. This matter was still connected to Lu Bai. After leaving, Baiyu headed straight for Lu Bai's residence. The living quarters were ordinary, devoid of any possessions. Only a book lay on the bedside table, the Compendium of Demonic Beasts. Baiyu flipped through it and saw the same photograph inside. Her brows furrowed as she looked at the image of a gentle-faced woman cradling a chubby baby.
That chubby baby must be Lu Bai. Had Lu Bai betrayed them to truly revive his mother? But after all these years, the body would have long since decayed. Even with special methods, it would be extremely difficult to achieve. Therefore, this possibility could be ruled out. If Suemo wasn't the traitor, what secret had he uncovered in this photograph? And it was only after leaving that he stopped Yi Xiaoxi from paying attention to Lu Yaoyao. Why? Baiyu believed that once she understood the connection, she would grasp why Suemo suddenly became a traitor. Or could it be that Suemo? Baiyu shook her head, unwilling to entertain that possibility. After leaving Lu Bai's residence, Baiyu returned to the archives room in the north courtyard. Suemo had also visited this place before. Perhaps the truth would soon come to light. Chapter 156, The Hidden Hand Revealed. Inside the secret dungeon, Suemo leaned against the wall. A glint of sharpness flickered in his despairing eyes. He had already sensed the commotion around him. Suemo closed his eyes as his domain silently expanded, curling around his body within half a meter. Rustling sounds. Movement stirred within the dungeon. Suemo watched the poisonous insects appear but remained silent. These insects, mouths agape, seemed to be deliberately conveying something to him. Inside the surveillance room, Vice Dean Lei narrowed his eyes. Only after the insects vanished did he rise and head toward the exit. As Vice Dean Lei emerged, many eyes turned to him, their gazes guarded. This puzzled Vice Dean Lei. Zhao Kuang, Zhang Jingxin, what's the meaning of this? Vice Dean Lei regarded the two figures in the shadows, his gaze thoughtful. At that moment, Baiyu stepped forward. What is Vice Dean Lei up to? Vice Dean Lei's expression shifted as he glanced at Baiyu. What do you mean? Stop pretending. Shouldn't you know best why the news about Suemo being a traitor was leaked? Vice Dean Lei's expression darkened. Baiyu, you suspect I'm the traitor? Baiyu stared at Vice Dean Lei with cold eyes. Is there any need for suspicion? The evidence of your betrayal is already clear. At that moment, the other three Vice Deans approached, their gazes fixed on Vice Dean Lei, filled with complexity. Deputy Dean Lei's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he glared at Baiyu. Let me die with clarity. At that moment, another figure appeared, Long Lintian. Old Lei, why? Vice Dean Lei took a deep breath, his eyes filled with despair. There is no reason. We've worked together for so many years, we know each other well. Since that's the case, why waste words? I just can't accept it. Deputy Dean Lei drew in a deep breath, arcs of electricity crackling around his body. Within moments, thunder and lightning filled the surrounding 100 meters. A powerful aura erupted from him. The three Vice Deans were utterly stunned. You've broken through? This aura swept through like a tidal wave, thunder crackling as the ground became densely covered in lightning bolts. Attack together. Take him down quickly. Dragon Lintian spoke with grave expression. Who would have thought Vice Dean Lei had already broken through to the Sage Realm? Well, you've been hiding your strength quite well. With that, the four launched their attacks at Vice Dean Lei. The blinding light from their attacks pierced the darkness. Teacher, release Suemo. Baiyu addressed Zhao Kuang and Zhang Jingxin. The two men stared at Vice Dean Lei with complex expressions. No one had anticipated that Vice Dean Lei would be the one hiding the deepest secrets. No wonder Suemo was so desperate, he must have suspected Vice Dean Lei was the most likely culprit. Baiyu lifted her head to glance at the distant battle. Deputy Dean Lei had been a significant help to him, that must be why Suemo had suddenly fallen silent. As they approached the secret chamber, Baiyu shot Wu Yu a cold glance. Wu Yu's throat convulsed. Pft, pft. Two flashes of light streaked through the air. Baiyu and Zhao Kuang snapped back to reality, staring at Zhang Jingxin in utter disbelief. Looking down, they saw a small blowpipe in Zhang Jingxin's hand. You. After uttering those words, both men collapsed to the ground. Zhang Jingxin took a deep breath and unlocked the cell. Wu Yu stepped out. Hurry up and leave. The battle outside will be over soon. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Jingxin, his expression tinged with awkwardness, even a hint of evasion. Zhang Jingxin paid no heed. At that moment, Li Nan, who had been trembling with fear, stood up. Brushing dust from his clothes, he radiated a heavy, oppressive aura. Lu Yi and Lu Yaoyao stared wide-eyed, their gazes filled with disbelief. Li Nan, you. Mom, you. Li Nan paid no attention to either of them. Zhang Jingxin watched as Li Nan walked toward the secret cell where Suemo was imprisoned. When he saw Suemo, Zhang Jingxin's gaze was filled with scrutiny. This Suemo had no idea how captivating he was. Suemo regarded the two men, a contemplative look in his eyes. I never imagined, after all my calculations, that you'd be one of them. Zhang Jingxin snorted coldly. If I hadn't used this method to imprison you here, how else could I have taken you away? Long Lintian never imagined he'd one day be responsible for his disciple's death. This secret prison was crafted by Long Lintian himself to suppress the power of its prisoners. Suemo possessed spatial and temporal abilities without suppression, they'd never have been able to take him away. Before Suemo could react, Zhang Jingxin appeared before him. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, Suemo was knocked unconscious. After securing Sumo's bonds, Zhang Jingxin drew a deep breath.
He even pried open Sumo's mouth and forced several pills down her throat. Dragging several people along, Zhang Jingxin headed toward the exit.
Li Nan's eyes flickered briefly before he knocked Lu Yi and Lu Yaoyao unconscious as well. Take them along too. They might come in handy. Zhang Jingxin nodded.
The two of them were insignificant.
The most crucial targets were Sumo and Bai Yu.
The battle raging above the north yard had reached a fever pitch. Thunderstorm's eyes flashed with lightning. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he eyed Long Lintian warily.
Old Lei, why? Give me an explanation.
Oof. At this point, there's nothing left to explain. After speaking, Lei Bao swiftly waved his hands, conjuring a massive rune upon his body. Thunder Slay. As Lei Bao spoke, 100-meter thick pillar of thunderous lightning surged toward Long Lintian. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the shadows. They too charged toward Long Lintian.
Upon seeing them,
his body retreated repeatedly. The three Visteens, now exposed, felt the destructive power brewing within the thunder and their expressions turned grim. Now, additional attacks slammed toward them. The thunderstorm had already reached the Sage Realm. What could they possibly use to block it? Moreover, someone far more powerful than them had just appeared, restricting their movements. At that very moment, the thunderbolt abruptly shifted course, striking toward the figure who had struck from the shadows. Thunderstorm's figure abruptly materialized beside the three Visteens.
Quick, save Sumo.
The three Visteens froze for a moment before finally snapping into action. Long Lintian had also regained his composure.
The two stood suspended in the sky, glaring menacingly at the intruder.
You finally deigned to show yourself.
Long Lintian fixed his gaze on the figure, his eyes filled with hostility.
The masked figure swayed slightly. He had been cautious enough, waiting until he saw the thunderstorm, and Long Lintian had already unleashed his true fire before making his move. Yet in the end, it had all been a charade.
Guangyamo, do you still intend to wear that mask?
Lei Bao took a deep breath, his gaze filled with complexity.
The masked figure fell silent, finally lifting the mask to reveal a familiar face. Guangyamo himself.
Vice President of the Martial Artists Guild. One of the pillars of the Northern District.
Chapter 157, The Super Brave Sumo, Rebuking Two Sages. When Lei Bao saw Guangyamo exposed, his gaze held complexity. I never imagined I'd be outmaneuvered by you lot after all. Impressive. Lei Bao, your tactics were impressive. I almost thought you were one of us. Guangmo's tone was laced with complexity. He wasn't at the Sage Realm. How could he possibly stand against two sages?
Several Northern Academy instructors emerged from the shadows, each dragging several people by the collar.
Many were panting heavily, clearly having endured a grueling battle. Long Lintian glanced at them and nodded. Guangyamo stood rooted to the spot, staring at Lei Bao.
Old Lei, congratulations on breaking through to the Sage Realm.
Wishing you both the best of luck from here on out.
After speaking, Guangyamo stood still, his eyes already closed. Long Lintian broke through the spatial barrier to appear beside Guangyamo, then shook his head. He was already poisoned inside when he came out.
That brat must be furious.
All that effort, finally catching a big fish, only to have it slip through his fingers at the last moment.
In the distance, the three Visteens had already arrived, escorting Zhang Jingxin and Li Nan.
Upon arriving, Zhang Jingxin stared at Visteen Lei with disbelief in his eyes. You.
Lei Bao stepped forward and kicked Zhang Jingxin hard, sending him crashing to the ground. I trusted you so much, and you turned out to be a traitor? Damn it!
Lei Bao's fists rained down like a storm, and soon, Zhang Jingxin's teeth were knocked out. Many students from the North Campus were still reeling from the scene unfolding before them. First Sumo was the traitor, then Visteen Lei turned out to be the traitor, and he'd even reached the Sage Realm. More crucially, he turned good again in the end, while the Martial Arts Guild's vice president became the traitor.
Now teacher Zhang Jingxin was a traitor too. The events unfolded too rapidly for them to process. Clean up the battlefield.
Once that kid wakes up, he'll probably curse like hell.
Long Lintian shook his head.
Sumo had gone to such lengths to devise this plan.
These lowlifes probably still don't understand what's going on. At that moment, Nyoben was dragging two men by their collars. Old dragon, take these two disciples back with you.
After saying that, he gave them a shake. The two men dangled limply like noodles.
Deputy Dean Lei took a deep breath. Leave it to me. I'll handle it properly.
Old Lei, these two are yours now. Focus on stabilizing your power these days, don't concern yourself with anything else.
Lei Bao nodded.
Carrying the two of them, he headed toward the place where Sumo and Baiyu lived.
He casually opened a room and tossed them onto a bed.
Seeing their awkward positions, he made them hug each other, heads touching, before nodding in satisfaction.
He clapped his hands and left. The next day dawned. Thud. What are you doing? Sumo sat on the floor, utterly bewildered. Still half asleep early in the morning, he'd been kicked off the bed by Baiyu. What did you do to me? Baiyu demanded. Sis, how am I supposed to know what I did to you? Your clothes are perfectly fine. Who knows which old pervert deliberately did this?
Sumo clutched his stomach. Baiyu's kick had really landed hard. Seeing Suemo grimacing in pain, Bayu finally realized what had happened.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm dying. Seeing she was back in her own room, Suemo finally relaxed.
The plan had worked.
Sis Bayue, I need to step out for a moment.
Wait, I'll go with you. After Bayu and Suemo finished washing up, they opened the door to find an old face grinning like a chrysanthemum.
Young master, how was your rest yesterday? Deputy Director Lei rubbed his hands together.
To catch the show first thing in the morning, he'd even skipped his seclusion.
Suemo and Bayu both flushed, realizing this old fox had done it on purpose. Deputy Dean Lei, you're being so mischievous, watch out, you might get a beating. Suemo could only threaten with words, he was no match for him. Heh, no need to thank me. Just buy me a drink sometime. I'll be heading back now. It was indeed Guang Mo. He's already dead.
Sumo's eyes went blank upon hearing this. He rolled up his sleeves, looking furious.
Is this master any good at all?
Let's go confront him.
A Sage Realm cultivator can't even prevent the death of someone at the Heavens Will realm?
This is ridiculous. Watching Suemo storm off in a rage, Bayu froze for a moment.
Wait for me. Deputy Dean Lei, we'll go together. We can't have Suemo getting beaten up out there. Recalling Long Lintian's temper, Vice Dean Lei dared not delay. The two hurried after Suemo. Inside Long Lintian's office at that moment, a loud bang echoed.
The door was kicked open.
Long Lintian looked up and glanced at Suemo. Master, couldn't you rest a little? Why push yourself so hard?
Noticing the empty teacup on Long Lintian's desk, he hurriedly poured another cup.
Martial artist medal, 100 billion points credited. Suemo heard the sound and let the corners of his mouth turn up.
Standing behind Long Lintian, he began massaging his shoulders.
Master, did you tire yourself out yesterday? Let your disciple give you a massage. When Vice Dean Lei and Bayu approached,
seeing Suemo grinning like a hippopotamus, both men slapped their foreheads. No need to guess this shameless one must have been bought off with money.
Long Lintian glanced outside. Come in. After Vice Dean Lei and Bayu entered, they closed the door. They noticed the tea steaming before Long Lintian. Impressive, truly impressive. Money over principles, indeed. Please, have a seat. Sure thing, master. After Suemo sat down, the others dropped their playful demeanor. This time we captured some powerful figures.
After interrogating them through the night, we can confirm there should be no traitors left in the North District.
We couldn't get anything out of Guang Mo before he died. Suemo deserves immense credit for this operation. As for last night's incident, I'll issue an official report. Suemo, I have an important task to assign you next. Long Lintian's expression turned sullen as he spoke. As Long Lintian began to explain in detail, Sumo's eyes widened. Master, this doesn't seem quite right. I'm a model young man, and you're sending me to the demon lair to wreak havoc on the beasts? You're not afraid I might die in there? No, you're no saint. This job only you can handle.
Now that old Lei has broken through, once things settle down, I plan to wipe out a demon lair. Before, I was alone, the risk was too great. Now with old Lei, it's different.
Upon hearing Long Lintian's subsequent arrangements, Suemo and Bayu both turned to look at Vice Dean Lei.
Vice Dean Lei lifted his head, his expression brimming with pride.
Two Sage Realm cultivators couldn't even prevent the death of a Heavens Will realm cultivator. And you still have the nerve to be proud? Wait, you couldn't even defeat the Flame Dragon Turtle. How did you break through so quickly? Moments later, Long Lintian flung Suemo out of the room.
Bayu stared at Suemo, utterly speechless. You break through so fast, yet you won't let others have a bit of luck?
And you claim two Sage Realms couldn't stop a Heavens Will realm from dying? You've got some nerve. Chapter 158, Bayu, what are you doing? You've been poisoned.
Bayu actually admired Sumo's nerve for dancing on the edge of a knife like that. Suemo stood up, dusted off his butt, and curled his lip. He'd settled the score with those two after breaking through to the Sage Realm.
Inside the office, Long Lintian felt immensely satisfied after tossing Suemo out.
Even Vice Dean Lei's expression carried a hint of excitement after all. Breaking through to the Sage Realm felt incredibly exhilarating.
Any side effects?
Once Long Lintian had calmed down, he turned to ask Vice Dean Lei.
None whatsoever. All internal injuries have been fully healed.
Most importantly, that power can help me advance yet another step.
Hearing this, Long Lintian's expression lit up with delight. Old dragon, did you truly obtain that thing from the demon's lair? Long Lintian nodded. Indeed.
Nearly 500 years have passed since the spiritual energy revival, and many things have emerged.
The pill I gave you was obtained from the demon lair.
I even suspect those demon lairs might be something akin to the legendary secret realms, only occupied by demonic beasts.
Of course, that's just my conjecture. There might be even greater secrets hidden within.
As for the Eternal Life Organization, this evil group is far more troublesome to deal with than the demon beasts themselves.
Long Lintian took a deep breath.
As you know, I've been secretly gathering intelligence on the Eternal Life Organization.
I even suspect its founder may be connected to the first humans who benefited from the initial surge of spiritual energy.
As Long Lindian spoke of this, his expression grew increasingly grave.
If his suspicions were true, the power of the figure lurking in the shadows would be unimaginable.
Back then, District 10 boasted 4 sage-level experts, making it one of the strongest among the 10 districts. Yet it vanished into thin air overnight. Thunderstorm's thoughts turned to this, and the joy of his breakthrough was temporarily suppressed. And were just the northern district not particularly powerful, merely a minor player among several regions. Yet we still had so many traitors. One can only imagine the situation in the other districts now. As for their research on the human-demon hybrids, I suspect it's merely a cover for a larger scheme. Long Lindian drew a deep breath, his tone tinged with regret. Thankfully, Lei Bao had broken through. At least the northern district was growing stronger.
Once Sumo and Baiyu matured, that would likely be the North District's most glorious era.
This time, the Eternal Life Organization's presence in the North District has nearly vanished.
More formidable operatives might infiltrate. We can't guard against everything.
Long Lindian rubbed his temples as the thought weighed on him.
Old dragon, don't worry too much. Who knows whether surprises or unexpected events will come first?
Just handle the matters at hand properly. Even if the North District were to vanish one day, at least we'd have no regrets. Besides, we still have that little troublemaker with a mind full of mischief.
In such a short time, we've already uprooted the Immortal Organization's entire setup in the North District.
And news of my breakthrough to the Sage Realm will spread.
Even if the Immortal Organization sends reinforcements, they won't dare act too recklessly. Long Lindian nodded. He hoped things would unfold as they anticipated.
What truly terrified them was the founder of the Immortal Life Organization. If that individual had lived since the dawn of spiritual energy revival, that would be the most terrifying prospect of all. The peak of the Sage Realm only spans 300 years.
To live 500 years, what level of power could one possibly attain? How many such individuals remained within the Immortality Organization?
Moreover, these individuals possess knowledge and artifacts from the dawn of the spiritual energy revival, the very era when all manner of research emerged. Even a single fragment of that knowledge far surpassed the technology they currently possessed. Meanwhile, as Baiyu and Sumo emerged together, many disciples in the Northyard fixed their gaze on Sumo. They had once believed Sumo to be a genuine traitor, only to discover yesterday's events were part of his plan all along. Sumo glanced at the admiring gazes directed at him, but he didn't take it to heart. It was just basic strategy. Baiyu watched as the girls of the Northyard practically glued their eyes to Sumo, a slight curl appearing at the corner of her mouth. After they left, Baiyu and Sumo stood side by side. With so many female students' eyes on you, I bet someone's feeling pretty pleased with themselves. Sumo lowered his gaze to Baiyu, his expression shifting. How did you even think of that? Those girls practically had their eyes glued to you just now. Aren't you secretly delighted? Sumo shook his head. Just then, a woman in a light blue dress approached from afar. Spotting Sumo, her delicate brows arched upward, and her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Sumo, are you okay? After Yi Xiaoxi arrived, her eyes immediately settled on Sumo. Ahem. Baiyu cleared her throat. Sis Baiyu, you're here too. Baiyu rolled her eyes. What a waste of youth. What brings you here? Yi Xiaoxi lifted her head upon hearing Sumo's words, their gazes meeting. I came to see if brother Sumo was okay. Seeing him safe puts my mind at ease. I have class now, but I'll find him again after it ends. After speaking, Yi Xiaoxi turned and left, glancing back every few steps as she walked away. Let's go. We need to interrogate those traitors. Sumo said to Baiyu. Yes, brother Sumo. Hearing Baiyu's response, Sumo frowned. You must be out of your mind. Brother Sumo, let's go. I'm dying to see how you interrogate those traitors. Brother Sumo is so dashing and heroic, those traitors will be scared out of their wits and spill everything. Brother Sumo is so awesome. Baiyu, did you eat rat poison or brain dead pills? Baiyu ignored him and turned to leave. Sumo scratched his head. This woman must be out of her mind. Inside the secret room at that moment, Sumo had entered last. Baiyu was already waiting for Sumo. Oh my, brother Sumo's here. Thirsty? Tired? Hungry? Sumo raised an eyebrow. He decided not to bother with Baiyu anymore. Who knew what this woman was thinking? Two people were currently imprisoned within the secret chamber. One was Li Nan, and the other was Zhang Jingxin. It was Zhang Jingxin and Zhao Quan who had captured Su Yao earlier. Sumo's gaze toward Zhang Jingxin held complexity. It must be said, he concealed his emotions well. Sumo walked into the other secret room. Lu Yaoyao and Lu Yi stood up hurriedly upon seeing him approach. Sumo opened the door and released the father and daughter. Come out. You'll understand everything soon enough. As they emerged, both Lu Yaoyao and Lu Yi regarded Zhang Jingxin and Li Nan with equally complicated expressions. They desperately didn't want to admit it, but the truth was staring them in the face. They were traitors. To be precise, Zhang Jingxin was Lu Yi's former father-in-law.
Suemo looked at Li Nan. Li Nan, or should I call you Zhang Xinyu? Is there anything you wish to confess?
The moment Suemo spoke, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at him.
Chapter 159, Interrogating the Traitor. Are you from District 10? Lu Yi grew even more agitated, staring wide-eyed at Li Nan.
He had sought out Li Nan precisely because he often saw traces of Zhang Xinyu in him.
Now Suemo was telling him this was Zhang Xinyu, his first wife. How could this be? It was absurd.
His first wife had died in a car accident. He had witnessed it himself.
Lu Yaoyao covered her mouth, eyes wide. Her mother was Zhang Xinyu? That meant she and Lu Bai were biological siblings.
Li Nan lifted her head to look at Suemo, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. At this point, she knew there was no chance of escape.
But she wouldn't reveal anything. Li Nan sat in the corner. Not bad. You're quite clever. How did you figure it out? Even Zhang Jingxin's eyes held disbelief.
It was obvious after some investigation. When Lu Bai became a traitor, I had people look into it, especially your family. Some people may change their appearance, but certain habits remain unchanged.
Lu Bai has exceptional talent. A mere Wu Yu wouldn't have influenced him. That means someone else was behind it, and the first suspect is teacher Zhang Jingxin. After all, Lu Bai is his own nephew. The second suspect is you. Your frequent visits to Lu Bai inevitably left some clues behind. If Lu Bai was so easily swayed to betrayal, didn't you ever wonder why? Sumo's counter-question left Li Nan frozen in place. Suemo produced a photograph, a gentle, kind-hearted woman, smiling as she cradled a chubby baby.
Seeing this photo, Li Nan's emotions surged.
You wanted to drag your son into this. He jumped in willingly to cover for you.
But as your actions grew more reckless, he knew it was becoming impossible to pull you both back from the abyss.
The first time I clashed with Lu Bai was when we captured Su Yao.
That Zhang Jingxin should know about it.
Later, when I left the city, that guy actively sought me out, deliberately searching for me.
He knew full well those poisonous insects had no effect on me, yet he showed no restraint.
He even left clues, deliberately guiding me to that research base.
Later, when I came to the North Yard, all those explosions, they were because the poisonous insects were warning me. He was telling me he was in the North Yard. He knew there was no turning back, and you couldn't bring him back either.
Suemo fell silent after speaking.
Li Nan lifted his head, staring at the ceiling of the secret room, lost in thought.
Perhaps he was thinking of the deceased Lu Bai.
Zhang Jingxin's gaze flickered with emotion.
Suemo, you suspected us from the start.
You deliberately pretended not to know, then used us to relay messages to the organization.
You just wanted to test how far the Immortal Organization's operations had spread in the Northern District? To see what kind of cooperation our organization had established with the demonic beasts. Suemo remained silent upon hearing this.
After all, this was precisely what he had anticipated. But the cost was immense. The disappearance of several cities confirmed one thing. The Immortality Organization currently faced considerable difficulty in destroying the Northern Territory.
Suemo could also determine how much time they had left to grow.
Suemo looked at Zhang Jingxin, knowing full well this man didn't go by that name. Zhang Xinyu was also a false identity. His real name remained elusive.
Are you people from District 10? Suemo suddenly blurted out. Caught off guard, both men's pupils contracted before they hastily averted their gaze. Don't bother asking anything. We won't answer.
Even if we told you we're from District 10, you wouldn't get any more information out of us. Besides, this time you relied on Vice Dean Lei's methods from the Immortal Organization. Next time, such tactics won't work.
Suemo remained silent. He had long suspected these organization members, even they themselves didn't know who was friend or foe.
It was precisely by exploiting this information gap that he had caught them off guard.
As for what methods they would employ in the future, that was none of their concern. I think you could disclose certain things.
Like the research facility hidden in the Northern District.
Suemo stared at them. Neither man spoke. Suemo knew he wouldn't get anything out of them.
Still, this time's haul was substantial.
Guangyamo may be dead, but this fellow was a veritable money tree.
As the vice president of the Martial Artists Guild, one could imagine the immense benefits he brought to the Eternal Life Organization. Without Guangyamo, the research facilities around the Northern District probably wouldn't have been established so quickly. It seemed Guangyamo had been a member of District 10 before.
Let's go. If they won't talk, there's no point in asking. Suemo stood up and said to Bai Yu. Lu Yi and Lu Yaoyao trailed behind Suemo, looking dazed and disoriented. As the two stepped out of the chamber, the sunlight outside made them instinctively squint. After a moment, Lu Yaoyao looked at Suemo. Suemo, thank you. Go back and rest first. This incident has really taken a toll on you. Lu Yaoyao nodded, thanked Suemo once more, and left with Lu Yi.
Bai Yu watched their retreating figures.
Are they really okay? Suemo narrowed his eyes. Who said they're fine? An enemy right in front of you is always easier to handle than one lurking behind your back.
Bai Yu took a deep breath.
Her gaze shifted to Suemo. Just how many schemes have you orchestrated? Lu Bai's death allowed you to probe the Immortal Organization's arrangements around the North District. You really are mad. Suemo lifted his head. Yes, it's madness. But the cost is immense, the deaths of two powerful figures. But Guangmo's death must have been a significant sacrifice for the Immortal Organization. Besides, the others they captured probably aren't as tough as those two. You deliberately brought up the Research Institute just to get those two to react. That's how you confirmed they were traitors too. Bai Yu's gaze held contemplation. I wasn't certain before, but now I am. A spouse and a mother, how could they not know? At that moment, Suemo pulled out his phone and retrieved something. Upon seeing the contents, Bai Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Yaoyao secretly conducted a DNA test with Lu Bai. How did you find that out? Don't forget, I still have a few close connections. For them, this sort of thing is still quite easy. Lu Bai suddenly recalled Lu Shuatian and the others. Yes, they were so close to Suemo. Even the Z City black market had become Sumo's partner before. Capable people can thrive anywhere, always finding their own way to survive. Let's go back to sleep. We'll have our hands full in a few days. Bai Yu watched Suemo's retreating figure. Thank goodness this guy wasn't T from the Immortal Organization. He was genuinely unsettling. He already set a trap without you even realizing it, and you still didn't know what his true purpose was. Chapter 160, Plan Successfully Executed, Aftermath. At that moment, the Northern Campus Dean also posted an announcement. The matter of Suemo being a traitor was a plan orchestrated by the North Campus to expose the deeply hidden traitor within the North District. The plan has succeeded. After this announcement was made, the North Campus erupted in cheers. I knew it. I knew Suemo wasn't a traitor. So it was another scheme all along. I actually believed it. Who came up with these schemes? They almost fooled us too. Such an ingenious plan must have been Sumo's idea. I think Suemo came up with it too, going undercover. I can roughly guess what's going on. Suemo must know who the traitor is, and he's using them to cast a long line and reel in a big fish. But hasn't it already leaked that Guangmo from the Martial Artists Guild is the traitor? The traitors aren't exactly pushovers. I think the plan succeeded partly because the traitors themselves didn't know how many of their own were in the North District. They probably don't even know how many of their own are involved. Heard that night in the North Yard, when they accused Vice Dean Lei of being the traitor, looks like the plan was to frame Vice Dean Lei as the traitor. Who'd have thought we'd actually reel in such a big fish? The Martial Artists Guild's vice president, he's been hiding his true colors deep. Ah, you can never truly know someone's heart. From now on, when you're out and about, keep your guard up. Who knows, the person next to you might be a traitor. You can never be too careful. Personally, I think now that even these traitors have been exposed, the North District is actually safer. I feel the same way. Think about it, even the mole embedded in the North District's high command has been taken down. We can interrogate him to uncover other traitors. The North District is practically wiped clean now. True. Any remaining small fry probably won't make much of a splash. I really admire Suemo. His methods are endless, truly impressive. But I'm not well educated, so all I can say is Suemo is amazing. He truly lives up to being my idol. Since Suemo came up with 3 plans, each time dealing a heavy blow to the traitors. I think he's their nemesis. You're curious about Suemo, but I'm curious why his abilities have improved so rapidly. Heh, everyone has their secrets. He's doing what's best for the North District. Do you want to take his life? You guys say Suemo is so monstrously talented. Could it be because he has 100 affinity with all 9 elements? Whoa, I thought the same thing before, but I didn't dare say it, afraid someone call me an idiot. If that's truly the case, I'd only suspect something if Sumo's cultivation speed were slow. True. With perfect affinity in all 9 attributes, he wouldn't even need to cultivate. Celestial energy would pour into his body on its own. If that's the case, it only proves Suemo is the son of heaven himself, no ordinary mortal. He might just surpass the Sage Realm one day and ascend in a flash. You're hilarious. The North District has existed for ages, and we've never heard of anyone ascending. You think this is some mythical tale? Back when technology flourished, who could have imagined mastering the 9 elemental forces? Who could have imagined soaring through the skies and traversing the earth? Yet here it is, right before our eyes. Hearing you say that, I realize I've been narrow-minded. Maybe we really will get to witness ascension in broad daylight someday. Congratulations to Vice Dean Lei Bao of North Campus on breaking through to the Sage Realm. After the Northern Campus posted this announcement, the entire Northern District erupted in chaos. This felt even more electrifying than the execution of a traitor. Vice Dean Lei breaking through to the Sage Realm? Fantastic. Fantastic. It must be the good fortune brought by Suemo. Exactly. Ever since Suemo rose to fame, our North District has only gotten better. Humanity has gained another pillar of strength. Let's see which demon beasts dare to offend the North District now. This time, those remaining traitors must be scared out of their wits, rushing to flee the North District. Getting such great news first thing in the morning made me eat 2 extra buns. Bro, send me your code. I'll give you V50. Go treat yourself to something nice. Dad. You upstairs, you're something else. Yeah, you can't let pride make you turn down money. Whoa, Sumo's appearance in Vice-Dean lay breaking through to the Sage Realm. These are the biggest surprises for the North District. I want to break through to the Sage Realm too. Bro, I can tell you've already entered the Sage Realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't be spouting such idiotic nonsense. Damn it, did you plant a camera on me? Don't die on my phone. No problem. 60 times a day? Pure bliss. Bro, while your memory's still sharp, quit while you can. Lord Long finally has another powerful ally. No more exhausting work for me. Yeah, it seems only Lord Long in the North Yard has reached the Sage Realm. I've never heard of anyone else achieving it. Now another one has emerged, truly a great blessing for our North District. In a few years, once Sumo breaks through, our North District will have 3 Sage Realms. Any demons or monsters will only meet their doom. Bro, don't get too cocky. Have you forgotten about Baiyu? She's also the North Yard's prodigy. Her brilliance has been overshadowed by Sumo, but she was the North Yard's record holder before. It won't be long before she breaks through to Sagehood too. Now that you mention it, doesn't that mean our North District will have at least 4 Sage Realm experts? Whoa, I can't even imagine it. I can already see the North District's 4 great sages, each ruling over a direction. With them in place, the North District will expand with unrivaled might. Not a single demon beast will dare to invade. Just finished a bottle of white liquor, about to hit the sack. Brother upstairs, I'll dream about this. Did you pay? The water's flowing so fast, you. Damn it, the moderator's back. Let's go, time to wrap this up. I'm out too. When Sister Pian shows up, this topic's done for. As the situation escalated, the Martial Artists Guild felt their scalps tingle. Especially the Grand Master, Zhou Tianxian, who hung up the phone looking thoroughly annoyed. I never imagined old Lei had already broken through to the Sage Realm. Guangma, damn it, I never thought you'd be a traitor. Someone, investigate. Dig deep. Track every fun flow, every contact over the years, expose them all. Otherwise, next time, I'll be laughed to death by them. A traitor infiltrated right under our noses, and we didn't even know. Prepare a gift. I'm going to find Sumo to thank him for helping our Martial Artists Guild eliminate a cancer. After speaking, Zhou Tianxian rubbed his chin. He'd heard that kid liked money. Better prepare a hefty sum. Sumo had no idea someone was coming to give him money, otherwise, he'd be over the moon. Sumo, too, was reviewing the flaws in this operation. His objectives for this scheme were far from singular. Of course, nearly all his objectives had already been accomplished. Chapter 161, Sumo's defenses crumble, Long Lingtian's despair. Recalling the plan's inception, he had deliberately imprisoned the entire Lu family and Wu Yu. The Northern Academy had uncovered some clues suggesting Wu Yu was a traitor. Yet no action had been taken. As Lu Bai's master, Wu Yu had served the Northern court diligently. But a traitor was a traitor. He had them all detained together and made it clear that Vice-Dean Lei was overseeing their surveillance. When Wu Yu manipulated poisonous insects to sever the surveillance equipment, he discovered that Vice-Dean Lei and others failed to respond promptly. This puzzled Wu Yu beyond comprehension. He then deliberately uttered those words to the Lu family members within the secret chamber. Wu Yu waited for Vice-Dean Lei's wrath to descend, only to discover the information had suddenly been leaked. And it happened without anyone noticing. Everyone knew Vice President Lei and Sumo were on excellent terms, practically like friends. Yet Vice-Dean Lei did not intervene. Soon after, Sumo was suddenly detained. Wu Yu's expression turned horrified. Was Vice-Dean Lei also a member of the organization? He shared his suspicions with Guangmo. Guangmo naturally didn't believe it, but upon seeing that Vice-Dean Lei was at the Sage Realm, his doubts vanished. This was indeed one of the North District's most deeply concealed members of the Eternal Life Organization. Only an organization of such magnitude would deploy a Sage-level expert as an undercover operative. Upon seeing Vice-Dean Lei exposed, Guangmo led his men into action. As long as Vice-Dean Lei remained unharmed, their own safety was assured. Everything would then proceed smoothly. Truthfully, Sumo hadn't anticipated such a monumental surprise from his master. It could be said that even Sumo hadn't anticipated Vice-Dean Lei breaking through to the Sage Realm. As for Guangmo being the traitor, Sumo had already harbored suspicions about that beforehand. When the flame dragon turtle assaulted the city, Sumo was engaged with the Thunderbird. The moment Guangmo appeared, Sumo's hair stood on end, a palpable sense of danger washing over him. Sumo's domain was the god of slaughter domain, making him highly sensitive to killing intent. Even the slightest trace was detected by him. Later, when the massive wave of flames struck, Sumo drew near Guangmo and once again sensed a faint aura of killing intent. Thankfully, this time the plan succeeded. Lying on his bed, Sumo reviewed the operation, what went well, what went wrong, summarizing the lessons learned. Of course, Sumo had deliberately used himself as bait this time for an even more crucial reason. That was to prepare for any eventuality. Why had Sumo's abilities improved so rapidly? He couldn't explain it, nor would he try.
He couldn't explain why he had remained hidden before, only to suddenly emerge as a prodigy. With the success of this operation, a common suspicion began to take root among the members. Regardless of the nature of this conjecture, should the immortal organization attempt to use it to spread rumors about Sumo in the future, the Northern District had already awakened. This was part of Sumo's plan. His master likely saw through it and deliberately gave it a push from behind the scenes. It must be said, the old man was quite clever. His silence on many matters did not mean he was unaware. Moreover, the fact that Vice-Dean had directly broken through to the Sage Realm had already come to light. This was a significant shock to others. Other powerful figures might harbor doubts, but with Vice-Dean having directly broken through to the Sage Realm, all such doubts were deflected by this very event. Even though Sumo advanced quickly, he's only at the Fate Realm now. But Vice-Dean leaped directly to the Sage Realm, jumping several major realms at once. The two worked together quite effectively. With that thought, Sumo glanced at the system interface. Name, Sumo. Age, 19. Power, Creation Realm, Tier 1 300,000. Mental Cultivation, Shaping Dao, 6 Tier 1 million. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shin Grade, High Tier, Mastery Snow Treading Shin Grade, High Tier, Mastery Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Mastery. Dao Intent, Ninefold Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Initial, 50 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, Heaven Splitting Slash, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 52, 52,000. Slaughter points, 31321. Currently, the most urgent need is to enhance the Shaping Dao technique, which requires 1 million killing points. Looks like I'll have to go wreak some havoc in the demon's lair after all. Even other attributes need boosting. Sumo also wanted to see how powerful he could become with all 9 attributes at maximum affinity. His gaze lingered thoughtfully on the martial arts section. Rise, dress, open the door, step out, all in one fluid motion. When Bayu emerged, she watched Sumo walk out, utterly bewildered. The kid had only just returned. What was he off to do now? At that moment, Sumo had already returned to Long Lintian's office. Master, your disciple has recently perfected all his martial arts techniques and advanced to the first level of the creation realm. Plus, I've been busy eliminating so many traitors and demonic beasts lately. How about giving your disciple some heaven-grade cultivation techniques or something? I'm not greedy. 100 or 80 manuals would suffice. Upon hearing this, Long Lintian's hand twitched violently. He sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with such fury he seemed ready to devour Sumo whole. Do you think heaven-grade cultivation techniques are as common as cabbages? They're meant for those at the Sage Realm. Do you think you could even master them? 100 or 80 volumes? Even if you combined all the major regions, you might not have that many. After speaking, Long Lintian's finger jabbed right at Sumo's forehead. What do you take your master for? If you want martial arts techniques, they're in the Northern Campus Martial Arts Hall. You can exchange points for them. Sumo froze. Where would I get points? Long Lintian sat down, looking smug. If you don't have points, there's nothing I can do. You have no one to blame but yourself for not earning them. Sumo frowned. This old con artist, no wonder he kept giving him money. So he'd been tricked by this very thing. Can money be exchanged for points? Sumo hesitated. 1 million for 1 point, Long Lintian said, sipping his tea. 1 million for 1 point? Why don't you just go rob someone, old man? You're so shady. 100 billion only gets you 100,000 points. What can you even exchange for 100,000 points? Sumo scratched his head, feeling utterly defeated. Even if he spent every last penny, he'd only get 200,000 points. 100,000 points can get you a top-tier Xian-grade cultivation technique. Holy, old man, aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? You're so damn greedy. The 4 Vice-Deans arrived just as they heard Sumo's outburst. They stood at the doorway, ears pressed close, chuckling quietly. Long Lintian's expression darkened. Fine, I don't want it. I'm not going to the demon cave either. I'll just hunt beasts outside the city to make money. Sumo turned to leave. Hey, young master, wait. Young master, wait. Don't be so angry. Seeing Sumo actually about to leave, Long Lintian hurriedly blocked his path. This young man, such a hot temper. Chapter 162, Sumo outwits 4 Vice-Deans, securing 4 Earth-grade martial arts techniques. Long Lintian pulled Sumo back to sit down. Young master, please calm down. Let me finish explaining. I won't listen. I'm leaving the city. I'll just die outside. At least I put in the effort. After all that hard work, I thought you gave me 200 billion out of pity. Turns out you were just taking advantage of my naivety. No wonder Sister Baiyue called me foolish. Turns out she was right. You old con artist.
Old man, how am I supposed to trust you after this? Long Lindian felt a headache coming on.
This kid was throwing a tantrum now.
Maybe I should just throw him out. Outside the door at that moment, Weisstein lay covered his mouth.
Heh, even old dragon has his moments of helplessness.
That was satisfying. A stingy master facing a weakling disciple throwing a tantrum and crying, what a show.
After Nyoben finished speaking, the other three turned to look at him simultaneously.
Nyoben was a bit puzzled. What are you doing? Nyoben, don't say a word.
If you open your mouth, I'll start imagining all sorts of things, Weisstein lay whispered.
Me too. Same here. Sumo's complaining voice continued from inside. Master, tell us, when we designed the operation against Su Yao, how many traitors did we capture? And in the 2 subsequent plans, how many more?
Including this time, we even reeled in a big fish.
Look at that, what other master's disciple could pull off such feats?
If others had a disciple like this, they'd be hiding under their blankets laughing secretly.
Yet you're still undermining your disciple. Is this how a master behaves? Listening to Sumo's voice, Weisstein lay couldn't help but sigh. That kid really is brave.
The other three nodded in agreement. They had never seen anyone criticize Long Lindian like this before.
And that Weisstein lay I can't even begin to say. The 2 of you at the Sage Realm couldn't even stop one Death Realm cultivator.
If word gets out, the North Campus will lose all face.
Deputy Dean Lay's face darkened outside the door.
The other three covered their mouths, struggling to stifle their laughter.
This kid's combat prowess is truly formidable.
Deputy Dean Lay clenched his fists, seething with frustration. Nyoben looked at Vice Dean Lay, a smirk curling his lips.
The strong master exploits his weak, helpless apprentice.
The Vice Dean takes advantage of him, and the apprentice cries every night.
After Nyoben finished speaking, Vice Dean Lay suddenly turned to glare at him.
Then he punched Nyoben straight to the ground.
"You sourpuss. Shut your trap if you can't speak properly. What the hell do you mean? You think I'm some kind of beast?" Yi Yujin and Sunwei hadn't yet regained their composure.
When they finally snapped out of it, they looked at Nyoben with sympathetic expressions.
"You're brave, aren't you? Everything that comes out of your mouth gets twisted."
The main gate swung open.
"What the hell are you doing?" Suemo pulled open the door in frozen shock at the sight of Vice Dean Lay straddling Nyoben. Is this really necessary?
In broad daylight, you're straddling him with 2 spectators watching.
That's not exactly appropriate, is it?
At Sumo's words, the 2 hurriedly stepped forward. Young master, I was just venting my frustration, that's why I got bullied.
Suemo shot him a skeptical look.
He knew this Nyoben well, the Vice Dean was a real oddball. Anything that came out of his mouth immediately took on a whole new meaning.
He wouldn't be spouting some nonsense, would he? The 4 Vice Deans are men of great principle.
They will surely vindicate the students' grievances. Tell me, Long Lindian is sage-level master, the guardian deity of the North District, treats his disciples like this every day.
What should we do? I'll watch. I'm watching too. Same here. The domineering master demands clues, while the innocent apprentice, unaware of the world, gets deceived night after night. Suemo? Suemo stopped paying attention to the others.
After returning to his room, he sat on the sofa, his eyes darting around. Several ideas suddenly popped into his head.
Long Lindian noticed Sumo's change and grew wary. He knew this kid was full of mischief.
Having made up his mind, Suemo hurriedly stood up and invited the 4 Vice Deans inside.
"Please, sit down, everyone." After speaking, Suemo opened the cabinet behind Long Lindian and retrieved a box of tea. He swiftly brewed tea for the 4 Vice Deans.
The aroma of the tea lifted the spirits of the 4 Vice Deans. Old Dragon's disciple sure knows how to treat people. Long Lindian opened his mouth but remained silent.
"Which of you masters has the most formidable martial arts skills?" Vice Dean Lay sipped his tea. "Ahem, need I say more? My strength speaks for itself."
"My sword unbeatable in every battle," declared Yi Yujin. "I've always been known for my domineering style," Sunwei retorted, refusing to be outdone.
"I'm the strongest under heaven," Nyoben declared.
"My master says his martial arts are the strongest," Suemo added.
"Bull. X4.
The 4 of them declared in unison.
"I agree. Everything my master taught me, I've perfected." The 4 exchanged glances. Mastering techniques to perfection was no easy feat. "What do you 4 masters think of my aptitude?"
Vice Dean Lay pondered for a moment.
"Unparalleled in history."
Yi Jianyu and Sunwei nodded in agreement.
"A heifer riding lightning." Nyoben spoke up. "Looks like you 4 big shots actually recognize my potential. Unlike certain people who are so stingy it's ridiculous. Do you 4 think my future achievements might surpass yours?" "Absolutely. X4.
Sumo's lips curved upward as he continued.
"What are your thoughts on the techniques I've mastered? Heaven slicing in 10,000 blades returning to the void."
This time, all 4 wore solemn expressions, even Long Lindian. To master one's own techniques at such a young age spoke volumes about their value. In their youth, they themselves could never have achieved this level.
"We couldn't. Indeed. Given time, you might even reach heaven grade. We've never seen anyone your age capable of creating their own martial arts techniques. Damn impressive. At that moment, Sumo suddenly grew serious. I have an idea.
If the four of you pass your martial arts techniques to me, with my aptitude, it might not take long before I can help elevate your techniques to the next level.
Do you four think I can pull it off?
This time, the four did not rush to respond.
Nyoben retrieved a martial arts manual from his ring. This is my martial art. Master it, then destroy it. If you ever perfect it, let me know. Perhaps I can use you to advance even further.
The other three exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with calculation.
You sly fox, Nyoben.
The other three also produced their respective martial arts manuals. When Sumo saw the three high-grade Earth-level martial arts manuals, he could barely contain his smile.
Thank you all. I'll head back and study them right away. With that, Sumo vanished in a flash. His boisterous laughter still echoed in the air. Ah ha, I'm rich. I'm rich. Long Lintian shook his head. Other students who saw them treated them with utmost respect.
Only Sumo dared to act so brazenly in their presence.
You for sure are generous. Nyoben took a deep breath.
I've been worried about who would inherit these skills. Our disappointing disciples are nowhere near Sumo's level.
If Sumo succeeds in his cultivation, he could even guide them. Why not? Chapter 163, The Mysterious Ninth Elder appears, the one who revived Su Yao. Hearing Nyoben's thoughts, the others in the room couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
Besides, this kid has decent talent.
Who knows?
Maybe one day he'll master our martial arts to an even higher level and actually end up teaching us.
This kid's future achievements will surely surpass yours, old dragon.
Investing in him now will yield enormous returns later. After speaking, Nyoben wore a smile as stiff as a chrysanthemum. It's rare for you to speak up hard to avoid misinterpreting your words.
Long Lintian's remark instantly wiped the smile off Nyoben's face.
The other three burst into laughter. At that moment, Vice Dean Lei fixed his gaze on Long Lintian, his eyes darting around. Old dragon, you'd better brace yourself. This plan might succeed, but don't forget Bai Yu got played hard.
She's just exhausted now. Once she comes to her senses. After Vice Dean Lei finished speaking, the smile on Long Lintian's face instantly froze. Just as he was about to speak, the four hurriedly departed. If Bai Yu showed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. That kid Sumo could be bought off with money. But Bai Yu wasn't one to be swayed that way.
On their way out, the four men spotted Bai Yu approaching. They were relieved they'd gotten away in time. Meanwhile, Sumo, who had already left, returned to his residence and examined the martial arts manual in his hand. The smile on his face was nearly impossible to contain. Thunderous Thousand Breaks was given to him by Thunderstorm, an Earth-grade, high-quality technique. 10,000 Swords Converge was given by Yi Yujian, an Earth-grade superior technique. Earthquake Roar was given by Sunwei, Earth-grade superior. Heaven and Earth Golden Wall was from Nyoben, also Earth-grade, high tier.
Sumo took a deep breath.
With these four martial arts techniques, he would never have to worry about martial arts again. However, Sumo still intended to earn more points so he could visit the Northern Courtyard Scripture Hall. There, too, lay numerous martial arts techniques. By absorbing the strengths of various schools, he could then develop his own unique moves. Only then would the martial arts truly suit him, just like the heaven-splitting blade and 10,000 blades returning to the void, which Sumo wielded with effortless mastery. Seated in his room, Sumo waited until he had transcribed all four martial arts manuals.
Once completed, their contents vanished. Name, Sumo. Age, 19.
Power, Creation Realm, Tier 1 300,000. Mental Cultivation, Shaping Dao 6 Tier 1 million. Martial Arts, Wave Layering Blade Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected Thunderous Thousand Shatters D Grade, High Tier, 1 million Remember, 1 million 10,000 Swords Converge D Grade, High Tier, 1 million Note, 1000000 Earthquake Roar High Grade Earth Rank, 1000000 Note, 100,000 Heaven and Earth Golden Wall High Grade Earth Rank, 1000000 Note, 100,000.
Dao Intent, Ninefold Blade Intent. Domain, Godslayer Domain Basic, 50 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, Heaven Slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 52, 52,000. Kill points, 31321. Sumo examined the four cultivation manuals.
Seeing they could indeed enhance his skills, his expression lit up with delight. He could truly advance to heaven-grade martial arts. However, the required slaughter points were a staggering 1 million. Even the proficiency requirement was merely memorization, truly befitting an Earth-grade technique. It was indeed extraordinary. With matters within the city nearly resolved, it was time to focus on cultivating his strength.
During the demon beast siege, a thunderbird had caused Suemo no end of trouble.
His immediate goal was to raise the affinity of all 9 attributes to 100 as quickly as possible. Then comes the advancement of the shaping Dao art.
As for the location of the demon lair, Suemo already knew.
Based on what his master had shown him, Cave 5 remained the safest option. The king within Cave 1 was the most formidable, and the other beasts there were also the strongest.
Hunting them alone would be too slow.
It seemed he needed to devise a plan.
Suemo rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
At that moment, the lava within the 7 cities of Z City was slowly receding. Several figures appeared outside the city walls, their forms suspended within the mist.
The leader wore a black trench coat, his true features obscured. 2 others followed behind, their entire bodies shrouded in black robes.
Watching the erupting magma, the figure in the black trench coat remained expressionless. With a flick of his finger, a document materialized.
A photograph appeared on the screen. It was Suemo.
I never expected such talent to emerge from the North District. Such a person should join my eternal life. Hearing the trench-coated man speak, the 2 figures behind him turned to look simultaneously.
Is this visit solely for Suemo, sir? Though he's a prodigy, he's hardly worth your excellency's attention.
The documents in the trench-coated man's hand spontaneously combusted.
Last time I came, I intended to cultivate upon Sumo's sister.
Little did I expect her to die so swiftly. And in such a short time, nearly all our operatives in the North District have perished.
Sending out such useless trash is pointless.
The 2 behind him remained silent. The man in the trench coat held an extremely high status within the Eternal Life Organization. They didn't even know his name within the Immortality Organization, he was simply designated as number 9.
Codenames weren't just for the powerful, they symbolized status, influence, and capability. Those useless fools can only rely on external methods. They don't understand what the North District truly needs. You 2 gather the remaining men.
The 2 men nodded.
Then kill them all. Not a single one left alive. Their footsteps faltered, their eyes widening in disbelief.
Sir,
doing this.
The man in the trench coat turned his gaze toward them. The 2 men shuddered. Sir, we know what to do. The man in the trench coat regained his composure, pulled out a document, and handed it to them.
Go.
After speaking, the man in the trench coat walked across the molten lava, unscathed. The 2 men were left staring at each other in silence.
What is the Lord thinking? If we could figure out what the 9th Lord is thinking, we wouldn't have ended up in this mess. We're still just errand boys.
There are only 2 Sage Realm cultivators in the North District, and one just broke through. If the 9th Lord could find a way to eliminate them, all problems would be solved.
I don't understand why he's making things so complicated. You underestimate Long Lintian. That Sage Realm expert alone keeps the kings of 5 demon lairs in check. Don't think he's just sitting around doing nothing. We just need to handle Lord Joda's affairs properly. Otherwise, the organization won't spare us. Chapter 164, Entering the Demon's Lair, That Blood Riverline. After preparing everything he needed, Suemo had already departed the North Yard. His destination, of course, was the Demon Lair. Since breaking through to the Creation Realm, his flight speed had grown increasingly swift. After half a day, Suemo finally arrived near Demon Cave number 5. As soon as Suemo arrived, several figures emerged from the mist. However, upon recognizing him, they relaxed. Young master. 2 figures called out. They had previously been instructors at the Northern Academy, though they now guarded the Demon Cave. Long Lindian had already introduced Suemo to them. I'm heading into the Demon Cave, Suemo said before turning to leave. Along the way, several figures emerged, but upon recognizing Suemo, they vanished back into hiding. Half an hour later, Suemo finally saw the enormous vortex barrier. Over 100 meters wide, it resembled a gateway to another dimension. This entrance was far larger than the original Demon Lair's entrance. It had been forged using special materials sourced by Long Lindian, with the combined efforts of numerous master smiths. Its purpose was to contain the powerful demon beasts within. If the demon cave had other exits, there would be no solution, only to seal off the discovered entrance by force. Upon entering, Suemo felt as though he had crossed a spatial passage. Inside, he saw rows upon rows of structures, all forged from that special material. Many stopped in their tracks to observe Suemo. Having spent years confined within the demon lair, they rarely ventured outside. As for Suemo, the last time Long Lindian had visited, he had only briefly introduced him. They knew Suemo was the heir to the Northern Court. In other words, their leader. What brings you here? You should return. A figure emerged, sizing Suemo up from head to toe before speaking in a measured tone. Suemo looked over. A woman with a high ponytail and almond-shaped eyes stood before him, radiating an intense aura. She wore a fiery red combat uniform. When they first arrived, Long Lindian had only introduced him to 10 people. The one speaking before him was one of them. Suemo recalled her name was Shangwan Huoqing. Ranked 3rd on the Demon Beast Slaying Leaderboard of Demon Cave 5. Several others stepped forward, sizing Suemo up from head to toe. They too were curious about why Suemo had come. They'd been holed up in the demon lair these past few years, unaware of events outside or anything concerning Suemo. Had Long Lindian not brought Suemo here, they wouldn't have paid this young man any mind. After all, he was the dean's disciple. They knew of the other one, Baiyu. That person was truly a prodigy. He stayed for a few days before departing. At the time, Long Lindian had introduced Baiyu as the record holder. Sumo's arrival was merely mentioned as the closed-door disciple, the future heir of the Northern Academy. Needless to say, his aptitude must be exceptional, possibly surpassing even Baiyu's. Suemo paid them no mind, instead gazing into the distance. No demon beasts dared approach these buildings. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Suemo found an empty room. He had come to hunt demon beasts and enhance his strength. The Northern Courtyard and the 5 great academies all had prodigies here. Even many former powerhouses from the North District were now within the demon lair. Sumo's residence was precisely where the Northern Academy's people lived. Seeing Sumo's aloof demeanor, Shangwan Huoqing's gaze flickered. After seeing Suemo find an empty room, they exchanged glances, their eyes holding a strange look. 2 figures appeared beside Shangwan Huoqing. One was named Zhong Lei, the other Gao Xiaofei. Could it be he made a mistake, and they sent him here to hunt demon beasts as atonement? Gao Xiaofei speculated. Doubtful. At his age, shouldn't he be studying in the North Yard? Coming to the demon's lair now. I wonder what the dean was thinking. Zhonglei shook his head as he looked at Sumo's lodgings, genuinely baffled. Could it be he's here to pick out his team? Just then, another person approached, suspicion in his eyes. Hearing Li Tianxi's words, they all stiffened. Surely that couldn't be it. It couldn't be that frivolous. We'll find out soon enough. His coming here has nothing to do with us anyway. Shangwan Huoqing couldn't care less. Creak. The door opened. After Suemo stepped out, his gaze didn't linger on the group. Instead, he gazed into the distance. The demon's lair's secret realm differed from the city's outskirts. Here, there was no mist. Yet towering peaks and dense forests stood here, indistinguishable from the wilderness of the real world. The only difference was that this place was vast, teeming with demonic beasts, and danger lurked everywhere, though it also held many opportunities. When his master had brought him here, he had explained that special materials and spiritual herbs could be found within, all capable of enhancing one's strength. Yet these treasures were guarded by formidable demon beasts. Attempting to seize them was akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws. Young master, would you mind demonstrating your strength? If we encounter danger, it would give us a better idea of what to expect. Suemo glanced at Li Tianxi, the second-ranked figure on the demon beast slaying list. This man was no pushover, an outstanding graduate of the Northern Academy, nearing 30, his strength likely at the high stage of the creation realm. My strength isn't formidable. I'm just hiding here after getting into a bit of trouble outside. Hearing Sumo's words, the others fell silent. They opened their mouths, then exchanged glances. How to put it? They were utterly speechless. Why be so brutally honest? When others make mistakes, they'd rather die than admit it. Yet here you are, confessing the moment you open your mouth. Faced with such candor, they found it hard to press him further. Li Tianxi was at a loss for words. In that case, young master, just be careful. As long as you don't wander off, you'll be safe here. Li Tianxi finished speaking. Sumo's thank you rang out. This left Li Tianxi feeling a bit screwed. He had a fiery temper, yet faced with such sincerity, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. If you have any questions, young master, feel free to come ask me. Thank you, I will, Suemo replied with genuine sincerity. Li Tianxi scratched his head and fell silent. Facing someone like this, even a verbal spar felt impossible. Who knows what mistake he made out there? Many eyes were fixed on Suemo, but he gazed out at the endless mountain range. Even from such a great distance, he could still make out the moving demon beasts atop the peaks. Suemo began walking toward the distance. Li Tianxi saw him and wanted to stop him, but in the end, he quietly followed. Where are you going? Shangwan Huoqing asked. We can't just let him get into trouble, can we? Many shook their heads. That was Li Tianxi for you, a foul-mouthed fellow, yet still the same warm-hearted person as ever. Many here had received his help in one way or another. Suemo turned his gaze toward him. Don't read too much into it. I just finished eating and was strolling around with nothing else to do. Suemo nodded. After nearly half an hour, Suemo sensed the blood scent growing stronger. A broken road appeared before them, 100 meters wide, its depth unknown. The flowing water within was entirely red. This must be the dividing line, the boundary between the city and the outside world. The beasts here were indeed unique, adhering to their own set of rules. Suemo surmised it must be connected to Long Lindian. Chapter 165, Crossing the Red River, the slaughter begins. This is the boundary river. The crimson water signifies the red line. Cross it, and death awaits. Once you cross over, it's like entering a safe zone. Li Tianxi spoke up beside him. This red river holds the blood of demon beasts and the blood of our own kind. Li Tianxi's tone carried complexity and gravity. Sumo nodded. Beasts reproduce rapidly, while human warriors increase slowly. How many years can the headmaster alone sustain this? 10 years? 50? But what about 100 years from now? Moreover, both human and demonic beast strength are growing. In recent days, several heavens will realm demonic beasts have emerged. Li Tianxi gazed into the distance, his eyes clouded with melancholy. I don't know why the headmaster chose you as his final disciple. Your talent must be exceptional. Nor do I know his purpose in bringing you here. But you'd be wise not to take unnecessary risks. Your talent should surpass ours. It would be a shame if you were to perish. Sumo nodded. Li Tianxi was a kind-hearted man, offering him genuine advice. Thanks for the warning. Don't worry, I value my life. Many have sought my life, but they all ended up dead. Sumo murmured, gazing into the distance. Li Tianxi heard this, his gaze clouding with suspicion. You're Dragon Lingtian's disciple. In the Northern Academy, who could possibly want your life? But then he recalled that sinister organization and understood. Those people were capable of anything. What have you done? Li Tianxi was genuinely curious. Nothing much. Just offered a few suggestions. Most of the traitors in the North District have been eliminated. Li Tianxi gaped, utterly speechless. What was top-tier Versailles? He'd finally witnessed it firsthand. Just offering a few suggestions, and most of the traitors were killed. The way you make it sound so casual, someone unaware might think you were just slaughtering a few chickens. Actually, they're all pretty decent folks. It's just that spending so much time cooped up in that demon lair has made them a bit numb. Li Tianxi also gazed into the distance as he spoke. I know. You're all heroes of the Northern District. I should be learning from you. Li Tianxi remained silent. Damn it, he was clearly speaking for others. It almost seemed like he was trying to cast himself as the villain. Is this the art of rhetoric? Watch for a while, then head back. It's too dangerous here. You should return in a few days. Li Tianxi turned and walked away after speaking. Being with Sumo always left him feeling like he was punching cotton, utterly frustrating. Alright, brother Li, you go ahead. I'll watch for a bit longer before heading back. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Li Tianxi nodded and turned to leave. Many people in the distance watched Li Tianxi return, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even Shangguan Huoqing's gaze lingered on him. He proposed several strategies, and most of the hidden traitors in the North District have been dealt with. Whether they're genuine or not, I can't say. Many are after his life, likely agents from that organization seeking to eliminate him. Hearing this, their eyes flickered with doubt as they watched Sumo's retreating figure. For a moment, they all fell silent. He's a meticulous strategist. We needn't worry about him. No wonder the dean chose him as his final disciple. Oh? Just how meticulous is he, to earn such high praise from you, Li Tianxi? At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. The expressions of those present shifted. Clad in black combat gear, his demeanor was fierce, with an unshakable aura of lethal intent lingering between his brows. Seeing this figure approach, the expressions of those present shifted. Brother Wu, you're back. Seeing Wu Shiji, they felt a bit intimidated. He was the top-ranked killer on the Northern Campus Demon Beast slaying list. Even Li Tianxi, ranked second, had to admit he couldn't hold a candle to Wu Shiji. He was simply in a league of his own. Who are you talking about? Zhong Yuji pointed in a certain direction. Wu Shiji looked over and saw a faint silhouette, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Who is that? Brother Wu, you weren't here last time. This is the headmaster's last disciple, the next heir of the Northern Academy. Wu Shuji's gaze held surprise. Who told you he's the Northern Academy's heir? The headmaster himself said so. Wu Shuji remained silent. How old is he? 19. What's his strength level? I don't know. The dean only mentioned his age. Wu Shuji nodded. Why was he brought here? He said it was for coming up with a few ideas that killed quite a few traitors in the North District. A sharp gleam flashed in Wu Shuji's eyes, mixed with a hint of disbelief. 19 years old, with such delicate skin, what kind of ideas could he possibly come up with? After speaking, Wu Shuji turned and headed toward his quarters. This breakthrough in power meant another tough battle lay ahead. At that moment, Sumo's figure had already crossed the Red River. He dissolved into a blur and vanished. After Wu Shuji appeared, sensing his imposing aura, everyone present began to speculate. One after another, they hurried off to cultivate. None paid attention to Sumo's disappearance. At that moment, Sumo had already arrived atop a mountain peak. Even from a great distance, he could sense the powerful aura of the demon beast. The center of the mountain peak had likely been hollowed out, transforming into a beast's lair. For Sumo, this was nothing short of paradise. After more than 10 minutes of searching, Sumo finally located the entrance. His domain activated, unleashing golden flames and wind, along with spatial abilities. Many beasts within the lair hadn't even registered the danger. They were reduced to scattered souls. Giant waves of flame surged around Sumo, fueled by the wind element, sweeping through the entire lair. Beasts below the creation realm lacked even the strength to resist. Hunted 20 level 6 demon beasts, earning 135 slaying points. Hunted 50 level 5 demon beasts, earning 270 slaying points. Hunted 100 level 4 beasts, obtained 420 slaying points. Hunted 10,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 34,500 slaying points. Hunted 30,000 level 2 demon beasts, earning 63,200 slaying points. Hunted 100,000 level 1 demon beasts, earning 113,000 kill points. Hunted 1 level 7 tier 1 demon beast, earning 7.1 kill points. This demon beast lair wasn't particularly large, and its strongest inhabitant was merely at the creation realm, easily dispatched by Sumo with a single strike. After about 10 minutes, Sumo emerged, leaving behind the lingering scent of scorched flesh. These demon beasts gathered like a tribe. Within dozens of miles, this was the most formidable demon beast lair. After clearing it out, Sumo ventured deeper into the lair. For Sumo, this journey demanded nothing less than a qualitative transformation. Sumo retrieved his token and felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing the points displayed. Level 1 Demon Beast, 0.1 points. Level 2 Demon Beast, 0.2 points. Level 3 Demon Beast, 0.3 points. For a Level 2, Tier 3 Beast, killing one yielded 0.23 points. Sumo was speechless. This was even stingier than the system itself. Killing these beasts wouldn't even get him on the leaderboard. Chapter 166, Dominating Demon Cave Number 5. Those hunting beasts here all possess decent talent and solid strength. After so many years, how could they be easily surpassed? Besides, Sumo didn't particularly care about the rankings. What mattered to him was rapidly boosting his strength and quickly raising the affinity of the 9 elements to 100. His thoughts swirled as he shifted his focus to the next location. Each demon beast here had its own territory. With so many hunters active, the weaker beasts in the vicinity had been nearly wiped out. As he ventured deeper, sudden commotion erupted nearby. Sumo's eyes flickered. Sensing the commotion behind him, the corners of his mouth lifted. It must be said that the demon beasts here were truly different. Earlier, when those beasts detected Sumo's presence, they didn't attack simply because he was alone. The ground suddenly trembled. A massive shadow abruptly materialized where Sumo stood. Looking up, Sumo saw a massive golden eagle appear in the sky. Its black eyes fixed intently on Sumo. The surrounding beasts were rapidly gathering. Facing this vast horde of beasts, Sumo's gaze flickered. The golden eagle descended, its gaze fixed intently on Sumo. Surprise flickered in Sumo's eyes. Why wasn't this creature making a move? Who are you? The golden eagle's gaze held a hint of wariness. Sumo's eyes flickered. He suddenly recalled how, when he had slain the flame dragon turtle, the 3 powerful beings had self-detonated, and the turtle's blood had splattered heavily upon him. Could this be connected to that incident? Could it be that the flame dragon turtle didn't escape from Cave 1, but from this Cave 5? A thought struck Sumo. Do you want to be the boss? Golden Eagle heard Sumo's words, surprise flitting through his enormous eyes. You humans are still so despicable, scheming against us? The Golden Eagle remained utterly unfazed by Sumo's words. It merely sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, the presence of their former leader. But their leader had been gone for a long time. Previously, the flame dragon turtle's territory was being eroded by other demon beasts. Soon, they would either have to submit to other beasts or be hunted down. It hadn't been long since they'd been forced out. This area, close to human territory, was equally perilous. Yet compared to other demon beasts, these humans were considerably safer. Earlier, his subordinates reported sensing a familiar aura, one that seemed to belong to the flame dragon turtle. That's why he rushed over, and indeed, the flame dragon turtle's aura was present. Your leader must be the flame dragon turtle. It's already dead. Impossible. The Lord was so powerful, with a trace of dragon blood within him. Even someone with perfect destiny might not have been his match. 3 equally powerful beings detonated themselves, taking him down with them, Sumo explained. Impossible. Weak humans like you couldn't even scratch the Lord with a self-detonation at the same level, Golden Eagle said gravely. What if it couldn't move? Sumo countered. Golden Eagle fell silent upon hearing this. At that moment, Sumo was also filled with doubt. Was this Golden Eagle truly that loyal? His words were clearly probing for information about the flame dragon turtle. Could it be that this Golden Eagle's bloodline had been enhanced by the flame dragon turtle? You can disbelieve it if you want, but it truly is dead. The flame dragon turtle itself is so powerful, and your strength isn't low either. Yet you managed to escape out here. It seems the other subordinates of the flame dragon turtle have already defected. Sumo voiced his conjecture, his gaze fixed intently on the Golden Eagle. When a golden glow rippled through the eagle's feathers, Sumo's suspicions were confirmed. The Golden Eagle lifted its gaze to meet Sumo's. Tell me about the leader, and I won't kill you today. Leave. The Golden Eagle turned to leave, his mind already occupied with other thoughts after learning of the flame dragon turtle's whereabouts. Wait. We can work together.
Suemo suddenly spoke up, causing ripples to flicker in the golden eagle's gaze.
You? Suemo took a deep breath. What if I could help you rapidly enhance your bloodline power?
At Sumo's words, the golden eagle's body whipped around, its piercing gaze locking onto Suemo.
Human and eagle locked eyes.
After a long, intense stare, the golden eagle looked at Suemo.
Human, what do you want? I know some humans have ventured into your demon beast territories and formed alliances. The golden eagle regarded Suemo. Correct. Hearing the golden eagle's words, Suemo took a deep breath.
So there were indeed members of the Eternal Life Organization here.
If they can cooperate, why can't we? Suemo stepped forward.
Among all the flaming dragon turtle's subordinates, only Golden Eagle still cared.
To humans, he was a man of honor and loyalty.
If it were any other demon beast, Suemo would have left long ago, no need for all this talk. Now, he could accomplish much through Golden Eagle.
Golden Eagle knew the human before him had his own agenda.
Neither man nor eagle harbored good intentions.
All right. In that case, let's go. Take me to where you live.
After Suemo spoke, he instantly tore through space, appearing before the Golden Eagle.
The Golden Eagle stumbled backward, its enormous eyes darting about.
Spatial attributes able to pierce through space directly.
Its affinity must be quite high. So you're a spatial attribute user. What's there to fear? Others possess spatial attributes too. Hearing Sumo's words, the Golden Eagle nodded. True enough. You're certainly not the first I've encountered. Suemo hesitated upon hearing this.
Out there, both his master and he possessed spatial attributes, but he knew nothing of others. As for Baiyu possessing multiple attributes, Suemo hadn't inquired about that either. Breaking through to the creation realm at 23? That was practically cheating at life. He must be hiding some trump card.
Are you referring to Long Lintian?
Golden Eagle shook his head at Sumo's words.
We beasts and humans are at odds. We must admit, we're not even worthy of seeing Long Lintian. Our Demon Cave's king has met Long Lintian, and even he had to back away 3 steps. Forget about us. Golden Eagle shook his head.
Beastmen were powerful, but it depended on who they faced. Before Long Lintian, they were utterly insignificant. He was confident he could kill Suemo standing before him. But now that Suemo possessed spatial attributes, that certainty diminished. Still, diminished or not, as a demon beast at the 9th level of creation, he could still kill Suemo.
Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?
Throughout their journey, Golden Eagle's gaze flickered with unease.
This human didn't look particularly old, yet he possessed such audacity. My ambitions are vast. Do you have no ambitions? Suemo countered, causing the Golden Eagle's gaze to flicker. It depends on whether you have the guts. If you do, I can help you break through quickly. I can break through quickly too. Then, how about we rule Demon Cave number 5?
Golden Eagle's gaze froze momentarily upon hearing Sumo's words. He too harbored ambition, but this ambition was too grand.
He sensed Suemo was biting off more than he could chew. Chapter 167, Slaying the Black Wolf, Sword Intent reaches the first tier of Sword Dao.
However, Golden Eagle kept his thoughts to himself. They were partners, now he had to keep his options open.
After Golden Eagle brought Suemo to his territory. Within the demon cave, numerous demon beasts watched Suemo. Why did the boss bring a human in here? Shouldn't he be killed?
From now on, he is our Golden Eagle Cave's partner. He can help us rapidly enhance our strength.
Hearing the Golden Eagle's words, many beasts looked at him skeptically.
Humans and beasts, they understood their respective strengths, but this combination was baffling to them.
This kid looked too green to even be worth a bite. Still, since Golden Eagle said so, they didn't question it. Suemo scanned the room, instantly reading their thoughts.
These beasts were simple creatures, might made right, and status followed strength.
Unlike humans, they weren't complicated. Suemo offered no explanation. Even cooperation demanded a price. Golden Eagle sought to gain something from Suemo. He, too, sought something from the Golden Eagle. How many subordinates does the Flame Dragon Turtle have, and what is their strength? Suemo inquired of Golden Eagle.
For eagle, tiger, leopard, wolf. Golden Eagle, silver tiger, iron leopard, black wolf.
All 4 of us are at the 9th level of the creation realm. Suemo nodded. 4 subordinates.
But 3 of them have already defected to Lei Shi's side.
Golden Eagle shared what he knew. He also wanted to see what tricks Suemo could pull. If he was being deceived, don't blame him for devouring Suemo.
In that case, we'll start by dealing with Black Wolf.
Golden Eagle pondered for a moment. Agreed. That bastard has been tracking my movements lately.
If I show up, he'll definitely come hunting me down.
Suemo approached Golden Eagle. It must be said that Golden Eagle's body was truly massive.
Standing beside his 100-meter frame, Suemo looked like nothing more than an ant. Golden Eagle's gaze flickered, and his form abruptly shrank to roughly human size.
Sumo's eyes lit up. Don't be surprised.
All beasts with special bloodlines can do this. A larger body consumes more energy, but it also enhances physical prowess proportionally.
In battle, a massive form instills overwhelming pressure in enemies, driving them to despair. Sumo nodded. He understood all this. If I could freeze space, could you instantly kill the Black Wolf? Sumo inquired. Golden Eagle's gaze flickered. Could the Sumo before him truly accomplish this? He didn't know the extent of this fellow's power, but mastery of spatial attributes meant he couldn't be weak. Could he be at the Ascension realm? For a human of his age, reaching that level would make him a prodigy. If you can truly do it, then I can do it too. Fine. Then kill the Black Wolf. Having made up his mind, Golden Eagle wasted no further time. When the time comes, hide on my body. He won't be able to detect you. Golden Eagle addressed Sumo. Sumo nodded. Golden Eagle looked at his men. Kill the Black Wolf. At Golden Eagle's command, the demon beast roared with earth-shattering ferocity. With a single cry, Golden Eagle's form expanded to 1,000 meters in size. His colossal body obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Sumo hid atop his form, where even a single feather could cover him entirely. As the Golden Eagle's overwhelming presence manifested, 10,000 meters away, atop a mountain peak, a one-eyed black wolf let out a howl. A dense pack of wolves materialized around it. We've detected the Golden Eagle's trail. Kill him. After the black wolf spoke, it thrust its limbs with such force that 4 craters appeared on the ground. Its massive form roared in the sky. Its form had grown to 1,000 meters in size. Soaring through the clouds and moonlight, it charged toward the Golden Eagle. Soon, the two beasts met in the sky. The black wolf fixed its gaze upon the Golden Eagle. Golden Eagle, it's been a while. The black wolf's voice was deep and low. When the flame dragon turtle was present, the Golden Eagle had held a slightly higher status than him. After the flame dragon turtle vanished, he had intended to kill the Golden Eagle. This time, they had switched allegiance to serve under the Thunder Rhino. Thunder Rhino valued Golden Eagle above all else. The 3 of them had been searching for Golden Eagle precisely to kill him. Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, just do it. As Golden Eagle spoke, golden light began to radiate from his body. The golden light transformed into a golden eagle, charging toward the black wolf. The black wolf opened its jaws, spewing forth a torrent of green light. Simultaneously, a dense network of vines surged from the ground, coiling toward the Golden Eagle. Golden light flared across the Golden Eagle's feathers. Golden blades flashed forth, sweeping through the vines, closing in like a barrage of bullets. A tremendous clanging sound echoed. Boom! Golden and green energy exploded across the sky like bursting fireworks. Before the 2 demon beasts, a figure as small as an ant appeared. Space freeze. Quick! Before Sumo could finish speaking, golden light erupted from the Golden Eagle's body as it rapidly shrank. Its explosive power intensified. The golden light enveloping its entire body resembled a sword. Thud! A massive head flew off, blood spraying everywhere. I'm going to help your men. Golden Eagle's men roared, their cries shaking the wilderness, upon witnessing Black Wolf's death. Sumo's body landed on the ground. He activated his spatial abilities and metallic properties. As Sumo moved to strike, he suddenly realized these demon beasts could manifest their true forms through their attacks. With that realization, Sumo raised his blade high in the air. Heaven's severance. As the words fell. Roar. The blade's energy split into 2, 1 dragon, 1 phoenix. 200-meter-long forms suddenly surged forward. The wolf pack, having lost their leader, had been stripped of their fighting spirit. But upon hearing the dragon's roar, they seemed to recognize a familiar voice. It was the voice of their leader's leader, the flame dragon tortoise. Yet the majestic aura emanating from these 2 voices was even more intense. Many demon wolves cowered in fear, collapsing to the ground. Splatter, splatter. Wherever the dragon phoenix blade's energy passed, demons instantly dissolved into blood mist. Slaughtered 5,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 23,600 slaying points. Slaughtered 3,000 level 5 demon beasts, earning 10,120 slaying points. Only after striking did Sumo realize. His blade intent had broken through once more. Sumo then transformed into a ghostly apparition, effortlessly unleashing Dragon Phoenix Blade Chi with every strike. In no time, tens of thousands of demon beasts were slaughtered by Sumo. Standing still, Sumo heard the system's voice continue to announce. Slaughtered 2,500 level 5 demonic beasts, earning 12,400 slaying points. Slaughtered 3,000 level 5 demon beasts, obtained 18,900 slaying points. The announcements continued for a full minute before finally ceasing. Sumo took a deep breath. At that moment, the Golden Eagle descended, its gaze fixed on Sumo with utter shock. This fellow hadn't grasped the intent of the blade, he had grasped the way of the blade. The Golden Eagle's subordinate glared at Sumo, his voice a low growl. To them, killing a human they looked down upon was no different from slaughtering a chicken. This human slays a level 6 demon beast, a creature on par with those at the Ascension realm, and he does so with equal ruthlessness. After the Golden Eagle descended, its gaze settled on Sumo, its thoughts unknown. Chapter 168, The Secret of 100% Attribute Affinity and Unintended Discovery. Suemo sheathed his blade and looked at the golden eagle. Let's go back first. The golden eagle nodded. Back at the golden eagle's den, the eagle's gaze remained fixed on Suemo. You don't need to stare at me like that. It's routine. Golden eagle took a deep breath. My boss's death, you're not involved in that too, are you? Golden eagle regretted teaming up with this guy. He looked young and harmless. Spatial attribute, mental attribute, both affinities were quite high. Moreover, slaughtering demon beasts at the Ascension realm was as easy as killing chickens, even he hadn't had time to react. Tens of thousands of demon beasts were slaughtered in mere minutes. Among creatures of equal rank, demon beasts possessed innate physical superiority over humans. Yet with this fellow, it seemed reversed. For a moment, Golden Eagle didn't know whether to rejoice or weep. Upon hearing Golden Eagle's conjecture, Suemo would never admit it. How could I possibly intervene in a battle between Heaven's Will realm cultivators? It's impossible. Even the slightest fluctuation could kill me. Seeing Sumo's utterly fearless demeanor. But you carry the aura of the boss. Suemo took a deep breath. It's merely a splash that landed on me. With demon beasts attacking the city, how could I, as a human, stand idly by? Golden Eagle took a deep breath and finally relaxed. Whether the guard within his heart had truly lowered, no one could say. Besides, I told you I'm a man with ambition too. You recognize my worth, and I see boundless potential in you. Why not join forces? Together, we can rule this world. Golden Eagle nodded. Blowing your own horn isn't illegal, after all. Hand over Black Wolf's demon core. Next, I'll help you enhance your bloodline. Golden Eagle produced a black demon core. Even after Black Wolf's death, the malevolent aura within the core still pulsed with vitality. Find me a secluded chamber. Follow me. Golden Eagle led Suemo deeper into the cave. Finally, he pointed to an opening. Go inside. No one will disturb you. Suemo nodded. After walking for several minutes, the path ahead came to an end. Suemo took out the demon core. When he confirmed the Eternal Life Organization was collaborating with demonic beasts, a thought had taken root in his mind, the organization called Eternal Life. For humans at the Sage Realm, the maximum lifespan was 300 years. How could one maintain longevity beyond that? Either break through beyond the Sage Realm, something that had never been achieved. The emergence of the demonic humans offered Suemo a new perspective. Could they be using humans and demonic beasts for research? Beasts possessed far longer lifespans than humans. Could harnessing this difference yield unexpected results? Thus, Suemo decided to conduct an experiment. At this moment, Suemo used fire attributes to roast the demon core. His master had once mentioned that demon cores were incredibly hard and difficult to refine. Yet as Suemo began the process, he soon noticed the demon core showing signs of melting. Sumo's pupils contracted. He paused and saw droplet-like substances clinging to the surface of the demon core. They contained a powerful vitality. At that moment, Suemo felt a chill run down his spine. This was pure, unadulterated life force. Previous attempts to refine the demon core had proven difficult, its power violently unruly. Suddenly, Suemo remembered his fire affinity was 100%. Suemo sprang to his feet. It took him a while to sit back down. He felt he had grasped something profound. Perhaps this was the greatest secret behind affinity. If that was the case, hadn't the immortal organizations discovered this long ago? Suemo clenched his teeth. He let the single drop of pure green liquid fall into his mouth. His throat swallowed once. A wave of coolness washed over him. Suemo felt every cell in his body erupting with joyful cheers. The exhaustion from battle vanished instantly. Suemo sensed an unusual sensation within his body. An indescribable sensation. Suemo infused other energies into the flames. After over 10 minutes, the demon crystal showed no change whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, Suemo confirmed that his rapid refinement of the demon crystal was due to his perfect affinity with its properties. With this realization, Suemo began the refinement process. Before long, the demon crystal, once the size of a human head, vanished, transforming into a dozen or so droplets of green liquid. After completing the refinement, Suemo sealed the green liquid away. He glanced at the interface and his pupils contracted sharply. Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Lifespan, 142. Power, Creation Realm, Tier 1 300,000. Mental Cultivation, Shaping Tao, 6 Tier 1 million. Martial Arts, Wave Stacking Blade Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Snow Treading Shin Grade, High Tier, Perfected Concealment Secret Art D Grade, High Tier, Perfected Thunderous Thousand Breaks D Grade, High Tier, 1 million Remember, 100,000 10,000 Swords Converge D Grade, High Tier, 1 million Remember, 100,000 Heaven and Earth Roar High Grade Earth Class, 1000000 Remember, 100,000 Heaven and Earth Golden Wall High Grade Earth Class, 1000000 Remember, 100,000. Tao Intent, Blade Tao, First Tier. Domain, Godslayer Domain Basic, 50 meters, 01 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, Heaven Slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, Metal Affinity, 100 Wood Affinity, 30, 3000 Water Affinity, 28, 2800 Fire Affinity, 100 Earth Affinity, 29, 2900 Wind Affinity, 100 Thunder Affinity, 13, 1300 Space Affinity, 78, 78,000 Time Affinity, 52, 52,000. Kill points, 386,587. Sumo's expression shifted as he stared at the lifespan column. He then took out the green liquid and swallowed 10 drops in one go. Soon after, a vibrating sound emanated from Sumo's body. Suddenly, Sumo felt a tearing pain. The agony came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Sumo suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. The latent injuries accumulated from battle must have vanished. Sumo's eyes lit up with realization as he glanced at the lifespan bar. It had already reached 105. Unable to conceal his rapid breathing, Sumo's breaths grew heavy. This wood attribute demon core could only be refined through the fusion of a fire attribute affinity of 100. Martial artists in the north also refined wood attribute substances, but they were used for concocting pills. These methods often carried side effects and did little to extend lifespan. But these items could. Could this be what the Immortality Organization has been researching all along? If so, Sumo realized that revealing his 100% affinity for fire had inadvertently placed him in grave danger. Even within the Immortality Organization, only a handful of people likely knew this secret. A cold sweat broke out on Sumo's back. Didn't this mean his situation was about to become even more perilous than he'd imagined? No, he must rapidly increase his strength. He must perfect all 9 attributes, rapidly increase his power, and accumulate sufficient killing points. Chapter 169, Golden Eagle's thoughts terrify Sumo. After learning of the items that could extend his lifespan, Sumo dared not speak of them openly. He retrieved the metal attribute demon cores he had previously collected. Sumo believed demon beasts' bloodlines function similarly to humans' affinity for spiritual energy attributes. After refining it, a golden liquid no larger than a thumb emerged, radiating a pure metallic aura. The golden eagle visibly relaxed upon seeing Sumo emerge. His gaze turned skeptical upon seeing the metallic liquid in the vial. Originally a wood-attributed demon core suddenly transforming into a metal-attributed one, this couldn't help but make him doubt. You can choose not to believe it. Sumo spoke casually, as if reading the golden eagle's thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, Golden Eagle opened the bottle and let the golden liquid drip into his mouth. Closing his eyes shortly after, he opened them again, his expression transformed. He sensed a faint yet undeniable enhancement in his bloodline, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. When are we going out to hunt those beasts? Sumo opened his mouth. I haven't even spoken yet. What's with you, Golden Eagle? But Sumo quickly caught on. This unseen discovery left Sumo feeling restless. Does Master truly not know? Did the guild masters not know either? A wave of absurdity washed over Sumo. Or perhaps there were other flaws he hadn't uncovered. Sumo suspected these things required specific triggering conditions. Since Golden Eagle had declared they would hunt the demon beast, Sumo naturally thought the same. However, hunting high-level beasts would waste too much time. Golden Eagle was undoubtedly strategizing how to hunt high-level beasts to obtain demon cores. We can hunt demon beasts anytime, but we must consider one thing: hunting high-level ones is likely to draw attention. Ideally, we should target large groups of demon beasts, ones that aren't particularly powerful. The more, the better. Golden Eagle's gaze flickered as memories swirled in his mind. I know a place, but it's a bit dangerous. Even I wouldn't dare provoke it lightly. The beasts there aren't powerful, but we hesitate to provoke them precisely because they're so numerous. Sumo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. One eagle, one man. They slipped away from the Golden Eagle cave. The Golden Eagle had already sensed the benefits. Now he regarded Sumo as a precious treasure. I think the two of us working together could rule Demon Cave number 5. But it won't be easy. At least a few of the beasts are mountains we can't climb. You know how much we demon beasts value bloodlines. Those with powerful bloodlines grow stronger and more formidable faster. There were even rumors that those with exceptionally potent bloodlines could cultivate their own secret arts. Sumo's eyes widened sharply upon hearing this. Why are you telling me this? We Golden Eagles carry the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Pang within us. It's faint, almost non-existent. Yet it's precisely this sliver of power that makes me the strongest among the 4 of us demon beasts. This is akin to your human attribute affinity. I speculate that for a secret technique to manifest, the bloodline must first awaken to 80%, or perhaps it could be described as a return to ancestral traits. To achieve an 80% regression, one must possess at least 7th tier heaven's mandate strength to stand a chance. Sumo glanced at the Golden Eagle before shifting his attention elsewhere. This Golden Eagle was remarkably intelligent. It had its own thoughts. While many beasts focused solely on increasing their strength, it had managed to consider so much more. How did you come up with all this? The golden eagle gazed into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, it finally spoke.
We both have our own objectives. I know you're experimenting with something too, but your experiments have genuinely benefited me.
I'm willing to be the test subject.
As for why I thought of these things, I don't know either. During moments of boredom, I ponder why we came into existence and why spiritual energy suddenly appeared. This world has seen the revival of spiritual energy for centuries now. Could it be that before its emergence, there existed an era similar to ours? Perhaps some unforeseen event caused the spiritual energy to vanish. The Golden Eagle clan is a vast tribe. My ideas were a bit far-fetched, which is why I was expelled. Our clan chief stands at the threshold of sagehood, a trusted pillar of the king.
Sumo remains silent. Human, I still don't know your name. Sumo.
The Golden Eagle's eyes flickered.
Sumo, have you ever considered what purpose lies hidden behind this revival of spiritual energy? Sumo lifted his head to look at the Golden Eagle. This creature's thinking was truly formidable. At least Sumo had never considered it from such a distant perspective.
Truthfully, you humans aren't without the power to resist us demon beasts, it's just that some choose not to.
We beasts also possess the power to destroy you humans, yet we choose not to.
If all the beasts from the 5 great demon caverns were to emerge, you humans would find it difficult to resist.
But why, after all these years, has there never been a major move? Sumo pondered for a moment. I haven't thought that far ahead.
I just want to strengthen myself so I won't be bullied. Some matters are beyond our control, such as the way of the world. As for why the spiritual energy is reviving, I have no idea either. Who knows what grand secrets lie hidden behind it all? That immortal organization collaborating with you beasts, I suspect its founder was among the first to profit when spiritual energy first revived. Golden Eagle's eyes flickered at Sumo's words.
What if cultivators existed before the spiritual energy revival and they've lived on into this era? Sumo remained silent, his expression darkening.
Ever since refining the demon core with fire attributes produced the life-enhancing spiritual essence, an alarm bell had been ringing incessantly within Sumo's mind. But he dared not voice that suspicion aloud. If that were the case, even with his system, he would struggle to withstand the assault of the Immortality Organization. He even tried to imagine it himself. What if he had existed before the spiritual energy revival, or even survived from a more ancient era? What strategies would he have devised? The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. Seeing Sumo's silence, Golden Eagle felt like laughing inside. Earlier, all sorts of bizarre ideas had popped into his head, ideas that would make anyone think he was insane if he voiced them. Today, he felt compelled to share them with Sumo, even he couldn't explain why. Jining was about to continue.
Shut up. Sumo snapped sharply. Whoa, you're cracking up. Golden Eagle chuckled. Sumo rolled his eyes. This Golden Eagle really was a jerk. At the same time, he was a bit speechless. Why had he ended up partnering with a jerk like this eagle?
Then Sumo's eyes darted around.
Do you want to get out of this demon's lair? A flicker of change crossed the Golden Eagle's expression.
He had never ventured outside before, and for creatures like them, escaping was no easy feat.
You have a way to get me out? Chapter 170, Ten-tailed Dragon Scorpion, Golden Eagle stomps his feet. No. Golden Eagle was speechless. Then why bring it up? Sumo stopped and looked at Golden Eagle. Did you lose your cool? Damn it. Golden Eagle was speechless and ignored Sumo. This guy wasn't a good person, he wasn't one to take a loss. Careful. We're almost there.
After speaking, a hint of apprehension flickered in Jinying's massive eyes.
Sumo, however, grew curious.
This group of demon beasts is called the Ten-tailed Dragon Scorpion. They have 10 tails, and it's said they carry a trace of dragon blood within them.
Whether that's true or not, I don't know. They don't look big, but as far as I know, this is the largest demon beast pack in the vicinity.
If you human martial artists encounter these things, you turn tail and run without a second thought.
If they truly possess dragon blood, they should easily develop demon cores.
Noticing the excitement in Golden Eagle's tone, Sumo glanced at him. Could this guy have already set his sights on these creatures? Or perhaps he'd suffered losses at their hands?
Have you been bitten before? Golden Eagle practically jumped at Sumo's question. Impossible. Who do you think I am? We're done for.
By the time Golden Eagle finished speaking, a swarm of scorpions had already surrounded them. Each was only palm-sized, seemingly small, yet their bodies appeared armored. Their 10 tails, in particular, gleamed with a cold, menacing light. Each possessed 10 tails, and within moments, the area for miles around was swarming with 10-tailed dragon scorpions.
Sumo's throat convulsed as he stared at the erect tails. Kill! Sumo snorted coldly. He drew the black god and swung it down, its blade cutting through the air with a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry. Slayed 10,000 level 1 demonic beasts, gain 12,200 slay points.
Slay 30,000 level 2 demon beasts, or accumulate 68,400 slaying points. Seeing Sumo strike, even the Golden Eagle wasted no time.
Its metallic essence erupted. 10 minutes later. Wah! Woo woo! Woo woo! Sumo hurriedly clung to the golden eagle's back. The golden eagle flapped its wings and vanished shortly after. After a long while, the golden eagle set Sumo down.
It gave him a nudge with its talons.
Sumo, are you dead yet? Sumo opened his eyes, seeing only the golden eagle's eyes. Damn, you're so cruel. This is what you meant by not being strong? Damn it, several ninth-ranked beings appeared.
I didn't expect this either, the golden eagle said, speechless.
Sumo rubbed his butt. Ouch. Damn, that really hurt. Are you okay?
Seeing Sumo silent, Jining thought he might be upset and asked.
Damn it, shut up. I finally see what you are, a total screw-up. Why the hell did I ever partner with you?
Jining scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Seeing Sumo's swollen body, he couldn't help but laugh.
Sumo lay sprawled on the ground, his expression utterly devoid of hope. At least this time, he'd earned 60,000 kill points.
Sumo secretly swallowed a green liquid.
Soon, the bloated appearance began to fade. Sumo felt a pang of regret, but upon seeing the hundreds of demon cores now stored in his storage ring, his mood lifted. The 10-tailed dragon scorpion, this one might be metal attributed, the next one water attributed. His kill points still weren't enough. Seeing Sumo begin his cultivation, the golden eagle refrained from disturbing him. Several hours passed.
Sumo stood up. Let's go. Continue. Golden eagle looked stunned. Alright, let's go. Half an hour later. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the flames shoot skyward, Golden Eagle hurriedly led Sumo away. Slaughtered 90,000 level 1 demonic beasts, obtained 103,000 slaughter points.
Slaughtered 70,000 level 2 demon beasts, obtained 167,000 slaying points. Slaughtered 80,000 level 2 demon beasts, earning 184,000 kill points. As the Golden Eagle fled, a golden light suddenly erupted from its body. The golden light filled the sky and shot backward. Then its speed surged dramatically. This time, the eagle and the man fled for over half an hour before finally stopping. Upon landing, the golden eagle had transformed into human size. The man and the eagle sat down back to back, plopping down with a thud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of gasping for breath echoed repeatedly. Both the man and the eagle scrambled to their feet. Damn it, I see it now, you're a real scoundrel. You'd even think of dirty tricks like explosives. Just say if the method works, Sumo retorted. Fair enough. But do you have any more of that stuff? Not much left. I didn't expect it to be this much. Sumo was at a loss for words. Even after blowing up so many, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion showed no sign of diminishing. An 8th-ranked demon beast would flee at the sight of this horde. We really are bold. What we've killed so far is just a drop in the bucket. That big? Sumo was skeptical. Well, even my boss wouldn't dare provoke it. Golden Eagle's gaze darted nervously. Damn it, you must have gotten burned here before and now you're trying to screw me over. Seeing Sumo stomping his feet, Golden Eagle felt a bit embarrassed. Calm down. Look at all the benefits you've gained. Each trip nets us plenty of demon cores. Little by little, it adds up. Ruling Demon Cave 5 is a long and arduous journey. This is nothing. Besides, we're friends, I wouldn't screw you over. Besides, if I can't beat you, I've got my spatial abilities to escape. As long as it's not a powerful commander, I can still get us both out of there. After Golden Eagle finished speaking, Sumo rubbed his butt. Damn, it was already swollen. Golden Eagle was in the same boat, grimacing in pain. Forget it. Let's wait a bit before going. Their defenses are at their strictest right now. Sumo found a spot and sat cross-legged. A faint golden glow appeared on Golden Eagle's body as metal-attributed spiritual energy surged into him. After observing for a moment, Sumo sensed a profound secret hidden within this Golden Eagle. He'd never encountered such a despicable demon beast before. Name, Sumo. Age, 19. Lifespan, 150. Power, 1st tier of creation 0-300,000. Mental technique, shaping Dao art, 6th tier 0-1 million. Martial arts, wave layering blade Shin grade, high tier, perfected snow treading Shin grade, high tier, perfected concealment art D grade, high tier, perfected thunderous 1000 breaks D grade, high tier, 0-1 million remember, 0-1 million 10,000 swords converge D grade, high tier, 0-1 million remember, 0-100,000 heaven and earth roar high grade earth class, 0-1-0-0-0-0-0-0 remember, 0-100,000 heaven and earth golden wall high grade earth class, 0-1-0-0-0-0-0-0 remember, 0-100,000. Dao intent, blade Dao, 1st tier. Domain, Godslayer domain basic, 50 meters, 0-1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, heaven slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void.
Spiritual energy attributes: metal affinity 100, wood affinity 30, 3000 water affinity 28, 2800 fire affinity 100, earth affinity 29, 2900 wind affinity 100, thunder affinity 13, 1300 space affinity 78, 78,000 time affinity 52, 52,000. Kill points 1,886,587. Seeing the kill points, Suemo first allocated points to the shaping Dao technique. The shaping Dao technique was mismatched with his current strength, causing the spiritual energy within his body to circulate slowly. Chapter 171, Triple Transformation, Lifespan Extended. After the allocation, the shaping Dao technique finally broke through to the 7th tier, matching his current strength. After circulating the shaping Dao technique through one full cycle, a roaring surge echoed through his meridians. With the remaining 800,000 points of slaughter value, Suemo chose to allocate them toward enhancing his strength this time. 300,000 vanished, causing Sumo's expression to shift slightly. Breaking through to the next tier required 350,000 points. With so many 10-tailed dragon scorpions, would he ever lack killing points? Allocate points. Another 350,000 slaughter points vanished, and Sumo's strength had already broken through to the 3rd tier of creation. A resounding voice echoed within his body. The golden eagle opened its eyes and fixed them on Suemo, its gaze filled with disbelief. Such immense commotion emanating from within this fellow's body? The surrounding spiritual energy swirled into a storm, surging into Sumo's body. When Suemo opened his eyes, golden light flickered within his body. Glancing at his remaining kill points, Suemo immediately allocated them toward his spatial affinity. His spatial affinity attribute had now reached 80. Suemo could feel his perception of the surrounding space growing more acute. 80 also marked the threshold of a new level. Name: Suemo. Age: 19. Lifespan: 152. Power: 3rd tier of creation 400,000. Mental technique: shaping Dao formula 7th tier 3 million. Martial arts: wave layering blade Shin grade, highest tier; perfected snow treading Shin grade, highest tier; perfected concealment art D grade, highest tier; perfected thunderous 1000 breaks D grade, highest tier; 1 million remember, 100,000 10,000 swords converges 1 D grade, highest tier; 1 million remember, 100,000 earthquake roar high grade earth, 100,000 remember, 100,000 heaven and earth golden wall high grade earth, 100,000 remember, 100,000. Dao intent, blade Dao, 1st tier. Domain, Godslayer domain basic, 150 meters, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, heaven slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes: metal affinity 100, wood affinity 30, 3000 water affinity 28, 2800 fire affinity 100, earth affinity 29, 2900 wind affinity 100, thunder affinity 13, 1300 space affinity 80, 80,000 time affinity 52, 52,000. Kill points: 59589. First, Suemo noticed his lifespan had changed again, increasing by 2 more years. Despite sustaining 2 injuries, he had gained significant benefits. You've broken through? Golden Eagle approached Suemo, his gaze fixed intently on him. What's the matter? I'm allowed to break through, aren't I? With enhanced strength, slaying the 10-tailed dragon scorpion will be much smoother. But this time, we can't act rashly. We need to maximize our gains. Suemo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Don't do that. It makes me uneasy, like you're not a good person. Golden Eagle stared intently at Suemo. Suemo remained silent. Who would have thought a man and an eagle could become friends? No one would believe it if you told them. This guy could serve as a muscle. But maximizing profits? Easier said than done. If they provoked him a few more times, the leader of the 10-tailed scorpion clan would likely emerge. By then, all they'd have left was to run. There are plenty of demon beasts at the 9th level of creation, and likely many at the heavens will realm too. What's your next move? Golden Eagle watched Sumo's eyes dart about, instantly knowing what shady scheme this fellow was hatching. One thing still baffled the Golden Eagle: how exactly had Suemo achieved his breakthrough? Whether it was beasts like them or humans he'd encountered, when someone was on the verge of a breakthrough, there were always signs traces that could be sensed. This fellow's breakthrough felt utterly unconventional, a direct leap with no warning whatsoever. Watching Suemo pull out bottles and jars from his spatial ring, Golden Eagle hurried closer. What are you preparing to do? Suemo paid him no mind, carefully securing a jar the size of a human head. Fancy trying something big? Suemo looked up at Golden Eagle. If he'd been alone, this would have been a real headache. But with Golden Eagle here, things were much easier. What is this thing? Golden Eagle's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You'll see soon enough. Scatter these things over the 10-tailed dragon scorpions, then blow them down. Just make sure not to inhale this stuff, you'll be in for a big surprise. Upon hearing Sumo's instructions, Golden Eagle's eyes widened in surprise. What about you? I've got other business to attend to far more dangerous than yours. What exactly? Jining nodded, though he had no idea what Suemo was up to. But seeing how this guy was full of mischief, it should be pretty entertaining. Alright, let's do it. We'll strike when night falls. This time, I'll be damned if we don't finish them off. Seeing Sumo's wicked grin, Golden Eagle shuddered. This time, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion was truly in for it. While Suemo and Jining were plotting against the 10-tailed dragon scorpion, the guards stationed at the north yard were already dumbfounded. Li Tianxi looked at Sumo's room. His luggage was still there, but he hadn't returned. Could something really have happened to him? A crowd had gathered outside Sumo's door. Another one who wouldn't listen to reason. People like that are the scariest. Wonder what the dean was thinking? Shangwan Huoqing muttered. Keep your mouth shut. Regardless, he's still the younger academy head. If something happens to him, it'll be a complete embarrassment for our northern academy. Li Tianxi's expression darkened. As night fell, the beasts within the demon lair grew even more dangerous. Even among the beasts themselves, rivalries flared. Sometimes their wars erupted at night, making it easy for others to get caught in the crossfire. Who could have imagined that while they were merely secluded in meditation for a short while, Suemo had already vanished without a trace? Should we send people out to search? Zhang Yuji asked. No need. At that moment, Wu Shuji approached, surveying the empty room. Anyone who could sit in the young master's seat must possess extraordinary qualities. He's not as simple as he appears. We needn't worry. If something happened to him upon entering the demon's lair, it would only mean his luck ran out. In martial cultivation, talent is one factor, but luck is another. If he dies right after entering, it only proves his luck is poor. If nothing major happens and he encounters a minor mishap, it'll serve as a lesson for him. Hearing Wu Shuji's words, the others present nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed death, each in their own way. The demon lair at night was truly perilous. Even with the Blood River boundary in place, they had to remain vigilant at all times. The demon beasts respected the boundary because, periodically, Long Lindian himself would come to inspect it. The headmaster's apprentice must possess extraordinary abilities. Chapter 172, Faith Collapses. At this moment, Suemo had no idea what those people were thinking. After the Golden Eagle scattered its cargo, its wings flapped, sending a sky-filling cloud of dust tumbling down. Feeling the commotion, Suemo buried the explosives and broke through the space to retreat. You dare come again? Golden Eagle, you dare collaborate with humans? Damn you! At that moment, the ground churned violently as a colossal scorpion emerged, its 10 tails towering like ancient trees. Golden Eagle's gaze flickered upon hearing this. Don't think I'm the only one collaborating with humans. Those of our kind in the middle ranks have long since lost their former pride. If they can do it, why can't I? The enormous crimson scorpion that emerged flickered with emotion in its eyes. And don't think that just because you've broken through the heavens-will realm, you can bark orders at me. Upon hearing this, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's tail suddenly burst into flames. A massive wave of flame erupted from the sky, surging toward the Golden Eagle. Damn it, no honor in battle. The Golden Eagle soared into the air, narrowly evading the fiery wave. The 10-tailed scorpion had already materialized before him, its 10 tails whipping out to strike at the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle's expression shifted. Its body shrank and it flew straight through the gap between the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's tails. Ha! As if you could ever catch me. Suemo, who had just departed, nearly burst out laughing upon witnessing this scene. He hadn't expected the Golden Eagle to be such a sly bastard. It seemed the Golden Eagle's bloodline was slightly more formidable than that of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Suemo could already see jealousy in the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's eyes. You're asking for it. Boom! Thunderous energy suddenly surged around the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Thousands of meters around were filled with lightning foxes flashing continuously, crackling and popping. Golden light flared around the Golden Eagle as its body sliced through the lightning foxes, its fur already carrying the scent of scorched flesh. The 10-tailed scorpion's assault halted. 10-tailed scorpion, don't you feel wronged? The Golden Eagle halted mid-air, hovering in the sky as it stared down at the dragon scorpion. Poof! Why should I feel wronged? The dragon scorpion's voice buzzed. Suemo, watching from afar, saw surprise flicker in his eyes. So these two beasts still have a connection. Heh, are you truly not resentful? Your status within the clan was no small thing, yet you were ultimately cast out. Those of lesser bloodline than yours ended up surpassing you. Truthfully, you've harbored doubts all along. The dragon scorpion remained silent. Get lost. Dare to offend me again, and I'll kill you. With that, the dragon scorpion turned to leave. Golden Eagle approached the 10-tailed dragon scorpion, coming right up beside him. Aren't you afraid I'll actually kill you and that human who's working with you? Golden Eagle snorted derisively upon hearing this. He wields spatial power. If you can kill him, I'll let you do whatever you want with him. The 10-tailed dragon scorpion remained silent. They can collaborate with humans, why can't we? In this world, might makes right. The rules the beasts once followed have long since been rewritten. They seek to enhance their bloodlines by collaborating with that organization called the Immortality Group. Faith is long lost, yet you foolishly cling to it. Look at your kind, not a single bloodline is of any use. Yet you still delude yourself into thinking you can turn things around with them. And how many of them are spying on you? Suemo watched this scene unfold silently from a distance. Hearing the Golden Eagle's words, surprise flickered across his expression. Indeed, it wasn't just humans, beasts were the same. All were fighting. Fighting for the chance to grow stronger, fighting for bloodlines, fighting for resources, fighting for immortality. Dragon Scorpion, we grew up together. Do you really think I'd deceive you? The 10-tailed dragon scorpion remained silent. He glanced at the Golden Eagle. Had they not known each other, he would have struck long ago. Besides, after all these years, did he truly harbor no resentment? He, 10-tailed dragon scorpion, the son of the clan chief, had been exiled to this godforsaken place. If I offered you a chance to strengthen your bloodline, would you turn it down? Upon hearing this, 10-tailed scorpion's gaze shifted, finally settling on Golden Eagle. He stared at him intently. You may leave. I will not cooperate with you. I have my own principles. Golden Eagle's eyes flickered with emotion. Why cling to such stubbornness? Must you wait until they strip your bloodline before you'll relent? The 10-tailed scorpion took a deep breath upon hearing the Golden Eagle speak. Then, a droplet of blood floated into view, a pale crimson hue. Golden Eagle's pupils contracted at the sight. You. Such a cruel heart. If that's the case, why do you persist? The 10-tailed dragon scorpion shook its head. My father personally performed the removal. Golden Eagle took a step back, his gaze sharp and piercing. How laughable. There is nothing left in the clan worth my attachment. Father is sovereign, I am subject. When the sovereign commands death, the subject must obey. I have 3 days left to live. After the battle just now, I fear I have but half an hour remaining. You won't let your partner come over? After speaking, the 10-tailed dragon scorpion glanced casually at Suemo. Suemo stepped through the air, approaching the two demon beasts. Not old, yet formidable. Mastery of spatial attributes. The 5th-ranked beast will face great peril in the future. I can preserve your life and enhance your bloodline. The reason you don't fight back is because your lifespan is too short. You're unwilling to accept this. Don't you want to challenge it, to fight for it? Suemo stared intently at the 10-tailed scorpion. I know what you're going to say. I won't do it. After all, you killed my kind. My mercy lies in not having killed you. I know what you're thinking. My heart is already dead. Living holds no meaning. Suemo nodded upon hearing this. Before, if I'd seen a demonic human like you, I would have done everything in my power to kill you. Not even the Golden Eagle could have stopped me. But things are different now. After the 10-tailed scorpion spoke, it turned and departed. A putrid stench began to spread from its body. Let's go. We should leave first and come back in a few minutes. Golden Eagle's gaze toward the 10-tailed scorpion was filled with complexity. I really can't figure it out. Golden Eagle took a deep breath, his eyes filled with confusion. His faith has crumbled. Suemo offered a brief explanation before turning to leave. Muttering Sumo's words to himself, the confusion in Golden Eagle's eyes gradually dissipated. He moved swiftly, carrying Suemo away. The man and the eagle found a secluded spot. Only after sensing that powerful aura vanish completely, Suemo finally stood up. Your friend is dead. The hunt has begun. The Golden Eagle nodded. The 10-tailed dragon scorpion was dead, yet its mission remained unfulfilled. In Suemo, it saw hope, a hope it would cling to fiercely. By the time Golden Eagle and Suemo arrived. Damn it! What the hell was that stuff you made me scatter? Golden Eagle watched as the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's eyes turned bloodshot and it began attacking its own kind. Especially those unsightly actions, they were too jarring. Of course, it's beast madness. Chapter 173, Massive Killing Points, Big Payoff. Golden Eagle instinctively took a step back upon hearing Sumo's words. Damn it, you're one dark-hearted bastard. Suemo paid him no mind. Soon, the rumbling sounds echoed continuously. Hunted 100,000 level 3 demon beasts, earned 300,000 kill points. Hunted 130,000 level 2 demonic beasts, earned 268,000 slaughter points. Hunted 300,000 level 1 demonic beasts, earned 367,000 slaying points. The voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Sumo's lips curled upward upon hearing it. Strike! With that, Suemo raised his blade and charged toward the high-level 10-tailed dragon scorpions. Explosives were only effective against lower-tier demon beasts. Beyond the Ascension realm, explosives became largely ineffective. Fortunately, most of the 10-tailed dragon scorpions here were low-level. Sumo's figure flickered. Hundreds of demon beasts plummeted from the sky. Slaying 1,500 level 5 demon beasts, earning 5,740 slay points. Slaughtered 100 level 6 demon beasts, earning 752 slaying points. Upon witnessing Sumo's decisive action, the Golden Eagle hesitated no longer.
This powerhouse, equivalent to the 9th level of the Tao realm, slaughtered these 10-tailed dragon scorpions as easily as drinking water.
3 hours later, both man and eagle lay sprawled on the ground.
So many beasts their hands grew numb from the slaughter. Yet as he lay there, a look of delight touched Sumo's lips. This time, he had amassed a colossal amount of slaughter points.
By the time he emerged from the demon lair, he would undergo a profound transformation. After a brief rest, the man and the eagle rose to their feet. Let's go. Time to visit your old friend. Sumo spoke, and the two entered an underground cavern.
A corpse lay sprawled on the ground. The golden eagle's gaze grew complex upon seeing this scene.
What do you make of this?
Jining heard Sumo's words.
A complete fool. Wasn't he your friend? Sumo retorted. Does someone like that even deserve to be called my friend? Sumo gave him a thumbs up.
It had to be said, Jining was all talk. He summoned the black god, then dismembered the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's corpse, stowing the pieces inside his spatial ring.
Golden Eagle watched silently, saying nothing.
Sumo mused inwardly, grateful he'd obtained a storage ring with 500 cubic meters of space earlier, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to fit all this.
Ha!
At that moment, Sumo glanced up at the ceiling of the cave. His body shifted, appearing above, as the black god's light flashed.
A stone was chipped away by Sumo.
Spotting a small pool of liquid above, Sumo's eyes lit up with delight. Golden Eagle approached, his gaze equally filled with delight.
There really is something valuable here.
Give me 10 drops, and I can break through the heavens realm.
Golden Eagle spoke directly.
Here you go.
Sumo estimated there were about 20 drops inside and gave half to Golden Eagle. This time, the Golden Eagle's eyes held disbelief. He had expected Sumo to refuse, never anticipating such generosity.
Here, take it.
Seeing Golden Eagle still looking dazed, Sumo urged him. Hurry up and leave.
With the 10-tailed dragon scorpion dead, plenty of beasts will be eyeing its carcass.
Golden Eagle snapped out of it and hurriedly led Sumo away.
The moment the man and the eagle departed, numerous demon beasts arrived in pursuit. Seeing the vanished corpse, their eyes burned with fury.
Who did this? Find them. Kill them once we do.
This creature possesses a trace of dragon blood within it.
We absolutely cannot let it escape. If I obtain its corpse, I can advance even further. After the Golden Eagle carried Sumo away, they sensed the demon beast's presence. The man and the eagle hurriedly hid in fear. Several hours later, sensing the surroundings had grown quiet, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the darkness, Sumo's eyes flickered. The Golden Eagle, having regained its senses, noticed Sumo deep in thought and refrained from disturbing him. Ha! I've thought of another brilliant plan. Sumo's loud laugh startled the Golden Eagle. What did you just think of? I won't tell you yet. You'll find out soon enough. Sumo left it at that.
Even he himself wasn't sure if this plan would succeed.
Golden Eagle's gaze flickered. At that moment, Sumo studied the Golden Eagle.
Uncomfortable under Sumo's gaze, the Golden Eagle instinctively took a step back.
Bro, we're different species. Don't do that. Sumo's expression darkened upon hearing this. What are you thinking? I'm just curious, can you beasts really transform into human forms?
Golden Eagle grew even more wary at Sumo's words.
Ha? You want to play something even more twisted?
Get lost, you're a Golden Eagle on the verge of breaking through to the heavens realm. Why are your thoughts so filthy?
Just kidding. Golden Eagle dropped the playful tone. For us demon beasts to break through to the sage realm, we must endure the thunder tribulation. Sumo gaped, eyes wide with disbelief.
To his knowledge, he'd never heard of such a thing.
It's normal not to have heard of it. Even among the demon beast clan, many remain unaware.
Humans don't need to endure the thunder tribulation to break through to the sage saint realm. Though demon beasts are numerous, the sage saint realm acts as a bottleneck that stalls many of them. Within the 5th demon cave, numerous demon beasts at the peak of their heavenly mandate dare not attempt breakthroughs.
It's essentially a death sentence.
Moreover, different bloodlines and constitutions yield different tribulations. For us beasts, producing a single sage-level being is exceedingly difficult.
You humans possess unique advantages in cultivation.
With sufficient talent, one can ascend all the way to the sage saint realm. Take you, for instance.
So it's all fair.
As for your suggestion of transforming into human form to break through to the sage realm, it is possible, but generally, we beasts do not choose this path.
We are natural enemies with humans. To take human form would be an insult to the demon beast bloodline. Sumo nodded.
He had to admit this Golden Eagle knew a great deal. He could often coax bits of information out of him.
Do you know about the demon race? Sumo asked the question that intrigued him most.
The emergence of those demon humans must be the result of collaboration between the human race and the demon race. Hearing Sumo's words, the Golden Eagle turned its head to look at him. To be precise, the demon clan is also a race, but they don't reside in our region. I've heard mentions of them within our clan before. The demon clan also emerged after the revival of spiritual energy, though their exact history remains unknown. They are immensely powerful and have formed an alliance with the Eternal Life Organization. A hint of astonishment flickered in Golden Eagle's eyes as he spoke of this matter. After all, the Immortality Organization was truly formidable. By the way, there's an immortal at your base, right? I don't know who specifically. Suemo nodded, showing no surprise. He had anticipated this long ago, and his masters surely had as well. To establish contact with them, Suemo must first demonstrate tangible achievements. Chapter 174, Awakening Bloodline, Beginning the Transformation. Others might not understand what Suemo was doing outside, but that traitor certainly knew. It seems to be someone on the killing list, though I don't know exactly who. Golden Eagle's gaze grew pensive. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling you this because I appreciate your generosity. I like you as a friend. Don't let those guys fool you. Hurry up and break through. Once you do, I'll take you out for a look around. Golden Eagle froze upon hearing this. Aren't you afraid they'll punish you with their words? Humans seem to have pretty dirty minds. Of course, we beasts are no different. Our thoughts aren't much better either. We appear united on the surface, but our competition is fiercer than yours. Just focus on your seclusion. When you emerge, I'll find a way to enhance your bloodline. Golden Eagle fell completely silent this time, swallowing the item Suemo had given him. Suemo found a cave some distance away from the Golden Eagle. Only after blocking the entrance did he feel at ease. He intended to test something. The power of fire manifested. Simultaneously, the corpse of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion materialized. Suemo began the refinement process. Soon, flesh and blood began to dissolve. After a long time, even the bones started to transform. After several hours of refinement, Sumo's face had grown pale. The flames surrounding him were no longer as intense as before. Yet Sumo's eyes gleamed with delight. A single drop of blood appeared before his eyes, no larger than the nail of his little finger. And as the refinement continued, it kept shrinking. The blood churned and churned, finally turning golden. Now, the nail-sized drop was no larger than a grain of rice. Suemo caught it in the vial and plopped down onto the ground. Though exhausted, Suemo felt it was worth it. While the wood attribute demon core could extend one's lifespan, its effects were limited. Suemo had already realized this. Thus, a wild idea took root in Sumo's mind. To alter the bloodline of humanity. After extracting the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's blood, Suemo had already formed a hypothesis. From its 100-meter-long body, Suemo had only managed to refine a single drop of golden blood. After resting for a moment, Suemo took a deep breath and retrieved a porcelain vial. Gazing at the rice grain-sized droplet of golden liquid inside, Sumo's expression betrayed hesitation. Should he proceed? What consequences would follow? Power reigns supreme. Finally, Suemo steeled his resolve. The golden liquid poured into his mouth. A powerful force surged through his body. Pop, pop. At that moment, Sumo's flesh began to tear apart. Blood gushed out from his body. The excruciating pain nearly sent Suemo into unconsciousness. He hastily poured the refined green liquid into his mouth. The external wounds gradually began to heal. His body kept tearing open, only to mend itself again. He rapidly circulated the Shu Dao Ju. Half an hour later, he sensed the situation within his body stabilizing. Only then did Suemo relax. For a moment, he felt a pang of fear. His physical strength was already formidable, yet he never imagined it would prove utterly fragile before the dragon blood. As time passed, Suemo became like a statue, completely absorbed in his cultivation. In the distance, the Golden Eagle too underwent metamorphosis. Each breakthrough in power spurred an elevation in its bloodline. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Now, Suemo opened his eyes. A faint golden glow flickered beneath his skin. Suemo felt his physical strength multiply several times over. Suemo hurriedly glanced at the system interface. Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Lifespan, 185. Bloodline, 0.1%. Power level, 3rd tier of creation 400,000. Mental technique, shaping Dao formula, 7th tier 03 million. Martial arts, wave layering blade Shin grade, high tier, perfected snow treading Shin grade, high tier, perfected concealment art D grade, high tier, perfected thunderous 1000 breaks D grade, high tier, 01 million remember, 100,000 10,000 swords converge D grade, high tier, 01 million remember, 01000000 earthquake roar high grade earth, 01000000 remember, 100,000 heaven and earth golden wall high grade earth, 01000000 remember, 100,000. Dao intent, blade Dao, 1st tier. Domain, Godslayer domain basic, 150 meters, 01 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, heaven slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void.
Spiritual energy attributes: metal affinity 100, wood affinity 30, 3000 water affinity 28, 2800 fire affinity 100, earth affinity 29, 2900 wind affinity 100, thunder affinity 13, 1300 space affinity 80, 80,000 time affinity 52, 52,000. Kill points: 2,589,746. Sumo's pupils contracted upon seeing the bloodline column. Bloodline activation 0.1%. Could it be that they possessed special bloodlines too? If so, why had he never heard anything about bloodlines in the North District? Bloodlines were only ever mentioned in relation to demonic beasts. Could this be related to achieving 100% attribute affinity? Was this the hidden secret behind achieving 100% attribute affinity? Refining what attribute demon cores allows the creation of items that extend lifespan. Refining a demon beast's flesh allows one to extract its bloodline. Is this akin to the difference between mortal fire and spiritual fire? Could this be the greatest secret behind the eternal life organization's enduring existence? After a moment of reflection, Sumo set aside his thoughts. This matter must remain unspoken even to his master. This matter is far too terrifying. One must never lower their guard. Looking at his kill points, Sumo decided to allocate them all toward attribute affinity this time. As for strength, there was no rush to break through. Sumo had other plans. Within the ring lay the physical form of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. When the time came, he could refine its dragon blood. Each time he utilized it, his physical strength would surge rapidly. Once the physical strength reached its peak, he would then push for a breakthrough. This approach would undoubtedly yield far greater power than a direct breakthrough. Moreover, Sumo intended to test something. With the disappearance of the 1,890,000 slaughter value, his affinity for spatial attributes instantly surged to 100. Closing his eyes, Sumo shifted his body and instantly materialized 100 meters away. Observing the teleportation distance, Sumo's eyes gleamed with immense delight. This wasn't even Sumo's limit. Each time he pushed his limits, he could reach roughly 300 meters. Of course, a significant portion of this was due to his enhanced physique, which offered greater resistance against spatial barriers. Now, with his affinity for the golden fire wind space reaching 100%, this marked a tremendous leap forward for Sumo. Boom! Just as Sumo was marveling at this, the cave beside him erupted. A majestic golden eagle emerged, its entire body gleaming like solid gold. Its mere appearance caused the dark sky to burst with golden light. Its head held high, its entire being radiated the aura of a heaven's mandate realm cultivator. It looked down upon Sumo with supreme disdain. Sumo's face darkened. Damn it, stop showing off and run. After speaking, Sumo shattered the space and vanished in a hurry. Sensing the commotion in the distance, the golden eagle's imposing aura retracted, and the golden light vanished rapidly. A closer look revealed panic still lingering in its eyes. Damn it, I should have known better than to show off. Chapter 175, Under Siege, the Thunder Rhino appears. After uttering this, the golden eagle glanced back before hastily soaring forward. Only to find a horde of demon beasts chasing after him. Damn it, why aren't they chasing Sumo? Why are they after me? The joy of just breaking through to the heavens will realm instantly faded considerably. After all, for heavens will level demon beasts were hot on his heels, and they were even higher ranked than him. Fortunately, his bloodline had strengthened considerably, granting him ever-increasing speed. Only a flickering golden light remained visible. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. After breaking through the spatial barrier, Sumo went into hiding. He turned around and got the shock of his life face to face with the skeleton. Holy crap! Sumo leaped back, feeling as though his heart would leap from his chest. This place was truly terrifying. Earlier, when he shattered the space and saw a cave here, Sumo had hurriedly hidden inside. His initial focus had been entirely on the heavens will realm demon beast. Who would have thought about what lay behind him? Sumo took a moment to steady his frightened heart. The moment these skeletal remains touched Sumo, they instantly crumbled into dust. Sumo paid them no mind. This cave was well hidden. Who would have thought skeletal remains could be concealed within? Sumo walked deeper inside. Unlike other caves, this one wasn't damp, it was surprisingly dry. As she ventured deeper, dense layers of spiderwebs crisscrossed the space, making it feel like entering a spider's lair. Along the way, Sumo spotted several more sets of bones. He stopped before one set of remains, examined the items adorning the skeleton, and shook his head. This is nothing but a scam. Sumo shook his head and moved on. Reaching the end, there was no path ahead. Over a dozen skeletal remains along the way. They couldn't have died here for no reason. Moreover, some of the skeletons remained intact, clearly having been powerful warriors in life. Sumo tapped on the wall. He found it solid throughout. He shook his head, about to leave. His footsteps halted abruptly. All these skeletal remains faced the same direction. Something felt off. There were only two possibilities. The first was that they were watching the cave entrance to prevent enemies from entering. The other possibility was that they were anxious about something. Suemo leaned toward the second possibility. After all, the demon lair held many opportunities.
The sudden appearance of several skeletal remains, inexplicably lying here, would make anyone suspicious.
Moreover, these individuals wore spatial rings on their hands. Corroded by time, the rings were now useless. Touching them would reduce them to dust. Suemo crouched low as he approached the cave entrance once more.
From here, he could see the endless mountain peaks stretching ahead.
Nothing seemed particularly unusual, though the aura of demonic beasts lingered in the air.
Occasional demon beast roars echoed from time to time.
Could his guess have been wrong?
Suemo remained hidden inside, assuming the demon beasts were after the corpse of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion.
Once the golden eagle had drawn all the enemies away,
he made his appearance. Facing a demon beast at the Heavenswell realm, Suemo had no choice but to flee.
As night deepened, Suemo felt not a trace of drowsiness.
For he could see the golden eagle battling other demon beasts in the distance. The golden eagle was swift, but those demon beasts were no slouches either. For Heavenswell-level beasts were giving the golden eagle a hard time.
Suemo shook his head. Look what happens when you show off.
Breaking through to the Heavenswell realm doesn't make you so great after all. Hand over the corpse, and we'll spare your life.
A black mammoth spoke, its massive body resembling a mountain peak. 2 sharp tusks gleamed like cold iron.
Its fur stood on end like steel needles. And there was a massive, bright yellow centipede.
Its colossal body stretched across the sky like a canopy. Its gaze fixed intently upon the golden eagle.
Then there was a snail, its shell resembling a fortress. Another creature, entirely golden with horns piercing the heavens, was none other than the golden heavenly ox. It was the mightiest among the 4 demon beasts. It was also the beast the golden eagle feared most. This creature, like the eagle itself, possessed a metallic nature, rendering its attacks exceptionally devastating. The golden eagle was confident it could outpace the other 3 demon beasts. But this golden ox alone caused him unbearable suffering. Its entire body was as impenetrable as a fortress of bronze and iron. The golden eagle wished Suemo were nearby. He could activate a spatial freeze and coordinate an attack. But that ungrateful bastard had vanished into thin air. If only he hadn't tried to show off in front of Suemo. I didn't see his body, I swear. Besides, we grew up together. The speaker meant no harm, but the listeners took notice. The 4 demon beasts exchanged glances. Earlier, Golden Eagle had mentioned growing up alongside the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Their mission was to guard the 10-tailed dragon scorpion. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, it was already dead? Recalling their leader's arrangements, they too began to worry. Judging by your fury, you must be serving other demon beasts. You should know of the Golden Eagle clan. Golden Eagle took a deep breath, his expression haughty. Simultaneously, his aura surged, and the overwhelming power of his bloodline sent shockwaves through the 4 demon beasts, their eyes widening in terror. Bloodlines cannot be faked. The Golden Eagle's status within the 5th demon cave was no trivial matter. You may inquire internally to verify my status. I have come here seeking him as well. Seeing the 4 beasts begin to believe him, the Golden Eagle thought to himself, I really am clever. Is that so? Why haven't I heard of you? Lightning foxes streaked across the sky. Then, a rhinoceros entirely enveloped in thunder appeared. The moment Golden Eagle heard the thunder rhino speak, a bad feeling settled in his heart. Golden Eagle, long time no see. You've got some nerve, killing my subordinate Black Wolf. If you join me, I'll ensure your safety. As the thunder rhino approached, the 4 demon beasts flashed wariness in their eyes. Even bound together, they were no match for the thunder rhino. This creature had once stood toe-to-toe with the flame dragon turtle. Only after the flame dragon turtle vanished did he emerge before the demon beasts. Speaking of the flame dragon turtle, they suddenly recalled that the beast seemed to have a subordinate named Golden Eagle. Damn, they almost fell for it. I never expected you to be so obsessed with me. Care to consider my terms? Otherwise, I'll avenge Black Wolf myself. The thunder rhino stared at the Golden Eagle, its massive blood-red eyes gleaming with greed. The Golden Eagle's bloodline was no ordinary thing. He'd had his eye on this creature from the start. Having cultivated to this level, his own bloodline remained weak. Thus, he secretly hunted for demon beasts possessing powerful bloodlines. He planned to devour them while they were still weak. That's precisely why the flame dragon turtle had looked down on him before, because it despised his bloodline. Within the Golden Eagle flowed the bloodline of the legendary golden-winged great eagle. Get lost. The thunder rhino glared at the golden heavenly beetle and the others, barking the command. The 4 demon beasts fled in panic. Even though their eyes burned with resentment, there was nothing they could do. Thunder surged around Leishi, forming a massive magnetic field that encircled the Golden Eagle. Even if you break through to the 8th rank, you're no match for me. I came from within precisely to capture you. This time, I'll see you. Chapter 176, Bloodline Ascension, Thunder Rhino breaks through. Before Leishi could finish speaking, the Golden Eagle vanished. The thunder rhino snapped to attention as a figure in the distance tore through space, vanishing alongside the Golden Eagle. Damned humans! Find him! Thunder Rhino roared in fury.
Thunder erupted across the sky. Golden Eagle watched Sumo come to rescue him. My dear friend, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew you still cherished me. Shut up. I love your big head. I worked so hard to cultivate you to the heavens will realm. If you die, I'll be the one who loses big. The Golden Eagle's body shifted, transforming into a bird no larger than a palm. Sumo froze in surprise. Your bloodline evolved again? I owe you a debt of gratitude. If not for that tiny boost you gave me, this breakthrough wouldn't have gone so smoothly. That Thunder Rhino couldn't break through to the 7th layer of Heaven's mandate all these years precisely because its bloodline was weak. If its bloodline had been enhanced, it would have reached the peak of Heaven's mandate long ago. Within the clan, the Thunder Rhino wouldn't dare act so high and mighty. But I've observed his aura nearing the 7th layer of Heaven's mandate. I suspect he must have absorbed other demon beasts with special bloodlines. Sumo nodded. A few minutes later, Sumo came to a halt, drenched in sweat. Traveling through space with the Golden Eagle was incredibly taxing. Rest quickly. That Thunder Rhino shouldn't be able to track us for now. The Golden Eagle nodded upon hearing this. What do you think would happen if a single drop of pure, special bloodline appeared? How would those demon beasts react? Golden Eagle's pupils contracted at Sumo's words. It depends on what bloodline. In our demon beast lore, the 5 primordial ancestors, True Dragon, True Phoenix, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Qilin. I don't know the exact source of this information. It's just what our clan has always said. I suspect even they don't know. All other demon beasts rank below them. Creatures like the golden-winged Great Pang and the 9-tailed fox come after. But what's said isn't necessarily true. There was also a traditional belief that our bloodlines could be enhanced more accurately. It was called reverting to ancestral traits. But powerful beasts dismissed it as pure fantasy, so the term reverting to ancestral traits was abandoned. Sumo remained silent. He believed the term reversion to ancestral traits was the most accurate. Because his bloodline had already awakened 1%. Sumo didn't know the nature of his bloodline or what it was called. Regardless, that 1% awakening had already granted his physical strength a qualitative leap. Who knew what kind of power ancestral blood might awaken? Partly due to the stimulation of dragon blood, and partly possibly related to his blood energy levels. Sumo's blood energy levels had always surpassed others during previous breakthroughs. Oh, you still haven't mentioned anything about bloodlines? Dragon blood. Hearing Sumo's words, Golden Eagle's pupils contracted. Even dragon blood, if it's not pure enough, will cause many beasts within to emerge and fight over it. You're not a demon beast. You don't understand what bloodline means to them. To put it simply, it's like when your wife gives birth. Whether it's your biological son matters more than anything. Sumo was speechless. If you can't give a good example, you don't have to say anything. Let's go. Find a secluded spot. Golden Eagle's gaze was piercingly sharp. Before long, he led Sumo to a peculiar location. Keep your eyes peeled. This concerns the future of our entire endeavor. At these words, Golden Eagle's spirit lifted. Meanwhile, Sumo produced another porcelain bottle. This is for you. It was extracted from the metal-attributed demon core. Golden Eagle's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing it. Once I break through to sagehood and transform into a woman, I'll make you happy. Get lost. Sumo shot him a look of disgust. With that, he turned and walked into the cave. Golden Eagle watched Sumo's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. Sumo took out a large chunk of the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's flesh and began refining it. Several hours later, a single drop of golden liquid, no larger than a grain of rice, appeared. Sumo continued the refinement. 2 days passed. The Golden Eagle could only sense the scorching heat within the cave. He had no idea what Sumo was up to. Sumo completed the refinement of the 5 10-tailed dragon scorpion bodies. Seeing only a nail-sized drop of golden blood in the vial, his expression held a hint of delight. He poured out a tiny drop. Sumo refined other demon cores, extracting their essences to add to the mixture. The diluted blood still glowed with a golden hue. Hesitating briefly, Sumo took out a pill and placed it inside. It dissolved shortly after. The liquid in the bottle was also golden. A smile touched Sumo's lips. Not bad, not bad. Now he could proceed with the setup. But this time was extremely dangerous. Gritting his teeth, Sumo poured all the golden dragon blood from the bottle into his mouth. Drawing on his previous experience, Sumo had already prepared a piece of dried meat, clamping his teeth down on it tightly. Soon, a tearing sensation erupted within his body. Pain sent Sumo crashing against the wall. His body twisted in agony, and within the blink of an eye, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His fingernails dug into his flesh, tearing open muscles that spurted blood, quickly staining Sumo crimson. After nearly half an hour, Sumo lay on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The intense agony and sheer willpower had numbed him. With great effort, he raised his arm and, gritting his teeth against the agony, opened the porcelain bottle. The last drop of green liquid poured into his mouth.
Like a parched riverbed receiving rainwater, or a fish gasping for air on dry land finally touching water again. The life force was rapidly absorbed. Sumo opened the system interface. Name, Sumo. Age, 19. Lifespan, 185. Bloodline regression, 1%. Power, 3rd tier of creation 0-400,000. Mental technique, shaping Dao formula, 7th tier 0-3 million. Martial arts, wave layering blade Shin grade, highest tier, perfected snow treading Shin grade, highest tier, perfected concealment art D grade, highest tier, perfected thunderous 1000 breaks D grade, highest tier, 0-1 million remember, 0-100,000 10,000 swords converge D grade, highest tier, 0-1 million remember, 0-100,000 earthquake roar high grade earth, 0-100,000 remember, 0-100,000 heaven and earth golden wall high grade earth, 0-100,000 remember, 0-100,000. Dao intent, blade Dao, 1st tier. Domain, Godslayer domain basic, 150 meters, 0-1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, heaven slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, gold affinity, 100 fire affinity, 100 space affinity, 100 wind affinity, 100 wood affinity, 30, 0-3000 water affinity, 28, 0-2800 earth affinity, 29, 0-2900 thunder affinity, 13, 0-1300 time affinity, 52, 0-52,000. Kill points, 699,746. Upon seeing the 1% bloodline regression, Sumo's lips curled upward. Chapter 177, Northern District in Chaos, an unprecedented enemy. However, achieving bloodline regression remained a long and arduous journey. Even the wood attribute demon core he had refined, Sumo suspected, was a fluke likely due to his unique bloodline. Sumo extracted golden essence from the 10-tailed dragon scorpion's demon core, wasting nearly all of it to obtain just a trace. Whether it could enhance his bloodline remained unknown. After tidying up, Sumo headed outside. Golden Eagle's gaze sharpened upon seeing Sumo emerge. "What's wrong?" Sumo asked curiously, noticing the Golden Eagle's peculiar gaze. "What changes?" Sumo didn't feel like he'd changed much. "Just take a piss and look at yourself in the light. In your human terms, you've become more handsome." In the Golden Eagle's eyes, Sumo's features now appeared more sharply defined. His sword-like eyebrows seemed to pierce the heavens. His nose was high and straight, his face chiseled like stone. His entire being radiated a heroic aura. Sumo paid it no mind. How much more could he possibly change? If we're talking about your old self, you were a total country bumpkin. Now you're practically royalty. Cut the nonsense. Get down to business. Oh, and try testing your bloodline power, see if it's strengthened? Golden Eagle hesitated no longer, tipping the contents of the porcelain vial into his mouth. He swallowed it down. Bring it on. Let the storm rage even fiercer. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. Damn it, you scoundrel. You have no conscience. You make yourself look better and then start pulling this on me? Guess you can't trust anyone who's good looking. Hearing Golden Eagle's complaints, Sumo rubbed his chin. Just as he'd suspected, not everything refined from demon cores could enhance bloodlines. It seemed all previous successes had been mere accidents. But demon beasts with special bloodlines were far too rare. Even if one possessed such bloodlines, the extracted essence might not be usable. Moreover, there was another restriction: the extraction required a fire affinity rating of 100 to be effective. This must be the difference between ordinary fire and spiritual fire. Sumo, you big liar. You even deceive demon beasts. You truly have no conscience. Do you think it's easy for me? Helping you kill your own kind, and this is how you treat me? Pat your chest. Where exactly have I wronged you? Sumo's face darkened further. Shut up. You're as nagging as a woman. Golden Eagle looked at Sumo with a hurt expression. I've enhanced your bloodline and helped you break through to the Heavenswell realm. What more do you want? Besides, after your breakthrough, the upper limit of your bloodline has risen. That's why these things are useless to you now. Golden Eagle fell silent upon hearing Sumo's words. That might actually be the case. After speaking, the Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder, silent. Let's go. It's time to execute our plan. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Sumo's sinister chuckle, Golden Eagle shuddered. This kid really is a menace. The men stationed in the northern courtyard were now dumbfounded. Seeing Sumo's name on the rankings. Whoa, what did that guy do? In just a few days, he's already climbed to 15th on the demon beast slaying rankings. Li Tianxi stared at the token in his hand. These were all forged by Long Lintian. There was no way they could be forged. I find it hard to believe too. In less than a week, he's killed more beasts than we have in years? Many who had been surpassed by Sumo voiced their skepticism. They couldn't help but doubt it. To them, it sounded like an absolute fairy tale. Each of them had spent years here, hunting demon beasts almost every single day. Yet Sumo had surpassed their 4 or 5 years of effort in less than a week. Seeing Sumo's name nearly shattered their resolve. Li Tianxi stared at the token in his hand.
It couldn't be fake. That guy could eliminate most traitors with just a few schemes. Had he really come to the demon's lair just to hide for a few days after messing up outside? He now harbored doubts about the authenticity of the entire affair. Glancing at his points balance, Li Tianxi decided to redeem an exit opportunity. They chose to hunt demon beasts, earning points to obtain corresponding rewards. In return, the Northern Academy would protect their families. That was the condition. After 5 years inside, it was time to see the outside world. Redeeming a chance to leave required 1 million points. Over the years, they had exchanged points for cultivation techniques, elixirs, and martial arts skills, leaving them with very little remaining. He wanted to venture out and see for himself what kind of person Suemo truly was. Li Tianxi believed spending 1 million points to understand Suemo was well worth it. Of course, he kept this thought to himself. When will that Suemo return? I'll be damned if I don't see for myself if he's really that capable. Some of those who had been surpassed were unwilling to accept it, suspecting Suemo of cheating. Shangwan Huoqing approached Li Tianxi. Do you think it's real or fake? Li Tianxi looked at Shangwan Huoqing. What? Starting to take an interest in him? I'm talking business here. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. The North District was built up by the Dean alone. How could the person he chose be anything but exceptional? In fact, I now believe he could surpass the Dean himself. Shangwan Huoqing's eyes widened at Li Tianxi's words. Impossible. There are countless prodigies in the North Campus, yet not a single one has ever dared claim they could surpass the Dean. Just wait and see. I reckon by the time Suemo returns, he'll likely crack the top 10 on the killing rankings. The question is, who among us will get pushed out? Besides, we haven't even found his whereabouts these past few days. The Dean allowed him to enter alone. That alone proves he possesses extraordinary talent. I actually hope he surpasses Dean Long and leads us out of the North District. Li Tianxi gazed at the Crimson River in the distance, lost in thought. Outside the demon's lair, chaos reigned. If one word could describe the situation, utter mayhem would be most fitting. First, numerous people had suddenly died. Then, numerous structures were abruptly destroyed. By the time the North Campus and the 5 major academies realized what was happening, it was already too late. Subsequent investigations revealed that those were research institutes, and the deceased were hidden traitors. 3 waves of traitors had already been exposed, yet it was unforeseen that some remained deeply concealed. At that moment in the North Campus, Long Lindian massaged his temples, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The vast conference room was packed to capacity. Present were the Dean and Vice Dean of the North Campus, the Deans and Vice Deans of the 5 major institutions, and the Presidents and Vice Presidents of the 2 major guilds. I trust everyone is aware of the situation. What are your thoughts on the recent rumors? The higher the blood energy value, the greater the affinity for awakening attributes, and the more diverse the types will be. Demon cores can be refined into pills to enhance blood energy. After Long Lindian finished speaking, silence fell over the conference room. Zhou Tianxian stood up. According to statistics, over 10,000 martial artists have suddenly registered in the Northern District recently. Across all cities, over 30,000 ordinary citizens have died suddenly. Even martial artists across all cultivation realms have suffered cumulative losses exceeding 500. Chapter 178, Long Lindian's Disappointment, Recklessness. After Zhou Tianxian finished speaking, the conference room fell silent once more. Lei Bao surveyed the assembled figures. This time, the Northern District faces an unprecedented enemy. Previous traitors in the Northern District relied on demon beasts, human demons, and planted spies to cause trouble. This time is different. In less than a week, the Northern District has suddenly suffered numerous deaths. Prominent entrepreneurs, CEOs of various companies, even city lords, and many martial artists. Many have perished among our own ranks. This is something we all know. Those who died were traitors. Their loss means nothing to us. In fact, it's cause for celebration. But this enemy is exceptionally powerful, aiming to dismantle us from within. Refining demon cores is far too violent. Without immense blood energy and strength to sustain it, one easily explodes from the strain or loses their sanity. We've kept this secret until now, but they've used this tactic against the Northern District. Even with our explicit ban, it's become nearly impossible to contain. After all, the data has already been exposed by the enemy. Within mere days, many have become martial artists. People's hearts are restless, and desire is hard to control. This is our greatest challenge at present. Everyone, please share any viable solutions. After Vice Dean Lei finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. They had been brainstorming solutions, but many ideas proved extremely difficult to implement. Moreover, they had no idea where the enemy was hiding. Who could have imagined that within just a few days, the North District would undergo such earth-shattering changes? Let's issue a statement first. Even if some people won't believe it, we have no choice but to do our utmost. Besides, every individual dreams of becoming a martial artist. Faced with such temptation, it's hard for them to resist. Many, in their quest to become martial artists, no longer care if they harm others. In our investigations, we've even found martial artists who consumed pills, lost their reason, and killed their own family members.
As Zhou Tianxian spoke these words, his tone carried a complex mix of anger and frustration.
Long Lintian surveyed the group.
First, we must trace the origin of these pills. Whoever attempted to refine demon cores into pills possesses considerable power. At the very least, they command two elements, fire and wood. Second, they require vast quantities of demon cores. Have your guild investigate who has purchased large batches of them. They might also make purchases in batches, buying dozens at a time.
All such transactions must be scrutinized.
Proceed with these arrangements for now.
Additionally, I will issue a public declaration. If they refuse to heed warnings, strike. Destroy every city wall. Upon hearing Long Lintian's orders, everyone was startled. The establishment of the Northern District was meant to protect them. Now that they've courted their own demise, why should we stand in their way? Long Lintian spoke and then departed.
Those in the conference room exchanged glances. If they truly followed this plan, all their years of effort would be destroyed in an instant. Their gazes then turned simultaneously toward Lei Bao. Lei Bao, now also at the Sage Realm, was another pillar of the Northern District. Having Lei Bao step in to persuade Long Lintian might yield better results. I actually think the Dean's suggestion is sound. We've worked so hard to protect them, yet they're courting their own destruction. We can't stop them. With so many people in the North District, any clear-eyed observer can see this is a move to destroy us. Yet some still refuse to heed the warning. The North District has weathered centuries of trials. Our ancestors sacrificed themselves generation after generation, all to safeguard its peace. Yet now, any enemy scheme makes the North District as fragile as paper. We cannot shield them forever. After speaking, Lei Bao turned and left. Those left in the room exchanged glances, then sighed helplessly. They were powerless. May more people stop being little darlings. Long Lintian had just started his livestream. Millions flooded in instantly, and within moments, the viewership had surged past 100 million. The claim that demon cores can enhance vital energy and transform one into a martial artist is an enemy conspiracy. Long Lintian cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat exploded with messages. I believe Dean Long's words. Dean Long, someone close to me took a pill made from a demon core and became a martial artist without any issues. I've seen a few cases too. The only difference is their temper flared up. They used to be pretty calm and polite to everyone, but now they're like a powder keg. I know martial artists like that too. But becoming a martial artist and having a fiercer temper, it's normal. Those pills aren't available on the market. You need special connections. If any of you know where to get them, I'm willing to pay a hefty price. Didn't you hear Dean Long say it's the enemy scheme? They'd be crazy not to know. Everyone knows. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Becoming a martial artist means we don't have to live like second-class citizens anymore. Dean Long, why are you reluctant to let so many martial artists emerge in the North District? Isn't it detrimental to its stability? Fewer martial artists means fewer constraints, but too many will disrupt the order. Damn it, you idiot upstairs, how dare you question Dean Long? I'm just curious. Dean Long must know demon cores can be used to refine pills. Why didn't he mention it before? Can't I even ask? We want to know too. Word is over 10,000 martial artists have appeared in the North District in just days. Shouldn't we be thrilled the district will only grow more glorious? I think having more martial artists and other developments is fine. After weathering so many years of trials, the North District has come this far. Now we have a golden age right before us. Long Lintian sat in his office, silently watching the comments stream. Both openly and covertly, they extolled the benefits of the elixir. Yet not a single soul had mentioned its drawbacks. Disappointment. Endless disappointment. This was the Northern District he had protected. For all these years, he had shielded it. Each time crisis struck, he faced it fearlessly, single-handedly keeping watch over the 5 great demon caverns. He had worked diligently all these years, never daring to slack off. Had he not experimented with, not tried, the elixirs refined from demon cores? After ingestion, they risked exploding from within, and their temperaments underwent drastic changes. All these years, they've been trying to find a way to change it, but they haven't found a solution yet. Just as Long Lintian's mind wandered. Brothers, I've become a martial artist. From now on, I'm above the rest. Brother upstairs, congratulations on becoming a martial artist. But I've become one too. It feels like a dream. Where did you get your pills? We've asked around everywhere and can't find them. Ha, I found mine on the road. The martial artist laughed it off, not about to share this news with others. Another martial artist meant another competitor for them. Chapter 179, Everyone's Thoughts. Bro, do you think he'll spill? Every new martial artist means another competitor. The more martial artists there are, the less valuable they become. I think you make a good point. If martial artists become too common, they lose their value. Their social standing and worth just won't be as high. Hey, you two upstairs, take a look at what you're saying. I didn't say anything. I was just talking about the martial artist who claimed to have found the elixir earlier. Exactly. We haven't said anything either. Don't treat everyone like naive little kids.
I won't spell out who you're taking a dig at. They've protected the North District for years, if not for their contributions, then at least for their sacrifices. Without them, do you think you'd still be alive today? We never said that. I think having more martial artists is great. We can protect the North District together, and our lives won't be entirely in their hands. Honestly, even as a commoner, I think having more martial artists around is great. We wouldn't feel so helpless facing demon beasts attacking the city. What the hell do you know? This isn't about beasts anymore. The enemy's already infiltrated our ranks, causing chaos. What the hell are you lot doing? The Dean has protected the North District for so many years, and you ungrateful bastards are acting like this. You all think becoming martial artists is so great, but have you seen the downside of those pills? How many lost their minds and even killed their own kin? And how many exploded from overdose? You never mention that. You all think becoming martial artists is just good luck. If you were truly lucky, would you still be ordinary people now? If your luck was bad before and now it's turned around, why can't that be the case? Many entrepreneurs only rose to prominence in their 40s or 50s after struggling in poverty. I don't know about others, but I took it and became a martial artist without any drawbacks. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here commenting. I've got nothing else to say. Long Lintian watched silently, perhaps feeling more disappointment than anything else. This livestream was meant to share these truths with everyone. The drawbacks are already known. That concludes today's broadcast. After closing the stream, Long Lintian sighed. Shortly after, Lei Bao approached, observing Long Lintian massaging his temples. Dean, you saw the situation yourself. Long Lintian nodded. Gather materials to build a massive city where heroes' families can reside provided they haven't taken that pill or never ingested it. Those who took it without immediate issues simply haven't shown symptoms yet. That's all we can do for now. Lei Bao watched as Long Lintian's white hair had grown noticeably thicker and he felt a pang of unease. Having grown up together, he understood Long Lintian well. Old dragon, we should start thinking about ourselves too. Back then, we were driven by pure passion, vowing to protect the North District's safety. All these years, you've secretly suppressed the 5 great demon caves alone, with no one to share the burden. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared, and now we're back to this. Some people just can't be awakened. Long Lintian leaned back against the chair. Old Lei, you go back first. Let me think about this enemy. Lei Bao nodded. He knew Long Lintian was still holding on. Though they spoke of giving up, weren't they still holding on? Having endured all these years, perhaps protecting the North District had become their mission. Born for the North District, die for the North District. They were martial artists, even at the Sage Realm ultimate masters wherever they stood. Sometimes they even thought they were foolish. Yet perhaps it is this very foolishness, this very persistence, that has carried them this far. The North District is not at peace. And now, the Demon's Lair number 5 is equally unsettled. Suemo and Golden Eagle were collaborating on a major undertaking. At this moment, Suemo led Golden Eagle to the place where he had once hidden the cave containing the skeletal remains. The cave's primary advantage was its concealment. It was unlikely to arouse suspicion. Golden Eagle surveyed the surroundings. I never thought you'd find such a hidden gem, but it's kinda creepy in here, scares the hell out of me. Suemo was speechless. You're at the Heavenswell realm, yet you're still scared of this stuff? Reaching the deepest recess, Suemo retrieved an ancient bottle, its surface cracked yet still holding its liquid. He uncorked the bottle and dripped a single drop of the liquid inside. The Golden Eagle was startled by the power contained within the bottle. Seriously? Using something this powerful for a trap? You must be out of your mind. Suemo ignored the remark, setting everything up before finally letting out a sigh of relief. You don't know. We'll get our hands on more of this stuff later. Right now, this is our biggest opportunity. Let's get out of here fast. This place will turn into a battlefield any minute. Once the scent activates, we'll be marked for endless pursuit. Golden Eagle's pupils contracted at Sumo's words. After Suemo and Golden Eagle departed, they continuously shattered space. Who knew what powerful demon beasts might be drawn to the area? Half an hour later, the fragrance finally began to emanate. Soon, the scent spread relentlessly, detectable even from thousands of meters away. And it kept spreading outward. Damn, what did you use to refine this? The fragrance is incredibly potent. Fragrance beasts. Hearing Sumo's words, Golden Eagle was speechless. That released fragrance was indeed powerful. Suemo must have put in considerable effort to extract it. A single drop could produce such an effect. Beasts were highly sensitive to scents, and such an intense fragrance stirred many of them into action. Numerous level 4 and level 5 beasts appeared first, gathering around the mountain peak. The scent filled the air, and many beasts' eyes gleamed with greed. The beasts that had previously surrounded and attacked Golden Eagle now gleamed with excitement upon catching this scent. Within this fragrance, they detected an intense aura. Thunder Rhino and his followers continued searching for traces of Suemo and the Golden Eagle. Upon catching this scent, their expressions shifted. Follow me. As the words fell, the 6 creation realm beasts by his side followed Leishi, soaring toward the source of the fragrance. At that moment, Lei Shi's eyes gleamed with a mix of madness and delight. He could sense the potent aura radiating from the fragrance. As the scent spread, hordes of demon beasts converged. Suemo and the Golden Eagle watched the approaching beasts. Even the Golden Eagle felt a chill run down his spine. Over 100 creation realm beasts had appeared, and dozens of heavens will realm beasts were among them. Suemo, this seems to have gotten a bit out of hand. If we'd encountered powerful beasts earlier, they'd likely have avoided us. But this time, with the chance to strengthen their bloodlines, many beasts will band together and attack each other. I have to say, you're a ruthless one, kid. Suemo remained silent. With so many beasts attacking, a great demon beast war was imminent. But if any supremely powerful beasts were present, they likely wouldn't engage. Chapter 180, 4 Heavens will 6th-tier demonic beasts, mysterious voice. At this moment, numerous demon beasts had already gathered around the mountain peak. Yet those destined level beasts were determined to claim these treasures at all costs. Especially the Thunder Rhino, having secretly captured so many beasts with special bloodlines, he was now just a step away from activating them. Once that happened, his limits would be raised. Without special bloodlines, advancing one's strength to a certain level proved exceedingly difficult. Their genetic makeup had already determined the limits of their potential. After Lei Shi arrived, he watched the Golden Giant Serpent and the Azure Serpent Ox appear in the sky, his expression tinged with apprehension. Similarly, the other 2 demon beasts regarded Lei Shi with equally wary gazes. All 3 beasts possessed the 6th tier of Heaven's mandate, having failed to advance beyond the 7th step. Each had attempted breakthroughs at some point, all ending in failure. They were also the most desperate for the power of bloodline. As the 3 demon beasts eyed each other warily, the surrounding temperature rapidly rose. From afar, only a ball of flame could be seen hurtling toward them. When it came to a halt, the flames dispersed. A lion engulfed in flames hovered in the sky. Seeing the flaming lion approach, the expressions of the 3 beasts present shifted. The flaming lion regarded the 3 creatures, its gaze equally wary. Among these 4 demon beasts, the flaming lion was arguably the most powerful, though its strength had its limits. The 4 demon beasts stood towering in the sky. The overwhelming aura they radiated made any demon beast below the Heavens will realm dare not even breathe. Even the 3 Heavens will realm demon beasts that had earlier surrounded the Golden Eagle now landed on the ground. These 4 beasts could easily slaughter them. Better to keep a low profile. The Golden Eagle, hiding in the distance, watched the scene unfold, its gaze filled with shock. Thunder Rhino, Azure Serpent Ox, Golden Giant Serpent, Flame Lion, all 4 of them have actually come. You know all 4 of them? Golden Eagle nodded. Within our ranks, they were once veteran powerhouses, but later, many demon beasts surpassed them. Gradually, even many beasts with special bloodlines began to disregard these 4. It's common knowledge within the ranks that 4 demon beasts have been unable to break through the 7th layer of Heaven's mandate. These 4. When the flame dragon turtle was weak, they didn't even acknowledge it. But after its bloodline awakened, its power surged rapidly. Before long, it could rival all 4 of them. At one point, its power even subtly surpassed theirs. The 4 of them joined forces to confront the flame dragon turtle once. But that battle was halted by a powerful demon beast within the organization. After that, the flame dragon turtle vanished. Everyone speculated it was taken by those demon beasts for cultivation in the demon heart. Back then, I suspected it was unlikely to survive. How is the territory of your demon cave number 5 divided? Suemo asked curiously. Consider the demon heart location as the central zone. The ruler of Demon Cave number 5 resides there, and the other demon beasts living there are at least at the 7th level of Heaven's mandate. Then there's the inner zone, not far from the demon heart. That's where the 4th to 7th tier Heavens will beasts live like these 4 fellows. Then comes the outer perimeter, where beasts of the 1st to 3rd Heaven's mandate tiers dwell. Beyond the outer zone lies the domain of other beasts, with the strongest reaching the 9th tier of Heaven's mandate. For the beasts in the outer, inner, and demon heart zones, they're not considered high enough caliber to warrant their own designated names. Beasts with special bloodlines, if discovered, might be brought inside. But those with special bloodlines are easily treated as food. It's no exaggeration to describe it as big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. I even suspect the flame dragon turtle snuck out on its own. Some beast likely wanted its life. With its growing strength, it could have ruled with impunity in Demon Cave 5. I truly wonder why it ventured outside. These 4 beasts are considered the rulers within the lair, but there are others inside with special bloodlines whose power rivals theirs. For years, many demon beasts haven't touched these 4 precisely because they lack that special bloodline. Once their bloodlines awaken, things might not stay so peaceful. You've broken through to the 7th tier and entered the inner sanctum. You too desire your own territory. With such a large piece of the pie, suddenly having another competitor, well, you can imagine the consequences. Golden Eagle shook his head, sharing everything he knew and suspected. Suemo nodded, saying nothing more. It must be said that the beasts within the demon's lair were much like humans. If the beasts here were to escape, they'd be far more formidable than those roaming outside.
But many beasts, even the powerful ones, prefer to roam freely outside. Outside, they roam freely, unbound and without competition. A seemingly insignificant cave might suddenly produce a formidable demon beast. Such occurrences have happened before.
It's begun.
Seeing all four beasts move, Golden Eagle fell silent, fixing his gaze on the battle ahead.
Fiery red flames erupted from the flame lion's body. The azure ox bore azure flames upon its form.
The metallic power erupted from the golden giant serpent's body. The thunder rhino refused to be outdone, thunderclaps reverberating across the sky. The lesser beasts below scattered in panic. If caught in the crossfire of these powerful beings' battle, they would be instantly killed.
Wait. At that moment, the thunder rhino suddenly spoke.
The other three beasts fixed their gaze upon him.
Our battle could easily shatter this mountain peak. The opportunity we seek remains undiscovered within.
If our fight destroys it,
Wouldn't that be a tremendous waste? Besides, we don't even know what this opportunity is. We can only sense a peculiar power. If I'm not mistaken, it's related to bloodlines.
if there's enough, the four of us can share it equally.
But if we keep fighting, we'll both be weakened, and the opportunity might be snatched by other beasts.
After all, there were still many Heavens Will Realm beasts present, the weaker than them.
But once they were wounded, those Heavens Will Realm beasts wouldn't let this opportunity slip.
The other three beasts pondered this.
Agreed. Let's locate the opportunity first. Agreed. I agree too.
Seeing the four beasts refrain from action, the other Heavens Will Level beasts inwardly lamented their missed opportunity. They had hoped these four would clash.
Since it wasn't happening, they wouldn't get their chance either. Many Heavens Will Level beasts dispatched their subordinates.
Go inside and inform my leader. Tell him an opportunity to enhance bloodlines has appeared here. If they couldn't have it, neither would those four beasts.
Such a powerful opportunity, one should get a share too.
Just as the four beasts moved, a voice rang out. A giant ape appeared, its body hunched over and covered in old scars. Its vital energy was low, resembling an old man on the verge of collapse.
Chapter 181, Old 6 Sumo, we need to hurry.
Upon seeing this demon beast appear, the other four all looked at it with surprise.
Celestial ape, you're not dead?
The stunned voice came from the flaming lion's mouth.
Did you wish me dead? The golden eagle, watching from afar, also wore a look of astonishment. You know this big guy?
Celestial ape. Back when the fire dragon tortoise awoke its bloodline and grew in power, only Celestial ape could still hold an edge over that beast. Because this giant fellow possesses a unique bloodline himself. He was also favored by a powerful demon beast.
We haven't heard of him in years. Why is he here now? Look at his weakened aura, it's as if his bloodline has been drained.
Sumo stared intently at the distance.
Could it be his bloodline was drained and he escaped with his life?
He's been hiding out here, afraid to show his face. And it's precisely because of this opportunity that he dared to venture out.
Golden Eagle nodded in agreement upon hearing Sumo's analysis. This time, it's truly a lively affair. Golden Eagle remarked with a sigh. After emerging, the celestial ape fixed its gaze upon the mountain peak.
Then, with a single step, sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the distant ground.
Many demon beasts were instantly killed.
If anyone dares send their subordinates to alert the beasts within, don't blame me, the celestial ape, for showing no mercy.
After the heavenly ape spoke, its gaze settled upon several Heavens Will Realm demon beasts. Shall I name them individually, or will they step forward on their own?
The expressions of the remaining four demon beasts shifted. Their focus had been entirely on the opportunity at hand, and they had forgotten this crucial point. The demon beast you sent to relay the message has already been slain by me.
Its corpse remains here. Would you like me to retrieve it for you to see? Upon hearing this, the Heavens Will Realm beasts turned and fled. The flame lion and his companions witnessed this, and a flash of flame erupted. The fleeing Heavens Will Realm beasts didn't even have time to resist before they were reduced to ashes. The flame lion and the other three demon beasts turned their gaze toward the heavenly ape. We must admit, we owe this outcome to you. If you had listened to me, we could have split this opportunity equally. Greedily pursuing it alone brings you no benefit. Sometimes, not breaking through is a blessing. Not awakening one's bloodline is also a blessing. Hearing the heavenly ape speak thus, the four demon beasts felt a tightening in their hearts. Celestial ape, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Haven't you already guessed? The demon heart is no longer the demon heart. At the very least, it's no longer our demonic beast's sacred sanctuary. The heavenly ape sighed, his gaze filled with complexity, as if recalling the events of the past. Delay invites trouble. First, seize the opportunity. Then divide it equally. After that, hide away. After speaking, the giant ape approached the mountain peak and delivered a powerful punch. A massive hole appeared, releasing an even more potent fragrance. Even the celestial ape, upon catching this potent fragrance, couldn't help but inhale deeply. His body suddenly swelled, and with a mighty heave of his hands, he literally tore the mountain apart at its core. An ancient porcelain jar appeared, its fragrance gushing forth from within. The four demon beasts stared intently at the giant ape. The giant ape picked up the porcelain jar. and opened the lid. The fragrance intensified once more. Sensing the power within, the celestial ape looked at the 4 demonic beasts. The blood inside this porcelain bottle is no ordinary substance. Indeed it is. There are even human bones inside. The golden giant python spoke up. Come, let's divide it. The other 4 demon beasts pondered briefly. This was the best outcome. The golden eagle watching from a far side upon witnessing this scene. Sumo, your plan has failed. Sumo kept his gaze fixed on the distance, remaining silent. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. I don't consider it a failure. The golden eagle turned to look. The celestial ape watched the approaching thunder rhino. He opened the porcelain bottle in his hand. Thunder Rhino's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could already sense the stirrings within. If he could obtain it, his power would break through. Thud! The celestial ape retracted the porcelain bottle and delivered a punch to the Thunder Rhino. Leishi's body flew backwards several thousand meters. Even the horn radiating thunderous power developed a slight crack. After delivering the blow, the celestial ape pivoted. He passed through the gap between the displaced mountain peaks. The golden giant serpent reacted first. The heavenly ape clenched its fists. Boom! The mountains that had been split apart moments before slammed shut. The golden serpent was crushed between them, letting out agonized cries. The flame lion and azure ox reacted. Celestial ape, you're courting death. The thunder rhino shifted its body, unleashing a sky-filling storm of thunderbolts. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain peak dissolved into a sea of thunder. The mountain exploded. Thunder Rhino, you're insane. Can't you see me? The golden giant serpent burst forth from the thunder, roaring at Leishi. The mountain suddenly exploded. Boulders flew everywhere. Then came a dense, continuous series of explosions. Many fragments transformed into razor-sharp blades, radiating out in all directions. Upon witnessing this scene, Sumo's eyes widened in shock. Slayed 10,000 level 3 demonic beasts, obtained 37,800 slay points. Slaying 8,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 35,400 slaying points. A smirk touched Sumo's lips. Just as he'd expected. This would work too. He had buried explosives within the mountain peak, using up every last item stored in his storage ring. With the detonation, the ground suddenly churned violently. The Thunder Rhino's fury acted like a fuse, igniting the thunderous power. Even the explosives buried outside detonated in succession. Unfortunately, it only worked on low-level beasts. Upon witnessing this, the golden eagle turned to look at Sumo. Damn, you're something else. Coming up with such a devious move. Listening to the relentless barrage of explosions, Golden Eagle swallowed hard. Many low-level beasts didn't even have time to flee before being blown to bits. Even the prodigies stationed in the northern campus and the 5 major key academies could feel the ground violently shaking. Many were flung into the sky, gazing toward the faint flickering light in the distance. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even from such a great distance, they could see the flames. What on earth could be happening? At that moment, the 4 great demon beasts, including the celestial ape, were all stunned. But recalling the human bones found earlier, they didn't dwell on it. Besides, the casualties were all low-level beasts. These explosions had no effect on them whatsoever. Seeing the 4 beasts approaching, the celestial ape immediately poured the liquid from the porcelain bottle into its mouth. A stream of golden liquid flowed into its mouth. Celestial ape, stop that. Are you trying to die? The thunderous roar of the Thunder Rhino echoed relentlessly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, the heavenly ape's body began to feel strange. Blood surged from every pore. Then, a surge of power erupted like a raging storm. The Thunder Rhino's body was sent flying by the shockwave. Ha ha ha. I've returned to the 7th level of Heaven's mandate. The celestial ape roared. After speaking, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A tingling sensation kept spreading through him. He felt a burning heat rising within his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gas it expelled was hot air. Seeing this from afar, Sumo said, "We should leave immediately." Chapter 182, What exactly did Sumo do? An unparalleled treatment. Golden Eagle, witnessing this scene, felt an ominous foreboding. What unscrupulous deed had this fellow committed now? The flame lions, who had been pursuing the celestial ape, halted their pursuit. They too sensed something amiss. The celestial ape now seemed to have lost its senses, its entire aura becoming intensely fiery. Each breath it took seemed to ripple through the surrounding world. Bad news. Run. The flame lions, witnessing this, seemed to have realized something and bellowed in alarm. At that moment, the Thunder Rhino paid no heed, its eyes bloodshot. His bloodline had been on the verge of ascension, poised to break through the 7th tier of Heaven's mandate. Now, all that potential had been shattered by this creature. A surge of fury erupted within him. Thunderous power surged from his entire body, unleashing a torrential assault upon the celestial ape. This creature had only recently broken through the 7th tier, its aura still unstable. The heavenly ape abruptly raised its lowered head, its eyes bloodshot, all rationality lost. Facing the thunderous assault, it did not flee. Both hands shot out, unleashing earth elemental power. The thunder was torn apart by his hands. In a single stride, it stood before the thunder rhino. The thunder rhino, seeing its all-out attack fail to harm the creature, finally snapped out of its rage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hot breath washed over his face. Regaining his senses, the thunder rhino finally sensed something amiss. Heavenly ape, what are you doing? He watched as the heavenly ape's hands, seemingly unaffected by the thunderous power, caressed his body. She finally snapped out of it. He tried to flee, but the celestial ape had already pinned him down. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the sky. At that moment, the golden eagle and Sumo hid, not daring to breathe a single breath. For the three demon beasts hovered directly above the mountain peak where they were. Neither man nor eagle dared to move. If discovered, their lives would be forfeit. Hearing that agonized scream, both man and eagle shuddered. The golden eagle's throat rolled as it stared at Sumo as if he were a demon, its body instinctively shifting further away from him. Sumo hadn't expected a single drop distilled from dozens of pounds could pack such devastating power. The three demon beasts hovering in the sky rolled their throats. Goodness gracious, the celestial ape really hit the jackpot this time. Look at him now, full of life and vigor, compared to how listless he was before. The golden giant python's voice trembled. It was terrifying to the demon beasts. The Azurox still felt a chill run down its spine. This time, the thunder rhino has truly been blessed. After speaking, the flame lion glared at the azure mighty bull. You've got some nerve saying that. The distant battle raged on for a full day and night. By the time the celestial ape regained its senses, the thunder rhino lay collapsed on the ground, occasional flashes of lightning still flickering across its body as it let out faint, weak sounds. He had drained every ounce of power within him, yet after the celestial ape's breakthrough, it stubbornly withstood his thunderbolts. The result was growing madness. Now, every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. The colossal form of the thunder rhino lay sprawled on the ground, two tears welling up in its enormous eyes. The celestial ape stood rooted to the spot, drawing a deep breath as he stared down at the thunder rhino lying on the ground. His aura surged forth, and with a single stomp, he crushed the thunder rhino's skull. The three demon beasts in the distance watched the scene unfold, their throats convulsing. Without a word, they turned and fled. Sumo and the golden eagle, hiding within the mountain peak, witnessed this and felt an ominous foreboding. After all, a seventh heavenly destiny was no match for a sixth heavenly destiny. Bad news. Run. Sumo shattered the space barrier and, without a word, hurriedly departed with the golden eagle. Stop right there. You're asking for death. The heavenly ape moved, leaving a massive crater in its wake as its form dissolved into streaks of light and vanished. The three demon beasts that had halted in the distance finally quieted down upon witnessing this scene. There was actually someone hiding here. I didn't notice either. Could that explosion earlier have been caused by him? Hard to say. Could this have been his doing? The celestial ape has broken through the seventh layer of heaven's mandate. Its blood energy is indeed robust. It probably wasn't his doing. That young eagle is no ordinary creature. It must be the one the thunder rhino was hunting earlier. Enough. Let's get out of here fast. Hurry to the demon heart and find our respective leaders. With that guy breaking through and this scandal unfolding now, if he wants to kill us, we'll just be waiting for death. At that moment, the golden eagle's power fully transferred into Sumo's body. Sumo continuously shattered space, reappearing in another location. At the northern courtyard's encampment. All eyes were fixed on the rankings. In just a few days, Sumo's ranking had surged to first place. No mistake, he had indeed become number one. They even suspected the explosion was connected to Sumo. Li Tianxi trembled as he watched the rankings. Right when the explosion happened, this guy's ranking shot up rapidly. He's now surpassed Wu Shuji. And he's gained over 10,000 points more than Wu Shuji. Wu Shuji's newly gained sense of accomplishment vanished instantly. His recent breakthrough had naturally filled him with excitement, and he believed that by hunting down a few more demon beasts, he could far surpass everyone else. Even those stationed at the 5 major prestigious academies wouldn't stand a chance of surpassing him. Yet in less than a week, Sumo's points had already surpassed his own. Oh no! Look at that! Shangwan Huoqing's voice trembled with alarm. Everyone hurriedly looked over. They saw a colossal ape carrying a mountain, relentlessly hurling it forward. Upon seeing the blood river, Sumo's eyes blazed with intensity. Golden Eagle still felt a lingering sense of dread. The last shred of its strength poured into Sumo's body. The celestial ape sensed Sumo was about to cross that crimson line. Roar! Its roar carried an attack within the sound waves, halting Sumo in his tracks. Gritting his teeth, Sumo repeatedly shattered the space. His body barely crossed the red line before his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed. The mountain peak crashed down, landing directly before Sumo. Sumo staggered to his feet, his body swaying unsteadily. He turned to look at the sky ape. Put!
After speaking, he turned and left, stumbling with each step.
You damned human, just you wait, just you wait. If you dare cross this red line once, I'll kill you. Just you wait, human. From now on, I'll be watching here. Whoever crosses dies.
After speaking, the heavenly ape picked up the mountain peak and began smashing it relentlessly around the area. Before long, the ground was riddled with holes. Sumo paid no heed, mere impotent rage. The northern courtyard disciples were stunned to see Sumo return. Their throats gulped. If they hadn't misjudged, that heavenly ape was likely a 7th-tier heavens will demon beast.
Everyone present stared wide-eyed.
Even Wu Shuji, who had secretly resolved to challenge Sumo to a duel, fell silent.
Shangwan Huoqing's gaze remained fixed on Sumo, utterly unable to look away. Li Tianxi was utterly dumbfounded.
By now, he had begun to believe Sumo's words. This guy was truly a menace. Who knew what he'd done to that 7th-rank celestial beast, making the heavenly ape carry a mountain to crush him?
They'd spent years in the demon's lair and never faced such treatment. Chapter 183, Why did you provoke Sumo, the living king of hell?
If it weren't for this damn red line, I'd skin you alive and tear you limb from limb.
You damned human and that golden eagle, you two just wait.
Sooner or later, I'll tear you both apart with my own hands.
The heavenly ape roared at Sumo's retreating back.
Thinking about how these two had schemed against him, the heavenly ape felt like dying. He, the mighty heavenly ape, once the undisputed ruler within their ranks, had actually. The thought left him gasping for breath, nearly collapsing. Sumo heard the roar behind him and turned around.
Li Tianxi, Shangwan Huoqing, Wu Shuji, and the others stared at Sumo, holding their breath in fear. What is this kid up to now? He's not going to court death, is he? Sumo turned and walked to the edge of the Red River. TSK. You remind me you're still a prominent beast in Demon Cave number 5.
This time, the whole cave will know about your business with the Thunder Rhino.
When those beasts see you then, TSK. You think they'll run away covering their butts? Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder, roaring with laughter.
He was laughing so hard tears were streaming down his face.
Only now, with his nerves finally relaxed, did he recall the earlier shock.
Gotta say, your combat prowess is impressive, 2 days. And I've got to hand it to you for being tough as nails. That thunderbolt hitting you is like a booster shot. Hearing the mockery from the man and the eagle, the heavenly ape's breathing grew heavier. The surrounding temperature began to rise noticeably. At this moment, the celestial ape resembled a volcano that had been building pressure for 1,000 years, ready to erupt at any moment. Truthfully, I don't want it to be like this either.
Sumo pulled out his phone and opened a video. Golden Eagle covered his face.
He knew nothing good would come of this when the kid recorded the video back then.
Listen to how beautiful this voice is.
You were in such a mental state back then, you probably didn't appreciate it properly. After speaking, Sumo tossed the phone directly toward him. The playing footage landed in the eyes of the celestial ape.
The heavenly ape, hearing that shrill sound, crushed the phone underfoot.
A massive crater appeared on the ground, still billowing black smoke.
You're asking for death. You're asking for death. Come here. Come here. Come here. I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Sumo remained silent. Though the heavenly ape appeared enraged, it hadn't lost its wits.
He provoked him like this, knowing full well not to cross the line.
I won't believe you won't come over. When you do, I'll kill you for sure. The heavenly ape continued to spew threats. Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder, its gaze rippling with unease. Something's off. Sumo's acting strange. This kid was a shrewd operator, constantly goading the celestial ape. If Golden Eagle were the heavenly ape, he would have crossed the line to kill Sumo. But the celestial ape hadn't done so. Why? Could it be because of that person from the Immortal Organization? What the hell is Sumo up to? Golden Eagle knew Sumo was full of tricks. You still want to kill me? Your bloodline has been reactivated and rejuvenated. Just wait. Now all your enemies are hunting you. You know more than I do about certain matters. If I were you, I'd hide immediately. Otherwise, the next moment might just be the end of you. After hearing Sumo's words, the heavenly ape's gaze flickered. He glanced casually behind Sumo before turning and leaving.
In no time, he vanished without a trace.
Put. That's the kind of trash trying to block my path?
Sumo turned and headed toward his temporary lodgings.
Li Tianxi watched Sumo return, his expression shifting.
In just a few short days, this fellow had undergone such a profound change. His features had grown more pronounced, sword-like eyebrows arched sharply, a high, straight nose, and a face carved by the wind. He radiated far more heroic spirit than before. Upon seeing Sumo's transformation, Shangwan Huoqing's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. My young master, what on earth have you gotten yourself into? In less than a week, you've already topped the killing rankings and drawn the ire of a heavenly ape at the 7th level of Heaven's Mandate. Li Tianxi couldn't hide his curiosity. First on the killing rankings? Sumo produced a token, examining the points and ranking displayed upon it. Not bad. I thought it would take longer.
Sumo couldn't care less about rankings. Nothing compared to the tangible boost of slaying demonic beasts to gain slaughter points and enhance his strength.
Thinking of that shady master, Sumo felt a pang of regret.
What a skinflint. Seeing Sumo's nonchalant demeanor, Li Tianxi gaped. How pretentious. What's with this I don't care attitude? Don't think being number one on the killing rankings is anything special. Who knows if you didn't use the methods the dean gave you? You'd better get out of here. This isn't a place for you to linger. Shangwan Huoqing stared at Sumo, her gaze filled with hostility.
Sumo heard Shangwan Huoqing's words and slowly approached.
Shangwan Huoqing flushed slightly as she gazed upon Sumo's handsome face. What do you think you're doing?
If you dare speak disrespectfully again, I'll kill you.
No one will hold me accountable. Do you believe me?
A murderous intent poured out from Sumo like a tidal wave, his overwhelming aura coalescing into a monstrous presence that fixed its gaze on Shangwan Huoqing.
Shangwan Huoqing stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down her back.
The intensity of that killing intent was overwhelming. She felt she couldn't bear it. The young master's temper still needs some work. A cold voice cut through the air, its own killing intent radiating outward.
Sumo glanced over. You want to be the one to stick your neck out? If it's feasible, I suppose it's not impossible. SSS-level.
A spatial ripple occurred, and a blade was already pressed against Wu Shuji's throat.
Blood seeped from his throat, trickling down the blade. I don't think you're qualified to be the one to stick your neck out. As Sumo unleashed his spatial power, the throats of those present visibly gulped. Even Wu Shuji's face was now covered in beads of sweat as large as soybeans. In his eyes, Sumo was now a god of death.
I am the young master of the northern courtyard, the future heir.
By provoking me, may I interpret this as your refusal to acknowledge my authority as young master?
Sumo's voice was slightly cold.
No, not at all.
Wu Shuji hung his head, the excitement from his recent breakthrough dissipating instantly. Spatial power, exact strength unknown, but it could easily wipe him out.
Li Tianxi took a deep breath.
Young master, don't take it to heart.
We've been living in this demon lair for years, surrounded only by beasts. Our tempers are bound to be short.
Add to that our lack of contact with outsiders, and our words can come off as harsh.
Sumo turned to glance at Li Tianxi. The hairs on Li Tianxi's back stood on end.
He felt as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon him. If not for this, he would have been dead long ago. Sumo stowed away the black god and turned toward their temporary shelter.
Once Sumo was gone, Shangwan Huoqing plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily.
Li Tianxi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Why did you provoke him? Chapter 184, Li Tianxi is a traitor.
He is, after all, the young academy head, the dean's prized closed-door disciple. You saw what happened today. It's best not to provoke him in the future.
Li Tianxi shook his head. The power Sumo had displayed today had left them all shaken. Only after Sumo departed did the others dare speak.
They were all listed on the killing rankings.
We should all keep our distance from him going forward.
Something about his mental state feels off, Zhang Yan said, staring at the closed door. He took a deep breath, his expression grave. The others nodded in agreement. Wu Shuji, having regained his composure, said nothing and turned to walk back into the room.
Shangwan Huoqing hurriedly stood up and followed after Wu Shuji. Huoqing, you really shouldn't go. Let him cool off. Hearing Li Tianxi's words, Shangwan Huoqing halted abruptly. No, Brother Wu is standing up for me. Shangwan Huoqing hurried after him. Everyone, disperse. Get back to your training. This time, you've seen that there are always people more skilled than you, and the sky has no limits. Li Tianxi felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Sumo had put too much pressure on them. Shangwan Huoqing arrived at Wu Shuji's room.
She found Wu Shuji sitting on his bed, head bowed, lost in deep thought. Whoosh! A figure suddenly materialized in the room, none other than Sumo.
What is it you wish to tell me? Sumo sat down, quietly observing the two. Wu Shuji finally stood up. Young master. Shangwan Huoqing's demeanor also shifted. Sumo looked at the two of them.
It was quite something that these two could come up with such a scheme, deliberately provoking him.
Is there a traitor among us? Hearing Sumo's words, Wu Shuji and Shangwan Huoqing nodded. Li Tianxi. Sumo uttered a name. Both men's eyes widened. With so many people in Demon Cave number 5, no one would suspect Li Tianxi. But now Sumo had directly named Li Tianxi as the traitor. The two exchanged a glance.
Young master, please don't take to heart the disrespectful words spoken a few days ago and again today.
Sumo nodded.
He truly hadn't taken it to heart. When he entered, Shangwan Huoqing's nose wasn't a nose and her eyes weren't eyes, she was just reminding him. And this time was no different. Sumo produced 2 porcelain vials, each containing 2 drops of spirit essence.
Take these. Consider them a token of my goodwill.
The two were about to refuse, but upon catching Sumo's gaze, they obediently accepted them. Their eyes widened upon seeing the contents inside.
Young master. What I give out, I never take back. Cultivate diligently, I may need your help again someday. Wu Shuji and Shangguan Huiqing nodded. Young master, how did you deduce that Li Tianxi was a traitor? Wu Shuji was curious. When I displayed my spatial power, he alone showed no shock. When I deliberately provoked the heavenly ape, its gaze kept drifting toward you all. The second-ranked killer on the Slayers list, yet he's warm-hearted. While others are taciturn, he alone is eloquent, putting everyone at ease. Tell me, wouldn't I suspect someone like that? You lot here deal with beasts year-round, solitude's your norm. Yet he seems utterly at ease. Hearing Sumo's analysis, they remain silent. Could it really be that simple? It seemed a bit far-fetched at first glance. I reckon this guy will want to leave in a few days. Sumo sighed. From the very first time he entered, Li Tianxi had been overly eager to help, which had already made Sumo feel something was off. Everyone else knew his background and kept their distance. Only he was overly enthusiastic, which, personality-wise, felt a bit off. The others all seemed mentally unstable to some degree. Only this guy seemed almost unnaturally normal. He deliberately provoked the celestial ape just to test the waters. He discovered the celestial ape truly held him in fear. Young master, what should we do next? Keep up the act. Ignore me. He's just Li Tianxi. See if he's worth anything. If not, just kill him outright. After speaking, Sumo shattered the space and vanished. After Sumo departed, the two men breathed a sigh of relief. Sumo seemed so calm, yet the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. Though both were older than Sumo, in his presence they felt like students facing their teacher. What do you think the Junior Academy's current strength is? Wu Shuji couldn't help but wonder. He's definitely surpassed the creation realm. Hearing Shangguan Huiqing's affirmation, Wu Shuji took a deep breath. It matched his own guesses. He's smarter than we imagined. Perhaps he noticed Li Tianxi's unusual behavior the moment he arrived. If we hadn't noticed him earlier, we'd never have known he was a traitor. Don't expose yourself when we go out later. Shangguan Huiqing nodded. Don't worry, I'm not a little cutie. I've got extra points now too. I want to get out and see the world. I've been stuck here for 5 years, I want to see what's outside. I'll give you some of my points. I don't need them anyway. I have no family to visit outside. I'll stay here. No need. I think you should go out and see the world too. Your cultivation progress has slowed lately. Maybe you need a change of perspective. Living well is its own kind of experience. Shangguan Huiqing finished speaking and turned to leave. Wu Shuji remained silent. After leaving Wu Shuji's room, Shangguan Huiqing walked with her head hanging low. Catching a glimpse of Sumo's quarters, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Huiqing, are you alright? How is brother Wu? Li Tianxi appeared beside Shangguan Huiqing. Shangguan Huiqing turned her head, the lingering glint of murderous intent still visible in the corners of her eyes. I'm fine. Brother Wu said he was outmatched and needs to train harder. I plan to go out soon. I've accumulated enough points to redeem an exit opportunity. Li Tianxi observed Shangguan Huiqing's expression, his own changing unexpectedly. Seeing the lingering resentment in Shangguan Huiqing's eyes, Li Tianxi remained silent. Sumo had been rather domineering today, and both Wu Shuji and Shangguan Huiqing were meritorious contributors. Sumo's attitude today was genuinely disappointing. Li Tianxi could roughly guess what Shangguan Huiqing was thinking. I'll head back first. Get some rest these next few days, then I'll be leaving on a trip. Let me know when you leave. I'll be heading out myself in the next few days to see what kind of person our young master really is. Shangguan Huiqing lifted her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. The young master had actually been right. I never imagined you'd be going out too. Living here year-round with the demon beasts, I do need to get out and see the world. It'll be a good break, I suppose. After that, the two parted ways. Inside Sumo's room at that moment, Golden Eagle withdrew his gaze. That Li Tianxi, he seems familiar. Chapter 185, setting out once more, slaying the heavenly ape. Sumo lay on the bed. Are you sure you don't want to kill him? I think this guy will cause trouble once he's out. Golden Eagle observed Sumo's lazy posture on the bed and spoke up. I'm actually hoping he gets out. All those traitors we killed before didn't yield any useful intel. He's been undercover for so many years, who knows? Maybe he'll lead us to a big fish. Besides, he's definitely not the only traitor out there. If there's no other exit, I really don't know how the flame dragon turtle got out. After seeing your ability to shrink, I'm certain there's a traitor among the guards. You have to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Why the rush? Besides, he hasn't accomplished anything yet. And we still don't know what's happening outside. Letting this guy go might just bring unexpected rewards. Hearing Sumo's calculations, Golden Eagle shook his head. What kind of mind does this kid have? At their age, they should be focusing on cultivation. But this guy? He's as slippery as an old loach. Even those stationed here at the North Yard aren't like Sumo. But since Sumo was his partner, the more he acted like this, the more certain Golden Eagle felt about his plans. Will you continue hunting demon beasts? Golden Eagle inquired. Sumo remained silent, hesitating. Regardless of how he put it, he was now marked by the celestial ape. Let me think about it. Suemo closed his eyes. Don't you dare fall asleep. You might get killed in your dreams. Suemo shook his head. Do you think I revealed a bit of my power today for nothing? It was to shock them. Rest assured, he's a smart man. He hasn't guessed yet that we suspect him. He's held out all these years, a few more days won't make a difference. He'll be fine. Suemo closed his eyes. The killings of the past few days had truly taken their toll. Especially after piecing together certain clues, an urgent sense of urgency gripped Sumo's heart. Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Lifespan, 185. Bloodline, 1%. Power level, 3rd tier of creation 0-400,000. Mental technique, shaping Dao formula, 7th tier 0-3 million. Martial arts, wave layering blade Shin grade, high tier, perfected snow treading Shin grade, high tier, perfected concealment art D grade, high tier, perfected thunderous 1000 breaks D grade, high tier, 0-1 million remember, 0-100,000 10,000 swords converge D grade, high tier, 0-1 million remember, 0-100,000 earthquake roar high grade earth, 0-100,000 remember, 0-100,000 heaven and earth golden wall high grade earth, 0-100,000 remember, 0-100,000. Dao intent, blade Dao, 1st tier. Domain, Godslayer domain basic, 150 meters, 0-1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, heaven slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, gold affinity, 100 fire affinity, 100 space affinity, 100 wind affinity, 100 wood affinity, 30, 0-3000 water affinity, 28, 0-2800 earth affinity, 29, 0-2900 thunder affinity, 13, 0-1300 time affinity, 52, 0-52,000. Kill points, 1,699,746. Gazing at the over 1.6 million kill points, Suemo sighed. Raising all attribute affinities to 100 would be a monumental undertaking. Not to mention the new bloodline issue that had emerged. He'd rest today and deal with it later. Who knew where that celestial ape was lurking, watching them? Suemo wasn't ready to take any risks just yet. After a night passed, all remained peaceful. Suemo opened the door and stepped outside. Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder, looking like a harmless pet. The others watched Suemo without a word. Only Li Tianxi greeted Suemo. Suemo smiled and nodded back. As he reached the boundary of the Red River, Sumo's body crossed over. He sensed no danger. Suemo turned to look at them. I'll handle something. With that, Suemo turned and walked away. Li Tianxi's gaze toward Suemo rippled with a flicker of emotion. No one could fathom what was going through this guy's mind. After entering, Suemo had already hidden with the Golden Eagle. Golden Eagle was speechless. You came all this way with such enthusiasm, just to hide from the demon beast? Why not just stay hidden? Danger is coming. We might be hunted by demon beasts or other creatures. Golden Eagle's expression shifted. You mean that traitor is about to start causing trouble? Suemo nodded. That bastard might not strike personally, but that doesn't mean he won't make other moves. The man and eagle pressed deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. They exchanged glances, seeing terror in each other's eyes. That cry was all too familiar. Wasn't that the voice of the celestial ape? Hearing the cry, they quickly changed direction and fled. Curiosity killed the cat, and even the celestial ape wasn't a match for them. Together, the two of them wouldn't stand a chance. Who do you think it could be? Golden Eagle was puzzled. The celestial ape was at the 7th level of Heaven's Will, and with its bloodline reactivated, how could it still emit such a wretched scream? No idea, but it's probably connected to the Eternal Life Organization. After hiding for half an hour with no further commotion, the man and eagle emerged. Under the cover of night, they finally saw the massive form collapsed on the ground, emanating a putrid stench. The weakened celestial ape sensed a repulsive aura. It struggled to brace itself and rise. Thud! Its arms went limp and it collapsed back onto the ground. Suemo looked over and saw several deep wounds on its body, exposing bone. Its aura was unstable, as if death could come at any moment. Suemo approached the heavenly ape. TSK TSK TSK. I told you you'd be in danger. Never thought it'd actually happen just as you recovered, someone snatched your bloodline. You're no good either. The celestial ape roared in fury. You're asking for death. Can you even stand? This bloodline extraction has drained so much from your very bones. Your power has severely regressed. After speaking, Suemo drew the black god, which instantly materialized above the heavenly ape's head. The black god in his hand was about to strike down. Wait. I have a secret to tell you. Suemo paused. Spare me, and I'll tell you a secret. Thud. Golden energy surged through the black god, driving it into the heavenly ape's skull. The heavenly ape's eyes widened, gradually losing focus. The golden eagle's gaze rippled. Suemo possessed tremendous strength, truly terrifying.
The celestial ape had been a seventh heavenly destiny being, yet Sumo had shattered its defenses with a mere blade. A massive, earth-colored demon core appeared, which Sumo stored into his spatial ring. He then dismembered the heavenly ape's corpse and stored the pieces within his spatial ring.
At least there's some gain here. Chapter 186, Golden Eagles Gone Bad Following Sumo's lead.
Just as Sumo slew the celestial ape, a notification from the system echoed in his mind.
Slayed an 8th tier, 7th ranked demon beast. Gained 8.7 slaughter points. Sumo stood up. Let's leave first.
With such a strong scent of blood, other demon beasts will surely come soon.
Golden Eagle nodded and hurriedly led Sumo away. Let's find the Thunder Rhino's subordinates and slaughter them all. Sumo pondered for a moment.
Now that Golden Eagle had broken through and Leishi was dead, the demon beasts were in a state of instability. Upon hearing this, excitement flashed in Golden Eagle's eyes. He had longed to do this. Without a demon beast protecting them, they're likely wandering outside.
Finding their trail won't be easy.
Golden Eagle finished, his hawk-like eyes growing even sharper in the darkness.
But I can roughly guess where they might be?
They're all cowards.
They'll definitely try to join the Flaming Lions.
They'll try to attach themselves to the strongest, though the Flame Lion probably won't give them the time of day.
Besides, the Flame Lion's existing followers would surely push them aside.
So they'll seek out the Golden Sky Beetle, the Heavenly Pillar Mammoth, and the Thousand-Legged Centipede.
Sumo nodded.
The Golden Eagle knew this place better than he did, so letting it lead the way meant he wouldn't have to worry. Man and Eagle were making their way toward the outer regions.
Suddenly, they sensed movement. Golden Eagle descended, transforming into a small bird. Sumo shattered the space barrier and landed on the ground. Two figures' expressions shifted upon seeing Sumo. Human, you have some nerve, daring to come here. The Golden Eagle glared at the two demon beasts.
What a stroke of luck. I was just about to search for your traces, and here you are. How fortuitous.
Hearing the Golden Eagle speak, the two demon beasts hastily retreated.
Previously, everyone was at the 9th level of the creation realm, and while Golden Eagle was the strongest among them, it wasn't to an unreasonable extent. Now, however, the Golden Eagle had ascended to an entirely different tier and its bloodline was inherently unique to begin with.
Golden Eagle, we were teammates before. Surely you won't kill us all?
Silver Tiger stared at Golden Eagle, his eyes flickering as power surged within him, ready to erupt at any moment.
I won't. I have business seeking you out today. Golden Eagle's tone turned stern as he spoke.
Now that my power has grown, I too seek to claim territory.
I need allies, and since we know each other well, I've come to you. Do you like the feeling of placing your fate in someone else's hands?
The two demon beasts fell silent, deep in thought upon hearing the Golden Eagle's words.
You're not deceiving us? Golden Eagle shook his head. You should know my bloodline is unique.
After breaking through the Heaven's Will realm, my strength will surge dramatically, allowing me to reach the 7th tier of Heaven's Will in no time. Not only that, but I will also find a way to help you enhance your bloodlines.
In short, are you in or out? Golden Eagle clearly couldn't be bothered with small talk.
The two demon beasts exchanged glances. If that was the case, they were willing to follow Golden Eagle.
You won't hold us accountable for what we did to you before, right? Beasts and humans are still mortal enemies, after all. Hearing Golden Eagle's words, they glanced at Sumo. Indeed, if Golden Eagle had spoken thus, what else could be impossible? Gather all your subordinates. Next, we'll sweep through the outer areas first, laying the groundwork for what comes after.
Suspicion flickered in the eyes of the two demon beasts, but seeing Golden Eagle's sullen demeanor, their doubts were temporarily dispelled. At the beast's summons, 3 more beasts of the 9th realm of creation emerged from the shadows shortly after.
Behind them followed a dense throng of demonic beasts.
We were all under Leishi's command before. Now that Leishi is dead, since you harbor such ambition, we're willing to assist you this once.
We hope you'll honor your promise. Golden Eagle nodded. Surveying the dense throng of beasts. Space freeze. Sumo suddenly struck. Golden Eagle transformed into a sharp blade. Splatter. 5 massive demon beast heads flew clean off. The gathering beasts witnessed this scene and were utterly dumbfounded. The Golden Eagle and Sumo exchanged a glance. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The man and the eagle began their slaughter.
The most troublesome beasts were dealt with.
Golden energy surged from Sumo's body, coalescing into tens of thousands of flying blades.
And they would occasionally emerge from the void.
The demon beasts had no idea where Sumo would appear next. Slaying 10,000 level 3 demon beasts, earning 37,400 slaying points. Slaughtered 20,000 level 4 demon beasts, earning 92,000 slaying points. Slaying 10,000 level 5 demon beasts, earning 68,000 slaying points. The voice echoed relentlessly within his mind. At that moment, Sumo's lips curled upward as power surged through his entire body. With each strike, vast numbers of demon beasts fell. Golden Eagle dealt with the remaining creation realm beasts.
Before this Heavens Will mirror demon beast, the dozen or so creation realm beasts crumbled like earthen tiles.
An hour passed, leaving a field strewn with corpses, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. Many beasts had their skulls split open. Let's go. At that moment, Suemo gazed into the distance, his voice suddenly turning stern. Golden Eagle snapped back to attention, carrying Suemo as it transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Boom! A massive storm erupted. A figure appeared in the sky. Though clearly human in form, a pair of wings sprouted from its back. Not only that, but each flap of those wings stirred up fierce winds. Gazing toward the direction where Suemo and the Golden Eagle had departed, the flapping of wings flashed by like thunderclaps. The Golden Eagle glanced back, nearly scared out of its wits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Golden Eagle's speed was extreme. But the pursuer behind was faster still. Suemo stood atop the Golden Eagle's back. Seeing the creature chasing them, neither human nor beast, his pupils contracted. Even though he had already suspected its nature, witnessing it firsthand still sent shockwaves through him. Sumo's fingers twitched. Ripples rippled through the space. A golden blade flash streaked through the air. Put! The person behind him sensed something amiss and scrambled to dodge. A gash already split open their face. Their bodies halted, eyes bloodshot. Then thunder erupted across the sky. Sizzle, sizzle. Golden Eagle's speed was swift, yet he still couldn't evade. Suemo carried the Golden Eagle through a spatial rift, appearing 100 meters away just in time to evade the attack. The Golden Eagle and Suemo hovered in the sky, watching the demon creature approaching them. Those people from the organization are truly twisted. This guy isn't much stronger than me. It's just that his wings belong to a wind thunder bird, so his bloodline must have changed too. Golden Eagle murmured. Take him down instantly. Sumo's eyes flickered with intent. Might as well bring this thing back for the old man to study. Let him have a headache too. He's been watching the demon lair day in and day out, yet he still hasn't noticed this situation. I wonder what he's been doing all this time. Chapter 187, The Sudden Appearance of a Strange Demon Beast. Brother, his speed is incredibly hard to control. And with both wind and thunder attributes? He's a tough nut to crack. Suemo took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes. I have a plan. Charge. The newcomer sized up Suemo. Found you. After speaking, he licked his lips, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A piercing whistle cut through the air as he charged straight at Suemo. Suemo, watch out. Suemo narrowed his eyes. As the demon approached, everything around Suemo seemed to freeze in place. Put! A spray of blood erupted. Suemo held the black god, a severed head dangling from his hand. Everything resumed its normal state. The Golden Eagle stared at Suemo, his gaze filled with horror. Everything around them had been paused. What had happened? In less than a breath, this demon had become nothing but a corpse. Golden Eagle scrutinized Suemo from head to toe. This guy was getting more and more twisted. Suemo had no time for reflection. He packed up the corpse. We need to leave immediately. Golden Eagle nodded and hurriedly led Suemo away. Seated atop Golden Eagle's back, Suemo felt a growing emptiness within him. His mastery of time power was still lacking, primarily due to insufficient proficiency. It seemed he needed to improve. Golden Eagle led Suemo to a secluded spot. Seeing Sumo's pale complexion, concern flashed in his eyes. Are you all right? After all, Suemo had just killed a Heavens Will Realm cultivator, albeit only at the first tier. Suemo was his precious asset now. If something happened to Suemo, how could he continue to enhance his bloodline? Besides, after spending these past few days together, he had come to regard Suemo as a true friend. I'm fine. Just need to rest. Using spatial power drained my energy reserves. Hearing Sumo's explanation, Golden Eagle finally relaxed. Rest for a while. I'll keep watch. All right. Suemo didn't refuse. Closing his eyes, he began circulating the Shu Dao Ju. Before long, the energy within his body had nearly fully recovered. Suemo opened his eyes. Golden Eagle looked at Suemo, having sensed something amiss himself just moments ago. Suemo stood up and walked outside. Soon, he noticed the mountain that had been destroyed by the celestial ape earlier. The corpses had all been facing the direction they were standing in. Finding nothing, Suemo dismissed it from his mind. Suemo, do you sense anything off? The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. Suemo recalled the direction those people had been looking earlier. It was the cave where the Golden Eagle had brought him. All highly concealed, difficult to discover. There probably isn't anything strange inside, right? Golden Eagle hadn't paid it much mind, staring at the pitch-black cave. Had it not been for his bloodline breakthrough granting sharper vision, he wouldn't have noticed this cave at all. Come. Follow me. Suemo took a deep breath, flames erupting from his hands. Golden Eagle remained silent. Gold, space, fire, just how many secrets did this kid hide? The more he interacted with Suemo, the less he understood him. Especially today, hunting down that demon, he truly couldn't fathom what method he'd used. In that moment, time and space seemed to freeze. As the flames appeared, the interior was illuminated. Suemo, look. Golden Eagle spoke from behind Sumo. Slow down, I'm scared. Sumo was speechless, tempted to punch this drama queen. After seeing the skeletal remains, Sumo touched them, and they turned to dust. Just like the ones he'd found before.
As they ventured deeper, the flame in Sumo's hand flickered erratically.
Pft, pft. Suddenly, dust settled, and a skull landed on the Golden Eagle. Ah, ah, ah. The Golden Eagle leapt up, landing on Sumo.
The flames extinguished as Sumo's arms closed around the Golden Eagle. In the darkness, the Golden Eagle could see Sumo's face darkening.
The Golden Eagle descended. Sorry, I've always been a coward. Sumo took a deep breath, and flames appeared in his hands. If you startle me again, I'll roast you with my fire. After speaking, Sumo turned around. Whoa, holy crap. Sumo was startled too.
Several skeletal remains stood before him, their eyes fixed intently ahead.
Huh, these skulls haven't turned to dust. Looks like they were at least at the half-step sage realm in life. Golden Eagle murmured. Sumo turned around upon hearing this. Are you sure? Golden Eagle nodded.
They should be at the half-step sage level.
Our clan has mentioned it. Sumo and Golden Eagle pushed the bones aside. Finally, they could see what had appeared.
A black stone platform, roughly 3 meters in size.
The stone surface was covered in dense, intricate cracks. Sumo, do you feel how eerie this place is? Sumo nodded. He too felt an intense chill in the air.
The man and the eagle approached the stone platform. Though nothing lay upon it, the skeletal remains seemed to stare intently at this spot. Sumo ran his fingers over the grooves on the stone platform, now filled with dust. Beneath the dust lay a faint, pale brown hue barely noticeable, as it was only present in a few scattered spots.
Could it have been cast with blood?
The Golden Eagle's gaze flickered with speculation.
Sumo lifted his head and took a deep breath.
You guessed right. It requires blood to be poured over it to reveal itself.
Sumo dared not open it. Who knew what kind of thing might appear inside something that required blood to unlock? Should we try opening it? If something's wrong, we'll run fast. Sumo shook his head. Don't be curious.
Who knows what kind of danger might be lurking inside?
We'd be better off not being curious. Sumo circled the stone platform once but found nothing unusual. The sculpting Tao formula circulated once within his body. Sumo crouched down.
Noticing the moss-covered stones, he tapped them with the black divine. Gurgle, gurgle.
The stones fell away. The moss withered away. Sumo picked them up.
A pure spiritual energy emerged.
The Shu Dao Ju instinctively activated.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden gust of wind swept through the cavern. A roaring, surging sound erupted from within Sumo's body. It felt as though something had shattered within him. His power had reached the 4th level of creation. At the same time, the stone in his hand shattered into dust.
Golden Eagle stared wide-eyed at Sumo. Could this be the legendary Spirit Stone?
The Golden Eagle's eyes flickered.
Sumo remained silent.
He had never heard of such a thing as a Spirit Stone. This type of stone contains the purest spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation.
I've only heard of it, never seen it myself.
I always thought this was just a legend, never imagined I'd encounter it here. After speaking, Golden Eagle's eyes sparkled with excitement as he circled the stone. There were 4 stones in total. Sumo had just used 1, and the remaining 3 he picked up were ordinary stones.
Sumo, ever since I've been with you, my luck hasn't improved. You've taken all the good stuff. Sumo remained silent. Let's go. We shouldn't linger here. We'll block this place off later to prevent other demon beasts from discovering it. Sumo and Golden Eagle departed.
Just as they departed, the stone platform suddenly trembled before settling back into stillness.
Chapter 188, Sumo, save me. Sumo hadn't expected this encounter to save him 40,000 slaughter points. Oh, and tell me about that Spirit Stone. Sumo looked at Golden Eagle. Golden Eagle turned his head and stared at Sumo. How come you don't know anything? Sumo was speechless.
I wish I knew too, but few in the North District would have any insight.
If anyone might know, it's probably only the old man. But that old man? He won't say a word unless you ask him. He's a total dead end. Spirit stones are what emerged after the revival of spiritual energy. Think of them as vessels that contain spiritual energy.
They can be used for cultivation, allowing one to rapidly enhance their strength.
That's all I know. Sumo nodded.
At least he now understood the purpose of spirit stones.
What do we do next? Golden Eagle looked at Sumo. Let's head back.
I need to leave the demon cave for a while to handle some matters.
Are you sure you can take me out? Sumo had promised to bring him out of the demon lair. Don't you trust me? Golden Eagle stared at Sumo. Honestly, I'm a bit skeptical.
You're full of tricks. Sumo said nothing, leading Golden Eagle toward the northern courtyard where the troops were stationed. The appearance of that creature, neither fully human nor demon, had already disrupted Sumo's plans. He'd ask the old man later see if he knew anything about this. Before, it was a human-demon hybrid.
What is this? A human-demon hybrid? He could also have the old man come take a look at that stone platform and figure out what the hell it was. That was precisely why Suemo hadn't opened it. What if some strange thing appeared inside? By the time the man and the eagle returned, the sky had already brightened. Li Tianxi's gaze flickered upon seeing Suemo return, then settled back to normal. Young master, you're back. I thought you'd be gone for several more days. Suemo observed Li Tianxi's cheerful demeanor. You seem quite pleased. Has something good happened? I've earned enough points. I'm going out to take a look. Congratulations. It's too boring in here anyway. I was just thinking about getting out. At that moment, Shangguan Huqing opened the door and stepped out. Ignoring Suemo, she walked toward the exit. A flicker of emotion flickered in Sumo's eyes. Is she leaving too? Suemo asked curiously. Li Tianxi nodded. Her points are sufficient, and she has family waiting outside. It's been years she wants to go out and see the world. Suemo nodded silently, his gaze fixed on Shangguan Huqing's retreating figure. Li Tianxi glanced at Suemo, then shifted his gaze, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. In Li Tianxi's eyes, Suemo was undoubtedly going to cause trouble for Shangguan Huqing. Inside the demon's lair, with their presence, Suemo might hold back. But outside? That was his domain. Don't forget how people outside viewed Suemo. Sumo's gaze flickered. Suemo had anticipated Li Tianxi's departure. He had even mentioned it earlier to Shangguan Huqing and Wu Shuji. But why would Shangguan Huqing suddenly want to leave too? After a moment of deep thought, Suemo realized. Here, Suemo possessed formidable strength and held the highest status. Shangguan Huqing had always presented herself as hot-tempered. This time, Wu Shuji had stood up for her, only to nearly be killed by Suemo. That was why she was leaving to make a complaint. This charade must be played to the end. Once Suemo grasped the situation, the gaze he fixed on Shangguan Huqing was laced with murderous intent. Li Tianxi observed every detail. Sure enough, the murderous intent in Sumo's eyes earlier was already brewing. If things went wrong this time, Shangguan Huqing might face some misfortune. It seemed he needed to keep his guard up. Shangguan Huqing possessed remarkable talent. Given the chance, he could. Let's head out together. Suemo spoke, then quickened his pace to catch up with Shangguan Huqing. Li Tianxi watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curving his lips as he hurriedly followed the two. Suemo caught up to Shangguan Huqing. I never expected you'd be heading out too. I hope you're genuinely going to enjoy the scenery. Li Tianxi, who had caught up from behind, paused in his steps. He knew some information about Suemo, though it was limited. Wind, fire, metal, space. His abilities were extraordinary, and he'd even grasped the essence of the sword. Truly abnormal. He'd rarely interacted with this guy up close, so he hadn't expected such a blunt threat. Shangguan Huqing turned her head and saw Suemo winking at her. Poof. Shangguan Huqing gave a cold snort and turned away. Young master, Shangguan Huqing has been here for years. It's only natural she misses home. Li Tianxi chuckled awkwardly beside them. Suemo remained silent. Li Tianxi shook his head. Suemo was getting a bit too full of himself. Had he really come up with all those strategies himself? Could it be that Director Long had devised them, then credited Suemo with the achievements? Was it all just to pave the way for Suemo later? After all, Sumo's talent was undeniable. Paving the way now was only natural. Once Suemo had matured. When overseeing the entire northern district, this approach ensures no dissent arises. Even a prodigy like Suemo was only 19. With so many achievements piled upon him, it was only natural for him to feel a bit inflated. After coming to this realization, Li Tianxi watched Suemo, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. What he didn't know was that Suemo, walking ahead, had a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This guy is so cautious, he's probably going to be a tough nut to crack. As Suemo and his two companions approached, a powerful figure from the Northern Academy emerged from the shadows. Young master, are you leaving? Suemo nodded. Unlike these others, he could come and go as he pleased. Li Tianxi and Shangguan Huqing each had 1 million points less, which was why they could only redeem one chance to leave. Several pairs of eyes in the shadows fixed on Sumo's shoulder the little golden bird. Its two eyes were vacant. They looked no different from dumb birds. Many glanced at it before quickly averting their gaze. What's the point of healing such a bird? Even if cured, it'd just drool. Suemo also glanced at the golden eagle absent-mindedly. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, he might have laughed out loud. Both eyes were crossed like a cockfight. Still, Suemo kept a wary eye on it. He had to admit the golden eagle possessed extraordinary talent. Its ability to conceal its aura rivaled the hidden concealment technique. After the three of them stepped out, Shangguan Huqing momentarily lost her bearings, unsure which way to go. Li Tianxi, who had already stepped forward, abruptly halted. Young master, we'll follow you. We've been inside so long, we've lost our way back. Suemo nodded. Their bodies shifted, leaving streaks of afterimages in their wake. Li Tianxi and Shangguan Huqing saw this and hurriedly followed. Shangwan Huqing remained silent throughout the journey. Half a day later, Suemo halted.
Spotting the familiar city gates, the corners of his mouth lifted. He pulled out his phone, about to send a message to Baiyu. No signal in the wilderness or the demon lair's secret realm, but now there was. Sumo's gaze sharpened as he read the message that popped up.
The message was from Lu Yao Yao. Suemo, save me. Chapter 189, Golden Eagle saw Baiyu in fear.
Just 4 words. The timestamp showed several days prior.
Suemo recalled it was right around when he had first entered the demon lair. Li Tianxi watched Suemo staring at the screen, wondering what he was replying to.
He then glanced casually at Shangwan Huqing.
Shangwan Huqing also looked at Li Tianxi. Li Tianxi opened his mouth, but no sound came out.
Be careful. Upon hearing this, a look of tension flashed across Shangwan Huqing's face.
She then turned away from Suemo and Li Tianxi, walking toward the city. Poof. I brought you back, and you don't even say thank you. Suemo muttered under his breath. Young master, thank you for bringing me back. If not for you, I wouldn't have found my way home. Suemo glanced at Li Tianxi. Master asked me to assemble a team. Would you be interested in working with me? I see you handle things with ease. How about becoming my strategist? Think it over. Suemo appraised Li Tianxi from head to toe before asking. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Li Tianxi's eyes first went blank, then lit up with wild excitement. Seriously? You wouldn't look down on me? Suemo shook his head. This time, going into the demon's lair, you're the only one I've got my eye on. What do you say? Think about it. Li Tianxi took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement.
He opened his mouth to accept, but the words stopped at his lips. Young master, I need time to think. I'm used to being carefree on my own. Handling major affairs with you might be too much for me, the burden feels too heavy.
Suemo nodded. Let me know when you've made up your mind. With that, Suemo turned and walked away.
This fellow had hidden his true nature for so many years he wouldn't make any rash moves lightly.
In fact, Suemo suspected that keeping him around might yield unexpected benefits. After entering the city,
his eyebrows arched slightly.
There seemed to be more martial artists than before. Suemo sensed something was off.
These martial artists seemed peculiar. They carried an air of aloofness and irritability.
Suemo shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Young master, where have you been? Many people rushed to greet Suemo upon seeing him. Young master, come over here. Quickly.
Suemo looked at the crowd calling out to him, puzzled.
Young master, what's the Northern Academy stance?
Tens of thousands of martial artists have already appeared in the North District, yet the Northern Academy hasn't made a single move.
Is that elixir even usable? Suemo was completely baffled. What were these people talking about?
But he noticed the mention of tens of thousands of additional martial artists and some elixir.
Could it be that the Eternal Life Organization was stirring trouble again? Slow down.
I just returned from hunting beasts outside the city and haven't caught up on recent events. Hearing Sumo's words, they finally snapped out of their daze. This young master must have been out of the city for quite some time.
Several people recounted the entire sequence of events. Sumo's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. I'm aware of the matters you've mentioned. Has the Venerable Dean Long ever harmed the Northern District? Those martial artists all seem off too. Calm yourselves. I'll return and investigate thoroughly. With that, Suemo turned and departed. On his way out, Suemo did indeed see quite a few martial artists. But something about their demeanor felt off. Observing along the way, he noticed it was already afternoon. With a rough idea forming in his mind, Suemo headed toward the North Yard. By the time Suemo returned to the North Yard, night had fallen. Returning to his quarters, Suemo pushed open the door.
A flash of wind swept past, and a figure suddenly materialized, weapon in hand.
Suemo jumped in surprise. Sister Baiyu, it's me, not a thief. The light flickered on. Upon recognizing Sumo's silhouette, Baiyu finally exhaled in relief. You scared the life out of me. I thought it was a burglar. Suemo was speechless.
If it really had been a thief, that sword strike of yours could have easily cut off their head. Baiyu sheathed her sword. Then she noticed Sumo's gaze was still fixed on her. Baiyu finally realized she was still wearing her nightgown. She had fallen asleep on the sofa earlier. Without this guy around, even sleeping felt unsafe.
I thought you weren't coming back. I was going to spend the night in there with the beasts.
After throwing on a robe, Baiyu sat on the sofa and addressed Suemo. I came out this time to discuss something important with the old man.
After Suemo finished speaking, a corpse appeared from the spatial ring. Hey, Sister Baiyu, what are you doing? You little brat. Bringing out a corpse in the middle of the night to scare me? Don't you know I'm a scaredy cat? Looks like you've gotten bold. You better believe I'll turn you into a sister. Sis Baiyu, I'm sorry. I really am. Let me go.
Seeing Suemo lying motionless on the sofa, only her mouth moving to cry out. Baiyu's expression froze for a moment.
Smack. A hard slap landed on Sumo's butt.
Moments later, Suemo glared at Baiyu resentfully while clutching his butt.
Baiyu stared at the corpse in the room. A hybrid of human and beast, was this created or born?
Baiyu approached, her gaze filled with curiosity. She had seen human-demon hybrids before, but this was her first encounter with a human-beast hybrid.
This is what's emerging from the demon lair.
Even that place has been infiltrated by the Eternal Life Organization.
We really should inform the old man.
The Northern District is already in utter chaos.
I wonder if you noticed this issue when you returned. Suemo nodded. Let's put the bodies away. They're bad luck at night.
After Baiyu finished speaking, she looked at the golden bird standing beside her.
Its eyes crossed like a cockfight, its beak slightly parted.
Not only did you come back, but you brought this stupid bird with you.
Suemo was speechless. He approached the golden eagle and slapped it across the face. Damn it, why'd you hit me? Stop playing dumb, you're one of us.
Golden Eagle shook himself, rolled his eyes, spread his wings, and stretched them a few times.
Baiyu watched with curiosity. Golden Eagle, she murmured, rumored to carry the bloodline of the golden-winged giant bird. Who knows if it's true?
A demon beast of the first tier of Heaven's mandate.
Golden Eagle lifted his head. Oh.
Baiyu responded coldly before approaching the Golden Eagle. After scrutinizing it from head to toe, her gaze held a hint of skepticism.
You two get acquainted. I'll go prepare some food. This demon lair isn't fit for humans to live in. Baiyu and the Golden Eagle stared each other down.
You better not have any other intentions toward him, or I won't hesitate to destroy you.
Golden Eagle rolled his eyes.
Seriously, anyone could threaten him. Baiyu's expression shifted, a flicker of change darting through her pupils.
Golden Eagle's body stiffened.
He turned his head rigidly, staring at Baiyu in disbelief. His throat rolled.
You. Shut up.
One more word, and I'll boil you in a pot.
Yes, Sister Baiyu. Golden Eagle knew that was how Suemo addressed her. Find another way to address me. Jining remained silent.
What a double standard, only Suemo was allowed to use that name.
Sis Baiyu, have you eaten yet? Suemo poked her head out and called to Baiyu. It's so late I could use a midnight snack.
Sure. Sumo's voice carried from the kitchen.
Chapter 190, The Changes After Becoming a Martial Artist.
Baiyu sat on the sofa, returning to her previous state.
Golden Eagle, however, felt a bit uneasy.
Baiyu had been terrifying just now.
Could she be a transformed demon beast? Why was she so terrifying? Such overwhelming aura. And what exactly was that overwhelming bloodline power?
The bloodline within him had grown stronger. Yet Baiyu exuded a natural sense of oppression.
Soon, Suemo brought over several dishes. Hurry up and eat, I'm starving to death. Suemo sat down and dug in first. Baiyu caught the aroma and picked up her chopsticks.
After taking a bite, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons.
It must be said, Sumo's cooking was truly excellent.
Jining caught the scent and picked up his chopsticks.
Wow, I never knew you had this kind of talent. Good heavens, what kind of life have I been living?
Jining sighed in admiration.
Neither Suemo nor Baiyu paid him any mind. Whoever spoke would go hungry.
The two of them attacked their food with lightning-fast chopsticks.
Slow down, guys. This is my first time using these. Wait for me.
Jin Ying's roaring voice echoed across the table.
Baiyu's eyes flashed with surprise.
No wonder he could be friends with Suemo. Both were shameless scoundrels with a mind full of mischief.
After they'd eaten their fill,
Golden Eagle stood in the kitchen, feeling like crying.
Damn it!
Think about me, the Golden Eagle bearing the bloodline of the golden-winged great pink bird, an 8th-ranked demon beast at the Heaven's Mandate realm, and now I'm stuck washing dishes in the kitchen. His complaints could be heard outside.
Baiyu and Suemo sat on the sofa.
His gaze lingered on Baiyu's legs as his thoughts churned.
He laid down directly on them.
Baiyu's eyes widened in surprise.
But she didn't move away, nor did she speak. Just as Suemo was about to speak, he realized he couldn't see Baiyu's face. Sis Baiyu, I got a message when I came back.
Baiyu leaned back against the sofa.
From Lu Yaoyao?
Yes. She wants me to save her. I've suspected something was off with her before.
This time, asking me to save her, it's a bit out of the blue.
Baiyu suddenly remembered something. Oh, you might not know since you've been away these past few days, but a lot of entrepreneurs and martial artists have died recently.
Even buildings have been exploding.
In just one day, teachers died at the North Campus, the 5 major prestigious academies, and other institutions too.
Some other institutions have even seen their deans suddenly drop dead. Suemo sat bolt upright upon hearing this.
His head hit something, and he fell back down. Get up, or I'll hit you. Baiyu flushed slightly as she shouted at Suemo. Suemo sat up, his expression turning grave. He carefully pondered Baiyu's words.
It probably had nothing to do with the elixir. But the elixir incident was probably orchestrated by this person too. Suemo took a deep breath.
Bringing Li Tianxi along seems to have been the right call after all. Who knows, he might just deliver some unexpected surprises.
This enemy is truly formidable, unlike any we've faced before. He exploits human nature and in a way that's utterly unstoppable. Baiyu took a deep breath as well. Becoming a martial artist in the North District is like leaping through the Dragon Gate. Social status, identity, money, and power all follow. Especially for those who've endured hardship, unfair treatment, and exploitation, they won't let this chance slip away. They'll become martial artists even if it costs them dearly. Our investigations reveal many who took the pills were precisely such people. They simply don't care about the consequences. Sumo's gaze grew contemplative as he listened. Tell me about the side effects of those pills. Baiyu looked at Sumo, her red lips parting slightly. You could have noticed upon your return those people are volatile and uncontrollable. And many of them exploded after taking them. Their vital energy and physical constitution weren't strong enough to withstand such potent power. Sumo fell silent, opening his phone and navigating to the martial artist forum. He wanted to see what people were saying in the posts. With the emergence of divine pills, even ordinary people now have a chance to become martial artists. That post immediately caught his eye. Sumo scrolled through the comments below. Brothers, even a lowly screwdriver turning laborer like me can become a martial artist now. This is fantastic. Who'll dare look down on me after this? Bro, I'm so jealous. Wonder where you got that pill? Another martial artist emerges. When will it be my turn? Second tier martial artist. Damn, bro, your way of showing off is pretty novel. Whoever has the pill, I'm willing to pay a fortune for it. I've searched high and low but can't find anyone selling pills. I'll pay 10 million for one. Whoa, that's insane. 10 million per pill? Rich folks like that all want to become martial artists? Those guys won't spill a single detail. Ask them and they say they found it on the street. So frustrating. If you become a martial artist, you wouldn't want more martial artists to appear either. That'd mean more competition. Besides, too many martial artists dilutes the value. Their status drops and they become harder to control. I think you're implying something. Don't go accusing me of anything. I never said a word. I heard tens of thousands of martial artists have appeared recently. Why can't there be one more me? Scrolling through the comments, everyone was envious of becoming a martial artist. I kept scrolling down the thread. Risk and reward are proportional. After becoming a martial artist, my life turned upside down. Sumo found this post particularly intriguing, for becoming a martial artist truly did change everything. He had once been a failure himself, dreaming of becoming a martial artist. After the system appeared, he quickly achieved it. That mindset was something he understood all too well. Below is the first-hand account of the individual's experience. What changes occurred in my life after becoming a martial artist? Before, I struggled to make ends meet. I worked tirelessly every day to support my family, only to face my wife's lack of understanding when I returned home. After a hard day's labor, I couldn't even get a hot meal. She constantly berated me as a good-for-nothing, acting as if marrying me was some great injustice to her. I couldn't take it anymore and divorced her. Unexpectedly, I gained a pill. Luckily, I didn't explode and die. Instead, my energy surged, and I became a martial artist. When my ex-wife found out, she begged me to take her back. Colleagues at work no longer dared to yell at me. Everyone treated me with respect, even my superiors. Suddenly, everyone around me seemed kind, not a single bad person in sight. Before, I was the kind of guy people would look at and want to spit on. Now, beautiful women are flocking to me. Brothers, opportunities are what you make of them. Had I not become a martial artist, I'd still be wasting my life away. This is what I've personally experienced since becoming a martial artist. As for my wife begging me to take her back? Go take a hike. Doesn't she know her place? She's not worthy of me. Sumo scrolled down to read the comments. Congrats on your liberation, OP, welcome to your new life. I haven't broken free yet. I have a pill too, but I've never dared to take it. Now I've decided I'll swallow it and make those who look down on me regret it. Chapter 191, What? You want to sleep with me? Bro, hold on. I'll give you 20 million. Give me the chance and I'll pay you. With that kind of money, who'd dare look down on you? Impossible. Once I become a martial artist, I'll earn that 20 million back slowly. Bro, becoming a martial artist? Earning 20 million won't be easy. Everyone, forget it. That guy wasn't far from my place. Who'd have thought he had a pill too? Too bad he already exploded. Damn, he died so fast. He should have just sold it for 20 million. Give it a rest. If you had that kind of pill in your hands, would you sell it? I doubt you'd even consider it. 20 million isn't chump change. If you're not a martial artist, could you even keep it safe? Besides, once you become a martial artist, people will be lining up to curry favor with you. 20 million might be tough, but it's not impossible. All along the way, Sumo saw posts like this. North District notice, elixirs carry risks harming both others and yourself. Do not consume. After scrolling for ages, Sumo finally spotted this notice. It had been posted a week ago. It was precisely when he entered the demon cave. Previously, posts from the North Yard always appeared at the very top. Unexpectedly, this time it was pushed so far down it didn't even make the top 20. There were quite a few comments below. Sumo casually scrolled through them.
I trust the North Academy, so I'll take the pills myself to test their safety.
We can't let others exploit this. I've always trusted the North Campus, but now there's a chance for everyone to become martial artists. Why block it? Shoo, can't say, absolutely can't say more.
Just know it yourself.
Can you all stop stirring the pot?
I trust Dean Long and I trust Sumo.
I believe too.
I got a pill too, but I crushed it and flushed it down the drain.
Bro, upstairs, well done. That's the way to do it. Post your home address. No offense, but I've been feeling under the weather lately. Just wanted to catch a whiff of that sewer air. Of course, most were just sending emojis.
Why you watched Sumo standing there, silent.
Are you feeling terribly disappointed? Hearing Bayu's question, Sumo tucked his phone away and turned around. Disappointed? Not really. I just think that unknown enemy is pretty formidable. To devise such a method to undermine the North District from within. What did the teacher say? Sumo didn't believe the old man hadn't made a move.
Master is currently busy constructing a massive city where those unwilling to take the elixir and those with outstanding contributions to the North District may enter.
Anyone who takes the elixir will be denied entry. Sumo nodded. What are you thinking about?
Seeing Sumo's expression remain unchanged, Bayu asked curiously.
Sister Bayu, do you have any good ideas? I don't have any brilliant ideas myself. I'm just a girl not as quick-witted as you.
Hearing this, the golden eagle in the kitchen inwardly scoffed.
What a double standard. You weren't like this with me earlier, you practically wanted to stew me in soup. What about you? Any good ideas? Bayu looked at Sumo. I do have one thought.
As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure.
Let's go talk to the old man tomorrow. Bayu nodded, no longer pressing the matter. Glancing at the time, she said. It's getting late. Time to rest.
After saying this, Bayu yawned and turned to leave. She noticed Sumo's gaze still fixed on her.
What? You want to sleep with me? Sumo raised an eyebrow. Does Sister Bayu agree?
Bayu returned to the room and turned her head.
You're dreaming. But if you come over tonight, I won't be able to resist. Your strength surpasses mine now.
Seeing Bayu leave the door ajar, Sumo shook his head.
Does this woman even realize how irresistible she is?
Back in his own room, Golden Eagle had already tidied up and entered.
Sumo, did you notice anything off about that woman? Hearing Jin Ying's concern, Sumo nodded. You noticed too? Jin Ying's pupils shifted. A woman with that kind of figure couldn't possibly be ordinary. Don't read too much into it. To me, she's always Sister Bayu no matter what she looks like now. Jin Ying didn't argue after hearing this. He could tell Sumo and Bayu were very close. But they weren't a couple. A sudden thought struck Golden Eagle. Damn it, I never thought you'd be this kind of person, Sumo. You want to freeload? Sumo was about to sleep when Jin Ying's outburst made him turn his head, utterly confused. How am I freeloading?
If you spread rumors, I'll call the cops.
Jin Ying wore an expression that said, I knew it. Bro, hear me out. This isn't some scandal, it proves you've got the skills. Your bro Golden Eagle can give you some advice. Bang. The door slammed shut. Sumo hugged his pillow, utterly speechless. Damn Golden Eagle, picking on someone he knows can't fight back.
Inside Sumo's room, Jin Ying's lips curled upward.
Hey, sweetheart, I'm Golden Eagle, loyal as can be. You better seize this chance. Recalling Bayu's terrifying presence, Golden Eagle lay on Sumo's bed.
He had to admit, humans sure knew how to enjoy themselves. Before long, drowsiness washed over him.
Sumo rolled his eyes.
Turning his head, he noticed Bayu's door was indeed still slightly ajar. Shaking his head, he flopped onto the sofa. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the door creaked open.
Oh my, TSK. How pitiful. After working so hard all these days, you still have to sleep on the sofa.
Bayu had already changed into her pajamas, wrapped up snugly. Standing in the doorway, she looked at Sumo with a smirk, clearly reveling in his misfortune.
Sis Bayu, you're still awake? Perfect, I'll keep you company tonight. Hearing Bayu's provocation, Sumo naturally refused to back down. Do you have the guts? Bayu raised an eyebrow. Sumo abruptly stood up and stepped before Bayu. Gazing at the towering figure before her. His sword-like eyebrows seemed to pierce the sky, and his handsome face looked even more striking under the lights. Especially the faintly visible muscles, Bayu could see them at a glance. Her throat rolled once. Sis Bayu, are you underestimating me? You can't possibly eat me, can you? Sumo spoke before entering the room and collapsing onto Bayu's bed. A faint rose fragrance wafted through the air. Sumo took a deep breath. Bayu opened her mouth in surprise. That little brat actually dared to do it. She closed the door and switched off the light. Sister Bayu, what are you doing? I'm just tucking you in. Don't catch a chill. Ha. Stop it, really, it tickles. Sumo's voice echoed. Smack. Behave yourself for your sister. Be a good girl and apply the medicine. Oh. I knew it. You reckless thing, hunting monsters without a care for your safety, leaving yourself covered in scars. Don't you fear being devoured by the beasts? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Alright, zip up your jacket. Be more careful next time. Thanks, Sister Baiwe. You're welcome. What can I say? Sister Baiwe just can't help worrying. Chapter 192, Suemo, the master of bringing up unpleasant topics, breaks down defenses. Suemo remains silent. After a moment, the room fell quiet. Sis Baiwe, do you know about the bloodline? What? Beasts have bloodlines. Could humans also possess special bloodlines that remain dormant? Or perhaps they've grown so faint over time they're nearly negligible. Hearing Sumo's question. After a moment, Bayu's voice finally came through. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Did you discover something strange? Not really. I'm just curious. This time in the demon lair, the beasts there emphasized bloodlines unlike the ones out here. It got me thinking, if demon beasts truly inherit bloodlines, could humans possess them too? If it could be activated, could everyone become a martial artist? Suemo sat up abruptly at this question. His eyes grew sharper in the darkness. Bayu seemed to grasp something as well. You mean? Bayu kept her own speculation to herself. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Suemo took a deep breath, pushing the thoughts from his mind. Collapsing onto the bed, he breathed in the fragrance and felt the familiar scent lingering nearby. A deep sense of peace washed over Suemo. Soon, drowsiness washed over him and he drifted off to sleep. Bayu listened to the steady rhythm of the person beside her breathing. A faint smile touched her lips. Soon, drowsiness overtook her as well, and she too drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Golden Eagle paced restlessly in the living room. Damn it, what time is it? Why aren't they out yet? Did they get stuck in there yesterday? I can't cook either. Even washing a plate is a chore for me. Forget it. I don't care. I'm going back to sleep. Inside the room, Suemo hadn't opened his eyes. He was still asleep. Bayu had already woken up. Glancing at the arm draped across her, she felt utterly speechless. She turned her head to look at that familiar handsome face, a smile curling her lips. This brat actually looks pretty good now, much better than before. Especially when Sumo's shirt rode up. Those 8-pack abs that caught her eye. Bayu couldn't resist and reached out. Stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. Suemo murmured, suddenly sensing something was off. Opening her eyes, she met a pair of lecherous eyes. Sis Bayu, what are you doing so early in the morning? Bayu lifted her head. Seriously, you're so stingy. I let you stay here last night and gave you a place to sleep. You've got to pay some kind of price for that, right? Bayu stared at Suemo with a half smile, making Sumo's scalp tingle. It's getting late. Get up quickly, we still need to find the master. Watching Suemo flee like a scared rabbit, Bayu couldn't help but laugh. That handsome little brother is really adorable. Suemo returned to his room. You big eagle, the sun's already high in the sky, and you're still sleeping? Can't you get up and crow? Suemo, I advise you to show some respect. I'm an eagle, a golden eagle, no less, with the bloodline of the golden-winged great pink bird. I'm no chicken. Don't think I won't hit you just because we're in your house. I'm at the first level of heaven's mandate. Fine, you're so tough. Dare you come with me to a certain place? Fine, I'll go. Like I'm scared of you. Alright, you've got guts. Whoever backs out is a coward. Shortly after packing up, Suemo, Bayu, and Golden Eagle set out. Along the way, many Northyard students spotted Suemo, their eyes brimming with excitement. Young master. The young master is back. Greetings echoed along the entire route. Jining watched the scene unfold, utterly astonished. He hadn't realized Suemo held such a high position. Previously, when people addressed Suemo as young master, he hadn't paid it much mind. Looks like you're no ordinary figure. Why do they all call you young master? Bayu chimed in from the side. Because he's the future heir of the Northern Sanctuary, the North Yard. What do you think of that status? Golden Eagle's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Holy, you're that powerful? Of course I am. Just then, several figures approached from the distance. Especially the woman leading them, dressed in a white sundress paired with crystal sandals. Her eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Suemo. Golden Eagle was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something was off. Beside him, Bayu seemed as still as winter. Golden Eagle retracted his head, perched on Sumo's shoulder, and fell silent. From afar, Yi Xiaoxi's eyes lit up the moment she spotted Suemo. Suemo felt a bit overwhelmed by that look. A thought struck her, and she immediately grabbed Bayu's hand. Yi Xiaoxi, who had been running toward them, paused mid-stride but continued approaching nonetheless. Bayu froze when Suemo suddenly grabbed her hand. When she finally registered what was happening, a faint smile touched her lips. Golden Eagle watched the scene unfold and rolled her eyes. Brother Suemo, you're back. Suemo nodded. Long time no see. Seeing Sumo's handsome face and the powerful aura he carried, Yi Xiaoxi couldn't help but lose herself in thought. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Suemo raised an eyebrow. Oh, I've already eaten. By you, Suemo, Jining? What does that mean? Golden Eagle shook his head.
He was playing dumb, but this didn't seem like an act.
When did brother Suemo come back?
Yi Xiaoxi looked at Suemo and asked.
He came back last night. Why sit in a bowl? If the situation weren't so awkward, Golden Eagle would have burst out laughing. Suemo had already charmed this little girl into a daze. Even Baiyu gaped in disbelief. Sumo's expression darkened. Yi Xiaoxi, what are you thinking? Have you broken through to the Meridian Realm yet? Have you grasped the essence of the sword? Have you perfected your martial arts techniques? Sumo's barrage of questions finally snapped Yi Xiaoxi back to reality. That really stung. It won't be long before I break through. Dot.
Surprise flickered in Sumo's eyes.
Keep working hard.
Though you're still far behind Baiyu and even further behind me, I still don't mind having you as a friend. You're a bit short, a bit scatterbrained, and your talent isn't top tier, but you're not half bad.
Suemo, you big jerk.
Yi Xiaoxi called out before running off, her eyes misting over.
Baiyu and Jining gave Suemo a thumbs up.
Baiyu admired him even more, truly a steel-hearted straight man. His words cut straight to the heart.
The classic type who always brings up the most sensitive topics.
The thing was, despite being such a straight shooter, Baiyu and he were incredibly close. After Yi Xiaoxi left, the two of them along with the eagle headed toward Long Lintian's office. Golden Eagle noticed they were still holding hands, but his gaze shifted away without a word of warning. A moment later, they arrived at Long Lintian's office. At that moment, Jining suddenly felt a bit hesitant. A palpable sense of dread washed over him, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. His throat convulsed.
Suemo, who exactly are you here to see? Chapter 193. Do you know how to cultivate a qualified heir?
Noticing the evasiveness in Golden Eagle's eyes, Sumo's lips curved upward. You're Golden Eagle, with the bloodline of the golden-winged graping bird and the first level of Heaven's mandate.
You haven't even entered the door yet, what's there to be afraid of? Golden Eagle rolled his eyes at that. You have no idea how terrifying the people inside are, do you? Don't worry, nothing will happen. I've got your back. Suemo pushed open the door. Long Lintian and Leibao turned their heads, but their gazes didn't land on the Golden Eagle. Instead, they both looked at Baiyu and the hand Suemo was holding. Maybe you shouldn't be showing off your affection in front of the teacher. Long Lintian quipped. Only then did Suemo realize he was still holding Baiyu's hand. But since he'd already taken it this far, he couldn't back down now. He walked right in, still holding Baiyu's hand. Leibao and Long Lintian's eyebrows twitched, their mouths twitching. You little brat, we were just talking about you, and you're still getting excited. Baiyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Even after sitting down, her neck remained crimson. Only then did both pairs of eyes shift to the golden bird perched on Sumo's shoulder. Golden Eagle. Long Lintian's eyes flickered as he spoke. That's right, boss. I'm from the Golden Eagle clan, Sumo's good friend, his brother. Golden Eagle grew tense. This guy must be Long Lintian, even the king of Demon Cave number 5 couldn't match him. But who was this old man beside him? His aura was no less formidable. Long Lintian and Leibao exchanged glances, both equally surprised. If their eyes did not deceive them, this Golden Eagle was likely at the Heaven's Wool realm. Not only that, but it also possessed a special bloodline within its body. Both pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on Suemo. Suemo showed no hesitation, turning to walk toward the cabinet behind Long Lintian. He brewed several cups of tea, placing the first one before Baiyu. Then he offered one to the Golden Eagle and another each to Leibao and Long Lintian. Leibao's lips curved upward. Young Master Su was such a sensible lad, a good kid indeed, ha ha ha. Long Lintian's mouth twitched. That little brat was trying to fleece him again. Golden Eagle's eyes flickered with emotion. Back so soon? That's not like you. Long Lintian leaned back. Suemo retrieved a corpse from his spatial ring. Take a look. Upon seeing it, both Leibao and Long Lintian's eyes flickered with emotion. Interesting. I've seen plenty of human demons, but this is my first time encountering a human-demon hybrid. It came from the 5th underground cavern. Suemo observed the calmness in Long Lintian's expression. Old man, looks like you know what's going on in there. Why'd you even let me go in? Long Lintian took a deep breath. You are the heir of the Northern Academy. You must gain more experience. I've long been aware of the Eternal Life Organization's arrangements inside, but I've been too lazy to deal with them. This was the first time Suemo had seen a domineering side to Long Lintian. What do you think they're researching this thing for? Long Lintian suddenly turned to Suemo and asked. Suemo snapped his head up at the question, his gaze locking onto Long Lintian. Long Lintian's expression was serious and solemn. Even the thunderstorm reflected this intensity. Longevity. Hearing Sumo's words, both men's eyebrows twitched and furrowed. Clearly, this was not the outcome they had hoped for. Or rather, it's more about the bloodline. Hearing Sumo's response, the frowns between their brows relaxed. Seems you've already figured it out. Sumo was speechless. This old man clearly knew a great deal, yet refused to speak, insisting on letting you experience things firsthand so they'd leave a lasting impression. You emerged so swiftly it seems you're also #1 on the killing rankings. My eyes didn't deceive me, you truly are a menace. Baiyu, seated on the sofa, nearly choked on his drink. Sumo's face darkened. Was this any way for a master to act? Since you're out now, this enemy is yours to handle. Long Lindian looked up at Sumo. Sumo opened his mouth. I just got back, and you're already assigning me tasks. What about the reward? Nothing at all. What? Got a problem with that? Seeing Sumo's silence, Long Lindian inquired. Of course I have an issue. A major one. No perks whatsoever? I'm not doing it. Long Lindian's lips curled upward. Huh, this kid's getting smarter. Don't worry, there will definitely be rewards, just not right now. However, I can grant you one privilege: you may do as you please in the entire Northern District. Even if you destroy the entire Northern District, it won't matter. Hearing Long Lindian's words, even Lei Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this old dragon up to? It didn't seem like his style at all. Baiyu, seated behind them, glanced at Long Lindian before withdrawing her gaze, a pensive look forming on her face. Sumo was utterly bewildered. His master must have lost his mind. Wouldn't this approach drag the entire North District down? Even the golden eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder seemed bewildered. Did Long Lindian really value Sumo that much? This was essentially the king of their demon lair handing over power to other beasts. This was utterly insane. Only now did the golden eagle realize Sumo was far more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. Old man, did you take the wrong medicine? Sumo countered. Long Lindian shook his head. You are the heir to the North Yard, which makes you the heir to the entire North District. I now place that authority in your hands. The entire North District, including me, is at your command. Do whatever you wish. Even destroy the North District if you must. I wonder if you've got the guts. You're not backing down, are you? Long Lindian stared at Sumo and demanded. Who's afraid of who? Bring it on. But what's in it for me? I've given you all the power. The entire North District is now effectively yours. Take whatever you want. Sumo's mouth hung open. That was a huge piece of pie, too big to swallow, truly too big. He'd burst if he tried. This old man's heart was truly black. Pulling a fast one. Old man, give us some real benefits. Otherwise, we're walking away. Long Lindian's mouth twitched as he glanced at Baiyu. Then he pulled out a set of combat armor from his spatial ring. Handcrafted by me personally. It can withstand attacks from half-step sage-level powerhouses. How about it? Sumo rubbed his chin. 2 sets. One isn't enough. Long Lindian produced another set. Fine, 2 sets. Here you go. Don't let me down now. I've laid out the benefits. If you fail to deliver. If I fail, I won't drink your tea anymore. Sumo swiftly stowed away the combat suit and quickly added. Fair enough. At least that's one condition. Sumo took a deep breath, feeling a sense of helplessness. Sis Baiyu, let's go. This old man isn't trustworthy. Baiyu nodded and followed Sumo out. But as they walked away, Sumo didn't take Baiyu's hand. This left Baiyu feeling something was missing. After they had both departed, Lei Bao turned to look at Long Lindian. Old dragon, what are you up to? This doesn't seem like you. You're really going all out this time. Long Lindian took a deep breath. Old Lei, do you know how to cultivate an outstanding heir? Chapter 194, Long Lindian's 2-for-1 strategy. Lei Bao remained silent, thinking of his own disciple and shaking his head. The gap between him and Sumo was simply too vast. Sumo was different from others. That kid has his own ideas and thinks on his feet. He discovered the bloodline matter in less than a week at the demon's lair. That was a bit unexpected. I thought it would take at least half a month. More importantly, he managed to bring that traitor out. Whether it was pure luck or he already sensed something big might happen in the North District, this kid isn't as simple as we thought. And haven't you noticed a change in his demeanor? To put it bluntly, he used to be a country bumpkin, a nouveau riche type. Now he carries himself with a touch of nobility. Long Lindian rubbed his chin. Are you suggesting he's awakened his bloodline too? Long Lindian shook his head. It's not immediately apparent. If Baiyu hadn't told us earlier, we wouldn't have known about the bloodline either. I've already stopped Baiyu from suppressing me. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao took a deep breath. If you're not letting her suppress it, then her power. Beasts value bloodlines, and humans possess unique bloodlines too. It's just that over time, they become too difficult to unlock. Lei Bao suddenly realized. Could those pills appearing in the North District also be related to the bloodline matter, orchestrated by the Immortal Organization? Long Lindian looked at Lei Bao. You finally caught on. Lei Bao opened his mouth. You ing genius, big deal if you're smart. Big deal. This guy understood everything better than anyone else, yet he just played dumb. So when those people used the pills, you only tried to dissuade them during the livestream without taking action. That's why I simply issued a warning. The matter of the demon lair was bound to surface sooner or later. Since blocking them is futile, why force the issue? When the time comes, just send those martial artists into the demon lair to slay the beasts. Release them gradually, and their tempers should calm considerably. That brat probably shares my thoughts, but I've already silenced him. He knows I've long been aware and have my methods. Seeing the schadenfreude in Long Lintian's eyes, Lei Bao was speechless. Being your disciple really is unlucky. As this thought crossed his mind, Lei Bao suddenly realized. Something's off. Something's very off. If Long Lintian knew there was a traitor, why didn't he purge them earlier? Why make Sumo handle everything? A chill ran down Lei Bao's spine. This was using the immortal organization to cultivate disciples. Simultaneously, they were exploiting Sumo's antagonistic relationship with the immortal organization to deliberately have its members target the Northern District. Eventually, all the organization's research and experiments would fall into the North District's hands. This guy was killing two birds with one stone, using someone else's resources to achieve his own ends. After piecing it together, Lei Bao lifted his head to look at Long Lintian. Well, you actually figured it out. Old dragon, you're impressive. No wonder you're the only one among your peers who broke through to the sage realm. Long Lintian's lips curved upward at Lei Bao's praise. This old friend had finally caught on. When so many traitors emerged in the Northern Territory earlier, you didn't intervene. We couldn't understand it then, but now it makes sense. You'd already been making secret preparations all along. Long Lintian nodded. The Immortality Organization is no simple matter. They're hidden too deeply. Even thorough investigations struggle to uncover anything useful. Besides, they're all small fry, just petty skirmishes. You can't get any useful information from them. I've been pushing forward all along, but unfortunately, no one stepped up to inflict greater losses on the Immortality Organization. Lei Bao's eyes flickered. Only Sumo remained. Those traitors in the North District essentially served as your ticket into the game. I must say, you've got some nerve. Lei Bao expressed his admiration. Who dared to play such a high-stakes game? This time, we're reeling in a big fish. If you're not deaf or blind, you can't run the show. At the very least, the North District has gained tangible benefits now. Tens of thousands of martial artists, though their temperaments aren't exactly pleasant, aren't impossible to manage. Lei Bao looked at Long Lintian. You, man, I have to say, you're truly cunning. I bet your disciples are still gossiping about you right now. Long Lintian glanced outside. You know what? The moment Sumo brought out that hermaphrodite and I didn't bat an eyelid, Sumo figured it all out. Lei Bao gaped. That kid's got that sharp? You think he's like you? What surprised me is that he can actually befriend a demon beast. Perhaps in the future, this kid might truly pull off something beyond our wildest expectations. So you're willing to stake the entire Northern District on his growth? Lei Bao now understood just how formidable Long Lintian was when it came to cultivating disciples. If Sumo could resolve this matter flawlessly this time, it wouldn't be long before Sumo's growth made his intellect and power terrifyingly formidable. People are forged through trials. Sumo's talent isn't lacking, and his reactions are sharp. I have no idea what ancient monsters the Eternal Life Organization is hiding. While things are still stable for me now, I can cultivate Sumo. If that day ever comes, at least the Northern District will still have a glimmer of hope. After uttering these words, Long Lintian lifted his gaze toward the outside. Who knew what the future held? He needed to prepare in advance. On one hand, he would leverage the Immortal Organization's research to bolster the North District's strength. On the other hand, he would cultivate Sumo and Baiyu. Once Baiyu stopped suppressing her potential, her strength would enter a phase of rapid growth. As for Sumo, he had done all he could. How far she progressed from here depended entirely on her. This was a high-stakes gamble. A high-stakes gamble between the Immortal Organization and him. His card is Sumo, and he holds only a few cards in his hand. Baiyu, Sumo, the Thunderstorm, and himself. The cards held by the Immortal Organization they still didn't know. Though Long Lintian remained silent, it didn't mean he wasn't under immense pressure. Compared to the demonic beasts, Long Lintian feared the Immortal Organization even more. After Sumo, Baiyu, and the Golden Eagle emerged. Golden Eagle shuddered slightly. The room had been too stifling. He dared not even breathe. Such was the oppressive aura of Long Lintian. Sister Baiyu, this set is for you. Sumo pulled out the combat suit he'd obtained from Long Lintian. Baiyu accepted it without hesitation. What are your plans now? Rest, of course. Sumo's eyes flickered. As for the investigation, I can assign it to someone else. I'm sure it'll yield unexpected results. Sumo thought of Li Tianxi. This guy would come in handy. Golden Eagle thought of Li Tianxi and shook his head. A pitiful traitor. He'd already been sold out by Sumo. The fool still believed Sumo valued him. Baiyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. She had already grasped Sumo's meaning. I must admit, this plan is quite clever. Let's go. Rest for a few days. After all, there are important matters ahead. She noticed Sumo's expression suddenly grow grave. Bai Yu pondered for a moment. Looks like you care about Lu Yaoyao after all. Chapter 195, You're too impatient. Golden Eagle was speechless. Which woman was this? The atmosphere had been perfectly fine, but it changed in an instant. Even he, a golden eagle at the Heavenswell realm, couldn't keep up with this. Let's go back first. I'll go find that guy. After parting ways with Bai Yu, Suemo pulled out his phone. The call connected shortly. Young master, what is it? Li Tianxi's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing this, Golden Eagle silently mourned for the guy for a full minute. Where are you now? Got time? I need to talk to you. Just wrapped up work. Heading back to the North Campus. Alright, call me from the North Campus. It's extremely important. Got it. I'll head back as soon as possible. By afternoon, Suemo finally caught up with Li Tianxi. Young master, what's so urgent? Li Tianxi looked at Suemo. On his way over, he'd already considered many possibilities and had a rough guess in mind. I'd been assigned a task to investigate the source of the elixirs. Li Tianxi's eyebrows arched slightly. He had already anticipated this. So, interested? The reward this time is substantial, a battlesuit capable of withstanding attacks from those at the half-step sage realm. Li Tianxi sucked in a sharp breath at the offer. Such a generous reward. Upon completion, you'll receive one. Not just us, other masters have already dispatched disciples to investigate in secret. Li Tianxi's eyes flickered with interest. So, are you in? I'll put in a good word for you. No need to return to the demon's lair just yet. You can stay out longer. Even if the investigation turns up nothing, I'll give you a low-grade earth-level martial art technique. How about it? Deal. I'm in. Suemo smiled upon hearing Li Tianxi's agreement. We'll split up. Contact me if you find anything, but your top priority is staying safe. Young master, rest assured. I know exactly what to do. Have you decided? Will you join my team? Sure. Hearing Li Tianxi's agreement, Sumo's smile grew even brighter. Great. With you on board, it's like having an extra strategist. You're the first one to join us. Once this matter is settled, I'll make it public. Then, the position of Vice Dean of the North Campus will have a place for you. But let me be clear, this mission is critical. Seeing Suemo suddenly grow serious, Li Tianxi nodded. This must be a task entrusted to Suemo by Long Lintian, and he likely recommended Li Tianxi for it. If he failed to complete this mission, his standing with Long Lintian and the other Vice Deans would be severely compromised. Now he saw a glimmer of opportunity to climb the ranks. Once he truly secured the position of Vice Dean, he would gain access to greater resources. Coupled with Sumo's profound trust in him, the entire Northern District would hold no secrets from him. His standing within the organization would rise accordingly. Golden Eagle's gaze kept drifting toward Li Tianxi. Seeing the gleam in this man's eyes, Jining knew ambition burned within him. But he'd been completely duped by Suemo and remained oblivious. The benefits have already been secured, yet you're still lost in fantasy. But this fellow would likely seek out that Shangguan Huoqing. Honored by the young master's trust, I, Li Tianxi, would brave fire and water to fulfill your orders. In that case, we'll investigate separately. Do not act rashly, this matter is no trivial affair. Seeing Sumo's solemn expression, Li Tianxi nodded in agreement. Just then, Sumo's phone rang abruptly. Suemo, what the hell are you up to? What's happening in the demon's lair? The call connected, revealing Long Lintian's accusatory voice. Sumo's eyes flashed with murderous intent upon hearing this. Master, it's just a minor skirmish. I didn't expect Shangguan Huoqing to have already reported it to you. I'm heading over now. After speaking, Suemo hung up the phone. He turned to face Li Tianxi. You go investigate first. I have something to take care of. With that, Suemo turned and walked away. Li Tianxi watched Sumo's retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. As they'd gotten to know each other, he'd realized Suemo wasn't as flawless as others claimed. She had her own agenda. His mindset still lacked maturity. By now, Suemo had returned to Long Lintian's office. He had actually intended to seek out Long Lintian for another matter. Upon entering the office, Shangguan Huoqing was already waiting. Young master. Suemo nodded briefly at Shangguan Huoqing. Have a seat. No need to stand on ceremony. After speaking, he turned to open Long Lintian's cabinet and brewed a cup of tea. Relax. No need to be nervous. Shangguan Huoqing opened her mouth. Was Suemo being this bold? But seeing Long Lintian's utterly unfazed expression, her rising anxiety finally subsided. Suemo appraised Shangguan Huoqing from head to toe. This was someone with ideas. Quick-witted too. You want to be an undercover agent? Suemo countered. Shangguan Huoqing set down her teacup and looked up at Suemo, her face etched with conflict. This was indeed her plan. After learning about Sumo's background, she finally grasped the vast gap between them. I want to try it. Maybe through Li Tianxi, I can learn something. Long Lintian remained silent, leaving everything to Sumo.
How he arranged things was entirely up to him.
No need.
You've shown too much eagerness, you've already lost your chance. Shangguan Huoqing looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. If you'd only investigated my situation in the North District, you'd know you should be conflicted.
Your family is there too. The more conflicted you appear, the less suspicious you'll seem. The more desperate you appear now, the more vigilant that guy will become.
He's been hiding for so many years, he won't make a move lightly.
Besides, there's another dangerous person in the North District now. Judging by his actions in the North District, he's the type who'd rather kill the wrong person than let the right one slip away. If Li Tianxi truly manages to connect with that person, having you reach out to them then would be pushing you straight into the underworld. Watching Sumo's nonchalant demeanor, Shangguan Huoqing's mouth fell open.
Only then did she realize the foolish mistake she'd made. She'd intended to help Sumo, but instead, she'd only made things worse.
And now she'd even aroused Li Tianxi's suspicion. Just keep playing your part normally from now on. Don't agree to anything Li Tianxi asks. Interact with him as you did in the demon lair. Leave the rest to me. When we head out, stay close to me, keep your head down, and do this. After hearing Sumo's instructions, Shangguan Huoqing nodded. Long Lintian watched the entire exchange without intervening. Once outside, Shangguan Huoqing kept her head down, saying nothing. Sumo stood beside her, seemingly whispering something.
Shangguan Huoqing's body trembled intermittently, and when she lifted her head, a trace of fear flashed across her eyes.
Sumo then strode away with an air of superiority.
Shangguan Huoqing remained frozen in place, her hands clenched tightly as she glared at Sumo with murderous intent in her eyes.
Chapter 196, The Mysterious Nine Masters Appear. Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder. Only after they had walked far away did the Golden Eagle speak. That guy is definitely watching. It doesn't matter. If he weren't watching, that would be the problem.
Someone this cautious won't make a move lightly.
Just wait. It'll probably take a while before this guy takes the bait. It all depends on whether he's useful for this plan. If not, we'll just have to eliminate him. Sumo sighed after speaking.
They were mere minnows, with limited knowledge. Who knows what rank that enemy who appeared in the North District holds within the Eternal Life Organization?
Just as Sumo was trying every possible means to investigate that mysterious figure. Inside a skyscraper, a man in a trench coat sat in an executive chair, holding a stack of documents. It was Sumo's file. Two subordinates exchanged puzzled glances, genuinely baffled as to why the Ninth Master kept poring over Sumo's file. Not only that, but he had been reviewing it every single day since it first appeared. They could grasp Sumo's situation after just one glance, leaving them baffled as to what the Ninth Master was thinking. The Ninth Lord placed the file on the table. You two take a look. Can you discern anything from it? They had gathered this information themselves, so they naturally remembered its contents. Nevertheless, they picked them up to review the issues they had previously marked. Nothing had been altered. As for what they could discern, all they could see was that Sumo possessed exceptional talent, with affinity ratings of 100 for all three elements, gold, wind, and fire. He also possessed spatial and temporal powers. He even played a major role in slaying the flame dragon turtle. Each operation systematically eliminated numerous low-level operatives from the Immortal Organization. Even an Inner Circle member, Guang Mo, had been deliberately ensnared. That guy could have provided a huge amount of money, but unexpectedly, Sumo took care of him too. Ninth Elder, everything we can see is already up there. Even after reviewing it again, they could only see these things? Individuals possessing such extraordinary talent and intellect were rare even within the Immortal Organization. Why did that former failure suddenly rise to prominence? The Ninth Lord spoke, causing the two to look at each other in surprise. Lord 9, that thunderstorm transformed from an opponent not even worthy of a flame dragon turtle into a sage-level being. If he could achieve that, then facilitating Sumo's rapid breakthrough should be a simple matter, right? The Ninth Elder merely smiled without responding. If his subordinates were already thinking this way, those in the Northern Territory surely were too. Sumo's sudden rise had already made others notice his extraordinary talent. Only a few wondered why he'd risen so abruptly. But with the thunderstorm incident suddenly unfolding, everything had formed a closed loop. Since Long Lintian was behind it, no one would question it further. He, however, suspected Sumo had anticipated this and used the traitor's affair to erase any lingering doubts. Yet Long Lintian had seen through his scheme and pushed things along from behind. The coordination between master and disciple was truly seamless. He had intended to use Sumo's sudden rise to provoke the Northern District, but unexpectedly, Sumo had already preemptively thwarted that plan. Sumo was the type who always planned 3 steps ahead. Long Lintian, meanwhile, was orchestrating the grand scheme. A large number of martial artists have appeared in the North District. What can you deduce from the North Academy's actions? Upon hearing the Ninth Elder's words, the two pondered for a moment. Your Excellency, your plan is simply too brilliant. The North District has no countermeasures.
We've recently heard that the North Academy is constructing a large city, intending to house those who haven't taken the elixir.
It seems Lord Joda's plan is succeeding remarkably well. The ninth elder lifted his head, observing the two men. Is that what you think too? No. Long Lindian has guarded the North District for so many years he must have some countermeasures.
Building a city might be true, but there must be other plans as well. If he leads all these martial artists to the demon lair to hunt beasts, our plan will be ruined. Only then did the ninth lord nod in agreement. The other man eyed the speaker. You clever bastard, when did your brain grow so sharp behind my back? Not bad. He's not as dim-witted as I thought. Long Lindian is using us to train his disciples. The ninth elder rose to his feet, standing before the glass wall and gazing down at the buildings below. The two subordinates heard this and found it hard to believe. Training Suemo? Is that for real? Sounds like a fairy tale. But since the ninth elder said it, it must be true. Long Lindian, you really outdid yourself. How did you even come up with such a scheme? How are those who've recently taken the elixir faring? The ninth elder asked without turning his head. Nothing particularly surprising has been observed. The ninth elder nodded. What about that Lu Yao Yao? She remains in a deep slumber. She should awaken within the next few days. The ninth elder nodded. Next, I need you to carry out a task. Once successful, the subsequent plan can be executed. Hearing the ninth lord's plan, the two men's eyes lit up. In the end, they couldn't help but admire the ninth lord's wisdom. After sensing his subordinates had departed, the ninth lord's lips curled upward, his thoughts hidden behind a knowing smile. Long Lindian, our wager has begun. Let's see who emerges victorious. Suemo returned to his residence from Long Lintian's place, plopping down onto the sofa. He leaned back into the cushions. Golden Eagle observed Sumo's lazy demeanor. Suemo, you're not planning to go to the demon's lair? Not going to boost your strength? Suemo opened his eyes. What's the rush? We still have time. Besides, now isn't the right time to go in. There are still unresolved matters, aren't there? Suemo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. What are you thinking about? Suemo picked up an apple at random, took a bite, and then spoke slowly. I'm wondering what their next move will be. If they're truly making such a big move because of bloodline, and if they haven't discovered it, they'll definitely maximize the value of these martial artists. The entire northern district will be shaken. This turmoil isn't caused by external enemies, but by internal strife. Think about it, tens of thousands of martial artists appearing out of nowhere. The obvious benefits are already clear. Right now, everyone in the North District dreams of obtaining those elixirs. If I were in their shoes, I'd present conditions now. Only by fulfilling those conditions could they obtain the elixirs. The old man must have already considered this, otherwise, why would he entrust the entire North District's authority to me? Golden Eagle's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Sumo's explanation finally made sense to him. So then, why are you sitting idle instead of investigating? Someone's already investigating. That guy's cautious, he'll uncover something to test me. Besides, he's playing on human nature. What can I do about that? Chapter 197, What a Cunning Enemy Tricked Again. Golden Eagle pondered Sumo's words, especially since he'd recently learned quite a bit about the Northern District. This kind of thing isn't just hard for you humans to handle, even us demon beasts would struggle to cope. After all, why should anyone care about others' lives? Personal gain is the only rule that matters. Suemo remained silent, instead pulling out his phone. He opened the chat interface with Lu Yao Yao. Suemo, save me. The 4 characters lay isolated on the screen. Suemo, you're quite the ladies' man, but I still think Sister Baiwe suits you better. Suemo looked up at the words. You call her Sister Baiwe? When did you two become so close? How come I never knew? What do you know, you clueless guy? Sister Baiwe is like a ray of light, illuminating the path ahead for me. Suemo was speechless. What a shameless eagle. Could Baiyu have threatened this golden eagle? Suemo knew full well that this guy was all bark and no bite. Just as the room fell silent, the sound of the door opening echoed. Baiyu pushed the door open and saw Suemo staring at his phone screen. What are you two up to? You're not watching something you shouldn't be behind my back, are you? Suemo looked up, saw Baiyu, then lowered his head again. Baiyu approached and sat beside Suemo, glancing at the screen before shifting her gaze. Oh, still pining for your sweetheart, huh? If that's the case, why not go save her? Golden Eagle heard this and wanted to leave. The atmosphere was turning tense again. Couldn't this Suemo be a little more careful? Jining thought that if he were Suemo, he'd seize the moment when Baiyu returned and switch his phone screen to her photo. Then say a few sweet words to Baiyu. Looks like Brother Golden Eagle will have to teach Suemo a thing or two in the future. This guy's just too clueless. Lu Yao Yao herself is problematic. Since she could send a distress signal, it's possible she's with that unknown enemy. Combined with that person's movements in the North District, I suspect Lu Yao Yao has already been used by them for experiments. Hearing Sumo's words, Baiyu also withdrew her gaze.
So you want to start with Lu Yaoyao to track down that person's location? Suemo shook his head.
That person is making such a big move with so many pills it's impossible for there to be no trace. All the previous traders have been killed off, it's extremely difficult to track him down. Now that person is cultivating a new batch of cannon fodder.
Who craves power?
It must be those with wealth and status, yet who lament their lack of martial prowess.
Such people are the easiest to exploit. And they're cowards who fear death, making them easy to control. But I'm curious, could this unknown enemy be acting so cautiously because something happened to them personally? Hearing Sumo's words, Baiyu nodded.
She retrieved a thick stack of documents from her ring.
This is the death list since that enemy appeared. Would you like to take a look? Suemo took it and scanned the photos in details.
His flipping grew faster and faster. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the rustling of pages.
Finally, Suemo set the documents down.
I thought the 3 operations had already weeded out most of the traders. It really is impossible to guard against everything. Moreover, this enemy has taught us another lesson: where there are people, there are conflicts.
We can never prevent every possible incident. Suemo rubbed his temples, a genuine headache setting in. The enemy was too cunning.
Those who distributed the elixir should all be dead.
Suemo took a deep breath.
Baiyu shot Suemo a surprised glance.
As long as they have the pills, they can replace the people anytime.
Sister Baiyu, help me find a list, not just these people, but the names of all those who died under mysterious circumstances.
Baiyu nodded.
She pulled out her phone and sent a message. Soon after, her phone buzzed with a reply from security management. Suemo scanned the list of deceased. Indeed, numerous people had died in recent days.
Even excluding the traitors, dozens had met bizarre deaths.
Clever bastards.
They died in different cities, no common threads.
Investigate the places they've visited in recent days.
See if there are any overlapping locations. Baiyu nodded. Soon, the individuals' movements were traced. Not a single overlap in their paths.
Even Baiyu stared blankly at the screen. This enemy was truly cautious and meticulous. Their paths never crossed, and their deaths were equally varied: car accidents, demon beast mutations, and even enemies seeking revenge. Golden Eagle remained silent beside her, his scalp prickling with unease.
He had to admit, human ingenuity was truly formidable. Suemo leaned back, studying the data with a pensive gaze. It felt like they'd hit a dead end.
The deceased shared no common traits.
Moreover, such a large-scale operation was bound to attract attention. Why would these people still proceed? That guy had been meticulously covering his tracks. This only backfires. They're fakes, traitors. Suemo uttered the words slowly.
Baiyu looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. Then she shifted her gaze back to the screen.
These are ordinary people. Nothing remarkable about them. Suemo took a deep breath.
They're all ordinary people, but they're perfect for gathering intelligence without arousing suspicion precisely because they're too ordinary. Previously, the traitors we captured all held social status, either powerful martial artists or influential figures.
Hardly any ordinary people.
On the contrary, many ordinary people, when facing immense hardship and receiving help from others, develop a sense of gratitude.
Investigate all the ordinary people helped by the traitors we've executed.
Upon hearing this, Baiyu took a deep breath and hurriedly sent a message to the Security Management Association president.
Give me 1 hour.
After all, such matters were indeed difficult to investigate. Nearly half an hour later, a message arrived. Seeing the long list of people those individuals had helped before their deaths,
Sumo's scalp prickled with dread.
Retrieve the latest roster of martial artists from the Martial Artists Guild.
Baiyu nodded and switched to another interface.
The list appeared shortly after.
Sumo's eyes widened upon seeing it. Half an hour later. Suemo exhaled. Not a single match. While Suemo was verifying the list, even Baiyu and Jining were checking theirs. Even after running the software screening, there were no overlapping results.
Even Baiyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine.
We're screwed. Suemo suddenly shouted.
This left Baiyu and Jining utterly baffled, completely at a loss. The old man must have already investigated these things.
Otherwise, how could the Martial Artists Guild and the Security Management Office send the files so quickly?
The old man must have arranged for them to do it.
Both the man and the eagle snapped to attention, staring at Suemo in disbelief. How did your mind jump to that conclusion? Chapter 198, The Master and Disciple Who Constantly Screw Each Other Over. What kind of master is this?
He's such a sucker, falling for it every single time.
Baiyu knew the old man was unreliable too, but bringing up enemy matters now then suddenly switching topics? We weren't prepared for that. Suemo, maybe you should shift your focus back. After all, you already promised him. Besides, you've already taken the items. Suemo took a deep breath.
Soon after, Sumo's phone rang.
2 people requested to add him as a friend.
One was the head of a martial arts guild, the other the head of a security management office.
After accepting both requests, they both sent a smiley face. Seeing this, Suemo was furious. Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder.
No wonder this guy was so cunning, he'd been taught by his master.
If Golden Eagle were in Sumo's shoes, he'd be extra cautious too. I can't take it anymore. Sumo stood up and headed toward the exit. Where are you going?
Humph, to cause trouble for the old man.
Watching Sumo's receding figure, Bayu's gaze grew pensive. What could possibly give the old man a headache now?
Hearing Bayu's mutter, Jining snapped to attention.
I think I know. Tell me. We found a strange stone platform inside the demon lair. It required blood to be poured over it to activate.
And there were 4 spirit stones on it before, along with numerous skeletal remains. Those people were undoubtedly at the half-step sage realm during their lifetimes. Bayu's eyes widened upon hearing this.
Then why didn't he mention this earlier? Golden Eagle took a deep breath.
I was puzzled why he didn't mention it either, but now I understand. Jining stared at the documents before him, looking utterly speechless. Even Bayu fell silent.
You know what? It really is like that. At that moment, Sumo had already arrived at Long Lintian's office. Long Lintian narrowed his eyes. Any major discoveries?
Seeing Sumo's dejected expression, Long Lintian's eyes crinkled with amusement.
Old man, you're something else. You really know how to set me up. I'm totally screwed.
Long Lintian merely smiled.
Anyway, you've already accepted my favor. You'll have to handle things.
The Martial Artists Guild and the Security Management Department are both at your disposal.
Your old master here is still pretty fair. Sumo took a deep breath, nearly laughing in exasperation at Long Lintian's smug expression. Master, I know you're testing me too. Well, I have a surprise of my own to give you. Long Lintian grew wary. After speaking, Sumo pulled out his phone, opened the photos he'd taken, and placed them before Long Lintian. There was also a video.
Master, look at this black stone platform.
What is it? These grooves, they can only be opened with blood. Look at these corpses. Even after so long, parts of them remain intact.
In life, they were at least at the half-step sage realm.
Do you think there's something special inside this stone platform? And this is inside a demon lair.
If some reckless demon beast were to activate it, we'd be in serious trouble.
Master, don't take my phone.
I'll send it to you.
Take your time looking. Master, I've sent it to you. Take a look first. I'll be leaving now. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, Long Lintian shook his head. He too had never seen such a black stone platform before. Soon, a thunderstorm rolled in.
The two sat in their chairs, staring at the photos, lost in thought.
Old dragon, can I say a few words?
Long Lintian looked up at Lei Bao, his expression urging him to speak his mind.
You screw him over, he screws you over. Can't you two grow a conscience? In the end, it's always me who gets screwed. With the North District in its current state, you absolutely can't leave. I still need to go in and investigate.
Lei Bao covered his head, utterly speechless. These master and disciple were such pitiful losers, he was truly amazed.
Long Lintian was equally speechless. He'd only intended to test Sumo's mettle. Who could have predicted this apprentice would deliver such a massive surprise?
Besides, he genuinely couldn't leave the North District now.
Who knew what the unknown enemy lurking in the shadows might pull next? After venting his frustration, Lei Bao studied the objects in the photograph. Strange. This is the first time I've seen anything like this.
Including these corpses after such a long time, they're still preserved so well. They must have been powerful beings in life.
Lei Bao began studying them intently. Long Lintian also grew serious. I'm starting to wonder if these people aren't from the very beginning of the spiritual energy revival?
My theory is that there was a previous era of cultivation, then spiritual energy vanished, followed by technological advancement.
Then spiritual energy reawakened later, continuing to this day. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao's eyes flickered with realization. If that were true, then this black stone platform was indeed no ordinary object. At the very least, they couldn't act rashly. If something strange emerged from within, it might not be something they could withstand. Do you think we should open it?
Lei Bao looked at Long Lintian with a serious expression.
Long Lintian rubbed his chin.
I'd say we shouldn't rush to open it now. Let's wait until Sumo handles this current matter, then decide whether to go check out that place. But this strange object appearing is indeed rather unusual.
So many people and even demon beasts failed to notice it. Only Sumo discovered it. Whether it's connected to Sumo, I wouldn't dare say. Take that blade in our northern courtyard. Isn't Sumo wielding it now? Hearing Long Lintian's words, Lei Bao gave him a thumbs up.
You're something else, got a knack for screwing over your disciples.
Lei Bao couldn't help but admit this guy's heart was truly black. What's there to fear? At worst, I'll kick the bucket. Besides, danger lurks everywhere these days. I could die any day. Enjoy every second you can.
But this thing appearing does make one curious.
You'd better not go over there yet. The flame dragon turtle's appearance definitely wasn't an accident. Going now would only draw suspicion. Lei Bao nodded. He knew all this without Long Lintian having to say it. It all depends on whether that brat can wrap things up here quickly. By then, Demon K5 should vanish too. At this mention, Lei Bao's heart tightened. Are you certain about taking action against Demon Cave 5? Long Lindian stood up. That's correct. We're moving in. Many martial artists are stationed within the demon lair.
Eliminating one lair will free up significant resources for us to deal with the others. Eliminating one demon lair early brings us greater advantage.
Even if we build a great city, it remains vulnerable to demon beast attacks. If that's the case, why can't we rule the demon lair and make the beasts serve us?
Thunderstorm's heart surged with shock upon hearing Long Lintian's words.
You found hope in Sumo. After all, the Golden Eagle's appearance that day was certainly no accident. Sumo discovered the bloodline matter and even managed to have a Golden Eagle at the Heavens Will realm follow him. Do you think these two things are unrelated? Chapter 199, you say he can enhance beast bloodlines? Thunderstorm's chest heaved faster, unable to even imagine the outcome. Are you saying this kid can enhance demon beast bloodlines? Long Lintian's gaze flickered.
These are merely my speculations, but I believe they're pretty much spot on.
Lei Bao remains silent.
Old Lei, 3 elemental affinities at 100, that's unprecedented in the history of our North Campus.
Sumo is the first.
As far as I know, even in other districts, no one has ever achieved 100 affinity.
The only one we know of is Bai Yu from the very beginning.
Then came Sumo with triple attribute affinity at 100. Bai Yu never says much, she has her own calculations.
But that kid Sumo is sharp and picky. He's curious about everything and has to experiment with it all. Now I even suspect that a 100 affinity rating might signify an entirely different level. Like the difference between mortal and spirit. Lei Bao didn't argue. Long Lindian was absolutely right. Before, we had no other choice. Now that another path has opened before us, I think it's worth a try. At that moment, Long Lintian's gaze was filled with calculation and wisdom. Lei Bao nodded. That's a fair point. Besides, the spiritual energy concentration inside the demon lair is far stronger than what we have outside.
So now it all depends on Sumo's performance.
Lei Bao and Long Lindian exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter. As Sumo left Long Lintian's office, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Who's that shameless person thinking about me? Sumo muttered to himself before dismissing the thought. Upon returning, Bai Yu and Jining were waiting for Sumo. Young master, what are your next plans? Hearing Bai Yu's teasing, Sumo sat down. I've thought through everything I can. There are no leads. Sitting here won't do. Let's go out and take a look. Bai Yu nodded. In that case, let's go. I'll give you a ride. Golden Eagle perched on Sumo's shoulder.
Soon, a sleek red sports car emerged from the underground garage. Bai Yu already had a pair of aviator sunglasses on her face.
Let's go.
After Sumo got into the car, the roar of the engine sent an indescribable thrill through him.
Unlike before, Sumo was no longer short on money. Billions now sat in his account. He could afford any car he wanted, but he felt nothing was cooler than teleporting to another location through his spatial pocket. Where are we going? Bai Yu asked without turning her head. Sumo pondered for a moment. I'm bored. Let's go check out City Z. Bai Yu nodded.
Along the way, the red sports car drew stares like a fiery rose. Especially the handsome man and beautiful woman inside, who drew even more attention. But why bring along a silly bird?
Huh, isn't that Sumo? Who's that woman? How dare she steal my husband away?
It must be Bai Yu from North Campus.
Only she could snatch Sumo away. If only I were Bai Yu, I'd definitely take Sumo by force.
A man like that deserves to be held tight, his waist gripped, made to cry in my arms.
Damn, you're a total pervert. People pointed and whispered along the way. On the highway, Bai Yu glanced back. Looks like we're being followed. Sumo glanced over.
After checking the rearview mirror, he noticed several cars tailing them.
This is rather interesting.
The last time I experienced such a shocking moment was back in Z City, when those ordinary people drove their cars to blow up demon beasts. I just didn't expect them to use this method against me this time. Sumo narrowed his eyes after speaking. 2 trucks suddenly appeared ahead, speeding toward him in the wrong lane.
Should we jump the car?
Bai Yu gripped the steering wheel, asking without turning her head.
No need. Just keep driving normally. Hearing Sumo's words, Bai Yu nodded. The drivers of the oncoming trucks, seeing Sumo approach, flushed with anger.
They revved their engine, its roar like a beast's growl. As the car drew near, the red sports car vanished.
The next moment, it reappeared hundreds of meters away. The cars pursuing Sumo and the oncoming vehicle collided. Boom! Flames erupted skyward.
Sumo glanced at the rearview mirror and paid no further attention. No wonder you don't buy a car. Driving is nowhere near as cool as breaking through space.
Bai Yu remarked wistfully. Sumo merely smiled without responding. Do you think this trip will go smoothly? Sumo asked, sounding almost playful. I'd say it's going okay. At least we should make it to City Z. The two chatted casually. At that moment, the sound of wind and thunder echoed through the sky. All vehicles on the highway came to a halt.
Once they caught sight of those monsters, they were utterly speechless. Before long, traffic began to back up again. Many people got out of their cars, pulling out their phones to capture the unidentified flying objects in the sky. Whoa, those are people, but why do they have wings? No way, could they have started mutating behind our backs? No idea. What's going on? They're all chasing that red sports car up ahead. At that moment, Suemo sat in the sports car, its speed nearing 200 kilometers per hour. Those winged beings continued their relentless pursuit. The pace intensified. At that moment, Suemo raised his finger. A faint golden light appeared. Simultaneously, a trace of Dao intent manifested. Bayu's expression flickered with surprise. This fellow had actually fully grasped the way of the blade. Ripples spread through the space. Soon after, over a dozen corpses plummeted from the sky. Slayed 15 Creation Realm demons, obtained 125 slaughter points. Golden Eagle glanced over casually. How did these things get out? If a flame dragon turtle can appear, then these half-human, half-ghost things appearing isn't anything strange. Looks like we need to wrap up the North District business quickly. Then have the old man clear out all 5 demon lairs. After speaking, Sumo's figure vanished. He reappeared high above in the sky. Only a flash of golden light streaked across the sky, like a sharp blade slicing through space. 3 minutes later, Suemo sat in the car. Let's go. Seeing Sumo's calm demeanor, Bayu gave him a thumbs up. The red sports car sped past. Bodies fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the red sports car seemed to weave through the corpses. Many people stopped by the roadside, their eyes wide at the sight. Soon, several helicopters arrived. All the bodies were carried away. Apart from the initial 2 incidents, nothing else occurred along the way. After several hours, the sports car exited the highway and entered City Z. Following the Fire Dragon Turtle's assault on the city, 7 of the 9 cities had vanished. The remaining 2 had become ghost towns. The 2 men and the eagle soared overhead, surveying the trails left by the flowing magma. Even after so many days, the lava persisted, never fully vanishing. On the surface, a layer of dried black soil had formed, but upon closer inspection, fiery red magma still flowed beneath it. Chapter 200, the first meeting between Number 9 and Suemo. Suemo gazed at the path the lava had flowed inside. I wonder how much longer it will take to recover. Bayu didn't respond. She was actually a bit curious as to why Suemo had come to this place. Why did you come back here? What's the point of staying cooped up in a room all day? Besides, with how exposed I am, that unknown enemy won't let me off the hook. Since that's the case, I might as well come out proactively. After all, that unknown enemy is far too cautious. Finding any clues is proving difficult. Looks like we've got another tough battle ahead. Bayu nodded in agreement. She had to admit that much was true. Golden Eagle's eyes flickered. He suspected Sumo's motives went far beyond this. Before long, the 2 reached the city's outskirts. Suemo stood outside, gazing at the submerged sections of the city. Bayu and Jining stood silently behind Suemo. That enemy must have entered from here. Bayu and Jining exchanged glances. What did it matter? That unknown enemy is immensely powerful and holds a significant position within the Immortal Organization. They struck with lightning speed, eliminating all traitors and cutting off every lead we had. So powerful, yet so cautious. After Suemo finished speaking, he turned to gaze at the mist. He must have come from another major district and is connected to the vanished 10th district. To traverse the mist, pinpoint the North District's location, and emerge unscathed. Hearing Sumo's analysis, Bayu's eyes flickered with emotion. Where did you get that from? Our current position is likely where they stood before. Golden Eagle looked at Suemo. How did you figure all this out? Intuition. Suemo closed his eyes, then opened them again. Bayu's expression betrayed shock. His master had once mentioned that certain powerful individuals, those strong in combat prowess, mental fortitude, and spiritual resilience, possessed an inexplicable intuition. Who would have thought Suemo possessed such a sense? Let's go. After speaking, Suemo turned to leave, but his footsteps halted. He suddenly turned his head, gazing into the mist. The mist hadn't lifted, and there was clearly nothing there. Yet Bayu and the Golden Eagle's hackles stood on end. Were you waiting for me here? Suemo gazed into the distance. He saw nothing but a mass of mist. That's right. I waited for you here. And yes, you didn't disappoint me. A photo is just a photo. The real person is the real person. Suemo nodded. You revived Suyao too, didn't you? A voice echoed from within the mist. Correct. I revived her. I intended to casually support a pawn, someone whose eyes see only themselves. Such a pawn proved quite entertaining. Little did I expect she'd ultimately meet her end at your hands. How did you resurrect her? Might I ask? I'm quite curious. Suemo pressed further. It wasn't a true resurrection. She merely wasn't dead enough. If we could truly bring the dead back to life, we would have ruled everything long ago. Suemo lowered his head upon hearing this. Suemo, you and I are actually alike.
We're both curious about everything, intelligent, and extremely cautious.
But some things are beyond our control.
But you possess far more courage than I do. That's something I truly admire about you. Suemo remained silent at these words, sensing the conflict in the speaker's tone.
He must have endured many hardships.
Suemo, you have a good master and a good helper.
The voice continued to echo through the mist.
Sumo's eyes flickered. Why did he say that? It's a pity. The North District's demise is now inevitable.
Oh, and that Li Tianxi fellow, I've already taken care of him for you.
No need to thank me. Suemo showed no surprise upon hearing this.
He had anticipated this man's appearance. Likely, Li Tianxi's entire line had been severed.
Suemo cursed inwardly.
That bastard was truly vicious. This was the price of dealing with a clever man.
Of course, since this is our first meeting, I wouldn't just give you this one gift.
I've also taken care of the traitor who brought out the flame dragon turtle.
You can inform Long Linty and don't even think about using them to uncover my secrets. Bai Yu and Jining, standing behind Suemo, exchanged a glance. Shock was clearly visible in each other's eyes. Sumo's suspicions about this guy were spot on. He truly left not a single trace behind. Dealing with someone like this would be a real hassle. Suemo took a deep breath.
So, what follows is a war among the martial artists of the North District. You've gathered so many martial artists, but without the outcome you desire, they're just a burden to you. It's time for them to prove themselves.
You're quite ruthless.
A chuckle echoed through the mist at Sumo's mention of cruelty.
Suemo, you're quite clever. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. I won't let you grow.
The voice from within the mist grew fainter and fainter.
After sensing that suffocating presence recede, Suemo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. How about it? A powerful psychopath. Psychologically twisted. Bai Yu and Jining spoke up. But how did you know he'd show up here? Golden Eagle asked curiously. It doesn't matter where I appear, this side will always see me. People like him are just like me, they don't judge someone by a photo.
They have to see for themselves before making a decision.
Suemo took a deep breath.
No wonder his master had instructed him to deal with someone like this. Simply put, the two were remarkably similar, differing only in strength and age.
Bai Yu now understood why Long Lintian had acted this way. You have to admit, the old man was formidable. Do you think if Master intervened, he could kill him? Bai Yu asked. Master won't intervene. If he did, the North District would be destroyed in the next instant. Bai Yu's heart tightened.
Because this man hasn't reached the realm of a sage yet. This was the only certainty Suemo possessed.
That makes this our chance. As long as he hasn't reached the sage realm, we have a chance to kill him. Let's go.
Seeing him face to face has put my mind at ease.
This fellow hasn't had it easy within the immortal organization. One man and one eagle followed behind Suemo.
Sometimes Sumo's wildly imaginative ideas were a bit hard for them to grasp.
But undeniably, they could bring unexpected surprises.
Back in the city, he had just settled into the car.
Sumo's phone rang. It was Lei Bao calling.
Young master, something major has happened.
What is it? All cities are descending into chaos. Even many ordinary citizens are taking up arms and killing people in the streets.
Bai Yu, overhearing this beside him, felt a flicker of unease in her eyes. But when she glanced at Suemo, she saw he remained utterly calm.
What method would Suemo employ to resolve this? Chapter 201, Chaos begins. Suemo decides to wipe them out. This was exploiting human nature. There was no other way. Wherever people gathered, conflicts arose. Stopping it wasn't so simple. Do not let the North Yard intervene, nor should you obstruct them.
Lei Bao heard Sumo's words, equally astonished.
If we don't intervene, the North Yard will descend into complete chaos. Then let it be chaotic.
Though I don't think it's that chaotic yet. After hanging up, Suemo noticed Bai Yu had been staring at him the whole time.
What the hell are you thinking? You really won't stop it? Bai Yu felt Suemo wasn't the type to act this way. Before, I would have chosen to stop it. But now I've realized, what's the point of protecting a bunch of idiots? Sis Bai Yu, let's go. Bai Yu nodded. The roar of the sports car echoed. When an avalanche strikes, no snowflake is innocent.
If they dared to act this way, they must bear the consequences they deserved.
Riots were erupting across numerous cities at this very moment.
Yet after the riots erupted, many were shocked to discover that no martial artists emerged from the Martial Artists Guild, the Security Management Bureau, or the 5 major prestigious academies to intervene. In an instant, martial artists within the cities began taking action, executing the rioters on the spot.
By nightfall, Suemo had returned to the North Courtyard. Long Lintian's office was brightly lit. They watched Long Lintian.
Yet Long Lintian sat sipping his tea, not uttering a single word.
Creak.
The main door opened, and their gazes turned simultaneously toward Suemo.
Good evening, everyone. Still up?
Hearing Sumo's jest, they all looked utterly speechless.
Didn't he see the chaos unfolding? Who could possibly sleep now? Young master, why didn't you stop it? Suemo countered the Martial Arts Guild's Grand Master with a question. Why should I stop it? The current riot is still within manageable limits. We should intervene to prevent further escalation. Beasts have attacked the city countless times. Everyone talked about unity then. And now? Sumo's counter-question left Zhou Tianxian speechless. Ordinary people have limited strength. They must have received some information.
How they obtained the pills, that's the real reason for their uprising. Those who kill will be killed in turn.
They haven't even become martial artists yet. He killed others' loved ones. Did he think they wouldn't seek revenge? Why shelter such ungrateful dogs? Hearing Sumo's words, they found themselves at a loss for a response. Sumo glanced at the time, past 10, nearing 11. After midnight, we'll start by eliminating those who've become martial artists by consuming elixirs. Sumo stated calmly. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at Sumo, their mouths agape in disbelief. This was unlike Sumo's character. Had Sumo's personality grown this cold-hearted? Why? Lei Bao stared at Sumo. This was unlike his usual self. I saw that person. That unknown enemy. After Sumo spoke, everyone present stood up. Even Long Lintian's eyes flickered with surprise. This was something even he hadn't anticipated. After the fire dragon turtle incident concluded, everyone thought the North District was safe. After the bloodbath, it's time to give the North District people a wake-up call. Once it's done, announce the matter of the demon's lair. Master, the city you had forged can now be put to use. After the campaign, those who have contributed to the North District can be admitted into it. Once the Northern District is settled, our next task is to purge Demon Lair number 5 and transform it into a place for humans to live. Upon hearing Sumo's arrangements, the others turned their gaze to Long Lindian. Alright, proceed as you see fit. Long Lindian looked at Sumo, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. The Sumo of before had been indecisive, unwilling to harm the innocent. But were those people truly innocent? Those in power must always prioritize maximizing their interests. Even though Long Lindian knew Sumo's actions had undermined his original plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he made no attempt to dissuade him. Sumo commanded the elements of wind, fire, time, and space, and had even grasped the way of the blade. Even that unknown enemy would have to keep an eye on him. This proved Sumo had indeed become a genuine threat to them. Thus, a disciple need not be inferior to his master, nor a master necessarily superior to his disciple. Such is the way of things. Sometimes Sumo's plans proved more fitting. He need only remain at the rear, stabilizing the overall situation. Long Lindian was willing to step aside for this exceptional disciple. Sumo surveyed the assembled figures. I previously visited Demon Cave 5 and brought out a traitor. I intended to use him for certain schemes, but unexpectedly, that fellow killed him outright. I'm sure Master has already received word several teachers likely perished inside Demon Cave 5. Long Lindian nodded. Moreover, the human-demon hybrids they've been researching pose a significant threat. Those creatures can fly, even those below the Ascension realm can take to the skies. Their fusion with demonic beasts has even made them savage. Now, demon beasts, demon humans, shadow demons, all manner of demons and monsters are emerging endlessly. We must guard against these threats as well. Just as they were talking, Baiyu suddenly walked in. All eyes turned to Baiyu at once. Master, it's bad news. All the martial artists previously recorded by the Martial Artists Guild have gathered together. Hearing this, the mood in the room shifted. Baiyu played a video. Sumo leaned back against the chair. No need to wait until midnight. Kill them. The gravity in Sumo's tone was palpable. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Since Sumo had already met that person, they now understood each other. Protect the families of our loyal servants. They've been bearing burdens for others all along. We can't let them shed blood or tears. Hurry! Otherwise, those people will lose heart. After Sumo spoke, the once bustling conference room was left with only 3 people. Long Lindian, Baiyu, and Sumo. Long Lindian stood up and patted Sumo on the shoulder. These are the trials one must endure to grow. The moment they agreed to the terms and swallowed the elixir, they became traitors. Sumo remained silent. He intends to purge his own existence this way. It's astonishing he could even conceive of such a scheme. Long Lindian gazed outside. These martial artists' actions were purely to draw their attention. There was no other way. Tens of thousands of martial artists suddenly revolting, though not powerful, would still cause considerable trouble. Sumo's eyes flickered. Why would this man erase his own traces? Why would he do this, leaving no clues behind? Or perhaps some force compelled him to alter his original plan. He must have forgotten something. Sumo closed his eyes and leaned back. Long Lindian observed this but remained silent. After a moment, Sumo suddenly snapped his eyes open. Lu Yao Yao. Sumo uttered the 3 names. Bloodline. It must be the bloodline, a special bloodline forcing him to change. Just like when he revived Su Yao before performing a series of actions to divert others' attention, using grand gestures to conceal his own presence. Chapter 202, Number 9 is Lu Yaoyao's biological father.
After speaking, Suemo suddenly turned to look at Long Lintian.
Master must have already figured it out. As for Sister Baiwa, sometimes even Suemo couldn't fathom her thoughts. Looks like you've caught on. Suemo took a deep breath. I made a mistake. I thought that guy was like me, but he managed to adjust quickly. Could it be that he was already planning to leave when we met outside the city? Has Sister Baiyu already figured it out? Hearing Sumo's words, Baiyu remained silent. Suemo didn't press further, they had no power to stop him anyway.
That guy has seen through my plan, so he intends to destroy everything. He doesn't want to strengthen the North District, and he's forced to alter his own plans as well. You could say this invisible battle has left no one better off. But that guy will definitely come back. Long Lindian gazed at Suemo, speaking slowly, giving him time to process the revelation. Suemo stood up, retrieved 2 packets of tea from the cabinet behind Long Lindian, and brewed a cup for Baiyu and himself.
Interesting.
That's the kind of enemy worth facing.
The enemies we've faced before were all stubborn.
Even when they knew their plans were doomed to fail, they'd still choose to gamble. This guy won't take a single risk.
But it's understandable.
After all, there are 2 Sage Realm experts in the North District now. If he loses, he'll likely pay with his life. Suemo had expected a thrilling showdown between the two, but never imagined this guy would cut and run. This time, Lu Yaoyao is truly beyond saving. But the next time that guy shows up, he'll likely have reached the Sage Realm.
Suemo sighed.
Just as Suemo was about to take a sip of tea, he suddenly froze.
No, he absolutely didn't leave.
Long Lintian and Baiyu both turned to look at Suemo. Now that even the master believes he's gone, he's actually the one who won't leave. He's a clever man, sometimes willing to take risks. He's extremely cautious in his actions, constantly feeding us illusions to make us believe that's who he is. We all assumed he'd leave, gathering all the martial artists together. Given his caution, that's the conclusion we'd all reach. But what if he does the opposite? Suemo set down his teacup, his eyes flashing with insight. It's mainly because he went outside the city that we assumed he'd left. From the moment I entered the demon lair until now, it's barely been a week. If Lu Yaoyao were different, possessing a special bloodline, she couldn't have awakened so quickly. After speaking, Suemo hurried out. Baiyu set down her teacup and hurried after him. By now, Suemo had already reached the basement. Several traitors were still imprisoned here. If anyone could find Lu Yaoyao, it was only one person, her mother, Zhang Xinyu, now known as Li Nan. Suemo raced straight to the secret chamber. She saw the motionless figure lying inside. Zhang Xinyu. Suemo called out. There was no response from within. Lu Yaoyao is missing. The motionless figure inside twitched a finger. The Immortality Organization has an unprecedented enemy. They plan to conduct experiments on Lu Yaoyao. Upon hearing this, the figure inside covered their ears with both hands. Your son died protecting this family. Do you want to see Lu Yaoyao die too? Actually, Lu Yaoyao is also a member of the Immortality Organization, right? Zhang Xinyu sat up abruptly. She isn't. She isn't. When Baiyu arrived, he saw Zhang Xinyu weeping inside but said nothing. You still have one chance to save your daughter. It's up to you whether you seize it. Let me out. Let me out. Zhang Xinyu's eyes widened as she gripped the bars, shouting at Suemo. Suemo opened the door to the secret room. Zhang Xinyu glanced at Suemo but remained silent. Lend me a vehicle. I'll lend you a helicopter. Hurry. Zhang Xinyu. You're coming with me. Suemo, Baiyu, and Lei Bao boarded the helicopter and followed Zhang Xinyu. What do you want to know? Ask. Zhang Xinyu spoke up, noticing Sumo's persistent stare. What kind of organization is the Eternal Life Group, exactly? I don't know, only that they're all exploring immortality. The organization is tightly layered, with the highest ranking members being the 9. We don't know their names, only their designations, number 1 through number 9. Of course, this is the official line. Whether it's true or false, I can't say for certain. The 9 lords appeared once when Su Yao was resurrected. Suemo narrowed his eyes. This Zhang Xinyu actually knew so much. Why are you so well informed? Number 9 is Lu Yaoyao's biological father. All 3 men sprang to their feet, nearly bumping heads. Exchanging glances, they saw the same shock in each other's eyes. This revelation was terrifying. Have there been a lot of martial artists popping up in the North District lately? Zhang Xinyu inquired. Suemo nodded. It really is him. He still won't let me go. I've come so far from him, just wanting to live a peaceful life. Why must this happen? As Zhang Xinyu spoke these words, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Baiyu sat beside Zhang Xinyu, offering her shoulder for support. Those people are madmen, experimenting with demon beast bloodlines mixed with their own. Number 9 even infused the blood of a dragon-blooded golden python into his own body. Sumo's eyes flickered. He had already considered this possibility. These bastards were truly insane. Does Lu Yi know about this? Zhang Xinyu nodded. He knew everything, actually. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked for those people. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so arrogant and headstrong in my youth, none of this would have happened.
I dragged my father into this mess too. Is Lu Bai also your son with number 9? Zhang Xinyu nodded. You must have found out already. Lu Yi and I were classmates. He had feelings for me back in school.
After learning about my situation, he didn't say much. He still chose to marry me. Especially number 9. It turns out I didn't escape.
He deliberately sent me away. The reason you kept working for him is because he came looking for you last time, right? Zhang Xinyu nodded.
As for the other 8 people, I've never met them and have no idea who they are.
The disappearance of District 10 is also connected to their experiments.
I overheard a bit earlier something about a black stone platform.
After it was opened, I don't know what they obtained inside.
Then they used it for experiments, which caused one of them to lose control. Because of that incident, the Immortality Organization conducted another purge.
As long as those 9 exist, the Immortality Organization effectively persists. You were wrong last time. I'm not from District 10. I only visited it, brought there by number 9. Chapter 203, Initial Insights into the Immortality Organization. Suemo listened to Zhang Xinyu's brief explanation, his mind reeling. And that black stone platform, wasn't there one inside Demon Cave 5? Can you tell me about that black stone platform? And why did District 10 vanish?
Zhang Xinyu paused to recall.
It's been too long. I've almost forgotten, and I only overheard it.
It seemed related to bloodlines, but I didn't dare listen closely to the details.
As for District 10, it's simple.
The Immortality Organization had already formed an alliance with the demon lairs surrounding District 10. The disappearance of District 10 was because all the beasts from the 5 major demon lairs surrounding it emerged.
Overnight, the entire District 10 was trampled into oblivion, with nearly all humans devoured by the beasts. I only know this much.
As for their experiments or whether there are others within the Immortality Organization, I have no idea.
But if we're talking about the most mysterious figures in the Immortality Organization, it's probably the upper 3. 9 individuals, divided into the upper 3, middle 3, and lower 3.
The positions of the lower 3 may shift at any time, while the middle 3 rarely change. I suspect the middle 3 are at least at the sage level.
As for the upper 3, that's simply unimaginable. The disappearance of District 10 is linked to a middle tier member losing control, though I don't know which one. That's all I know.
Zhang Xinyu took a deep breath. If not for number 9, she wouldn't have known any of this.
Suemo, Bai Yu, and Lei Bao all took deep breaths.
Had they not experienced so much, they would have thought they were listening to gibberish. At this moment, they gained a partial understanding of the Eternal Life Organization. Suemo hadn't expected to learn so much from Zhang Xinyu.
Originally, they'd only intended to use her to locate Lu Yaoyao. Yet the more they learned, the greater their apprehension toward the Immortality Organization grew. So you're saying the Immortality Organization has at least 6 sage-level experts? Lei Bao took a deep breath.
No, because those 9 positions require careful consideration of many factors. A human-beast hybrid, I don't know if you've seen one, but 1/3 of the credit goes to number 9.
Whoa! Lei Bao sucked in a sharp breath. Sumo's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected this unseen enemy to be so terrifying. They won't spare me. Yao Yao is innocent.
When the time comes, I beg you to give her a chance. Zhang Xinyu's gaze remained fixed on Suemo throughout her plea.
Suemo pondered for a moment. Yao Yao hasn't done anything particularly noteworthy. Her involvement is merely that of a lowly errand runner, the kind who's easily dispensable. You can investigate if you don't believe me. I know.
Otherwise, I would have arrested her long ago. Suemo had already investigated this thoroughly, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Lu Yaoyao to remain at large. He'd even hoped to use her to lure out some bigger fish. Little did he expect to reel in a shark instead. Hearing Sumo's words, Zhang Xinyu finally felt at ease.
At least Suemo was still trustworthy. Suemo rubbed his chin. Do you think he rushed over because his position as number 9 is unstable? What if another Sage Realm cultivator makes a comparable contribution and claims his seat?
Hearing Sumo's words,
Zhang Xinyu's thoughts drifted far away. That scenario is possible.
Earlier, he let me leave precisely to allow Lu Bai and Yao Yao to grow stronger, likely all for this day. His bloodline both empowered him and constrained him. But his target shouldn't be limited to just that, it should include you too.
Suemo remained surprisingly composed upon hearing Zhang Xinyu's words. Zhang Xinyu frowned. You must have guessed that you're one of his targets.
Why did you still?
Zhang Xinyu was somewhat perplexed. Many have targeted me before. Besides, I want to see what kind of person he really is. The helicopter landed in City D. Several people disembarked from the helicopter.
They gazed at the towering skyscraper in the distance.
It's the Lu family building. Not this one, the other building.
After Zhang Xinyu finished speaking, she led the group to another location.
After arriving at another building,
looking up, they saw this building wasn't as luxurious as the previous one, it even looked a bit run down.
If we're talking about the most likely possibility, it's here. This building isn't under the Lu family's name, it belongs to someone else. After entering the building, Zhang Xinyu led the group into an internal elevator. Watching the display for the basement level, Zhang Xinyu pressed the button for 10 seconds without letting go, repeating this 3 times. The elevator descended slowly. The B1 floor indicator lit up, yet the elevator kept ascending without stopping. Half a minute later, the elevator came to a halt. The elevator doors opened. The laboratory was completely empty, not a soul in sight. However, their gazes simultaneously fell upon the airlock in the center. Inside lay a figure. Pale-faced, surrounded by machinery, with residual blood still visible in the canisters. As Zhang Xinyu approached, her face instantly drained of color. She activated the machinery. Yao Yao, Yao Yao, Yao Yao, don't scare me. Yao Yao, wake up. Wake up. Suemo narrowed his eyes. Lei Bao glanced over. Her blood has been drained. Suemo stepped forward, took out a porcelain vial, and poured in a drop of green liquid. Suemo wasn't certain if it could save her. Moments later, Lu Yaoyao's finger twitched. Baiyu glanced at Suemo casually, surprised that this brat actually possessed such a valuable item. Noticing Baiyu's gaze, Suemo moved closer to her. He produced 2 porcelain vials and handed them to Baiyu. The white one is for healing injuries. Don't use the purple one lightly, only in life-threatening emergencies. Hearing this, Baiyu's eyes sharpened. Feeling the warmth in her hands, she nodded. Lei Bao cleared his throat, reminding the two to be cautious. Listen up. At that moment, Sumo's expression grew grave. This is bad. After speaking, Suemo led the group in breaking through the spatial barrier. Boom! Outside, a towering pillar of flame erupted into the sky. Glass shattered across the surrounding skyscrapers. Panic quickly spread among the crowd. Suemo watched the explosion. His eyes narrowed. Then he abruptly turned to look behind him. A dark figure flashed past a distant skyscraper. Thunderstorm caught Sumo's gaze and turned to look as well. Don't go after him. He's already gone. This time, he was 1 step ahead of us. We can afford many mistakes, but he can only afford one. Suemo narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. From this incident, it was clear that this guy had used explosives. This time, he wasn't as composed as before. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes. Still a bit groggy. Zhang Xinyu supported Lu Yaoyao. Suemo, you came to save me. After saying that, she fainted once more. Suemo was speechless. He approached Lu Yaoyao, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall from it. I'm of some use. Zhang Xinyu nodded. Let's go. We're leaving. That guy won't be coming back here. Chapter 204, Kill every martial artist who took the elixir. By the time the group returned to the north courtyard, dusk had fallen. After arranging accommodations for Lu Yaoyao and Zhang Xinyu, the others departed. Suemo and Baiyu walked along the path. Do you think what Zhang Xinyu said was true or false? I don't know, but most of it should be true. At this point, she probably wouldn't hide things from us. She knows that the so-called number 9 she mentioned won't let her off the hook. Add today's incident with Lu Yaoyao, and she's got her own calculations. Still, that guy figured out I'd send Zhang Xinyu to find Lu Yaoyao. Gotta admit, his reaction was quick. Suemo sighed. So what are you planning to do next? Before Suemo could answer, Lei Bao had already arrived. All those who took the pills to become martial artists have been killed, even those who caused the chaos. Now many people are demanding an explanation from us. Lei Bao took a deep breath. I know. We'll talk tomorrow. I'm exhausted today. Hearing Sumo's words, Lei Bao was speechless. But after glancing at Baiyu, you two were pulling and tugging at each other all day. Looks like you can't hold back any longer. Get back home quickly. After speaking, Lei Bao hurriedly left. Suemo and Baiyu exchanged a glance before both looking away. That shameless old man. After the two returned, Golden Eagle was lying on the sofa watching TV. Oh, you're back. So you've been keeping things from me since you left? Suemo was speechless. I'm heading to see the master. Want to come? Jining shook his head. No way was he going. Every visit felt like a mountain of pressure. What were you two up to? Golden Eagle's eyes sparkled with curiosity. We went to find that enemy. Seeing you two looking so downcast, I knew you didn't find him. If you'd brought me along, we might have found him right away. Nothing can hide from my eyes. That guy broke through to sagehood. Then I couldn't have spotted him. Suemo shook his head. This guy didn't seem anything like someone at the Heavenswell realm. He was practically indistinguishable from a mentally challenged person. Suemo leaned back on the sofa and pulled out his phone. As for what he was doing? Of course, he was opening the martial artist forum. He was determined to see just how spectacular it would be. All martial artists who took the pills were killed. That was the first post. I really don't get it. Why kill these martial artists? Becoming a martial artist allows them to fight off demon beasts. Why would anyone do this? Who knows? We can't possibly fathom what those bigwigs are thinking. Didn't people speculate before that there were too many martial artists to control, that their status and power would inevitably decline? Have those people ever harmed us? Even when times were tough, when danger came, did they ever back down? Exactly. Don't jump to conclusions. Killing those martial artists is absolutely justified. Cut the crap. I think it's just some people's selfish motives. Tens of thousands of martial artists growing in strength, just imagine how many demon beasts they could slay. Exactly. I agree with the previous comment. This is just using bloodshed to tell us, disobey them, and you die. How is that any different from the beasts? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Watch out, someone might call you out. I'm not afraid of anything. They killed my family, why shouldn't I speak out?
Our lives were just starting to change, and then this happens.
What gives them the right?
They had the guts to slaughter my entire family.
What's the big deal now?
Suemo glanced at the comments and simply shrugged it off with a smile.
Why isn't Suemo from the North Yard stepping forward to explain this time? Explain to you? You've got some nerve.
I plan to go to the North Yard tomorrow. I'll see for myself if they've truly become lawless.
You actually say that? Aren't you afraid something might happen to you on the way? I'm not afraid. I'll livestream my entire journey. If anything goes wrong, it's on them.
Finally, we had a martial artist in the family. No more living on our knees. We could see the day of our rise, yet now we're back to square one, worse off than before. I refuse to accept this.
Me neither. Me neither. Why? Why do they get to live well while we can't?
So what if they're powerful? They keep saying it's for the North District's good, but it's all a cover.
They're frauds. They don't want so many martial artists appearing.
They're just scared there'll be too many martial artists to threaten their power.
Damn it all to hell. Golden Eagle stared at Sumo's phone screen. These people just think their own martial artists shouldn't die. Why don't they look at what they've done? Suemo looked up, glancing at Jining in surprise.
You have to admit, this guy sees things more clearly than most.
What are you staring at me for?
You're pretty sharp.
I just think you see things clearer than most. Many people aren't as perceptive as you.
Hearing Sumo's praise, Golden Eagle lifted his head.
Of course. I'm Golden Eagle, descended from the golden-winged giant bird. My wisdom is extraordinary, I'm incredibly sharp. Suemo felt like laughing upon hearing this.
Suemo glanced at his private messages.
We've supported you this much, why did North Campus do this? Give us an explanation. I don't believe you're unaware of this matter. Why did you do this? Come out and give us an explanation. What kind of skill is hiding behind the scenes and saying nothing? We've endured bullying long enough. Now that we finally see a glimmer of hope, you shatter it with your own hands. Don't think we don't know this is North Campus's doing. You're not even their heir, so how can you claim to protect them? Suemo, I never imagined you'd be so selfish. To actually collude with them? I'll never like you again. Golden Eagle stared at the screen. TSK. They're all cursing you, Suemo. You've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Suemo shook his head. I'm not money, I can't please everyone. As long as my conscience is clear, that's enough. This is the perfect chance to surprise everyone. They love to stir things up? Let them have their fill. Once, twice, but not a third time. If just any enemy like this could spark internal strife in the Northern District. What are these martial artists even defending against demon beasts for? Since they're so eager to stir trouble, give them a chance. Since they're all so idle, let's find them something to do. Baiyu kept his eyes fixed on Suemo. He knew Suemo had made his decision. With that thought, Suemo posted an announcement.
Tomorrow, I'll share with everyone what's been happening lately.
After Sumo's update appeared, the comments section erupted like a frenzy. I'll see how the North Campus tries to deceive us now. Exactly.
I'll be damned if I believe another word you say.
This time, no matter what you claim, we won't buy it. Chapter 205, I'm worried that kid can't handle it, he'll do anything. I trust Suemo.
There must be a reason those martial artists were killed.
I also think there's a reason. These people had martial artists in their families.
They believe that without martial artists, they can't live a good life anymore.
Has the North District really descended into such chaos? When has it ever been calm? I wonder what Suemo will say in tomorrow's livestream. I'm actually looking forward to it. What else could he say? He's just going to deceive us.
You guys talk big because you've never had to deal with martial artists in your own families.
Who says that? We had 2 martial artists in our family, both died on the battlefield. Salute. Who knows if you're telling the truth or lying? I don't need to prove it to you. I know my son was brave. He was a hero.
True, very brave.
You're a hero too.
Oof. I'll see what Suemo has to say tomorrow. I thought he was different, but it turns out he's been corrupted by power too.
Suemo hasn't even explained himself yet, and you've already passed judgment. If you're so formidable, why are you still an ordinary person and not a martial artist? If you were a martial artist, would you be wasting your breath here? I'll say what I want. It's simple. First they barred us from taking elixirs, now that we've become martial artists, they want to kill us outright. What kind of logic is that? Isn't it good for more martial artists to appear in the North District? At the end of the day, they're just afraid too many martial artists will threaten their positions. How is that any different from bandits? Killing all martial artists now who dare take pills to become one? Better to live a miserable life than die honorably.
They're crushing our hopes of becoming martial artists.
They're scum too. Exactly. I agree with you.
They're cutting off our path to becoming martial artists at the root.
Exactly.
They owe us an explanation.
This is outrageous. Even though I haven't become a martial artist myself, why wouldn't the Northern Academy distribute these pills?
They must have some ulterior motive for preventing us from becoming martial artists.
This time, even I think the North Yard has gone too far.
Tens of thousands of martial artists died in one fell swoop.
If they'd perished at the hands of demon beasts, we might accept it as fate. But dying at the hands of our own kind? That's just...
I'll be damned if I don't see how he spins this tomorrow.
Suemo tucked his phone away.
He'd grown immune to such things by now.
Bai watched Suemo brush it off and finally exhaled in relief. Alright, let's sleep. We've got work to do tomorrow. As soon as Suemo finished speaking, Golden Eagle vanished in a flash.
It had already dashed to Sumo's room and shut the door.
Bai raised an eyebrow.
Oh, this coordination is rather good.
You're scheming against me, aren't you? Suemo opened his mouth, but this really wasn't arranged by me. What's the deal? One night wasn't enough? You want to keep staying in my room?
Since Sister Bai puts it that way, I won't hesitate.
Watching Suemo actually go inside, Bai's lips curved upward.
Meanwhile, in Long Lintian's office.
Old Lei, why haven't you released what I asked you to?
Long Lintian stared at his phone, anger flaming in his eyes. He was about to explain that training Suemo was part of his plan. He couldn't let Suemo bear the blame.
Lei Bao shook his head. This was arranged by Suemo. There's nothing I can do, I have to comply. Lei Bao pulled out his phone.
Dean Lei, whenever my master attempts to issue any statement, you secretly obstruct him. He has sacrificed so much for the North District, certain burdens shouldn't fall on his shoulders.
I'm still young.
After reading just those few lines, Long Lintian slumped into a chair.
Old dragon, since you've already handed it over to Suemo, let him handle it himself.
Truthfully, even without Suemo saying it, I know he sees you as a father figure. He remembers every kindness you've shown him.
He's not ungrateful.
He's been through so much he'd rather hurt himself than hurt others.
Besides, we have evidence. Suemo won't bear the blame. You can rest assured. Long Lintian shook his head. Old Lei, you don't understand.
Once the new city is built and the heroes' families move in, with all the policies in place, the entire North District will be in an uproar.
Suemo is still young.
This isn't something he should have to bear.
Suemo has already issued a statement. It's too late now. There's nothing I can do. Having Suemo retract it now and replacing him with you, isn't that redundant?
I'm worried that kid can't keep his mouth shut, he'll spill everything.
Lei Bao realized he had a point. That kid Suemo could indeed be deadly with his words sometimes. Forget it. I'll handle that kid tomorrow. Sumo's residence.
Suemo lay on Bai's bed, inhaling the rose fragrance as a smile touched his lips. Bai was still showering and hadn't come over.
At this moment, Suemo wasn't distracted by wandering thoughts.
Instead, he was staring at the interface.
Name, Suemo. Age, 19. Lifespan, 185. Bloodline, 1%.
Power, 4th tier of creation 400,000.
Mental technique, shaping Dao formula, 7th tier 3 million.
Martial arts, wave layering blade Shin grade, highest tier, perfected snow treading Shin grade, highest tier, perfected concealment art D grade, highest tier, perfected thunderous 1000 breaks D grade, highest tier, 1 million remember, 100,000 10,000 swords converge D grade, highest tier, 1 million remember, 100,000 earthquake roar high grade earth, 100,000 remember, 100,000 heaven and earth golden wall high grade earth, 100,000 remember, 100,000.
Dao intent, blade Dao, first tier. Domain, Godslayer domain basic, 200M, 1 million. Weapon, Black God. Self-discovered techniques, heaven slicing, 10,000 blades return to the void. Spiritual energy attributes, gold affinity, 100 fire affinity, 100 space affinity, 100 wind affinity, 100 wood affinity, 30, 3000 water affinity, 28, 2800 earth affinity, 29, 2900 thunder affinity, 13, 1300 time affinity, 52, 52,000. Kill points, 3,699,746. Last time I wiped out all of Thunder Rhino's minions, racking up over 3 million more kill points. I've been busy handling affairs these days and haven't paid attention.
After breaking through to the 4th level of creation, his lifespan hadn't increased. Suemo intended to channel all 3 million plus slaughter points into enhancing his strength this time.
Earlier, Suemo had already tested that the bloodline of Lu Yaoyao truly contained immense power. With these resources, number 9 should be able to break through. You have to admit, this guy really knows how to scheme. The Sage Realm was no longer so easily dealt with. So Sumo must remain cautious. Besides, the Demon Cave of number 5 must be purged swiftly. That will yield massive amounts of slaughter points to enhance various aspects. Chapter 206, 9 Layers of Creation, Bloodline Enhancement. Combined with the Spirit Stones from last time, Sumo had saved up 400,000 slaughter points.